Family. Suddenly Danzo shouted to kill my buddy Uchiha Chentian, and the root ninjas immediately surrounded him and bombarded him. As a result, Chentian directly summoned Susanoo. It was so powerful. In fact, he had a tragic background, later awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, and his abilities were incredible. He also fell out with Danzo because he saved Shiju. Let me tell you, the scene was completely out of control at that moment. That old Danzo was like a mad dog, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Kill the rogue ninja, Uchiha Chentian." Just as he finished speaking, dozens of root ninjas surrounded him in an instant, showering my buddy with a buffet of ninjutsu. Water release, great waterfall, fire release, great dragon fire. They were throwing them at him like they were free. Just as he was about to be blasted to pieces, guess what happened? Bang! A towering purple giant skeleton suddenly rose from my buddy's body, blocking all the ninjutsu completely. I was dumbfounded standing beside him. Who understands this? Susanoo. This guy actually summoned Susanoo in front of the whole village. Incredible. This story needs to start from the beginning. My buddy, named Uchiha Chentian, had a miserable life. He was born in Konoha 10 years ago. His father was an Uchiha, and his mother was from the Senju clan. Goodness, he was stacked with buffs right from the start. What happened? His parents both died in the First Shinobi World War, and he became a mixed-blood orphan, treated as an outcast in the Uchiha clan and looked down upon by the Senju clan. He was in a situation where he was not accepted by either side. So, this guy learned to hide his strengths from a young age. Clearly, he had an incredible start, with talents greater than Hashirama and Madara combined. Yet he disguised himself as a fool who only knew taijutsu. Ninjutsu. His level was about the same as a newly graduated Naruto, barely passing. But secretly, he apprenticed under Might Guy, mastering the 8 gates, waiting for the day he could turn the tables. Fast forward to the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha year 32. Chentian was hiding in a dilapidated cave with 2 teammates. Both teammates had passed out, and he was injured, cursing the damn war. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes. I tell you, in that blood-red pupil, the tomo began spinning wildly. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo. Finally transforming into the shape of a shuriken. Manjiki Sharingan awakened. After 22 years, he finally awakened. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind. It was time to leave. He couldn't stay in this broken Konoha for another day. Moreover, the ability he awakened with his Manjiki was incredible. It was called Wandao. Simply put, it was a super cheat, allowing him to see through the essence of all things and the optimal solutions. While others had to conduct hundreds of experiments and research, he could tell at a glance which plan had the highest success rate. If Orochimaru knew, he would probably faint in the bathroom. He was a bit speechless himself. He had hoped for a golden finger, but it turned out to be a support type ability. But this support was better than any attack skill. Okay. He immediately tested this new ability on his unconscious teammates. With a glance, the panel data of his teammates appeared. The girl named Hinata Hanling was a Chunin, with a Tsutsuki bloodline concentration of 10, and she was under the caged bird curse mark. The brilliance of his Wandao was that not only could he see it, but he could also generate dozens of methods to break the caged bird curse in his mind. The other Uchiha teammate was the same, with clear visibility of their level and skills. Then he looked at himself, with 550 chakra points, definitely at the level of a Kage, and his Tsutsuki bloodline had reached 50. Moreover, this Wandao could optimize his own skills, such as the 8 gates and sage techniques, directly upgrading them to a 2.0 version with no side effects. Isn't that better than cheating? In the next 2 years, my buddy began his crazy development journey. While on the battlefield, he opened the 7th gate and beat the 7 ninja swordsmen, earning the nickname Konoha's Demon Dragon, which made the 3rd Hokage and Danzo extremely wary. On the other hand, he secretly built an underground laboratory to study the Sharingan, Byakugan, and Hashirama cells, these high-end ingredients. His goal was clear. He wanted to reverse engineer and merge these bloodline limits into the most primitive Tsutsuki power. I tell you, this idea was decades ahead of the entire ninja world. In just 2 years, relying on this Wandao super AI, his research level surpassed Orochimaru's by a mile. His Tsutsuki bloodline soared to 60, and his Manjiki evolved into the Eternal Manjiki with 5 tomo, and he could switch freely between Byakugan and Sharingan. I ask you, how cool is that? He even developed a new ocular technique called pressure, where a glare from his eyes could materialize chakra into an attack, instantly smashing all the jars and bottles in the laboratory. As time reached Konoha year 37, the Second World War was nearing its end. Chentian suddenly remembered that his cheap cousin, Tsunade's brother Shiju, was about to be killed at this time. He had a special bond with Tsunade and Shiju, having grown up together, closer than siblings. How could he tolerate this? Sure enough, when he rushed to the front lines on the battlefield, Orochimaru and Tsunade had just let Shiju go back. That kid, like a reckless child, ran off in a hurry, only to step into an enemy trap. A whole 100-meter tall tree was covered in explosive tags, over 100 of them. Tsunade and Orochimaru turned pale, and there was no time to save him. Just before the huge explosion, a shadow flashed by and pulled Shiju out of the explosion center. Who was it? It was my buddy Chentian. He held the shocked Shiju, floating in the air like a deity, looking incredibly cool. He landed and threw Shiju to Tsunade, then coldly stated that this was all Danzo's doing, trying to see Shiju's possible first Hokage would release cells. Tsunade was furious and punched the ground, creating a 5 or 6 meter deep pit. After this incident, Chentian was completely disappointed with Konoha's higher-ups. All this talk about the Will of Fire was just an excuse for power struggles. He decided to take his people and leave. Just as he reached the village entrance, he was blocked by the Hyuga clan. Leading the charge was the Hyuga clan leader, questioning him about how he had unlocked Hinata Hanling's caged bird. My buddy was too lazy to waste words and directly smiled. Oh, you mean that slave curse mark? It's simple, because my Byakugan is more advanced than yours. As he spoke, his eyes widened, and a pair of faintly glowing Byakugan appeared. That overwhelming ocular power made the Hyuga ninjas across from him struggle to breathe. The Hyuga clan members were all dumbfounded, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Byakugan, this is impossible. Chentian ignored them, 淡淡地说道，白眼算什么？不过是一种力量罢了。只要掌握了运行程序，任何眼睛都能变成白眼，就比如写轮眼一样。As soon as he finished speaking, that pair of Byakugan instantly transformed in a blood red, 1 tomo, 2 tomo, finally freezing into a star-shaped Mangeki. This caused the entire venue to explode. Byakugan and Mangeki Sharingan, actually existing in the same person, and able to switch freely. This completely overturned the understanding of everyone present. Even Uchiha Fugaka hid in the crowd, exclaiming, "Old Six is too deep." Just as everyone was shocked, that old Danzo jumped out, directly labeling him as a rogue ninja and ordering to kill him without mercy. Then came the scene I told you about at the beginning. A root ninja used shadow binding technique to lock Shenshin's shadow, and dozens of ninjutsu came crashing down on him. Boom! A huge explosion occurred, and smoke filled the air. But the next second, a giant skeleton suddenly burst forth from the smoke, growing countless muscle tissues at a visible speed, and when that complete humanoid form appeared, a purple armor covered it. Goodness, let me tell you, when this thing came out, it was 50 meters tall like a giant Ultraman, directly standing at the entrance of Konoha village. I was comfortably standing in the cockpit of this purple battle god with Hualing and Muqian, and my view was incredibly broad. In the next second, my my armored battle god let out a roar, lifted the 4-meter-long great sword in my hand, and swung it at the group of ninjas who had just ambushed me. Damn, ShowsSusanoo! Danzo shouted, his voice cracking. One of the Oil Woman clan members tried to struggle, frantically forming hand signs to use some kind of iron insect technique, instantly transforming into a 3-meter turtle insect shell. What happened next? With a bang, he was blown away by the aftermath of my sword's wind, fainting on the spot. He was lucky the rest of those unfortunate root members, 3 Jonin, 10 special Jonin, and 20 or 30 Chunin didn't even have a chance to react and were directly wiped out by my sword strike, a total annihilation. On the ground, there was suddenly a massive sword mark over 100 meters long. Luckily, this place was remote, otherwise half of Konoha's GDP would have been wiped out by me. I stood inside ShowsSusanoo, my gaze coldly fixed on that old man Danzo below, my killing intent fully charged. Danzo, you old dog, are you tired of living today, or what? Just then, the 3rd Hokage arrived with Mito Kamen, Kurenai Yuhi, and a few other old-timers, along with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, coming over in full force. Wow, is the Konoha High Command holding a year-end meeting or something? I couldn't help but chuckle in my heart that old fox, the 3rd Hokage, really timed it perfectly, didn't he? He had to wait until I took out everyone before showing up. But I wouldn't say that out loud. I directly started a vent at the 3rd Hokage. Lord 3rd, you should ask Danzo about this. I just wanted to take a trip out of the village, and this old dog immediately labeled me a rogue ninja and attacked without any reason. If it weren't for my skills, I would have been done for today. As I spoke, I slowly retracted ShowsSusanoo, and with a turn of my Mangeki Sharingan, I switched back to Byakugan mode. When T-Saka heard me scold him, he was about to get angry, but I didn't give him a chance at all. I roll pressure. I tell you, an invisible, terrifying pressure, like a mountain pressing down, suddenly slammed onto Danzo. He was immediately crushed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, with his whole body pressed into the earth. Family, who understands? It's that kind of feeling of dimensionality reduction attack. His current strength is no different from being made of paper in front of me. Uchiha Chentian, enough. The third Hokage finally couldn't hold back and shouted at me. I laughed. Don't worry, Hokage-sama, he won't die. I just wanted to shut up and be quiet for a while. The third took a deep breath, looking at his old friend who was already half dead on the ground, probably cursing me 1,000 times in his heart. He pointed at the large and small bags of luggage behind me and asked, "Is this what you call traveling?" I spread my hands innocently. What else could it be? Konoha was founded by my two grandfathers together. I going to betray Konoha? What a joke. If we're talking about betrayal, it's Konoha that has betrayed me. Even if you, the Hokage, betray the village, I, Uchiha Chentian, will not. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent, although it sounded incredibly shameless. There was really no way to refute it. Tsunade wasn't buying my act. She directly jumped out and pointed at my nose, scolding, "Uchiha Chentian, don't come here. This isn't tourism for you. This is moving. What exactly do you want to do?" I laughed and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. I just heard that there are 3 major holy places in the ninja world, and I don't think they're that great. So I want to go out and build my own, called the First Age Land of the Ninja World, just for fun." As soon as I said this, the 2 old advisors, Narashikaku and Mito Gate Inn, exploded. What a nice way to put it. You clearly want to cultivate your own private army outside. That's right. You want to become a rogue ninja. The third Hokage's face turned green as soon as Mito Gate Inn finished speaking. I scoffed at that moment, rolled my eyes, and my veins bulged. Uchiha is inherently evil? I'm talking to Lord Hokage. What does it have to do with you two? With a loud bang, those 2 old geezers followed in Danzo's footsteps, crushed by my pressure and unable to move. I glanced at the pale-faced 3rd generation and began my lecture. The 2nd generation was not wrong. The Uchiha clan does tend to become evil. But that's because we love too deeply. Once we lose our beloved, that kind of hatred stimulates the brain and directly opens the eyes. Our power becomes stronger, but people also become extreme. I call this heart demon. However, I changed my tone and pointed at my own eyes, saying that those like me, who open their eyes naturally without any stimulation, are the true power of the Uchiha. This power is enough to rival the first Hokage and Madara. Do you understand? I, Uchiha Chentian, am the chosen one, far ahead of everyone else. After saying that, I couldn't be bothered to waste more words with them and waved my hand. "Hokage-sama, I'm leaving. No need to see me off." Just like that, I swaggered out of the village under the watchful eyes of all the high-ranking officials in Konoha. Half an hour later, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru caught up with me. Jiraiya immediately asked, "Chentian, I heard you cut off the Nine-Tails tail? You didn't kill it, did you?" I laughed. "Can't die, just weaken a bit. Otherwise, Kushina's small frame wouldn't be able to handle it." Tsunade directly called me out. "Don't start. You were just hesitant to act against the Nine-Tails because of Granny Mito. But now that it's someone else, you're eager to take advantage, aren't you?" I smiled awkwardly and didn't refute. Orochimaru was quite interested in my plan. "Chentian, are you really able to create the #1 immortal land in the ninja world with just this few people?" I gave him a mysterious smile and said, "You'll know when the time comes. Who knows, you might even come to seek refuge with me in the future." After chatting with him for a short while, I took Hualing and the others straight to the Land of Water. On the way, Mu Tian asked me why I chose the Land of Water. I told him, "Who said I'm going to the Land of Water? My goal is that vast ocean." As soon as I finished speaking, Hualing's Byakugan detected the enemy and immediately threw a shuriken. "Oh, you could detect me." It turned out to be Konoha's Byakugan. A chubby guy over 2 meters tall walked out from behind a tree, looking disdainful. Next to him, a guy with a broken sword on his back immediately shouted, "Pufferfish Demon, shut up. Watch out for the Konoha Dragon." When Mu Tian heard that name and saw the attire of the 7 people, his pupils shook. "Hualing, be careful. It's the 7 ninja swordsmen." Wow. The legendary group that can go toe-to-toe with Kaga-level strongmen has actually appeared here in front of me. Some of them looked at me with deep resentment, as if I had desecrated their ancestral graves, shouting for revenge. I waited for them to finish their harsh words in a flurry of chatter before I leisurely asked, "Are you done? If you're done, then let's dance together." Before I finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted, and my eyes instantly transformed into white eyes with a blue glow. White eye pressure. The 7 guys were immediately staggered, their faces filled with disbelief. Impossible. How could the white eyes have such power? Their physical abilities were indeed strong, and they surprisingly didn't fall down on the spot. I was a bit surprised, though. They can still stand? They exchanged glances, and the next second, 7 devastating ninjutsu came crashing toward me simultaneously. Water dragon, thousand needles, explosion, lightning. In an instant, we were engulfed. Are we dead? One of them asked uncertainly. No, his chakra has actually become stronger. Amid the smoke and dust, I activated my Susanoo. A crimson skeleton rose from the ground, rapidly growing muscles and flesh, donning armor, transforming into a complete body Susanoo over 100 meters tall, wielding a giant blade, looking down at them. This is the legendary Susanoo. Oh my god, this amount of chakra rivals that of a tailed beast. Rivals? Tailed beasts can't even compare to this. They were completely panicked, just about to flee when my Susanoo swung its blade down. With a loud boom, the earth cracked, and 2 unfortunate souls were vaporized on the spot. It wasn't over yet. I controlled the Susanoo to form hand seals with one hand. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball with a diameter of 100 meters erupted from the mouth of the Susanoo, instantly turning the area within hundreds of meters into a sea of fire and a giant crater. The battle was over, from start to finish. It took no more than 10 seconds. 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were killed on the spot, while the remaining 3 fled in a panic to dozens of kilometers away, looking back at my 100-meter-tall demon, scared stiff. From then on, a saying spread throughout the ninja world. Better to face the Hokage of Konoha than to confront the demon god of Konoha. This incident quickly spread across the 5 great nations. The Raikage slammed the table in anger. The Kazekage was so scared he wanted to start a war early. The Tsuchikage was laughing in the sky, and the poor Mizukage was cursing in the office, ultimately having to issue an order that from now on, upon seeing me, all missions could be voluntarily abandoned. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. 2 years ago, I single-handedly challenged the entire Kirigakure. I activated over a dozen Susanoo clones standing in a row. Although most were just for show, the sight terrified the 3rd Mizukage and all the ninjas in the village into surrendering, obediently giving me a piece of territory. My title was upgraded from Konoha's demon dragon to the demon god of the ninja world, standing on equal footing with the 1st Hokage. During these 3 years, I visited the 9-tailed beasts every year to gather some chakra. Of course, it wasn't to become a Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. That was someone else's power. I was doing it to research my own abilities. I found that the short lifespan of ninjas is due to the excessive consumption of cellular energy, while natural energy can truly nourish the body and achieve longevity. After 3 years of research, I finally cultivated the seeds of the divine tree using the chakra from tailed beasts and various techniques. Now, the divine tree I planted bears 3 chakra fruits every year. This thing is quite powerful. Let me tell you, 1 fruit can instantly grant an ordinary person a Sharingan or Byakugan, as long as their body can handle it. If they already have Sharingan, congratulations, it will directly upgrade to an eternal Mangeki Sharingan, making things much easier. If you want to further evolve to the Rinnegan, that will require a significant investment, probably around 10 fruits. So I've calculated that I need to hold off for another 2 years to gather enough for the down payment on my second Rinnegan. I'm a pretty low-key person, usually covering my 6-pointed star Rinnegan with long bangs, keeping my wealth under wraps, you know what I mean. The village I built is called CND. You wouldn't believe it, but after it was completed, it became quite popular. Today, 3 future heavyweight guests came. Oh no, I mean 2. The 3 founders of the Akatsuki organization, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. They're only 12 years old right now. Just finished learning from that old man Jiraiya and are out to explore the world, looking like they just came out of a beginner's village. Wow. When these 3 kids entered my CND, it was like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Their eyes were about to pop out. Wow, this place is too bustling. It's all lights, brighter than during the day. Nagato was so nervous he could barely speak. It's no wonder they reacted this way. My CND is technologically advanced, far ahead of the entire ninja world. The streets are lined with tall buildings, though only 3 or 4 stories high, but they are made of reinforced concrete, unlike those wooden houses outside, which sway in the wind. The people on the street are all wearing new clothes, their faces beaming with joy. And then you look at the 3 of them, dressed in old clothes, dirty and dusty, standing out like sore thumbs. What's south worse are the street vendors selling ice cream, hot dogs, stinky tofu, the delicious smells wafting into their noses in waves. The 3 of them were already hungry, and now they couldn't resist any longer, their legs moving forward as if they weren't their own. Hey kids, would you like a bowl of beef offal? It's a secret recipe personally prepared by the Lord of Sien. A cheerful red-haired uncle warmly greeted them. I'll tell you, the owner of this beef offal stall is from the Uzumaki clan. Back when the land of Whirlpool was destroyed, The high-ranking officials of Konoha were calculating away, and I conveniently rescued these survivors. When I first took over this territory, it was a disaster. People were dying of hunger everywhere. In 3 years, just 3 years, I managed to transform this barren land into the most prosperous city in the ninja world. That kid Nagato couldn't resist the temptation and immediately asked, "Uncle, how much for a bowl?" 50 Rio. I'll take 3 bowls. Nagato readily pulled out the money, and the 3 of them started eating. Yahiko's eyes went wide. My God, I've never smelled such a delicious scent in my life. Conan was eating with a face full of happiness. The 3 of them devoured the food, each finishing 4 or 5 bowls. After they were done, the beef-awful owner stared at Nagato. "Young man, with your red hair, you must be from the Uzumaki clan too, right?" Nagato nodded. "Sort of, my mom is." The owner leaned in for a closer look, suddenly looking like he'd seen a ghost, pointing at Nagato's eyes and shouting, "Rinnegan, oh my, your eyes are just like those of Lord Sage." "No, wait, Lord Sage is only one, but you have 2. This shout startled Yahiko and Conan. Yahiko quickly asked, "Does the Sage of the Land also have these eyes?" "Absolutely." The owner said seriously, "You guys are lucky. You're in our Sage Land. If it were outside, just based on those eyes, you'd have been captured and cut up for research long ago. Who understands the family matters?" These 3 kids had previously been seen as monsters because of those eyes, not realizing their value at all. Now, even a random stall owner could recognize them, and they finally understood the seriousness of the situation. Just when the 3 of them were sweating profusely, I strolled over. "Old Fong, give me a bowl of beef noodles. Extra spicy." The owner, seeing me, was as excited as if he'd seen an idol. "Lord Sage, you came just in time. There's a young man with the same eyes as you." I turned around and saw, oh, isn't this the Akatsuki trio? Nagato's Rinnegan was staring directly at me, and his body was trembling, probably intimidated by the chakra within me. "Yahiko, Conan, Nagato." I was a bit surprised. "What are you doing here? Jiraiya didn't come with you?" Conan timidly asked, Are you Chentian-senpai?" I nodded. "Senior? Are you the legendary god of shinobi, the sage of the 6 paths?" Yahiko's jaw nearly dropped. I guess so." I ignored him and turned to scold Nagato. "What kind of teaching did Jiraiya give you? With such a big goal as the Rinnegan. You just leave it out in the open, afraid others won't know you have an advantage, right?" Nagato scratched his head awkwardly. I thought nobody would recognize it. "Senior, why do you also have a Rinnegan?" he asked curiously. "It seems you don't know anything at all." I sighed. "The Rinnegan is the final form of the Sharingan. Let's go. Let's talk somewhere else. There are too many people here." I brought them to my lab and straightforwardly asked Nagato, "You're not from the Uchiha clan, right?" Nagato nodded. "That's right." I tapped the table. "Every time you use those eyes, it puts a huge burden on your body, doesn't it?" Nagato's pupils constricted. "How do you know? Is that even a question? Those eyes aren't even yours. They were implanted in you by someone. That guy behind you has invested a lot for you as his pawn." Yahiko couldn't understand. The Rinnegan. Who would just give something so powerful to Nagato? Nothing is impossible. I reminded them, just keep this in mind. What you need to do now is to strive to become stronger. Before you reach the level of a Kage, don't let anyone see those eyes. If something happens, just invoke my name, the demon god of the ninja world. And most people in the ninja world will still give me face. But remember, relying on others can lead to disappointment. Your own strength is the true path. Nagato nodded heavily. Yahiko was still pondering. Since the Rinnegan belongs to the Uchiha, besides you, who else could possibly have it? I smiled and said, "Well, no. Go check it out yourself." These 3 kids stayed with me for 3 days and then left. Just as they left, I felt a terrifyingly powerful chakra rapidly approaching me. I opened my eyes and, good grief, 10 kilometers away, there was an old man wearing red Warring States armor and carrying a flaming fan. Who else could it be but Uchiha Madara? This old guy really can't sit still. Without saying a word, I activated my right eye's 6 Tomo Rinnegan and immediately opened a space portal to teleport in front of him. Without any opening remarks, we instantly started fighting. After a few exchanges of taijutsu, his aging body clearly couldn't keep up and was pushed back repeatedly. He got anxious and immediately unleashed a fire release. Great fireball. The flames crashing towards me like a tsunami. Would I let him have his way? I quickly formed an enormous Rasengan, 10 meters in diameter, and directly extinguished his fire. Madara was shocked at that moment. No hand seal ninjutsu? I didn't give him any time to react. With a flash of lightning in my hand, the 1,000-bird shark gun was launched, and with a puff, it directly created a hole in his chest. Spalasi. Banya spat out blood, but became excited instead. An impressive junior. He actually awakened the Rinnegan. But do you think this is the end? I couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Great uncle, You give the Rinnegan to an outsider and not to your own family. It's really heartbreaking. Madara was furious, slamming his hands together, fire style, dragon flame technique. 400-meter-long fire dragons locked me in from all directions. Playing this with me? I sneered, activated my Mangeki Sharingan, and a crimson Susanoo rose from the ground, directly shattering all the fire dragons. You have a right to dance with me. I directly stole his iconic line. Madara was also enraged, his 3-tomo Sharingan manifesting a blue Susanoo. I was stunned at the time. A 3-tomo manifesting a Susanoo? This old guy's ocular power is incredibly thick. Then let's dance together, Madara shouted, and the 200-meter giants collided. Clang! Boom! The entire battlefield within a kilometer was flattened. We went from blade to blade to finally brawling hand-to-hand, every punch landing hard. Madara's Susanoo knocked me to the ground with a punch, and I countered with Raijin, a lightning dragon piercing through his Susanoo. Madara spat out a mouthful of old blood. With his old body, he couldn't hold on any longer. I'm done. I directly activated the 8 gates, red steam enveloping the entire Susanoo, my power multiplying several times. I treated his Susanoo like a sandbag, beating it from the ground to the sky, countless flaming fist prints crashing down. When the dust settled, Madara's figure reappeared not far away, unharmed, but one eye was already closed. Izanagi, as expected, was this technique. This junior, truly a monster. Madara's figure slowly faded away. It seemed the plan needed to be changed. I stand in the ruins of a sea of flames, fully aware that if it weren't for his aging body, I would have been pressed to the ground today, no matter how many gates I opened. However, this battle has solidified my reputation as the demon god of the ninja world. In the following years, the ninja world followed the script. The Third Great Ninja War broke out. Minato became known as the Yellow Flash. Kakashi and Obito had their little issues. And the Battle of the Kamui Bridge. Oh right, when Rin died, I conveniently retrieved her soul and revived her. After the Third Great Ninja War ended, Minato became the 4th Hokage. A few years later, an unexpected person came to find me with a child. Uchiha Fugaku, bringing his 5-year-old son, Uchiha Itachi. Little Itachi came to my sage realm for the first time, looking utterly amazed as if he had never seen the world. Fugaku was quite familiar with the place and directly took me to the office. Lord Chentian, Fugaku addressed me with great respect. This is my son, Itachi. I sat up from the sofa and assessed this future genocide genius. The meaning of Fuyue was very clear. He wanted Itachi to take me as his master. I looked at the innocent yet somewhat mature little brat in front of me, feeling a mix of emotions. Who among my family understands? It was this kid who, for the sake of the so-called village, personally slaughtered his entire family, even the helpless infant, leaving only a younger brother behind. You could say he was right. He preserved Konoha. But you could also say he was wrong. His hands are stained with the blood of his own clan. This is a mess, truly a mess. But at that time, how could I have known all this? All I knew was that his father, Uchiha Fugaku, that serious old stick in the mud, actually brought this little one to my door. Let me tell you, his expression was as tense as if he were going to interview for the CEO position. And he insisted on taking me as his apprentice. He knows very well that I'm not on the same page as that stubborn bunch from the Uchiha clan. Back in the day, I almost took down their previous clan leader, and they look at me like I'm their enemy. Now, they come to me trying to get close. What do they want? To put it bluntly, they want to use me as insurance. He knows that the internal conflicts within the Uchiha are about to explode, and it's a standoff with the higher-ups in Konoha. If they end up rebelling and things go wrong, having me as a trump card means the Konoha higher-ups wouldn't dare to take them all out at once. Goodness, their calculations are almost hitting me in the face. At that moment, a thought flashed through my mind. Ranking the high-risk professions in the master-disciple relationship in the Naruto world, Minato was killed by Bido. The 3rd Hokage was taken down by Orochimaru, and Jiraiya was sent away by Pain. Who ended up well? Taking on a disciple feels like opening a backstab experience card, doesn't it? Do you want this kind of luck? So I simply said 2 words, refuse. Looking at Fugaku's face instantly falling, I added, your son ISNT even qualified to be my disciple, but well, guiding him in ninjutsu ISNT out of the question. And so, little Itachi began his tough days with me. He was quite obedient, calling me teacher right away. I corrected him several times to no avail, so I just let it be. I didn't rush to teach him any fancy ninjutsu, but made him run with weights every day to build his physical strength. I thought in the original story, he died young, and it must be related to not having a solid foundation in his childhood, so I had to strengthen his basics. A year later, while I was leisurely supervising his training on the cart, I casually asked, Hey, has your brother Sasuke been born yet? Little Itachi, panting, replied, Teacher, he was born 3 months ago. My heart skipped a beat, and I thought, oh no, something big is coming. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt a familiar and turbulent chakra rushing towards me from dozens of kilometers away. It's the Nine Tails. Without a second thought, I tore open a space portal and dragged the bewildered little Itachi in with me. In front of us was Konoha, and the Nine Tails was throwing a wild party. A tailed beast bomb came flying at us like a little sun, and I immediately used the Eight Gates fist technique to smash it into a sky full of fireworks. I sent Itachi to evacuate the villagers, and in an instant, I appeared on top of the Nine Tails' head. With my Byakugan activated, I unleashed my pressure. It immediately pinned it down. The Nine Tails, with its big fox face, looked at me as if it had seen a ghost, its fur standing on end. Does anyone understand? How can not be scared? I use it as a charging device every year, and it's almost out of chakra thanks to me. Third Hokage Might Guy, leave this to me. You go calm the villagers. I'll help Minato. I shouted, and then I disappeared. When I teleported to Minato's side, wow. As soon as Masked Man Obito saw me, he dove into the Kamui space like a mouse seeing a cat, not even leaving behind harsh word. Minato and I were both dumbfounded. In the end, that silly Minato turned around and used the dead demon consuming seal on the Nine Tails. I was furious at that moment and directly yelled, You idiot. I never said I couldn't save your wife. You're the one rushing to reincarnate. Minato and Kushina were both stunned, looking regretful. The Shinigami even came out, ready to collect souls, but I glared with my Rinnegan and tore up the contract. The Shinigami was still unconvinced and wanted to bare its teeth at me, but I countered with a soul burn, making it howl and roll back to the Pure Land. Seriously, pretending to be a Shinigami in front of me? Although Minato's life was saved, his vitality was nearly depleted. There was no choice but to tell them. You two should sleep for 10 years. Then I sealed them in my space to slowly nurse them back to health. As for little Naruto, I packed him up and handed him over to Kakashi, telling him that Rin wasn't dead and to stop moping around. The following days flew by. I got together with Tsunade, and we had a child named Uchiha Senju, focusing on a union of the two clans. I wanted it all. Orochimaru defected, and the issues with the Hyuga clan were settled by my people. In the blink of an eye, over a decade passed. Relying on the fruit of the God Tree, my strength had already surpassed the limits, and my eyes evolved into the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye. I thought to myself that I couldn't be the only strong one. On Valentine's Day, I directly gave Tsunade a chakra fruit. After she ate it, wow, she awakened would release. Although she can't compare to the first Hokage, she's already a walking landscaping master. She asked me how strong I really was, so I briefly explained. Being able to take on the 5 Kage alone counts as Super Kage, and someone like me at the 6 pads level can handle a group of Super Kage like it's child's play. She didn't believe me, so I activated my 2 Rinnegan with 6 Tomo, and that overwhelming aura immediately made her shut up. I was enjoying an unbeatable leisurely life when the door was suddenly pushed open. It was Itachi, who had grown into a 13-year-old boy, looking anxious and desperate. With a thud, he knelt down. Teacher, please, save Brother Sasuke. Let me tell you, when I first saw it, wow. Itachi was charging over with a bloodied person on his back, and this guy was even taller than him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Sasuke. He was the strongest fighter among the younger generation of Uchiha. He single-handedly challenged Danzo and the entire route. If it weren't for that old Danzo's sneak attack using Izanagi, Sasuke wouldn't have fallen. Now, he's barely hanging on, his eyes are bleeding profusely. One I was taken by Danzo, and he gave the other one to Itachi. Let me tell you, he was poisoned and severely injured, and even jumped into a river. If Itachi hadn't used the power of the Rinnegan to teleport him to my sanctuary, he would have been gone in another 10 minutes. I hurriedly went up and said, all right, you came quite fast. If you were any later, it would have really been too late. I slapped Jisue on the back, and the golden natural chakra immediately poured into him, making his body visibly recover. I thought, since I've already helped, I might as well go all the way and fix his eyes too. Saying that, I placed my hand over his eyes, activated Yin-Yang release, and directly cloned a new pair of eyes for him from the void. Jisue slowly woke up, looking confused. Is this the Pure Land? Itachi beside him chuckled. No, brother, this is the land of the sages. I clapped my hands and told him, your life is saved and your eyes are back. But don't get too happy too soon. This pair is just ordinary eyes, not Sharingan. Want to regain your previous strength? Sorry, please start leveling up from scratch. Itachi was nearly bursting with killing intent beside him. It's fine, Jisue, I'll definitely help you get your Mangeki back from that old man Danzo. Just look at him. After awakening the Mangeki, his confidence was through the roof, thinking that dealing with an shadow-level opponent would be easy. However, Jisue directly stopped him. No, Itachi. If you go after Danzo now, it's like flipping the table and forcing the clan and the village into war. Itachi hesitated. Who could understand the pain of being a double agent? It was a struggle on both sides. I really couldn't take it anymore, so I spoke up directly. What's so difficult about this? The logic is so simple. First, take out those stubborn old folks in the Uchiha clan who keep shouting about a coup, and then deal with Danzo. Isn't that 1,000 times better than having your coup fail and being wiped out along with your whole clan? Otherwise, even if you manage to succeed by some stroke of luck, wouldn't a week in Konoha have the other 4 great nations jumping in like dogs smelling blood? At that time, the Uchiha clan would still face extermination. But if you do this, Itachi, you'll become a historical sinner for the Uchiha. Upon hearing this, ShowsSusanoo got anxious and stood up excitedly. No way. If anyone is going to be the sinner, it should be me. Itachi smiled. Brother ShowsSusanoo, you no longer have your Mangeki Sharingan. How are you going to fight against those elite Nin elders in the clan? This is something only I can do. Don't forget who my teacher is, the demon of the ninja world. Even if I become a rogue ninja, who in the Konoha upper echelons would dare to touch a hair on me? As soon as he said this, ShowsSusanoo fell silent. Indeed, without strength, there is no voice. I snorted. Exactly, those old geezers can be killed. Itachi, you can have your father help you with this. Itachi nodded. Suddenly, I thought of a good idea and smiled at Itachi. By the way, your brother Sasuke's bloodline is decent. When you make your move, why not give him a boost? Stimulate him a bit? Who knows, he might just awaken his Sharingan on the spot. Wow. As soon as I finished speaking, the way Itachi and ShowsSusanoo looked at me was something else. Especially Itachi's brother complex expression. It was impossible to hide. There was no other way. I had to break down the entire plan and explain it to him in detail. Then, on December 30th, 55 years of Konoha, that night arrived. Uchiha Fugaka looked at Itachi, who was rampaging through the clan, and his face turned pale with anger. Itachi, what on earth are you doing? Itachi couldn't even be bothered to respond. He activated his Mangeki and directly cast Tsukuyomi. By the time Fugaku regained consciousness, he was utterly defeated. Is this really the only way? Itachi nodded. This is what my teacher said, the only solution. Father, can you help me? Guess what? In the next moment, Fugaku's eyes also transformed into Mangeki. I was dumbfounded. So you were hiding this too? Fugaku said calmly. Leave the elder and the second elder to me. The rest, you can handle, right? Sure. Itachi nodded. The night of extermination officially commenced. In 3 hours, all the Nin and above of the Uchiha clan were basically wiped out by Itachi. Then it was Sasuke's turn. His mother, Mikoto, pushed the door open, and he was still shy. Mom, why didn't you knock again? Mikoto laughed. Our Sasuke has grown up. Just then, a commotion came from outside. Mikoto felt something was off, and as she stepped out, she saw Itachi stab Fugaku to the ground, blood pouring everywhere. Uchiha Itachi, have you gone mad? Without thinking, Mikoto rushed out. Sasuke heard the noise and ran out, just in time to see Itachi raising his knife towards his mother. No, Sasuke shouted, and in an instant, a tomo appeared in his eyes. He awakened his Sharingan. He punched Itachi, who didn't dodge and coldly looked at him. Don't you know? The ambition of the Uchiha is too great. For the village, I can only do this. Then he began to act. My foolish little brother, if it weren't for your eyes, I would have sent you to see our parents long ago. As soon as he finished speaking, another Tsukuyomi was cast, and Sasuke fainted on the spot. Of course, what Sasuke saw in that moment was half real, half illusion, carefully edited by Itachi's Jinjutsu. When Sasuke woke up again, he was already in the hospital. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was shocked to see his parents lying lifelessly on the adjacent bed. Fugaku saw him awake, his face pale. Forcing a smile, Sasuke, you've woken up. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, where's brother? Hearing this, Fugaku's anger surged. From today onwards, that beast is no longer your brother. He killed ShowsSusanoo, and for power, he even wanted to kill your mother. Almost died at his hands. The Uchiha have nearly been wiped out by him. Sasuke's eyes turned red instantly, gritting his teeth. Father, I will definitely kill that man and avenge our clan. Then show me, Fugaku coldly replied. In a flash, 6 years passed. In 60 years of Konoha, Naruto and Sasuke graduated. In the classroom, it was still the same trio, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Naruto was once again playing that childish trick of putting an eraser on the door. What a fool. How could a Jonin fall for that kind of trap? Sasuke had a cold expression. The next moment, a white-haired head pushed the door open, hitting the mark. Ha ha ha, gotcha. Naruto rolled on the ground laughing. Kakashi, covered in chalk dust, had a dead fish eye expression. When Naruto saw him, he was stunned. Huh? Kick. Kakashi-sensei. Why are you here? Oh, Naruto, I didn't expect to be your team leader. Sasuke muttered beside him. Konoha's silver fang, copy ninja. Now it seems like it's all a lie. Kakashi heard this and wasn't angry. Sasuke, you know me pretty well. However, your first impression of me is quite bad, and I find you quite annoying. During the self-introduction segment on the rooftop, Kakashi said his dream was to bring back a friend. The clueless Naruto quietly asked, could it be Uchiha Itachi? Sasuke exploded. I won't let you bring that man back. Even if you do, it can only be his corpse. Kakashi laughed. Haha, you've misunderstood. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi is not easy to kill. At least you, as you are now, are still far from it. Then came the bell-stealing game. The plot was mostly the same. In the end, thanks to Sasuke understanding team spirit and feeding Naruto, they passed. But after completing a few D-rank missions, during their first C-rank mission, escorting Tazuna back to the Land of Waves, a change occurred. A new team member dropped into their 7th squad. Hello, my name is Uchiha Senju. I'm 9 years old, and I'm a temporary joining CHN. A black-haired boy smiled as he introduced himself. Naruto's jaw nearly dropped. What? A 9-year-old CHN? Sasuke was even more shocked. Impossible. The Uchiha clan has no new generation CHN. Who are your parents? Senju just smiled. I'm from the sage land of the ninja world. It's normal that you haven't seen me before. Sasuke felt a surge of imbalance. A 9-year-old CHN. And he's from my clan? But thinking about who his father is, he felt it made sense. He secretly vowed, I must go to the sage land. On the way, Kakashi chatted with Senju, who helplessly complained. There's no way, my dad said that you can't raise an eagle in a greenhouse, so he kicked me out. Honestly, I suspect they just didn't want me interrupting their world. Kakashi laughed heartily. Not long after, Zabuza appeared. Kakashi looked at him and smiled. Oh, isn't this the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi from a mist? Looks like this mission is more than just a C rank. Senju was even more impressive, directly reciting Zabuza's resume. And even added, I'm deeply impressed by the 7 ninja swordsmen, mainly because my dad killed 4 of them with just a glare back in the day. Zabuza's face darkened. You little brat, you really know a lot. Zabuza snorted coldly and directly activated the mist technique. Naruto used a shadow clone jutsu. Sasuke unleashed a fireball jutsu. And Senju went even further, directly forming a massive Rasengan. The 3 of them teamed up to turn Zabuza into water splashes. Sasuke looked at the 2 Tomo Sharingan in Senju's eyes and became even more determined to go to the Sage Land. When Zabuza's real body appeared, he trapped Kakashi with a water prison technique while his clones went to attack the 3 kids. As a result, Senju rolled his eyes, activating his Byakugan. He directly locked onto Zabuza's position and directed Naruto and Sasuke to counterattack. Although Sasuke was shocked internally, he didn't stop his movements. Zabuza looked again, and seeing his clone was destroyed, he panicked and directly launched a water dragon bullet at Kakashi in the water prison. As a result, Kakashi's hands glowed, and with a flash of purple lightning, he performed a double thunder shock technique, an S-rank jutsu, which dispelled the water dragon bullet. Not believing in evil, Zabuza formed hand seals and cast a great waterfall technique. Kakashi flicked his wrist, and a shuriken instantly transformed into a rain of swords, an SS rank technique, which not only nullified the great waterfall, but also turned Zabuza into a sieve. Zabuza fell to the ground, smoking all over, and Kakashi was not done yet. With a punch, a purple electric dragon roared out, and with a loud bang, Zabuza was knocked unconscious, heavily injured and on the verge of death. The Sharingan didn't work and I lost. Zabuza lay on the ground, his face filled with disbelief. Kakashi then clapped his hands, squinted, and smiled. Oh, not bad. Naruto, Sasuke, Senju, you all worked well together. Sakura beside them was stunned. So powerful. Is this what a Jonin is like? Sasuke fell into deep thought. Zabuza is also a Jonin, yet he was so easily defeated by Kakashi-sensei. Then Haku appeared to take away the seemingly dead Zabuza, and Kakashi was happy to let it slide, wanting to use them to train the younger generation. The following plot fast-forwarded, with Naruto using his verbal jutsu, Zabuza shedding tears, and ultimately, both of them dying as snow began to fall from the sky. A month after that mission, Kakashi started giving the 4 a little extra training, teaching them new jutsu. He told Sakura, you have good chakra control talent, suitable for medical ninjutsu and super strength. Once you master the basics, I'll introduce you to Lady Tsunade. Sakura's eyes lit up. One of the legendary Sannin? Then he turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, you are suitable for my lightning release. As he spoke, Chidori glowed in his hand, Raikiri, an S-rank jutsu, the no-hand seal version taught by Lord Jiraiya. As soon as he finished speaking, a large tree in the distance instantly vanished. Sasuke's eyes widened. Finally, it was Naruto's turn. Kakashi said, your ninjutsu is taught by Lord Jiraiya, so I'll teach you taijutsu. The secret of taijutsu, 8 dragon styles. The carp leaps over the dragon gate. Kakashi threw a punch, and the punch's wind transformed into thousands of large fish, which finally merged into a fish dragon, causing another large tree to vanish without a trace. Let me tell you, this set of martial arts was learned by Kakashi from his mysterious big brother, Chentian, and it's called Magic Dragon 8 Styles. What a name! It sounds so juvenile, but the power is truly outrageous. From the first style, the ninja-level carp leaping over the dragon gate, all the way to the 8th style, the 6th level magic dragon tail. This is practically a complete growth path for ninjas. Naruto was stunned on the spot, his mouth hanging open like he could fit an egg in it, stuttering, body technique. Can we play like this? No wonder he was shocked. Think about it. Naruto used to have a miserable life, a battle machine among orphans, living on expired instant noodles and expired milk, worse than a low-income household. But now it's different. With Kakashi and Jiraiya backing him up, his quality of life has skyrocketed. He has already mastered the Shadow Clone Rasengan, which is why Kakashi said there's nothing he can teach him. Kakashi chuckled, scratching his head, and said, as for the Magic Dragon 8 styles, I've just barely touched the threshold of the 5th style, Dragon and Rage. Chentian said that if anyone can master the 7th style, their strength would be on par with the first Hokage. As soon as he said that, Sasuke's eyes lit up like 2 little light bulbs, and he eagerly asked, Can I learn it? Can I learn it? Everyone can learn, Kakashi waved his hand, but this thing doesn't depend on whether you're a genius. It depends on how hard you're willing to work. A regular person can master the 1st style and reach the level of a lower ninja. Now, aside from Chentian, only Guy and his father have one practicing the 6th style and the other the 5th style at a high level. As for me, I can barely use the 5th style. Sakura got excited upon hearing this. And I can do it too, after getting a positive response. Everyone was pumped up like they had just been injected with adrenaline. Only that guy named Senju, Kakashi looked at him and helplessly shrugged. You could do everything I can do. You just need to get beaten up and accumulate more combat experience. Then, in the blink of an eye, a year passed. In the 61st year of Konoha, the Chunin exams were grandly opened. But while Konoha was preparing for a celebration party, on the other side, let me tell you, the Sage Land was already in chaos. Who was the main character? It was Chentian, along with our old acquaintance, Orochimaru. Oh no, now we have to call her Snake Ant. The Snake Ant slammed her hands on the ground, and with a rumble, 3 gates as tall as city gates rose up, wrapping Chentian like a dumpling. At the same time, thousands of venomous snakes surged forward like a tide. And guess what happened? Chentian didn't waste any time. Divine Dragon emerges from the sea. 2 dragon shadows exploded from his fists, smashing the 3 gates to pieces with a bang. Then came the move, Flying Dragon in the sky. And a 10-meter-long golden dragon roared out, causing the snake swarm to rain down like falling debris, all turned to dust. The golden dragon, undeterred, charged straight for Snake Ant's face. What? Snake Ant was stunned, quickly slamming the ground again, and more snakes surged out to clash with the golden dragon. The result was a massive explosion, creating a huge pit in the ground. Snake Ant was already in turmoil. Is this really body technique? Is this scientific? But she still wore that perverted grin, licking her lips, saying, as expected of the demon god of the ninja world, even the Rinnegan isn't needed. But next, it wouldn't be so easy for you. Hearing this, Chentian chuckled leisurely. Oh, are you planning to use Edo Tensei? I hope the one you summoned this time won't disappoint me. By the way, Snake Ant, have you considered Jiraiya? I think you two make a pretty good match. He. At that moment, I thought, Chentian, you little brat, you understand shipping CP? Snake Ant's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. Ever since she transformed into this female body, Chentian has been teasing her about it every day. He was so angry that he formed hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. Boom! 2 giant coffins broke through the ground, each engraved with the characters' first and second. Good heavens, summoning people directly. And it's the ancestors. When the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, emerged, he looked a bit confused. Huh? Wasn't I in the Pure Land? This technique is Impure world reincarnation? Chentian looked at the first and second Hokage in front of him and greeted them with a smile. Long time no see, Lord First, Lord Second. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, crossed his arms with a complex expression. He was already annoyed with the Uchiha clan, but he couldn't bring himself to dislike this kid Chentian. After all, he had turned a blind eye to Chentian living in the Senju household back then. He coldly said, Uchiha Chentian, you little brat, you've grown up. The first Hokage was much more carefree, laughing heartily. Oh, it's you. Little Tian, you've grown so much. Chentian looked helpless. Little Tian? The first continued. I heard from Madara that you killed him. No wonder I haven't seen him in the Pure Land. But you kid are impressive. I thought ninjutsu couldn't be practiced. Your taijutsu is strong enough to take down Madara? The second scoffed nearby. Madara was already so old back then. It's not surprising that this kid took advantage of him. Chentian frowned. I killed him? Didn't he just die of old age? Snake Aunt couldn't listen anymore. Hey, am I invisible? You guys are still chatting. Saying this, she clasped her hands together, and the first and second Hokage's expressions froze, instantly being controlled, charging towards Chentian. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Two giant dragons, over 100 meters long, roared out, and their power was so immense that calling them S-rank would be an understatement. However, Chentian erupted with momentum and directly countered. Raging Dragon with regret. Two dragons drawing water. Combining the two powerful techniques, a nearly 1,000-meter-long five-clawed golden dragon appeared out of thin air, crackling with electric light. And the oppressive aura was even more terrifying than tailed beasts. With a roar, the heavens and earth changed color. The golden dragon collided with the wood dragon and water dragon, creating a scene reminiscent of a nuclear explosion, shaking the entire earth. The wood dragon and water dragon were instantly reduced to dust. The first laughed heartily. Not bad, little Tian. Your taijutsu has reached the level of a Kage. You're the first. Saying this, he clapped his hands. Would release. Birth of the trees. Countless giant trees broke through the ground, crazily entangling the golden dragon, then exploded with a bang. Meanwhile, Chentian had already engaged the second Hokage in close combat. The two moved so fast that only afterimages remained, with punches landing like thunder. Although the second was known for his speed, when it came to strength and physical resilience compared to Chentian, he was practically made of paper. If it weren't for his rich battle experience, he would have been turned into a pig's head by now. Chentian was still unsatisfied with the fight and directly activated his cheat. 8 gates, opening the peacock. Red steam burst forth from his body, his power skyrocketing. With one punch, the flaming peacock sent the second flying, causing the ground to shake. The second teleported out of the dust cloud. Shocked. How can this kid's taijutsu be this outrageous? To know, when he teamed up with my brother, even with just 2 or 3% of their strength, they could easily handle an ordinary super shadow. Yet now, he's being suppressed by a kid? As the dust settled, Chentian looked at the unscathed first and second Hokage across from him and sighed, as expected of the god of shinobi and the god of speed. This impure world reincarnation state is much stronger than that old man Hanzo, the salamander. Just then, the second coldly asked, Uchiha Chentian, have you activated your Sharingan? Chentian laughed. Sharingan? I haven't activated that. But I do have a pair of Rinnegan. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his eyes, and the purple six-tomo Rinnegan instantly appeared. The power of his gaze was horrifying. The first and second were stunned. What? Sage eyes. Should I test the power of the Rinnegan? Chentian said, rubbing a small black ball between his hands and tossing it into the sky. Earth explosion star. I'm telling you, isn't that just Pain's move? Coming in and using his ultimate right away. An unparalleled suction instantly envelopes the entire area. The ground cracks and countless boulders, along with Orochimaru and the first and second Hokage, are all involuntarily drawn towards the black sphere in the sky. The first Hokage quickly tries to use Wood Release to resist, but finds that this Edo Tensei body is completely ineffective as soon as the wood appears. It's sucked to pieces. The second Hokage, in a panic, says, Big brother, use Flying Thunder God to escape. The first shakes his head and sighs, forget it. Let S go. Even if we run, what is the point? That kid just now clearly held back. Even without the Rinnegan, we can't win against him using just taijutsu. The second Hokage snorts, but doesn't say anything more because he knows his brother is right. The first Hokage laughs at Orochimaru. Little snake, we'll take our leave first. You're on your own. After saying that, the two voluntarily release Edo Tensei and turn to ash, disappearing. Orochimaru sees that the backup has fled and turns pale, quickly shouting, "Uchiha Chentian, enough! I admit defeat." Chentian releases the planetary devastation and descends, looking at him with great interest. "Is that it? I thought you'd call him more shadows. A lot of shadow-level big shots graves have been robbed lately, right? That was you, wasn't it?" Orochimaru chuckles bitterly. "I can't hide anything from you. With the first and second Hokage teaming up, they aren't your match. What good would it do to call anyone else?" The way he looks at Chentian, especially those Rinnegan eyes, is like staring at a priceless treasure, shining like two searchlights. As if he is about to shout, the spirit of research is ignited. But he also knows in his heart that even without the Rinnegan, Chentian could defeat them in an instant. If he does use them, he fears he wouldn't even leave behind a trace. "Don't look at me with those eyes," Chentian says with disdain. "Changing bodies is getting weirder and weirder. If you want immortality, don't go down those crooked paths." I have to say, Chentian's recent move is purely painting a big pie for Snake Ant. He told her that to truly achieve immortality, one must obtain something even more advanced than the Senju cells, Otsutsuki cells, because the Sage of Six Paths is a hybrid. A pure-blooded Otsutsuki can live for thousands of years. When Snake Ant heard this, her eyes lit up. 1,000-year lifespan. ISNT, that her lifelong dream. She quickly asked, "So how do we get Otsutsuki cells?" Chentian chuckled, and like a mystic, said soon, "My Rinnegan sees that in a few months, an outsider named Otsutsuki Kenshiki will come to Earth. At that time, we can cut off one of his hands, and we'll have the cells. But that guy is very strong and not easy to deal with." After hearing this, Snake Ant fell into deep thought and coldly said, "Otsutsuki Kenshiki? Huh? It seems I need to hurry up my plan. The current Konoha is seriously ill. It's time to cut off the rotten roots." She looked at Chentian and asked, "You won't stop me, will you?" Chentian sneered, "What a joke. If you can destroy Konoha, I'd be delighted. The premise is you're not afraid of being beaten to death by Jiraiya and Tsunade." The scene shifts back to Konoha, the day before the CH exams. On the street, a Sand Village ninja with purple face paint and a watermelon head is arrogantly dragging Konohamaru by one hand. He is Kankuro. "Stop it, Kankuro. Don't cause trouble in Konoha." Temari, carrying a large fan, advised. Naruto couldn't stand this and rushed up, easily saving Konohamaru in a few moves. Now, Naruto has at least the strength of a CH Nin, making it easy to deal with Kankuro. Kankuro's face fell, and he wanted to retaliate, but suddenly, a small stone flew past like a bullet, leaving a cut on his hand. A cold voice came from the tree. "Outsider, behave yourself in Konoha. A strong dragon doesn't suppress the local snake, let alone you aren't even a strong dragon." It was Sasuke. Sakura and Temari's eyes sparkled, while Naruto thought to himself, "This arrogant guy is trying to act cool again." Kankuro's face turned dark. Getting hurt by a stone must have made him think, "I really will lose face." Just as he was about to threaten back, a more terrifying voice came from above him. A red-haired child with the kanji for love on his forehead was hanging upside down from a tree, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Kankuro, you are becoming more and more embarrassing. The #1 genius of Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke? Very well. Let me see if you qualify to be called the second Uchiha Chentian." It was Gaara. Sasuke, with a cold expression, replied, "Whether I qualify or not, you'll find out if you try." Gaara let out a crazy laugh, and the ominous chakra around him surged instantly. Sasuke was not to be outdone. As he activated his double Tomo Sharingan, purple lightning crackled from his hands, and he unleashed an S-rank technique, the Twin Lightning Strike. Gaara transformed sand into a giant spear and collided with it, resulting in a thunderous sound, with both sides evenly matched. However, Gaara had already partially transformed into his tailed beast, forming a huge sand claw with a fierce expression. The secret of physical technique, carp leaping over the dragon gate. Sasuke transformed into a streak of lightning, throwing out hundreds of punches, forcefully piercing through Gaara's sand defense, causing blood to splatter. "Do you want to continue?" Sasuke asked coldly. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he retreated sharply, but still got scratched on the arm by the countless sand spikes erupting from Gaara. Gaara had completely lost control. His chakra had surpassed that of a Jonin, and he kept shouting, "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" Who understands the family? Kakashi originally wanted to intervene, but suddenly appeared and knocked Gaara unconscious with a swift chop. Unfortunately, his good intentions backfired. As soon as Gaara fell asleep, the one-tail Shikaku inside him was about to go berserk. Kankuro and Temari turned pale with fear, It's over, it's over, that monster is about to come out. At this critical moment, two figures appeared on opposite rooftops. One was a handsome Hyuga in white clothing, and the other was a cool-looking Uchiha in black. The handsome guy activated his Byakugan, blue light bursting forth, and shouted, "Byakugan, pressure!" The Uchiha's eyes instantly transformed into a flame-like Sharingan, and he lowly exclaimed, "Sharingan, Genjutsu!" Two powerful ocular powers pressed down, and the rampaging chakra within Gaara retreated like a tide. The Shikaku inside Gaara shrank back in fear, trembling in its heart. Advanced Byakugan and Sharingan? These two guys are also here. That freak, referring to Chintan, ISNT nearby, is he? Uchiha Mutin said, "Take him away. The one tail won't come out for now." Kankuro quickly picked up Gaara and, along with Temari, slipped away quickly. It turned out that these two were Chintian's old teammates, Hinata, Hanling, and Uchiha Mutin. They greeted Senju, while Sasuke silently glanced at Uchiha Mutin before turning away without a word. Sakura asked where he was going, and he coldly replied with two words, "Training." Soon, it was the day of the exam. Naruto and Senju were heading to the exam venue when they saw Sakura and Sasuke being stopped by someone. A boy with a green tight suit and a watermelon head, with thick eyebrows, was blushing and nervously confessing to Sakura, "Sakura, please, please go out with me." It was Lee. When Naruto saw this, he was overjoyed. Great. Sakura rejected him. Sakura unhesitatingly refused. "Your eyebrows are too thick. It's not my type." She even sneaked a glance at Sasuke beside her, fearing he would misunderstand. Sasuke didn't care at all. His gaze was fixed on Lee. He remembered that during their time in the ninja academy, this guy, who couldn't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, worked dozens of times harder than others every day. He had already taken notice of such a person. After being rejected, Lee looked dejected, but soon reignited his fighting spirit. Suddenly raising his head, tears still in his eyes, and clenched his fists tightly. Then let me tell you, this guy immediately revived on the spot, with tears still hanging, and began to pump himself up. He exclaimed that Sakura's rejection made him realize himself. He even howled to the sky, "Is this what teacher guy calls youth?" I was standing right there, and man, I felt like an old man on the subway looking at my phone, completely confused. His teammate was even more dramatic, covering his face in disbelief, while the long-haired cool guy, Hyuga Neji, turned his head away, clearly indicating he didn't know him. Naruto, being his clueless self, stared into Neji's eyes and asked, "Your eyes look like Hinata's." My companion, Senju, was speechless, saying, "Dude, that's called Byakugan. How can they not look alike in the same clan?" Yet Naruto took it seriously, saying, "No, your Byakugan has a bit of blue light. It's more advanced." Senju was stunned, probably thinking whether this guy was really stupid or just pretending. Just then, the main group arrived. Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Shikamaru, Choji Ino, and the Konoha 12 were all present. When Hinata saw Naruto, she couldn't even speak properly, her little face turning as red as an apple. Naruto just replied, "Oh, Hinata, good morning," and then there was nothing else. His attention completely shifted, pure steel straight man. Then, the focus of the whole scene arrived. Neji, this genius of the Hyuga clan, directly targeted Sasuke. Let me tell you, the rivalry between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans is like 2-century-old shops fighting for the top signboard of ocular techniques, dating back to the Warring States period. Neji started with a single line. "Are you the #1 prodigy of this generation, Uchiha Sasuke?" The provocation was palpable. Sasuke, being who he is, immediately retorted, "Do you want to fight?" The next second, the atmosphere exploded. Neji activated his Byakugan, veins popping. Sasuke, without hesitation, activated his Sharingan with the double Tomo. The two chakra forces clashed, and the wind picked up, filling the air with a gunpowder-like tension. Neji declared, "This era is dictated by me, Hyuga Neji." Sasuke shot back, "Don't think just because you've removed the cage bird that you're something special. In the eyes of the main house, you're just a lucky servant." Wow, those words were ruthless. Just as it seemed a real battle was about to break out, we hurriedly intervened. Jokingly, they hadn't even entered the exam venue yet, and if they fought, they'd be disqualified. In the end, they exchanged harsh words before it was over. Soon, the first written exam began. Let me tell you, this was no ordinary exam. It was like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their skills. Kiba had his dog, Akamaru Peak. Gaara used sand to create an eye to float over and copy. Shino directly released bugs, while Kankuro took it a step further by using a puppet to cosplay the examiner to sneak a peek. Ino directly soul-leaped into Sakura's brain to see the answers. As for Sasuke, he activated his Sharingan to directly copy others' writing movements. Neji was even more outrageous. With his Byakugan activated, he could see the answers under people's clothes clearly. Naruto, our Naruto, the Grandmaster of Authenticity, submitted a blank paper but managed to pass thanks to his verbal skills on the last question. Incredible. Then came the preliminaries. Fast-forwarding to Lee against Gaara. This scene, let me tell you, was explosive. Lee started with a furious barrage of leaf whirlwind attacks. But Gaara's sand defended automatically as if it had been enhanced, and nothing could get through. Seeing this, Lee decided to go all out and open the 8 gates. First gate. Second gate. He opened 2 gates in quick succession. His speed was so fast that Gaara couldn't see him and could only rely on instinct to block with sand. Finally, BAM. A punch landed on Gaara's face. But guess what? All that fell off was sand. Gaara was essentially a sand puppet. Lee was shocked. At this moment, Teacher Guy shouted from the sidelines. Lee, unleash your youth. Lee understood immediately and tore off the weights on his legs. With 2 loud crashes, 2 massive craters formed in the ground. The whole venue was stunned. Those things weighed several tons. Released from his weights, Lee's speed was beyond human perception. He opened the 3rd gate, Life Gate, and 4th gate, Wounded Gate. Steam was erupting from his body, looking like a Super Saiyan, using a set of techniques to scatter the overwhelming sandstorm. So cool. But just as he was about to open the 5th gate and go all out, Gaara knocked him out of the arena, and he lost. Actually, let me tell you a secret. It was a big shot standing nearby who secretly intervened, blowing him out of the arena. Why? Because if they continued fighting, Lee would have been ruined. This big shot is Uchiha Chentian, the one who saved Gaara earlier. As soon as he spoke, Gaara instantly calmed down from his berserk state, like a kitten seeing its owner. Does anyone know what this Chentian is all about? Xiaoli lost the match and was really down. As a result, Teacher Kai went up and gave him a big hug, and the 2 of them cried uncontrollably, shouting about youth. This is youth. I was standing nearby and felt that the atmosphere in the class was too intense. It was so awkward that I could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Sasuke also looked unwilling. After all, he had lost to Xiaoli before. At this moment, Chentian walked over to Sasuke and said, losing to someone like this is not shameful. He is burning his youth through hard work. If you think you can't do it, that's just an excuse for your laziness. This immediately left Sasuke speechless. Naruto got excited again, laughing loudly and saying, exactly. Sasuke, you're just being lazy. Look at me. I will definitely become Hokage. Sasuke exploded on the spot. Get lost, you loser. The 2 started arguing again, and Kakashi was beside them, feeling overwhelmed. Soon, the last round, the Forest of Death, began. On the other side, Orochimaru's plot was also unfolding. He had already killed the 4th Kazekage and disguised himself as the Kazekage, preparing to execute his plan to collapse Konoha. In the forest, Naruto and Sasuke unfortunately ran into Gaara, who had already transformed into a half-tailed beast. The 2 were exhausted from fighting. Sasuke unleashed some kind of S-rank double thunder shock, and Naruto also used his Rasengan, finally managing to disperse Gaara. However, he directly transformed into the complete one-tailed Shikaku, a giant raccoon cat over 100 meters tall. Naruto had no choice but to summon the Toad Boss. But the first time he didn't have enough chakra and ended up summoning a little tadpole, which made Sasuke laugh. It was only on the 2nd try that he successfully summoned the Toad Wanta. Meanwhile, outside the examination site, Orochimaru confronted the 3rd Hokage. Orochimaru directly activated the 4 Red Yang formation to trap the 2 for a one-on-one fight, and then he did something truly inhumane, Edo Tensei. 2 coffins rose from the ground, with the characters for 1st and 2nd written on them. I tell you, as soon as the coffins opened, the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, walked out, alive, although it was the Edo Tensei version. The 2nd Hokage saw his former student, Hiruzen Sarutobi, on the opposite side, and his face darkened. The 3rd Hokage also stood firm, scolding Orochimaru. Do you think summoning these 2 will defeat me? This technique cannot bring out their full power. You still haven't grown up. Orochimaru sneered and directly erased the consciousness of the 1st and 2nd Hokage, forcibly controlling them to attack. The 3rd Hokage fought against 2 opponents, using fire release against water release, and even summoned Enma to fight against the 1st Hokage's wood release. After more than 20 minutes of fighting, the 3rd Hokage was covered in injuries, pointing at Orochimaru and angrily saying, all the skills you were taught by me, today, I will personally take them all back. I tell you, as soon as the 3rd Hokage said those words, he immediately took action, grabbing Orochimaru tightly with both hands and activating his ultimate move. Forbidden technique, un pur world réincarnation. Orochimaru's face turned pale. He truly didn't expect his teacher to be so resolute, willing to exchange blows with him. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't move at all, only able to watch helplessly as a massive shadow of the Shinigami emerged from behind the third Hokage. And a hand reached through the third's body, grasping at his soul. No! Orochimaru's scream was chilling. It was only then that he realized he had underestimated the man, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu. This move by the old man was aimed directly at his livelihood, his hands that could perform hand seals. A part of his soul was forcefully ripped out, and the excruciating pain nearly made him pass out. In the end, the third Hokage exhausted his life force and successfully crippled Orochimaru's hands. The first Hokage had fallen. In just 1 month, Konoha underwent a major reshuffle. Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, actually returned and became the 5th Hokage. Then came even more explosive news. Our new classmate Uchiha Senju's mother turned out to be Tsunade. His father is the mysterious big-shot Uchiha Chentian. This web of relationships left me utterly stunned. Just at this critical moment, something happened. That day, I was walking the village with Sasuke when we ran into 2 guys wearing black cloaks with red clouds. Let me tell you, as soon as Sasuke saw one of them, his eyes instantly turned red. The 2 Tomo spinning wildly, gritting his teeth and spitting out 3 words. Uchiha. Itachi. The other one, with a shark face carrying a big sword, chuckled. Oh? Sharingan. And he's just a kid, Itachi-san. Isn't this your useless little brother? Itachi's face was as cold as an ancient glacier, and he looked at Sasuke with eyes colder than a stone on the roadside. When he spoke, his words were as sharp as a knife. With your level of Sharingan, you're truly useless. When I was your age, I'd already awakened my Manjiki Sharingan. This instantly ignited Sasuke's fury. Uchiha Itachi. He roared, his chakra surging explosively, and without a second thought, charged at Itachi, unleashing all his taijutsu and ninjutsu. The most powerful techniques he had. What was the result? Itachi stood there without moving, and a golden dragon shadow appeared beside him, blocking all of Sasuke's attacks. Sasuke, not willing to back down, forcibly activated his chakra, his Sharingan nearly bleeding from the strain, and desperately formed a Chidori imbued with lightning, turning it into a 100-meter electric dragon that surged forward. The scene was electrifying, but when it was over, Itachi had only retreated a few meters, completely unscathed. On the contrary, Sasuke, looking like a bloodied mess, was knocked down by the recoil of his own attack. Itachi's words were truly venomous. Looking at the fallen Sasuke, he continued to mock. This little progress? Letting you live was clearly a mistake. With that, he used a body flicker technique to appear in front of Sasuke and unleashed a flurry of punches, so fast that even his shadow couldn't be seen, and finally delivered a kick that sent him crashing to the ground, knocking him unconscious. I was anxious at the time, and my Nine-Tails chakra suddenly surged out, wanting to help. But then that shark-faced Kisame grinned and blocked me with his big sword, with a swing of that broken blade. Most of my chakra was directly sucked away. By the time Kakashi-sensei and Jiraiya arrived, both Sasuke and I were already lying flat, sent to the hospital. When I woke up again, I found myself in the Hokage's office. A blonde, big-breasted beauty was sitting in the Hokage's seat, and I jumped up. Who are you? Why are you sitting in the Hokage's seat? The beauty laughed. Me? I'm a newly appointed 5th Hokage. Kid, I even held you when you were little. I was immediately fired up. What the heck? A woman with such big breasts can be Hokage? You're kidding me. Does anyone understand? As soon as I finished speaking, Tsunade clenched her fists, the bones cracking, and gave me a lesson in love. By the time Sasuke and the others came in, I had already been beaten into a pig's head. Then Uchiha Senju called Tsunade mom, and both Sasuke and I were petrified on the spot. Teacher Kakashi explained nearby, saying that Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, with a solid background, and no one dared oppose her. After hearing this, Sasuke stared intently at Senju and asked, So who is your dad? Uchiha Chentian. What? Sasuke's expression was like he had seen a ghost. Just as we were digesting this explosive news, Uchiha Chentian suddenly sensed something, and his expression changed. A fluctuation in time? Otsutsuki Urashiki is coming. He sent out a few shadow clones to report and instantly disappeared from spot. The next second, outside of Konoha village, Itachi and Kisame were walking when they suddenly encountered 2 people. One looked exactly like Sasuke, only much more mature, and the other was a little kid with yellow hair. Just as Kisame was about to make a move, Itachi stopped him, looking seriously at the adult version of Sasuke, saying, "Kisame, you're not his match. Let's go." These two were none other than the adult Sasuke and Naruto's son, Boruto, who had traveled back from the future. As soon as they left, Uchiha Chentian appeared before the adult Sasuke and Boruto like a ghost, casually ruffling Boruto's hair. The adult Sasuke was startled and instantly drew his sword, assuming a defensive stance. "You don't recognize me? It seems you came from a parallel world, not the future." Chentian's words were a bombshell. He briefly explained the concept of parallel worlds, roughly meaning that this is another version of the past, and whatever they do will have some impact, but not significantly. As soon as the adult Sasuke explained that they came here to protect my childhood self from being captured by Otsutsuki Urashiki, Boruto suddenly transformed. Strange patterns appearing on his face, and his eyes changing. He was being possessed by Otsutsuki. Possessed Boruto spat at Chentian. "How could a mixed blood like you possibly have the future-seeing dojutsu?" I tell you, Chentian laughed at that moment, and the laughter was full of disdain. "Lowly person, are you calling yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes instantly turned into purple Six-Tomo Rinnegan, and that eye power was simply overwhelming wealth, directly suffocating the peach-like Boruto. Rinnegan burning soul. "No, impossible. You are of royal blood." The peach-like figure let out a terrified scream, and then Boruto fainted. Chentian, with a face full of regret, said, "If I had known you were of royal blood, I wouldn't have killed your soul. I could have asked for some information." Adult Sasuke beside him was already dumbfounded, with just one glance. He had eliminated the peach-like figure within Boruto. Isn't this combat power a bit beyond the standard? Just then, a scream came from a distance, and Jiraiya and I were chased by a group of Annies, making the scene extremely chaotic. In the end, it was Tsunade who stepped in, punching Jiraiya into the sky to resolve the issue. It was just Boruto and me, two Naruto characters glaring at each other, recognizing our kinship. Chentian also appeared accordingly, bringing us together and saying he wanted to take us to eat Ichiraka ramen, and adult Sasuke followed along. When we arrived at Ichiraka ramen shop, good heavens, Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, Niji, and the Senju clan were all there. As soon as little Sasuke and Niji saw Chentian, they knelt down as if they had seen an idol, both shouting in unison, "Lord Chentian, please take me as your disciple." Chentian, looking helpless, said he wouldn't accept disciples but could guide them for a while. Upon hearing this, I immediately protested, shouting, "Why can you teach them and not me?" Chentian had no choice but to agree as well. The next day, Chentian took a large group of kids into the forest for training, and adult Sasuke and Boruto were also there. But just then, that guy named Otsutsuki Urashiki appeared in front of us with a fishing rod, smiling. Seeing that adult Sasuke was not by Naruto's side, he directly targeted me. "Little fox, I've been searching for you for so long." He flicked his fishing hook, trying to snag my chakra. At that moment, I had no idea how powerful his move was. Without thinking, I charged straight at him with a spiral sphere. Chentian beside me laughed in frustration. "Naruto, you're such an idiot." Sure enough, as Pirashi flicked his fishing line, it bound me and lifted me into the air. Just as I was about to be captured, a huge pulling force suddenly came. Universal pull. Uchiha Chentian's eyes had already transformed into the Rinnegan, and in an instant, he forcefully pulled me back from Pirashi's grasp. I tell you, as soon as I landed and hadn't even steadied myself, Boss Chuntan spoke up, "Everyone, it's your turn." Goodness. With that shout, he brought out the whole all-star lineup. My brother Itachi Uchiha was the first to go in, with the dragons soaring and the double dragons fetching water. Bam bam, just 2 punches. The force of those punches, let me tell you, transformed directly into a golden 5-clawed divine dragon over 1,000 meters long, charging forward with crackling lightning. That guy Urashiki had just taken off when my brother punched him down from the sky, like a kite with a broken string. Immediately after, Kakashi-sensei, who was 50 to 50 in strength, also made his move. As soon as he opened his Manjiki Sharingan, a Kinyui Shuriken appeared out of nowhere and struck Urashiki right in the face. But that is not all. The legendary 3 ninjas arrived one by one, all in Sage mode. Jiraiya looked like a Super Saiyan, radiating golden light, and opened his mouth to unleash a massive fire dragon, which was followed by his white-haired lion head rushing in. Orochimaru was even more ruthless. He slammed his hands on the ground, and with a bang, 3 towering Rashomon gates shot up from the ground, trapping Urashiki inside to be used as a live target. Then came his Snake C technique, with a swarm of snakes that made my scalp tingle. Tsunade was fierce as well, using Wood Release, Birth of the World Tree. causing countless towering trees to erupt from the ground, instantly shrouding the sky, and those trees were covered in wooden spikes. Family, who understands? This isn't a fight. It's outright bullying. The future Sasuke wasn't idle either. With his eternal Mangeki Sharingan activated, a black flame lotus ensnared Urashiki. That was Amaterasu, burning Urashiki to the point he was howling. Jiraiya was laughing arrogantly. Haha, he must be dead by now. Suddenly, the voice of the great Chentian floated over. Stop laughing. It's not that easy to kill someone at the Six Paths level. Hurry up, 4 symbols formation. Don't let him escape using space ninjutsu. Orochimaru licked his lips, his expression like he had found a new toy, grinning as he began to hand sign. The next second, he, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi all stood at the 4 cardinal points, summoning the 4 divine beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, which soared into the sky, locking down the surrounding space for thousands of meters. Then, the most explosive scene came. Chentian and future Sasuke exchanged glances and simultaneously activated their complete ShowsSusanoo. Goodness. 2 giant figures towering over 100 meters, 1 gold and 1 blue, shocked me to the core. Those 2 giant Buddhas wasted no time and began to hack at Urashiki in the middle. The ground shook, and I almost went deaf from the explosion. The Konoha 12 also arrived at that moment, and upon seeing this divine battle, their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. The final strike was a sword light that cleaved Urashiki in half. The shockwave of the sword energy still strong, flying out several kilometers and flattening distant mountains. After the battle, Chentian used Rinnegan, Seal of the Death God, to completely seal Urashiki's soul, while the body was directly tossed to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression was like he had gotten a limited edition skin, saliva almost dripping out as he hugged the corpse and ran, muttering, "A perfect body." Afterward, Chentian took a puff of a cigarette and said, "Is that it? All show, poor execution. Purely a power user, with 0 combat experience. I think I understand now. The Otsutsuki clan is just a group of rich second-generation individuals who rely on their good bloodline and run around recklessly. But when it comes to a real fight, they don't really think straight." After the battle, something suddenly went wrong with future Sasuke. He was holding his Rinnegan and looked in pain. Big Boss Chentian took a look and said that his body couldn't handle the consumption of ocular power. Then guess what happened? Big Boss Chentian waved his hand, and bam! Yin-Yang release was directly arranged. Not only did his eyes get better, but even the arm that had been missing for years just whoosh grew back. And that is not all. Chentian then pulled out a golden fruit and said it was a chakra fruit for Sasuke to eat. Future Sasuke, being smart, asked what he was after. Chentian replied, "Expanding the vision, this is angel round investment. In the future, when fighting aliens, you'll be the main force." Sasuke gulped it down, and the next second, boom! His other eternal Mangeki Sharingan also began to evolve, directly ascending on the spot, with both eyes fully opening into Rinnegan. Now, he went from barely being at the Six Paths level to becoming a true Six Paths powerhouse. My brother, Itachi Uchiha, was watching from the side. His gaze was complex, yet reassuring. The 2 brothers exchanged a glance across the distance, without saying anything, but it felt as if they had said everything. Then my brother silently walked away. Chentian even asked Sasuke if he wanted to meet their parents in this world, but Sasuke fell silent. Who understands this feeling among family? It's like playing a DLC in a parallel universe with a completely different ending. Emotions are all over the place. Chentian wasn't idle either. He returned home and directly entered a closed-off space for seclusion. He extracted the chakra from the Uchiha style and condensed it into an energy ball the size of a soccer ball, spending half a month to absorb it all. After half a month, when he emerged, let me tell you, his entire aura had changed. His black hair gradually turned white, horns grew from his forehead, 6 golden orbs floated behind him, and he was engulfed in golden chakra flames, looking just like the sage of 6 paths descending to the mortal realm, with a sage art Chidori in his left hand and a sage art Rasengan in his right. It felt like he could casually throw one and blow Konoha to the sky. The most shocking part was that he dug up some shocking information from Uchiha's memories. It turns out that at the 6 Paths level in the Otsutsuki clan, one is at most at the level of a branch family, and above them is a tier called Divine Domain, which is the true ancestral level, capable of obliterating stars with a single move. Just as Chentian's vision expanded to a cosmic level, over in Konoha, there was an old fellow whose vision was getting smaller and smaller. Who? Danzo, of course. With the 3rd Hokage dead and not being chosen as Hokage, and Tsunade back, he had even less hope. spending every day in a root office with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Time flew by, and another 3 months passed. Naruto and Sasuke had both made tremendous progress in strength, but Sasuke, unable to hold on, felt that he couldn't keep up with Naruto's power. Coupled with his pride, he ran away from home a week ago. My brother Senju ran to tell Chentian about this, and Chentian remained calm, lying on a chair basking in the sun, without even lifting his eyelids. Oh, the little brat is throwing a tantrum. He'll come back on his own in a couple of days. Everyone has their own ambitions. Just let him be. But things weren't that simple. Tsunade was already feeling overwhelmed. Rumors were spreading in the village that Sasuke had defected. At this critical moment, Danzo, that old schemer, brought 2 elderly advisors to stir up trouble. As soon as he entered the office, he shouted, "Uchiha Sasuke has become a rogue ninja. He must be killed to prevent future troubles." Tsunade slammed the table, activated Sage Mode, and her imposing aura caused the 2 old advisors to spit blood and faint on the spot. She roared at Danzo, "Shut up. I'm the Hokage now. This is no longer your era." Danzo's face turned pale from the confrontation, and he left with a harsh remark. With no other option, Tsunade had to send Kakashi to lead Naruto and the other 12 young ninjas to form a pursuit team to bring Sasuke back. A week later, Naruto finally found Sasuke near the Sound Village. Standing on a giant rock, Naruto earnestly urged, "Sasuke, come back with me. Everyone is waiting for you." Sasuke turned his back to him, his voice as cold as ice. "No, the current Konoha is not suitable for me. Naruto, you should go back." "Why? Are you really going to become a rogue ninja?" Sasuke suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with determination. "I've made up my mind. If you really want to bring me back, then defeat me." As soon as he finished speaking, the sky exploded. Thunder roared, and countless lightning bolts descended from the sky, all controlled by Sasuke, gathering in midair to form a gigantic Kirin, exuding a devastating divine might, emerging from the dark clouds. The scene was simply breathtaking. I'm telling you, that Sasuke is acting all high and mighty, and he's going to pay for it in the next second. I exploded. Sage Mode activate. With a stroke of my eyeliner. I care for no one. Golden chakra flames instantly enveloped my whole body, and as I rubbed my hands together, a giant sage art, super giant Rasengan, bigger than me, took shape. Seeing that I was serious, Sasuke didn't hold back either and activated all his heavenly curse marks. His body was covered in black patterns, and a pair of demonic wings sprouted from his back, soaring into the sky, his sinister chakra radiating like a shadow-level ninja. Come on, we both went crazy, unleashing our ultimate moves right at each other's faces. Kirin descended from the heavens with a thunderous roar, while my super giant Rasengan surged upward. In the next second, the entire world turned white. Boom! That sound made my ears feel deaf for 3 seconds. The 2 earth-shattering powers collided, cracking the space like glass. The sky and the earth looked like they were covered with a bizarre blue filter. When the light dissipated, a giant pit over 1,000 meters wide was blasted beneath our feet. Who understands? This isn't just a ninja fight. This is like a Gundam battle. While we were causing chaos, the Akatsuki members were also busy. In the Rain Village, Konan hesitated a bit and asked Yahiko, "But Naruto is our junior. Should we still capture the Nine Tails?" Guess what Yahiko said? "Capture him, of course." He was so determined, saying we had to make some sacrifices for our dreams. Goodness. Saying that, you'd think he was inviting me to dinner. Nearby, Nagato was even more straightforward. "Then I'll send Pain to bring him in." Yahiko waved his hand, saying it wasn't the right time yet, afraid the commotion would attract that monster from Konoha named Uchiha Chentian, and that they should wait until all the tailed beasts were gathered. You think that's it? Underground in Konoha, things were brewing. Danzo, that old schemer, was sitting in his office. I tell you, his left hand hidden in his sleeve was true cyberpunk. His entire arm was covered in Sharingan, 11 3-tomo eyes spinning around, making my trypophobia act up. Even crazier, he somehow got his hands on a red 6-tomo Rinnegan from Otsutsuki Kagaya and attached it to himself. Beside him, Orochimaru looked like a mad scientist, fiddling with Otsutsuki's genetic samples to create clones, mumbling, "This chakra is too perfect. It's comparable to a Jinchuriki." Before he could finish, boom, that clone inflated like a balloon, about to explode. Orochimaru quickly used his Rinnegan to absorb the chakra back. Back to my side, the battle with Sasuke continued. But Orochimaru's Sound 4 and that bone user Kimimaro all came out to stir the pot. I was furious, immediately used Shadow Clone Jutsu, and over 1,000 of me pummeled those 4 weaklings to the ground. Sasuke, being the proud guy he is, saw someone intervening and coldly snorted, You guys don't need to worry about my business. He turned his back on Kimimaro and walked away. Kimimaro felt it was pointless and followed suit. Sasuke. I watched them leave, stomping my feet in anger. By the time Lee and the others arrived for support, it was already too late. For years passed just like that. Sasuke and I turned 15, growing to 7 meters tall, and our strength was definitely at the shadow level. I want to go into details about saving Gaara and such. It was just like the original story. Granny Chiyo traded her life for Gaara, and we became close friends. The truly outrageous part came later. One time, Granny Tsunade sent me to the ancient country of Lulan to capture a rogue ninja, but that guy broke the time-space seal left by the fourth Hokage. And in a flash of white light, Captain Yamato and I were sucked in. That guy named Chentian, who was originally watching the fun with me, also got dragged along. When I opened my eyes again, I realized something was off. This wasn't T. Konoha from 20 years ago. It was a battlefield, corpses everywhere, the air thick with the smell of blood. This was clearly the Warring States period. Chentian was even calmer than I was, sitting on a big tree, sipping cola with his legs crossed, mumbling, "What a bummer, came to the wrong place. I wonder if Madara and Hashirama have been born yet." Just then, a kid with a watermelon head spotted him. "Hey, wake up. There's a battle going on. How can you still sleep? You're so reckless." Chentian didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. "You little brat, daring to wake up a stranger. Aren't you afraid I'm an enemy who will kill you?" The kid turned red, stammering that he'd sneaked out. I looked closely. Goodness, isn't that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju? While we were talking, another spiky-haired kid came over, looking wary. "Hashirama. Who is he?" "Great, Madara also showed up." Chentian laughed, stood up his 185-meter-tall frame looming over them. "Who I am isn't important. What's interesting is that a Senju and an Uchiha, two little brats, can actually play together here." As soon as he said that, both Madara and Hashirama went pale. Chentian ignored their shock, casually picked up a stone and tossed it onto the water, and that stone bounced like it had a motor, creating over 100 splashes, and finally, with a bang, shattered a huge rock on the opposite bank. This left the two future leaders of the ninja world dumbfounded. Just then, two groups rushed over, one led by Uchiha Taijima and the other by Senju Butsuma, the fathers of the two kids. Upon seeing each other, they immediately accused the other of secretly plotting against their son. But when they saw Chentian, they were both confused, not knowing who this divine being was. Uchiha Taijima shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Chentian was annoyed. "Shut up. If you want to know, listen up." He suddenly opened his eyes wide. His right, I was a sky blue Rinnegan, and his left, I was a purple Sharingan with 7 Tomo. An aura like a deity erupted instantly. "I am the great Otsutsuki Chentian." As soon as he finished speaking, he casually raised his hand. "Shinra Tensei." Boom! An invisible, terrifying, repulsive force exploded from him, and Uchiha Taijima, Senju Butsuma, and the dozens of ninjas they brought were sent flying, screaming, like kites with broken strings, soaring over 10 kilometers into the sky. Hashirama and Madara stood frozen in place, mouths agape, completely petrified. Chentian patted them on the back of their heads, grinning. "What's wrong, little brats? Have you come to your senses?" Madara stammered, pointing at him. Are you really a deity?" "To you, it certainly seems that way." The following days were even more surreal. Chentian took on a nurturing role, essentially kidnapping these two future peaks of the ninja world, claiming he was taking them on a tour. Their dads came to snatch them back a few times, but each time they were politely sent away with a Shinra Tensei. One day, the three of them entered a restaurant. Let me tell you, the scene was like a mudslide in the eating broadcast world. Madara, wanting to eat more than Hashirama, who was taller, directly used Shadow Clone Jutsu to grab food. Hashirama didn't back down either, his chopsticks moving like propellers, clearing a plate in just 3 seconds. Infuriated, Chentian slammed the table. "Enough! Are you starving ghosts reincarnated, or what?" After finishing their meal, Chentian began to teach the two of them ninjutsu. He formed a Rasengan with his right hand and smashed a large tree into pieces. With his left hand, he used a Chidori, and another tree fell with a crash. Madara and Hashirama were both wide-eyed, insisting that they wanted to learn as well. After all, they were the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, with full talent points, and they learned everything in just one day. A month later, the three of them were lying on the grass, looking up at the sky. Chentian asked them what their dreams were. Hashirama said he wanted to create a peaceful world. Madara paused for a moment and said he only wanted to protect his brother well. After hearing this, Chentian calmly replied, "What's so difficult about that? As long as you have strength beyond the Hokage level, you can end this war." just as Hashirama was about to say something about using love to change the world. Chentian's expression suddenly changed. His gaze became sharp in an instant, and his eyes transformed into the star-shaped, eternal Mangeki Sharingan. "Who is it? Get out here!" he shouted, glaring fiercely at an empty space 10 meters to his left. Amaterasu. In an instant, that area seemed to ignite, and an everlasting black flame erupted from thin air. As the black flames descended, a pale humanoid monster had just emerged halfway from the ground, and before it could even scream, it was burned to nothing. Goodness! Hashirama was immediately dumbfounded, exclaiming, "What the heck is that? Why is it so pale?" I tell you, I was rolling my eyes to the sky at that time. I said, "Can that be a person? That's Baiju, a little lackey under a completely black guy. I've long noticed that this guy is on the same side as us, just like a creepy stalker fan. I didn't want to pay attention to him before, but he had the audacity to come up to us. Isn't that just asking for trouble? This naive sweetie in the middle even asked why he was following us. I just said it offhand at the time. I said, 'Who knows, this thing runs between your two families every day. I even suspect that your brother has been tricked by him. Otherwise, what are the odds that both of them are gone at the same time?' As soon as I said that, wow, both Obito and Hashirama's faces turned pale. Obito's temper flared up immediately, and he gritted his teeth, saying, 'If he really lets my brother die, I'll make sure to crush him into ashes.' I was shocked at that moment. Who among my family understands? This guy just happened to stumble upon the answer. Tobirama also realized it, slapped his thigh, and said, 'Yeah, I knew it. For 1,000 years. Every time we've almost taken down the Uchiha, or they've nearly wiped us out, there's always been some mysterious force stirring things up.' The two of them exchanged glances. And it clicked. They immediately identified Black Zetsu, this big filial son, as the mastermind behind the century-old feud between the two clans. The blame was thrown, smoother than my driving test in 2025, and the key point is, it wasn't wrong. It made me laugh. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu was in a broken cave, jumping with rage. He definitely couldn't understand what I was, why I had the Rinnegan, and how I could take down his subordinates so easily. He even started to question his life, wondering if he should give up on Madara and Tobirama as pawns and wait for the next 1,000 years. As for me, I didn't care what he thought at all. Just like that, 4 years passed in a flash. During these 4 years, I trained these two future top ninjas like new recruits, stuffing them with physical techniques and theories. Now they're both 12, each at the level of elite jonin, capable of handling things on their own. One day, they were having their usual sparring session. Madara started with a fire release, great fireball. A fireball as big as a small sun. Tobirama didn't hold back either, countering with a wood dragon. Then the two of them went wild. One playing with a lightning dragon roar, the other with a green Rasengan. The special effects were full on, rumbling like a demolition site. As Madara's 3-Tomo Sharingan was about to pop out, Tobirama painted on some orange eyeshadow, activated Sage Mode in an instant, indicating it was getting serious. I saw this wasn't good. If they kept going, my training ground would be destroyed, so I quickly shouted, "All right, that's enough for today." They were a bit confused and asked me what was wrong. I sighed and said, "Ben, Hashirama, you've been with me for 4 years, right?" "Yeah, it's been 4 years. I was thinking it's time to confront them. I'm leaving this world." Ben was taken aback. "Leaving this world? What does that mean?" I said, "I'm not from this world. You understand? My hometown is calling me back. Maybe we'll meet again in the future." After saying that, I just disappeared on the spot. Let me tell you, the moment I left, I could feel the tears streaming down Hashirama's face, cry like a child. Even Madara, who was usually so proud, had red eyes. Sigh. After all, I've been with him for 4 years. To say there are no feelings would be a lie. After saying goodbye to those two little ones, I turned to find the main target. In a broken cave, I blocked the path of that millennial-old filial son, Kagaya. "Ha! Found you." As soon as I opened my reincarnation eye, a blue light flashed, and Kagaya turned pale with fright. His first reaction was to try to burrow into the ground, but just halfway through, he was stuck as if he had been filled with cement. In a desperate attempt, he used wood release, wood dragon technique, and a big wooden dragon came rushing toward my face. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Playing this with me? Reincarnation Amaterasu. The blue flames burned, and that wooden dragon instantly turned to ashes. I was even a bit impressed by him. Well done. You've lived this long and still have super shadow level strength. Not a wasted life. As a result, this guy, seeing one move wasn't enough, directly pulled out the ultimate technique from the bottom of the box. Sage Art would release true 1,000 Hands Buddha transformation. Damn. A 1,000-meter high, 1,000-hand guanin shot up from the ground. The scene was incredible, but this thing still wasn't enough in front of me. I glared with my reincarnation eye. Reincarnation eye pressure. That terrifying ocular power shattered the thousand-hand Guanyin on the spot, and even half of Black Zetsu was blown away. Just when I was about to send him on his way, I suddenly felt a terrifying chakra. I quickly unleashed an energy dragon, and after the smoke cleared, guess who I saw? A middle-aged man in a white robe with a diamond tattoo on his chin, Tsubaki. Good heavens. That bastard Black Zetsu took the chance to slip away. My heart dropped. ISNT that the guy from the Otsutsuki clan? Although he is still only a half-finished product, he is still a heavyweight boss. He opened his mouth and assumed I was sent by their Otsutsuki family, even asking me, "Did you come alone?" I directly mocked him. "To deal with you, I'm enough. It's better than some who are sacrificed as fertilizer to the Ten Tails by their own subordinates, right?" This hit him right in the gut, and his face darkened instantly. Black stripes crawled all over his body, and a horn grew on his head. His aura skyrocketed from the initial stage of the Six Paths to the ultimate stage in an instant. I didn't waste any more words with him. I opened the golden kaleidoscope, and my complete body Susanoo rose up, grabbing a big sword and slashing down. And guess what? With just one kick, he directly shattered my Susanoo. Damn, that big foot was about to smash into my face, so I quickly used the space-time ninjutsu to escape. This guy also realized, "You're not one of us." Of course, I immediately opened both my eyes, activating Amaterasu from the Rinnegan and Amaterasu from the Samsara, wrapping him in black and blue flames. But then he glared with his golden eye, and all the flames vanished instantly. It dawned on me that his technique was called Sh Mei Bikuin, which can shrink things down. Before I could react, I had several holes in my body, all from the black rods he had shrunk and stabbed me with. This thing was too sneaky, so small that it was practically invisible. I quickly retreated, pulled out the rods, and my sage body started healing rapidly. Then I clapped my hands. Sage mode activate. With natural energy at my disposal, things got easier. Because damn, I can't just shrink natural energy. With a Rasengan in my left hand and Cheatery Sharp Spear in my right, I went straight for his face. Sure enough, although he shrank a bit, I still pierced through his chest. "Want to dance, huh?" I shouted and charged at him, and we began to engage in close combat. Fist against fist, the air was exploding. Then I pulled out my ultimate taijutsu, 8 Gates of the Dragon. Let me tell you, from the first gate to the 8th, I didn't T-stop for even a second, each move more ferocious than the last. By the end, I summoned a 5-clawed golden divine dragon over 1,000 meters long, and with a mighty dragon tail swipe, I smashed him from the sky straight into the earth's core. I was almost out of breath at that moment, and that guy crawled out of the pit covered in blood as if nothing had happened, his body cracking and popping. His human body couldn't take it anymore. The next second, he split open right there, and a pale-skinned, horned true Otsutsuki Ishiki appeared. That power wow was at the perfect Six Paths level. He immediately launched a massive attack, and dozens of huge black cubes appeared in the sky, crashing down like dumplings. I quickly countered with an enhanced version of the planetary devastation, sucking in all the cubes and forming a gigantic meteor with a diameter of over 10 kilometers, smashing it right at his face. But then, he glared with his Byakugan, and my meteor started visibly shrinking. I felt a heavy weight in my heart. Ninjutsu was useless against him, so I could only rely on taijutsu. 8 gates, open the first gate. I directly opened a few of the initial gates and launched an attack at him. But he acted as if nothing had happened and simply brushed off the dust from his body. This guy is too overpowered. With his Rinnegan's wheel tomb, Edge of Hell, he could see through everything and looked at me with disdain. In the end, he even tried to recruit me, asking if I was interested in joining his organization. I spat. I instantly teleported behind him and punched him. As a result, we exchanged blows, but in the end, I was still suppressed by his ultimate move, the Great Darkness, and my chakra was completely drained. I lay on the ground, feeling my empty body, and smiled. The chakra was gone, but I still had one last trump card. Open the doors. The resting door, the life door, the wounding door, the closing door, the scenic door, the startling door, the death door. All 8 gates opened. After they opened, I can tell you, the scene went completely out of control. My buddy Uchiha Chentian, his chakra exploded from golden to blood-red steam in an instant. Even his hair turned red. Goodness, he looked like a Super Saiyan Blood Rage limited edition. The Otsutsuki Ishiki on the opposite side was still pretending, saying something like, "Oh, this ability is a bit like Uchiha. Obviously." Then he consoled himself. Forget it. His chakra is almost drained by me. Sealing him will be enough. Just as he finished speaking, boom. That black triangle sealing me was directly smashed by my buddy from the inside with one punch, exploding into a sky full of fireworks. Chentian stepped out, walking on air, with deep red steam rising from his body. That aura I tell you, was 8 meters tall. Ishiki's Byakugan went wide as he realized all of Chentian's chakra was rushing towards his heart, which was protected by a layer of golden light. Ishiki panicked at that moment, still trying to act tough. In this state, the cost is very high, right? Chentian casually replied, a bit, but not as serious as you think. After saying that, without giving him time to react, he swung a punch. That punch compressed the air into a massive tiger head, roaring as it charged towards Ishiki. This move is called Day Tiger. As the smoke cleared, Ishiki was already sent flying to the horizon, leaving everyone dumbfounded, murmuring, such power from one punch? What move is this? Chentian shouted from afar. Remember, this move to kill you is called 8 Gates of Duinjia. Before his words fell, Evening Elephant struck. This time, it was even fiercer, one punch after another, with air cannons created by his fists turning the ground into a surface like the moon, filled with bottomless craters. The horn on Ishiki's head was broken on the spot. He was getting frantic, starting to go crazy. Haha, come on. Let's see if you die from exhaustion first, or if I kill you first. Chentian completely ignored him because his 8 gates were different from Guy's. He consumed natural energy and chakra, and with his heart protected, he focused on sustainability. Then the ultimate move came. Night Guy, I tell you, this kick is not some red giant dragon. It's a 5-clawed divine dragon with the aura of destruction. Wherever the divine dragon goes, the space begins to twist. With a loud bang, a single kick pierced through a dozen mountains, leaving half of its body obliterated. Although he was recovering quickly, Chentian didn't give him a chance. In the final move, I will end you. 8 Gates Demon Dragon Tail. The sky instantly turned dark with dense clouds, lightning flashing. A golden divine dragon larger than mountains appeared out of thin air, shining with golden light, exuding dominance. The dragon turned around, and its massive tail swung fiercely at Ishur. Boom! Ishur was smashed into pieces on the spot, turning to dust. After the battle, Chentian's eyes turned sky blue, activating Reincarnation Eye, devouring heavenly demon art. Directly absorbing Ishur's chakra scattered across the world like a buffet. His Rinnegan and Reincarnation Eye upgraded on the spot. Although his power temporarily dropped a bit after the 8 Gate state was released due to excessive consumption, this was a huge profit. The scene shifted, and I directly followed Chentian back to the original timeline, Konoha 64. At this time, the plot was just when Sasuke was chasing Danzo. To briefly explain the background, Sasuke was high on revenge, having just killed his brother Itachi and obtained the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, completely darkened. But who understands, Itachi is not dead. He was still snacking with Orochimaru at a secret base. Chentian had previously left a few chakra fruits for Orochimaru, who gave them to Itachi. After eating 2 fruits, guess what? His unexchanged Mangekyou Sharingan upgraded on the spot to Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Orochimaru watched with drool, wanted to test its power, but was immediately intimidated by a glare from Itachi, sweating profusely. Okay, the scene cuts back to Sasuke. He had already started fighting Danzo. Sasuke launched a series of Phoenix Fire technique, mixed with shurikens, which Danzo blocked with an earth wall, but still got hit by the shurikens. Sasuke didn't give him a chance to breathe and hit him with Chidori right in the face. After exchanging blows for a while, Sasuke unleashed his ultimate move, throwing a shuriken that instantly multiplied into thousands, creating a net that knocked Danzo to the ground, spitting blood. Sasuke pressed the attack, his left hand turning into a lightning blade, and a massive thunder pierced through Danzo's heart. You think it's over? The next second, oh boy, Danzo revived on the spot, completely unharmed. Izanagi. At the cost of 1 Sharingan, he turned reality into a dream, cheating right here. Chentian observed in the shadows, silently analyzing the time rule of this move. Seeing this, Sasuke got furious and directly activated ShowsSusanoo. A 100-meter-tall armored giant rose from the ground, and with 1 sword strike, he split Danzo in half. And what happened? Danzo revived again. He pulled out a fishing rod as a weapon, using his Rinnegan to start absorbing Sasuke's chakra. Sasuke was so angry he laughed, using Amaterasu, black flames to burn him while stabbing him with Chidori's sharp spear. Yet, Danzo absorbed the Amaterasu while using Izanagi to endure it. After several attempts, Sasuke realized that unless he dealt with Danzo's eyes, this guy was an infinite health pack. So he made up his mind, activating Demon Dragon Thunder Flash, transforming into a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing in front of Danzo. Danzo's Rinnegan could see him, but his body couldn't keep up. Without saying a word, Sasuke plunged 2 fingers directly into Danzo's eye socket, forcefully gouging out that Rinnegan. Now, I want to see how you revive. Danzo screamed in pain, wanting to use Izanagi again, but found that such a high-level item as the Rinnegan couldn't be restored with an ordinary Sharingan. Sasuke seized the opportunity, and Amaterasu, black flames burned him to ashes. But the next second, Danzo's figure appeared again. He still had a Sharingan on his arm. Sasuke was completely furious. If physical attacks didn't work, he would go for the mental. He rushed in front of Danzo, his Manjiki facing Danzo's eye, and activated Tsukuyomi. In 1 second, in the Tsukuyomi world, Danzo was tormented by the souls of the Uchiha clan for 7 days and nights. After releasing him, seeing him spiritless, Sasuke sneered. Mental damage can't be restored by Izanagi, right? Saying this, he activated Tsukuyomi again. Back and forth 10 times. Only 10 seconds had passed in reality. But Danzo had been tormented for 70 days in the mental world, and when he came out, he was completely insane, drooling like an idiot. Finally, Sasuke delivered a punch. Carp leaps over the dragon gate, and the punch wind transformed into a fish dragon, directly exploding the head of the mad Danzo. Just after finishing, a red-haired girl named Karen rushed over, asking Sasuke to bite her arm to regain chakra. Sasuke coolly thanked her, and Karen was so excited she almost fainted. Soon after, Kakashi, Sakura, Lee, and Neji all appeared. Before they could say 2 words, Naruto, dressed in black, descended from the sky, a classic rescue. Looking at Naruto and Sasuke standing together again, the scene was incredible. Kakashi told Naruto that the fake Uchiha Madara, namely Obito, had led 100,000 white Zetsu army and was coming over, so he should not return to the village. Naruto, of course, refused, stating that he was going to be Hokage and would never be a coward. Just when everyone was at a loss, ding ding ding, your brother Chentian made a dazzling entrance. If we're going, let's go together. I smiled and said, then activated my 8-pointed Rinnegan and unleashed Heavenly Embrace. With a whoosh, we all instantly teleported back to Konoha village. Goodness, that scene was like a large family reunion. Kakashi saw the living Minato-sensei and Rin, and tears streamed down his face. Naruto discovered that his father was actually the 4th Hokage, and he was dumbfounded. Not to mention Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were all alive and well. I held a brief pre-war meeting and explained that Obito has absorbed 8-tailed beasts and is now a 6 paths level powerhouse. As a result, Sasuke and Naruto, these 2 guys, were filled with fighting spirit and showed no fear at all. Then, the entire Konoha 12 were all shadow level strong, stepping forward. The new 7th squad was reorganized. Neji led the 3rd squad to challenge. Shikamaru's 8th squad and Kiba's 10th squad were all fired up, expressing their determination to fight hard. 3 days later, outside Konoha village, nearly 100,000 ninja troops had gathered on our side. On the opposite side, there was a dense army of white Zetsu, overwhelming and seemingly more than 1 million. Naruto Uzumaki was stunned. Is this really only 100,000? Uchiha Sasuke didn't waste any words. As he activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, a 50-meter-tall purple Susanoo rose from the ground, facing the army ahead, and only said 1 word, kill. Let me tell you, when Sasuke shouted kill, the scene was incredible. That giant purple Gundam of his, Susanoo, you know? With that big one, 8-meter-long sword slashing down, I couldn't even see clearly. Hundreds of white Zetsu just evaporated, like deleting files. They were gone in a flash. Naruto on the other side was not holding back either, directly entering half-QB mode. Radiating golden light, chakra pouring out like it was free. In an instant, he built a skeletal framework of the 9 tails beside him. Then whoosh. A golden fox coat, over 50 meters tall, was put on. Those 9 huge tails looked like giant fly swatters, sweeping through a large area. And again, hundreds of white Zetsu perished on the spot. Having more tails is definitely powerful. And then there was Neji. Wow, his Byakugan had evolved. His eyes glowing faint blue, veins bulging, and just with a glare. Can you believe it? Just one glare. Hundreds of white Zetsu in the distance fell to the ground as if they had lost power, not moving an inch. This is not just Byakugan. This is basically a death glare. Then there's Lee. My God, that guy's a total madman. Have you heard of the 8 gates? He went all out, directly opening the 7th gate, the shock gate, with blue steam pouring out, looking like a super scion, his power skyrocketing to the level of a super shadow. He was shouting something about the Konoha wolf beast, and with one kick, he kicked out a dragon of air, taking down another 100 white Zetsu. Youth, it's so youthful. The battlefield instantly looked like it was boiling over, and then another Uchiha Senju appeared, another fierce one who could open Susanoo, standing side by side with Sasuke. Two purple Gundams. What a scene, what a visual feast. Seeing his disciples so fierce, Guy couldn't sit still anymore. He grinned at Kakashi and shouted, "Kakashi, let's see who can kill more." As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi used Chidori, transforming into a bolt of lightning and dashed out. Guy was anxious. What the heck? Kakashi, you're cheating. Then he opened the seventh gate himself, turning into a blue afterimage and chased after him. I tell you, this new generation is incredibly fierce. Even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, was left dumbfounded, lamenting, "Oh, the younger generation is pushing the older generation aside. When we were their age, we were still playing in the mud." Tsunade on the side looked worried, as a million white Zetsu could leave just a few survivors after this battle in Konoha. Just then, with a loud boom, 100-meter-high sand wall rose from the ground like a tsunami, directly engulfing thousands of white Zetsu. Gaara, my goodness, the fifth Kazekage has also arrived. He coolly stood on a patch of sand, floating in midair, and smiled at Naruto. Naruto, how could I miss out on this scene? Next, the five Kage gathered, emphasizing that although they were late, they had arrived. The fourth Raikage and the fifth Mizukage, Meitarumi, combined their powers, one unleashing lightning and the other water, creating a lightning water dragon bomb, wiping out another large batch of white Zetsu. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, also showed up, and the Kage exchanged pleasantries with Tsunade, saying things like they weren't there to help her, but to be enemies, typical formalities. Who understands family dynamics? Even at a time like this, they were still being tsundere. Guess what happened next? Tsunade was so anxious that she jumped up and shouted to a guy named Uchiha Chentian in the tree, telling him to come down and help. That guy, however, was lounging with his legs crossed, watching the show, saying, "Oh, don't rush. I've already written the script. They won't die. Even if they do, I can bring them back with a button." Good heavens, I thought to myself, is this guy cheating? Is he acting like a GM here? Even Orochimaru, standing nearby, had a wicked smile on his face. On the battlefield, Naruto and Sasuke were still going all out, unleashing massive Rasengan and Kirin, looking like fireworks. But there were just too many white Zetsu, like a tide that couldn't be stopped. Sasuke, quick-witted, shouted to Naruto, "This isn't working. We have to capture the leader first. Let's take out Uchiha." Madara. He instructed Sakura to use her mind link to inform Neji and Lee, saying they should form a super Kage-level group of 5 to take down the big boss on the opposite side. Even if he was a 6 paths level powerhouse, he would surely be unstable right after leveling up. 5 against 1, the advantage is ours. Without hesitation, the 5 charged towards the masked Uchiha Madara, who was actually Obito. Sasuke initiated with an Amaterasu, black flames engulfing Obito. What happened next? He simply phased out and scathed and taunted. Is that all? Naruto rushed in with a Rasengan. Neji's Byakugan pressure followed, and Lee, being the heavy hitter, unleashed a flurry of punches in the 8 gates, like raindrops. The 5 executed a combo attack, directly blasting Obito, creating a massive mushroom cloud. We all thought it was over, but when the smoke cleared, Obito was unharmed, just slightly torn clothes that quickly repaired themselves. He sneered. Not bad, but I'm at the 6 paths level. Then, with a single move, he used Shinra Tensei. Damn, that repulsive force is simply catastrophic. Naruto, Sasuke, and Senju quickly fused together to create some kind of super powerful Susanoo, just to put 2 layers of Gundam armor on the Nine Tails. And what happened? Obito countered with several shurikens imbued with space power, and with a few explosions, that gigantic Gundam Susanoo shattered on spot. The 5 of them were blown away like kites with cut strings, all severely injured. Just as Naruto got up from the ground, Obito instantly appeared in front of him. Seeing that Obito was about to extract the Nine Tails, Sasuke used his last breath to unleash a Kirin. But Obito simply waved his hand dismissively, and a complete Susanoo towering 200 meters tall appeared, with several black chakra orbs floating behind it. Sasuke also activated his complete Susanoo, but what happened? Obito smashed one of the chakra orbs at him, and with a crack, Sasuke's Gundam shattered, sending him flying and knocking him unconscious. It's over. This time, it's really over. Obito walked up to Naruto and directly extracted the Nine Tails. Naruto collapsed on the spot, clearly on the verge of death. Obito absorbed the Nine Tails, transforming into the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, sprouting 10 tails and completely changing into a monstrous form. Hinata and Sakura were crying and trying to save him, but it was utterly useless. Naruto and Sasuke's bodies were growing colder by the minute. Senju was comforting everyone, saying his father had long predicted this might be the fate of Naruto and Sasuke. I thought to myself, they're about to die, and you're talking about fate? Then came the most fantastical part. Naruto and Sasuke's souls left their bodies and encountered an old man with a white beard, who claimed to be the sage of six paths. The old man began recounting history, saying that Sasuke was the reincarnation of Indra and Naruto was the reincarnation of Ashura, and that the two brothers had been in a cycle of love and conflict for hundreds of lifetimes. Sasuke, with a cold expression, replied, "Don't associate me with that. I am who I am, and my name is Uchiha Sasuke." Naruto scratched his head and said, Yeah, what are you talking about, old man? Who understands this? This generation of reincarnations is all about rebellion. We don't care about our ancestors' nonsense. The sage of six paths saw this and thought, hey, there is hope for this generation. After a few remarks, he directly granted them powers. He gave Naruto the yang power of the six paths and Sasuke the yin power. With a buzz, the power surged in. Naruto felt like he could take on 5 versions of his past self, and he was incredibly excited. Sasuke was even more exaggerated. One of his eyes evolved directly into the 6th Tomo Rinnegan, and he instantly felt a tremendous increase in ocular power. Quickly analyzing that Obito's Rinnegan wasn't even his own, on the other side, Obito had completely transformed into the Six Paths form, wearing the same long robe as the Sage of Six Paths, floating in the air, and then he removed his mask, revealing his face. Kakashi was devastated. Obito, it really is you. How did you end up like this? Obito coldly stared at him. Why did you kill Rin? Without giving Kakashi a chance to explain, he threw out a shuriken infused with Kamui. Kakashi dodged with Kamui, then drew his sword, saying, if that's the case, I can only wake you up. Let me tell you, Kakashi has also gone berserk. What Leaf Village sword technique? All swords return to their source. He is like a sword sage possessed. With sword energy filling the sky, he actually managed to slash out a bunch of cracks on Obito's hundreds of meters tall ShowsSusanoo. While fighting, Kakashi shouted, who told you Rin is dead? She has always been in the Sage Land. You big fool. Teacher Minato treated you like a son, and yet you caused his and Kushina's deaths. With one punch, he knocked Obito to the ground. Kakashi's verbal jutsu took effect, and Obito lay on the ground, completely stunned. Rin is not dead. Just as he wavered, Black Zetsu's voice echoed in his mind. You can't bring yourself to do it. Let me help you. In the next second, half of Obito's body was directly controlled by Black Zetsu, turning him half white and half black, and he charged at Kakashi like a madman, stabbing through Kakashi's chest with one claw. Kakashi! Rin's scream echoed from afar. At this critical moment, 2 beams of light flashed. Chidori lightning style. Sage art. Super big Rasen Shuriken. It's Naruto and Sasuke. They're back, giving the opposing side a little six-path shock. Naruto was shining with golden light, with 9 truth-seeking balls floating behind him. Sasuke, with 1 Rinnegan, unleashed his full aura. The two joined forces to knock Black Zetsu Obito flying. Naruto approached Kakashi, pressed his hand against his chest, and the fatal wound instantly healed, even filling him with chakra. Kakashi was shocked, jumping up to look at his hand, his face full of disbelief. Sasuke looked at Obito and said calmly, as expected, I knew those eyes weren't his. Now, Naruto and Sasuke's strength has soared to true six-path level, and it's permanent, no longer just a trial card. So, can you imagine how anxious the opposing side is? Seeing these two with permanent memberships, Black Zetsu was stunned, realizing that if he didn't act quickly, the script couldn't continue. Without saying a word, he slammed his hands on the ground, and with impure world reincarnation, a huge coffin suddenly burst out of the ground. I told you, when the coffin lid opened, a long-haired guy walked out. He was quite handsome, but his eye sockets were hollow, with no eyes. Who was he? The real Uchiha Madara, the genuine article. On Sasuke's side, he said, Naruto, you chat with Kakashi-sensei for a bit. I'll handle this new guy. Naruto, feeling proud, said, that's right, Kakashi-sensei, you go check the warehouse. We'll leave this to the young ones. But then, suddenly, he got hit on the back of the head by Kakashi's love punch, and it hurt so much he cried out. Let me tell you, Sasuke is really ruthless and doesn't say much. With just a glance, he activated the space ability of his Rinnegan and disappeared in an instant. Naruto, not to be outdone, threw a kunai and followed up with a flying thunder god technique. Who understands what it's like for family? These two don't even need to use their legs to travel. They just teleport. The scene shifts, and Sasuke has already confronted Madara. Sasuke immediately launched a Amaterasu, and the black flames surged towards Madara. But guess what? Madara didn't even acknowledge it and countered with a Susanoo. A giant red skeletal figure hundreds of meters tall rose from the ground, and the black flames were like a mere tickle to it, as it swung down with a single strike. Sasuke was shocked, thinking, how can you use Susanoo without eyes, man? And it's even the third form. Is this reasonable? But he reacted quickly, summoning his complete Susanoo, and the purple giant collided with the red skeleton with a clang. The scene was incredible. The absurdity didn't stop there. Madara formed a few hand seals and shouted, "Fire release! Great fireball technique!" The fireball he spat out was even bigger than the Susanoo. This wasn't a great fireball. It was more like a meteor technique. Sasuke deflected the fireball with a Shinra Tensei, and before he could catch his breath, Madara unleashed another technique. Would release. Birth of the trees. I was stunned at that moment. It was the first Hokage's would release. The ground was filled with towering trees, growing wildly. Then came the wood release. Wood golem technique, and a wooden Buddha the size of a Susanoo stood up, with a wooden dragon coiling around its arm. 2 against 1. Madara's Susanoo plus the wooden golem launched a fierce assault on Sasuke. But Sasuke really had some skills. He glared with his left eye's Rinnegan, activated the heavenly hand power, and in a flash, swapped places with Madara. Goodness. Madara's own Susanoo and wooden golem couldn't stop in time, and ended up hitting him instead, completely wrecking his reanimated body right then and there. Madara was recovering while laughing, saying to Sasuke, "You're quite impressive. You qualify to dance with me." But while he said that, he was actually thinking about quickly retrieving his Rinnegan. With that, he turned and disappeared, heading straight for Naruto and Obito. The scene with Naruto was even funnier. He was passionately talking to Obito, ready to use his inherited verbal jutsu to persuade him. However, Obito had already been controlled by Black Zetsu, and before Naruto could finish a sentence, a truth-seeking orb hit him right in the face. If it weren't for Naruto being in Six Paths mode, that hit would have sent him to meet the Sage of Six Paths. Just when Naruto had awakened Obito's will and was preparing to help him destroy the Rinnegan, Madara arrived. Let me tell you, Madara is incredibly domineering. With a single kick, he sent Naruto flying dozens of meters, crashing through a row of large trees. Black Zetsu controlled Kaguya, forcibly extracting the Rinnegan and tossing it to Madara. Madara received the eye without hesitation and pressed it into his empty eye socket. The moment he opened his eyes again, the atmosphere of the entire world changed. A terrifying chakra erupted into the sky. Madara's eyes widened as he unleashed a massive technique. Earth explosion stars. And not just one, but dozens. Dozens of stone orbs as big as the moon hung ominously in the sky, ready to smash the entire battlefield into a basin. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru arrived to support, with toads, slugs, and snakes, evoking nostalgia from the past. But honestly, facing such a level of battle, they could only assist from the sidelines. Naruto and Sasuke teamed up, unleashing a Sage Art Big Rasen, Shuriken, and a lightning release Chidori, clearing the dozens of moons in the sky. But that was just the beginning. Madara's true abilities were just starting to show. He used the Rinnegan to create 4 invisible shadow clones, called Rinne Tomb, Edge Hell, while his main body relaxed behind. The 4 shadows relentlessly attacked Naruto and Sasuke. Let me tell you, Sasuke could see these clones with his Rinnegan, but Naruto couldn't see them and could only rely on his sensing, making it incredibly frustrating for him. While Madara toyed with them using the shadows, he unleashed a laser-like Sage Art. Wind released light fong from his mouth, instantly obliterating 2 of Naruto's truth-seeking balls. Naruto finally seized an opportunity and punched Madara, only to discover it was a shadow clone. Madara's main body, already impatient, instantly teleported next to Obito, placing a hand on him and coldly saying, "I'm taking the 10 tails." The next moment, the chakra of the 10 tails within Obito surged forth like a flood, all being absorbed by Madara. His body began to transform. His hair turned white, 6 paths markings appeared on his robe, 9 truth-seeking balls floated behind him, and he held the 6-path staff. Wow! 6 paths Madara officially debuted. His power skyrocketed from the lower realm of 6 paths to the upper realm. Madara was elated, floating in midair and laughing heartily. This is the power of the 10 tails. I feel like I could even face Uchiha Chentian now. But before he could finish speaking, bam! A figure appeared above him without warning, kicking him from the sky back to the ground, creating a massive crater. The newcomer had white hair, a forehead protector, 9 golden truth-seeking balls floating behind him, and was engulfed in golden chakra. His eyes were more advanced than Madara and Sasuke's Rinnegan, featuring 7 Tomo in a purple Rinnegan. Who is it? Uchiha Chentian. Chentian floated in the air, looking down at the crater where Madara lay, and said lightly, "Madara, don't get too arrogant. Do you think you've outsmarted everyone, and no one has outsmarted you?" As he spoke, his gaze flicked towards Black Zetsu hiding in the shadows. I tell you, Eiju was so scared at that moment that he almost curled up into a ball. Madara climbed out of the pit, looking incredulous. He had no idea how Chentian had appeared. Chentian didn't give him any time to react. With a glare, he used the same technique, Rinnegan, border prison, but he created 8 shadows in one move. Madara was stunned on the spot. Impossible. How could you use my technique? Chentian didn't explain at all. His Rinnegan instantly transformed into deep blue samsara eyes, and a terrifying gravitational force pressed Madara down to his knees. Following that, 8 truth-seeking orbs formed a golden halo. And with a single move, Golden Will Rebirth Explosion, he blasted Madara away. Chentian then teleported behind Madara and unleashed a barrage of 80 God Void strikes. Countless punches rained down like cannonballs, brutally turning 6 pads Madara into a bloodied mess, his bones shattered. Let me tell you, the most exciting part is here. Black Zetsu, this ultimate filial son, took advantage of Madara being dazed, emerged from the ground, and with a sudden backstab, plunged his black hand directly into Madara's heart. Madara, with a face full of anger, asked why, and Black Zetsu laughed heartily. "You fool, I'm not your will. I am the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Mom, you can finally come out." When Chentian saw this, he sneered coldly. "Black Zetsu, I've been waiting for you for a long time." With a single attack of Amaterasu, he set Black Zetsu ablaze. However, Black Zetsu endured the excruciating pain and forcefully extracted Madara's Rinnegan and most of the Ten Tails power, causing his entire body to swell uncontrollably. The black flames were instantly extinguished, and a stunning white-haired woman appeared before everyone, with a 9-tomo Rinnegan on her forehead. Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra. As soon as Kagaya appeared, without saying a word, she glared at the moon with the eye on her forehead, activating infinite Tsukuyami. The entire world was instantly enveloped in white light, and except for Chentian, Naruto, Sasuke, and a few others protected by Susanoo, everyone else fell under the Jinjutsu and was bound into rice dumplings by the branches of the divine tree that emerged from the ground. Kagaya looked at Chentian with a hint of surprise in her eyes, as she could sense the power of the feather clothes and feather village within him. Chentian remained calm and directly exposed Kagaya's background, saying he not only knew her, but also knew about Otsutsuki Ishiki, and even personally killed Ishiki in another timeline. Kagaya was truly shocked this time. She didn't expect that there would be someone in this era who knew about the Otsutsuki clan. She explained that she succeeded in ambushing Ishiki by becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki back in the day. After hearing this, Chentian smiled and suggested, "Look, if we join forces, along with Naruto and Sasuke, even if the Otsutsuki clan sends someone, we would still have the strength to fight back. It's better than you going solo to reclaim chakra, right?" Kagaya fell silent upon hearing this. She neither agreed nor disagreed, but coldly looked at Chentian and said, "You make a valid point. However, let me see if you have the qualifications to be my teammate." As soon as she finished speaking, the power of the 9-tomo Rinnegan on her forehead erupted, activating the heavenly deity technique. In the next second, whoosh. Let me tell you, the world changed. Chentian and Kagaya were instantly transported to a space with extremely strong gravity. As soon as they landed, the terrifying gravity pressed them hard against the ground, making it difficult to even stand up. Kagaya struggled to raise her hand, palm facing Chentian, and a sharp bone spike shot out suddenly. It was the bone that could disassemble a person at the molecular level. That bone capable of breaking someone down to atoms zoomed towards me. And guess what? I just slid away to dodge it. Family, who understands? Kagaya's expression was so shocked that her jaw nearly dropped. She couldn't comprehend how, in this place with gravity greater than Mount Everest, I could still move like a monkey. I'll tell you, she has no idea that I've long treated this gravity space as my gym. If I don't come here to train a few times every day, I feel uncomfortable all over. So her proud home court advantage is, to me, just like giving me a buff. "Sorry, sister, but I'm familiar with this place." I flashed her a grin, activated my power, and, with a swift move, unleashed an 80 divine airstrike. Goodness, a storm of fists, pouring down like heavy rain, came crashing down on Kagaya's face. She was pressed down by the gravity, like a sticker, unable to move, just a pure target. In just a few hits, her white robe was beaten to shreds, revealing her delicate and curvy figure. I seized an opportunity, thinking that this fairy sister was used to being high and mighty. and I needed to bring her some earthly experiences to let her know about the harsh realities of society. I took a quick step forward and, aiming at her full and perky area, raised my hand and gave her a slap. Smack. I tell you, that sound was crisp and loud. The tactile sensation was incredibly bouncy. All I could think was one word. Kaguya was completely stunned, you know? Her CPU was overheating after living for thousands of years. I bet she hasn't even been touched by the opposite sex, let alone been hit by someone. She just stood there dazed, and it took her a full 5 or 6 seconds to slowly focus her gaze. And then, that look in her eyes, my God. It felt like she wanted to swallow me whole. The temperature in the entire space dropped by several degrees. How dare he? How dare he? I'm done for. I feel like I've poked a hornet's nest. This girl directly came at me with full force. The 9 tails on her forehead were so red it looked like they were about to bleed, and behind her, with a bang, she conjured up a black orb larger than the moon, an expanding Tao-seeking jade. That thing could blow the entire world back into nothingness. Can I spoil her? Right on the spot, I unleashed a massive purple ShowsSusanoo that soared 1,000 meters high. In my hands, I wielded 2 axes transformed from the Tao-seeking jade. Come on, let's hurt each other. I shouted loudly and swung an axe forward. The golden light collided with the black sphere, and the entire space sounded like shattering glass. Crackling ominously, on the verge of collapsing. This place was no longer tenable. Kaguya tore open a rift and fled first, and I followed closely behind, using Yomi's purgatory to return to the shinobi world. As soon as I landed, I told Naruto and Sasuke, big ones are coming. Get ready to fight. I sensed 3 terrifying auras, even more fearsome than Kaguya, heading this way. I pulled out a chakra fruit and handed it to Naruto, saying, here, give this to Madara. It'll be useful later. Then I shouted at Orochimaru, Orochimaru, stop dawdling. Bring out your impure world reincarnation package. Summon the 1st and 2nd Hokage. Orochimaru understood the seriousness of the situation, clapped his hands, and 4 coffin lids rose. Wow, the 1st Hokage Hashirama, the 2nd Hokage Tobirama, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen, and Madara's brother, Izuna Uchiha. Then things got even crazier. As soon as Izuna opened his eyes and saw the 2nd Hokage, it was like enemies meeting. They immediately started fighting. It was like a scene from Wu Lin Wai Zhuan. It was Hashirama who came out to pull them apart. Then there was a dramatic family reunion segment, where Tsunade ran out to explain. Hashirama was overjoyed to hear that I married his granddaughter, acting like a 200-pound child. The 2nd Hokage immediately wanted to flip the table, firmly opposing the marriage, which was hilarious. Just then, 3 figures descended from the sky, with white hair and white clothes, horns on their heads, giving off a vibe of alien villains. Kaguya turned pale, gritting her teeth as she recited 3 names. The leading stunning woman turned out to be her twin sister, Kaguya Otsutsuki Yalan. These guys came to seize territory and plant trees, and Yalan even tried to recruit me, saying my bloodline was noble and I should join them. I had already left a shadow clone there to argue with them, while my real body started to make moves. Naruto fed the fruit to Madara, and Madara's Rinnegan instantly recovered, his power skyrocketing. I looked at the few who were reanimated and unleashed a big move. Rebirth of the Heavens-Born technique. Using over 100,000 white Zetsu as sacrifices, I resurrected Hashirama, Tobirama, and Izuna all at once. They were at full health and full chakra. All right, stop the noise. I interrupted their family drama and started assigning tasks. Madara, Hashirama, you 2 go deal with that man. Naruto, Sasuke, and my son Senju, you 3 go handle the other one. The remaining old hag is mine. As a result, Kaguya and her sister got into an argument, and in a fit of anger, she canceled the infinite Tsukuyami. Her sister saw this and, surprisingly, activated it again. The 2 sisters turned against each other on the spot, and Kaguya directly threw in the towel and went to watch the show from the side. Ye Rin and her group were still pretending, calling us lowly beings. Madara didn't have that kind of patience, and charged up with a complete body ShowsSusanoo. The battle instantly erupted. Madara and Hashirama fused together, with ShowsSusanoo clad in true Thousand Hands, looking majestic. Naruto and the others did the same, with the 9 tails inside ShowsSusanoo, creating a purple-gold-themed ultimate mech. The scene was absolutely explosive. I confronted Yalan, and she was still there trying to persuade me to surrender. I directly mocked her. You want me to take a several thousand-year-old grandma as my subordinate? Are you out of your mind? She was so angry that her face turned green, and right on the spot, she conjured an even bigger expansion of the Tao-seeking jade than what Kaguya had just done. She was overestimating her abilities. She sneered. Without saying a word, I unleashed my Super Susanoo and created the heavens and the earth. With one axe strike, not only did I split her ball in half, but I also chopped off one of her arms. She was stunned at that moment, looking at her regrown arm with an incredibly serious expression. I admit I underestimated you. She gritted her teeth and said, but next, you won't be so lucky. As soon as she finished speaking, my goodness, 8 gigantic expanding Tao orbs appeared behind her. A full 8. Each one was like a small asteroid. 8, let's see how you break this. She laughed triumphantly. I laughed at that moment and directly used the multi-shadow clone technique to summon 8 Super Susanoo, each 1,000 meters tall, with each one wielding a heaven-cleaving axe. All neatly lined up. It's just 8, isn't that simple? Yilin's laughter suddenly stopped, and her expression was more vivid than seeing a ghost. She was stunned and asked me where I got so much chakra from. I told her, isn't it just like saving money? I've been saving blue chakra for decades. Much more powerful than your so-called 10 Tails power bank. As soon as I finished speaking, good heavens, 8 mushroom clouds exploded right behind me. Let me tell you, that scene was simply like 8 Gundams unleashing their ultimate moves simultaneously. 8 purple golden Susanoo lined up, all shouting at the same time. Super Shinra Tensei. With a bang, 8 streams of destructive repulsion surged out like a tsunami. The ground? It instantly looked like it had been plowed. The entire world was shaking. Yelin was dumbfounded. Her mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist. She was probably thinking how this Shinra Tensei seemed like it had cheat codes. Its power was hundreds of times stronger than hers. She got anxious and directly transformed in her tailed beast's third form. Good heavens. She instantly went from skinny to a muscle-bound version plus, sprouting 10 tails thicker than a train. I looked and thought, wow, she can really change. Without a second thought, all 8 Susanoo unleashed Amaterasu, and black flames poured onto her like they were free. And guess what happened? She stretched out her hands, and 2 Rinnegan actually grew in her palms, directly absorbing my Amaterasu. Folks, who understands this? ISNT this pure cheating? Playing around like everything can be absorbed, right? I was speechless at the time and complained that your hanging was a bit too obvious. Fine, you can absorb ninjutsu, but you can't absorb sage arts, right? I directly used sage techniques, with each of the 8 Susanoo wielding a gigantic tailed beast Rasengan, each one resembling a small asteroid. She didn't back down either and unleashed 10 tailed beast balls with her 10 tails. When they collided, let me tell you, the sky was blown apart and the space shattered like glass all over the place. I thought to myself, this won't do if we keep fighting like this. The entire ninja world will be torn apart by the 2 of us, and I might end up with a performance penalty. We have to change places. With a thought, I dismissed Susanoo and sent a sage art, Rasengan, right at her face. She was quite arrogant, attempting to catch it with one hand while saying, this little sage art won't work on me. I smirked internally. Really? The next second, I activated Wheel of the Grave, Abyss. My shadow leaped out from another dimension and grabbed her. Then, Heavenly Transmission. In an instant, we were teleported away. By the time she realized what happened, she was already in my gravity space. The gravity there could compress an elephant into a photo. She was pressed down to her knees, struggling to move. Still stubborn. She said, you think changing places can defeat me? I laughed, looking at her as if she were a fool, and thought, what else could it be? I've been training here for 10 years. When she saw that my speed was basically unaffected, her face turned pale. Next, it was my personal showcase time. Do you want to dance? I unleashed a set of Dragon 8 form combo punches, and she didn't even have time to react before being beaten to a pulp. In the end, I transformed into a 1,000-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon, and with a flick of its tail, bam, she was sent flying like a broken sack. Her body shattered into several pieces, crashing to the ground and creating a huge pit. Her abnormal recovery ability kicked in again, and I thought to myself that this girl's combat skills were simply terrible, having all the godly equipment, but lacking in operation. I didn't have time to waste with her, so I directly activated the Rinnegan, Death God Sealing plus 4 God Seals of the Wheel Tomb. A combo clearly arranged to make her reflect for a month or 2. After handling this side, I looked over to the other side, and wow, they were also fighting fiercely. Naruto and Sasuke were teaming up to beat up someone named Jinba, with the second Hokage, fourth Hokage, Itachi, Guy, and Kakashi all present. The scene was explosive with water techniques, flying thunder god, Amaterasu, 8 gates, and countless swords, skills flying around like fireworks. It was like a pro-max version of Ragnarok. In the end, it was still Naruto and Sasuke working together. plus my brother Senju and Sasuke combining to perform a plus version of the planetary devastation, stuffing that guy into a newly created moon. On the other side, my grandpa, Uchiha Madara, and the first Hokage were also busy sealing another Otsutsuki together. Grandpa Madara used the Wheel Tomb for a sneak attack, while the first Hokage directly used Wood Release to cover a five-finger mountain, keeping it simple and brutal. By the time I arrived at the main force, wow, the atmosphere was off. Grandpa Madara was exchanging barbs with Obito, one mocking the other for starting a war with women, and the other mocking being used as a pawn. Grandpa Madara wasn't satisfied with the chaos and directly lit the fire, accusing Obito of being the mastermind behind Naruto as parents' deaths and provoking the Uchiha Civil War. Sasuke, Itachi, and Shursui all activated their eternal Mangeki Sharingan at once, and the tension felt like Uchiha Civil War II. Zero was about to break out. Fortunately, the first Hokage and Naruto were desperately holding them back, preventing an immediate fight. As soon as I appeared, Tsunade started yelling at me, asking where I had been. I could only shrug and say I just had a business talk with Kagaya, and from now on, she's on our side, united against the Otsutsuki clan. Then the first Hokage muttered softly, I remember Madara was killed by Chentian, right? The whole place fell silent, and I turned dark, thinking, family. It's not that I don't want to give Grandpa face, but who can handle this pig teammate? Tsunade wanted to press me about my promise with Kagaya, but I quickly changed the subject, saying, all right, let us get to business first, reviving our fallen brothers. I directly grabbed a bunch of white Zetsu, connected my Rinnegan Bluetooth to one of them, and then this guy shared it with hundreds of thousands of white Zetsu. The next second, hundreds of thousands of white Zetsu simultaneously activated the Rinne rebirth technique, and the scene was incredible, with countless King Yama emerging from the ground, opening their mouths to spit out souls. The entire battlefield was filled with the golden light of resurrection, spectacular beyond belief. I'm telling you, those fallen brothers, no matter how broken their bodies were, even if their heads had relocated under the simultaneous activation of hundreds of thousands of white Zetsu, they stood up from the ground, one by one as if nothing had happened, fully revived on the spot. This kid Naruto was so excited, shouting that it was finally over. I patted Tsunade on the shoulder and winked at her, saying, Tsunade, the mess is yours now. Please direct the scene. Then, wow, the position of Hokage suddenly became a hot potato. Tsunade turned around and wanted to pass the buck to the fourth Hokage. Minato, you were originally Hokage. Come back and take over. Minato waved his hands repeatedly. No way, Lady Tsunade, I've been offline for so many years. I don't even understand what version Konoha is in now. I can't take it. Tsunade heard this and turned her gaze toward the first and second Hokage. How about you two, Tobirama and Hashirama, returning to your original posts? The second Hokage Tobirama was also straightforward, saying, we old fossils can forget it. Our thinking can't keep up. How about letting Rope Tree take over? As soon as he said that, Rope Tree shivered in fear. No, second Grandpa. Please don't put me in that position. With my record, I'll be roasted alive by the keyboard warriors in the village. I say, Kakashi-sensei is the most suitable. Damn, how come this melon has directional transfer? Kakashi was completely stunned at that moment, with an expression of who am I? Where am I? Tsunade didn't care about that. She slapped her thigh and said, all right, Kakashi, it's you, the sixth Hokage. Naruto immediately became unhappy, jumping up and down. Why? Why does Kakashi-sensei get to be the sixth Hokage all of a sudden? Isn't that too fast? If you don't want to be Hokage, then give it to me. Kakashi smiled and patted his head. Sure, when you grow a few more years, I'll pass it to you. That one sentence completely drained Naruto's energy. While they were dividing the pork here, there was a loud rumble from the sky, and nine-tailed beasts separated from Kagaya's body like dumplings, falling to the ground. Let me tell you, that scene, 9 pairs of big eyes all focused on Naruto. Kurama, the Nine Tails, was particularly proud. The one-tailed Shikaku sarcastically said, oh, Kurama, are you really planning to stick with Naruto? Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails exploded with anger, shouting, what do you mean I'm following Naruto? He's the one sticking to me. Okay, who understands this kind of contradictory behavior? It's simply ridiculous. The Eight-Tails Gyuki was quite straightforward and said cheerfully, I have to go back to find my brother Killer Bee. I'm out of here. After saying that, he ran off. The other tailed beasts also thought freedom was the best. And in the blink of an eye, they all ran away like they were clocking out of work, leaving only the Nine Tails still lingering by Naruto's side. A month later, the order in the ninja world was basically restored. Tsunade was still the 5th Hokage, and Kakashi officially took office as the 6th Hokage. I was also free now, thinking that since I'd settled things on Earth, It was time to go do something on the moon. I transformed into a beam of golden light and rushed up, circling around the surface of the moon, which looked like a desert. But I knew that those Otsutsuki clan members lived inside the moon. Sure enough, I found an entrance glowing with green light. Once I drilled in, wow, the interior of the moon was truly a different world with sky and land, resembling a resort on Earth. As soon as I steadied my footing, a huge white beam shot right at my face. Then, two white-haired figures appeared in the distance, looking like they were carved from the same mold. Without saying a word, they charged at me, using some technique called the 8 trigrams return to heaven 361 style, creating a huge commotion. Unfortunately, in front of me, these two guys fought like kindergarten kids. I dodged swiftly, grabbed each of their wrists, and swung them together like a wrecking ball, crashing them into each other. They fell to the ground, spitting blood and unable to get up. At that moment, I noticed a giant Rinnegan made up of countless white eyes hanging in the sky, resembling a super surveillance camera, monitoring the ninja world 24/7 without any blind spots. I realized that they knew who I was because they had been watching all the things I did in real time. The two white-haired figures got up, and one of them, named Otsutsuki Renrin, pointed at me in terror and asked, "Uchiha Chentian, how did you find your way here?" I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. My gaze was completely captivated by that gigantic blue eyeball in the sky. Wow, such a huge Rinnegan. What a great thing. That guy saw it and panicked, wanting to control the giant Rinnegan to attack me. But as soon as he raised his hand, the SDY popped up and poof, it was gone. He was dumbfounded, wondering what was going on. The Rinnegan was out of control. Another guy named Shiming quickly reminded him, "It's his Rinnegan interfering with us." What a joke. In front of my Rinnegan Pro Max, theirs could only be considered a youth version at most. I shot a Rinnegan, pressure at them, and the deep blue ocular power pressed down like a tsunami. Those two guys didn't even make a sound. Their eyes rolled back, and they were knocked out cold. Why hold back? I directly activated Rinnegan, Absorb, on the giant Rinnegan in the sky. Let me tell you, that feeling was like plugging a phone into a 120W fast charge. A massive amount of chakra surged into my eyes, skyrocketing. My body was evolving. The Rinnegan shot up to 8 Tomo, and the Rinnegan turned into a deeper blue-red color. I finally understand why the original character, the Sage of Six Paths, could awaken the Rinnegan just by transplanting the eyes of Hanabi. It turns out he was connected to the cloud database here. Now that I've emptied this database, he won't have such good fortune in the future. Just as I was enjoying myself, a white-haired boy rushed over, with a black cloth covering his eyes. It was none other than the Sage of Six Paths. Although he couldn't see, his perception was astonishing, and he immediately launched a soft fist technique. His talent is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, it's not enough in front of me. I simply reached out, casually grabbed his arm, and tossed him away. Uchiha Chentian, the demon god of the ninja world. He steadied himself and called out my name word by word, asking, "What is your purpose for coming here?" I shrugged my shoulders. What was my purpose? My purpose has already been achieved. He instantly understood and gritted his teeth, saying, "The reincarnation, Did you destroy it?" "Not destroyed, really." I replied casually, "Just borrowed a bit of chakra, since you guys were just letting it gather dust." At that moment, the two old guys I had knocked out also woke up. The one called Ranrin had eyes as red as if he wanted to kill someone, staring at me intently. The other one, Shemming, remained relatively calm, pressing down on his shoulder, signaling him not to act impulsively. I can't help but laugh, watching them say, "You guys are quite amusing. In order to maintain some pure bloodline, you engage in incestuous marriages, and as a result, you're on the brink of extinction. Now you still want to fight with me?" At a glance, I saw that the monk Ming was so scared that he shivered all over and didn't even dare to lift his head. Only the blind monk was still staring at me with a serious expression. I looked at his hollow eye sockets and thought that I couldn't just take someone's family heirloom for nothing. I had to give some compensation. I stretched out my hand towards the forehead of the person beside me. That person thought I was going to attack, shouting, "Don't go too far." What's all the excitement for? I scoffed if I really wanted to make a move. The three of you together wouldn't even be enough for me to pinch with one finger. Saying that, I gathered the power of Yin-Yang release in my hand and pressed it directly against the person's forehead, activating Reincarnation Eye, Yin-Yang release. In the next second, a brand new pure Byakugan appeared out of thin air in his eye socket. The person froze, blinking in disbelief as the world before him became clearer for the first time. He stammered, my eyes. Consider this compensation for taking a Reincarnation Eye." I withdrew my hand. This pair of eyes was created using your own cells, perfectly compatible. With your talent, evolving into a true reincarnation, I shouldn't be difficult. He was stunned for a long time and finally whispered, "Thank you." Before I left, I gave him a reminder, "Kid, practice well. Those alien relatives of yours will come back sooner or later." After saying that, I instantly returned to the fairy realm. Next, it was time to clean up. I first found the huge stone ball that sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki, and without saying a word, I used Great Kali to shrink it down to the size of a marble and put it in my pocket. Then I teleported to my gravity space and released that guy. He was pretty arrogant when he came out, roaring at me, "Lowly creature." I just rolled my eyes at him, "Idiot." I raised my hand and executed a move, Shoming Baiguna. Countless huge black cubes fell from the sky. And with the 100-fold gravity here, the power was simply a dimensional strike. With a boom, I slammed Otsutsuki Kinshiki half to death. Before he could recover with the 10 tails, I activated my Rinnegan, glaring at him and using Rinnegan, chakra creation, forcibly compressing his entire body along with the 10 tails into a chakra fruit the size of a human head with a pop. I was feeling a bit uneasy holding the fruit, wondering if this counted as eating humans. Then I thought, aliens don't count as humans. Energy, I only absorb energy. With a thought, the energy from the fruit surged into my body, dramatically increasing my physical strength. Next, using the Otsutsuki-style technique, I followed the same process. Bang. Another fruit in hand absorbed. My physical technique broke through again. After I dealt with these two, I want to check on the sealed Otsutsuki Yalan. Wow, this woman is ruthless. She even severed half her body and ran away with her soul. You can escape from a monk, but not the temple. I sneered and, from across space, grab her remaining half-body. Bang. I'll turn you into fertilizer too. After consuming 3 human-shaped chakra fruits, I felt like I had transcended. My Rinnegan evolved into the final 9-tomo form. In my rebirth, I turned into a brilliant gold. The power was so overwhelming that it shocked me. The key point is, with these bug skills, I don't even need my eyes anymore. I clap my hand, boom. An invisible Shinra Tensei spread out. With a single finger, a black Amaterasu ignited out of thin air. Family, who understands, this is called having core technology in your own hands. No one can use those poke your eyes out tricks anymore. I could even form a complete ShowsSusanoo 100 meters tall outside my body just by using hand seals. Alright, warm-up complete. Next, it's time to visit the 3 great lands of the ninja world. But let me tell you, these 3 great lands are not as simple as you think, especially the wet bone forest. Even from across space, I could feel the overpowering aura inside, stronger than the combined might of Mayaboka Mountain and the Dragon Cave. These old guys have been around since the Sage of Six Paths. If they could help seal Kagaya, do you think they're easy to deal with? I reckon this so-called Great Land is definitely not just a driving school to learn the Sage Mode. There must be big secrets hidden inside. Interestingly, my Sage Mode was developed by stealing techniques from Jiraiya and Orochimaru back in the day, using my eyes to forcefully deduce it, with no contractual relationship to them at all. My visit this time is equivalent to challenging them directly. However, just as I was about to set off, Konoha exploded. Wow. The Uchiha Civil War 2, Zero, the 3 heroes battling Elbu, was happening right on the spot. Let me tell you, that scene was unbelievable. Uchiha, all by himself, challenged Sasuke, Itachi, and Shursui. All 3 activated their eternal Manjiki Sharingan and unleashed a barrage of attacks on Madara. Who understands this, right? Shursui came in with the strongest Genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, trying to fry Madara's CPU directly. And what happened? Madara didn't even blink, instantly broke free, and casually commented, "Not bad ability. You managed to catch me. I, Uchiha Madara, will call you the strongest in Genjutsu." His arrogant demeanor made my teeth itch. Then, Sasuke and Itachi, being true brothers, teamed up for a double Amaterasu right in Madara's face. The unquenchable black flames burned fiercely, but in the end, it was all for nothing. Madara simply used the shadow of his Rinnegan to block the attack, remaining completely unharmed. How can you even fight like this? Madara countered with a Shinra Tensei, severely injuring Shursui on the spot. If it weren't for Sasuke's quick reflexes using the universal pull to bring him back, Shursui would probably have been finished right there. Honestly, this scene highlighted a clear unfairness. Madara, Sasuke, and Itachi all had power-ups, while Shursui was relying solely on his personal skills, clearly standing out in this Uchiha battle. Sasuke, pushed to his limit, pulled out his trump card, the Indra's arrow, capable of piercing the Nine Tails with a single shot. And Madara? He summoned ShowsSusanoo, wielding 2 massive 40-meter swords, and met the attack with a cross slash. Boom! The heavens and earth shook as if the world was ending. And what was the result? Madara was still superior, Sasuke's Susanoo cracked immediately. Madara even mocked. You youngsters, you can hit pretty hard. At this point, he didn't forget to use the God Tree to try to bury the three alive. Just when things are getting intense, guess what? The first Hokage Hashirama, Naruto, and Kakashi arrived with a large force. Classic everyone. Stop it. The moment Madara saw Hashirama, he was quick to listen, huffed coldly, and vanished in an instant. Only listening to Hashirama's words. Kakashi, as the sixth Hokage, issued a strict order to stop fighting. Sasuke ignored him, turned away with a cold huff, completely unbothered. Although Shursui and Itachi were also furious, they ultimately stopped at my grandfather's request, Izuna's persuasion. The Uchiha internal conflict finally hit the pause button. But did you think it ended there? The old trickster Tobirama started talking about Uchiha's issues again. My grandfather Izuna couldn't stand it anymore, revealing his newly upgraded lotus-shaped manjiki, and lectured Tobirama. Sir, times have changed. If you don't progress, you'll be eliminated by the younger generation sooner or later. After that, he didn't hold back, delivering a massive Buddha palm strike right to Tobirama's face. Tobirama, frightened, quickly used Flying Thunder God to escape. But my grandfather had predicted his prediction and was already waiting at the landing spot. He unleashed a storm of physical attacks, beating Tobirama like a rag doll, leaving him without the power to fight back. Finally, Izuna unleashed an enhanced fire style, evaporating Tobirama's prideful massive water style on the spot. He left with a remark. You lost, and walked away coolly. Family, this operation was divine. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. In the 67th year of Konoha, Naruto and Sasuke had grown up, and my son Senju was already 15 years old. One day, feeling bored, I played with my 15-year-old son Senju. The kid got carried away, launching a Sage Art, Big Rasen Shuriken with his left hand and a Sage Art, Lightning Release, 1,000 birds with his right, all aimed at my face. Me? I just threw a punch. The punch created a gust of wind that transformed into a colorful peacock, instantly dispersing his ninjutsu. He wasn't convinced and went all out with a planetary devastation. Let me tell you, I just stood there, not moving at all. That terrifying gravity felt like a tickle. Seeing he couldn't pull me in, he dropped a meteor from the sky, which must have been 10,000 meters long. I kicked up into the sky, and with a bang, sent him flying like fireworks. The funniest part? He actually awakened to time, eye technique, trying to freeze me. But my speed was so fast that I pierced through his time. He was stunned, watching me appear behind him. He quickly activated a golden Susanoo, but I punched right through that tin can. The little guy panicked and switched to the Rinnegan, using gravity to crush me. I felt a slight weight on my shoulder, but that was about it. He thought I was only using physical skills and confidently said, Dad, you can't beat me without the Rinnegan. I laughed, narrowed my eyes, and 2 waves of air shot out, hitting his shoulder and causing him to shudder in pain. He swung the long sword made from the Jade of the Tao at me, and guess what? I extended 2 fingers and caught it right then and there. He completely went crazy, activating his Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Sage mode, his aura soaring as he swung the sword at me again. But to me, his speed looked like slow motion. He slashed away for a long time without even brushing the corner of my clothes. I find him too indecisive. I seized an opening and landed a heavy punch right in his stomach. With a loud bang, the force was so great that Shinsho flew out like a cannonball, creating a deep pit of 3 to 4 meters in the ground. He struggled to climb out of the pit, and just as he steadied himself, his body swayed and he sat back down with a thud. With a gasp, a mouthful of old blood spewed out. The power of my punch was still coursing through his body, making him sweat profusely and turn pale. After a long while, he finally regained his composure and weakly looked at me. Dad, you are too ruthless? Haha, experience still counts. Even with just my physical skills, I can defeat you. You're still too young. With a slap, I didn't hit him. I was restoring his vitality. The celestial energy within me is incredibly pure, and with a flash of golden light, my son, Thousand Hands, was instantly revived to full health. I tell you, just with that move, the eyes of the spectators nearby went wide. Hashirama and Madara had already started their little meeting. Hashirama asked Madara, Hey, what do you think of Chentian's physical skills? Who is Madara? With a sharp eye, he directly commented, Very strong, and I feel like he's not even using his full strength. If he really went all out, your big nephew Senju would probably struggle to take 3 hits. Hashirama nodded and seriously analyzed. That's right, it's precisely because his power is too overwhelming. I guess his stamina can't keep up. This fighting style is purely a 3-second reel, man. Can't last long. Good heavens. They were analyzing me like I was an ordinary taijutsu ninja, talking about how taijutsu consumes a lot of energy unlike ninjutsu, which can absorb chakra, making it hard to fight a prolonged battle. I wanted to laugh. Is Sage Art just practice? You can't even imagine how fast I can absorb natural energy to recover health and chakra. On the other side, that kid Sasuke was also shocked, muttering, "The Rebirth Eye and the Rinnegan can't even beat Uncle Chentian's pure taijutsu? How much stronger has he gotten in these 2 years?" Itachi was calmer and explained to his brother, "The teacher's level may not have improved, but he has refined both taijutsu and ninjutsu to the extreme. The stronger you are, the harder it is to make progress." Just then, the goofy Naruto sighed in relief, feeling fortunate. Thank goodness, Uncle Chentian isn't interested in being Hokage. Otherwise, I would have to prepare to pass on the position to the 8th Hokage right after just becoming the 7th. Who understands the family pressure? I wanted to slap him at that moment. Sasuke snapped back. Are you out of your mind? He's a sage lord. His power is greater than all 5 Kages combined. Does he care about your village leader position? Naruto blew up. What did you say, Sasuke? You want to fight, huh? You can't beat me now. These 2 kids, ready to throw down over a disagreement. Naruto suddenly shone with golden light. Sage of the Nine Tails mode. That aura was incredibly cool. He was feeling proud. And then guess what happened? Sasuke also smiled, looking at him like he was playing a joke. He widened his Rinnegan, formed hand seals, and in the next second, a burst of golden chakra erupted, with a big snake coiling behind him. He also entered Sage mode. Good heavens, now Naruto was dumbfounded, stuttering Sage. Sage mode? Sasuke was completely calm. Sage mode? Who can't do it? Just as these 2 little brats were about to fight, I shouted, "Is there anyone else?" My gaze landed directly on Ban. The battle maniac Ban immediately got excited. "What, are you going to dance?" I glanced at him and Hashirama with disdain and laughed. "You're still not good enough. The 2 of you, come at me together. Don't say I'm bullying an old man. I tell you, as soon as I finished speaking, even chakra was useless. Just relying on the might of my physical body. With a crackle, the surrounding space started to spark with electricity. The ground split open, and countless stones flew into the air. Hashirama was so shocked. What? A terrifying aura? Can someone become this strong, just with taijutsu? Over there, Guy and Lee were already beyond excited, shouting, "This is youth. My senior brother is my idol." Niji and Tenten quickly moved away from those 2 embarrassing guys. Hashirama and Madara exchanged glances and jumped into the air. Madara was still putting on an act, saying, "Chentian, use your Rinnegan. Do you think you could defeat us just with taijutsu? You're underestimating us too much." I thought to myself, okay, then let you all see for yourselves. Is that so? As soon as I finished speaking, bang, bang, with 2 loud noises. They didn't even have time to react before I kicked them like 2 cannonballs, sending them directly into the ground and creating 2 large pits that they couldn't even crawl out of. Ban Yi panicked, crawled out of the pit, and without saying a word, summoned a Susanoo that was 200 meters high, swinging a large sword towards me. Hashirama also reacted, slamming his hands on the ground. Senjutsu would release true thousands of hands. Good heavens, one was bigger than the other, with one Susanoo trying to cut me and a cannon statue about to slap me. I couldn't help but laugh and shouted, "Demon Dragon 8 styles." I tell you, in just 1 second, I unleashed hundreds of energy dragons with my fists, each over 100 meters long, their roars shaking the heavens and the earth. In an instant, they overwhelmed those 2 big guys. At first, they were flustered. Hashirama's 1,000-handed cannon was frantically slapping the dragons, while Madara Susanoo was desperately chopping at them. After a long fight, Hashirama got anxious and shouted to Madara, "Madara, this won't do, we're losing face." Madara snorted coldly. Got it. The next second, these 2 arch-rivals actually merged together. Hashirama directly dove into Madara's Susanoo, and the wood-release chakra instantly wrapped around it, creating a divine warrior Susanoo with thousands of hands. Its size skyrocketing to over 1,000 meters. In less than 20 seconds, they cleared all my hundreds of divine dragons. I was stunned. These 2 guys, clearly only at the 6 Paths middle realm, combined their strength and their destructive power skyrocketed to the 6 Paths upper realm, perfectly coordinated. All right, you're forcing me to go all out, huh? 8 gates of Duinjia. The gates within me open one by one. Open, rest, life, injury, do view, shock, death. All 8 gates opened. Red steam erupted from my body in an instant. But that's not enough. 8 gates King Fist. I compressed this power again and unleashed it. Triple 8 gates King Fist. Boom. The red steam around me transformed into blinding flames, and I looked like a little sun. In an instant, I flashed right in front of Madara and threw a punch. Just one punch. It shattered the armor of the thousand-handed Susanoo like glass, with a loud crash. I kicked Madara away, but he wasn't going down easily. He immediately used the reanimation technique to create a shadow clone to sneak attack me. Hashirama also reacted quickly and charged at me with a giant sage art Rasengan. The three of us were tangled up in a chaotic fight in the sky. Madara unleashed 4 fire dragons that could destroy Konoha, surrounding me from all directions. I let out a roar and shattered all the fire dragons just with my momentum. Then, Hashirama's wood dragon swallowed me whole. That old man Madara, to fight me, even attacked his own teammate's technique. With a glare from my Rinnegan, I used Shinra Tensei and directly blew up Hashirama's wood dragon. Then I formed hand signs and used Tenpenki-Eye. Good heavens! 2 meteors larger than mountains came crashing down from the sky. The younger generation below was dumbfounded. Itachi was analyzing, saying I was using sage power to crazily recover the life force consumed by the 8 gates of Duinjia. That's right. I have plenty of blood and chakra. I can't be worn out. As the smoke cleared, I floated in the air unscathed, looking at the two of them. I have to say, you two really cooperate well. However, the strength of my body far exceeds your imagination. I rubbed my hands in the void, and a terrifying energy ball began to. Was anxious. Didn't we agree not to use ninjutsu? Stare at me intently. No, this is not ninjutsu. He is compressing air and space. That's right. Space key wave. I pushed with both hands, and a huge energy ball directly pressed both of them, along with the Susanoo, to the ground. They couldn't withstand it at all. Obito made a quick decision and used the Rinnegan to teleport away with Hashirama. But the next second, Hashirama suddenly started forming hand seals. I thought to myself, what kind of world-destroying jutsu is he about to unleash? But a minute passed, then 5 minutes, and he was still there hand sealing. Both Obito and I were dumbfounded. I shouted, Hashirama, what are you doing? Do you need me to order you takeout to enter Sage mode? Hurry up. Just give me one more minute. Boom. Suddenly, purple gold flames erupted from Hashirama's body, and a character for Sage appeared on his forehead. His strength skyrocketed from the 6 paths, leveled directly to the perfected 6 paths. I was completely stunned. Bang. Bang. I hadn't even reacted when he had already thrown 2 punches at me. The next second, bam, a kick landed on my stomach. Damn it. It felt like my bones were about to break. His strength and speed were clearly not faster than mine, but his combat skills and experience completely overwhelmed me. He even mimicked my moves, creating a purple golden air wave that sent me flying. Then, with a series of combos, he smashed me from the sky down into the ground. Floating in the air, looking down at me, he said, your skills still need some work. Use the reincarnation eye. Let me see your true strength. All right, as you wish. I crawled up from the pit, and my eyes instantly transformed into the purple Nine-Tails Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei. The terrifying, repulsive force erupted in an instant. After opening my eyes, all of Hashirama's movements appeared to me in slow motion. He couldn't get close to me at all, driven to desperation. He clapped his hands and unleashed his trump card. Senjutsu. True number. Buddha transformation from above. 1,000-meter tall wooden Buddha rose from the ground, radiating brilliant golden light. Its majestic appearance imposing, it pressed down on me with one hand. I let out a cold laugh. Multiple. ShowsSusanoo Kurun technique. My Rinnegan erupted with terrifying ocular power, and suddenly 100 fully formed Susanoo appeared in the sky. Senjutsu. Multiple creation of heaven and earth. 100 Susanoo, each wielding a giant axe of creation, simultaneously struck down at the colossal Buddha. With a deafening roar, that invincible golden Buddha was instantly reduced to a sky full of wood shavings. Hashirama was stunned, muttering, is this kid a Jinchuriki? How can he use chakra without running out? I suddenly appeared behind him, my voice echoing softly. Even the chakra of the 10 tails might not be as much as mine. He was startled and quickly used the flying thunder god technique he had just learned to create distance. Then he rubbed his hands together and threw them directly at me. My Rinnegan lit up, and with heavenly hand power, I instantly swapped positions with him. What? He was taken aback, but reacted quickly, immediately using flying thunder god to disappear along with the 2 bombs. The next second, he reappeared in front of me with the bombs. He moved again. I was shocked, and my Rinnegan instantly switched to the golden Samsara Eye. Samsara Eye. Absolute protection. A transparent shield enveloped me, and a massive energy sphere pressed down on the shield, producing a deafening explosion. My shield was about to give way. Then, it was Samsara Eye. Great darkness. My golden reincarnation eye power erupted. and the two sun-sized energy balls in front of me were instantly shrunk down, finally becoming as small as glass beads. Hashirama was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did they suddenly get smaller? I didn't give him a chance to react at all, and with a glare I activated reincarnation 100 times gravity. Hashirama immediately fell to his knees with a thud. And that's not all. Reincarnation Taijibawa, a black and white Tai Chi diagram instantly unfolded beneath his feet. And with a flash of light, all the power within him, including his incredibly powerful super immortal mode, was completely sealed by me. Now he's just a bit physically stronger than an ordinary person. But he can't help it if he has cheats. Let me tell you, this guy Chentian effortlessly broke the seal of the first Hokage. Goodness, just now he was facing the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, who was sweating profusely. He knows very well that death isn't scary. What's terrifying is being reduced to an ordinary person with just a glance from someone else. That feeling is worse than death. This is awkward. According to the rules, when Chentian used his eye technique, it meant he lost, but the problem is, the first Hokage was indeed defeated by him in one move. So who exactly wins and who loses? It's simply a philosophical question. And what's most bizarre, all the big shots present, including Ban Yi, Sasuke, and Naruto, felt that the name Chentian sounded incredibly familiar, as if they had heard it just yesterday. But they just couldn't recall it. It was like that thing, right? Focusing on quantum entanglement. This guy has done something in some unknown parallel world in the past, and it has started to affect our main timeline. Everyone's memories are quietly being updated. Let's put this aside for now, and shift the focus to the Five Shadows Conference. Can you guess the location? The immortal city built by Chentian himself. Let me tell you about that scene. It was incredible. The red carpet stretched for 800 miles, and on both sides stood guards, all elite jonin. A full 500 of them. Family who understands. 500 J-nin as your bodyguards. What a scene. Even the daimyo would shed tears upon seeing this. With the 5 Kage present, the atmosphere is incredibly subtle. Gaara, Tsunade, Karatsuchi, Darui as the Reikage, and our 6th Hokage, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto immediately spots the most dazzling figure in the crowd, Gaara, feeling incredibly jealous. Damn it, it's one thing for Kakashi-sensei to become Hokage. But how did you end up as Kazekage too? Gaara is still so gentle, smiling and saying, Naruto, I believe you will eventually become Hokage. The first Hokage, Hashirama, was like Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, his eyes wide with amazement, shouting that he wanted to settle down here. The second Hokage, Tobirama, was anxious and poked him in the side. Big brother, pay attention to your image. There's a camera filming. On the other side, several shadows were almost sparking with their inner thoughts. Terumi looked at Chentian, feeling a mix of emotions, estimating that she was now at the peak of the shadow level. Reikage Darui felt he had just reached the threshold of the super shadow lower level. Meanwhile, Tsuchikage Karatsuchi was the most anxious, thinking she might be the weakest among the 5 shadows, fearing that if the big shots had a disagreement, her village would be the first to suffer. She guessed correctly. She was indeed at the bottom. Chentian didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. Everyone, stop the infighting. There are Otsutsuki aliens coming to destroy the world outside. Just relying on the 6 of us at the 6 paths level won't hold up. The entire ninja world needs to mobilize. Reikage Darui snorted coldly and said, sounds nice, but you don't want us to be cannon fodder, do you? Chentian glanced over with a look and said lightly, cannon fodder? You're overthinking it. The tactic of overwhelming them with numbers is useless against those monsters. A shadow-level ninja is just a slightly larger ant in front of them. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Chentian directly proposed a 3-point plan. First, to enhance the strength of all ninjas. Second, to develop scientific ninja tools. And third, most importantly, to establish a United Nations. In the future, anyone who dares to start a war will be waiting to be beaten up by all countries. Kakashi and Terumi both agreed in an instant. The way Mei looked at Chentian was simply mesmerizing, making Kakashi wonder in his heart if these two had something going on back in the day. Gaara also nodded in agreement. The Reikage hummed and hawed, but deep down he knew this was the only way out. The Tsuchikage, Anoki, was overjoyed, finally having a strong ally to rely on. Then Chentian made a decisive decision on the spot. All right, the United Nations is established today, and you 5 shadows will be the permanent members, while I will be the president of the United Nations. Goodness, that was quick and efficient. This power transfer was faster than changing a light bulb. However, While this side is dealing with the United Nations, what is my second pillar doing on the other side? PS in jail. Of course, it's an undercover mission to track down clues about Otsutsuki Ishiki. As soon as I went in, some blind prison bully wanted to show off and asked me to give him a back rub. There were also inmates next to me saying some greasy nonsense. Let me tell you, my fists were clenched at that moment. Guess what happened next? Sasuke didn't even lift his eyelids. The eternal kaleidoscope with the overlapping six-pointed star and triangular windmill turned, and with a single glance, Amaterasu, the sturdy man, standing at 2 meters and 2 centimeters tall, suddenly erupted in an unquenchable black flame. The entire prison erupted in chaos, with screams echoing everywhere. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the warden, a reformist named Bolo. This guy is an inner member of the Shell organization and a tough character. When he saw a prisoner covered in black flames, instead of saving him, he unleashed a deadly venom that turned both the person and the fire into a puddle of toxic liquid. What happened next? Amaterasu directly transferred to him, catching him off guard, and it took him a long time to extinguish the flames. Boruto realized something was wrong and began to check each cell one by one. When he reached Sasuke's cell, he was completely stunned. Uchiha Sasuke? Impossible. How could you be here? Sasuke replied lightly. Oh, have I been recognized? It seems I've come to the right place. Burrow let out a sinister laugh and bent the iron railing, as thick as his arm, with his bare hands. Charging straight in, he kicked forward with such speed that it created a sonic boom. But in front of Sasuke's eternal Mangeki Sharingan, his speed seemed like slow motion. Not only did Sasuke dodge, but he returned at a speed 10 times faster than he came. A kick directly broke through the wall of Burrow. Burrow let out a roar. His entire body turned into steel, emitting toxic gas. Sasuke was shocked. What a monster! As he transformed his whole body into a machine. Without saying a word, he unleashed another Amaterasu to the face. But Boruo surprisingly endured the black flames and transformed his palm into a blade to strike back. Sasuke drew his sword to block, and the two clashed together with a clanging sound. Lightning release. Chidori. Sasuke's left hand flickered with lightning, and a Chidori directly incapacitated Boruto's entire lower half. But this monster could still fight with its upper body. It surprisingly fired several chakra bombs from its palm. Sasuke squinted his eyes, activating the Rinnegan. Heavenly hand power. In the next second, he and Bolo instantly swapped positions. Bolo could only let out a reluctant roar before being hit directly by the shell he had fired. With a loud bang, the entire prison collapsed. Sasuke didn't care about the prisoners who were crushed to death. His left eye flashed red, and he directly activated a purple ShowsSusanoo, breaking through the prison's top layer and soaring into the sky. After all, there wasn't a good person among those who could enter this prison. Meanwhile, Naruto also encountered a tough opponent. A middle-aged man surprisingly activated his Sharingan, using fire release in one hand and wind release in the other, playing with him skillfully. The two fought back and forth, and suddenly, Naruto appeared behind the man, patting him on the shoulder. Hey buddy, I've been fighting you for a while, but it's actually been my shadow clone all along. Killing requires striking at the heart. This uncle's name is Uchiha Marco, and he is currently in shock as Sasuke descends from the sky. He recognized him at a glance. Marco? Didn't you die in the Third Shinobi World War? Wow. It turns out this guy is a veteran from the Uchiha clan, and he used to be a bodyguard for a young Sasuke for a while. What a twisted fate. As soon as Sasuke saw Marco's eyes, he instantly understood. Eternal Mangeki? Naruto, leave this to me. It's no longer just a matter of one technique. It's a family matter for the Uchiha. Marco, upon seeing Sasuke's Rinnegan, felt his legs go weak, but he still gritted his teeth and unleashed his attacks, calling out names like Mangeki, Armed Haki, and Mangeki, Bloodthirsty Red Lotus, each one more impressive than the last, as molten lava fell from the sky like rain. In the end, Sasuke directly activated a 200-meter-high, complete ShowsSusanoo, crossed his blades, and slashed, sending 200-meter-long sword lights that obliterated Marco's flashy lava lotus. Then Sasuke teleported in front of Marco and unleashed a series of military punches. Charging punches, side kicks, and windmill kicks, knocking Marco from the sky to the ground, turning him into a battered mess, unconscious. Naruto, watching from the side, was stunned. Sasuke, you're being too ruthless. Aren't you afraid you'll kill him? Sasuke coolly replied. A super shadow in the realm with an eternal Mangeki won't die so easily. Let's go. Take him back to Konoha. After saying that, he walked away first. Naruto, looking displeased, shouted, Hey, isn't he your clansman? Why do I have to carry him? But in the end, he had to let his shadow clone carry Marco. Just after they left, a young man with white hair, looking exactly like Niji, appeared on the battlefield, muttering to himself. Naruto Uzumaki? Sasuke Uchiha. Back in the Hokage office in Konoha, Shikamaru personally interrogated the half-dead Marco. Marco confessed everything, saying that Ishiki had given him Tsutsuki cells, which allowed him to awaken the eternal Mangeki. He even felt that his bloodline had upgraded, becoming part of the Tsutsuki clan, feeling incredibly powerful. Itachi Uchiha. I don't know when Itachi came back to life, but he was there, and Sasuke both laughed at him on the spot. Silly boy. You're just a prospective sacrifice, fattened up to be fed to the Ten Tails. Marco immediately broke down and tried to talk back. Suddenly, with a poof, a sharp bone spike shot out from an unknown corner and pierced through his body, killing him on the spot. Everyone present was shocked. At that moment, the white-haired Niji suddenly appeared and, in front of everyone, reached out and gouged Marco's eyes out, then proudly announced, Hyuga Niji, I'm not that lowly person. I am the noble Tsutsuki Niji. Family, it's already 2025, and there are still people playing with this clone nonsense? Shikamaru was furious. No matter who you are, since you're here, you won't get a leave. Sasuke's Rinnegan fixed on him. In the next second, he turned into an afterimage and charged forward. I tell you, Sasuke's bad temper exploded on the spot. He rushed in and what happened? Goodness, he went in with a flurry of punches, but got completely overwhelmed by a series of 216 bagua palms. Boom, boom, boom. Like firecrackers, Sasuke was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing to the ground with a plop, his mouth bleeding. Does anyone understand? His taijutsu was completely crushed. Itachi beside him was shouting anxiously, Sasuke, calm down. This is Konoha. You can't just use the Rinnegan recklessly. Naruto couldn't stand watching his brother get beaten. He shouted and used the Shadow Clone Jutsu, and a dozen Narutos rushed forward. What happened next? 3 seconds, just 3 seconds. Boom, 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 like setting off firecrackers, all the clones were wiped out. That fake Niji sent Naruto's real body flying with one palm, looking impatient. I don't have time to play house with you. After saying that, he rubbed his hands together and produced a black truth-seeking ball that made my eyelids jump. That thing grew in size after leaving his hands, instantly blowing up the entire Hokage office. And in the blink of an eye, a black sphere with a diameter of over 1,000 meters was hovering above Konoha. Is he planning to use Konoha as a bowling ball? Complete Susanoo. Sasuke and Itachi exerted their strength simultaneously, and two giants, one purple and one orange, stood up at 200 meters tall. Sasuke controlled his Susanoo to punch towards that gigantic black sphere, while Itachi's Susanoo protected the collapsed Hokage building below like a mother hen guarding its chicks. Naruto also transformed, becoming 100-meter-tall golden nine tails, sweeping away the falling debris with its nine tails. When we managed to control the situation and came back to our senses, that Otsutsuki Niji had already slipped away. Just then, the real ones arrived. Hinata Niji, Ten, and Lee rushed to the scene, panting. Niji looked at the mess and asked Naruto in confusion, what happened? All of us looked at him as if he were an alien. Naruto pointed at him and said dumbfounded, your hair turned black. Shikamaru was quick to catch on. He assessed the situation and said, he should be Hinata Niji, not that Otsutsuki Niji. Niji was even more confused. What Otsutsuki Niji? What are you talking about? Shikamaru sighed and explained the situation briefly, saying there was someone who looked exactly like him, also named Niji, but with white hair, who almost destroyed Konoha just now. And he had a pair of Rinnegan. Naruto, being oblivious, leaned in to ask, could that guy be your long-lost twin brother? Niji firmly said it was impossible. His father never mentioned it. However, Shikamaru analyzed that what if during internal conflict in the Hyuga clan back then, his father sent his brother away to protect him? Although Niji thought this plot was a bit too kitsch, he decided to go home to ask his father, Hayashi Hyuga. The result, of course, was that he was an only child. This news quickly reached me. When I heard it, I had a hunch. Clone, what else could it be? And it was probably that Ishiki's giving a chakra fruit to some unfortunate guy named Uchiha Marco, granting him the ability to create things out of thin air. It seems that during the Fourth Great Ninja War, that Ishiki was just watching the show on the sidelines. Now, he is much stronger than the one I encountered in the Warring States period. Forget it. I won't think about these troublesome matters. I'll focus on my new project, Tattoo Sage Art. The younger generation in Boruto is into playing with sigils, so I tell you, I directly gave myself a sage art tattoo, way ahead of the game. The design is Pangu opening the sky. When I shine it on my back, it's imposing. As soon as I activate it, I have sun and moon marks appearing in the palms of my hands, golden runes floating on my face, my muscles bulging, and my strength triples, directly reaching perfect 6 paths level in taijutsu. How strong am I now? I can only say I can take on 7 or 8 of my pre-tattoo selves. This move is called Sage Art, Panga Tattoo. On the other side, that Otsutsuki Niji had already run to a snowy mountain in the land of snow. Still acting cool. Naruto and Sasuke are nothing much. Too bad I didn't get to see Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Just as he finished speaking, a guy who looked exactly like Jiraiya, Keishin, coldly walked out from the side. You should be glad you didn't encounter them. If you had, you would have been captured by now. This Keishin is a clone of Jiraiya, but much calmer than the real Jiraiya, and his strength is on par with 6 paths level. Otsutsuki Niji looked disdainful and wanted to retort, but Keishin completely ignored him, shaking his head and turning to leave, leaving him speechless. Just then, the real boss appeared. A pale-skinned man with long curved horns and a right eye with a golden 8-pointed star pupil technique. It was the fully revived version of Otsutsuki Ishiki. When I saw the intel, I was shocked. This guy was in full health. Ishiki asked Niji, "Did you retrieve Marco's Mangeki? Did you encounter Uchiha Chentian in Konoha?" Niji respectfully replied that he had retrieved it and had been to Sage City without making an appearance. Upon hearing this, Ishiki actually breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with caution. Good thing he wasn't there, otherwise it would have been uncertain whether you would come back. Niji, being naive and fearless, was still unconvinced. "Lord Ishiki, is that Uchiha Chentian really that strong?" Ishiki calmly said, "How strong he is, I'm not sure. But after he consumed both Kinshiki and Mamashiki as chakra fruits, his strength has reached an unimaginable level, at least above the perfected 6 paths. If you encounter him in the future, just run as far as you can." Niji agreed verbally, but he was filled with curiosity about me. This kid's curiosity got the better of him, and he began to practice on others. He found a revived Two Tails Jin Shuriki, Yuki. As soon as Yuki arrived, she unleashed the Two Tails chakra, condensing a massive tailed beast bomb and firing it. However, Otsutsuki Niji opened his Rinnegan and shouted, "Come on!" An invisible force instantly swallowed the tailed beast bomb. That's right, you heard me correctly. He absorbed it directly. The ocular technique awakened in his left. I was called North Sea Devouring, emphasizing that what is yours is mine. Yuki was dumbfounded on the spot. Then, Niji glared again, activating Rinnegan. Pressure. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, and Yuki screamed, feeling as if her bones were about to shatter, being firmly pinned to the ground. Then, Niji walked over, placed a hand on her, and forcibly extracted the Two Tails. Because it wasn't a force healing, Yuki didn't die, but was left with only half her life. Now, only the 8 tails and 9 tails remained. Niji muttered to himself, and his figure flashed away. A few minutes later, Sasuke teleported to the scene, looking at Yuki lying on the ground with a dark expression. "I'm still late." He picked up Yuki and used the Rinnegan to teleport away again. On the other side, Otsutsuki Niji had already found Killer Bee. Without saying a word, he used Rinnegan, Pressure Palm, and sent out a wave of chakra like a rushing cloud. However, Killer Bee, while rapping his terrible rap, transformed into a giant 8-tails octopus, and a tentacle came crashing down from the sky. Niji snorted coldly and kicked out a Rinnegan, Wind God Leg, instantly creating countless leg shadows that formed a tornado, directly exploding that giant octopus leg. Killer Bee saw this and exclaimed, "Oh, we've hit a tough opponent. Yuki, let us go at him together." He instantly entered full 8-tails mode, with red chakra boiling, transforming into a gigantic Yuki octopus. Niji employed the same trick again, activating Rinnegan. Pressure. The ground suddenly cracked open, and a huge 8-tails was pinned down and unable to move. Killer Bee was so angry that he stopped rapping and started cursing. He forced himself to withstand the pressure and opened his mouth to unleash a barrage of tailed beast balls, several black spheres chasing after Niji and exploding. Niji easily dodged, but Killer Bee took the opportunity to use his ink clone to escape the pressure, swiftly circling behind Niji and using the sealing technique to bind him tightly, turning him into a mass of black ink. In the end, I still lose to the god of rap. Killer Bee began to celebrate. Clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause echoed. Niji's voice came from the ink mass, not bad attack power, as expected of the 8-tails. Killer Bee was stunned, speaking normally now. "Are all of you from the Otsutsuki clan monsters? Your turn is over. It's my turn now." As soon as Niji finished speaking, the Byakugan's blue light surged, and he clapped his palms together, transforming the cloud into a giant 100-meter-long tiger and the wind into a giant dragon. Wind God, cloud ranking palm. The tiger and dragon charged at the eight tails with a destructive force. With a loud boom, a mushroom cloud rose 1,000 meters high. Neji felt a bit regretful. Oh no, I hope I didn't overdo it and kill the eight tails. He quickly used the northern dimming technique to absorb the residual explosion. As the dust settled, Killer Bee was half kneeling on the ground, covered in blood, but his gaze was still fierce. I will never let you take Yuki. He forced himself to use the 8-sword style, sending 8 massive sword lights slashing toward Neji. I don't have time to play with you. Neji glared, and the pressure directly dispersed the sword lights. His figure flashed and closed in, performing the 8 trigrams 108 palms. In an instant, over 100 palms struck Killer Bee. Killer Bee spewed a mouthful of blood and flew out like a cannonball. Neji walked up to him, his ocular power erupting, forcibly pulling the 8 tails out of him and sealing it in his ocular technique space. Kaleidoscope, Amaterasu. At that moment, Sasuke's voice rang out. Black flames appeared out of nowhere next to Neji. Neji reacted extremely quickly, dodging with a flash, but the Amaterasu flames followed him closely. So fast, Sasuke praised, but his hands didn't stop moving. You've already lost. Neji mocked, but his heart grew serious. I lost in physical techniques, but not in ocular techniques. As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, he activated his complete body ShowsSusanoo. The 200-meter-tall purple warrior drew a massive sword and slashed down at Neji. Neji dodged the first 2 strikes, but the third cut grazed his arm, and his expression darkened. Gathering sky-blue chakra in his feet, he unleashed the Byakugan, Wind God Leg. In his eyes, the ShowsSusanoo's movements slowed down, and he kicked out a flurry of leg shadows, transforming into a giant wind dragon that crashed violently into the ShowsSusanoo. With a loud bang, cracks appeared in the space. Under the violent shockwave, Sasuke's complete body ShowsSusanoo shattered like glass. But Neji wasn't unscathed either. He coughed up blood from the force of the ShowsSusanoo, and his left foot was bleeding heavily. The Six Paths lower realm is decent, but the attack power still lacks a bit. Sasuke stood there, completely unharmed. Don't get too cocky. Neji was thoroughly enraged, and with his next words, your luck wouldn't be so good. He burst forth with sky-blue light, 8-tailed beast balls appearing behind him. He had absorbed the chakra from the 8-tailed beast he had just acquired, forcibly entering the sage mode of the 8 tails. Haha, Uchiha Sasuke. Use your blood to wash away my previous humiliation. Neji laughed maniacally, pushing his hands forward, unleashing the Byakugan, Wind God, cloud-ranking palm. The tiger and dragon reappeared, charging at Sasuke with several times the terrifying momentum. Sage Art, Lightning Release, Kirin. Sasuke's Rinnegan and Sharingan spun wildly, and endless lightning descended from the sky. A massive lightning Kirin roaring out from behind him, charging toward the tiger and dragon. Boom! The violent explosion knocked Sasuke back 30 to 40 meters. Is this all the strength you have? Where's your previous bravado? Neji floated in the air, looking down mockingly. Sasuke's expression was unchanged as he pressed his hands together. A golden chakra soaring into the sky. Golden sage eyeshadows appeared at the corners of his eyes, and behind him, 8-tailed beast balls also appeared. He had entered sage mode, and his strength soared from the lower realm of the 6 paths to the middle realm. Neji was shocked. Sage. Sage mode? Kaleidoscope. Sage Art Amaterasu. Sasuke glared, and golden-black flames immediately enveloped Neji. Neji was taken aback. The temperature of these flames was many times higher than before. He desperately created thousands of clones and barely dodged using the body replacement technique. Sasuke immediately followed up with the Phoenix Fire technique, and Neji defended perfectly with the 8 trigrams palm. Great return, heaven. Super Shinra Tensei. Sasuke unleashed a devastating repulsive force centered on himself. Byakugan, pressure. Neji clashed with the same ocular power. The 2 invisible forces violently compressed in the air, shaking the entire world. Sasuke produced electrically charged shurikens in his hands, throwing them to form a net of swords. Neji countered with countless cloud tigers from his cloud-ranking palm. As the battle intensified, Sasuke unleashed his improved technique. Dragon 8 styles. Carp leaps over the dragon gate. Flood dragon roars. Divine dragon emerges from the sea. Flying dragon in the sky. Fierce dragon regrets. Twin dragons fetch water. Black dragon battles the heavens. 7 uniquely shaped lightning dragons circled and roared behind him, creating an incredible scene. What happened next? The white-haired Niji directly countered with a massive attack. He glared with his Byakugan, and suddenly, countless giant chakra fists filled the sky. It was like turning on unlimited firepower. Countless chakra fists came crashing down, called 80 God Airstrike. Let me tell you, it was so dense that even a fly couldn't get through. Just as my 7 lightning dragons were about to collide with those fists, these two warriors stopped using ninjutsu and started a close-quarters brawl. Both of them wrapped in tailed beast balls clashed like blacksmiths, sparks flying, shaking the heavens and the earth. At this critical moment, Sasuke's Rinnegan spun, and he used heavenly hand power. In an instant, he switched places with the white-haired Niji. Family, who understands? The tailed beast balls that white-haired Niji created smashed right in his face. He was immediately sent flying, crashing through dozens of large trees and creating a 3-bedroom apartment on the ground. His arm was completely blown off. Sasuke, the kid, was truly ruthless, not giving him a chance. With another glare from his Rinnegan, a meteor fell from the sky, the kind that blocked out the sun. I thought, isn't this just a fight? Why go as far as to bring down a meteor? It directly smashed through the ground, creating a mushroom cloud. And yet, that white-haired Niji was like a cockroach, not dead at all. Sasuke rushed in with a Chidori sharp spear, piercing him through and lifting him to show off. Yet this guy, relying on sheer will, managed to teleport right in front of Sasuke and punched him in the face. It caved Sasuke's face in. Goodness. I was left dumbfounded. Just at that critical moment, Sasuke's golden light dimmed. Sage mode was gone. Chakra depleted. White-haired Niji laughed. Ha, out of chakra, right? Sasuke sneered, saying, you're not in much better shape, then rubbed his hands together. What did he create? It wasn't ninjutsu, and there was no chakra fluctuation. It was a space ki cannon. He blasted that guy away again. Finally, taking advantage of the situation, Sasuke clapped his hands, and a bunch of runes emerged from the ground, directly using the 6 paths. Ian released seal to bind the white-haired Niji tightly. Naruto and the others finally arrived late. And Sasuke's first words were, stop talking nonsense, did you bring the elixir? Then I'll tell you something funny. Do you know who was observing from the sidelines? The first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Madara. After watching, Madara complained, saying, why hasn't Tsuki Ishiki shown up to save anyone yet? Has he given up on his alternate account? Then the second Hokage started analyzing the situation, and in the end, Madara simply said it was boring and went home to sleep. I was stunned at that moment. Is this really the same Madara who wanted to create the Eye of the Moon? He was basically an old retiree. The scene shifts to the Konoha office, where Kakashi looks at the bound white-haired Niji and his first reaction is, he didn't destroy my office again, did he? Next comes the interrogation phase. It turns out this white-haired Niji is a clone created using the Hyuga clan's genes by Otsutsuki Ishiki, with the template being our real Niji. The real Niji immediately mocked. Oh, so you're a modified human. That one sentence completely broke the white-haired Niji, who then revealed a big scoop. He's not the only one. There's an even stronger one called Otsutsuki Sasuke, created using Sasuke and Itachi's genes. Wow. Isn't that the ultimate fusion monster? Then they discussed why they didn't use Madara or the Sage of 6 Paths genes. The white-haired Niji said that the Sage's genes were too trashy. Just then, Orochimaru arrived. He licked his lips and said, you guys don't understand anything. The Sage's genes aren't trash. They've already ascended in the energy system. Your broken equipment just can't detect it. After saying that, before anyone could react, he swiftly gouged out the white-haired Niji's Rinnegan. Sasuke's face turned dark. He caught the person but lost the eyes? Orochimaru chuckled and said, 10 Senjutsu pills for this pair of eyes. Sasuke heard this and agreed. Poor white-haired Niji. Just as his eyes were gouged out, the power of 6 paths gave him a pair of regular Byakugan instead, and Orochimaru mocked him, saying, welcome to bring another pair next time. Just after handling this situation, Sasuke extracted the 8-tailed beasts from white-haired Niji. I tell you, that scene was so funny. The tailed beasts that were extracted all shrunk down. Looking like figures, the smallest was only a few dozen centimeters. As soon as the 8 tails Gyuki woke up, he was dumbfounded. What the hell, why have you all gotten so big? Then the 3 tails, Isabu calmly said, it's not that they got bigger, it's that we got smaller. While these little cuties were having a meeting, Kurama, the 9 tails, suddenly jumped out of Naruto's body, towering over 2 meters like a giant beast. He walked up to the 1-tail Shikaku, who was barely taller than Kurama's feet. With a deadly glare, Kurama scared the 1-tail into shivering. Naruto quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying, stop messing around. They were forcefully drained of chakra, and a bit of their life force was taken away, which is why they shrunk. On the other side, the legendary Otsutsuki Sasuke was standing in the snow, muttering to himself with an unhappy face. That idiot Niji promised to act together, but insisted on going alone. 3 days later, on a mission with Niji, Rock Lee, and 1010's team, guess who they encountered? The ultimate fusion monster, Otsutsuki Sasuke. The guy didn't say a word and immediately unleashed a 10-meter-tall Susanoo skeleton hand, directly aiming for Niji's face. Niji shouted loudly and took off, spinning in place. 8 trigrams palm. Great revolving heaven. I tell you, that hit was really solid. With a huge boom, the whole ground shook 3 times. Niji's heavenly spin is impressive, but it can't compete with the fact that the opponent is piloting a Gundam. He was directly blown away by that terrifying shockwave, carving out a trench hundreds of meters long in the ground before barely coming to a stop. On the other side, Otsutsuki Sasuke was also momentarily taken aback, probably not expecting the lowly person's heavenly spin could actually make his Susanoo's hands go numb. A hint of appreciation even appeared on his stitched-up face. Not bad. You're much better than that useless Otsutsuki Niji. He couldn't even knock a single hair off me. I tell you, when he said that, Niji exploded on the spot. What do you mean, that useless Niji? Who do you look down on? He snorted coldly and shot back. Humph. You Tenryu people, born with great power, don't know how to build a foundation. Under equal strength, I can take you down in no time. And guess what that guy said? He actually nodded. You were right, we Otsutsuki indeed do not value the foundation. But that is for those useless ones. Saying this, he deliberately paused, looking at Niji, for example, that one also called Niji. Good gracious, I directly exclaimed, good gracious. Is he here to point fingers and insult? Killing someone also requires attacking the heart, right? Niji's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, trembling with anger. He was directly enraged, ready to burst out. Don't look down on people too much. I, Hyuga Niji, am not weaker than anyone. He let out a loud roar. Open the door. Resh door. Birth door. Injury door. Shut door. Open. With a loud boom, the energy on him exploded. He opened all 5 gates. But the Otsutsuki Sasuke opposite him just glanced at him, his Rinnegan filled with contempt. 8 gates? Is that it? This little boost you got? What is it good for? Niji's mouth curled up. Oh, really? In the next second, the chakra on him instantly transformed. A vast surge of natural energy rushed in. Senjutsu. 8 gates. I have to say, this effect is simply explosive. Niji's strength instantly skyrocketed like he was on a rocket, going from super shadow level to perfection. And he's still rising. Does anyone understand? Niji actually fused Sage Arts with the 8 gates. This brainwave, I would call it the best scientific innovation of 2025. In the next moment, Niji's Byakugan turned sky blue, and he activated the Rinnegan. He faced Otsutsuki Itachi and unleashed a move. Universal Pull. The powerful gravitational force instantly pulled Itachi toward him. Otsutsuki Itachi was also shocked, not expecting Niji to activate the Rinnegan, but he is a 6 paths level. And with a loud roar, he broke free from the gravity with sheer force. Niji didn't give him a chance to breathe. With his right palm aimed at him, 8 truth-seeking orbs spun rapidly, forming a silver halo that erupted into a world-destroying tornado. Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Otsutsuki Itachi widened his eyes, and a purple Susanoo hand appeared out of thin air, slapping the tornado apart. Seeing his big move shattered, Niji remained calm, instantly covering his body with a layer of blue chakra, transforming into a meteor to evade the attack, while the truth-seeking orbs turned into a lightsaber, shouting, Rebirth Blade Slash. Just as the blade light was slashed out, it was shattered by the opposing Susanoo's sword. Niji knew that competing with single-target skills was futile. He made up his mind and, centered on himself, a surge of blue chakra shot up into the sky, instantly forming a gigantic humanoid skeletal structure, then flesh and veins. Armor appeared, and a similarly 300-meter tall blue giant rose from the ground. Moon God Susanoo, you're just a tall guy, aren't you? Who doesn't have that? The blue Moon God Susanoo and the purple Susanoo, 2 300-meter tall giant divine soldiers, collided with a bang. The scene was incredible. The peaks beneath them were crushed like building blocks. But the difference was still too obvious. With one collision, the Moon God Susanoo retreated 10 steps, while the Susanoo only retreated 3 steps. Shaoli watched anxiously from the side, saying to Tian, no, Niji is burning his life. He won't last long. Sure enough, Otsutsuki Itachi didn't give him a chance. Charging through Niji's truth-seeking orb attack, he smashed the chest of the Moon God Susanoo with a punch. and Niji spat out a mouthful of blood as the moon god Susanoo was directly shattered. Just at that critical moment, a green figure flashed by with a tearing sound in the air. It was Shaoli. He directly opened the seventh gate, and a daytime tiger transformed into a massive ki-powered tiger, smashing the 300-meter-tall Susanoo to the ground with a bang. Otsutsuki Itachi got up from the ground, brushed off the dirt from his body, and disdainfully glanced at Shaoli. Nice physical attack, but it's just that. I tell you, just this sentence completely ignited Shaoli. Shaoli clenched his fists tightly, and all the chakra in his body erupted like a volcano, roaring to the skies. My youth is not just like this. Burn. My youth. Eighth gate. Death gate open. Boom. A terrifying plume of red steam shot up from his body, forming a red pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth. Shaoli transformed completely, his height skyrocketing to 2 meters, muscles bulging, hair standing on end, and he was enveloped in red steam. The scene shifting directly from Naruto to Dragon Ball. Otsutsuki Sasuke was dumbfounded. This guy. The pressure around him is so powerful. Before he could finish his thought, Shaoli stepped into the air and instantly vanished, appearing in front of Susanoo the next second, delivering a punch. Evening Elephant. One step. The physicalized air cannon shattered the complete Susanoo. Otsutsuki Sasuke himself was blasted away like a cannonball. For the first time, shock and disbelief appeared on his face. Shaoli didn't give him any time to react, bringing his 4 fingers together and launching another day tiger. Otsutsuki Sasuke was sent tumbling in the air, his shoulder pierced through. He looked at Shaoli, finally putting away his disdain. I shall call you the strongest in physical arts of the ninja world. Saying this, he clasped his hands, trying to use Shinra Tensei and Universal Pull, only to discover it had no effect on Shaoli. Shaoli's movement merely paused for a moment. Then he executed a black dragon battle sky, and a 1,000-meter-long shadow of a black dragon roared out, directly shattering his Susanoo again. But that wasn't the end. Shaoli flashed again, appearing in front of him, throwing a punch. Otsutsuki Sasuke's pupils constricted, using his ultimate eye technique, Revolving Star Shift, to forcibly redirect Shaoli's earth-shattering punch far away. With a thunderous crash, the ground was blasted open, creating a massive magma pit leading to the Earth's core. Just as Otsutsuki Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he could just stall for time, Shaoli didn't give him that chance. He took a starting position, and the terrifying red steam behind him was powerful enough to distort space. He used the last of his life force to unleash the ultimate secret of the 8 gates. Night Guy. In that moment, a blood-colored giant dragon shadow appeared behind Shaoli, roaring to the sky. The dragon's roar tore through the sky. The true thousands of hands of Hashirama were like a younger brother in front of it. Otsutsuki Sasuke's face turned pale, desperately resisting. Heavenly Demon Hand, shattered by the dragon's roar. Indra's arrow, hitting the dragon, was like a tickle. Amaterasu couldn't even burn through the dragon's scales. He looked desperately at the 1,000-meter giant dragon, locking onto him, getting closer and closer. Boom! The complete Susanoo didn't last even a second in front of Night Guy before it exploded. The blood-colored giant dragon swallowed Otsutsuki Sasuke whole, its terrifying power crazily destroying his body, every bone in his body cracking. As his body was being obliterated while relying on the Otsutsuki's physique to regenerate frantically, the pain was simply unimaginable. After one strike, the blood dragon dissipated, and Shaoli exhausted all his strength, falling from the sky. Tian rushed over, feeding him a fairy pill, barely keeping him alive. Meanwhile, on the other side, Otsutsuki Sasuke was left with only half of his body, in a pitiful state. Niji looked and exclaimed, "Wow, he didn't even die?" He squeezed out the last bit of his ocular power, blood tears streaming from his eyes, and activated Silver Wheel Rebirth explosion again. Boom! The already heavily injured Otsutsuki Sasuke was hit squarely by this Tao-seeking Jade Whirlwind, his remaining half-body blown to pieces. We all thought it would finally come to an end, right? But then, suddenly, dark blue-black markings began to spread across his half-body. Wedge State 1. His breath started to surge. Wedge State 2. Horns sprouted from his head, his injuries instantly healed, and his strength returned to its peak. Who understands, family? Our side has exhausted all our resources, used all our big moves, and yet the enemy has fully resurrected on the spot and entered the second phase. How are we supposed to fight like this? Tian and Shaoli both showed despair on their faces. Just then, the air in front of them suddenly twisted, and a space tunnel opened up out of nowhere. Two familiar figures walked out from inside. Tian Tian and Xiao Li were both surprised and delighted. Naruto, Sasuke, Niji, with his bleeding eyes closed, also smiled. You guys finally arrived? Let me tell you, as soon as Naruto and Sasuke arrived, the atmosphere exploded. Sasuke, with his Rinnegan, swept his gaze and immediately fixed it on that guy called Otsutsuki Itachi, asking, "You're so impressive. Why do you still have a tuning fork on you? Are you using it as a power bank for Otsutsuki Ishiki?" Guess how that guy responded? With a calm expression, he acted all nonchalant. "You're overthinking it. This tuning fork is for my own use. I store some chakra in it, and when I want to use it, I can overclock it with one button, you understand?" Good gracious. I thought to myself, this guy is a genius, using the tuning fork like a portable hard drive. That's some clever thinking. But the next second, he turned hostile, his eyes sharp as knives. "Enough nonsense. Since you're here, you can all die here." Instantly, 8 black, truth-seeking orbs floated behind him, and he emitted a flame-like chakra that only Sage of 6 Paths could possess. Naruto wasn't holding back either, instantly entering Sage of 6 Paths mode, shining with golden light. 9 truth-seeking orbs floating behind him, looking absolutely domineering. Sasuke was even more ruthless, glaring with his Rinnegan, forming hand seals, and a few seconds later, his body erupted with golden chakra, with sage facial markings at the corners of his eyes and 8 truth-seeking orbs protecting him. Who understands? This was simply a live-action version of gods fighting. Sasuke led with a powerful move, glaring with his eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Amaterasu. The black flames instantly ignited on Itachi. I thought it was all settled, but that guy glanced at the black flames on him, as if watching a show, turned his Rinnegan, and directly absorbed the Amaterasu. Absorbed it. Then he widened his pupils and used the same Amaterasu, throwing it back at Sasuke. I was stunned at that moment, and Sasuke was also surprised. What was going on? Stealing skills? Did this guy activate the Sharingan to copy and the Rinnegan to absorb, becoming the ultimate cheat? Sasuke was so scared that he was leaving afterimages everywhere, frantically dodging. Naruto seized the opportunity, using the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport directly behind Itachi, forming a Rasengan the size of a small mountain in his hand and slamming it down. But Itachi didn't even turn his head, disdainfully saying, "A trivial technique." And with a backhand punch, he unleashed a chakra fist from a distance, which exploded Naruto's massive Rasengan with a bang. The energy wave detonated, spreading like ripples in water, flattening a large area around them. Immediately after, Itachi's eyes shifted, and with a burst of purple ocular power, a giant hand appeared out of thin air and crushed Naruto. He didn't forget to taunt, saying, "Easily crushed." I thought it was over for Naruto, but just as that thought crossed my mind, another Naruto emerged right in front of me and punched me square in the face, shouting, "Black Dragon Battle Heaven." A golden dragon shadow wrapped around his fist and sent Sasuke flying, spitting out saliva. The golden dragon was wreaking havoc inside him. Another taijutsu. These Otsutsuki seemed to be a bit allergic to taijutsu. Sasuke was stunned, his Rinnegan fixed on Naruto, where Naruto's movements seemed to slow down countless times his eyes. He immediately controlled 8 truth-seeking orbs, transforming them into 8 beams of white light that smashed toward Naruto. If this hit, Naruto would either die or be severely injured. At this critical moment, Sasuke arrived. He glared with his Rinnegan, heavenly hand power. In an instant, the positions of Sasuke and Naruto were switched. Sasuke was dumbfounded, unable to react in time. How could his own attack be coming at him? He could only grit his teeth and unleash a massive amount of chakra to form a shield just before getting hit, desperately blocking his own truth-seeking orbs. With a loud bang, he managed to block it, but was still shaken quite a bit. But that wasn't the end. Just as he steadied himself, a terrifying aura that made his hair stand on end suddenly came from behind. A complete body Susanoo, 200 meters tall, blocking out the sun, stood right behind him. Sasuke was inside the Susanoo, pulling back a gigantic bow made of lightning and chakra. Indra's arrow, the terrifying light arrow, engulfed in black flames and trailing a long tail, instantly pierced through Sasuke's body. With a loud wow, he spat out a mouthful of blood that shot 3 meters high, his bones cracking like firecrackers. He was pinned to the ground, creating a massive pit thousands of meters deep. I thought this should be the end, right? But that guy at the bottom of the pit, enduring the intense pain, with his Rinnegan spinning wildly, actually shouted, "Complete body Susanoo." I was completely stunned. How could he also use Susanoo? Isn't that a skill exclusive to the Uchiha clan? Could it be because he has Uchiha cells in his body? In the next moment, A 300-meter-tall, red Susanoo, wearing Tengu armor, rose from the ground, even larger than Sasuke's. He immediately threw out 9 connected tomo, like a giant shuriken, whistling toward Sasuke. With a series of clinks and clatters, Sasuke used a shield made from the truth-seeking orbs to withstand it. But it was no use. Cracks began to appear on Susanoo's body, and finally, with a snap, one tomo pierced through the defense, smashing Sasuke, along with Susanoo, into the ground. Sasuke. Naruto's eyes turned red. He transformed into a 300-meter-tall, 3-headed, 6-armed Nine-Tails mode and created 2 gigantic 6-paths supersized Raisin Shuriken with his hands. Throwing them at Itachi's Susanoo. Itachi panicked, quickly using his eye technique, Heavenly Body Shift, desperately teleporting one away, but the other still struck him hard. Boom! His Susanoo was instantly destroyed, and his body was blown away, creating a twisted crater in the ground, blood spraying out like it was free. Every day, here with us, there's Tian, Shaoli, and me, we have completely become spectators. In battles of this level, we can't get involved at all. Sasuke flew out of the pit, combining the power of his Rinnegan and Sharingan to once again draw the Indra's arrow, this time with the black flames of Amaterasu attached. The arrow shot out and pierced through Itachi's body, pinning him firmly to the ground. But this guy's recovery ability is simply outrageous. His body was healing rapidly. Seeing this, Sasuke knew clearly in his heart that if this continued, both his and Naruto's chakra would be exhausted. With a fierce look in his eyes, he probably recalled Orochimaru's technique against Neji. Rinnegan Space Transfer. Sasuke directly opened a space portal, instantly appearing in front of the severely injured Itachi. Just as Itachi shouted Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke expressionlessly extended 2 fingers and, with a thrust, forcibly gouged out his pair of 6 Tomo Rinnegan. That scream made my scalp tingle. After taking out the eyes, Sasuke immediately swallowed a medicinal pill to regain some chakra and quickly form hand seals. 6 paths in release seal. Countless sealing runes instantly wrapped around Itachi, completely sealing him. Let me tell you, Naruto and Sasuke's cooperation is simply seamless. Although in a one-on-one fight, they're not as strong as that Itachi. Their combat experience and skills are leagues ahead of him. With this combo, their movements are as smooth as flowing water. It's practically a textbook-level couples mixed doubles. We can finally catch our breath. It's over. But as I started to think about it, I felt that something was increasingly off. What Otsutsuki Sasuke and Otsutsuki Neji? Aren't they just people created using the cells of Uchiha and Hyuga? How do they get linked with the Otsutsuki? And how could this Itachi use the techniques of Sasuke and Itachi? Aren't the Manjiki Sharingan's techniques supposed to be unique? The more I think about it, the more I feel there's something deep behind this, and it's probably related to that scientist Amato from the Shell organization. This guy is just an ordinary person, yet he knows everything about Otsutsuki from thousands of years ago. I suspect he himself is an ancient monster. And just thinking about those even more twisted characters in Boruto gives me a headache. They're S-demons, Adas, codes. Each one has transplanted the abilities of a god-level powerhouse named Otsutsuki Kenshiki, directly ascending to the level of the 6 paths. Especially that Ada. Her all-powerful divine technique is simply a bug. This ability can turn her wishes into reality. She wants everyone to like her, and, as a result, anyone who looks at her becomes a simp, regardless of gender. What is even more ridiculous is that this ability can ultimately modify the memories of everyone on the planet, directly swapping the identities of Boruto and Kawaki. This is scarier than infinite Tsukuyomi. This Otsutsuki Kenshiki is the real ceiling. Having lived for thousands of years, he has consumed countless fruits from the god tree and cultivated to what is referred to as the realm of gods. The divine techniques he masters, such as the all-seeing eye, malice rebound, great darkness, and my Baikuna, each surpasses the level of the 6 paths. In front of him, Kagaya looks like she's just playing around. I examine my current strength, and if I were to unleash my full power, defeating 5 or 6 Otsutsuki would be no problem, which is considered surpassing the 6 paths level. However, I always feel like there's a ceiling in this world pressing down on me, preventing me from advancing further. I decided to go to the land of snow to look for the true form of Kagaya Otsutsuki, who likes to hide in desolate places. I activated my Rinnegan mode, and the golden ocular power covered the entire land of snow. Every inch of land was within my sight. Sure enough, that guy was hiding in a different dimension, spying on me through a camera. What a monster! I heard him muttering in fear. He has actually grown to a near-divine level. In the next moment, I directly destroyed his camera. Kagaya Otsutsuki, I flew high in the sky. My voice echoed across the land, hoping you will keep hiding, otherwise you will eventually die at my hands. As soon as I finished speaking, a powerful chakra fluctuation appeared, and a man in white with a horn appeared in front of me. It was indeed Kagaya Otsutsuki. He was quite articulate. Chentian, we belong to the same clan. Why must we harm each other? Instead, why not join forces? I can give you half of the god tree's fruit. How about it? I couldn't help but laugh. You really think beautifully. You want to plant trees on my planet and then share half of the fruits with me? Your face is thicker than the Earth's crust. His expression darkened. So there's no room for negotiation? I replied with 2 words, die or get lost. In the next moment, he attacked directly. Great darkness was activated, and dozens of huge black cubes fell from the sky, while countless black rods emerged from the ground, attacking from above and below, coming at me with full force. Great darkness, huh? I laughed. I activated another ocular technique of the rebirth, Shomei, causing everything that was about to hit me to instantly shrink and disappear. The opponent was shocked. I didn't give him any time to react and activated the ocular technique of the rebirth, Heavenly Hand Power. The positions of the two of us instantly swapped. He had just regained his senses from the shock when he was smashed into a pulp and skewered by the black cubes and black rods he had summoned. The chakra aura instantly vanished. Of course, I knew this was just a clone. It wouldn't be that easy to eliminate his true self. For the next 3 months, there was no movement from Ichishi. Meanwhile, I was crazily cultivating in the gravity space, trying to break through the constraints of that world's rules. I felt that the potential of Zainjutsu was definitely not inferior to so-called divine techniques. I named the realm above the Super Sage mode as Sage King mode. Using the 10,000 paths ability of my Rinnegan, I frantically deduced in my mind, and finally, I found a method to break into the realm of the gods. The path of Xiandao is my path. But just as I was about to break through, a voice that transcended time and space suddenly echoed in my mind. It was a message from the transmission jade pendant I had given to Sasuke, who traveled through time and space many years ago. The pendant only transmitted 2 words, filled with endless weakness and despair. Help me. I immediately sensed that in the future world of Boruto, another Naruto and Sasuke from a different timeline were being completely overwhelmed by the resurrected Otsutsuki Ishiki, facing a life and death situation. That Sasuke, at the last moment, actually unsealed the other Rinnegan that I had helped him hide back in the day, significantly increasing his power, but he still couldn't prevail. Let me tell you, that scene was simply a one-sided beatdown. Naruto got anxious and came in with a shadow clone jutsu, and wow, over 1,000 Narutos rushed in. But guess what? In less than 3 seconds, they were all wiped out by one move. Just like mowing grass, it was completely useless. We could only drag out time. But this guy wasn't playing around at all. With a glare of his golden eyes, he unleashed a move called Great Black Heaven, causing dozens of massive black squares to crash down from the sky, each several dozen meters high. My complete ShowsSusanoo shattered instantly. We were like headless flies, desperately parkouring on the ground to dodge those things. We barely lasted 10 seconds before Naruto couldn't hold on any longer and was pinned to the ground by dozens of black rods, unable to move at all. This bastard was playing cat and mouse, watching me mockingly. Naruto was lying on the ground, shouting at me, Sasuke, run. Don't worry about me. If you leave, we'll have a chance. Who understands? My heart was in turmoil at that moment. To abandon my brother and run away? I might as well die here. But what would happen to my wife and daughter if I died? Just when I was getting close to madness, suddenly, a black vortex tore open in midair with a loud crack. And then, with a thud, a guy in white clothes fell directly out of it, face first on the ground, looking utterly disheveled. He got up, cursing. Damn it, how is there still a space storm? I fixed my gaze and felt a jolt in my heart, directly overjoyed. Senior Chentian, you finally came. Naruto's face turned green because this guy's outfit, although the details were different, looked like a couple's outfit compared to Otsutsuki Ishiki's. He must have been thinking at that moment, Sasuke, who is this guy you brought? Can't tell friend from foe now, huh? Otsutsuki Ishiki was also stunned, staring intently at the suddenly appeared Senior Chentian, with a face full of vigilance. Senior Chentian, however, was calm, brushed off the dirt on his clothes, and smiled at Ishiki. Yo, Ishiki, nice to see you again. You look quite disheveled. In my time, you were completely revived, unlike now, with just 3 days to live. TSK. Ishiki was shocked on the spot. You're from another timeline? They exchanged words, and hearing Senior Chentian's tone, Ishiki thought he was a fellow Otsutsuki visiting, and immediately said, since we're the same clan, These two lowly creatures are my prey. You won't interfere, will you? Senior Chentian spread his hands, looking quite carefree. Don't worry, I'm all about non-interference. I can't meddle in your timeline's affairs. It would be bad if I messed up the timeline. I tell you, at that moment, my heart sank, and Naruto was probably feeling the same. After waiting so long for reinforcements, it turned out to be someone just watching the show. But just when Ichiraku was laughing, thinking everything was settled, Senior Chentian suddenly waved at us. Sasuke, Naruto, come here. Without saying a word, I used a space-time ninjutsu to pull the still-dazed Naruto over. Ichiraku's face darkened. Your Excellency, what does this mean? Senior Chentian ignored him and simply said calmly, Don't worry. If I say I 1T make a move, then I 1T. After all, I've already killed you once. I'm not interested in doing it a second time. As soon as these words were spoken, Ichiraku's pupils shook. Then, the key part came. Senior Chentian told us, extend your hands. Without hesitation, Naruto and I reached out. He placed both hands on ours, and wow. A familiar yet strange power surged through me like a floodgate opening, instantly filling my entire body. The power of the six paths, Yin-Yang. This overwhelming fortune has returned. On Naruto's side, it was even more exaggerated. His arm that was wrapped in bandages exploded with a bang, and a brand new arm grew out directly. On the palm, a white sun mark shone brightly. A golden chakra cloak instantly covered his whole body, and behind him floated 9 pitch-black, truth-seeking balls. The Pro Max version of Sage of Six Paths mode, officially online. I'm doing pretty well here, with 2 Rinnegan directly upgraded to 7 Tomo. Let me tell you, the feeling is like watching things in 4K with blue light on. The whole world has become clear. Ishiki on the opposite side looks dumbfounded. His mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist. How? How is this possible? What did you do? Senior Chentian shrugged, looking innocent. What did I do? I didn't do anything at all. Ishiki was so angry he nearly had a brain hemorrhage. He roared. So what if you regain the power of the six paths? Inferior beings are still inferior beings. As he spoke, countless black rods shot towards us. Naruto is different now, with a glare of his golden eyes. Countless golden chakra fists were hurled out, directly colliding with the black rods. Boom! The entire alternate space shook. Seeing this, Ishiki used Daikokurin, summoning countless black squares to smash down from the sky. I immediately used Tenchi Ryoku to swap our positions with Ishiki in an instant. Let him face his own attack. Of course, this move didn't work on him. He simply shrank those squares back. But I never expected this move to hurt him. My other Rinnegan awakened a new ocular technique, Tianfa, and activated it. Roar! Hundreds of Kirin made of pure lightning descended from the dark clouds. The scene resembling a deity undergoing tribulation, directly overwhelming Ishiki. Though he desperately tried to shrink the Kirin, there were too many and they were too fast. He simply couldn't keep up. With a loud crash, the lightning engulfed him entirely, smashing him down from the sky and shattering a mountain from a distance. Boruto saw this scene and shouted excitedly. So impressive. He must be dead now, right? A cool guy named Kawaki with black and yellow hair and tattoos on his face coldly replied, It's not that easy to die. At that moment, Senior Chentian leisurely floated over to the two of them and started teasing Boruto. Hey Boruto, why have you grown so little? Boruto's face turned red with anger. Then he changed the subject, pointing at Boruto. Are you still so naive? The soul of that peach type within you is still alive and secretly gathering energy. If it goes fast in a year, if slow, in 3 years, it will be able to jump out again. Boruto was momentarily petrified. But the next second he burst into laughter, pointing at Senior Chentian and Kawaki, boasting, with Grandpa Chentian here, this is no big deal. On the battlefield, as the dust settled, Otsutsuki Ishiki wobbled to his feet, his whole body billowing black smoke, blood at the corner of his mouth, looking utterly disheveled. Yet he was still recovering. Sasuke, it seems we can only seal him now, Naruto said solemnly. I nodded. This guy was much harder to deal with than Kaguya. We exchanged glances and charged forward again. Ishiki had gone mad, engaging us in close combat, with every punch landing hard enough to shake the space around us. Naruto seized an opportunity and unleashed six paths. Super large Rasen Shuriken, a spiral sphere even larger than usual, smashing it right into Ishiki's back. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion. When the dust finally settled, Ishiki looked even more ragged, but he was still alive. The same trick wouldn't work on me. Gasping for breath, Ishiki threatened us again, planning to clash with Daikokurin and Kirin. A cold smile appeared on my face as I threw a shuriken into the center of the attack, chanting, "Is that so? Rinnegan Tench." What? In a moment of shock, he instantly swapped places with the shuriken, getting caught between my attack and his own. "Naruto, now's the time," I shouted loudly. Both of us rushed towards the center of the explosion. In the midst of the chaos, I instantly darted behind him and grabbed his battered body. "Got you now. I tell you, that old guy is quite tough. When we caught him, he was still there talking big. He said something like, 'What if you catch me? Do you think your physical skills can kill me?' I thought to myself, are you just messing around here?" Naruto also came around from the other side and grabbed him. Now we had him surrounded, one on each side. That old guy instinctively felt something was off, but didn't he know what we were up to? In the next moment, the power of the six paths, yin and yang, merged on him. And wow, the golden and purple lights instantly intertwined, locking him down in a Taiji diagram. He was dumbfounded and shouted, "Why can't I move my body?" "Well, of course you can't move." Sasuke's Rinnegan widened, and he unleashed his ultimate move, Planetary Devastation. A black gravitational ball shot up into the sky, and all the random stones and debris on the ground instantly lost weight and were sucked up, quickly forming a gigantic ball in the air. The body of that Otsutsuki guy also began to float up, and only then did he realize, screaming, "Are you trying to seal me?" Naruto sneered. "Now you understand? It's too late." Sasuke's Rinnegan was fully activated, and Universal Pull was maxed out. That guy was like a nail stuck to a magnet, unable to resist, and in an instant he was sucked into the massive meteorite in the sky. All we heard was his final unwilling shout of no, before he fell completely silent. Family, who understands? He only had 3 days left to live. If he got locked away in a dark room, it would be game over for him, unlike Kagaya, that old hag, who could keep coming back indefinitely. After a few seconds, it was done. Naruto looked at the huge ceiling ball in the sky, panting, and asked, "Is it over?" Sasuke was also exhausted. The color of his Rinnegan had faded significantly, and he said, "He should be sealed. I can still see him inside." The 6 paths power experience cards given to us by Senior Chentian had also expired, and the marks of the sun and moon were nearly invisible. Boruto and Kawaki, those little brats, were stunned watching from the side. Boruto excitedly yelled, "Great! We finally sealed that guy." Kawaki looked at Naruto with admiration, probably thinking in his heart, "My dad is amazing." They still thought we had taken him down by our own skills. We both descended from the sky and quickly thanked Senior Chentian. The senior was calm and waved his hand, saying, "You're welcome, but I still hope you can cultivate the 6 paths power on your own." Naruto curiously asked, "Can this really be cultivated?" Senior Chentian looked at him as if he were a fool and replied, "Of course. Didn't the sage of 6 paths cultivate it himself? Although he is called Tsutsuki, he is only half-blooded. Essentially, he is still a person from our planet. As his descendants, you two have excellent talent, so there is no reason you can't cultivate it. You just don't know how." Sasuke's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he respectfully requested guidance from the senior. I thought I had to stick close to this valuable resource, so I quickly smiled and invited Senior Chentian to take a tour of our Konoha village. After all, he came from another timeline and wouldn't be able to return for a while. The senior nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, we returned to Konoha. In the Hokage's office, after listening to our report, Shikamaru had a look of disbelief on his face. There really is a parallel world. In our timeline, Uchiha Chentian died during the Second Shinobi World War. Naruto also sighed, so that means there are countless possibilities for the future. But Shikamaru quickly brought the atmosphere back to reality, his expression serious as he said, "Don't celebrate too early." According to Amato's intelligence, there is another modified person in the care organization, who is stronger than Ishiki, named Code. That guy's a fervent admirer of Ishiki and worships him like a god. Now that Ishiki is sealed by you, he will definitely come to Konoha to take revenge for his god in 3 days. I was dumbfounded at the time. Are you sure? This doesn't make sense, right? Any random modified person is stronger than a god? This power inflation is just ridiculous. Sasuke remained calm. The Tsutsuki clan is inherently powerful, which is already unreasonable. The modified person he mentioned likely used Tsutsuki cells. What I'm more concerned about now is whether there is one of this level of modified person or a group. Shikamaru nodded. "Don't worry, I will extract all the information from Amato's mind sooner or later. But fortunately, with Chentian-senpai here, we are temporarily safe. But I'm afraid Senpai won't stay for long." Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances, both filled with fighting spirit. Sasuke said, "It's okay, once I master my own 6 paths power, I won't be afraid, even if God comes back." Naruto chimed in. "That's right, when the time comes, we'll join forces, and no matter how strong the enemy is." we'll have a fighting chance. On the other side, at Hokage Rock, Kawaki looked at the fading seal on his palm with disdain. Boruto said to him, I heard from Grandpa Chentian that if you can reactivate the seal in your hand, you can gain an incredibly strong power. Kawaki snorted, I don't care about his power. Boruto shrugged. Suit yourself, even though I don't like Momoshiki's power either, for the sake of the village. It has to be used. After saying that, he jumped down from the statue that was dozens of meters high. 3 days later, Chentian-senpai was strolling through the streets of Konoha with Boruto, Sarada, Mitsuki, and Kawaki, the 4 little brats. Sarada was secretly using her 3-tomo Sharingan to sneak a peek at Senpai's back, curiously saying, It's really strange. I can't feel any chakra from him at all. Boruto rested his hands behind his head and directly mocked. Of course, the gap in strength between us and Senpai is too great. It would be abnormal if you could see it. Don't flaunt your 3-tomo. His eyes are the 9-tomo Rinnegan, and that gap is even bigger than the homework I owe. Just then, Chentian-senpai suddenly stopped, lightly saying, Is it coming? Boruto and the others were confused. What? Who's coming? Want to know? Follow me and you'll find out. As soon as he finished speaking, Chentian-senpai lifted off the ground and flew directly to the other side of the village. Looking back at the past, wow, the scene has exploded. A handsome guy with white hair, standing at 7 meters tall, has 2 or 3 dozen Konoha ninjas lying at his feet, including Chunin and Jonin. This person is Cod. Teacher Konohamaru is also stubborn, roaring as he prepares a 3-meter-wide Rasengan and charges forward. And guess what? Cod stands still and takes the hit, not even a speck of dust on him. He casually remarks, not bad for attack power. Just as he finishes speaking, a claw mark suddenly appears on Konohamaru's chest, and the next second, he flies back like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and spitting blood. Cod looks at the injured Konohamaru, ready to deliver a finishing blow, gathering a massive energy ball in his hand. At that critical moment, Boruto's voice rings out. Wind release, Rasengan. A similarly huge Rasengan flies in, colliding with Cod's energy ball and exploding. Mitsuki rushes over to help Konohamaru. Senior Chentian also arrives, glancing at the heavily injured Konohamaru, calmly commenting, the grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen, at this age, still just an elite jonin. Konohamaru is so furious he nearly dies on the spot. Cod's gaze sweeps over us, finally landing on Kawaki, and he smiles. Kawaki, long time no see. Looks like you've been doing well in Konoha. You've even put on some weight. Kawaki coldly stares at him. Cod, what do you want? Shikamaru is dead. You're free now. Cod's expression changes instantly, shouting with hatred. Shut up. It's all because of you that the great god has died. How proud it is to be a vessel for a god, and you dare to run away. Kawaki and Boruto are speechless. This guy is really a lunatic. I think Cod is truly a deep well of ice, primarily powered by love, right? Cod ignores them and turns to Senior Chentian, shouting, Hey Otsutsuki Chentian, you're from the same clan as Shikamaru. You shouldn't interfere with our affairs in this timeline. Senior Chentian replies calmly, As long as you don't provoke me, I will naturally keep my word. As he speaks, his eyes change into the Rinnegan with 9-tomo, and that terrifying aura instantly shocks Cod. Boruto, however, doesn't care about any of this. Seeing Cod has killed so many people and still dares to ignore him, he gets angry and splits off a dozen shadow clones, each with a Rasengan, charging forward. However, Cod is too slippery, using a claw mark ability similar to Flying Thunder God, darting back and forth between countless mark points. And all of Boruto's attacks hit nothing but air. Cod suddenly appears in front of Boruto and punches him away. Boruto activates the first state of his KG in midair, a dark blue mark appearing on his face, his strength surging to the level of Hokage, charging forward again. The two exchange punches, but Boruto is still sent flying. Now Boruto is completely enraged, entering the second state. A horn grows from his head, and his power instantly spikes to the level of 6 paths. This time, it's Cod who is knocked back 10 meters by Boruto's punch. Cod becomes serious, filling the sky with dense claw marks. Moving so fast, he is practically invisible. Boruto falls into a disadvantage again, forced to take hits. Suddenly, Cod flashes behind Boruto, smiling, and kicks him into the sky, then forms a huge energy ball, crashing it down on Boruto from above. Mitsuki and Sarada rush in to help. But Mitsuki's Sage Mode Wind release is kicked away, and Sarada's Lightning Release Shuriken formation is directly teleported behind Cod, nearly getting her killed. At a critical moment, Kawaki rushes in to push Sarada away, taking a punch from Cod himself, his bones cracking and flying out, creating a mushroom cloud. Kawaki! Boruto roars. forming a massive Rasengan and smashing it forward. But Cod is even slicker. A giant claw mark appears in the palm of his right hand, absorbing Boruto's Rasengan. Before Boruto can react, the Rasengan flies out from the claw mark and is sent back at him. In that instant, Boruto's Byakugan flares, and he uses Shinra Tensei. He forcefully rebounds the Rasengan. With a boom, Cod is blown up by his own technique. As the smoke clears, Cod floats in midair, completely unharmed but clearly enraged. A surge of black and red chakra erupts into the sky, instantly forming a massive monster over 500 meters tall, an Outer Path Golem. An Outer Path Golem? Who can't do that? Boruto also performs the hand seals and summons a 500-meter-tall red Outer Path Golem. Let me tell you, the scene of two 500-meter-tall giants confronting each other outside Konoha was simply unbelievable. The two monsters instantly grappled with each other, thundering sounds shaking the earth. However, Cod's black-red Outer Path Golem suddenly began to transform, muscles bulging, entering its second form. Its size directly overwhelmed Boruto's emaciated golem. Boom! 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 Boruto was instantly beaten down, getting pounded in the sky like a sandbag, his chakra, cloak dimming, clearly on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Senior Chentian, who had just gotten back up, spoke to the still-recovering Kawaki. He said blandly, "Do you think that's why you can survive? It's the power of KG protecting you. Otherwise, with your level of strength, you would have been turned to dust by Cod with a single punch." Hearing this, Kawaki trembled all over, hesitating. After a long while, he finally made up his mind. Speaking to Senior Chentian, "Tell me, how can I use the power of KG?" Senior Chentian was amused by his presumptuous tone. "You're asking in this tone? I'm just asking if you've thought it through, whether or not to help you. That's my business." Kawaki's face flushed with anger, but in the end, he took a deep breath, knelt down on the spot, lowering his head and saying, "Lord Chentian, I request you to tell me how to utilize the power of KG." Haha, Senior Chentian looked at his submissive demeanor and was directly amused. This kid is all about listening to advice, coming up to me and giving me a big compliment, saying Boruto has told him how my strength is so against the heavens, that even Otsutsuki Kinshiki is no match for me. He definitely won't seek his own suffering. Let me tell you, he is calculating like crazy. He knows that it's tough to compete with Boruto now, and his self-esteem has already been shattered. Now that he has a chance to get a top-tier cheat from the boss for free, wouldn't he rush to cling to my thigh? Ha! I'll give you credit for being smart. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so I directly switched to the Rinnegan, transforming it into the golden reincarnation eye. In the next moment, my eyes flashed with golden light, and I unleashed a technique on him. Reincarnation Eye Seal Release. To my surprise, I saw that Kid Kawaki's left hand instantly lit up with a seal, with dark green runes spreading across his half-face and arm like a circuit board. Suddenly, a horn identical to his Shiki's grew on his head, and even his left eye transformed into a golden pupil with a similar X pattern. In that instant, he went from an ordinary young man to a 6 paths level expert. And guess what? Just after I released his seal, this kid instantly countered with a big move right in my face. His golden X pattern eye glared at me, and he shouted something like Shomei, Pigu, and suddenly dozens of huge black blocks, hundreds of meters tall, appeared above my head, raining down like Tetris. Family, who understands? This is pure betrayal. I just enlightened you, and you immediately turn around and use me to test your skills? Reincarnation, Great Darkness. I opened with my eyes wide, too lazy to move. The pile of broken blocks he released instantly vanished, all sucked into the alternate space by me. Immediately after, my other reincarnation, I followed up, Reincarnation Eye Pressure, with a thunderous boom. Chuanmu didn't even have time to react. A weight like Mount Tai pressed down on him, pinning him firmly to the ground. Unable to move at all, I floated over, looking down at him from above, and couldn't help but laugh in anger. Are you looking to die even faster? Using me to test your ocular technique? Don't you know that the real one from another dimension is the one who died at my hands? With your current strength? You're not even a quarter of his. How dare you act tough in front of me? I had Kawaki pinned to the ground, his face turned pale, his eyes filled with disbelief. You really killed the other dimension's version of him? Why would I lie to you? Although I'm not at full power, I still have about 80 to 90% of my strength. In my dimension, even he would avoid me and never dare to show his face. I directly activated my show-off mode. Kawaki was completely convinced this time, forcing out a smile that looked worse than crying. Lord Shinton, I was wrong. I just wanted to try. Can you let me go? I glanced at him and couldn't be bothered to argue, directly lifting the pressure. Hurry up and get lost. That brat Naruto is about to get beaten to death. Go save him. As soon as I finished speaking, Kawaki disappeared in a flash. The next second, he appeared right in front of Code. Let me tell you, Kawaki is also a tough guy, not much talk. Just a quick teleportation, and then bam, a kick. He directly kicked that several hundred-meter tall Otsutsuki monster's second form, along with Code on top, to the ground. Immediately after, a similar Otsutsuki monster appeared with a bang beside him. Code was dumbfounded, pointing at him. You? How is this possible? That's right, it's me. Prepare to die. Without saying another word, Kawaki controlled his monster and threw a punch. Code had just finished fighting Naruto and was in a bad state, so he couldn't react in time and was hit on the spot. That 500-meter tall chakra giant was forced to retreat repeatedly. Next, the scene looked like two Ultramen fighting small monsters, two colossal figures crashing into each other, distorting the entire space, with shock waves exploding in circles. To be honest, Code was really in a dire situation. He was already heavily exhausted, and now facing a fully energized and enhanced Kawaki, he was being completely overwhelmed. Kawaki came out swinging with all his might, each move more brutal than the last, leaving Code with no chance to fight back. Suddenly, dozens of massive triangular shapes fell from the sky, crashing down on Code's monster with a thunderous roar. The chakra armor shattered like glass with a crunch. Seeing he couldn't win, Code immediately threatened, "I will return. Kawaki, the next time we meet will be your death." Saying that, he turned to flee. "No need for next time. I'll send you to meet Ishiki right now." Kawaki controlled his monster, and a heavy punch was about to completely knock him out. However, just when everyone thought Code was done for, something strange happened. The next second, it was Kawaki who was sent flying. His Otsutsuki monster shattered on the spot, and he flew backward like a cannonball, spitting out a mouthful of blood, crashing into the ground and creating a massive pit. This left Sarada and the others completely stunned. What happened? How did Kawaki suddenly lose? It's that kid. Mitsuki, with sharp eyes, pointed at the little figure on Code's back. It's a malicious rebound. As long as you intend to attack him or have thoughts of harming him, all your attacks will bounce back to yourself intact. I didn't know when I appear beside them, explaining. There's such a capability. Everyone's jaws nearly dropped in shock. I grinned, finding this ability quite interesting, just in time to let me have a look. In the next moment, I flashed and appeared directly in front of Carter and the little brat named Demon, a kilometer away. "Hey, why did you suddenly pull me over?" The little brat Demon was sitting on Carter's back, looking completely clueless. Just then, a woman's voice echoed in their minds. "Carter, hurry and bring Demon back. That man is coming." It was Ada's clairvoyance. As soon as Demon heard this, he became excited. "He's coming just in time. Sister, watch me. I'm going to feed him today." Truly impressive. Clairvoyance. It really is a divine skill. I smiled at the two of them and spoke up. Demon was startled. "How can you hear my sister's voice?" "I can't hear it, but I can read the fluctuations of your brain cells." I casually made up an excuse. Demon looked at me as if I were speaking nonsense. Then, with determination in his eyes, he asked, "Uncle, I heard you're really strong?" "I guess I'm okay, just the second strongest in the world." "Ha ha ha." Demon burst into laughter. "At least you have some self-awareness, knowing that I'm the strongest in the world." I looked at the arrogant little brat and calmly said, "Is that all you've got with your malicious rebound? This move may be powerful, but it certainly has its weaknesses. To be honest, without this move, you're not even as good as Cowd." "I have weaknesses? Impossible. I am invincible," Diamond shouted as he leaped off Cowd's back. "Want to give it a try? I'll gladly tell you where your weaknesses lie." I laughed. "All right, if you want to fight, just say so," Diamond said, transforming into a bolt of lightning and charging toward me. "Malicious rebound, huh? Fine. Reincarnation eye, gravity field." I unleashed a golden light from my left eye, not attacking him directly, but instead altering the environment within a radius of 1 kilometer around us. In an instant, the gravity here became 100 times that of the normal world. I tell you, my main tactic is just to play dirty. I didn't hit you. It's just that the gravitational pull here has increased. If you have the ability, try rebounding the earth. Boom. Diamond, who was speeding forward, was instantly crushed like a mountain had fallen on him, and he fell face first into the ground, eating a mouthful of dirt. What is going on? Why is my body so heavy? Diamond was stunned. KO'd also felt the immense pressure and said in horror, "It's him who changed the gravity here." At that moment, I felt a mysterious force trying to attack my mind, but I easily withstood it. Huh, is this malicious rebound? It's indeed overbearing. I only changed the environment, and it's already deemed unfavorable to him, so he started to rebound. Diamond struggled to stand up, looked at me unscathed, and asked in shock, "Why weren't you affected by the rebound? Have you really found my weakness?" KO'd on the side understood no. He wasn't unaffected by the rebound. It's because he is also in this gravitational field, so the system determined he wasn't attacking you. So that is how it is. Diamond laughed wildly. "I thought you were so powerful. My speed has slowed down, but isn't yours the same? Go die." Saying this, he charged at me again. Reincarnation, great black sky. I glared with my eyes, and a regular stone about 3 to 4 meters in size fell from the sky. This stone had no chakra, just a pure physical attack. But under 100 times gravity, this thing crashing down had a power more terrifying than Shell. Moreover, this wasn't a direct attack from me. The stone falling and hitting someone, can that be considered my attack? Boom! Diamond was so frightened that he quickly rolled to dodge, and the spot where he had just been standing was directly smashed into a large pit. "You're despicable." He jumped up in anger. "Despicable? Then let's make this fair." I glared again with my reincarnation eye, and this time, countless stones of all sizes began to fall from the sky like rain within a radius of 1,000 miles. The entire area was indiscriminately covered. "Let's see how you dodge." "Are you crazy?" Diamond shouted, only able to swing his fists, punching and smashing the stones that were crashing down towards him. After a few minutes, this little brat was covered in dirt and bruises, crying out in pain. He saw that I could easily dodge every time, and he was so furious that he rushed over while cursing. "Come on, you bastard. If you have the guts, hit me." He still thought I was afraid of his counterattack. All right, I directly satisfied him and threw a punch. Poof! Demon was hit and curled up like a shrimp, spitting out white foam. Let me tell you, his ability is to rebound. The same amount of force hit me as well. But the problem is, my health bar is 1,000 meters thick, and his little bit of damage from the rebound is like a mosquito bite, too lazy to even scratch. And for his small frame, even taking on a tiny portion of that is enough to make him drink a whole pot. I looked at Diamond lying on the ground, unwilling to accept defeat, with his hands spread out. The left hand formed a spiraling sphere, while the right hand created 1,000 birds, crackling with energy. "Come on, let me see if you could deflect this move. Come on, I will definitely defeat you." Diamond, stubborn as he is, roared and charged forward. I directly threw out the Rasengan and Chidori. Under 100 times the gravity, he could see it clearly, but his body couldn't dodge at all. Boom! A terrifying energy exploded on him. Lightning and storms swept everything away. When the smoke cleared, Demon was covered in blood, still yelling defiantly. "How could I possibly lose? Isn't it abnormal if I can't defeat you?" I looked at him and almost wanted to laugh. "Don't treat me like an ordinary kid. Watch my super flash cannon." The little brat clasped his hands together, and a massive energy wave shot towards me. This amount of chakra is only at the level of the 6 paths lower realm. I glared with my Rinnegan and directly summoned help. Rinnegan complete, ShowsSusanoo. A gigantic skeletal frame instantly appeared, grew muscles, donned armor, and unfolded a pair of wings that could cover the sky. 1,000-meter tall, complete, ShowsSusanoo stood majestically on the ground like a deity descending. That flash cannon hit the ShowsSusanoo, and it was like spraying water with a water gun. No effect at all. In the distance, Naruto and Sasuke were completely dumbfounded. Boruto muttered to himself, This has already far surpassed my dad, right?" I controlled ShowsSusanoo to slowly shrink and walk towards Demon step by step. With one punch, I knocked him out cold, and then followed up with several hard slaps, leaving him bruised and battered. The little brat was finally scared, lying on the ground with an incredulous expression. "Why? Is my power useless against you?" "It's not that it's useless. It's that the gap in our strength is too vast, so much so that the damage you rebound to me feels like a mere tickle. I'm just being honest. Impossible. How can a human be this strong? Who told you I was Otsutsuki? Moi nim Chentian. I was speechless. And aren't you also human? Don't you wield godlike powers as well?" Demon was left speechless by my retort. Struggling to get up, he spat out a harsh line. "Remember this. Next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you." With that, he ran off in a flash. I watched his fleeing figure without chasing after him, and suddenly smiled at the air. "All-powerful, huh? Your abilities are truly abnormal. No wonder it's called divine art. I have to say, after this one fight, I feel like my understanding of power has deepened once again, as if I've broken through a certain barrier, getting a step closer to that invincible realm." Just as I had this realization, Ada sent me a remote call. The young girl sounded quite serious and asked me, "Uchiha Chentian, do you have the same ability as me?" I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I said, "Sister, your intelligence network is a bit delayed, isn't it? Ever heard of the term rolling eyes? It's a specialty of the Hyuga clan." She actually recited a segment from the Setting collection talking about things like a 360-degree perspective and seeing through meridians. I thought to myself, what ancient history is this from? I told her directly, "Sister, your perspective is too narrow. You know that the Sharingan can evolve, but you don't know that the Byakugan can also upgrade? The chakra from the Tsutsuki clan, mixed with the Hyuga clan's blood, can directly upgrade the Byakugan into the Tensigan. Understand?" I told her that the ordinary white, I can see a kilometer, but with my upgraded Plus Pro Max version, guess how far I can see? She then realized and said my eyes are the same color as that old guy from the same style. I waved my hand and said that's just the beginning. I'm at most a test version. The real deal is that Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who truly has the divine eye, the real version answer. Ada was shocked when she heard that and said the land of snow is 5,000 kilometers away from Konoha, and I can still see it clearly. It seems my eyes aren't far from the divine eye after all. What else could I say? I could only laugh and say it was too much of a compliment. Then I changed the subject and asked her, "Your brother Demon has gone back, right?" She nodded, and her eyes glanced aside. Wow, Demon and that Cade looked like they had just rolled out of the mud, looking utterly disheveled. "I'm going to start with some intensity." I said, "Girl, I think we can have a chat. I'm very interested in your omnipotent divine skills. Don't be nervous. If I wanted to make a move, a space-time ninjutsu would drop right on your face. Do you believe that?" I said this politely, but Ada over there probably broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing it. After hesitating for a long time, she finally replied, "Okay, I will consider it." I laughed and said, "That's right, we're not enemies. Maybe in a couple of days, I'll switch maps and leave this server." After ending the communication, the scene shifted to the land of snow, where Ada exploded with anger. Let me tell you, that little girl can really unleash a verbal barrage. She directed her anger at Cotter. "Cotter, how many times have I told you? Don't provoke that man. It's fine if you want to throw yourself into danger. But what do you mean by bringing Diamond along?" Cotter, being a coward, quickly apologized, saying he was pushed to the edge, and if he didn't, he'd drag Diamond along. He would have been done for. Ada was so furious that her lips were biting into her teeth, and who understands her struggles? With her looks, even when she's angry, she left Cotter dumbfounded, as if he had lost his soul. Diamond couldn't stand it any longer and slapped Cotter on the back of the head. "Have you seen enough? My sister is talking to you." Only then did Cotter come back to his senses, still beating his chest and promising, "Next time, I'll protect you." Diamond rolled his eyes. You can't even beat me." Who was protecting whom just now? Cotter wasn't angry, chuckling, "I haven't fully unlocked my power yet. When I do, my strength will be over 10 times what it is now." Hearing this, Diamond felt challenged and shouted that he also wanted to unlock his power, blaming that old man Amato for locking him up and limiting his strength. Otherwise, he would definitely not lose to Cotter. However, Ada poured cold water on him, saying coldly, "Diamond, I warn you once more, do not provoke Uchiha Chentian. I don't want to lose you as my brother." Diamond stubbornly replied, "Don't worry, sister. Once I recover my peak, I will definitely take him down." Ada's expression was one of despair as she said, "No, even if you unleash all your power, you're not his match. You won't last 3 moves against him." She saw this future with her omnipotence. Diamond immediately disbelieved her, with a look of how could that be possible. While they were acting out their family drama, on the Konoha side, Kawaki was also furious. He shouted at Naruto and the others, "Teacher, why did you let Cotter go? Lord Chentian, I know you're strong, but the power within Cotter hasn't completely unleashed yet." Chizen said that his full power is even more intense than the first style. This kid is single-minded, aiming to eliminate threats. Let me tell you, with his personality, he really caused a lot of trouble for Boruto in the original story. Naruto could only helplessly explain that his gravity field was too large. And Cotter had that mark similar to Flying Thunder God, making it impossible to catch him. Kawaki, furious, punched the ground. Naruto tried to comfort him, saying that once he mastered 6 paths Yin-Yang Ninjutsu and teamed up with Sasuke, they would definitely be able to defeat Cotter. At that moment, Sasuke, curious, asked me, "Chentian-senpai, is Cotter really that strong?" I nodded and directly gave them an explanation. That kid has the DNA of Otsutsuki Kinshiki and, combined with a full set of white Zetsu, the two together can indeed surpass a full set. In another month or 2, his strength will at least increase tenfold, which is roughly equivalent to the combat power of 2 full sets. As soon as I said this, everyone was stunned. Boruto regretted it and kept slapping his thigh, saying he should have taken him out when he had the chance. Kawaki got fired up and shouted at me, "Uchiha Chentian, you knew he would become this strong and still let him go. What are you trying to do?" Naruto quickly scolded him. "Enough, Kawaki. Don't speak to Chentian-senpai like that. At that moment, I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. A flash of golden light from my right, I instantly pressed Chuanmu down to half kneeling on the ground, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Naruto wanted to step forward to plead, but was pulled back by Sasuke. I looked coldly at Chuanmu and said, "Do you think the true God cares about the thoughts of ants? Even if he becomes 10 times stronger, or even 100 times in front of me, he is just a slightly bigger ant. It would be a matter of minutes to crush him." Chuanmu's expression was one of shock, unwillingness, and disbelief. He was clearly questioning his life choices. Just then, Aida's voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Hey, uncle. That's too harsh. Don't break my Chuanmu." I transmitted back directly, "Don't worry, just giving him a lesson." After saying that, I released my pressure. Only then did Kawaki stand up and wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. I looked at him and warned, "Young man, be careful with your words in the future. If you don't have the strength, don't shout recklessly. In this world, not everyone can yell at me." Boruto quickly ran over to support Kawaki and shouted at me, "Grandpa Chentian, you were too harsh." I couldn't help but think, am I ruthless? If I hadn't come, he would be 1,000 times harsher on you. Kawaki managed to calm down and said, "What he said is true. Without strength, you really can't speak recklessly." Then suddenly, Boruto piped up, "Wait a minute, Grandpa Chentian. Why do I feel like you're targeting Kawaki? You've never met him before, right?" Mitsuki also chimed in, "Yeah, you've been pretty nice to Sarada and the others. So why are you being so hard on Kawaki?" I laughed and said, "Really? Now that you mention it, it does seem like there is something. Maybe I saw his future. This guy in the future is much more ruthless than I am." "What?" Everyone was shocked again. Naruto quickly asked, "What did this kid do in the future that makes you hate him so much?" Before I could answer, Kawaki figured it out himself and said, "It's not surprising that he can come from the past to the present and knows my future." Boruto was even more curious. "Grandpa Chentian, hurry up and tell us. What exactly did he do?" As soon as I saw it, I thought, well, I can't hide it anymore, so I said, "Fine, anyway, I've already changed the future. If I hadn't come, after Naruto and Sasuke finished their fight, Naruto would be exhausted from the Nine Tails, and Sasuke's Rinnegan would be blinded by Boruto, controlled by Momoshiki. Then, Ada would use the divine technique omnipotence to swap the fates of Kawaki and Boruto. By then, the entire Konoha would treat you as an enemy and hunt you down. This is what Momoshiki meant when he said you would lose everything. Who understands this, my family?" As soon as I finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room instantly dropped to freezing point. Mitsuki got angry right away, activated Sage Mode, and shouted at Kawaki, "Kawaki, if you really dare to do that, I will definitely kill you." That guy Kawaki is also tough. With a cold face, he said, "If it's really to protect the Hokage, I would do it." Sarada looked at him with a different expression. Mitsuki immediately attacked, sending 2 golden snakes charging forward. Kawaki didn't hold back either and unleashed Daikokutten, dropping black cubes from the sky. The two of them started fighting fiercely. In the end, Naruto couldn't stand it anymore and activated 6-Path Sage Mode, separating the two with one move. Boruto was still playing peacemaker, speaking up for Kawaki. "Mitsuki, Grandpa CH10s said that the future has already changed." Kawaki also stated, "If that really happens, I can always give my life back to him." Naruto looked helpless, probably thinking about what a mess this was. Sasuke muttered to himself, "Omnipotence? What a terrifying ability." Then he looked up and asked me, "This divine technique shouldn't work on me and Naruto anymore, right?" I said, "Casting spells over the entire area can only modify the memories of those below the 6 Paths level. For you 6 Paths level beings, it would be ineffective unless Ada concentrates all her power on one person. However, even if the modification is made, a strong will can gradually recover." Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a lingering fear and said that this ability is too overpowered. I smiled and reminded them, "Don't think too much about it. Everything you say right now can be heard by Ada." The two of them were immediately speechless. I looked at their frustrated expressions and said, "All right, Ada might not necessarily be the enemy. You have plenty of real enemies. Remember Kagaya? She has a sister named Otsutsuki Yalan, whose strength is not much inferior to Kagaya's. And she has 2 guardians by her side, whose strength is about the same as that of Peach." When Naruto heard this, he felt overwhelmed. How are these outsiders back again? I patted him on the shoulder and said, "There are more strong individuals in this universe than you can imagine. The Otsutsuki clan might just be an ordinary family out there. If you want to protect the ninja world, you better get stronger quickly." Seeing Naruto's eyes reignited with fighting spirit, I smiled and said, "Since you all are working so hard, fine, today I'll focus on companionship. I'm here to help you out." As I spoke, I took out 2 chakra fruits and the rich aura of energy instantly captivated Naruto and Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke was astonished. This is a chakra fruit. It's much bigger than the one from Urashiki. I nodded. That's right, although it's not as good as the one Kaguya ate. But eating one of these will guarantee that you guys reach the 6 paths level. Naruto, you have Ashura's chakra in you, and eating this might just awaken a Sharingan that even your ancestor couldn't awaken. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes widened. Sasuke also said that theoretically it was possible. Naruto still seemed a bit skeptical. Such a precious thing, are you really giving it to us? I was directly impatient. Here, just take it, stop being so fussy. Only then did they take the fruit and swallow it in one bite. The next second, while golden light erupted, Naruto was enveloped in golden light. His hair grew down to his waist, his eyes transformed from blue to 3-tomo, and finally turned into an eternal kaleidoscope in the shape of a Taiji diagram. Sasuke was also impressive. His black hair turned silver-white, and his power surged from the peak of the 6 paths middle realm to the peak of the 6 paths upper realm, just a step away from achieving complete mastery. Naruto was about the same, reaching the 6 paths upper realm. Feeling the explosive power within him, Naruto was overwhelmed with emotions. I took the opportunity to explain to them that the divine tree doesn't necessarily have to drain the life of an entire planet. Using tailed beasts as seeds can also yield smaller chakra fruits, ensuring sustainable development. As soon as I finished speaking, Naruto's eyes lit up, and Kurama was frantically mocking him from within his body. But then Sasuke, with a quick turn of his mind, came up with a rather explosive idea. He stared at Naruto and said with a malicious glint in his eyes, "Naruto, don't you have a living little divine tree inside you?" Naruto was startled. "Sasuke, don't look at me like that." Sasuke sneered. "I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at the 9 tails. Don't you get it? Those tail beasts are too dangerous outside. Why not invite them all to Konoha?" Naruto immediately retorted. "I think you want to treat them like the divine tree. The other villages will definitely not agree." Sasuke's tone suddenly turned icy. "Don't you understand? Only the chakra fruits can make us stronger and protect Konoha. Those worthless ones still call themselves Kage, but none of them could take a single hit from Otsutsuki. Besides, if we hadn't dealt with Otsutsuki, it would still be a question of whether the other ninja villages even exist right now. Let me tell you," Sasuke's expression at that moment was as serious as if he were about to join a political party. As a result, Naruto exploded and shouted at him, "Sasuke, are you crazy? If you do this, are you trying to start the 5th Great Ninja War?" Sasuke simply gave a cold laugh, full of disdain. "There won't be a 5th Great Ninja War. Naruto, you can't do it. I'll take care of it myself. I'll challenge all the other countries alone. No need for you to interfere." Goodness, with words like that, one would think he was running for the leader of the martial arts world. Naruto's face darkened, and he shouted, "No way, I absolutely do not agree." Sasuke's expression was like a real-life, "Who do you think you are? You disagree? What do I care? To protect the people I care about. Even if everyone else dies, what does it matter to me? Who understands the feelings of family?" These two are nearly 70 years old combined and are starting that whole valley of the end routine again. Naruto was also getting heated, his gaze cold enough to freeze. "Sasuke, if you insist on doing this, I will absolutely stop you." Just as it seemed these two were about to go at it, Sarada and Boruto, the 2 poor kids, rushed in to mediate. "Dad, Hokage-sama, calm down. Let's talk this out. Yeah, Uncle Sasuke, we could discuss this." Meanwhile, the one next to them, Mitsuki, son of Orochimaru, was analyzing the situation instead of helping to mediate. Did Sasuke's Rinnegan see some future KPI? And Shikamaru, with a face of utter despair covering his eyes, looked exhausted and expressed, "I'm done. These 2 ancestors are back at it again. They broke their hands over a decade ago, and now here we are again. Can't they just take a break?" At that moment, Sakura and Hinata descended from the sky, like fairies coming down to intervene. Standing between the two, "We couldn't stop you from fighting over a decade ago, but today no one is allowed to make a move." And what happened? Sasuke didn't even lift an eyelid, glared with his left eye, and casually uttered 4 words, "Shinra Tensei." "Buzz, I told you about that scene." Sakura, Hinata, Sarada, Boruto, along with a group of elite jonin watching from the side, were like being swept away by an invisible giant with a broom. Instantly blown 100 kilometers away, the scene suddenly became quiet, leaving only Naruto, Sasuke, and me, the time-traveling bug, Chentian. Naruto was stunned at the time, gritting his teeth and asking, "Sasuke, why? What did you see?" Sasuke, full of confidence, had 9 truth-seeking orbs floating behind him, one of which transformed into a long sword. "Naruto, want to know?" Defeat me. Let me see what your newly awakened Manjiki Sharingan is capable of. Alright, Naruto didn't waste any more words. 9 truth-seeking orbs rose up as well, gripping the six-path sage's staff in his right hand. Then, here comes the key point. Naruto activated his Manjiki 2. The Taiji symbol in his left eye spun sharply, and he shouted out the name of the technique. Manjiki Ma Wuliang. I tell you, this name sounds very mystical, and the effect is ridiculous, directly increasing his wind release chakra by 10 times. His blue bar was already like he was cheating, and now it's 10 times that? How is he supposed to play like this? He immediately raised his right hand and formed a Rasengan, which was originally 3 meters wide. But once Ma W Li Ying was activated, it skyrocketed to over 1,000 meters. It was like a small asteroid hanging in the sky. Sasuke was stunned. Is your eye technique increasing damage? Take this, Sasuke. Naruto shouted as he smashed the giant sphere forward. Sasuke smirked. The classic counter was coming. Tensei no Jutsu. Whoosh. The two switched places, and Naruto's own sphere was now heading back towards him. Sasuke was laughing. Haha, Naruto. You can taste your own Ma W Liing now. But Naruto didn't panic at all. He raised his hand and shouted, Go back. That 1,000-meter Rasengan was actually controlled by him, smashing back at an even faster speed. This operation was like lightning. My eyes could barely keep up. Sasuke turned pale and quickly activated Susanoo. A 500-meter tall, purple giant rose up, swinging a giant sword towards the sphere. Boom! The explosion lit up the entire sky. Immediately after, Naruto wouldn't back down either, activating his own Susanoo, a golden 9-tailed chakra version. Weizhuang Susanoo. Sasuke shot Amaterasu at it, but the chakra was too thick and extinguished it. The two 500-meter giants clashed in the sky, like Ultraman battling monsters, banging together. After a while, Sasuke pulled back and coldly said, I'm going to get serious. Naruto, be careful. If you're careless, you could die. At that moment, I thought, here it comes again. The classic middle school lines. Then he formed a seal with both hands and shouted, All swords return to the sect. Wow. The sky was filled with countless giant chakra swords, raining down like crazy. Could this be the ninja world version of Sword Comes? Naruto saw this and got excited. Since you want to see, let me show you the ocular technique of my other eye. Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Wind God's Wrath. His right eye's Taiji diagram spun wildly, and in an instant, countless towering tornadoes erupted from the ground, with a Naruto face composed of wind appearing in the sky. Thousands of meters high. Though it was blurry, the momentum was incredible. All swords returned to the sect, versus Wind God's Wrath. The scene was like a galaxy made of swords colliding with a tornado. Boom! With a loud crash, both of their Susanoo shattered. What happened next? They got desperate and started brawling. Bang, bang, bang. In 1 second, they exchanged thousands of blows, fists hitting flesh, each greeting the other's face. Naruto headbutted Sasuke, breaking his nose, and Sasuke, in pain, returned the favor by headbutting Naruto and breaking his nose too. Who understands, this operation is all about love and killing each other. The two covered their noses, gritting their teeth in pain, and after a few seconds, they recovered with Sage Mode and continued fighting. After recovering, they unleashed their big moves. Sasuke used Amaterasu, while Naruto employed the Shadow Clone technique to exhaust the flames. Sasuke then used Rinnegan, Heavenly Punishment, and hundreds of lightning Kirins descended from the sky. Naruto retaliated even more fiercely with thousands of Shadow Clones, each wielding a multi-shadow 6 paths. Super Giant Raisin Shuriken, and activated the 3-headed 6-arm mode, finally using Maha Wuliang to double the power of all the shurikens. I thought at that time, this chakra doesn't cost anything, right? Sasuke couldn't hold on and also summoned a dozen Susanoo, each one firing in multiple 6 paths into his arrow. My goodness, these two are really going to break through the earth. From a distance, Zorana is almost in tears watching. Grandpa Chentian, why don't you stop Dad and the others? I, Chentian, could only explain to her. Let them fight as long as they fight it out. It'll be fine. I'm watching, they 1T die. Shikamaru over there was overwhelmed, frantically complaining. I don't understand. These two got stronger after eating a fruit. How did they end up fighting? Kawaki was calm, analyzing the situation, saying that although he and Boruto had the power of the wedge, their experience was too lacking. Going up would be pointless. At that moment, the entire ninja world was shaken. Gaara, Urui, CHJR, Kuratsuchi, these major figures were all alarmed, each wearing a face of confusion, wondering who they were and if these two were gods fighting. The scene cut back. Naruto and Sasuke were both at their limits, preparing for a final blow to determine the outcome. In Naruto's hand was the chakra fused from the nine-tailed beasts, compressed to the limit using Maha Wulyon, creating the Sage Art, Super-tailed Beast Bomb, Raisin Shuriken. On Sasuke's side, he fused Sage techniques with Chidori to create the Sage Art, Chidori Kirin, a gigantic purple lightning Kirin. The two charged at each other like nuclear bombs, roaring. Before their energies even collided, the surrounding space began to warp. Boruto and Kawaki, frightened, quickly teamed up to summon the Outer Path Deva statue as a shield. At that critical moment, Chentian couldn't stand it anymore and teleported right between them. Feeling the world-destroying energy, I thought to myself, these two really want to perish together. Then, in the shocked gaze of Naruto and Sasuke, I kicked out directly. Demon Dragon 8 styles. Demon Dragon Tail Swipe. A golden divine dragon thousands of meters long appeared out of nowhere. Its tail swiped with a thunderous roar, directly exploding their powerful attacks. The energy perfectly dispersed without harming either of them. Naruto and Sasuke were sent flying, both wearing expressions of disbelief, wondering how this was possible. Naruto was still dazed. Just a kick. A kick scattered all our chakra? Sasuke reacted quickly, immediately saying, Naruto, I won this battle. You can't stop me from capturing the other tail beasts. Naruto finally snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth and asking the crucial question. Sasuke, I want to know why. Why, out of the blue, do you want to capture all the tailed beasts? Uzumaki Naruto did not refuse, but also did not agree with Uchiha Sasuke. Instead, he curiously asked Uchiha Sasuke, Actually, it's fine to tell you now. I have completely confirmed that what I saw really happened. You should have heard me say before, when my Rinnegan evolved to the Seventh Tomo, I saw the hell of the human realm. Everyone in the ninja world died, except for me who survived with Izanagi. No one survived. At first, I thought I was mistaken, but after eating the chakra fruit, I realized what I saw was all true. Uchiha Sasuke said seriously, What impossible? What kind of person has such power? Uzumaki Naruto said in disbelief. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, I saw Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Though he is dead, he hasn't completely died. Uchiha Sasuke said earnestly. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, is that so? That makes sense, even if he only has a fragment of his soul left. As long as he can parasitize on others like Kinshiki, he is not something you can deal with. His power is so great that even Kagaya is far inferior. Uchiha Chentian spoke. Could it be that Senior Chentian, you aren't a match for Otsutsuki Kinshiki either? Uzumaki Naruto asked curiously. I'm not sure. What I saw of the future was shortly after Senior Chentian left. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head and said, So that is how it is. If you say it like that, then perhaps if we can't find Otsutsuki Kinshiki in a short time, I shouldn't leave that quickly. Uchiha Chentian said excitedly. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, the god of Otsutsuki? The true divine realm that circulates online is not the divine realm of Kinshiki. In Chentian's previous life, Baidu, it was written that Kinshiki, Kagaya, and others had reached the divine realm. But in Chentian's view, they merely had some martial arts of those powerful in the divine realm. It doesn't count as the true divine realm. Their divine realm only possesses part of the power of a god, which is called divine arts, godly ninjutsu. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, is he really still alive? Ada's expression became serious. No one understood Otsutsuki Kinshiki better than her. As a modified person who transferred Otsutsuki Kinshiki's DNA, not only Ada, but even Code and all other modified individuals knew the terror of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. They merely transferred some of Otsutsuki Kinshiki's DNA. This gave each of them combat power at the level of the six paths. Ada, what is wrong? You just said that Otsutsuki Kinshiki is still alive. That's impossible, right? Code expressed some disbelief. Whether he is still alive, I'm not sure. My clairvoyance can see many hidden secrets of the ninja world, but a figure like Otsutsuki Kinshiki is simply not something my clairvoyance can penetrate. Moreover, even Uchiha Chentian, I can't see through. How he came from another timeline to our timeline. Ada said calmly. Well, all right. Code nodded. So do you still want to continue seeking revenge for Kinshiki? With this outcome, it's unfavorable for anyone to deal with. Ada said, looking at Code. I must kill Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Even if Otsutsuki Kinshiki is really still alive, what does it matter? How much power could he have from his past life? As long as I can collect all the chakra on this planet and grow the chakra fruit, then even if Otsutsuki Kinshiki is really still alive, who is stronger? That is uncertain. Code said confidently. Is that so? Then I wish you good luck. Not to mention Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Even passing the Hokage as hurdle 1T be easy now. Ada said calmly. Hokage? Uzumaki Naruto. Right now, I may not be his opponent. But in a month or two, even if Hokage and Sasuke team up, I'll 1T take them seriously. Code said confidently. I'm the same, every moment. I'm getting stronger. When I also unleash all my powers, even Uchiha Chentian 1T be my opponent. Diamond said confidently as well. Hearing their words, Ada shook her head. She knew that no matter what she said now, these two wouldn't believe her. Their significant increase in strength made them overly confident. Perhaps only after suffering a loss at Uchiha Chentian's hands would they understand. Sasuke, I know I can't stop you now. However, I hope you act in secret regarding capturing the tailed beasts. I don't want to experience the fourth great ninja war again. Uzumaki Naruto said seriously to Uchiha Sasuke. All right, for your sake. I can go in secret to catch the other 8 tails. Uchiha Sasuke said calmly. Sigh. I knew it would turn out like this. Nara Shikamaru said helplessly upon hearing their conversation. If Senior Chentian hadn't intervened, who would win between my dad and the Hokage? Uchiha Sarada asked curiously. I don't know. But no matter who wins or loses, my dad and Uncle Sasuke are both not doing that great, right? Boruto Uzumaki said. It's already lunchtime. I think everyone should go back to Konoha to discuss this. At this moment, Hinata Hyuga spoke up. It's indeed time to go back. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the big sun in the sky. What kind of alcohol is this? Naruto Uzumaki said with a puzzled expression. He had never smelled such fragrant liquor before. Haha, this is my homemade liquor. See if it suits your taste. This is not something ordinary drinks can compare to. Saying this, Uchiha Chentian took out a jar, opened the cap, and poured a cup for Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Shikamaru Nara. A strong aroma of alcohol filled the restaurant. Hinata Hyuga and Sakura, who usually don't drink much, frowned at the smell of the liquor. Although I don't really like this taste, I'm still happy to have Senior Chentian as a guest, so I'll drink a beverage instead of alcohol. Hinata Hyuga said with a smile. I'm the same as Hinata. Sakura also smiled and picked up her glass. Isa, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Shikamaru Nara frowned as they finished a cup, simultaneously making sounds. This liquor is not simple. Shikamaru Nara exclaimed. That's right. I feel a natural energy emerging from within me. Naruto Uzumaki's expression also showed surprise. Of course, it's not simple. This is Senju. I brewed it using countless years of spiritual substances, and the natural energy inside is quite substantial. Jiraiya and Orochimaru often come to steal my liquor. Chapter 142. Chentian of the Naruto Sasuke timeline. Jiraiya? Hearing Uchiha Chentian mention Jiraiya, Naruto Uzumaki's expression changed slightly. After all, in this timeline, his teacher Jiraiya was already killed by pain. At the mention of his mentor and friend Jiraiya, Naruto felt a bit sad. Oh, I forgot that Jiraiya in this timeline has already died in battle. Uchiha Chentian then remembered. It's okay, Senior Chentian. Hearing you say that, your relationship with Uncle Jiraiya must be pretty good, right? Naruto Uzumaki didn't care about the issue and instead began to ask Uchiha Chentian how to say it. He was in the same class as me, participated in battles together, and was in the same team, so we grew up together. Uchiha Chentian recalled for a moment and then said, so that's how it is, but it's really a pity that in our world, Jiraiya died of old age in battle. And, Senior Chentian, you also died during the Second Shinobi World War. Naruto Uzumaki said a bit disappointed. Stop, you say that guy Jiraiya is dead. So don't bring me into this. I can still live for 1,000 years, Uchiha Chentian said. Ha ha ha. Hearing Uchiha Chentian's words, everyone laughed. Can he really live for 1,000 years? Only Kawaki cautiously said seriously. Impossible. How can anyone live for 1,000 years? Hearing Kawaki's words, Uchiha Sarada shook her head. That may not be the case. Aren't those Otsutsuki able to live for thousands of years? Boruto Uzumaki replied. Those people are different. They have eaten a lot of chakra fruits. I have checked ancient books, and they do mention that chakra fruits can indeed grant immortality. Some of those books are exaggerated, but there must be some truth to it. At least the Hokage and Senior Sasuke, after they consumed chakra fruits, their power increased significantly, and their appearances became much younger. Izuki said to Boruto and the others beside him. No wonder Ishiki is willing to go to any lengths to grow chakra fruits. Even if it means killing everyone in this world, Kawaki said lightly. Chakra fruits, what a great thing. I want some too. When Izuki said this, her gaze fell on Uchiha Chentian, her eyes a bit fiery. Not only Izuki, But even Boruto and Kawaki looked at Uchiha Chentian with eager eyes. Oh, suddenly, Uchiha Chentian sensed several malicious gazes on him and instinctively turned around. He saw Boruto, Uzumaki, Uchiha Sarada, Izuki, and Kawaki all staring at him. Why are you looking at me? Kids can't drink alcohol. Uchiha Chentian thought they wanted liquor and said to Boruto and the others, I'm already an adult. Kawaki said coolly. In 6 months, I will be an adult too. Boruto said. At this moment, Boruto Uzumaki was 15 and a half. In the Naruto world, one becomes an adult at 15, and even at 11 or 12, one could go to the battlefield. So are we. Izuki and Uchiha Sarada said in unison. Then what do you want? Uchiha Chentian looked at them with some confusion. Grandpa Chentian, do you have any chakra fruits? Boruto Uzumaki said a bit awkwardly. Now you're not suitable to eat chakra fruits, unless you want to completely hand over your body to a shiki. Moreover, chakra fruits are divine items. Even I don't have many. I can give them to your father and Sasuke, but it's only because I don't want to see this world easily destroyed by Otsutsuki. Uchiha Chentian said lightly. What? Why does it say that if I eat chakra fruits, Ishiki will occupy my body? Boruto Uzumaki said in surprise. Not just you. Even Kawaki is the same. Both of you have the seals of Ishiki and Momoshiki. Although their souls have disappeared, they have not completely vanished. They have left a trace of their soul within the seals on both of you, because neither of you has fully mastered the power of the seal. This means that although they have died, there is still a chance for revival. If both of you eat chakra fruits, the energy from the chakra fruits will not only transform your souls, but it will also revive the souls of Ishiki and Momoshiki. If you want them to completely disappear, you must fully master all the powers of the seal. Only then will Ishiki and Momoshiki truly die, Uchiha Chentian said. So that's how it is. If what you say is true, as long as Boruto and I fully master the power of the seal, Ishiki and the others will really not have a chance to revive, Kawaki asked curiously. That's right. Humans have 3 souls and 7 spirits. The Otsutsuki are the same, except that the souls of the Otsutsuki clan are much stronger. As long as they still have a little bit of their souls left, they have a chance to be revived. Although their main souls have disappeared, the remnants are still in your bodies. Although the possibility of them occupying your bodies again is very low, it is not completely impossible for them to revive. At this point, Uchiha Chentian paused and looked at Boruto and Kawaki, saying, Hurry up and become stronger, kids. I won't say whether you can help Naruto and Sasuke in the end, but at least don't hold them back. At the very least, you must fully master the power of the seal and completely eliminate the remnants of the Otsutsuki's souls in your bodies. Damn it, I will never hold back the Hokage. Hearing Uchiha Chentian mention that he might hold back Uzumaki Naruto, Kawaki's expression immediately changed, like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Let's go, Boruto. Stop eating, Kawaki said, directly pulling Uzumaki Boruto up. What's wrong, Kawaki? Training, Kawaki said coldly. Now, yes, but at least let me finish my meal first. No way. I don't want to hold back the Hokage. I must master all the power of the seal, and I also don't want you to end up as my enemy, Kawaki said coldly. But didn't Chentian-senpai say that the possibility of Yao's resurrection is very low? Uzumaki Boruto shouted. Just because the possibility is low doesn't mean there's no possibility at all. Both of us have their data, and their residual souls still exist. I don't want to have such a ticking time bomb on me, Kawaki said coldly. Sigh, I really can't stand you, old 6, Uzumaki Boruto said helplessly. I'm not the 6th. I've been alone since I was a child, Kawaki said with a cool expression. I know. Uzumaki Boruto laughed. Chapter 143. Otsutsuki Yalambang. A loud sound, a punch hitting the air, an invisible terrifying force breaking through space, instantly spreading across the entire sky. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, sand and stones flew, countless invisible energies struck the ground, immediately creating numerous pits of various sizes. Shomei Baikaguna, Kawaki's golden eyes widened. Numerous black spheres appeared in the sky, each one exceptionally large, pressing down towards Uzumaki Boruto. Dozens of black spheres, each the size of hundreds of meters, quickly descended from the sky. Udama Rasengan, Uzumaki Boruto's Byakugan activated, and a huge Rasengan appeared in his hand, directly thrown into the sky. 2 powerful super shadow chakras collided, emitting a tremendous explosion. Kawaki transformed into an afterimage, delivering a heavy punch to Uzumaki Boruto's face. At the last moment, Uzumaki Boruto kicked him in the lower abdomen. Boom! The 2 of them fell heavily to the ground simultaneously. Huff, huff! Boruto and Kawaki lay on the ground, gasping for breath. It turns out that only through fighting can we quickly unseal the power of the seal within us, Uzumaki Boruto said, panting. Maybe, Kawaki said indifferently. I feel like my power has become even stronger now, Kawaki thought to himself. So cool. Ada, from a distance, looked at Kawaki battling Boruto with her clairvoyance, showing a lovesick expression. Sister, what are you looking at now? Diamond, noticing Ada's strange smile, felt curious. Nothing, Ada replied. Okay, you've been getting weirder these days, Diamond said. In the past, in the world of Hokage, an underground base in the land of snow. Has Uchiha Chentian left this planet? No, he hasn't exactly left. His clone is still here. A middle-aged man in white clothing with a long horn on his head murmured to himself. This person was Otsutsuki Ishiki. If that's the case, then it's time to retrieve Sasuke and Niji's eyes. Otsutsuki Ishiki thought to himself. Senjutsu, Ardent Lightning Fong, one of the 6-path sage techniques mastered by Uchiha Madara. A narrow laser is emitted from his mouth, capable of cutting through all things in two, a powerful ninjutsu. Its destructive power is astonishing, and its speed could almost be said to reach the speed of light. Though it is called a sage technique, it is more appropriate to call it a divine technique. In an instant, this sudden attack directly surpassed Otsutsuki Yalen's expectations. It's worth noting that even when Uchiha Chentian fought in the past, he did so openly. In a hurry, Otsutsuki Yalen could only quickly evade, her deep blue Rinnegan on her forehead glowing. The power of the Rinnegan had reached its limit, quickly producing Rinnegan chakra to resist this laser. But she still underestimated the power of Uchiha Madara's 6 paths sage technique, Ardent Lightning Fong. That was the sage technique of the 6-path sage at his peak. Although the strongest 6-path sage in his most powerful state was not as strong as his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, he far surpassed her in ninjutsu. The sage techniques he created could completely rival divine techniques. At such a close distance, it was impossible for Otsutsuki Yalen to evade. Either she would clash head-on or be hit. Like a purple divine light, it directly destroyed her Rinnegan, then continued to strike down at her. Whoosh! A divine light flashed past. Where the divine light passed, all objects were cut in half. A chasm several hundred kilometers long, 10 to dozens of meters wide, and unfathomably deep appeared on the ground. Half of Otsutsuki Yalen's horn and a large portion of her white hair, along with part of her body, fell off. Clearly, Yalen was still somewhat careless, although this 6 paths sage technique, Ardent Lightning Fong, merely grazed her. Its immense destructive power still obliterated half of her right horn and part of her body. In just a few exchanges of battle, Uchiha Madara had completely been at a disadvantage, but in the final exchange, the Dance King Uchiha Madara exploited the most common weakness of the Otsutsuki clan, their over-reliance on their eye techniques. He directly used extremely advanced tactics and unexpected sage techniques, causing Otsutsuki Yalen to suffer a significant loss at that moment. The powerful sage power continued to wreak havoc on Otsutsuki Yalen's body. Although Otsutsuki Yalen's body could be considered the most perfect Otsutsuki sage body, and her recovery ability was far beyond that of Senju Hashirama's sage body. Under Uchiha Madara's overwhelming attacks, her body's recovery ability was still affected. In other words, if they were at equal strength, this move could have killed her. Uchiha Madara, although possessing 6 paths level ninjutsu, had only one Rinnegan, while the other was an eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The eye techniques of the Rinnegan and eternal Mangeki Sharingan, while powerful, did not mean that Uchiha Madara relied entirely on them. He still had a significant portion of his strength based on his ninjutsu. This is why, even without both eyes, Uchiha Madara could still exhibit great power. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Chentian, their Sharingan had all evolved to the height of double Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara clearly understood that if he solely relied on eye techniques, he would definitely be at a disadvantage when facing the 3 of them. Finally, Uchiha Madara dedicated a great deal of time to his ninjutsu and taijutsu. Even without the Rinnegan and Mangeki, he still possessed formidable combat strength. Lowly creatures, you've completely angered me. Otsutsuki Yalen looked at Uchiha Madara with an ugly expression. 80 God Vacuum Attack. After using massive 6 paths power to restore her body, the Rinnegan on Otsutsuki Yalen's forehead emitted a deep blue divine light, and she quickly struck out with both palms. Each time she struck, 6 paths chakra quickly solidified, instantly transforming into massive physical palms, creating countless powerful palm waves in the air, each like a giant roar. The power of each palm was not much inferior to that of her sister Otsutsuki Kagaya, although it was not as powerful as the 8th Gate Guy's Evening Elephant. It was definitely much stronger than the seventh gate guy. Using the power of the sage to shake the sky, an attack and defense integrated, a merciless divine technique. Just as Uchiha Madara sensed an extremely dangerous aura and thought something was wrong, Senju Hashirama's voice rang out. Senjutsu. True numbers. Buddha of the summit. Senju Hashirama shouted, clapping his hands together, causing countless trees to rapidly grow from the ground. The trees grew quickly and expanded, and in an instant, a kilometer-high wooden Buddha appeared, radiating a golden natural chakra aura as if enveloped in a brilliant golden light. Boom! Almost simultaneously, before the kilometer-high Buddha could fully take shape, it began to crack and exploded the next moment. Chapter 144. The Good Guy, Abito Boom. Countless violent collision sounds erupted. Waves of chakra shockwaves spread out in all directions. Quick retreat. This kind of battle is no longer something Uchiha can watch. Even shadow-level ninjas do not have that qualification now. Uchiha Abito stood before them, using his fully realized 500-meter-high Susanoo to shield against the waves of attack aimed at the group of ninjas who had come to watch. Feeling a powerful shockwave crashing against his body through the Susanoo, Uchiha Abito couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. These undead guys. They don't need my help at all. Seeing Uchiha Abito acting like a good guy, Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly. The now non-darkened Uchiha Abito was completely a good guy. No, he was even better than before because he wanted to atone for his sins. Sasuke, why are you speaking like that? Abito, don't mind him. He is just like that, Uzumaki Naruto said, stepping forward to place his right hand on Uchiha Abito's shoulder. A powerful chakra flowed from his hand, healing the injuries Abito had just sustained from the backlash. Thank you, Naruto. Uchiha Abito smiled brightly at Uzumaki Naruto. Haha, it's nothing. However, this kind of battle is no longer something these people can approach. Although you have strength close to the Sage of Six Paths, you can only protect yourself at most. You can't protect them at all. At this time, Uchiha Abito had already achieved dual Manjiki Sharingan, and his newly awakened eyes had evolved into Manjiki. The darkened Abito had regressed to the level of dual Kimuya Abito. Naruto. Uchiha Abito nodded. Abito, the Hokage wants me to tell you. Your current task is to protect those civilians, not these reckless ninjas. Uchiha Sasuke's cold voice reached Uchiha Abito's ears, and the other ninjas heard it clearly as well. Damn, who are you calling reckless? I, Minjia, am a well-known elite Genin. The man over 2 meters tall began to speak, but before he could finish, he was caught in Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan. Instantly entering a Genjutsu space, Minjia started stripping off his clothes on the spot. The next moment, he was running around naked on the grass, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In just a glance, a Genin close to shadow level was easily trapped in the Genjutsu. Oh my god, is this Uchiha Sasuke, one of the dual gods of the ninja world? His Genjutsu is so terrifying. How powerful must he be? The ninjas commented. Yeah, if the dual gods are this strong, how powerful must the prince god be? Dual gods? Damn it, who gave me such an ugly nickname? If I find out, I will definitely kill him. Far away in another timeline, Uchiha Chentian couldn't help but sneeze. Who is thinking of me? Could it be Tsunade? Hearing the comments from the other ninjas, Uchiha Sasuke's heart was filled with rage. Haha, Prince? Prince God, is that referring to me? Uzumaki Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto laughed heartily upon hearing the comments. Shut up. You all refer to Uchiha Itachi as Itachi God. Then call me Sasuke God, and also call me dual gods. I will definitely kill you all. A powerful aura erupted from Uchiha Sasuke, directly pressing down on all the ninjas present. At that moment, all the ninjas were stunned, and the dual gods truly became famous at this moment. Ha. Calm down, Sasuke. Although I don't know what dual gods mean, but after all, dual gods is still a god. Sounds quite imposing, right? Uzumaki Naruto said with a smile. Get lost. Uchiha Sasuke shouted angrily. Ha! Otsutsuki Yalan? She actually appeared at this time. This is really a headache. I haven't resolved one issue yet, and she shows up now. Kakashi, leading a group of elite Genin, looked at the distant battle with a grim expression. Senju, where's your father Chentian-senpai? Why hasn't he come yet? Kakashi asked helplessly. My dad? He is still in the Sage Realm, but it seems like it's just his clone. I don't know where his real body went. Uchiha Senju shook his head. Alright, where exactly is Chentian-senpai? Why hasn't he come? I believe such a terrifying chakra should be felt no matter where it is in the ninja world. Kakashi said with confusion. What is wrong? Are you talking bad about me again? Just then, Uchiha Chentian's voice sounded behind Kakashi and Uchiha Senju. Dad, Chentian-senpai, Lord Chentian. Many ninjas greeted Uchiha Chentian. I'm here. Uchiha Chentian nodded. Captain, you didn't just come with a clone again, did you? At that moment, Uchiha Mutant asked curiously. What is wrong with clones? A clone can blow you up. Uchiha Chentian said to Uchiha Mutant irritably. Uchiha Mutant was speechless by Uchiha Chentian's words. Because Uchiha Chentian was right. He could indeed use a clone to blow him up. Who told him that his strength had just reached the low level of Super Shadow. Although he had consumed quite a few chakra fruits, his talent was too poor. If it weren't for Uchiha Chentian giving him a few chakra fruits, reaching Jainin would already be his limit in this lifetime. Now having strength at the low level of Super Shadow could be said to have exhausted all his potential. Chentian-senpai, is your current arrival your real body or a clone? Kakashi looked at Uchiha Chentian with a helpless expression. Although Uchiha Chentian often came to Konoha, most of the time it was with clones. He had seen Uchiha Chentian's clones several times, but it had been a long time since he had seen Uchiha Chentian's real body. Of course, it's a clone. Uchiha Chentian smiled. Chentian-senpai, where exactly did your real body go? Now that Otsutsuki Yaoin has appeared, Otsutsuki Ishiki will definitely be drawn out as well. By then, it won't be something the first Hokage and Madara can easily deal with. Naruto and Sasuke are not the opponents of Otsutsuki Ishiki at all. Even with Itachi, Neji, and Senju, these three sage-level ninjas, it may not be enough to face Ishiki. Kakashi said to Uchiha Chentian earnestly. During this period, although he did not find Ishiki himself, he had fought many times against Ishiki's clones, such as Naruto and others. Among them, even Kakashi, the Hokage, had made a move. Alright, stop relying on me for everything. Chapter 145. Otsutsuki Neji is absorbed. Even if that guy Ishiki shows up with your current strength, you should be able to handle him. Minato, Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, the second Hokage, and my cheap grandpa, Guy, Lee, and others, all of you should join forces. I believe you won't lose to Ishiki, right? Uchiha Chentian recited the names of these powerful beings with 6 pads level strength or close to it. Hey, you brat. What did you just say? What do you mean by cheap grandpa? Without me, where would you be? Uchiha Izuna shouted discontentedly at Uchiha Chentian. Who told you to look like you're about my age? If you were a bit older, maybe I wouldn't call you that. Uchiha Chentian replied to Uchiha Izuna. Is that my fault? It's all that old geezer, Senju, Tobirama's fault for using the Flying Thunder God technique without any martial ethics and sneak attacking me to death. Otherwise, I wouldn't have died so young. When Uchiha Izuna said this, he glared at Senju Tobirama with a face full of killing intent. His strength was on par with Tobirama, who later became the second Hokage. But in their final battle, Senju Tobirama seized the moment when Izuna thought he had the upper hand, wielding a katana to use Flying Thunder God Slash and struck Izuna's vital points with lightning speed. The never-defeated Izuna was injured by Tobirama due to carelessness. He died young at only 24 years old. Uchiha Izuna, who said that no one abides by martial ethics. Back then, although you lost to me, I didn't kill you. You were injured by me, but I know my Flying Thunder God technique was not fully perfected back then. You were rescued by Uchiha Madara, so logically, you shouldn't have died so easily. But you just had to die like that. If no one was plotting behind the scenes, I don't believe it. It's possible that you were killed by your own people. Don't shift the blame onto me. Senju Tobirama retorted unceremoniously. That's also because of you. If it weren't for your lack of martial ethics and sneak attack, would I have been ambushed? Uchiha Izuna deliberately threw the blame back at Senju Tobirama. Nonsense. It's been almost 100 years. The one who ambushed you has long been dead. How can you still find him now? Oof. Senju Tobirama also realized that Uchiha Izuna was deliberately shifting the blame to him, and he stopped paying attention to him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Otsutsuki Ishiki had arrived in Konoha, but he only found one Rinnegan belonging to Sasuke. Just one Rinnegan? Is the other Rinnegan still with Uchiha Sasuke? And Neji's Tensegan is also nowhere to be found. Unable to sense the chakra of the Tensegan and Rinnegan, could they have been destroyed by them? Otsutsuki Ishiki said with a puzzled expression. Otsutsuki Sasuke and Otsutsuki Neji were cultivated by him, and their immense strength was naturally because of him. However, he wasn't so kind as to cultivate 2 Otsutsuki of 6 paths level to share chakra fruits with him. It was naturally for their Tensegan and Rinnegan. What a waste, being a member of the Otsutsuki clan, yet being forced into this state by a few mortals. Otsutsuki Ishiki looked at Otsutsuki Neji, who was bound by countless iron chains. Lord Ishiki must have come to see my joke? Otsutsuki Neji said with a cold smile, although he had lost his eyes. He could still clearly sense that Otsutsuki Ishiki had come before him. Look at you, waste. I have no interest in you. I'm just here to reclaim the chakra from your body. Otsutsuki Ishiki said blandly. Haha, I knew you would come sooner or later. But it's a pity that my Tensigen has been taken by Orochimaru and Hyuga Niji. Otsutsuki Niji's smile was somewhat sarcastic, not knowing whether he was mocking himself or mocking Otsutsuki Ishiki. Otsutsuki Ishiki didn't waste words with Otsutsuki Niji. His golden eyes glinted. A mysterious power of 6 paths surrounded Otsutsuki Niji. Ishiki, soon you will be defeated by Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, just like me. Before Otsutsuki Niji could finish his words, his body rapidly shrank and soon turned into a chakra fruit the size of a human head. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha? Those 2 little brats think they can defeat me? Otsutsuki Ishiki said disdainfully as he looked at the chakra fruit in his hand. However, that guy as Tensigen can see some future scenes. I still can't be too careless when dealing with those 2 little brats. Otsutsuki Ishiki thought to himself. Although Otsutsuki Niji has lost his Tensigen, he still possesses some Tensigen chakra, just like Otsutsuki Shurin. Even without eyes, he can still see some future scenes. Is that Ishiki? You finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Otsutsuki Sasuke said calmly. The chakra emitted from the battle between Otsutsuki Yalan and Uchiha Madara could not escape his perception. Therefore, Otsutsuki Sasuke knew that Otsutsuki Ishiki would definitely come to find him. Growing up beside Otsutsuki Ishiki since childhood, not only he, Sasuke, but even Otsutsuki Niji understood Otsutsuki Ishiki's character very well. They had both grown to a point where they were a threat to Otsutsuki Ishiki. Both of them knew in their hearts that Otsutsuki Ishiki would eventually devour them, because that was also the purpose for which Otsutsuki Ishiki created them. Ever since being betrayed by Kagaya, Ishiki no longer trusted anyone. Is that so? It seems you saw your fate a long time ago. Otsutsuki Ishiki said calmly. No, I saw your fate. 4 God Seal, Otsutsuki Sasuke, suddenly formed hand seals quickly, and 4 shadow clones appeared instantly from his body. The 4 shadow clones stood in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions, surrounding Otsutsuki Ishiki in the center. Azul Dragon Formation, White Tiger Formation, Phoenix Formation, Black Tortoise Formation. The 4 powerful chakras immediately sealed Otsutsuki Ishiki. 4 beams of different colors of light directly surrounded Otsutsuki Ishiki. At the same time, a beam of light shot out from Otsutsuki Sasuke's body. How boring. Without a Rinnegan, your power has dropped to such a level. As Otsutsuki Ishiki's voice rang out, the 4 God Seal that sealed Otsutsuki Ishiki instantly cracked, and Otsutsuki Ishiki also appeared in front of Otsutsuki Sasuke. Otsutsuki Ishiki's right hand pointed at Otsutsuki Sasuke's forehead. Your fate is to become a chakra fruit. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible force instantly transformed Otsutsuki Sasuke into a chakra the size of a human head. Crack. Truly delicious. Too bad their Rinnegan and Tensigen are already gone. Otherwise, my power wouldn't just increase by this much. Otsutsuki Ishiki felt his power increase by a third. If Otsutsuki Ishiki was barely at the perfect 6 paths level before, now he had reached the level of Kagaya. Chapter 146. 6 Paths Susanoo with Buddha. Otsutsuki Kagaya surpassed Otsutsuki Ishiki just by eating a chakra fruit, while Otsutsuki Ishiki needed to scheme for thousands of years to catch up to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Although the current Tsutsuki Ishiki and Tsutsuki Kagaya have similar powers, in a battle, Tsutsuki Ishiki would definitely be a bit stronger. Of course, that comparison is with the recently unsealed Tsutsuki Kagaya. I can't even say if Tsutsuki Kagaya's power has increased now. Susanoo with the Yata, mirror. Uchiha Madara manifested a complete body Susanoo that was 500 meters tall, which directly launched a dozen giant chains made of linked Magatama. Boom! A dozen Magatama landed on Tsutsuki Yalan. Although these Magatama had astonishing destructive power, none were able to break through Tsutsuki Yalan's defenses. You damn it! Tsutsuki Yalan glared at Uchiha Madara with murderous intent. Although Uchiha Madara's attack didn't injure him, it didn't mean it had no effect on him. The red 8 Magatama Rinnegan on his forehead emitted a powerful ocular force. Tsutsuki Yalan's body instantly vanished. Rinnegan, instant teleportation, allows one to instantly appear at a desired location, which is much more advanced than the Flying Thunder God technique that requires shuriken for movement. What? Uchiha Madara was shocked. He didn't expect Tsutsuki Yalan to appear right in front of him in an instant. He slapped directly at Uchiha Madara. A powerful force instantly broke Uchiha Madara's body, piercing a small hole in his chest, soaking his white clothing with blood. Madara, seeing his good friend Uchiha Madara injured, Senju Hashirama shouted angrily, gathering an oversized natural energy ball in each hand. Sage Art. Solar Energy Bomb. The massive solar energy bomb struck Tsutsuki Yalan directly. Boom! The ground trembled, and the space appeared like shattered glass. Madara, are you okay? Sage Mode Senju Hashirama rushed to Uchiha Madara's side and asked worriedly. I won't die. Saying this, Uchiha Madara formed a circular chakra in his hand, placing it on his chest, and a powerful healing force quickly restored his chest. In the blink of an eye, the hole in his chest rapidly healed, returning to its original state. However, Uchiha Madara's complexion was still pale, and his recently healed chest felt very fragile. He didn't die from that? What a monster! Seeing Tsutsuki Yalan's body heal again, and his chakra aura showing no signs of weakening, Senju Hashirama said with a grim expression. Uchiha Ch10 didn't kill her, just sealed her. From this point, Yalan is indeed a terrifying opponent. She is simply not comparable to Tsutsuki Bishiki or Kinb. Hashirama, we can only seal her now, Uchiha Madara said coldly. Chaos Expansion Truth-Seeking Ball. Tsutsuki Yalan released a massive amount of chakra from her hands, and in the next moment, countless elemental chakras, both yin and yang, surrounded her. A pitch-black sphere, capable of sealing the power of all creation and measuring 100,000 meters in size, appeared. If this truth-seeking ball fell in the ninja world, it wouldn't be able to wipe out all living beings, but it would nearly annihilate 70 to 80% of them. Is she trying to kill everyone in this world? Uchiha Madara said with a grim face. Madara, we must stop her. We cannot let this truth-seeking ball fall. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands. Sage Art. Buddha of the summit, golden natural energy, surged into the sky like a towering Buddha light, illuminating the entire sky. An unmatched wooden Buddha's might swept out, and in an instant, a wooden Buddha over 10,000 meters tall appeared between heaven and earth. Six paths. ShowsSusanoo. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened, and a blue chakra in the shape of a humanoid figure, 10,000 meters tall, instantly appeared, directly enveloping the wooden Buddha. This ShowsSusanoo was enhanced with the fusion of the 7 elemental properties: fire, wind, earth, water, lightning, yin, and yang. Its power was several times stronger than Hashirama's Buddha of the summit, but after the two teamed up, its power reached perfect 6 paths levels. ShowsSusanoo encased Buddha. Boom! The ShowsSusanoo encased Buddha collided with the Chaos Expansion Truth-Seeking Ball. Boom! With terrifying rumblings, it was as if a planet collided with a giant, and the overwhelming force erupted, causing the void to wail and the sky to shatter. In the end, the power of the ShowsSusanoo encased Buddha was slightly stronger. Tsutsuki Yalan felt a powerful force transmit from her hands, and her body was thrown back. She was sent flying out of the ninja world and into outer space. The Chaos Expansion Truth-Seeking Ball was coming down towards her, but she was not worried at all. She glanced at her hands, which were already stained with red blood. However, after the 6 paths chakra circulated within Tsutsuki Yalan, the wounds on her hands disappeared. The next second, Tsutsuki Yalan's body vanished in space, and when she reappeared, she was back in the ninja world. It was just then that the Chaos Expansion Truth-Seeking Ball passed through the spot where she had just been. Who? At this moment, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were both taking deep breaths, although they had pushed the Chaos Expansion Truth-Seeking Ball back. Their consumption was also significant. We can't go on like this. Not to mention sealing her, we might even run out of chakra. Saying this, Uchiha Madara took out 3 golden glowing elixirs and swallowed them. We're almost out of elixirs. Senju Hashirama painfully swallowed 3 elixirs radiating golden energy. A few seconds later, their faces improved significantly, and their chakra was restored by more than half. Hashirama, how long will it take for you to enter Super Sage Mode now? Don't tell me it's another half an hour. If it is, then we might as well die together, Uchiha Madara said coldly to Senju Hashirama. Don't worry, my training in Super Sage Mode is much better than before. It won't take half an hour, just 15 minutes. Senju Hashirama said confidently. 15 minutes, huh? Even if it's 15 minutes, I don't know if I can hold on that long. But we have no choice. Uchiha Ch10, that bastard, doesn't he know where he ran off to? If Tsutsuki Ishiki shows up too, then it will be even more troublesome. Uchiha Madara said seriously to Senju Hashirama. That guy must be coming. I think he is waiting for us to weaken each other. Senju Hashirama said. I don't know. You better start now. Uchiha Madara said. I'm already starting. Senju Hashirama replied, and his hands began to form seals. Uchiha Madara. Chapter 147. Six Paths Madara vs. Tsutsuki Yaoin. Two low-level beings at the Six Paths level have such powerful combat strength. That Kagaya bitch. How could she give birth to so many troublesome offspring? Tsutsuki Yaoin's expression was quite grim. Uchiha Madara stood at a distance, his clothes slowly transforming into the white robe of the Sage of Six Paths. His left eye a blue Rinnegan with 7 Tomo, and his right eye an eternal Mangeki Sharingan. 8 truth-seeking balls rose behind him, 1 truth-seeking ball on the back of his left hand, and he held the Six Paths staff in his right hand. He emanated a golden chakra aura. Uchiha Madara now resembled when he was the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, but he doesn't have the unique horns of Otsutsuki, and he is emanating a golden chakra aura. Sage of Six Paths mode, Uchiha Madara. How did his chakra recover again? Seeing Uchiha Madara enter Sage of Six Paths mode once more, Otsutsuki Ye's expression showed some surprise. Could it be that he ate those elixirs? Otsutsuki Ye thought to herself. A white, sacred aura floated behind Otsutsuki Ye, bursting forth with a wave of white chakra, resembling a galaxy of white light. Otsutsuki Ye's appearance changed, her deep blue pupils shining with a faint blue light. The white chakra aura around her was extremely lively, with the outer layer slowly undulating, occasionally swirling with a bubble-like breath. Sage of Six Paths mode, Uchiha Madara shouted. He took the Six Paths staff in his hand and used it as a long rod, striking towards Otsutsuki Ye. Just as Uchiha Madara's Six Paths staff was about to reach Otsutsuki Ye's face, she tilted her head and dodged his attack. Sage Art. In Release Thunderbolt. One of the Six Paths techniques, Uchiha Madara quickly formed hand seals and released branch-like purple lightning towards Otsutsuki Ye. Countless 1-meter-long purple lightning bolts struck Otsutsuki Ye. Although these lightning bolts appeared smaller than Uchiha Sasuke's Kirin, each one was no less powerful, and their destructive force was even greater. Coupled with their small size, their lethality was more terrifying than the Kirin. Get lost, Otsutsuki Ye shouted, and a terrifying white light burst forth from her. The light collided with the lightning. Boom! A terrifying, explosive wave spread out, overturning the sky and collapsing the ground. What? Uchiha Madara was shocked, because Otsutsuki Ye had instantaneously moved to his front. She directly stomped on Uchiha Madara's lower abdomen. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but cry out in pain as his body was sent flying. Rumble. The ground was directly smashed into a large pit, smoke billowing, and Uchiha Madara was buried alive. One can imagine how much power Otsutsuki Ye used for that kick. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Trees rapidly grew from the ground, uprooted as if in an instant, creating a giant wood dragon. If this giant wood dragon wrapped around someone, even Uchiha Chikage would have his chakra absorbed. However, Otsutsuki Ye did not retreat, but advanced, kicking forward. That immense force directly shattered the 100-meter-long wood dragon. Will Grave edge hell. Again, this technique allows his shadow to switch between materialization and immaterialization. Each shadow returns to the caster's body after a while, and if the materialized shadow is injured, the injury also returns to the caster's body. His shadow can also use all of the original body's ninjutsu. However, the one just now should not be his main body. Otsutsuki Ye thought to herself. Although the damage to the shadow would affect the main body, the damage inflicted on the main body was not as great as that of the shadow. Uchiha Madara stood in place, his eyes fixed on Otsutsuki Ye. Dragon Flame Song Technique. Uchiha Madara directly unleashed 4 fire dragons from his mouth, attacking Otsutsuki Ye simultaneously from 4 directions. Otsutsuki Ye's Rinnegan glowed red, and the 400-meter-long fire dragons were absorbed by her. I told you, aside from Sage of Six Paths techniques, ordinary chakra is useless against me, Otsutsuki Ye said coldly. Hee. Uchiha Madara did not speak, picking up the Six Paths staff to launch 3 truth-seeking orbs towards Otsutsuki Ye. Otsutsuki Ye's right hand also gathered a truth-seeking orb and threw it towards the ones Uchiha Madara sent her way. Boom! The 2 powerful Six Paths chakra collided, with Uchiha Madara's 3 truth-seeking orbs being equivalent to one of Otsutsuki Ye's. The terrifying chakra power made the void rumble. Silver-white light spots appeared around Otsutsuki Ye. Her 3,000 crystalline hair danced, and combined with her breathtaking beauty, she could be said to be stunning for an era. But Uchiha Madara, as Madara, would not show any mercy. Shinra Tensei, Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan glowed, releasing a massive amount of ocular power. An invisible, enormous repulsive force spread towards Otsutsuki-ye, shattering everything in its path. A mere trick, Shinra-tensei Otsutsuki-ye said disdainfully, her blue Rinnegan emitting a force even stronger than Uchiha Madara's Shinra-tensei. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Madara's body quickly retreated. It seemed he was stalling for time. What is Senju Hashirama doing? Otsutsuki-ye's eyes were spinning, and she soon discovered Senju Hashirama sitting cross-legged on the ground, his hands still forming seals. What was she doing? Before Otsutsuki-ye could see what Senju Hashirama was doing, Uchiha Madara's truth-seeking orbs came at her again. Otsutsuki-ye, Kagaya's sister? She has actually grown to this extent. How infuriating. If it weren't for that bitch Kagaya, I wouldn't have spent thousands of years healing. I would have already become a god. Upon seeing Otsutsuki-ye, who looked exactly like Kagaya, Otsutsuki Ishiki felt a surge of nameless rage. Although my current power surpasses hers, turning Ye into chakra fruit is simply impossible. If she wants to leave, I can't stop her at all. Otsutsuki Ishiki thought to himself. Then he began to focus his gaze on Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, and others. If I absorb their chakra, defeating Ye would be a piece of cake. However, Uchiha Chikage is here. This is not good. Otsutsuki Ishiki's gaze fell on Uchiha Chikage. Not the main body. His main body is not here. Although he could see through that Uchiha Chikage was not the main body. Otsutsuki Ishiki was even more shocked because his Byakugan could see that the chakra within Uchiha Chikage was stronger than his own. That vast amount of chakra had completely exceeded his perception range. But now, his Byakugan could actually see that Uchiha Chikage chakra was only slightly stronger than his own. He could not believe that just a clone of Uchiha Chikage possessed such powerful strength. Who is it? Rinnegan, Amaterasu, Uchiha Sasuke, suddenly shouted, his Rinnegan lighting up, emitting a powerful ocular power. A black flame appeared out of nowhere on a large tree 100 meters away. In a tenth of a second, that tree was instantly reduced to ashes. A man dressed in white appeared before everyone, floating in midair. He had a long curved horn on his head, and his eyebrows, hair, and beard were all divided into strands. His left, I was Byakugan, and his right, I was a golden eye with 8 black star-shaped spokes surrounding a white gold star, housing his unique ocular technique. He had ancestral Tomo patterns on his chest, back, and clothing. This person was Otsutsuki Ishiki, Uchiha Sasuke, with a pair of 7 Tomo Rinnegan. A foreigner with such a weak bloodline can actually evolve the Sharingan to this extent, surpassing most of my clan's branches. Otsutsuki Ishiki said, and you, UchihaChentian, your strength has surpassed most of the main family. Even some royal families do not possess your level of power. Otsutsuki Ishiki's gaze towards UchihaChentian became serious. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Itachi, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, you foreign races with such weak bloodlines have actually cultivated to this level. I really don't know what kind of man that woman Kagaya had to give birth to descendants like you. Ishiki, your true body has finally appeared. Aren't you afraid of being killed by me? UchihaChentian said calmly. UchihaChentian, if your true body were here, I would still be somewhat cautious. But right now, you are just a clone. Do you really think you can kill me? Otsutsuki Ishiki sneered. What's wrong? Do you want to try? UchihaChentian stood up from the sandbag. Crack. The moment UchihaChentian stood up, the sandbag under his feet made a sound and disappeared. Is that so? However, now is not the time for me to fight you. Saying this, Otsutsuki Ishiki glanced at Otsutsuki Yalan in the distance. Naruto, Senju, that guy Ishiki must be looking for an opportunity to strike. Perhaps he wants to intervene in the battle between Madara and Yalan. Uchiha Sasuke communicated through sound. No matter what he wants to do, it won't be good for us anyway. Now that his true body has appeared, if we wait for him to leave, it will be very difficult to find him. Uchiha Senju said, if that's the case, then let's keep him here. Uzumaki Naruto replied, good. Rinnegan. Time freeze. Uchiha Senju activated his Rinnegan, and a mysterious, invisible force immediately froze Otsutsuki Ishiki. Amaterasu, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Itachi acted almost simultaneously. The 2 Rinnegan combined to unleash a large amount of ocular power, and 2 streams of black, terrifying flames instantly appeared around Otsutsuki Ishiki. Rinnegan. Time acceleration. Uchiha Senju launched another big move. Spiral. Large truth-seeking orb. A truth-seeking orb appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's hand, and a high-density chakra appeared beside it, flowing in irregular directions. In an instant, a truth-seeking orb with a spiral shape appeared, directly striking toward Otsutsuki Ishiki. Otsutsuki Ishiki's golden eyes glinted. Daikokutin, all objects aimed at him shrank. But because of Uchiha Senju's time acceleration, it still took some time for Daikokutin to shrink the objects. Otsutsuki Ishiki was hit in the chest by Uzumaki Naruto's spiral, truth-seeking orb. It's that kid's Rinnegan. Time acceleration and time freeze. Otsutsuki Ishiki's body was knocked back. And at that moment in midair, his mind was racing. That is one of his ocular techniques, Daikokutin and Min Baikuna. Min Baikuna. One of Ishiki's right eye abilities, it can basically shrink anything, but it cannot shrink other living beings except for itself. Restoring them to their original size is instantaneous. Daikokutin, one of Ishiki's right eye abilities. It can store shrunk objects in a time-stopped alternate space and can summon objects from that space at any time. So that means to deal with him, one can only use physical techniques and space ninjutsu? Uchiha Itachi said. Not necessarily. If the power is strong enough, even if his Daikokutin can shrink things. It still takes some time. Just now, my time acceleration also hit him with Naruto's truth-seeking orb. But such consumption is also quite large. Uchiha Senju said. Forget it. Since ninjutsu can't be used, then let's use physical techniques. My physical techniques are not inferior to ninjutsu. Saying this, Uzumaki Naruto formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Thousands of shadow clones appeared in an instant. Everyone, go for it, defeat Otsutsuki Ishiki. Uzumaki Naruto's main body shouted. Using shadow clones to deal with Ishiki is a good idea. However, the strength of shadow clones is far inferior to the main body. Saying this, Uchiha Senju also created 5 shadow clones. Although he didn't have as many clones as Naruto, each clone had about 80% of his main body's power. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi exchanged glances. In the next second, both of their bodies disappeared from the spot simultaneously. They both used space ninjutsu to move to Otsutsuki Ishiki's side. Bang bang bang. Uzumaki Naruto and the others launched a fierce attack on Otsutsuki Ishiki. Countless figures flickered, striking from the ground to the sky. Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones were rapidly disappearing. Do you think you can defeat me with physical techniques? You are too naive. Every move of Otsutsuki Ishiki caused dozens of Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones to vanish. Boom! The ground shook continuously, forming pits, and cracks spread out in all directions. Uchiha Sasuke's figure flashed, and in the next instant he used space ninjutsu to move right in front of Otsutsuki Ishiki. But Otsutsuki Ishiki's expression remained calm. Uchiha Sasuke didn't say anything harsh, directly throwing a punch at Otsutsuki Ishiki. Otsutsuki Ishiki extended his arm to block. Bang! Uchiha Sasuke's heavy blow was easily blocked by Otsutsuki Ishiki. Bang! His fist directly struck Uchiha Sasuke's abdomen. Uchiha Sasuke was instantly sent flying. Chapter 149. The appearance of 8 Gates Kai. Just then, Uchiha Senju and Uchiha Itachi appeared simultaneously. The two launched a fierce attack on Otsutsuki Ishiki together. Bang bang bang. After hundreds of punches, Otsutsuki Ishiki easily dodged their attacks. Otsutsuki Ishiki began to charge with punches, side kicks, and a series of combo moves, directly scattering Uzumaki Naruto's other shadow clones. Meanwhile, Uchiha Senju and Uchiha Itachi were quickly retreating. Genjutsu. Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Itachi activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan. His eyes locked onto Otsutsuki Ishiki's. Otsutsuki Ishiki fell into the illusion, but quickly woke up from it. Crack! Otsutsuki Ishiki stomped on Uchiha Itachi, sending him flying. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto arrived. Uzumaki Naruto used his chakra giant hands to strike wildly at Otsutsuki Ishiki. But Otsutsuki Ishiki managed to receive them with his bare hands. Countless violent collisions echoed. Waves of shockwaves spread out in all directions. Black Dragon War Heaven. Uzumaki Naruto unleashed the evil dragon 8 styles, directly reaching the 7th style, and struck out with both fists. A golden divine dragon, breathing hot waves like dragon fire, charged towards Otsutsuki Ishiki. The evil dragon 8 styles, huh? Otsutsuki Ishiki's expression remained calm as he punched out directly. The golden divine dragon was instantly shattered. What? Uzumaki Naruto was astonished. Just as Uzumaki Naruto was surprised, the voices of Lee and Guy echoed from afar. How could the earth-shattering battle of physical techniques be without me? The proud azure beast of Konoha, Guy-sensei, and I, the proud azure beast of Konoha, Day Tiger. Kai and Shaoli spoke almost simultaneously, both opening the 8 gates to the 7th gate, the shock gate, and simultaneously kicking towards Tsutsuki Ishiki. Two gigantic, fierce-looking monsters exhaled hot waves like dragon breaths, their massive bodies entwined with a blue monster that had striped ripples, charging at Tsutsuki Ishiki. What? Tsutsuki Ishiki was shocked, his Byakugan and golden eyes fixed on Shaoli and Kai. Deiko couldn't, not good, that's an airwave. It can't be reduced. Tsutsuki Ishiki was alarmed. With the current foundational strength of Kai and Shaoli, their seventh gate had completely surpassed the level of a Kage and far exceeded most of the Super Kage. After their combined efforts, the power of Day Tiger had already reached the level of the Six Paths Boom. A massive explosion erupted. The two monsters directly pierced through Tsutsuki Ishiki's body. However, Tsutsuki Ishiki's eyes widened in shock, but there was not much panic in his eyes, only anger. Whoosh! In the seventh gate, Shaoli flashed behind Tsutsuki Ishiki and then delivered a powerful punch. Ugh! Tsutsuki Ishiki's body slammed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Lowly creatures, don't be so arrogant. Tsutsuki Ishiki directly grabbed Shaoli by the neck, angrily stating, "Damn, how did this guy's speed suddenly become so fast? However, my youth will not lose to you like this." Shaoli's hands gripped the hand that was holding his neck, his face turning pale, indicating he couldn't breathe. "You villain, quickly let go of my disciple." Kai came from afar, delivering a powerful kick towards Tsutsuki Ishiki. Tsutsuki Ishiki's right eye brightened. Deiko couldn't suddenly. Many black spheres appeared in the sky. Just as Kai got close to Ishiki, he was instantly pressed down by a dozen black cubic objects. "Teacher Kai." Shaoli's expression changed instantly, turning terrifying. The blue aura emanating from him quickly transformed into red. "Death Gate, open!" Shaoli shouted loudly. What? What happened to this little brat? Tsutsuki Ishiki was alarmed. His left hand that was grabbing Shaoli's neck was suddenly pulled away by Shaoli's hands. Shaoli's fist kept pounding on Tsutsuki Ishiki's body. How could his speed suddenly increase tenfold? Tsutsuki Ishiki's Byakugan was fixed on the eighth gate, Shaoli. Although his eyes could see Shaoli's movements, his body couldn't react at all. Shaoli's fist kept striking Tsutsuki Ishiki. Each punch released a massive wave of energy that directly blasted out, creating powerful energy waves through his back. As Shaoli's attack speed increased, a gigantic circular energy field also emerged, expanding outward and flattening everything, creating a flat area a kilometer wide. Ah! Shaoli kept screaming, his aura rapidly increasing. Super Kage mid-stage. Super Kage great accomplishment. Six Paths mid-stage. Six Paths upper stage. That powerful aura surged like a rocket. Space-time ninjutsu, Tsutsuki Ishiki endured Shaoli's attack as his body entered a spatial black hole. A mountain, shrunk by his my Bikuin, was instantly summoned in a time-stopped alternate dimension. Ishiki had previously used this technique to summon stone pillars. Deiko couldn't, a 100-meter-high mountain immediately pressed Shaoli beneath it. Your body technique is impressive, but being crushed by such a large mountain, even if you're strong, you won't be able to get out for a while. Tsutsuki Ishiki said proudly. Just then, another terrifying aura shot up into the sky. A gigantic red light exploded, destroying a group of massive cubic objects. A man resembling Shaoli appeared before Tsutsuki Ishiki. Boom! Blue steam instantly enveloped Kai's entire body, forming a powerful whirlwind that spread outwards. But in the next moment, the blue steam surrounding Kai vanished, and he stood calmly on the ground. "You dare to crush my beloved disciple, Shaoli beneath a mountain? Tsutsuki Ishiki, for youth. I will definitely defeat you, burn my youth." Saying this, Kai slowly crossed his hands in front of his forehead. Thus, the Konoha Azure Beast began to disappear, and it was time to transform into the Red Beast. The next moment, 8 Gates Death Gate. Open, accompanied by a roar. Boom! Terrifying blood-red steam instantly enveloped Kai. His hair turned red and stood upright, his face becoming fearsome. Kai's power began to rapidly rise. Great accomplishment, Super Kage. Perfect Super Kage. 6 Paths lower stage. 6 Paths mid-stage. 6 Paths upper stage. Great accomplishment, 6 Paths. Perfect 6 Paths. Surpassing 6 Paths. At that moment, Tsutsuki Ishiki, who had previously worn a proud expression, suddenly froze. A wave of extreme disbelief and shock surged onto his face. 8th Gate Kai appeared. Chapter 150. Unity of Heaven and Man. How could this happen again, and even stronger than the previous little brat? How is this possible? He could feel that Kai's strength had skyrocketed dozens of times at that moment. This was no longer reaching the 6 Paths level. He had completely surpassed the six paths. My Beacon, several triangular objects larger than the previous square ones fell from the sky, each triangle over a kilometer long. Eighth Gate Kai looked up at the massive triangles descending towards him. Kai's expression remained unchanged, striking out with a punch devoid of emotion. The super-fast punch shot out, generating flames from the friction with the air, instantly creating a massive shockwave. With just one punch, the tremendous force created flames in the air, forming a spectacle like a peacock spreading its feathers. Peacock opening. The gigantic peacock display tore through all the massive triangles. This is impossible. Suitsuki Ishiki couldn't help but exclaim. A cold chill entered his body, and his pupils instantly constricted. At that moment, Suitsuki Ishiki felt as if he was not facing a human, but being stared at by a prehistoric ancient beast returning from the depths of time. A fierce wind arose. Mountains crumbled, and the ground cracked like a spiderweb. The sky was filled with blood-red light, and the horizon was obscured by the red chakra emanating from Kai. Kai stepped from the ground towards the sky, gradually quickening his pace. He is actually walking on air? Suitsuki Ishiki couldn't help but gasp, his tone filled with shock. Incredible! After opening all 8 gates, the aura of the uncle with the eyebrows became this powerful. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Not only Naruto, even Suitsuki Yellen, who was fighting with Uchiha Madara in the distance, couldn't help but turn a look at 8th Gate Kai. This also relieved Uchiha Madara, who was engaged in a bitter battle. Is this really physical technique? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that a human could reach such a level. Suitsuki Yellen said in disbelief. In this world, nothing is impossible. Just like Uchiha Chentian, I never expected a junior to reach such a level. Uchiha Madara said with a sinister smile. Perhaps you are right, but not everyone is Uchiha Chentian. As he spoke, Otsutsuki Yellen launched a truth-seeking ball towards Uchiha Madara. Wheel Grave Edge Hell. Uchiha Madara once again used the Wheel Grave Edge Hell to create 4 shadows to evade Otsutsuki Yellen's attack. Boom! Almost in an instant, 8 Gates Kai appeared behind Otsutsuki Ishiki at a speed close to teleportation. A terrifying air cannon tore through space and struck Otsutsuki Ishiki. Otsutsuki Ishiki's body spun rapidly in midair, and after a while, his body finally stopped, with 9 truth-seeking balls appearing beside him. Great black heaven. Otsutsuki Ishiki's golden eyes glinted. The 9 truth-seeking balls instantly expanded from the size of a human head to 2 meters in diameter. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 1,000 punches. In an instant, a gigantic air cannon combined with flames transformed into a 100-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon, directly destroying all the truth-seeking balls. And with a swift move, 8 Gates Kai appeared in front of Otsutsuki Ishiki and landed a punch on him. The powerful air wave hit Otsutsuki Ishiki, tearing all his clothes apart, leaving his body covered in bleeding wounds. But Otsutsuki Ishiki reacted quickly. His taijutsu was not far behind Kai's, and coupled with his ninjutsu, he still had some counterattack capability. Otsutsuki Ishiki began his counterattack, transforming into a white beam of light. Boom, boom, boom. 2 blinding figures flickered past, and each time they collided, a series of earth-shattering explosions erupted, with figures constantly alternating and colliding. Splendid firelight connected in a line, accompanied by numerous blinding light balls continuously appearing and exploding. Boom! A white figure fell from the sky, enveloping Otsutsuki Ishiki in a white 6-path light as he descended. He hit the ground, creating a massive pit 100 meters wide. Damn! Lowly creature. In the pit, Otsutsuki Ishiki's face twisted. It turns out that the stronger the basic power, the greater the power of opening the Death Gate. If Kai's taijutsu reached the Super Shadow or 6-path level without opening the 8 gates, then after fully opening the 8 gates, could he reach the level of a god? UchihaChentian thought curiously. Rinnegan. 10,000 paths. UchihaChentian's Rinnegan glinted. Although it was just a shadow clone, this clone possessed all the abilities of the main body, only with less power. Kai, also known as Might Guy, the super shadow of the hidden leaf village in the land of fire, known as the proud azure beast of the leaf, the instructor and team leader of Team 3, consisting of Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga, and Ten. Currently, the king of taijutsu in the world, the 8 Gates Kai, known as the king of taijutsu, comparable to a deity with a mortal body. At this moment, within 8 Gates Kai's body, the bloodline concentration was rapidly increasing, and the cellular energy inside was rising. It was a power that did not belong to any chakra bloodline limit, a new bloodline limit that was not derived from the god tree. before Otsutsuki Kagaya came to this planet, the original power of this planet. A mortal power comparable to that of deities. The cells in Kai's physical body were operating frantically, and a mysterious energy mixed with chakra was emanating from him. Buzz. A cellular image of the human body appeared in Uchiha Chentian's mind. Uchiha Chentian's brain cells were consuming at a super high rate as he read the cellular information from Kai's body. Countless five-element chakra and yin-yang chakra gradually converged into a mysterious pattern. This clone of Uchiha Chentian began to exude a mysterious aura, as if blessed by an immortal. If an immortal from Uchiha Chentian's previous life were present, they would surely exclaim, "Harmony of heaven and man Boruto's time and space." That was the information transmitted from a clone. Uchiha Chentian, who was guiding Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha in cultivating sage mode, changed his expression. Then his face lit up with joy. The clone, entering the state of harmony of heaven and man, shared this with the main body, which could bring Uchiha Chentian immense gains. He noticed that the surrounding natural energy was rapidly converging towards Uchiha Chentian, transforming into the purest energy, continuously impacting the true realm of the divine, that divine level. What's going on? What happened to Senior Chentian? Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, somewhat confused about why Uchiha Chentian's body was experiencing such changes. I don't know, but Senior Chentian might have realized some new power. Sasuke Uchiha's pair of Seven-Tomo Rinnegan stared intently at Uchiha Chentian. Chapter 151. Ascending to the Sage God realm. At this moment, an earth-shattering change occurred within Uchiha Chentian's body. After the main body entered the state of harmony of heaven and man, combined with his right Rinnegan's eye technique for harmony of heaven and man, he could enhance his cultivation speed by 10 times. Uchiha Chentian's comprehension had reached its peak. An ordinary cultivator would find that a day in the state of harmony of heaven and man equated to 100 days of cultivation. But now, Uchiha Chentian was at 1,000 days. Rinnegan, 10,000 paths. Uchiha Chentian's 10,000 paths could draw the foundation from all things, allowing him to evolve his ninjutsu faster, with a tenfold increase in cultivation speed, while also increasing the speed of absorbing natural energy, approximately 10 times that of normal. 10,000 paths, combined with the eye technique of harmony of heaven and man, plus his own entry into true harmony of heaven and man. The combination of the three allowed Uchiha Chentian to cultivate 1 day, equivalent to 200,000 days for others. This was 200 times more than an ordinary cultivator entering the state of harmony of heaven and man. 3 days later, Uchiha Chentian stood for a full 3 days and nights. During these 3 days, Uchiha Chentian frantically absorbed the surrounding natural energy. 3 days were equivalent to 600,000 days, which is about 822 years. Uchiha Chentian had cultivated for over 800 years. Fortunately, the natural energy in the ninja world was incredibly abundant, and not many people absorbed natural energy, making it completely sufficient for Uchiha Chentian to absorb. If Uchiha Chentian were absorbing chakra, he would likely drain the entire ninja world's chakra, leaving no new ninjas to emerge, preventing all ninjas from absorbing chakra. Uchiha Chentian bloodline, Otsutsuki branch bloodline, Otsutsuki 100, previously 80, now increased by 20. Uchiha Chentian is no longer a mixed blood Otsutsuki. His bloodline level has reached the level of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Even if his appearance remains unchanged, the blood within his body is pure Otsutsuki blood. Bloodline net. The purple 9-Tomo Rinnegan and the golden Samsara eye merged into a purple-gold Samsara Rinnegan. The shape of Uchiha Chentian's eyes displayed the golden Samsara eye patterns. But within the patterns appeared 9 purple Rinnegan Tomo. This was Uchiha Chentian's newly evolved Samsara Rinnegan. An incredibly powerful force emanated from his eyes. And Uchiha Chentian felt that the 6 paths power within his body had shrunk by hundreds of times, but became more concentrated. The 1% of Sage God power was roughly equivalent to the chakra amount of a perfect 6 paths entity. The 6 paths power transformed into Sage God power, because the foundational cultivation is chakra, not natural energy from the beginning. So, Uchiha Chentian Sage power still carries a hint of 6 paths power, but his 6 paths power has already transformed into divine power. Combined with his original Sage power, it is referred to as Sage God power. Age: 57 years old, born in Konoha 10, currently in Konoha for 67 years, approaching 68 years. Sage techniques: Super Sage mode, ShowsSusanoo, creation of heaven and earth. Sage King's Taijutsu, Tenfold 8 Gates King Fist, Panga Tattoo, also known as the Wedge of Otsutsuki, Sage King Mode. Rebirth Eye Technique. Time and space travel upgraded to time and space teleportation. It no longer requires leaving a spatial marker on the opponent. It can directly teleport to the time and space one has visited or to the time and space locked by one's spiritual power. Left Rinnegan fused with the left Rebirth Eye to evolve into a new ocular technique. Starry Sky All Paths. After evolving into All Paths, as the name suggests. The previous All Paths involved any ninjutsu or sage art before the evolution of heaven and earth. At this point, the Starry Sky All Paths has evolved divine techniques. No longer limited to sage ninjutsu between heaven and earth, but also able to evolve divine techniques in the Starry Sky. Rinnegan Ocular Technique. Pressure evolved into Divine Might. This is not Obito's Divine Might, but true Divine Might. Under the Divine, no one can block it. Even gods can be greatly affected. Rebirth Eye Ocular Technique. Power Bank, upgraded to Sage God Power Bank, capable of storing chakra equivalent to a planet. Previously only able to hold the amount of 10 6 paths Rebirth Eye. Gravity Field upgraded to Absolute Gravity Field. The previous limit was 100 times. Now the limit is 10,000 times. All Paths evolved Ocular Technique. Heavenly Force Hand, Will Grave, Border Hell, Rinnegan. Burning Souls, Corpse Demon Sealing, Life Recovery, Rebirth Eye. Devour Heaven Demon Technique, Time and Space Ninjutsu. Yin-Yang Life Escape. A divine technique capable of creating life from nothingness, surpassing 6-path Sage Ninjutsu. Able to truly create a life. Level. True Immortal Deity Overall Combat Power. Unknown. Likely able to crush the peak Otsutsuki Ishiki with a single slap. Sage Path Modes. Sage Mode, Super Sage Mode, Sage King Mode, Sage Emperor Mode. The normal state is Super Sage Mode. Bang! The figure of Emperor Kai appeared before Otsutsuki Ishiki, and with a punch, struck directly at Otsutsuki Ishiki's head. That powerful force directly smashed Otsutsuki Ishiki's head, leaving half of it gone. But soon, Otsutsuki Ishiki's head began to grow back at a visible speed. Great Black Heaven, a massive mountain descended from the sky, crashing down on Emperor Kai. It directly pinned Emperor Kai beneath the mountain, but with a loud explosion, Emperor Kai forcibly broke free from under the mountain. Another kick landed on him. Such power must come at a great cost. Although he was kicked away by Emperor Kai, Otsutsuki Ishiki still said expressionlessly, Super Armor, ShowsSusanoo, a combined ultimate technique of Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Senju, and Hyuga, 3 divine powers and 1 moon god power, plus 1 nine tails. A 3-headed, 6-armed ShowsSusanoo over 1,000 meters tall appeared. 5 gods. 6 paths, spiral, thunder. The 5 shouted in unison. The massive 3-headed, 6-armed ShowsSusanoo wielded various weapons in its 6 arms and fiercely slashed at Otsutsuki Ishiki. Naruto's Wind Release, Spiral Sage Power, Sasuke's Lightning Release Sage Power, Itachi's Amaterasu Sage Technique, Senju's Time and Space Sage Technique, and Niji's 8 Trigram Sage Palm. All 5's ultimate techniques contain natural energy, that is, Sage Techniques. Otsutsuki Ishiki opened his mouth in pain. His attention focused on Emperor Kai, completely unaware that Naruto and the others would attack him without martial virtue. Even his nearly immortal body was slowly being destroyed. His body was disappearing. Rinnegan. Heavenly Punishment. Roars of over 100 Chilin divine beasts shook the heavens. Over 100 lightning released Chilin appeared amidst dark clouds. Ultimately, Uchiha Sasuke's other Mangekyo evolved into Rinnegan, awakening a new ocular technique. Just like his counterpart in another time and space, Uchiha Sasuke ultimately awakened the same ocular technique. As Uchiha Sasuke's Eternal Eye evolved into Rinnegan, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes also successfully evolved into Mangekyo, directly jumping from single Tomo to Eternal Mangekyo. Chapter 152 Super Sage Mode, Eternal Mangekyo, Maha Infinite. Naruto's Maha Infinite, enhanced by Uchiha Sasuke's Heavenly Punishment, made the power of Heavenly Punishment even greater. Although it did not increase tenfold, it was still 4 to 5 times stronger. Otsutsuki Ishiki, who initially had a glimmer of hope for escape, cried out in despair, "No!" Otsutsuki Ishiki watched helplessly as his body slowly disappeared. "Naruto, how can your eyes be Mangekyo Sharingan? Are you also a descendant of Uchiha?" Hyuga said with some surprise. This might be due to the chakra fruit. Didn't the Sage of 6 Paths say that the Uzumaki clan is a descendant of his son, Ashura? Although after many years, they've turned into another kind. They are still somewhat related to the Sage of Six Paths, and your Uchiha clan has also inherited his ocular techniques. The chakra fruit activated the hidden Sharingan gene within me, which is why I was able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uzumaki Naruto said with a smile. If that's the case, then I should also have the opportunity to awaken the Sharingan like Senior Chentian, being able to switch between Byakugan and Sharingan, Hyuganiji said. Theoretically, that is possible, but to be like Uncle Chentian, it would be almost impossible. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and said, "The power of the Otsutsuki comes from the divine tree. After Naruto consumed the chakra fruit and acquired the Mangekyo Sharingan, this is not strange. Even an ordinary person, if they consumed the chakra fruit, would have a chance to awaken either the Sharingan or Byakugan. Of course, the energy within the chakra fruit is not something everyone can withstand. Even an ordinary ninja, if they consumed it, could die from their body being unable to handle such immense power," Uchiha Itachi said. Uchiha Madara has now reverted to his normal state, and the golden chakra aura around him has completely disappeared. He let Otsutsuki Yalan step on the ground. Otsutsuki Ishiki actually died, killed by a group of inferior beings. What a waste. However, it's better that way. This means there will be no one to compete with me for the chakra fruit, Otsutsuki Yalan said coldly. She did not care at all about the powers of Uzumaki Naruto and the others, nor Emperor Kai. In her view, after defeating Ishiki, how much peak power could Emperor Kai and the others have now? The game is over, ants, Otsutsuki Yalan said coldly. Damn it, is it not over yet? That guy Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on Otsutsuki Yalan. One of Otsutsuki Yalan's perfect jade hands was raised high, and a massive energy ball rapidly grew larger, and in the blink of an eye, a 100-meter-sized truth-seeking ball appeared. The power of the left eye is exhausted. Unable to use Will Grave, Border Hell, Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth and said, "The Rinnegan ocular power is exhausted, right?" "Huh." Otsutsuki Yalan's triumphant laughter rang out. "Godi." As soon as the words fell, the massive white truth-seeking ball instantly smashed toward Uchiha Madara. It seemed that Uchiha Madara was about to be hit. Suddenly, a golden light flashed by. Bang! The silver-white, 100-meter-sized truth-seeking orb was kicked away by a golden figure. What? Otsutsuki Yalan was startled, watching the truth-seeking orb that was supposed to strike Uchiha Madara now aimed at herself. Otsutsuki Yalan extended her hands, which emitted a silver-white glow. With a loud shout, she directly absorbed the 100-meter-sized, truth-seeking orb. Then, her expression turned ugly as she looked down at Senju Hashirama, who was now in sage mode. He was engulfed in a purple-golden aura, with purple-golden shadows around his eyes, accompanied by lightning, and a character appeared on his forehead, making him look as if he were burning with purple-golden flames. Senju Hashirama's strength had risen from the Six Paths upper realm to complete Six Paths. Although he didn't have the same level of Six Paths aura as Otsutsuki Yalan, they were already considered to be on the same level. It wasn't chakra, nor was it the power of Six Paths yin-yang release. It was natural energy. If it weren't seen with one's own eyes, it would be hard to believe that someone could cultivate natural energy to such a degree. Kagaya, you are truly a sinner of my clan. How could you create such a group of monsters? Otsutsuki Yalan's expression began to grow colder. At the same time, the killing intent in her eyes intensified. Are you alright, Madara? Senju Hashirama said coolly to Uchiha Madara. I won't die, Uchiha Madara replied calmly. Then you should rest. It's my turn now, Senju Hashirama said lightly. Umph. Uchiha Madara scoffed, took one more look at Senju Hashirama, and with some effort stood up from the ground, leaping several dozen meters away. Although his chakra was nearly depleted, basic movement was still not a problem for Uchiha Madara. Seeing Uchiha Madara's figure moving away, Senju Hashirama waved his left hand towards Otsutsuki Yalan, indicating that she was coming at him. Truly unaware of the danger, Otsutsuki Yalan's cold voice fell, and her body instantly appeared behind Senju Hashirama. Bang! Otsutsuki Yalan crossed her hands in front of her, but was knocked back several meters by Senju Hashirama's punch. Otsutsuki Yalan's feet slid along the ground for several meters. This is impossible. You don't have the eyes of my clan. How could you have detected my arrival behind you? Otsutsuki Yalan was stunned. Even Uchiha Madara could only use Rinnegan's Edge to take her instantaneous movement, and couldn't evade her attack at all. Yet Senju Hashirama was able to repel her the moment she instantaneous moved. If it weren't for her Byakugan, she might have faced a huge loss. Your instantaneous movement is indeed fast, but as long as one can sense the flow of space around them, they can detect your movement position. Saying this, Senju Hashirama appeared right in front of Otsutsuki Yalan in the next moment. Bang! The fists of Senju Hashirama and Otsutsuki Yalan collided together, like two giant weapons crashing against each other, instantly sparking fire and electricity. Senju Hashirama left a flying thunder god technique on Otsutsuki Yalan and then directly moved to her front. However, Otsutsuki Yalan also mastered space ninjutsu, and her perception of space was not inferior to Senju Hashirama's, so she quickly sensed someone moving towards her. Bang! Bang! The two figures clashed like bolts of lightning, rapidly engaging in combat using space ninjutsu. Instantaneous movement, vs. Flying Thunder God Technique. Each of their strikes generated tremendous power equivalent to surpassing SS-level ninjutsu. Neither used sage arts or eye techniques to attack, as both knew that the other controlled space ninjutsu, and their speed was quick enough that even large-scale sage arts would be hard to hit. Chapter 153. Super Sage Mode, in Bang! Bang! The two figures moved rapidly in the sky and on the ground, seeing Otsutsuki Yalan appear in front of him with an instantaneous movement. Senju Hashirama slapped his hands on the ground. Sage Art, Flower Tree World, descending. A powerful wooden natural energy surged from Senju Hashirama into the ground, transforming into seeds, which then began to grow rapidly. Countless giant branches emerged from the ground, splitting mountains, piercing through rocks, and enveloping the land within 100 kilometers. Otsutsuki Yalan was also ensnared by the trees that erupted from nowhere, instantly binding her feet. At the same time, a few branches pierced through her chest, causing blood to flow from her right side. Senju Hashirama stood on a wooden dragon, watching as his trees pierced through her body. I'm sorry. Although attacking you was not my intention, under these circumstances, I could only do this. Senju Hashirama apologized to Otsutsuki Yalan. My body is a bit numb. These branches are poisonous. Ignoring Senju Hashirama's words, her attention was now on her body. The branches weren't poisonous, but the flowers on the trees could produce toxic pollen once bloomed. Inhaling that pollen could cause paralysis and fainting. Although you have astonishing regenerative abilities, and even if the pollen can't poison you, its effects should still be significant. The longer it lasts, the deeper the poisoning will be. Surrender, Otsutsuki Yalan. Kagaya has already reached a peaceful coexistence with us. I believe you can too. Senju Hashirama flashed a sunny smile at Otsutsuki Yalan. Hashirama, why are you wasting so many words with her? Hurry up and finish her off. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's voice came. Senju Hashirama and he were good friends, and Madara understood Hashirama's personality well. He was essentially a good person, as long as it was an enemy of Senju Hashirama. Most of the time, if his enemy had no power to fight back, Hashirama would try to persuade them to surrender with words. And now, Senju Hashirama was no different. But what kind of people were the Otsutsuki clan? Uchiha Madara was well aware that they could not be persuaded by Senju Hashirama. Kagaya was able to be persuaded by Uchiha Chentian not only because Chentian defeated her, but more so because she had become a traitor of the Otsutsuki clan. To protect herself, she could only ally temporarily with Uchiha Chentian. Kagaya had already gone to the moon. This is really a headache. My brother's old problem has flared up again. Senju Tobarama said helplessly. Surrender, don't compare me to that traitor. Otsutsuki Yalan's furious roar rang out. Otsutsuki Yalan bellowed. 82 Gods Air Strike. The 82 Gods Air Strike, although it was just 2 more strikes than the 80 Gods Air Strike, its power was fundamentally incomparable to the 80 Gods Air Strike. The 80 Gods Air Strike was strong, but it was still less destructive than Night Guy's. In the original story, Night Guy's kick obliterated half of Six Paths Madara's body, nearly killing him. At that time, Madara and the later inheritors Naruto and Sasuke were on the same level of ninja. However, during the 80 Gods Air Strike against Naruto and Sasuke, it could not kill them, nor did it inflict significant injuries. Therefore, against Six Paths Madara, it naturally couldn't kill him either. From this perspective, the 80 Gods Air Strike was not as good as Night Guy. However, the ranking of the 80 Gods Air Strike would be on par with Night Guy. That's because the Night Kai is ultimately a self-destructing move. Once used, the user is basically done for. On the other hand, the 80 God Air Strike, while slightly less powerful, is stress-free to use and combines both offense and defense. Many people can only defend against it and have almost no power to counterattack. And using it doesn't lead to death, allowing for multiple uses. This is why the 80 God Air Strike is considered superior. The 82 God Air Strike is different. Its power has reached that of the original Series Kai's Night Kai. It is comparable to the power of the Night Kai used by the current Might Guy. The difference is that Guy can only use it once before collapsing, though he doesn't die. However, Otsutsuki Yalan can use the 82 God Air Strike several times. With fists concentrated to an extreme white radiance, 82 fist lights appeared. A clear and distinct cracking sound echoed, and in the next moment, all the trees instantly shattered, turning what had become a forest back into flat ground. Boom! The entire forest was scattered by an extremely terrifying force. Not good. Senju Hashirama's hands were raised in front, using all his natural energy to block Otsutsuki Yalan's attack. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, the once newly appeared primitive forest, spanning hundreds of kilometers, shattered into countless fragments flying in all directions. Otsutsuki Yalan instantly appeared before Senju Hashirama, striking again with the 82 God Air Strike, carrying the might to destroy everything, fiercely crashing toward Hashirama. Hashirama also released all his energy. Sage Fist, Hashirama shouted. Sage Palm. This is an extremely powerful fist technique developed by Senju Hashirama through the 8 gates and the 8 dragon techniques, comparable to the Night Kai. Rumble. The Sage Fist and the 82 God Air Strike erupted and collided in midair. The terrifying pressure of the 6 paths caused the ground for hundreds of miles to collapse. The void for hundreds of miles shattered. A purple-golden figure burst forth from the sea of fire below and flew into the air. This person was Senju Hashirama. At this moment, Otsutsuki Yalan's figure had already vanished. It wasn't that Hashirama defeated her. She had already fled. First, she exchanged a blow with Uchiha Madara, then was entangled by him for half an hour. After that, she fought Hashirama, and now she was poisoned. Currently, using her most powerful Sage technique, the 82 God Air Strike, even though Otsutsuki Yalan possessed the 10 tails, she still felt somewhat overwhelmed. Hashirama, Yalan's chakra seems to have disappeared. Did you defeat her? After a while, without seeing Otsutsuki Yalan appear, Uchiha Madara said to Hashirama, "No, she ran away." Hashirama replied with an awkward smile. "You're such a big idiot. I told you not to waste so much time talking to her." Uchiha Madara felt somewhat helpless. During the battle between Senju Hashirama and Otsutsuki Yalan, Uchiha Madara could see that Hashirama still had some reservations. Throughout the fight with Otsutsuki Yalan, Hashirama was gaining the upper hand, but he also wanted to use verbal tactics to persuade her, missing several opportunities to kill her. Damn it, if I had a little more time. Once my Manjiki Sharingan recovers to the level of the Rinnegan, it's uncertain who would win or lose against Otsutsuki Yalan. Uchiha Madara thought to himself. Chapter 154. The Sage of 6 Paths has become a god in the world of Naruto. It's truly hard to believe that so much natural energy has been absorbed in just 3 days. The natural energy of the Land of Fire has been completely absorbed by Senior Chentian. If I want to enter Sage mode now, it probably won't be as easy as before. If this continues, in a few months, all the natural energy in the ninja world will be depleted. And at that time, no one will be able to cultivate Sage techniques. Uzumaki Naruto said in disbelief. Is this the legendary power above the 6 paths? Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan was fixated on Uchiha Chentian. At this moment, Uchiha Chentian was radiating golden light and lightning, a massive golden glow enveloping his entire body. Just then, Uchiha Chentian finally opened his eyes. A purple golden light flashed from his eyes. The appearance of his eyes showed the golden pattern of the Rinnegan. But within the pattern were 9 purple Rinnegan Tomo. 9 Tomo Rinnegan. What? What kind of eyes are these? Oh, am I just standing still? I can feel an overwhelming pressure, especially from his eyes. Uchiha Sasuke thought to himself. Although he had reached the Sage God realm, Uchiha Chentian's brows furrowed slightly. In this time and space, Uchiha Chentian had already sensed a very strange, special aura. This was also why Uchiha Chentian wouldn't recklessly intervene in the Naruto time and space. At most, he would help Naruto and Sasuke enhance their powers. Because Uchiha Chentian didn't know whether his repeated interventions would bring about any consequences for this time and space, or whether it would provoke that mysterious person. Now that he had reached this level, Uchiha Chentian began to clearly sense the source of the aura here. What's wrong? Uzumaki Naruto noticed Uchiha Chentian's serious expression and curiously asked. I sense the aura of a god, a power that is 1 dimension higher than chakra. It is slowly awakening now. Uchiha Chentian said with a grave expression. What? Uchiha Sasuke recalled the scene he saw after awakening his other Rinnegan when he heard Uchiha Chentian's words. Sasuke, you don't have much time left. I feel that at most, in less than 2 months, it will awaken. By then, Don't even mention whether the people of this world can survive. We don't even know if this planet can exist. Uchiha Chentian said seriously. Who is this person? Uzumaki Naruto asked with a serious expression. Otsutsuki Yaimi. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke spoke up. Otsutsuki Yaimi? The Otsutsuki god that Amato mentioned? Isn't that guy dead? Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed. No matter whether he is dead or alive. Even if he really is dead, having a chance to resurrect is not strange at all. Uchiha Chentian said calmly. Sasuke, hurry and gather the other tailed beasts. Otherwise, the upcoming battle will affect the entire ninja world. If we're not careful, all living beings in the world will perish. Uchiha Chentian said. Uchiha Sasuke nodded and said nothing more. He turned and walked in another direction. Damn it. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke's gradually disappearing figure, grinding his teeth in frustration. Is this my Rinnegan? Uchiha Chentian began to realize that he could now see the entire ninja world and could go anywhere in the ninja world as long as he wanted. Even the starry sky beyond the ninja world was within his reach. Oh, what is that? Suddenly, Uchiha Chentian sensed a very faint divine aura. In the next moment, Uchiha Chentian disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the moon. Uchiha Chentian gazed up at the elder standing before him. The elder had a prominent mustache and held a staff adorned with 9 tomo. Sage of 6 Paths? Is that you, Uchiha Chentian? The elder looked at Uchiha Chentian with some surprise, but his expression quickly returned to normal. It's incredible that you've reached the divine level at such a young age, the elder said calmly while observing Uchiha Chentian. Kagaya Otsutsuki, also known as the Sage of 6 Paths, is at the divine level in a spiritual state. It's strange. Sage of 6 Paths, you have already reached the divine level. So how could you die? Uchiha Chentian asked curiously. After reaching the sage level, Uchiha Chentian noticed that his lifespan was draining very slowly to the point where he began to doubt whether he could achieve immortality. He didn't know how long he could live, but he figured living for tens of thousands of years would not be a problem. However, it puzzled him why the Sage of 6 Paths, who had reached the divine level, would die of old age. I hadn't become a god when I died. I became one only after my death in a spiritual state, the Sage of 6 Paths said somewhat helplessly. I see. Then why don't you find a body to be reborn, Sage of 6 Paths? Do you prefer to exist without a body? Uchiha Chentian asked curiously. Ordinary people cannot withstand my divine power. Only a divine body is suitable for my rebirth. Also, if I were to revive, this world would no longer be suitable for me. It's better for me to guard this world from behind, the Sage of 6 Paths replied calmly. Uchiha Chentian finally understood why the Sage of 6 Paths had become a god, yet still died of old age. However, young man, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Have you traveled to another timeline and met another me? Time travel can have backlash. It's best not to travel through time. If it significantly affects the course of that timeline, the rules of time will notice. Even a powerful being at the divine level cannot bear such a cost. Even someone as peak as Kagaya Otsutsuki fell because they couldn't withstand the consequences of time travel, the Sage of 6 Paths warned. What? Kagaya Otsutsuki died because of time travel? Uchiha Chentian was startled, pondering why the Sage of 6 Paths said he had seen him somewhere. Uchiha Chentian wasn't surprised at all, considering the timelines of Madara's childhood, his current timeline, and this timeline. It would be strange for a powerful ninja like him to travel to another timeline without attracting the Sage of 6 Paths' attention. However, Uchiha Chentian guessed wrong this time. The Sage of 6 Paths' recognition of him was not due to his time travel. Chapter 155. Kagaya Otsutsuki begins to awaken. That's right. Kagaya Otsutsuki wants to ascend to the cosmic divine level. However, he cannot find a second planet suitable for planting the divine tree in the universe. So he has to travel back to the past ninja world to plant chakra fruits. After an unknown number of time travels, he was finally discovered by the rules of time, and in the end, Kagaya Otsutsuki was killed by another version of himself, the Sage of 6 Paths explained. Wait, did you just say cosmic divine level? Is the divine king above the divine level? Uchiha Chentian asked curiously. Yes, that's right. Above the 6 Paths ninja is the divine realm, which is divided into divine beings and divine kings. Divine beings are no longer referred to as ninjas. It's more appropriate to call them divine beings. The divine level is further divided into first-tier divine beings to ninth-tier divine beings. Although there is a twofold difference in divine power between each tier, a second-tier divine being can easily take on a group of first-tier divine beings. Once at the divine level, brain development far exceeds that of lower beings. During battles, The brain operates at super high speeds. Even the most advanced combat techniques become ineffective against divine beings. Above the ninth tier divine beings is the Divine King. If ordinary divine beings can survive in the cosmos for long periods, then divine kings can live permanently in the cosmos. For divine kings, surviving in the cosmos is no different from existing in the outside world. Hence, divine kings are also called cosmic divine kings. As for what lies above the cosmic divine king, I haven't heard of it. Perhaps it exists, or perhaps it doesn't. The Sage of Six Paths said to Uchiha Chentian. Sage of Six Paths, what tier of divine being are you now? Uchiha Chentian asked curiously. Although he could sense that the Sage of Six Paths was stronger than him, the sage was currently in a spiritual state, and there were limits to his strength. Me? I'm currently a third-tier divine being. The Sage of Six Paths said with a hint of confidence. Only a third-tier divine being? The sage noticed Uchiha Chentian's strange gaze directed at him, and he felt a bit embarrassed. The Sage of Six Paths then remembered that there was a freak in front of him who had achieved the divine level in less than a century, unlike himself, who only became a god in a spiritual state after dying in old age. Showing off in front of this individual felt like brandishing a sword in front of Guan Yu. I'm left with only my soul now, so naturally, I can't compare with you. The Sage of Six Paths laughed awkwardly. So, Sage of Six Paths, what exactly was your purpose in summoning me here? Uchiha Chentian said lightly. I believe you sense Kaguya Otsutsuki's aura, right? The Sage of Six Paths' expression grew serious. Yes, but what does that have to do with me? I'm not from this timeline. As you said, one shouldn't meddle in other timelines, Uchiha Chentian replied. But when you helped Naruto and Sasuke, you already changed the course of this timeline. That means you bear some responsibility for Kaguya Otsutsuki awakening at this time. The Sage of Six Paths asserted. So what? I could just leave this place. That Kaguya Otsutsuki is a ninth-tier divine being, just one step away from reaching the Divine King realm. Even if he only has a remnant soul left now, I believe he wouldn't be easy for me to handle, Uchiha Chentian said. I have a part of Otsutsuki's body. Seeing Uchiha Chentian's immediate rejection, the Sage of Six Paths could only respond helplessly. Oh, I want it, but it's only a part of Kaguya Otsutsuki's body. That's still not enough. Uchiha Chentian said. I knew you wouldn't act without benefits, the Sage of Six Paths said with some resignation. I'll give you my notes on my cultivation experiences in the divine realm over the years. I also need your experimental records on Otsutsuki's DNA, Uchiha Chentian stated. All right, the Sage of Six Paths replied. 1 month later, before Uchiha Chentian lay a drop of red blood. Although it was just a drop, it was divine blood. Uchiha Chentian had produced this result during the past month through cloning and the power of myriad paths. This drop of divine blood contained immense power. Reincarnation Eye, devouring heavenly demon technique. Uchiha Chentian's eyes emitted a powerful ocular force. Before he could begin to disappear, the drop of divine blood in Uchiha Chentian's eyes emitted a strange sound. Boom! An overwhelming pressure radiated from it. And a sense of submission stemming from the bloodline appeared in Uchiha Chentian's heart, like the majesty of an emperor or a god high above. There is both bloodline suppression and realm suppression. This made Uchiha Chentian's mind buzz and tremble for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Well, it's just a drop of blood. Does it have that much divine power? Let's see if I can absorb you. Soon, the power of the divine blood began to be absorbed by Uchiha Chentian. A scene started to appear in his mind. There was a mysterious man enveloped in golden light. He wore the uniform of the Otsutsuki clan. His eyes were a pair of pure eyes, with 3 eyes on his forehead. One was a Tentomo Sharingan, one was a Golden Rinnegan, and the other was a Tentomo Rinne Sharingan. Is he Otsutsuki Yame? So many high-level eyes. Uchiha Chentian was surprised, while the figure of Otsutsuki Yame slowly faded away. Just a drop of divine blood can elevate my strength to the peak of the first tier of immortal gods. And more than half of the divine power inside hasn't been absorbed yet. No wonder the Sage of Six Paths sought my help to deal with Otsutsuki Yame. It seems that those who studied Otsutsuki Yame's body for thousands of years should know very well how strong he truly is. Uchiha Chentian muttered to himself. Come out and die, Hokage. And Uchiha Sasuke. Kato arrived in Konoha, and as soon as he appeared, he unleashed a massive chakra energy towards Konoha. It looked like Konoha was about to be destroyed by this 100-meter-sized chakra energy. Super huge Rasen Shuriken. A golden light shone as Uzumaki Baruto created a similarly 100-meter-sized Rasen Shuriken and threw it. Boom! The 2 massive chakra energies collided in midair, emitting a tremendous fire, and countless fireworks fell from the sky over Konoha. Kato, come fight me on the other side. Uzumaki Baruto said to Cotter. Baruto, get lost. I'm looking for the Hokage, not you. Cotter said coldly to Uzumaki Baruto. In the next moment, a massive claw mark smashed towards Uzumaki Baruto. Pure eyes, Shinra Tensei Baruto's right eye transformed into a light blue color and centered around him. All surrounding objects were repelled. In an instant, Cotter's claw mark was deflected. Oh, interesting. Baruto, how much of the power of the peach style can you truly master? With that, Cotter moved and appeared behind Uzumaki Baruto. Chapter 156 Demon Bang Bang. Before Uzumaki Baruto and Cotter could exchange a few moves, Cotter's fist, radiating blue chakra light, slammed into Baruto's abdomen. The immense power sending Baruto crashing through several concrete walls. Uzumaki Baruto, in a sorry state, spat out a mouthful of blood, hunched over, and lay on the ground for a long time, unable to rise. It's been a month, and you've grown quite a bit in strength. The Six Paths realm. It seems the soul of the peach style has completely become your nourishment. Cotter looked down at Uzumaki Baruto with his nostrils in the air. We're just the same. Haven't you completely unleashed your powers as well? Uzumaki Baruto said with a cold smile. If the Hokage won't come out, then I'll kill you. The Hokage's son first. I don't believe the Hokage will continue to hide. With that, Cotter began to attack Uzumaki Baruto. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Uzumaki Baruto shouted loudly. Boom! Two powerful forces collided in midair. Chakra waves surged and exploded into dazzling, blinding light. This won't do. Konoha can't withstand this level of battle at all. Before Uzumaki Baruto could exchange many moves with Cotter, Konoha had already suffered significant destruction. Gah, is this all the power you have? Cotter's right hand pierced through Uzumaki Baruto's heart. Cotter displayed a sinister smile as he looked at Uzumaki Baruto. Yes, this is indeed my power. Uzumaki Baruto's face also bore a smile. Oh, Cotter's brow slightly furrowed. He didn't understand why Uzumaki Baruto wasn't showing any signs of pain, but instead was smiling. This immediately made him feel something was off. But it was already too late, as Uzumaki Baruto had vanished from in front of him. Shadow Clone. Cotter exclaimed in shock. Only now did he realize it was too late. Uzumaki Baruto's voice rang out, and dozens of Uzumaki Barutos appeared, tightly grabbing Cotter. In the next moment, Cotter was pulled into a space tunnel by Uzumaki Baruto. By the time he reacted, Cotter found himself in a deserted space. Meanwhile, the fight between Uzumaki Baruto and Cotter had not even lasted 10 seconds. When Uzumaki Naruto and Kawaki arrived, the energy emitted from Baruto and Cotter's battle had blocked and protected other civilians. By the time they rushed over, Cotter had just been pulled into the space tunnel and vanished. Kawaki's golden eye, with a cross-like pattern, flickered, and a 2-meter-sized spatial opening appeared. On the other side of the opening was the battlefield between Baruto and Cotter. Without hesitation, both jumped into the spatial opening. Uchiha Chentian, come out and accept my challenge. At this time, Diamond had already grown to 1.6 meters, looking about 12 or 13 years old. In just a month, he had grown from the appearance of a 6 or 7-year-old to 12 or 13 years old, likely due to unleashing all his powers and experiencing rapid growth from the immense energy. Diamond estimated that in another month or two, he might directly reach adulthood. By then, his strength should become even more formidable. From this perspective, the divine power inherited from Otsutsuki Yame by Diamond was far beyond that of Cotter. Only his sister Ada could suppress him. However, Ada's abilities were not particularly suited for combat. In terms of actual combat power, Ada's strength was not much stronger than that of an average Kage-level ninja. Oh, little guy, it's only been a month, and you've grown so much? Uchiha Chentian flashed in front of Diamond, looking at him with some surprise. None of this is important. What matters is that I'm going to defeat you. With that, Diamond transformed into a flash of lightning and struck at Uchiha Chentian. Boom! Diamond's punch struck the air, and the immense power created a shockwave, causing the entire space of impact to crack like a hammer, striking a mirror, with crystalline fractures crisscrossing. What? Where's this place? Diamond exclaimed. Before he could react, he saw Kawaki's left eye with a cross-like golden pattern flicker. Great black heaven, dozens of triangle-shaped objects, each hundreds of meters in size, fell from the sky, directly crashing on a Diamond. Kawaki let out a scream as his body fell heavily from the sky. The rebound damage from Diamond S ability caused Kawaki to injure himself. You brought this upon yourself. Diamond glanced disdainfully at Kawaki, who had fallen to the ground. How did you suddenly appear here? Kawaki looked at Diamond angrily. How would I know? I'm here to find Uchiha Chentian. That guy must have moved me here. Uchiha Chentian, you bastard. Diamond's angry voice rang out, being suddenly attacked by Kawaki for no reason, even though he had the rebound ability to send the damage back to Kawaki. It didn't mean his mood could be good. Little guy, don't be so angry. I've always been here, you just didn't see me. Uchiha Chentian smiled at Diamond while standing on a large rock. He couldn't sense any aura. It seemed that Diamond had been moved here in that instant. Chuamu glanced at Uchiha Chentian, thinking to himself, "Get ready, Uchiha Chentian. Today, I will definitely defeat you." Diamond shouted at Uchiha Chentian. Super Flash Cannon. Diamond pushed his hands towards Uchiha Chentian, and at that moment, a blue chakra energy rapidly gathered in his palms. As he thrust his hands forward, a blue flash wave, dozens of meters wide and over 100 meters long, surged towards Uchiha Chentian. Impressive. This power of the Six Paths has already surpassed that of Six Paths Ninja. If such an attack landed in the ninja world, it would probably pierce through it. Uchiha Chentian thought, watching the chakra flash wave approach him. Uchiha Chentian extended his right hand, pointing one finger at the incoming chakra flash wave, and flicked it. Boom! Boom! Diamond's super flash wave was instantly deflected by Uchiha Chentian's finger. A storm of energy erupted, causing a powerful shockwave in the sky for thousands of kilometers, with dust and debris flying everywhere. The sky in this small space was punctured, creating a massive black hole thousands of meters wide, with outer space visible beyond it. How? Is this possible? He deflected my super flash wave with just one finger. Diamond exclaimed in shock. You've had your turn, now it's my turn. Uchiha Chentian's voice reached Diamond's ears. Before Diamond could react, Uchiha Chentian suddenly appeared in front of him. Uchiha Chentian pointed a finger at Diamond, touching his forehead. Chapter 157. The Manifestation of Yaman's Remnant Soul. Diamond jumped in surprise. Bang! Uchiha Chentian's finger lightly tapped Diamond's forehead. Diamond couldn't help but scream as he turned into an afterimage, his body shooting away. In just 3 or 4 seconds, he had already flown 1,000 miles away. 1, 2, 3, 4. Uchiha Chentian stood still, counting. 1 minute later, Super Dao, or Diamond, finally flew back. Diamond's hands pointed to the sky, where a Dao orb 2 meters in diameter floated in his palms. He forcefully smashed the Dao orb towards Uchiha Chentian, seeing the Dao orb coming at him. Uchiha Chentian stepped forward and kicked it away into the sky. Upon seeing Uchiha Chentian kick away his Dao orb, Diamond was not too surprised. Instead, he quickly charged at Uchiha Chentian. His speed broke the sound barrier, his figure like lightning. In an instant, Diamond was in front of Uchiha Chentian. Although Diamond's speed was fast, Uchiha Chentian was even faster. Just as Diamond approached Uchiha Chentian from behind, the moment his face showed a smile, Uchiha Chentian turned and delivered a kick. Diamond was instantly kicked away by Uchiha Chentian and crashed heavily to the ground. As expected of the Otsutsuki Yaman's divine technique, I feel this rebound force even as a god against the Six Paths Ninja, Uchiha Chentian muttered to himself. After being knocked down, Diamond quickly stood up again, rapidly forming hand seals with both hands. Fire release. 3 flavors of divine fire. A 3-colored fire shadow, 10 meters long, shot towards Uchiha Chentian from Diamond's mouth. This is divine fire imbued with divine power. This kid actually possesses such strength, Uchiha Chentian thought, feeling a surge of excitement in his gaze towards Diamond. Looking down on Diamond, Uchiha Chentian simply pointed at Diamond's divine fire and said, 3 light divine water. A stream of water, glowing with 3 colors, shot out from Uchiha Chentian's finger, colliding with Diamond's 3 flavors of divine fire. The 3 light divine water extinguished the 3 flavors of divine fire. As it did, the 3 light divine water also dissipated, leaving behind massive clouds of smoke in the air. I want to see how many divine techniques you have awakened from Yaman, Uchiha Chentian said, instantly disappearing from the air. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Diamond, who was taking deep breaths. The earlier 3 flavors of divine fire had consumed a lot of his 6 paths power. Such divine techniques capable of injuring gods required a significant amount of 6 paths power. Upon seeing Uchiha Chentian appear in front of him, Diamond did not rest, but immediately launched an attack. If Uchiha Chentian attacked again, Diamond was unsure if he could withstand it. 3 seconds later, in just 3 seconds, Uchiha Chentian and Diamond exchanged tens of thousands of blows. Bang, 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 bang. Their attack speeds increased, and the 6 paths flames radiating from them made them appear like 2 meteor trails in the sky. At this moment, Uchiha Chentian and Diamond had flown from the ground into outer space. The terrifying six-path power emanating from both could destroy the surrounding meteors of all sizes. Even those tens of thousands of meters in size could not withstand the six paths power they emitted. Every move and strike from Diamond was effortlessly countered by Uchiha Chentian. Each time Diamond landed a hit on Uchiha Chentian, there was no reaction from him. Instead, Diamond felt immense pain every time he was hit, causing him to become increasingly shocked. Bang! Diamond was once again pushed back by a wave of energy emitted from Uchiha Chentian's finger. Impossible. You bastard are ignoring my rebound divine technique. What have you done? Diamond was on the verge of breaking down. Ignoring? No. Your rebound divine technique is impressive. I'm not ignoring it. It's just that my strength is far above yours. Such rebound damage is trivial to me, Uchiha Chentian said calmly. I don't believe it. Next, if you can block this move, then I concede, Diamond declared, his body slightly bending as he clenched his left fist, continuously gathering six paths power. Heaven and Earth Divine Fist. Diamond shouted loudly, and with that punch, a towering figure 10,000 meters high appeared before Uchiha Chentian. This figure exuded a faint divine aura. Otsutsuki Yamen? Uchiha Chentian gazed at the 5 eyes of the figure. 2 were pure eyes, with 3 eyes on the forehead. 1 was a Tentomo Rinnegan. 1 was a golden samsara eye, and the last was a Tentomo Rinnegan samsara eye. I see. Yamen's remnant soul must be in this kid. Uchiha Chentian finally understood why Diamond was different from other modified beings. Unlike Keed and others, who, while powerful, were still beneath the realm of gods. Diamond's strength had already surpassed the 6 paths. Unlike borrowing other powers to surpass the 6 paths, the power I had back then, no matter how strong, was merely the power of the 6 paths. Although it was much stronger than other 6 paths levels, compared to the current Diamond, I still fell short. Diamond possesses divine power, which exists on an entirely different dimension from the 6 paths power. A bit of divine power is roughly equivalent to 10 points of 6 paths power. If I had encountered the current Diamond before advancing to the immortal god level, even with countless divine techniques, without divine power, I might have been able to defeat Diamond, but the cost would have been enormous. In the end, I would have only been able to seal Diamond. Although the divine power emanating from Diamond was weak, it was only so for Uchiha Chentian, for this small world. This divine power made the entire world submit, causing the 7 natures of chakra, fire, wind, earth, water, thunder, yin, and yang, to lament. In the next moment, everyone felt their hair stand on end, and their 6 paths power was operating at its limit. What exactly is that? Just a silhouette made me feel this way? Uzumaki Naruto looked at the silhouette behind Diamond in the distance. The aura radiating from that figure instilled a sense of fear. What kind of monster is that? Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed in shock. Chapter 158. The Transformation of Diamond, its Otsutsuki Yame. I didn't expect Diamond to possess the divine power of Otsutsuki Yame, Cord said with a serious expression. At this moment, Cord was already covered in injuries. Cord, strength, perfect 6 paths, comparable to the peak state of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Kawaki, strength, great 6 paths, has inherited all of Otsutsuki Ishiki's ocular techniques. Uzumaki Naruto, strength, peak upper 6 paths, has completely refined the peach style, equivalent to the peak strength of Otsutsuki peach style. Uzumaki Naruto, strength, great 6 paths, sage mode has reached the perfect sage mode. Although he is the 9 tails Jinchuriki, he also possesses the powers of the other 8-tailed beasts, barely counting as a 10 tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, and Kawaki. Although Cord is a perfect 6 paths, his combat power is only comparable to Uzumaki Naruto. After entering 6 paths sage mode, although Naruto's power was weaker than Cord's, he had fought countless battles over the years, often overcoming stronger opponents. Uzumaki Naruto's combat skills are far beyond what Cord can compare. With the help of Kawaki and Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto was able to fight Cord to the point where he couldn't retaliate. Get lost. Uchiha Chentian coldly shouted and directly unleashed the 8th technique of the Magical Dragon 8 styles. Magical Dragon Tail, a magical dragon over 10,000 meters long turned around and swung its tail. Boom! The dragon tail struck Diamond's Heaven and Earth Divine Fist, not only shattering his divine fist, but also dispersing the silhouette behind him. A loud roar echoed through the sky, and the overwhelming divine might spread for miles, causing the heavens and earth to begin to shatter. Uzumaki Naruto's expression changed. This is bad. The space is about to collapse. Uzumaki Naruto said anxiously. Sage Art. Super Giant Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruto threw a giant Rasengan the size of 100 meters toward Cord. The Rasengan, mixed with a powerful natural energy, smashed toward Cord. Go! Kawaki's voice rang out. Uzumaki Naruto nodded and quickly pulled Uzumaki Naruto and Kawaki away. Cord's hands blocked the Rasengan, and the immense tearing force generated by the high-speed rotation of the Rasengan was destroying Cord's hands. You think you can leave me in this space that's about to be destroyed? You're too naive. Although his hands were bleeding, Cord didn't care at all. Get lost. Cord salted. A powerful six paths power instantly destroyed Naruto's super giant Rasengan. Diamond actually hid such divine power. No wonder he is so powerful. Such a strong divine power attack. Even if Uchiha Chentian doesn't die, he will be severely injured. Cord looked at the light and shadows of the entire world continuously colliding. The brilliant flames forming a line. Countless sparks appeared beneath the ground, and the earth shattered into giant rocks. It was like the apocalypse. It was clear that this small world was about to be destroyed. What? Cord was shocked, because he saw a familiar figure standing in the sky. That figure wore the uniform of the Otsutsuki clan. A white coat with 6 black Magatama patterns on the chest, a red spiral symbol on the back, and a grid arrangement of Magatama below, 3 Magatama per row. The shape of his eyes displayed a golden reincarnation eye pattern, but within the pattern appeared 9 purple reincarnation eye Magatama. He is standing in outer space without using any chakra. It's not even 6 paths power. He is standing in outer space with his strong physical body. Cord's eyes were fixed on Uchiha Chentian. Although he could also stand in outer space, he still needed to use chakra to protect his body. This is bad. The space is about to be destroyed. If I don't leave now, I will die along with this space. Cord looked at the countless lava flowing toward him. The entire world was erupting like a volcano, with countless lava shooting out from the ground. The black-red outer layer of 6 paths power surrounded Cord. A giant humanoid monster appeared with 9 eyes, the color of its body resembling withered wood, and 10 tails behind it. The third form of the outer path golem, which had transformed from a skeletal form into a robust figure, towering at 1,000 meters. It had only been here for a little while, and it had already consumed so much of my chakra. If it explodes, that will be troublesome. Saying so, a huge claw mark appeared in front of Cord. Cord directly passed through this claw mark. Boom! Just as Cord left, this space was instantly destroyed. Ninja World. Cord's body fell from the sky. Cord! Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, and Kawaki looked at Cord, who suddenly fell from the sky with serious expressions. At this moment, Cord was left with only half of his body. Damn it! Cord never expected the power of the space explosion to be so great. He had already left at the last moment, but he was still blown to half his body. Kawaki's golden eyes widened. Great black heaven, numerous triangular cubes appeared in the sky, rapidly pressing down on Cord. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. After a while, Cord did not appear again. Is he dead? Uzumaki Naruto asked curiously. No, his chakra presence is still there. Uzumaki Naruto said with a heavy expression. And on the other side, you are Otsutsuki, right? Uchiha Chentian stood in space, calmly speaking. Uchiha Chentian, descendant of Kagaya. Diamond's voice transformed into that of an adult man. At this moment, Diamond's eyes turned into a pair of pure eyes, with 3 eyes appearing on his forehead, a 10 Magatama reincarnation eye, a purple golden reincarnation eye, and a 10 Magatama reincarnation eye. So many eyes. Yame. You shouldn't have been born with 5 eyes. That is even more powerful than Erlang Shun. Uchiha Chentian said with a smile. Erlang Shun? I've never heard of such a deity. Did he come from another starry sky? The transformed Diamond said with curiosity. Oh, how should I put it? Erlang Shun is the #1 war god in the heavenly court, and among the many gods in the heavenly court, no one could defeat Erlang Shun. Uchiha Chentian said seriously to Yamewa Demon. The heavenly court, is it the power of other gods? Could it be the newly born divine power after 10,000 years? Why have I never heard of it? Yamewa Demon said curiously. There are 365 gods in the heavenly court, divided into 8 departments. The upper 4 departments are thunder, fire, plague, and fighting. The lower 4 departments are the stars, the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, the rain and clouds, and the gods of good and evil. The Taoist heavenly court is mainly divided into 8 departments, namely the thunder department, fighting department, wealth department, plague department, fire department, water department, pox department, and Tai Sui department. Uchiha Chentian said seriously. the more Yamewa dimming listened. The darker his expression became as he watched Uchiha Chentian continue to speak. Moreover, what Uchiha Chentian was saying was completely something he had never heard of. Chapter 159. Battle the Gods. Shut up. That's enough. This is simply nonsense. Yamewa shouted angrily. The Rinnegan Rebirth Eye and Rinnegan Rebirth Eye in Yamewa's forehead emitted a powerful ocular force. 108 empty god strikes. Infinite Tsukimi. Infinite Gedo technique. Uchiha Chentian's vision went black, and he directly entered the illusion, although he quickly woke up. Boom! 108 palms, each carrying an extremely terrifying divine power. If Otsutsuki Kagaya's 80 god strikes are shaking the sky with sage power, integrating offense and defense, with no mercy in each punch. Each punch is a fatal blow, not even leaving a gap for a mouse to escape. Then Otsutsuki Yamewa's 108 god strikes are shaking with divine power, integrating offense and defense, merciless punches. Each punch possesses the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, let alone a mouse having a chance to escape. Even microorganisms would be annihilated. If 108 palms hit the ground, the ninja world would be destroyed just like that little world before. Rinnegan Rebirth Eye, Rinnegan Boundary Prison, Rinnegan Rebirth Eye, Heavenly Power Hand, Night Kai. Uchiha Chentian's eyes emitted light simultaneously. Boom! Bang! The moment the two terrifying powers collided, the space exploded. Invisible energy ripples spread out like ripples on a lake in extremely fast speed. Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Boruto, and Kawaki all spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Kid was worse. He had just recovered his half-damaged body and was once again injured by the incomplete divine powers of Yamewa and Uchiha Chentian. No. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't believe what he was seeing, because he felt that at this moment. Half of the biological presence in the entire ninja world had disappeared in the battle between Yamewa and Uchiha Chentian. The Leaf Village is gone. Uzumaki Boruto's clear eyes looked towards the direction of the Land of Fire. His clear eyes could clearly see that the Leaf Village had vanished from 1,000 miles away. Damn it, not just the Leaf Village, the entire Land of Fire has vanished. Uzumaki Naruto's face showed a painful expression. This means that Mom and Himawari are also dead. No, I will kill you, Dimum. A terrifying aura erupted from Uzumaki Boruto, and in his berserk state, his aura surged directly to the level of 6 paths. Boruto, calm down. Kawaki hurriedly stepped forward to grab Boruto. Kawaki, keep an eye on Boruto. I will avenge Himawari and Hinata, and everyone else. Uzumaki Naruto said expressionlessly, with a purple-gold aura shooting out from him. In extreme anger, Uzumaki Naruto finally succeeded in entering a state he had never been able to reach countless times. Super Sage Mode. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto was engulfed in a purple-gold aura, with purple-gold eyeshadow around his eyes and lightning accompanying him. A character for Sage appearing on his forehead. In this instant, Uzumaki Naruto's strength surged from the complete 6 paths to the perfect 6 paths peak. If Uzumaki Naruto were to battle Kid again at this point, he could single-handedly defeat Kid without the help of Kawaki or his son. Wait, Hokage, look over there. Maybe Himawari and the others are still alive. Kawaki's golden Rinnegan looked 1,000 miles away. There, he saw a giant towering 1,000 meters high. It was the complete ShowsSusanoo. That's Uncle Sasuke and Mom, Himawari, Yatsuki, Sarada, Uncle Kinomaru, they're all still alive. Uzumaki Boruto's face lit up with joy as he excitedly said. His clear eyes could see even further than Kawaki, clearly spotting the new Leaf 12 and the younger generation from Naruto's era still alive. Inuzuka, Kiba, Yamanaka, Ino, Narashiko, Hakimichi Choji, Yamanaka, Ino, my guy, etc. This is great. Uzumaki Naruto also said excitedly. Let's go. We should head over there first. Kawaki said to Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Boruto, directly opening a space tunnel, revealing a 2-meter-high entrance, the other side leading to the Leaf Village. Soon, Uzumaki Naruto and the others arrived at the Leaf Village. At this moment, the Leaf Village had been turned into flat ground. Hinata, Himawari, great, you are still alive. Uzumaki Naruto's voice echoed. It's Naruto and Boruto, Hinata exclaimed, after a brief reunion. I'm sorry, Naruto. With my current power, I can only protect these people. Now not just the Leaf Village, but the other 5 great nations. They have probably disappeared as well. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke had become the 10-tails Jinchuriki, possessing 8-tailed beasts. Although he was not a complete 10-tails Jinchuriki, his power had already reached the complete limit of 6 paths. Moreover, He had transformed into a true Otsutsuki. His hair turned white, wearing something resembling a forehead protector on his forehead. He donned a white robe and black pants with long boots, with 6 dark red tomo visible at the collar, which was dark red. 9 truth-seeking balls floated behind him, and he held a 6-path staff. His eyes were purple with a 9 tomo design. Damn it! Uzumaki Naruto punched the ground, instantly creating a giant pit 100 meters wide. But Naruto, we still need to hurry and leave here. This kind of battle is beyond our capability to intervene. This is no longer a battle for ninjas, but a battle of gods belonging to Chentian-senpai and the others. Uchiha Sasuke said seriously. That's right, their casual strikes have already destroyed most of the life in the ninja world. This battle is no longer a human war, but a divine battle. As he spoke, Kawaki's gaze turned to the distance. Suddenly, Kawaki's golden Rinnegan throbbed painfully, and he pressed his right hand against his eye. Gods are not to be seen. You have no divine power. If you continue to look, you will only ruin your own eyes. Uchiha Sasuke said, Is that so? I didn't expect the difference between 6 paths level and the realm of gods to be just 1 level, but our gap would be so large. Kawaki said with a bitter smile. Here it comes again. That divine power is coming our way. Naruto, Boruto, Kawaki. Just then, Uchiha Sasuke's urgent voice rang out. Outer Path Golem, 2nd form. Outer Path Golem, 3rd form. Susa Fox Mode. God Technique Super Armor. ShowsSusanoo, the combination skills of 4 6 paths level beings. A complete form of ShowsSusanoo, towering at 4,000 meters with 3 heads and 6 arms, appeared. Boom! This terrifying divine power descended upon the 3-headed, 6-armed war god, erupting in a massive explosion, like an atomic bomb dropping on a gigantic star. Although the star was not destroyed, a huge crater formed. Such terrifying divine power. It was nearly overwhelming, Naruto exclaimed. We need to go to the moon. With such a terrifying attack, no matter where we hide in the ninja world, we won't be able to escape. Uchiha Sasuke said calmly. It seems Sasuke-kun has already made arrangements. Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. Chapter 160, 8 Gates Panga Sage King Mode. Whatever happens, let's talk on the moon. Uchiha Sasuke did not respond to Orochimaru, but spoke to the others. All right, everyone nodded. Though Uchiha Chentian was caught off guard by Yama's sudden appearance, he managed to dodge at the last moment. Night Kai faced 108 Divine Sky Strikes, while Will Graveyard faced Infinite Tsukuyomi, and it was Uchiha Chentian's shadow that was hit. Using Heavenly Power Hand, his powerful transferability, he shifted Yama's Infinite Tsukuyomi. A purple golden light erupted from Uchiha Chentian's body as he punched out. Evening Elephant, 1 speed, 2 speeds, 3 speeds, 5 speeds, bang. But after reaching 5 speeds, that enormous powerful fist created an air cannon in the shape of an elephant's foot that could already pierce through the ninja world. Yama was forced to retreat continuously by Evening Elephant, while Uchiha Chentian charged forward, transforming into a purple golden light and striking at high speed. Night Kai transformed into a giant dragon, carrying Yama directly into outer space. Yama's purple golden Rinnegan glowed. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Hundreds of Dao balls instantly transformed into massive divine power lightsabers, capable of splitting the ninja world in half with a single strike. The enormous divine power lightsabers slashed towards Uchiha Chentian. Heavenly Power Hand. Doubled Stars Shift. Uchiha Chentian activated 2 ocular techniques simultaneously. The Heavenly Power Hand, combined with the Doubled Star Shift, barely managed to deflect Yama's Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. 10 Tomo Rinnegan. Heavenly Buddha Command, a 10,000-meter-tall cannon appeared, completely different from the cannon of Hashirama. This cannon resembled an extraordinarily beautiful woman magnified 100-fold. Though made of colored pottery, it shone brightly, seemingly drawing in anyone who gazed upon her, making them unable to resist her allure. At the moment the cannon appeared, her thousands of arms spread out like blooming flowers, forming the classic thousand-hand pose, all palms open, with eyes in their centers wide open, firing thousands of beams of light at Uchiha Chentian. Purple Golden Rinnegan. Heavenly Child Command. A mysterious force descended from the void, representing the power of fate, altering Uchiha Chentian's destiny. 10 Tomo Rinnegan Rebirth. Heavenly Death. A force of death descended, causing Uchiha Chentian's body to perish. Even if his consciousness and soul remained, his body's death was no different from death itself. Purity Eye. Heavenly Pure Fire, a flame. The purest between heaven and earth could burn everything, returning living beings to their most innocent state. Though it was a flame representing life, If a god were burned by it, they would turn from divine to mortal, followed by aging and death. Purity Eye, Otsutsuki God's Fury. Known for its ability to destroy everything, the Otsutsuki God's Fury could return a world to chaos, starting everything from scratch. Yama had 5 eyes, while Uchiha Chentian had only 2. This meant Yama could simultaneously activate 5 ocular techniques in an instant. These 5 ocular techniques fired at once. In that moment, Uchiha Chentian was nearly killed by Yama's overwhelming energy. Pangu Tattoo, Uchiha Chentian's broken body manifested a Pangu holding a giant axe behind him, looking down upon the world with unparalleled majesty and divine mystery. 2 marks appeared on his palms, one for the moon and one for the sun, while a unique golden mark appeared on his right cheek. His muscles bulged like coiling dragons, and his previously damaged body suddenly began to recover. Uchiha Chentian's aura surged, rising again from the level of 6 paths to that of celestial god. Sage King mode, Uchiha Chentian's hair began to grow long, surrounded by purple golden lightning, burning with a purple golden aura, with purple golden eye shadow appearing around his eyes and the words Sage King appearing on his forehead. Uchiha Chentian's divine power surged once more to the 2nd tier of celestial gods. 5 times 8 gates King Fist, Uchiha Chentian finally unleashed all his divine power. His voice echoed throughout the ninja world, sounding like a sonic boom. Even though Uchiha Chentian stood in outer space, his voice reached the ninja world and resonated throughout it. If not for the fact that there were not many people left in the ninja world, it was feared that, apart from ninjas, ordinary people would all perish under Uchiha Chentian's voice. A red light burst forth from Uchiha's body, and red steam appeared around Uchiha Chentian. Gradually, the red steam transformed into red light, surging with endless energy. Uchiha Chentian's vitality began to be consumed frantically. Although natural energy was helping to restore his vitality, it was still gradually declining. The red light roared, sweeping in all directions, causing red light and fierce energy to soar, whipping up a violent wind that tore through the air with a sharp sound, instantly grinding the surrounding mountains and stones within 10,000 meters to dust. Yama's 5 ocular techniques were directly shattered by Uchiha Chentian's overwhelming energy field. What? A 3rd-tier deity? Moreover, his divine power was nearing the 4th tier, almost reaching it. Yama exclaimed in shock. The space around 100 kilometers in outer space ruptured, and a purple golden light flashed by, piercing through Yama's chest. Yama's face instantly changed. 4 Uchiha Chentian speed had now surpassed his body's reaction speed. Blood splattered out as Yama's 5 eyes widened in shock, ignoring the massive hole in his chest, blood seeping through. This is impossible. To jump directly from the 1st tier of deities to the 4th tier is simply unreasonable. Yama looked up at the expressionless Uchiha Chentian. He saw various phantoms and phenomena appearing around Uchiha Chentian, including the Battle of the Lich, Ho-I shooting the sun, and Jingwei filling the sea, among others. Buzz. Uchiha Chentian turned around, his cold Rinnegan gazing at Yama, his eyes revealing boundless coldness. Uchiha Chentian moved again, throwing another punch. Magic Dragon, tail, shake. A black magic dragon flashed by, shattering Yama's chest and even penetrating through his entire body. Puffed. Blood erupted as Yama, with divine power only at the 3rd tier, was struck by Uchiha Chentian, becoming like a kite with a broken string, tumbling away, consciousness hazy. Instant transmission. Yama's scream rang out as he unleashed all his divine power, his Rinnegan in his forehead about to unleash a space ocular technique. But he was fast. Uchiha Chentian was faster. Uchiha Chentian's fingers pierced in, directly extracting his Rinnegan, along with the Tentomo Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye. Chapter 161, Tentomo Reincarnation Eye. Divine Art. Reincarnation born divine technique. The scream of Yame echoed. It was just a reincarnation I transformed by divine power. I was serious about the real eyes. Saying this, Uchiha Chentian's fingers once again plunged into Yame's eyes. This time, it was the true pure eye. Uchiha Chentian looked at the 2 light blue eyeballs in his right hand, his left palm facing Yame. Reincarnation birth eye. Destruction. Known as the divine power that can destroy everything, it can easily turn an ordinary planet into nothing. This is the divine art of destruction, evolved from the fusion of countless ocular techniques. This can be considered Uchiha Chentian's own divine technique, one of the divine ocular techniques of his right eye. A terrifying purple energy ball instantly appeared in Uchiha Chentian's left palm. This was not an ordinary six paths power. It represented the destruction divine power, the strongest divine power. Impossible. This is the law of destruction. How could you possibly control the legendary supreme law of destruction? Although Yame's eyes could not see, he could still feel a divine power that made his soul tremble with fear. Uchiha Chentian said nothing and directly unleashed the destruction divine power into Yame's body. The next second, his entire body trembled and began to slowly dissipate into light points from his feet. Ah! No, I am indestructible. Yame's roaring voice echoed as his soul began to transform into light points, his body rapidly disappearing. Feeling Yame's divine aura vanish completely, Uchiha Chentian quickly took out a dozen elixirs and swallowed them directly. The lightning on his body began to disappear, the purple-golden aura dissipated, and his hair returned to its original state. Compared to his peak condition, Uchiha Chentian's divine power had already decreased by more than half. Huff, I almost got killed. 5 ocular techniques activated simultaneously. It was indeed like using a cheat. Uchiha Chentian let out a sigh of relief. He thought he was already serious, but he didn't expect Yame's strength to be beyond his imagination. With 5 eyes activating their techniques simultaneously, there was practically no one at the same level who could withstand it. If it weren't for Uchiha Chentian's powerful physique, almost considered a physical god, he would have been instantly killed by Yame. After turning around, Uchiha Chentian vanished into outer space, and when he reappeared, he was already in the ninja world. At this moment, there were no living beings left in the ninja world. All had perished in this divine war. Crack! Naruto Uzumaki, Boruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Kawaki arrived in the ninja world using space-time ninjutsu. Now the ninja world had turned into flat ground, covered in flames. It was estimated that it would take hundreds of years to restore it to its original state. Chentian-senpai, Grandpa Chentian. The voices of Naruto and the others rang out. The one you fought with, was it Yame? Sasuke Uchiha asked. Yeah, that guy wanted to use Diamond S body to absorb all the life on this planet. But I killed him. However, I almost got killed by him too. Uchiha Chentian said calmly. Fortunately, he was defeated by you, Chentian-senpai. But, at this point, Naruto Uzumaki fell silent. His gaze turned somber as he looked around. Although his family and friends had not all died, some are still lost in this divine war. Everyone is gone. Is it just us left in the ninja world now? Sarada Uchiha said disappointedly. Well, in 1,000 years, in the future, we could be like the Sage of Six Paths, a legend. Shikadai Nara joked. Shikadai and Temari's son inherited the Nara family's usual lazy demeanor, but also had a bit of his mother Temari's stubborn personality. In terms of appearance, his hairstyle was still the Nara family's signature pineapple head, deep green, and his sharp eyes were inherited from his mother Temari. He was also the smartest among the new generation of the Konoha 12. What time is it that you can still make such jokes? Shinjutsu Yamashiro said with a serious face. The son of Sai and Ino inherited his father's pale complexion and his mother's blonde hair and blue eyes. Although his strength wasn't as strong as the previous generation of the Konoha 12, he was more good-looking. Hearing the words of the three, everyone fell silent. Can the reincarnation-born divine technique revive everyone? Just then, Naruto Uzumaki spoke up. No, the bodies are gone, and too many people have died. Even using the reincarnation-born divine technique would be useless. At most, it could only revive a portion of them. Sasuke Uchiha said. Damn it. Naruto Uzumaki gritted his teeth, looking unwilling. At that moment, Uchiha Chentian suddenly spoke. Come out, Otsutsuki Kagaya. I know you're watching. How much longer do you want to watch? As Uchiha Chentian's voice fell, a golden figure descended from the sky. An old man appeared before everyone. The old man held a staff in his hand, had a long beard flowing from his chin, and the staff was embedded with 9 tomo, surrounded by 18 sacred stones forming a circle. What? Sage of Six Paths? Sasuke Uchiha exclaimed in shock. It's the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto Uzumaki was also very surprised. Is he the legendary Sage of Six Paths? Surrounded by 18 sacred stones. That's quite impressive. Boruto Uzumaki exclaimed. You should be able to handle this mess. Uchiha Chentian said rudely to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya nodded at Uchiha Chentian. Then she smiled at the eagerly waiting Naruto Uzumaki and said, Don't worry, Ashura. Although I can't revive everyone, reviving 70 to 80% of the living beings is not a problem. The remaining 20 to 30% have vanished, so I can't revive them. Great. Naruto Uzumaki was excited and immediately jumped up. Although it was only 70 to 80%, it was already very good. Better than having everyone in the ninja world dead. Sasuke Uchiha said calmly. In fact, Sasuke Uchiha didn't care much about the lives of others. To him, as long as his wife, daughter, and friends were alive, the rest were not very important. This is also why when Sasuke Uchiha became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he only acted to protect those he knew. If there were too many people, he would feel powerless. Alright, then I'll begin. Tentomo Reincarnation Eye. Divine Art. Reincarnation Born Divine Technique. Otsutsuki Kagaya, the Sage of Six Paths, opened her purple Tentomo Reincarnation Eye wide, and a powerful divine ocular power shot out from her eyes. According to the original manga setting, Kagaya was born with the Reincarnation Eye, and the Reincarnation Eyes passed down by the Sage of Six Paths in the ninja world were purple, while the pure-blooded Otsutsuki clan's Reincarnation Eyes were basically red. 3 shadowy figures of King Enma, each towering at a height of 100,000 meters, appeared behind the Sage of Six Paths. The 3 massive King Enmas stood up, all opening their mouths wide, and countless specks of light poured out from their mouths, which were the souls of the countless deceased. Chapter 162. The Divine Technique of the Reincarnation Birth Eye. As countless specks of light fell across the ninja world, countless beings were revived by the Sage of Six Paths. The 3 King Enmas released the souls for about 10 minutes before all the souls were released. However, although everyone was revived, a new problem arose. It wasn't just humans and animals that were destroyed, the plants and food that were destroyed as well. Using the Reincarnation Divine Technique to resurrect so many beings, even though the Sage of Six Paths is a third-tier deity, it would still severely deplete his vitality. And now the Sage of Six Paths is left with only his soul body. At this moment, the Sage of Six Paths' divine aura seemed darker than usual. The rest is up to you. After saying that, the Sage of Six Paths directly fled. Damn! Uchiha Chentian couldn't help but complain about the situation. Chentian-senpai, can you return the ninja world to its original state? Uzumaki Naruto said excitedly, looking at Uchiha Chentian. It may not be exactly the same as before, but it should be about 70 to 80 achievable. Uchiha Chentian replied. Then, Uchiha Chentian quickly formed hand seals with both hands. His Rinnegan rapidly reversed, and a powerful ocular power immediately shot out. Divine Path Yin-Yang escape, centered around Uchiha Chentian. A highly concentrated life force rapidly spread throughout the entire ninja world at an incredible speed. A golden life force quickly enveloped the entire ninja world. The next moment, the land that was originally burning with flames slowly saw those flames vanish. Green plants began to grow from beneath the ground, and soon a vast forest appeared. Rinnegan. Time reversal. The time in the land of fire, land of wind, land of water, land of lightning, and land of earth began to flow backward, as time did not reverse for the creatures. Uchiha Chentian's consumption was not very great. However, the divine power within the 5 bloodline, Shura-level supreme eyes in Uchiha Chentian's hands was rapidly depleting. In the blink of an eye, they were completely consumed, eventually turning into ordinary eyes until they disappeared. If Bloodline Net is a power that surpasses the bloodline limit and bloodline elimination, formed by the fusion of the 7 nature transformations of fire, wind, earth, water, lightning, yin, and yang. Then, Bloodline Shura is a higher level of divine power that is achieved after mastering sage arts and integrating natural energy. A few minutes later, the ninja world began to revert to its original state. Just as Uzumaki Naruto and the others were excited and happy, a voice filled with killing intent sounded from Ada. Uchiha Chentian, where's my brother? Ada looked at Uchiha Chentian with a cold expression. Demon? After I killed Yume, he should have died too. Uchiha Chentian said calmly. You can reverse time to before. You must have a way to revive my brother. Ada gritted her teeth and said to Uchiha Chentian, you better calm down and stop thinking irrationally. Otherwise, I fear I might not be able to hold back from killing you. Uchiha Chentian said in a fierce tone. Uchiha Chentian naturally knew that Ada was thinking of killing him. If it were an ordinary Six Paths ninja, even if they weren't dead, they would still be severely injured by an invisible force. Uchiha Chentian could also feel an invisible and unseen force attacking him. Although it couldn't harm him, he was constantly being attacked. Not to mention him, even a normal person wouldn't be able to endure it. Ada, calm down. It's not Chentian-sama's fault. After all, Demon was possessed by Yume at that time. If we hadn't defeated him, all of us might have been killed by him. Kawaki stepped forward to comfort Ada. After hearing Kawaki's words, although Ada felt he had a point, it was her younger brother. Just thinking about it made Ada unable to help but cry as she hugged Kawaki. This moment made Kawaki, who had never been close to a girl, blush. But he didn't know what he was feeling now. Actually, reviving demon isn't impossible. It mainly depends on you, Uchiha Chentian said calmly. What should I do to revive my brother? Ada asked, her expression brightening. Although demon's soul has been destroyed in my destruction technique, it hasn't completely vanished. If we use the omnipotent divine technique now, along with my divine path yin-yang escape, we can still allow him to reconstitute his body, Uchiha Chentian said calmly. Okay, Ada nodded. However, when he is revived, his strength will be much weaker than before, Uchiha Chentian added. That's fine, as long as he can live, Ada said happily. All right. Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan began to move, and a powerful divine ocular power emanated from it. Rinnegan, divine path, yin-yang, escape. Omnipotent. Ada also used her omnipotent divine technique, putting all her effort into wishing for her brother demon to be revived. Just like that, in front of everyone, a white starlight began to fly from the distant sky. Those silver points of light began to gather into a human form. Demon's facial features slowly emerged. An 11 or 12-year-old boy appeared in front of everyone. Die, Uchiha Chentian. Watch my super flash. At this moment, his memories were still stuck at the moment he fought Uchiha Chentian. But before Demon could finish his sentence, he was slapped on the back of the head by his sister Ada. Ah, sister, why did you hit me? Demon shouted in dissatisfaction. Wait, how come you weren't affected by my ability? Demon exclaimed in shock. Why? Why is my power weakened so much? Demon shouted in disbelief. It must be you. Uchiha Chentian, get my power back. Demon looked as if he had lost his most beloved toy, his expression turning mad. But just as he was about to attack Uchiha Chentian, Kawaki stepped forward and that golden Rinnegan glinted. Pressure, an overwhelming pressure instantly fell upon Demon, immediately pinning him to the ground. Damn, my power has actually fallen to this point, Demon said, looking incredulous. He couldn't believe that he couldn't withstand a normal ocular technique from Kawaki now. Just be content. I didn't have your level of power at your age. You're not even 7 yet. Plus, you should thank Chentian-sama. If it weren't for him reviving you, you would have died along with Otsutsuki Yamei. Kawaki said coldly to Demon. That's right, being alive is already a blessing. You can refine more power if you lose it, but if you're dead, there's nothing left. Uzumaki Baruto consoled Demon. Baruto's words were right. Although you previously had the highest level of power in the 6 paths, your mindset didn't match your immense strength. Now, even though your power has dropped to the level of a super shadow, this isn't a bad thing for you. At least you can become more familiar with using your power, Uzumaki Naruto said, using his words to comfort Demon. Chapter 163. The end of Baruto's transmission hearing Naruto's words. Demon hesitated. From childhood, he was born with immense power. This couldn't be soothed by just a few words from Naruto. Demon turned and walked away, quickly disappearing from everyone's view. That guy still hasn't died. Uzumaki Baruto's gaze fell on Kawaki, who was on the ground. Due to the divine battle between Uchiha Chentian and Yamei, some of the divine aura emitted also fell upon Kawaki. This made Kawaki suffer tremendously. If it weren't for the divine power in his body, he would have died long ago. But now it's almost at its limit. Fortunately, Uchiha Chentian defeated Yamei. If he had given Cod a little more time, perhaps Cod could have recovered to his peak state. Dahei Tian. Kawaki is a ruthless person and doesn't say much. He directly uses the Golden Rinnegan's ocular technique to summon dozens of black-red triangular objects, each the size of 100 meters, to fall from the sky, heavily smashing down on Cod. Cod, who had only a trace of breath left, has now completely disappeared. Kawaki, what are you doing? Can't you see he has no strength to fight back? Uzumaki Baruto shouted at Kawaki. I don't have as much sympathy and compassion as you do. Cod is a very dangerous person. If he finds an opportunity, he will kill you without hesitation. Kawaki said coldly, looking at Uzumaki Baruto. You guy. Although Kawaki made a lot of sense, Uzumaki Baruto was still a bit angry. Alright, stop arguing. If he's dead, he's dead. A 6 paths, level ninja. We don't have that much energy to keep an eye on him. An ordinary ninja can't even handle a 6 paths level 1. Uchiha Sasuke said calmly. Oof. Uzumaki Baruto snorted coldly and stopped looking at Kawaki. I should leave now. The Yamei of your world has been dealt with. But the Yamei of my world is still alive. Uchiha Chentian said to Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Senior, can you stay a few more days? Uzumaki Naruto asked. No. After surpassing 6 paths and becoming a celestial god, I can't stay in this world for too long. The current space-time rules are already starting to pay attention to me. Uchiha Chentian said. Alright. Seeing that Uchiha Chentian was determined to leave, Uzumaki Naruto didn't try to persuade him further. Take care, Senior Chentian. Uchiha Sasuke said. After leaving, Let me give you a gift. As he spoke, Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan lit up. In the minds of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the memories of the Sage of Six Paths Divine Realm appeared. By the time Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke came back to their senses, Uchiha Chentian had already disappeared. As for whether Naruto and Sasuke could reach the Divine Realm, that was a matter for decades later. In the 69th year of Konoha, nearly 2 years have passed since Uchiha Chentian became a god. Uchiha Chentian, age 59, born in Konoha 10, currently in Konoha 69. Naruto and Sasuke were born in Konoha 49, and they are now both 20 years old. Uchiha Senju, born in 52, is now 17. The three of them are at the Six Paths upper realm level. In 2 years, although their strength hasn't increased as dramatically as during their childhood, moving from the Six Paths middle realm to the upper realm in 2 years has already left Naruto and Sasuke from Boruto's era far behind. Uchiha Chentian's daughter, Uchiha Xiaolin, was born in Konoha 60 and is now 9 years old, with 3 Tomo Sharingan. Her strength is unknown. Do you feel that? Sasuke. 2 powerful chakras are coming from outside the planet, Uzumaki Naruto said seriously to Uchiha Sasuke. Although these 2 auras are not as strong as his and Sasuke's, Naruto does not dare to underestimate them when facing a Six Paths level ninja, even if it is just a super shadow level ninja. Is it Otsutsuki Kenshiki or Otsutsuki Momoshiki? They arrived earlier than we expected. Uchiha Sasuke said calmly. Let's go take a look. My eternal Mangeki needs their Rinnegan to evolve into a Rinnegan. Uzumaki Naruto said with a smile. Is this the ninja world? It really is a good soil for growing chakra fruits. Otsutsuki Momoshiki sat on Kenshiki's shoulder, looking down at the planet like a high god. Because Otsutsuki Kagaya did not hand over the chakra fruit of the divine tree to the Otsutsuki high level at the specified time, the Otsutsuki high level sent Momoshiki, Kenshiki, and Urashiki to Earth to find Kagaya's whereabouts. The 3 planned to replant the divine tree by recovering the tailed beast chakra from the Jinchuriki. They also began to plunder chakra from other planets to refine it into pills for immortality. However, at this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki did not know that Kagaya's sister, Otsutsuki Yaoin, had already arrived in the ninja world before them and had been defeated by Uzumaki Naruto and others. Otsutsuki Urashiki did not come to the ninja world with Otsutsuki Momoshiki, but went to the moon first. Oh, a man, dressed like a princess. Is this the person that Uncle Chentian mentioned, a cross-dresser? Uzumaki Naruto looked curiously at Otsutsuki Yao. Otsutsuki Momoshiki has the pale skin and gray-white long hair typical of most Otsutsuki. He has no eyebrows, 2 round dots on his forehead, and 2 rabbit ear-like hard horns bending forward on his head. His eyes are Byakugan, and in the palms of his hands, there are pure-blood Otsutsuki's red Rinnegan, with black gloves on his left hand. He is dressed in noble-like clothing, looking like a princess from a kingdom. I see a pervert, Uchiha Sasuke said. The moment the 2 appeared and spoke, they directly stunned Otsutsuki Momoshiki. You 2 lower life forms dare to appear before me. Hearing the 2 insult him as a cross-dresser and pervert, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face immediately darkened. The 2 didn't exchange much before a great battle broke out. Otsutsuki Yao's red Rinnegan in his palms suddenly unleashed a terrifying ocular power. Rinnegan. Giant truth-seeking ball. Soon, a giant truth-seeking ball appeared. A truth-seeking ball the size of a kilometer smashed directly towards Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Senjutsu. Super large Rasengan. A Rasengan the size of a kilometer also appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's hand, mixed with sage power, with huge tearing force spinning rapidly on its surface. The truth-seeking ball collided with the Rasengan. Bang! A dazzling light burst forth, and the surging power instantly created a shockwave. In the starry sky, golden red flames erupted, and grand sparks fell like giant umbrella flowers from starry sky. Chapter 164. Shirin vs. Pooh. Sure, flames bloomed in the starry sky, and from a distance, they looked like countless shooting stars with long tails, reluctantly sliding across the starry sky. It's you, the fox and the Rinnegan. Your power is much stronger than reported. To his surprise, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face turned ugly. His Byakugan could tell that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were not inferior to him in strength. Although Otsutsuki Momoshiki's Byakugan seemed like a normal Byakugan, its power was not below that of the Rinnegan, also possessing its unique ocular techniques. Lord Momoshiki, the fox, and the Rinnegan have such powerful strength. Then Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama must be even more formidable. And there's also Uchiha Chentian, whose power is even stronger. Otsutsuki Kinshiki said with a heavy expression. It seems we can only retreat for now. Otsutsuki Yao said somewhat helplessly. Retreat? Sure, Otsutsuki Momoshiki. First, leave your Rinnegan behind. As he said this, Uchiha Sasuke kicked with his Rinnegan. Rinnegan. Heavenly punishment, ah! The roar of the Chilin echoed in the starry sky. Hundreds of thunder-dodging Chilin galloped through the black clouds in the cosmos. You inferior beings, I won't hold it against you. This does not mean that this deity will allow you to ride on my back. Otsutsuki Kagaya's eyes were filled with anger. Heavenly punishment. The red Rinnegan in Otsutsuki Kagaya's hands pointed towards Sasuke's heavenly punishment, as he used the fire attribute chakra of the six paths to create a firebird over a kilometer in size. The firebird was engulfed in red flames, resembling a noble phoenix, charging towards Uchiha Sasuke's Chilin like a divine beast reborn from the flames. Chilin Divine Beast vs Divine Beast Phoenix. The moment the two powerful six paths forces collided, a massive shockwave erupted, creating a semicircular destructive phenomenon in the starry sky that continuously expanded outward. The moon. Finally, the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki has appeared. At this time, Otsutsuki Shurin has reached adulthood. He is a descendant of Otsutsuki Waimura, the brother of the sage of six paths. It can be said that among the descendants of Otsutsuki Waimura, he has the bloodline closest to Waimura himself. Compared to other Otsutsuki from the moon, Otsutsuki Shurin has pale skin and blue-white long hair, slender willow leaf eyebrows, and a pair of blue Rinnegan. He wears white clothing with a Magatama pattern around his neck. In the storyline, Otsutsuki Shurin successfully awakened his Rinnegan by combining Hyuga Hanabi's Byakugan with his own Otsutsuki chakra. However, now due to the moon's Rinnegan being absorbed by Uchiha Chi, after Uchiha Chi successfully created his own Byakugan using six paths yin-yang release, Otsutsuki Shurin has successfully evolved his Byakugan into Rinnegan. His strength is not weaker than that of Shurin in the original story with Rinnegan mode. Moreover, because it is his own eye, Shurin's power is even stronger than his original self in the story. In the original story, Shurin has lost his Rinnegan, but his taijutsu is still at a super shadow level. However, in front of a six paths level Otsutsuki, it is ineffective, similar to the argument about Sasuke's taijutsu being useless. He was frozen for 10,000 years by Otsutsuki's trump card. Is Otsutsuki Shurin truly a descendant of Otsutsuki Waimura? It's really pitiful. I heard that your giant Rinnegan was absorbed by Uchiha Chentian. Even after all this, do you still want to protect Uchiha Chentian's world? Otsutsuki Pushi looked at Otsutsuki Shurjin with a cold smile. Please pay attention to your wording, sir. That is not Uchiha Chentian's world, but the world of all beings in the ninja realm. Otsutsuki Shurjin said calmly as he looked at Otsutsuki Pushi. Is that so? Then you are even more pathetic. You and I are of the same clan, yet you choose to protect those inferior beings. Otsutsuki Foss looked at Otsutsuki Shurin with a mocking expression and said, This is none of your business. If there's nothing else, then I kindly ask you to leave. Also, a word of advice. If you don't want to die, you should leave this planet as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama find out, it will be too late for you to leave. Otsutsuki Shin's words were casual. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. I admit that both of them are quite powerful, but if I want to leave, there is no one in this world who can stop me. Not even the semi-divine Uchiha Chentian. Otsutsuki Hoshiki said arrogantly. Is that so? Wishing you a smooth journey. Otsutsuki Shurin said calmly. There is something I would like to borrow from you. Otsutsuki Pushur smiled and looked at Otsutsuki Shurin, saying, borrowing something? It seems that we're not very familiar with each other. Are we? Otsutsuki Shurin could feel the malicious gaze of Otsutsuki Pushi looking at him. Without a second thought, Otsutsuki Shurin directly refused. Don't you want to borrow it, Your Excellency? No problem. Then I'll take it myself. Otsutsuki Shinjutsu, I want your pair of Rinnegan. As Tsutsuki Pori's voice just fell, Tsutsuki Shurin's mind moved, and 9 Tao-seeking jewels appeared beside him, while a green chakra cloak manifested on his body. Reincarnation, Eye Chakra Mode. Time freeze. Tsutsuki Pori directly threw the black box to Tsutsuki Shurin's feet, instantly emitting white smoke that enveloped Tsutsuki Shurin. However, just as the white smoke was about to touch Tsutsuki Shurin, he vanished with a swift movement. In the storyline, Pori used this move to instantly kill Shurin, freezing him on the moon. A mere trick. In the Reincarnation Eye mode, Otsutsuki Shurin's right palm faces Otsutsuki Pushi. Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Multiple truth-seeking balls are instantly released from the palm, and then he uses both hands to rotate these truth-seeking balls. As they spin, a layer of green chakra covers the surface of the truth-seeking balls, forming a green aura, which then unleashes a massive tornado toward Otsutsuki Pushi. Is this a time-space ninjutsu? Otsutsuki Pushi secretly thought. Heavenly Susanoo's meteor. Otsutsuki Pushi swung his six paths ninja tool, the red light fishing rod, towards Otsutsuki Sharon, shooting out countless powerful hooks infused with six paths power towards Otsutsuki Sharon. Heavenly Susanoo's meteor vs Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. A towering tornado reaching a kilometer high collided with countless beams formed by the fishhooks. The immense power made the space shatter like a hammer striking a mirror, with crystalline cracks crisscrossing. Boom! A surge of energy shot up into the sky from the moon. If it were nighttime, some ninjas with keen eyesight in the ninja world would see a massive beam of light rising from the moon towards the starry sky. We cannot fight here, or it will destroy the moon. He could only defeat him or force Otsutsuki Pushi away in the shortest time possible. Otsutsuki Sharon thought to himself as he saw the destruction of his lunar base. Chapter 165, The Era of Tattoos and the Era of Eyes, Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Otsutsuki Sharon immediately transformed the 9 Dao-seeking jewels beside him into a huge yellow chakra sword. He swung the sword towards Otsutsuki Pushi. A flash of yellow sword light passed by, and wherever the sword light went, the space was sliced in half. Clang! The sword light fell on Otsutsuki Kenshiki's black rod, and the sound of weapons clashing echoed. The two exchanged blows, one with a sword and the other with a rod. In just 1 second, they exchanged tens of thousands of moves before both retreated simultaneously. Otsutsuki Shinjiro moved behind Otsutsuki Pushi and swung his chakra sword at him. Thousand Paper Crane's instantaneous technique is one of Pushi's blue renegade abilities, allowing him to transform into several red light paper cranes at the moment of being attacked and disappear from the enemy's sight. After that, Otsutsuki Pushi can appear anywhere at will. Otsutsuki Pushi then moved behind Otsutsuki Shinjiro. With a single strike, Otsutsuki Shinjiro's body was instantly obliterated. Shadow clone? Otsutsuki Pushi's expression changed. A green orb of light covered Otsutsuki Shiren's right hand with green chakra, and then a beam of green light gathered in the palm and shot towards Otsutsuki Pushi. Otsutsuki Pushi's body was directly pierced through. It's over. The celestial being Otsutsuki Pushi. Otsutsuki Sharon said faintly. Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Otsutsuki's hands appeared in a strong chakra circle, which instantly launched a massive tornado that hit Otsutsuki Pushi directly. Boom! A white mist appeared in the starry sky, shrouding the stars for thousands of miles around. Have they escaped? Otsutsuki Shiren muttered to himself. Outer space. Damn, why are all of Kagaya's descendants so twisted? Otsutsuki Pushi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face full of anger. Who is it? Just then, Otsutsuki Pushi's expression changed. He raised the black rod in his hand and struck forward. A red beam stretching over 100 meters exploded a giant meteorite with a diameter of 10,000 meters. You're really angry, Otsutsuki Pushi, a man dressed in white, with pale skin and long light blue hair, with horns on his forehead similar to Pushi's, and a pair of blue renegade eyes that looked almost identical to Uchiha Itachi, appeared in front of Otsutsuki Pushi. Are you also sent by the higher-ups? Otsutsuki Pushi asked curiously as he looked at Otsutsuki SE. No. I'm not from your side. I am from the Otsutsuki clan of the ninja world. My name is Otsutsuki SE. Otsutsuki SE smiled and said to Otsutsuki Pushi, Otsutsuki SE, your bloodline is even closer to my clan than Otsutsuki Shiren's. Oh no, your bloodline has already reached the level of ordinary clansman's chakra. Otsutsuki Pushi said seriously. Really? Then I'm really happy. Otsutsuki SE laughed. Just say what you want, or are you here to hunt me down? Otsutsuki Pushi's tone suddenly turned cold. No, I'm not here to kill you, senior. My goal is the same as yours, to plant the God Tree on this planet. Of course, it would be even better if I could kill Uchiha Sasuke. Otsutsuki SE said earnestly. Is that so? If that's the case, then that's great. Hearing Otsutsuki SE say that his goal is the same as his own, Otsutsuki Pushi smiled. But what he thought in his heart, no one knows. The same goes for Otsutsuki SE. Both were equally scheming and had ulterior motives. Boom! Under the combined efforts of Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kenshiki were badly beaten. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was okay, just a bit ragged in his clothes. But Otsutsuki Kinshiki was in a terrible state, with more than half of his body destroyed by Naruto's Rasengan. In the original series, Otsutsuki Kinshiki had strength comparable to Uchiha Sasuke. But now, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was far inferior to Uchiha Sasuke. His strength was only at the lower tier of the six paths, while Uchiha Sasuke was at the upper tier. If it weren't for Otsutsuki Momoshiki helping him, he would have been cut down by Uchiha Sasuke long ago. Ah, damn it. Please, Lord Momoshiki, mercilessly devour me. Otherwise, we will both die at the hands of the Rinnegan and the Fox. Otsutsuki Kinshiki looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki with anticipation. Of course I will do that, Otsutsuki Momoshiki said maniacally. Otsutsuki Momoshiki placed his left hand on Otsutsuki Kinshiki's head. The next moment, the red Rinnegan in the palm of his hand emitted a red glow that enveloped Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Otsutsuki Kinshiki did not resist and was directly turned into a chakra fruit by Otsutsuki Momoshiki. What? Naruto Uzumaki was shocked. Momoshiki turned Kinshiki into a chakra fruit, and that guy had such strong power, yet he willingly let Momoshiki turn him into a chakra fruit. Speaking of which, Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan glared. Rinnegan, Amaterasu. The next moment, a black flame appeared on Otsutsuki Momoshiki. But Otsutsuki Momoshiki didn't care about the Amaterasu flames on him. Instead, he directly consumed the chakra fruit that Kinshiki had turned into. After devouring the chakra fruit transformed from Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki emitted a powerful chakra aura. His Byakugan turned golden. A golden Rinnegan appeared on his forehead, and the red Rinnegan in his hands turned to gold. When absorbing or releasing ninjutsu, the Rinnegan on his forehead and the Rinnegan in his palms would instantly switch to red. His hair began to grow longer. Black stripes appeared on his body and face, and the horns on his head stood upright. In the movie version, Momoshiki transformed into a form similar to Orochimaru's cursed seal, and a purple Rinnegan opened on his forehead, while the Rinnegan in his hands also turned purple. Truly, Boruto relies on tattoos, while Naruto relies on eyes. Seeing this, Uchiha Chentian muttered to himself. Dad, what are you talking about? Uchiha Senju asked curiously. At this time, Uchiha Senju had grown to nearly the same height as Uchiha Chentian. Uchiha Chentian was 1.85 meters tall. Uchiha Senju was 1.80 meters tall, 17 years old. It is estimated that before he turns 20, he should grow to about the same height as Uchiha Chentian or even surpass 1.85 meters. It's nothing. I'm just watching the battle between Naruto and Sasuke against Momoshiki. Uchiha Chentian said calmly. Is that so? But it's really strange. Momoshiki's power suddenly increased several times. Was he hiding his power before? Uchiha Senju's Rinnegan transformed into the state of the Rinne Sharingan, and his gaze also looked into outer space. Shinra Tensei Otsutsuki Momoshiki's golden Rinnegan on his forehead glared, and an invisible force erupted from him, repelling all nearby objects and causing damage. Boom! Chapter 166. Naruto and Sasuke vs. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Bansho Tenon. Uchiha Sasuke's right purple Rinnegan glared, and an invisible force shot out from him. Boom! The two invisible forces collided together. Crack! Uchiha Sasuke instantly moved behind Otsutsuki Momoshiki. He slashed at Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Clang! The sound of weapons clashing echoed. Damn, Rinnegan! You lowly creature! A long knife appeared in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's hand, blocking Uchiha Sasuke's longsword. Get lost! Otsutsuki Momoshiki shouted angrily, slamming his palm into Uchiha Sasuke's chest. This palm directly caused Uchiha Sasuke to spit out blood. Rinnegan. Amaterasu. Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan glared, and a drop of blood flowed from his eye. A black flame ignited on Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Oh, I can't absorb it, Otsutsuki Momoshiki said in surprise. It contains sage power, and sage power is not ordinary chakra. Your Rinnegan can absorb any ninjutsu, but it can't absorb sage techniques, Uchiha Sasuke said with a cold smile. Is that so? It seems you know a lot about our abilities, but if I can't absorb it, then I'll just destroy it. Saying this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's golden Rinnegan glared. Purification, purification. It's not a specialized technique. It's just Otsutsuki Momoshiki using his own power to eliminate those powers that are not as strong as his own. Is he using six paths water release to extinguish Amaterasu? Uchiha Sasuke said in surprise. In Izuka's canine life, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body was enveloped in six paths earth attribute chakra, and behind him transformed into multiple giant beasts with dragon heads and snake bodies, each towering over 100 meters. The dragon-headed, snake-bodied beasts exuded a terrifying aura. Roar! A strange sound echoed. What did that idiot run off to? Why hasn't he come back yet? Uchiha Sasuke was thinking in his heart, as his Rinnegan emitted a powerful ocular power. His hands began to form seals rapidly, and a golden chakra surrounded Sasuke, with a giant snake appearing behind him. 9 truth-seeking orbs circled around Uchiha Sasuke, slowly rotating. Magical Dragon 8 styles. Carp leaps over the Dragon Gate. Lightning release. Dragon roar. Lightning release. Divine Dragon emerges from a sea. Lightning release. Twin Dragons draw water. Lightning release. Black Dragon battles the heavens. Uchiha Sasuke's fizz struck out quickly, and 7 lightning dragons of different shapes appear behind him. Roar. Oh, the sound of dragon roars echoed. Boom! The dragon snake collided with the lightning dragons, entangling in close combat. Bang! Bang! In the end, the dragon snake gained the upper hand. Although the dragon status was above the dragon snake compared to the dragon snake, the lightning dragons seemed juvenile. Soon, the lightning dragons gradually disappeared due to a lack of chakra. Roar! After defeating the 7 smaller lightning dragons, the dragon snake opened its terrifying mouth and lunged at Uchiha Sasuke. Rinnegan, heavenly power hand. Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan flickered, and his position began to swap with Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Again with this, Otsutsuki Kinshiki snorted coldly, raising his golden Rinnegan palm to absorb the dragon snake he had summoned. Senjutsu, super large Rasengan. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki smashed a giant Rasengan toward Otsutsuki Kinshiki. What? Otsutsuki Kinshiki was startled. More Senjutsu. His expression darkened as he realized that his Rinnegan could not absorb Naruto's Rasengan. Get out of my way. Otsutsuki Kinshiki pushed back against the 100-meter-sized Rasengan with great force, finally sending it flying into the sky. His power is so great that he can push my Rasengan away without using the Rinnegan. Naruto Uzumaki was surprised. That is divine power. His body possesses divine power. Although it's not much, it allows his strength to increase by dozens of times. Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan locked onto Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Divine power? No wonder he's so powerful. Divine power cannot be compared to the 6 Paths power. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed. Let's go together. His divine power is running low. Even if he is at the peak of the 6 Paths, we still have a chance to win. Saying this, Uchiha Sasuke activated the complete body Susanoo and charged at Otsutsuki Kinshiki. A massive chakra exterior resembling a skeletal frame instantly appeared. The surface of the skeleton rapidly grew numerous shapes resembling muscle tissue, followed by a purple armor appearing on his body, and a pair of wings extending 1,000 meters long. The complete body Susanoo stood at a height of 1,000 meters. Saru Rock, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's 3 eyes fiercely flickered. The 6 Paths fire power and 6 Paths earth power quickly fused into one. A similarly 1,000-meter-tall red giant rapidly emerged. It was a red giant mixed with fire and earth, and its entire body radiated extreme heat. Its speed and power could easily suppress the Nine Tails, but it could not withstand the combined might of the Nine Tails and the complete body Susanoo. Ultimately, it was defeated by Naruto and Sasuke's ultimate form, the armored Susanoo. However, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's current strength was even greater than in the original story. Boom! The giant concentrated chakra into a fist, raising it to strike the complete body Susanoo. The complete body Susanoo responded with a punch of its own. Bang! Their fists collided, and the space instantly exploded, revealing visible cracks and producing deafening sonic booms, shaking the starry sky as shockwaves spread out. The complete body Susanoo was forced back by the opponent's power. At the moment the complete body Susanoo was sent flying, Uchiha Sasuke formed a seal with his fingers, and a massive purple chakra sword emerged from the right hand of Susanoo, swinging it toward the red giant. Senjutsu, 10-knuckle sword. This was a chakra sword imbued with powerful divine power. The red giant summoned by Otsutsuki Kinshiki had no technique and simply swung a punch. Roar! At the moment the red giant opened its mouth, a scorching howl pierced the starry sky. In that instant, the red giant's body seemed to double in size, its momentum rising again, and the surrounding temperature increased. The giant fist met the 10-knuckle sword. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the 10-knuckle sword, imbued with Senjutsu, broke in half. A massive explosion erupted, sending flames soaring into the sky like a beam of light. Puffed. Uchiha Sasuke coughed up blood from the backlash, and the armor of the complete body Susanoo cracked. Otsutsuki Kinshiki shouted. Just as Otsutsuki Kinshiki controlled the Red Giant to attack Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto and Sage of Six Paths mode appeared. Armored Susanoo. This time, Naruto directly attached the Nine Tails tails to the complete body Susanoo, transforming it into a three-headed, six-armed Susanoo. Chapter 167. Sasuke's Divine Punishment. The three-headed, six-armed Susanoo struck the Red Giant with a sword, instantly cleaving it in half. Boom! A massive explosion rang out. What? Otsutsuki Kinshiki was shocked. There was no time for him to be surprised. The three-headed, six-armed complete body Susanoo charged at Otsutsuki Kinshiki. The chakra emitted by the six arms pierced through Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body. Otsutsuki Kinshiki looked in disbelief at the three-headed, six-armed complete body Susanoo with nine tails. How is this possible? How could I be defeated by a lowly creature? There's nothing impossible, Kinshiki. I will take your Rinnegan. Saying this, Naruto Uzumaki controlled the arms of the nine-tailed Susanoo to break Otsutsuki Kinshiki's arms. Although Otsutsuki Kinshiki had many Rinnegan, his actual strength was not as formidable as it appeared. If we were to calculate his battle power based on the Rinnegan, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, with 3 Rinnegan and a pair of golden eyes, should be very strong. But he only used his 2 Rinnegan to double the damage of absorbed ninjutsu, or refined chakra, into pills to enhance his strength. He couldn't unleash the original power of those Rinnegan at all. Only the recently awakened Rinnegan on his forehead held some power. His pair of Rinnegan was likely obtained after fighting with other Otsutsuki. The Otsutsuki clan has a long lifespan, and with the ability to reincarnate. Each Otsutsuki can be said to have a truly eternal lifespan as long as they are not killed. No! Otsutsuki Kinshiki roared in anger, his golden eyes emitting a terrifying ocular power, an invisible pressure enveloping Naruto and Sasuke, who had just exited the three-headed, six-armed mode. Such power is too weak. You should just die. Uchiha Sasuke said calmly. Rinnegan. Divine Punishment. Sasuke's Rinnegan flickered. Mangeki. Maha Unlimited. Naruto's Maha Unlimited maximized the power of Sasuke's Divine Punishment. A 10-meter-long Kirin charged directly toward Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Although this Kirin was less than 1/10 the size of the previous one, and its numbers were fewer than when Sasuke used this ocular technique, its power was dozens to hundreds of times greater than before. Boom! At the moment the Chilin collided with Otsutsuki Peach's body, a terrifying explosion erupted, and countless powerful energies shot out from within. A gigantic black hole appeared directly in the starry sky. Buzzing as the black hole emerged in the starry sky, it created sounds, light, and even included Peach's thoughts. When everything around disappeared, what remained was a pitch-black spatial rift. Sasuke, your new divine punishment is too terrifying. Just one Chilin has such horrifying power. If this were to fall into the ninja world, would it destroy the entire ninja world? Uzumaki Naruto said in disbelief. I gathered all the Chilins into one. All the Six Paths Thunder release power is concentrated in this one Chilin, plus your Maha Wuyong. The power of this Chilin is hundreds of times greater than before. I believe that even a god could be killed if hit by it. This can no longer be called divine punishment. Calling it divine judgment would be more appropriate. Uchiha Sasuke said calmly. Does that mean Uncle Chentian could be killed? Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed. Oh, about that? I don't know. Lord Chentian himself has the power to battle above his level, and he has already been a god for several years. He is not comparable to ordinary gods. It's like we can defeat any Otsutsuki of the same level, even those with greater power than us. Uchiha Sasuke said. Divine judgment? Such power could indeed kill a newly ascended god. Those two guys are the children of the world in the ninja realm. If they really encounter a god from the Otsutsuki clan, they might actually be able to slay a god. Uchiha Chentian thought to himself. If that's the case, then I can go to other planets with peace of mind. I believe that even if powerful gods come, Naruto and my nephew still have the strength to fight back. Uchiha Chentian muttered to himself, while his gaze fell on his own attributes. Uchiha Chentian age, 59 years old, born in Konoha 10. Currently nearing 70 years in Konoha, Sage Techniques, Super Sage Mode, Susanoo Creation, Sage King Mode. Sage King Taijutsu, Tenfold 8 Gates King Fist, Panga Tattoo. Also known as the Wedge of Otsutsuki, Sage King Mode. Reincarnation Eye Technique. Time-space travel upgraded to time-space instantaneous movement. No longer needing to leave spatial coordinates on the opponent. He can directly traverse to the time and space he wishes to go, or the time and space locked by his spiritual power. Left reincarnation eye fused with left reincarnation eye, evolved eye technique. Starry sky, 10,000 paths. After the upgrade of 10,000 paths, as the name suggests, the previous 10,000 paths evolved into any ninjutsu sage art before the creation of heaven and earth. Block heaven 10,000 worlds. This is Uchiha Chentian's newly awakened divine eye technique from 7 days ago, capable of traversing to other dimensional worlds. Traversable worlds, Scion world, where Super Shadow possesses the destructive power to destroy the moon, and with various special abilities. The combat power of the Super Shadow is equivalent to 10,000 in the Dragon Ball world. Six Paths Powerhouse has a combat power of 100,000, and half-step gods have 1,000,000. Gods, first rank 10 million, second rank 20 million, third rank 40 million, fourth rank 80 million, fifth rank 16 million, sixth rank 32 million, seventh rank 72 million, eighth rank 1,400,000,000, ninth rank 2,880,000,000. Earth. Is this Earth? What a beautiful planet. A tall man over 2 meters high said with a cold smile. The next moment, the man raised 2 fingers to the sky. A powerful energy wave shot out from him as the center. A small city with a diameter of over 10 kilometers was turned into flat ground just like that. Naba, you really are an idiot. If you destroy Dragon Ball 2, then our wish for immortality will not be realized. Vegeta said coldly. Saw thee. I was too excited just now. Hearing Vegeta's words, Naba immediately broke into a cold sweat. Forget it. Let's go find the strongest fighter on this planet. Saying this, Vegeta's feet left the ground and slowly flew into the air. An hour later, a black hole appeared in the sky above Earth, and a man dressed in white emerged from the black hole. Are those 2 Naba and Vegeta? Uchiha Chentian looked at the large and small figures in the distance. Although he came to the Dragon Ball world, Uchiha Chentian was not alone in this time and space. He had also sent out several shadow clones to other Dragon Ball timelines. Chapter 168. Dragon Ball World as Uchiha Chentian's strength reached the Sage God level. As long as the main body does not die, his shadow clones can be said to be completely indistinguishable from the real person, having physical bodies. Each of his clones possesses divine power, and since divine power can create life, it is no surprise that he can turn clones into entities. Meanwhile, 2 figures stood in the air, both dressed in white armored battle suits with capes, wearing red lens scouters, and clad in white long boots and gloves. One was tall, over 2 meters, with a robust build, a large beard, and a shiny bald head. The other was short, only 1 meter 64, but with his towering hairstyle, he likely exceeded 1 meter 70, a straight nose, and a sly smile at the corner of his mouth, confidently crossing his arms. Below them, what was once a prosperous city had turned into a massive sinkhole, emitting black smoke. 610, 1770, 1480, 2800, 3500. How could there be so many powerful fighters on such a trash planet? This is impossible. Then, 3500, Krillin. 1770, Yamcha. 1480, Gohan. 2800, Tien Shinhan. 1830, Kaiatsu. 610. Is this a malfunction? Naba pressed his battle power detector and then spoke in shock. Don't be so surprised. Anyway, they're not our opponents. Let's go have some fun with them. Vegeta said with a sinister smile. Okay. Naba nodded, although Vegeta said that those people were not their opponents. That was only true for Vegeta. For Naba, so many beings with battle powers exceeding 2,000 already had the strength to injure him, and if he were careless, he might very well be killed. What a terrifying aura, especially that short scion. His aura is even more horrifying. Yamcha said with a serious expression. Damn it, I just revived a few years ago. Am I going to die again? Goku, when will you arrive? Krillin said helplessly. BBB, Piccolo. Little Gohan trembled behind Piccolo, shivering all over. That big guy is coming towards us now. Tien Shinhan's eyes were fixated on Naba, who was walking towards him step by step. Haha, finally, I can stretch my legs. Naba cracked his neck and walked towards Piccolo and the others with a murderous aura. It's quite lively. Just then, Uchiha Chentian's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone's eyes fell on Uchiha Chentian. He was a man about 20 years old, dressed in a white coat, with 6 black tomo patterns on his chest, a red whirlpool symbol on his back, and a grid of tomo, 3 tomo per row below. The man's eyes were adorned with a golden pattern resembling the reincarnation eye, featuring 9 purple Sharingan tomo within the design. Who is this person? Beep, beep, beep. Boom. This detector must be malfunctioning. Combat power exceeds 20,000. The expression on Naba's face instantly turned to one of terror. 20,000? That's just 1% of my aura. Uchiha Chentian thought to himself. If that's the case, then a super shadow level ninja here should have over 10,000 combat power. A super shadow level ninja possesses various ninjutsu. One super shadow should be able to take on several opponents of equal strength in the Dragon Ball world. Uchiha Chentian calculated in his mind. It must be your detector that's malfunctioning. His combat power is indeed a bit higher, but it's only 15,000, not yet exceeding 20,000. As he spoke, Vegeta's gaze grew more serious. Don't look at me. I won't interfere in your battle. Uchiha Chentian said with a smile on his face. Who exactly is this guy? The aura he just emitted was even more terrifying than that short scion. Krillin said in shock. I don't know, but he's definitely not from Earth. His eyes are very strange. I've never seen eyes like that before. Yamcha said curiously. Strange? That three-eyed guy is also quite strange. Perhaps there are secrets in this world that we don't know about. For instance, we never knew that Son Goku was an alien. Piccolo said calmly. Don't just talk about me. I've never seen any Earthling that looks exactly like you. Tien-Shinhan said casually. You're not going to interfere? That's great. It seems you Earthlings aren't all in cahoots. Ha! Naba said, suddenly bursting into laughter. Since this is our first meeting, let me give you a few gifts. Saying this, Naba took out a bottle. Inside, he pulled out 7 or 8 seeds and planted them in the ground. Soon, 7 or 8 cultivators quickly emerged from the ground. Be careful. Those strange creatures are not simple. Krillin said seriously. Don't worry. We made a lot of progress this past year. Yamcha said confidently. Don't be too careless. Let's quickly deal with these little monsters. Our real opponents are that big scion named Naba and Vegeta. Piccolo said coldly, not taking any of the cultivators seriously. Watch this. Kamehameha. Thanks to Uchiha Chentian's appearance and Piccolo's warning, Yamcha went all out from the start, not allowing a single cultivator to self-destruct and take him down. A few minutes later, after Yamcha joined forces with Krillin and others, all the cultivators were eliminated before they even had a chance to attack. Wow, so impressive. Little Gohan said with admiration. Don't envy them. Your strength is not inferior to theirs. You need to be more confident in your own power. Piccolo said coldly to little Gohan. Ah yes, Uncle Piccolo. Little Gohan nodded. What a bunch of trash to be killed so quickly. Now, it's my turn to take action. Yeah, Naba roared, and the world changed colors. A white aura enveloped him entirely. Here he comes. That guy's about to strike. Piccolo shouted. All the Dragon Ball warriors stared intensely at Naba. Are you all ready to die? Naba smiled slightly and charged forward. It's you, three-eyed guy. In an instant, Naba appeared in front of Tien-Shinhan, swinging his fist and brutally breaking Tien-Shinhan's left arm, demonstrating the vast difference in their powers. Tien-Shinhan cried out in pain, clutching his broken arm. Just as Krillin was about to rush to help, Naba casually swatted him away. Although Piccolo's combat power was not much lower than Naba's, when Naba unleashed his full power, his combat power surged to 5,000, making it impossible for Piccolo to stop him. If Naba hadn't been in a hurry to kill Piccolo and the others, but rather intended to toy with Krillin and the others. Chapter 169, Vegeta's doubt. After about 10 minutes, Naba finally grew bored. Just as Naba was about to kill Tien-Shinhan, preparing to smash his head with a punch, Yajirobe flew up from behind and tightly hugged him. Yajirobe, what are you trying to do? Get away quickly, Tien-Shinhan shouted. Goodbye, Tien. And everyone, Yajirobe's face showed a look of resignation. Everyone knew what Yajirobe intended. He planned to sacrifice himself to take Naba down with him. At that moment, just as Yajirobe was about to self-destruct, whoosh, Yajirobe disappeared without exploding, because he was taken away by Uchiha Chentian. Just a minute ago, the 3 or 4-year-old little Gohan had approached Uchiha Chentian, feeling an overwhelming despair against such a powerful opponent. So he decided to muster the courage to walk up to Uchiha Chentian, able to sense auras. Little Gohan could understand Uchiha Chentian's strength better than Vegeta and Naba combined. Uncle, you're also an Earthling. Why won't you take action? Those 2 bad guys plan to kill everyone in the world. Little Gohan asked Uchiha Chentian. Compared to the terrifying Naba, little Gohan preferred to face the seemingly gentle Uchiha Chentian, even though he knew Uchiha Chentian's power was much greater. No reason. I simply don't want to. And I never said I was an Earthling. Uchiha Chentian replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing Uchiha Chentian's words, little Gohan's face turned pale with despair. Just as little Gohan was about to leave, Uchiha Chentian's voice rang out. However, if you beg me, then perhaps I might consider taking action. Uchiha Chentian looked at little Gohan with a playful gaze. Without any hesitation, little Gohan immediately knelt down. Yajirobe! No! Tien Shinhan shouted in terror. Whoosh! Yajirobe disappeared, but no explosion occurred. Alright, the game ends here. Prince Vegeta, Son Goku, is almost at Earth. How about this, on my account? Let's pause for a moment until Son Goku, also known as Kakarot, arrives before we continue. Uchiha Chentian's voice rang out again. Who do you think you are? You say pause and we pause? I. Upon hearing Uchiha Chentian's words, Naba's anger surged, momentarily forgetting that Uchiha Chentian's strength far surpassed his own. Get lost. Uchiha Chentian's word, get lost, sent Naba, over 2 meters tall and weighing over 300 kilograms, flying away, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a large crater. By the time Naba crawled out of the crater, he was already injured, spitting out blood and lying on the ground in pain for a while before he could stand up. Everyone was shocked, staring at Uchiha Chentian in disbelief. Just using the aura emitted from his eyes was enough to injure Naba like this. What kind of combat power gap must exist to achieve this? Vic's gaze was fixed on Uchiha Chentian. He knew this move as well, but it could only be used against those with combat power not exceeding 300. This meant that Uchiha Chentian's strength had to be at least 10 times that of Naba. Damn, this guy must be hiding his strength. It seems that the humans on this planet all have the ability to conceal their combat power. The combat power detector is practically useless here. His combat power is definitely not just 15,000 points. It might have already exceeded 20,000. It looks like I can only transform into a giant ape to defeat him. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, damn, just from his aura, he's already caused me such serious injuries. That guy with the strange eyes, his combat power absolutely exceeds 20,000 points. It wasn't a malfunction of the detector. It truly was his combat power that just exploded. Naba said while taking deep breaths. What should we do, Vegeta? Naba, unsure whether to strike again, could only turn to Vegeta for guidance. Wait, Vegeta said coldly. He then turned to Uchiha Chentian and said, alright, I'll give you some face. I will wait for 3 hours. And if Kakarot hasn't arrived by then, I will personally take action. Vegeta stated to Uchiha Chentian. 3 hours isn't enough. At Goku's speed, it should take him about 3 hours and 10 minutes to get here. Uchiha Chentian's eyes looked into the distance. His Rinnegan could see that Goku in the underworld was already approaching King Yan's domain. Alright, then let us add 10 more minutes. It seems your eyes can see very far. You must not be from Earth, just like that Namekian. Also, it looks like you know a lot about me. Have we met somewhere before? Vegeta curiously asked Uchiha Chentian. I've seen you on planet Vegeta before. You were just a child back then. But we didn't really communicate. Uchiha Chentian smiled and replied, through the memories transmitted from his clone in another timeline of the Dragon Ball world. Uchiha Chentian indeed met Vegeta on planet Vegeta. On planet Vegeta, Uchiha Chentian extracted a lot of Saiyan genes. Although the Saiyans' power is not particularly impressive in the Dragon Ball universe, their transformed power can far surpass many races. Not to mention the 50-fold increase in combat power when transforming into a Super Saiyan. Even the 10-fold power of transforming into a giant ape is not something many races can compete with. What is your name? Vegeta asked. Uchiha Chentian. Uchiha Chentian replied. Uchiha Chentian? Vegeta questioned with a puzzled expression. He couldn't recall having seen a Saiyan like Uchiha Chentian with such unique eyes. Vegeta couldn't believe he hadn't heard of him before unless Uchiha Chentian wasn't a Saiyan. If that's the case, then it wouldn't be strange for him to know me. Vegeta thought to himself. However, Vegeta, I remember your combat power had already exceeded 2,000 over 20 years ago. How come now, after more than 20 years, your combat power is only just under 20,000? Uchiha Chentian asked with feigned curiosity. When Goku was just born, Vegeta was around 4 or 5 years old and could easily kill 5 enhanced soldiers, with ordinary soldiers having a combat power of around 1,000. Vegeta's combat power was estimated to be over 2,000. What? My combat power has surpassed my father's. I'm the strongest Saiyan on planet Vegeta. How dare you say it's only under 20,000? Hearing Uchiha Chentian belittle him, Vegeta immediately got angry. Chapter 170, Dragon Ball God Level. 20 years to only reach 18,000 points in combat power? Is that high? You should know that you had 2,000 points back then. And Goku only had 2 points, but through 20 years of training, Goku now has 8,000 points of combat power. Moreover, he can unleash combat power exceeding 20,000 with 8,000 points of power. Do you really think your 18,000 points of combat power is impressive? You should know that when I was on planet Vegeta, I saw a newborn scion with already 10,000 points of combat power. And that scion named Broly. His combat power is now at least over 1,000,000 points. UchihaChentian calmly stated. What? Impossible. How could anyone be born with a combat power of over 10,000 points? Naba said in disbelief. Haha, believe it or not. UchihaChentian laughed. It's normal for Naba, that simple-minded scion, not to believe, but UchihaChentian believed Vegeta would. Could it be the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta muttered to himself. Vegeta, you guessed it right. He is the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. The legendary Super Saiyan. Even without training, his combat power would double every year. If he trains, his combat power would reach an unimaginable level. UchihaChentian explained. Soon, 3 hours passed. After chatting for a few more minutes, UchihaChentian and Vegeta stopped talking. Knowing some history of the Saiyans, the exchange between UchihaChentian and Vegeta was quite good. At least now Vegeta no longer considered UchihaChentian an enemy. Or rather, he temporarily did not see UchihaChentian as an enemy. Little three-eyed guy, come here. UchihaChentian called out to Tien, who had a broken arm. Little guy. This guy looks about the same as me. How dare he call me that? Although Tien's expression was not good, he still walked towards UchihaChentian. At least he was showing some respect, because UchihaChentian saved Chaozu. What do you want from me? Tien said pale-faced to UchihaChentian. It'll be fine soon. With that, UchihaChentian's right eye shone with a golden-purple light, and in the next second, Tien's broken arm quickly grew back. This is my hand. It actually grew back. Tien exclaimed in shock. This is too incredible. Yamcha exclaimed. It actually grew back like Piccolo. Krillin said in surprise. Great, Tien. Chaozu happily said. What? This guy actually has such abilities? Is he a monster? Naba exclaimed in shock. Naba, you'd better say less bad stuff about him. He might hear you. Vegeta said casually. Okay. Naba's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He recalled how UchihaChentian had just injured him with his aura. Such a powerful aura. Is that Goku? Krillin exclaimed. Exactly, it's Goku's aura. After just a year, that guy's aura has become this powerful. Yamcha said in astonishment. Such an aura is at least 5 to 6 times stronger than ours. Moreover, it might not even be Goku's full power. Tien said, feeling somewhat incredulous. Damn, what kind of training has that guy undergone? In just 1 year, our gap has become so vast. Piccolo's face was filled with unwillingness. What were those guys talking about? Is Kakarot really here? Nappa said curiously. I don't know. They have the ability to hide their battle power. It's not strange that they can sense others' battle power now. Vegeta said as he picked up the power detector from the ground. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as Vegeta put on the power detector, the data on the screen began to jump rapidly. 8,000 points. Impossible. How could Kakarot have such high battle power? Vegeta exclaimed. Although he had heard UchihaChentian say that Son Goku's battle power reached over 10,000, seeing it for himself still shocked Vegeta. What joke. Kakarot is just a low-class warrior. How could his battle power surpass mine? A noble warrior. Nappa couldn't believe it either. I don't know. This Earth has the ability to hide one's battle power, so the power detector is useless now. With that, Vegeta threw the power detector to the ground and stomped on it hard, smashing it. Just as Vegeta crushed the power detector, Son Goku finally arrived on the flying Nimbus. Great, everyone is still alive. A man wearing a blue vest and blue boots, with a yellow line running down the center and blue wristbands, stood about 178 meters tall, and with his hair exceeded 180 meters. Son Goku jumped down from the Nimbus, smiling as he said, Dad, Goku. Everyone exclaimed excitedly. Great, Dad. You're finally back. Little Gohan rushed to hug Son Goku, tears streaming down his face. After all, he was just a 4 or 5-year-old child. Suddenly separated from his parents for a year and living alone is tough. Even though Gohan is a half-Saiyan, he is still an ordinary child. All right, Gohan, don't cry. Dad is back now. Son Goku comforted little Gohan with a gentle smile. I know everything that has happened to you. At that moment, Son Goku placed his hand on little Gohan's head and spoke to Piccolo and the others. What? Krillin and the others still didn't quite understand what Son Goku was talking about. That must be UchihaChentian, right? No wonder he is the god of our galaxy. It's no surprise that Lord Northkai said that as long as you are around, others won't be in danger. Son Goku said with a smile. What, he's a god? Everyone was shocked. Yes, I heard Lord Kai say that UchihaChentian is the newly promoted god of the galaxy, ranking higher than the gods of Earth. Second only to Lord Kai. Son Goku said calmly. God of the galaxy? No wonder he has healing abilities. It turns out he is a deity. Yamcha exclaimed. In the Dragon Ball world, the hierarchy of gods is as follows. Karen, the lowest tier god. Next is the Earth's god, the planet's god, second tier god. The third tier god is the god of the galaxy, who controls a galaxy, like the Galaxy King, but he only has a god position and some special super abilities. Not strong combat power. The fourth tier god is the King of Hell. The fifth tier god is Lord Kai. The sixth tier god is the Great Lord Kai. The seventh tier god is the candidate for the King of Kai. The eighth tier god is the King of Kai. And the ninth tier god is the Great King of Kai. Chapter 171. The Arrival of Son Goku. Above them are the Destroyer gods. Only they are true gods with real divine power. Other gods have positions, but lack divine power. Their divine energy is limited, which leads to their low combat power. Uchiha Chentian is a second-tier celestial god, but because he has dual divine positions, his divine power is equivalent to a third-tier god in the Dragon Ball world, which is the Galaxy God, although the King of Hell status is higher. He resides in the underworld, not in the human world. It can be said that Uchiha Chentian is currently the highest level god apart from the King of Kai and the Destroyer gods. If we calculate Uchiha Chentian's base power according to the Dragon Ball world, his battle power is 40 million, adding the Panga Tattoo and the Super Saiyan God mode. If he uses the 8 gates of Kaioken, Uchiha Chentian can use the 10-fold Kaioken without side effects, but exceeding 10-fold is not possible. And the 50-fold Kaioken is Uchiha Chentian's limit. This means Uchiha Chentian can perfectly unleash a battle power of 400 million, with a maximum explosive power of 2 billion. If we also consider Uchiha Chentian's various ocular techniques and abilities, anyone whose battle power does not exceed twice that of Uchiha Chentian is basically not his opponent. I didn't expect that such a small matter as becoming the god of the galaxy would be discovered by Lord North Kai. Uchiha Chentian was a bit surprised. He had only just arrived in the Dragon Ball world and acquired the divine position less than 4 hours ago. Yet in such a short time, he was noticed by Lord Kai. Uchiha Chentian realized he had underestimated the deities in the Dragon Ball world, because he comprehended the power of laws. Coupled with the fact that the laws in the Naruto world are very similar to those in the Dragon Ball world, ninjutsu, and divine arts aside. If you consider physical techniques, they're completely the same as the rules of the Dragon Ball world. This is why Uchiha Chentian was recognized by the cosmic rules as a newly enlightened god shortly after arriving in the Dragon Ball world, and naturally, the divine position would fall upon him. Uchiha Chentian, I am the King Kai, 2 tiers above you. It's easy for me to discover you. However, you, the Galaxy God, are a bit too abnormal. It seems you were a very powerful warrior before becoming a god. Lord North Kai's voice echoed in Uchiha Chentian's mind. Well, I suppose so. Lord North Kai. Uchiha Chentian smiled and nodded, not wanting to chat too much with Lord North Kai. Goku, let us go together. If we do, we can definitely defeat those 2 Saiyans. Krillin said excitedly. No need, I can handle it alone. Son Goku said calmly. But. Krillin didn't quite understand why Son Goku said that. Alright Krillin, don't you understand? With our current strength, going up would just hold Son Goku back. Let him handle it alone. Piccolo said coldly. He was feeling very displeased inside. He didn't care that Son Goku was stronger than him. But now, Son Goku was far ahead of him, especially after seeing his godson back in Son Goku's embrace. He was even angrier. After spending a year raising a pig, just to give it to someone else? Piccolo, you've changed a lot for the better. Son Goku smiled at Piccolo. Don't get too cocky, Son Goku. My dream is still to dominate the world. I will defeat you sooner or later. Piccolo said pretentiously. Alright, I'll be waiting. Son Goku said as he walked towards Nappa, or rather Vegeta. You are not my opponent. Son Goku said calmly as he looked at Nappa. What did you say? You are just a low-class warrior. Upon hearing Son Goku say he was not his opponent, Nappa's furious temper completely erupted. He immediately activated his Berserk mode, and his battle power soared to over 5,000, nearing 6,000. The ground trembled wildly with the eruption of power close to 6,000. Centered around Nappa, the ground cracked and sank, mountains collapsed, and rivers burst forth from the earth, resembling scenes of the apocalypse. Although Nappa couldn't use the Kaioken, it was no problem for him to boost his battle power a bit with his Ki Explosion. The principle of Kaioken is to enhance one's battle power based on Ki Explosion. However, Kaioken is easier to control than ordinary Ki Explosions. When in Kaioken state, the body is in an overloaded state, and even if one can control their battle power, they cannot maintain it for long. If the body's quality does not meet the requirements, and one forcibly enters an overloaded state, they might die before the enemy does. Nappa roared and charged directly at Son Goku. Before he could get close, Son Goku raised his hand, pointed at Naba, and with a slight exertion, a powerful air pressure struck Naba. Huh, Son Goku chuted Kodli. Naba was immediately knocked to the ground by this powerful air pressure. Damn it, how could I, a Scion warrior born from a noble lineage, lose to a low-class warrior like you? Naba said, his face filled with anger as he got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Come back, Naba. You're no match for him. At that moment, Vegeta's voice rang out. Vegeta looked coldly at Son Goku, wanting to step in himself. But Naba, filled with rage, wouldn't listen to Vegeta. Go to hell. Naba unleashed a powerful ki wave attack from his mouth, his strongest skill, capable of injuring even those with battle powers in the tens of thousands. Kamehameha, Son Goku shouted, and the Kamehameha wave he unleashed instantly pushed Naba back. Naba was hit by Son Goku's Kamehameha wave and severely injured. At that moment, Son Goku was using a double Kaioken, and the 16,000 point Kamehameha wave directly inflicted heavy damage on Naba. Moreover, Son Goku had held back. He has no strength left to fight. Take him away, Son Goku said coolly to Vegeta. Krillin and the others were shocked that the terrifying Naba was easily defeated by Son Goku's Kamehameha wave. Everyone present was left dumbfounded. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Although he could do the same, he knew he wasn't much better off than Son Goku. After all, Son Goku was a low-class warrior, while he, Vegeta, was the prince of the Saiyans, born with a battle power over 1,000, while Son Goku only had 2. Hearing Son Goku's words, Vegeta laughed. He looked at Naba, who had been knocked down at his feet. Vegeta, save me. Naba pleaded to Vegeta. Vegeta smiled and grabbed Naba's outstretched hand, directly tossing him towards Uchiha Chentian. Go plead with him, Vegeta shouted at Naba, who was flying in midair. Naba's huge body fell heavily to the ground in front of Uchiha Chentian. Already half dead, Naba nearly passed out. At that moment, he didn't know whether to hate or thank Vegeta. Of course, that depended on whether Naba would survive. You bastard? Son Goku looked at Vegeta with a somewhat displeased expression. How strange. Naba is my subordinate. I didn't kill him, so why are you angry? Vegeta said to Son Goku with a cold smile. You really are ruthless. Son Goku said expressionlessly. Ruthless? Kakarot, don't you know that we Saiyans have no emotions? Vegeta said coldly. I don't know. Even if I am a Saiyan, I am not like you. I am a Saiyan who grew up on Earth, Son Goku. As he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from Son Goku. Ha! You low-class warrior want to challenge me, the prince of the Saiyans? Vegeta laughed, a similar powerful aura erupting from him. Let me take you to a suitable place for battle. As he spoke, Uchiha Chentian activated his Rinnegan. By the time everyone reacted, they were all transported to a desert, an uninhabited area of Earth. This is a desert? Krillin exclaimed. It's actually a great place for battle, Vegeta said with a cold smile. Although he appeared indifferent on the surface, Vegeta was incredibly shocked inside. Son Goku took the initiative to attack first. 10 minutes later, under Son Goku's triple Kaioken, with a battle power exceeding 20,000, Vegeta was directly beaten into a state where he couldn't fight back until he transformed into a giant ape, at which point Son Goku finally fell. Kakarot. Giant ape Vegeta roared, gathering a powerful energy in his mouth and spitting it at Son Goku. 4 times Kaioken. Son Goku shouted angrily, unleashing a powerful wave of energy, enveloped in red energy as the red flames erupted. With a battle power of 8,000, Son Goku's battle power surged to 32,000. Dodge! Giant ape Vegeta said in surprise. This guy's battle power has increased again, damn it. I am the prince of the Saiyans. How could I lose to a low-class warrior? Thinking of this, Vegeta grew even angrier. Damn it, too fast. Piccolo watched as an energy blast that Vegeta casually fired approached him. He quickly grabbed the nearest Krillin and Gohan, transforming into a green flash and soaring into the sky. Boom! A massive explosion rang out, creating a huge pit in the ground. Damn it, my body can barely take it. Although Son Goku's aura had increased significantly, it quickly diminished and was even lower than before. Just as Son Goku finished speaking, Vegeta slapped him directly, sending him crashing into the distant rocks, shattering them with a thunderous collapse. Vegeta laughed maniacally. Kakarot, this is the consequence of pulling out your tail. If you die, you only have yourself to blame. Just as Vegeta's slap was about to land, Uchiha Chentian's voice rang out. All right, the game ends here. Slap. Oh. Vegeta was startled as his left hand was easily blocked by Uchiha Chentian. Unwilling to accept this, Vegeta swung another slap at Uchiha Chentian, but it was easily blocked again. Impossible. My current battle power exceeds 100,000. Even if I'm not at my peak, my strength should not be so easily blocked by you. Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Nothing is impossible, because my battle power is as high as 40 million. As Uchiha Chentian's words fell, a massive chakra cloak appeared centered around him, completely enveloping his body in a skeletal form, resembling the first stage of Susanoo with 4 arms. Unlike the ordinary first form of Susanoo, Uchiha Chentian's first form of Susanoo stands over 100 meters tall, and with just 1 arm, it was able to grab the giant ape-form Vegeta, who was only a few meters tall, on the spot. This is impossible. The giant ape-form Vegeta was terrified. As Uchiha Chentian exerted more force, with the increasing strength of Susanoo's arm, the giant ape-form Vegeta could only let out a painful scream. It's over. The gap in our powers is too great, Uchiha Chentian said calmly. Meanwhile, Vegeta's body gradually shrank, being crushed back to normal form by Uchiha Chentian's overwhelming power. Everyone present was stunned, looking at Uchiha Chentian as if he were a supreme deity. This is unbelievable. My God, how can there be someone so powerful? Krillin said, completely astonished. No, he is not a human. He is a god, Yamcha remarked. Compared to the gods, he truly resembles a real god. Teen Shinhan exclaimed. This is simply unbelievable. Even Piccolo was dumbfounded. Haha, this is amazing. One day I will surpass him. Although Goku was also surprised, he felt more excitement. Wow, how impressive. Little Gohan was so astonished he didn't know what to say. As Vegeta fainted, Uchiha Chentian returned to his original size. At this moment, everyone's gaze shifted to Vegeta. Although most of them wanted to kill Vegeta, since he was defeated by Uchiha Chentian and lay at his feet, no one dared to attack him. A few minutes later, under the treatment of Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan healing technique, Goku was restored to his peak state, while the others, having not suffered severe injuries, were ignored by Uchiha Chentian. It's strange. Why do I feel like my power has increased significantly? Goku said, surprised. Scions experience a huge boost in power after near-death healing. You should have around 16,000 battle power now, Uchiha Chentian stated. What? This is practically cheating. Goku was already so strong, and now his battle power has doubled. How are we supposed to survive? Krillin said with a wry smile. Chapter 173, Super Saiyan and the Legendary Super Saiyan. So, what about Vegeta? Krillin asked curiously. Let's just let him go. Although I lost him now, I will definitely defeat him next time, Lord Uchiha Chentian. Goku said firmly, looking at Uchiha Chentian. Alright, I wasn't going to kill him anyway. With that, Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan activated. A golden energy surrounded Vegeta, and when he woke up, his battle power had directly risen from 18,000 to 36,000. Unlike the plot, where Vegeta was just healed from serious injuries and his battle power rose from 18,000 to 24,000, the current Vegeta was healed from near death. Perhaps it was because Uchiha Chentian used too much force. Upon waking, Vegeta was just as proud and aloof as before. UchihaChentian. Although healed by Uchiha Chentian, Vegeta did not express gratitude. What's wrong? Do you want to go again? Uchiha Chentian joked. Vegeta was confused, but after hesitating for a while, he asked, Uchiha Chentian, is your battle power really 40 million? That's even stronger than Frieza. What? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, everyone else became even more astonished. Only 40 million in battle power hasn't surpassed Frieza. Frieza has 4 transformations, and even in his base form, he has a battle power of 520,000. After 4 transformations, Frieza's battle power reaches 120 million. However, I am a god. Although Frieza's battle power surpasses mine, he is not my opponent. While I can't kill him, I can seal him or toss him into an uninhabited universe to let him fend for himself. Uchiha Chentian laughed. Damn it. Upon hearing that Uchiha Chentian said Frieza's power exceeds 100 million, Vegeta felt a sense of despair. Wow, that's amazing. Goku was even more excited. Is Frieza strong? If you all could transform into Super Saiyans, then Frieza will naturally not be your opponent. Uchiha Chentian explained. Super Saiyan? Goku was somewhat confused. When a Saiyan transforms into a Super Saiyan, their battle power increases 50-fold. This means that as long as you have a base battle power of 3 million, once you transform into a Super Saiyan, even Frieza won't be your opponent. Uchiha Chentian said calmly. So, what's the difference between a Super Saiyan and the legendary Super Saiyan? Goku asked curiously. The legendary Super Saiyan is a naturally born Super Saiyan, while the ordinary Super Saiyan is an average Saiyan who transforms through training. Uchiha Chentian answered. Uchiha Chentian, you are not a Saiyan. How could you know so much about us Saiyans? Vegeta questioned. Haha, you Saiyans only think about fighting. How would you pay attention to these things? I have studied the history of the Saiyans for a long time. I was researching it long before you were born. Uchiha Chentian laughed. This guy. Vegeta looked at Uchiha Chentian with an unpleasant expression. Kaioken X10, Goku, shouted loudly, tensing his body, muscles bulging, veins popping. His spiky hair slightly stood up, and his body was enveloped in a flickering red aura. At this moment, Goku's battle power surged from 90,000 to 900,000. Goku moved, slowly bringing his hands together, fingers curling, pushing forward from the front to his waist. It was the Kamehameha wave. Kamehameha! Goku's hands forcefully pushed towards Uchiha Chentian. 2 weeks had passed, and under Uchiha Chentian's 100 times gravity, Goku's base battle power had already reached 90,000. With Goku's Kaioken, his battle power had surpassed the 6 paths ninja of the Naruto world. If it were a 20 times Kaioken, only the gods of the Naruto world could defeat Goku. This was enough to astonish Uchiha Chentian. Originally, a battle power of 90,000 was already equivalent to the 6 paths ninja in 900. 000 was close to the realm of gods. Final flash, Vegeta's hands spread wide, then forcefully pushed towards Uchiha Chentian, unleashing a powerful energy wave from his hands. Although Vegeta's battle power was not as high as Goku's, he still had 180,000 battle power, and in rage mode, his final flash exceeded 400,000. Seeing the massive energy wave coming towards him, Uchiha Chentian took a deep breath and then blew out forcefully. A gust of wind blew away the attacks from both Goku and Vegeta. What? Goku and Vegeta were shocked. They didn't expect Uchiha Chentian could disperse their full power attacks with just a breath. Forget it. Why don't you defeat my clone first before challenging me? Uchiha Chentian calmly said to Son Wukong and Vegeta. Then, a man identical to Uchiha Chentian appeared in front of the two. A powerful aura emanated from Uchiha Chentian's clone. With a battle power of 900,000, it was comparable to Son Wukong's Kaioken X10. Even if you add Uchiha Chentian's techniques, he could still fight against opponents with several times higher battle power. Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, and the next moment, both charged towards Uchiha Chentian's clone simultaneously. Shinra Tensei, Uchiha Chentian spread his arms, palms facing outward, his eyes emitting a purple glow. Boom! An invisible wave instantly spread outward from Uchiha Chentian's body. The air rippled under this wave. Bang! Son Wukong and Vegeta were simultaneously blown away by this invisible wave. Is this ki? Son Wukong exclaimed. No, if it were just ki, it wouldn't have such destructive power, Vegeta said, looking at his bleeding arm with a serious expression. Wait, his eyes. I just saw that his gaze seemed to be glowing, Son Wukong said. Could that be the ability of his eyes? Vegeta guessed. What are you two discussing? Uchiha Chentian smiled and asked. Suddenly, Vegeta and Son Wukong both fired an energy wave at Uchiha Chentian. Oh! Uchiha Chentian casually deflected the energy blasts. Universal pull. With a flick of his Rinnegan, Uchiha Chentian used his left hand to draw Vegeta toward him, then directly slammed Vegeta into Son Wukong. Bang! Son Wukong and Vegeta collided together. Damn it, his abilities are really troublesome. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, Watch my multi-clone fist. Son Wukong began to move at high speed, instantly creating dozens of afterimages. Chapter 172, The Overpowered Protagonist. Great darkness, Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan glowed, and a drop of blood flowed from his right eye. Numerous black triangles appeared in the sky, each 10 meters in size, pressing down towards Vegeta and Son Wukong. All of Son Wukong's afterimages were instantly smashed. Here we go again, this ability is really too troublesome, Vegeta said with a grim expression. We have to go all out. His eyes are so powerful, and we can only use Tai Chi, Son Wukong said. Oh, Vegeta recalled how he had suffered greatly from this move before. Vegeta's face brightened as he thought of something fun. This move is fine, but we have to approach him first, Vegeta said while dodging the triangular attacks. There's no choice. We have to charge in, Son Wukong said. Saying that, his body transformed into a red light and flew towards Uchiha Chentian. Kaioken X20 this time. Son Wukong used a 20-fold Kaioken. The red light soared, his hair spiked upwards, resembling a Super Saiyan hairstyle. With a battle power of 1,500,000, Sun Wukong's figure moved at high speed, charging right in front of Uchiha Chentian. His fists swung down like rain, pounding towards Uchiha Chentian. A 20-fold Kaioken. Huh? Uchiha Chentian said softly to Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, his arms continuously changed positions, blocking the dense fist shadows. The battle power of the 20-fold Kaioken had already surpassed Uchiha Chentian's clone. However, with the Rinnegan, Sun Wukong's speed appeared to slow down countless times in Uchiha Chentian's eyes. Even with just a one-fold difference in battle power, Uchiha Chentian's body could still react. Uchiha Chentian was still able to dodge Sun Wukong's attacks. Sun Wukong was extremely shocked. He felt that his power and speed had surpassed Uchiha Chentian, yet Uchiha Chentian could still evade his attacks. Uchiha Chentian's right fist gathered a powerful energy and struck directly at Sun Wukong, sending him flying. Great darkness, dozens of triangular objects fell from the sky. Sun Wukong cried out in pain as he was smashed into the ground. What? Uchiha Chentian was taken aback because Vegeta's battle power suddenly surged to 900,000. Vegeta delivered a fierce kick to Uchiha Chentian's abdomen. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out. Uchiha Chentian's body curled up like a shrimp. Is this guy also cheating? Get lost. Although Vegeta's battle power suddenly increased from 180,000 to 900,000, Uchiha Chentian kicked Vegeta in the lower abdomen, sending him flying. The moment Vegeta landed, his battle power dropped back to 180,000. Great darkness. Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan flickered again. Solar flare. At this moment, Sun Wukong's attack finally came. A strong white light erupted. How'd I forget about this move? Uchiha Chentian instinctively closed his eyes, a sharp pain shooting through them. Ultimate Flash, Kamehameha, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta launched another attack on Uchiha Chentian. Boom! What? Uchiha Chentian's main body was shocked to discover that his clone had been defeated by the combined efforts of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. These two guys are just cheating. Uchiha Chentian thought to himself. Although this clone only had 900,000 battle power, it possessed all the eye techniques of the ninja world. And even warriors with battle powers of 3 to 4 million would not be a match for this clone. Yet, it was defeated by these two Saiyans, whose battle power was below 1 million. Huff huff. Sun Wukong and Vegeta took deep breaths. Ha! We won. Sun Wukong laughed. Oomph. Vegeta sat on the ground, snorting coldly without saying a word. Did we win? Then let's start the third stage of training. Saying this, Uchiha Chentian once again created a shadow clone. This time, it was a shadow clone with a battle power of 3 million. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's bodies were also restored by Uchiha Chentian. Sun Wukong's base battle power increased to 120,000, while Vegeta's base battle power was 200,000. This was the final stage of Uchiha Chentian's training. The first stage was overcoming 100 times gravity. The second stage was defeating one of his clones. And now, it was the final stage. What a strong aura. This Uchiha Chentian is more than 3 times stronger than before, Sun Wukong said with a serious expression. Are you scared? With that, Vegeta charged forward. Although Vegeta couldn't use Kaioken, after fighting Sun Wukong under this 100-fold gravity so many times, Vegeta was still able to learn moves similar to Kaioken from Sun Wukong. In a berserk state, Vegeta's battle power reached 1 million. Great darkness. A 100-meter-sized triangular object fell from the sky. Vegeta was instantly killed. Vegeta, Kaioken X20, Sun Wukong shouted loudly, directly activating the 20-fold Kaioken, raising his battle power to 200,000. Deiko couldn't. Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan flickered. Sun Wukong dodged a dozen triangular 3-dimensional objects. Uchiha Chentian moved and appeared behind Sun Wukong, grabbing his head and smashing it into the mountain rock. A loud rumble echoed, and Sun Wukong, surrounded by a red glow, flew out from the collapsing rubble, kicking towards Uchiha Chentian. Bang! Sun Wukong was once again slammed to the ground by Uchiha Chentian. Dust filled the air, and stones flew everywhere. Sun Wukong fell into a crack in the ground, about to roll into a deep pit. Sun Wukong's aura surged once more, and a red light erupted. Amaterasu, a drop of blood flowed from Uchiha Chentian's left eye Rinnegan, and a powerful black flame ignited at the focus of his pupil, instantly burning Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong let out a scream, engulfed in flames. It wasn't until Uchiha Chentian retracted the Amaterasu flames that Sun Wukong was not burned to death. Sun Wukong was defeated. A week later, after countless near-death recoveries, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's battle power finally broke 1 million points. Vegeta, 2 million points. Sun Wukong, 1,800,000 points. Bang bang bang. In the sky, three figures were constantly colliding and retreating, flying from the sky to the ground, shaking the space and generating sparks. Sun Wukong charged towards Uchiha Chentian, his ultra-high-speed movement forming a red light sphere, trailing streamers behind him. Tenfold Kaioken, Sun Wukong's battle power, surged to over 10 million points. Heavenly Force Fist. Just as Sun Wukong's fist landed on Uchiha Chentian switched places with Vegeta. Sun Wukong's punch landed beside Vegeta's face. Chapter 173. Battle with Uchiha Chentian. Vegeta. Sun Wukong was momentarily dazed when he realized he had hit Vegeta. It's fine. Although Vegeta's expression was grim, he suppressed his anger and turned to attack Uchiha Chentian. Rin Tomb. Edge of Hell. Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan lit up, instantly splitting into 4 invisible shadows. Bang bang bang. In an instant, Vegeta and Sun Wukong were unable to fight back against the invisible shadows. However, Sun Wukong, being a genius, managed to sense the location of the shadows through the flow of air and the aura emitted by the shadows. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 lightning-fast white lights shot towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta, striking their bodies rapidly. The explosive power of the energy waves knocked them back over 100 meters, blood trickling from their mouths. This level of attack doesn't hurt me as much as before. With that, Sun Wukong charged towards Uchiha Chentian at 3 times Uchiha Chentian speed. Daikokutten, Amaterasu. Sun Wukong dodged the attack of Daikokutten at super speed. The flames of Amaterasu were blocked by his energy aura. Sun Wukong unleashed his tremendous strength, striking Uchiha Chentian. This is a chakra clone. Sun Wukong's eyebrows twitched. The next moment, his body was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a large pit. Uchiha Chentian appeared where Sun Wukong had just been. At that moment, a white shadow passed through Uchiha Chentian's line of sight, and by the time Uchiha Chentian reacted, it was too late. The speed had surpassed his body's reaction time. The figure was Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta's battle power had also surged by 7 million points. Although not as high as Sun Wukong's, it was still formidable. Vegeta charged at Uchiha Chentian, his fist carrying terrifying energy, fast as lightning, tearing through the air. Although Uchiha Chentian's body couldn't react in time, his eyes still moved. Heavenly Force Fist, bang. This time, it was Sun Wukong who got hit. Vegeta, what are you doing? Sun Wukong's body crashed heavily to the ground. It's not my fault. That's his eyes ability. Didn't you just hit me too? Vegeta coldly snorted. This is really a headache. Although our battle power has surpassed his super abilities are too strong. Sun Wukong said with a bitter smile. Wood release. Birth of the trees. Uchiha Chentian formed seals with both hands and slammed them onto the ground. The next moment, the earth cracked open rapidly, and dense roots crawled out like a swarm of snakes towards Vegeta and Sun Wukong. They were immediately covered. Sun Wukong and Vegeta both exploded with rage. Boom! A powerful aura resonated through the sky, shaking it violently, a whirlwind raging. The two shouted loudly, releasing all the energy within them in one go. The ground emitted a series of dull sounds as stones were lifted into the air, floating around the two. Sun Wukong was enveloped in red flames, his hair standing upright, while Vegeta was surrounded by white flames. The three faced off for a long time, thunder rumbling in their ears. You Scions are indeed freaks. Your battle power has increased again. Uchiha Chentian said helplessly. Vegeta's base battle power was 2,200,000 points, and in rage mode, 9 million. Sun Wukong's base battle power was 2 million points, and with 10-fold Kaioken, 20 million. Aren't your strange abilities more troublesome? I would rather face Frieza than fight someone like you. Vegeta snorted dissatisfied. Clearly, he and Kakaroto's battle power had surpassed Uchiha Chentian by several times, yet they were still being overwhelmed by Uchiha Chentian's bizarre abilities. That's because my base battle power is above both of you. If we were equal in battle power, who's strong and who's weak would still be uncertain. Although you've increased your battle power several times through other techniques, such battle power isn't real. How much power can you really unleash? Uchiha Chentian said casually. Is that so? If 10-fold Kaioken isn't your match, then let's try 20-fold. A red light erupted centered on Sun Wukong. A skyward red glow roaring and surging in all directions, surrounding them with fiery red light. Sun Wukong's energy looked like a ball of red flames burning. The next moment, Sun Wukong transformed into a red light and flew towards Uchiha Chentian. Not good, his speed is too fast. My body can't react in time, and using my eye techniques will take some time. Uchiha Chentian thought to himself. Sun Wukong's speed was increasing rapidly. Pangu Tattoo. Uchiha Chentian's palms instantly bore the marks of the sun and moon, a peculiar golden mark appearing on his right cheek, his muscles bulging like a coiled dragon, growing 10 centimeters taller, resembling a muscular fitness coach. His battle power increased from 3 million to 6 million. Immortal King Mode. Uchiha Chentian's hair quickly grew longer, surrounded by purple gold lightning, burning with a purple gold aura, purple gold shadows appearing around his eyes, and the words Immortal King on his forehead. His battle power reached 9 million. 8 Gates King Fist. A red light erupted from Uchiha, and next to Uchiha Chentian, the red steam appeared on the red steam transformed into red light, roaring and surging in all directions. Battle power of 12 million. Here it comes. A gust of wind hit, and Uchiha Chentian immediately raised his hands. Bang! Sun Wukong's heavy punch emitted a red glow, and Uchiha Chentian's hands blocked the punch's light. Although Uchiha Chentian's battle power had reached 12 million, he was still slightly weaker than Sun Wukong. That immense power continuously pushed Uchiha Chentian backward, and after retreating over 100 meters, his body finally stopped. Complete body Susanoo, a giant chakra armor structure 1,000 meters high, appeared in an instant. The giant was clad in black Tengu armor, and a pair of wings extending 1,000 meters also appeared. A complete body Susanoo 1,000 meters high. What? Sun Wukong looked at the massive figure before him. The enormous body had part of its upper half among the clouds. The complete body, Susanoo, swung a massive sword down at Sun Wukong. Boom! The heavens and earth seemed to be split apart, the brilliant sword light resembling the opening of the heavens and the earth. That immense energy swept away everything, breaking through the atmosphere and shooting straight into space. Chapter 174. Namek Star. This. If I get hit, I might die immediately. Before Sun Wukong could regain his senses, a giant shadow fell. Boom! Sun Wukong was slapped to the ground by Uchiha Chentian, controlling the complete body Susanoo. The red light disappeared, and Sun Wukong's battle power dropped directly to 2 million, slowly declining until it reached 1 million. Sun Wukong was defeated. Well then, it's time to head to Namek Star, Uchiha Chentian said with a smile. At this time, nearly 3 weeks had passed since Vegeta arrived on Earth. Piccolo's battle power. Heavy armor, 500,000. Light armor, 1 million. Gohan. Normal state, 200,000. Angry, 1,800,000. Krillin, 220,000. Tien, 200,000. Yamcha, 150,000. Sun Wukong, 3 million. 10 times King Fist, 30 million. 20 times King Fist, 60 million. Vegeta, for million. Rage state, 20 million. Under Uchiha Chentian's training, everyone's battle power had seen earth-shattering improvements. Especially Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Both had now reached the limit of science. Even after being healed from near death, Vegeta's battle power had not increased much. Namek Star. Uchiha Chentian brought Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and the 7 of them to Namek Star. Don't ask how Uchiha Chentian knew the location of Namek Star. After he became a god, this was one of the divine abilities belonging to the Dragon Ball world. Just like King Kai, he could locate other planets. Is this my homeland? Piccolo muttered to himself. He looked around at the familiar, yet strange environment. Every Namekian inherits some memories from the previous generation, although not much. However, the memories of the previous Piccolo Daimao still contain some recollections of the Namekian environment. Although this planet was not truly Piccolo's homeland, the environment could be said to be identical. The original Namek Star was a super-developed planet, but due to overexploitation, it led to climate changes. In the end, it nearly went extinct, and the Namekians on this planet are the descendants of the original Namekians who came here and renamed the planet New Namek. The environment could be said to be not exactly the same as the old Namek Star, but it was still about 70 to 80% alike. Just then, Piccolo's expression began to look grim, because he sensed a group of evil auras on this planet, the strongest of which was 52,000 points. And these evil auras were slaughtering other Namekians. It's Frisia, And Frieza has not transformed yet, little Gohan said, without saying a word. Piccolo transformed into a green light and flew into the sky. Piccolo isn't going to kill Frieza directly, right? Sun Wukong was surprised to see Piccolo suddenly fly away. Frieza won't die so easily. Saying this, Vegeta followed closely behind Piccolo. Sun Wukong trailed behind Vegeta, and the distance between the three did not widen. Vegeta and Sun Wukong followed Piccolo leisurely. Beep, beep, beep. Boom. The detector exploded. Is it a malfunction? A humanoid alien dressed like Vegeta said curiously. Even if it malfunctioned, it wouldn't happen to everyone at once. A 2-meter-tall alien said. Battle. Power. Impossible. This battle power has already reached 300,000, and it is still rising. An alien looked terrified at the huge detector in front of him. 400,000. 450. 500,000. The giant detector exploded on the spot. Sup? Surpassing 500,000. That pig-headed alien said in horror. Hurry and tell Lord Frieza. Lord Frieza. Is it true that there's a Namekian on this planet with battle power exceeding 50,000? Dodoria said with a terrified expression. 50,000? It might not just be 50,000 battle power. Frieza said expressionlessly. Everyone present calmed down. They had already killed half of the Namekians in this village. But at that moment, everyone stopped. Here comes? Saying this, Frieza's gaze turned to the location of the green light. The next second, Piccolo's figure appeared in midair. Piccolo said nothing. His gaze fell on the surviving Namekians on the ground, as well as the corpses of those who had been killed. Such a powerful aura, Elder Namekian. Those are our kin, Tien said excitedly, looking up at Piccolo in the sky. At this moment, Piccolo's figure was slowly descending from the sky. Strange. Why have I never seen him before? Could he be the child of the Grand Elder from 30 years ago? But that doesn't seem right. He looks a bit younger. Taller than Piccolo by half a head, the Elder Namekian thought to himself. I never expected that our kin would possess such a powerful aura. His battle power must have surpassed Nail. An astonished Namekian with 4,000 battle power looked at Piccolo. Oh, isn't that the Namekian from Earth? Impossible. How could his battle power reach 50,000? Nail, upon seeing Piccolo, had a face full of disbelief. At this time, Nail also had over 10,000 battle power. After being healed from near death, his battle power surged from 4,000 to 10,000. Although Nail was not killed by Vegeta, he was ultimately sent back to Frieza by Vegeta. You are Frieza, Piccolo said coldly, looking at Frieza. It seems you should be the strongest Namekian on this planet. Hee. Your battle power is indeed more than 50,000. By the way, would you be interested in being my subordinate? Your combat power is impressive, but it's still far from mine. Frieza said with a smile at Piccolo. Frieza slowly flew into the air. His toes hung down, and his limbs were coordinated. He had blood-red eyes, purple-black lips, and 2 lines resembling blood tears beneath his eyes. His purple shell shone brightly, and he was even shorter than Vegeta. He wore a strange smile as he stared at Piccolo. Frieza, I know how strong you are. A combat power of 120 million points. It's so powerful that it feels hopeless, Piccolo said coldly while looking at Frieza. What? How do you know? Frieza's expression darkened instantly. Only his father and brother Cooler knew about his combat power. Frieza couldn't understand how Piccolo knew this. What? Lord Frieza's combat power actually reaches 120 million points. Frieza's subordinates were even more shocked. Chapter 175, Piccolo versus Frieza. How do I know? I'll tell you when you go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from Piccolo. He unleashed a combat power of 1 million. Bang! Piccolo punched towards Frieza, and the immense force hit Frieza directly. Frieza's entire body was sent flying. That million-point combat power continuously pushed him backward. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body trembling, and the blood in his body surged. Frieza was furious. His body began to grow larger, becoming more muscular, increasing from 2 meters to 3 meters. His combat power surged to 1 million points. Piccolo also entered his rage state, boosting his combat power from 1 million to 3 million. A green figure flashed past. Piccolo punched through Frieza's body, instantly creating a hole in his abdomen. Following that, a series of attacks came rapidly, each punch delivered with Piccolo's full strength. Seeing Frieza transform into his second form in an instant, Piccolo felt uneasy, fearing that Frieza would transform again. So he directly pushed his own combat power to the limit. No! Frieza roared in desperation. He was unwilling to be killed by Piccolo before unleashing his full power. If his brother and father found out, they would surely laugh at him. A frozen demon with a combat power of 120 million being killed by a Namekian with a combat power of 1 million was more unbearable than death for Frieza. Moreover, it would become the biggest joke in the universe. Panic and unwillingness flickered across Frieza's face. Had he known that Piccolo would attack him with all his might without waiting for him to transform, and that it would be a sneak attack, he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to Piccolo. Special Beam Cannon. Piccolo placed 2 fingers from his right hand on his forehead to gather energy, then thrust his right hand forward, shooting out a powerful energy beam surrounded by spiraling energy. Although the charging time was short, its attack power was still in the millions. The massive green spiral attack wave penetrated Frieza's body, engulfing him entirely. Boom! A huge explosion echoed in the sky, and countless sparks rained down. The smoke from the explosion rolled away with the wind. Huff! Huff! Damn it, he's still not dead. What monster? Piccolo gasped, feeling Frieza's suddenly increased aura. Piccolo's expression instantly turned grim. Umph. I knew Frieza wouldn't be so easily killed by Piccolo, Vegeta said coldly. Oh, is that you, Vegeta? Didn't Dodoria say you were dead? Dodoria said to Vegeta. You think I'm dead? I'm still here. Vegeta replied coldly. Vegeta, how dare you speak to me like that? Dodoria said angrily. He couldn't defeat Piccolo, but he certainly couldn't lose to Vegeta either. Dodoria. Combat power 22,000. Vegeta's attack wave responded to Dodoria, instantly killing him. What? Zarbon was shocked. Although he could defeat Dodoria after transforming, it would take some effort, unlike Vegeta, who killed him instantly. Since seeing that Dodoria's combat power suddenly increased to 10,000, Zarbon kept a close eye on Vegeta when he appeared. Although he thought Vegeta's combat power might increase, he never expected it to rise to such a level. Without saying a word, Zarbon flew into the sky. Trying to run? Too late. A cold smile appeared on Vegeta's face. His left hand pointed at Zarbon, and a powerful energy wave shot from it. Boom! The enormous energy wave instantly engulfed Zarbon. Vegeta, what are you doing? Goku exclaimed, seeing that Vegeta had not even talked to Dodoria before starting to kill, and his kind-hearted nature resurfaced. Kakarot, you're such an idiot. Killing these two means avenging the Namekians who died at their hands. If they don't die, more will die at their hands in the future. Vegeta coldly scolded Goku. After Zarbon and Dodoria were killed by Vegeta, the other aliens began to flee in all directions. For those minions with combat power not exceeding 1,000 or 3,000, Vegeta did not kill them, knowing that even without his intervention, they were no match for the Namekians. Moreover, he couldn't even be sure if the Namekians would still exist later. Naiba, are you standing with Frieza or obeying my orders? After dealing with Zarbon and Dodoria, Vegeta's gaze fell on Naiba. Although Vegeta was not as ruthless as in the original series, his mindset was similar to the Vegeta who had lived on Earth for a while. As long as Naiba was not on Frieza's side, even if Naiba did not follow him, Vegeta would not kill him. Although he didn't know what had happened to bring Vegeta and Kakarot together, Naiba laughed, of course. As a scion, I will follow Prince Vegeta. Naiba had already guessed that Vegeta's alliance with Kakarot must be due to Uchiha Chentian. Haha, Vegeta, I thought you were dead. That really made me sad. At that moment, one of the Jinyu Force members, Berta, called out from a distance. Soon, the Jinyu Force members, Jinyu, Jis, Berta, Guldo, and Rikum, descended from the sky. At this point, the Jinyu Force had already found 5 Dragon Balls, and with the 2-star Dragon Ball here, only the 1-star Dragon Ball with the Grand Elder remained. The Jinyu Force? Goku and Vegeta's expressions began to grow serious. Although they did not take the 5 members of the Jinyu Force seriously, they were aware of Jinyu's body-switching ability. Kakarot, you can't make a move this time. Otherwise, you'll end up like Uchiha Chentian, having your body swapped. As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from Vegeta. Beep, beep, beep. The power detectors of the Jinyu Force exploded almost simultaneously. Vegeta's combat power instantly surged to 4 million. Vegeta held nothing back and attacked with full force. His gaze fixed on Jinyu among the Jinyu Force. Bang! Before Jinyu could react, Vegeta moved in front of him and delivered a heavy punch that shattered Jinyu's body, leaving a look of terror on Jinyu's face before he could even activate his body swap ability. Jinyu was reduced to dust by a single energy wave from Vegeta. Chapter 176, Son Goku's Dark Sky Captain. Jis exclaimed in shock. Run, run. Berta looked at Vegeta in fear. No, that was an accident. Captain Jinyu must have been careless to be killed by Vegeta. Just as Rikuum finished speaking, Vegeta moved in front of him and kicked his head clean off. An energy blast obliterated Guldo. A punch killed Jis. With his hand like a blade, he severed Berta's head. The Ginyu Force was wiped out in less than 10 seconds. Nappa was left dumbfounded. Perhaps others didn't know the combat power of the Ginyu Force, but Nappa was very clear. They were the strongest warriors in Frisia's army, without exception. Yet they were so easily killed by Vegeta. This made Nappa doubt whether Vegeta had already become a Super Saiyan. V Vegeta, have you become a Super Saiyan? Nappa asked in astonishment. A Super Saiyan? No, I've just reached the limit of a Saiyan. Vegeta replied indifferently. The limit of a Saiyan? Even though Vegeta said this, Nappa was still incredibly shocked. Frieza had transformed again. It seemed it was time to switch opponents. Ha! Son Goku laughed. Shut up, Kakarot. Only I can defeat Frieza. Don't forget my base power is higher than yours. Vegeta coldly retorted at Son Goku. But you can't beat me right now. Son Goku replied with a silly grin. If it weren't for the Kaioken, do you think you would be my match? Vegeta argued. If you're saying that, then it's unfair. Your base power is higher than mine, Son Goku countered. Umph. Vegeta snorted and suddenly transformed into a blur, flying towards Piccolo and Frieza. Bang bang bang. Frieza in his third form frantically attacked Piccolo. In his third form, his power ranged from 2 million to 3 million, roughly comparable to Piccolo. Piccolo suddenly ducked down, avoiding Frieza's lightning-fast punch. By the time Piccolo reappeared behind Frieza, he kicked at Frieza, his foot like a blade. However, Frieza's speed was not slow either. Bang! With this strike, both retreated simultaneously. Just then, Frieza's combat power surged again. Although Frieza in his third form was over 3 meters tall, his fourth form was only 5 meters. If the previous Frieza towered over Piccolo, now Piccolo was a head or two taller than Frieza. Although his size decreased, Frieza's combat power had reached 30 million. In an instant, Frieza charged at Piccolo, delivering a high-speed punch that struck Piccolo's side, sending him flying. He landed heavily on the ground. Boom! Piccolo lay on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. With just one punch, he had lost his combat ability. Damn it, it feels like all my bones are cracking. Piccolo gritted his teeth and said, Hey, D. Frieza grinned wickedly, launching a finger beam at Piccolo. Just as the beam approached Piccolo, Vegeta suddenly appeared in front of Frieza, stepping on the side of Frieza's face. Meanwhile, Son Goku arrived in front of Piccolo and swatted away Frieza's finger beam. It's you, Vegeta. So you didn't die, and your power has grown to this extent, Frieza said with a grim expression, looking at Vegeta. Frieza, there are many things you don't know. I've become a Super Saiyan now. Die, Frieza. With that, Vegeta entered a state of rage, his power skyrocketing to 10 million. Die, Frieza. Vegeta directed his left hand at Frieza, unleashing a white energy wave towards him. The white energy wave instantly engulfed Frieza. However, there was no smile on Vegeta's face. He quickly dodged. The next second, Frieza's body broke through the energy wave, and a fierce kick came towards the spot where Vegeta had just been. Bang! Vegeta threw a punch, his fist glowing like lightning. Frieza quickly evaded, then charged at Vegeta, swinging his tail and slamming Vegeta into the water. Instantly, a massive wave surged. A Super Saiyan? It's nothing special, Frieza sneered. But just then, a red light flashed by, and Frieza was kicked away. Kaioken Kamehameha, Son Goku quickly positioned his hands in a flower shape, gathering a blue energy wave in his palms, pushing it towards Frieza. Instantly, a long attack wave, like a giant laser, shot towards Frieza. Boom! Frieza was hit immediately. A massive energy wave erupted, forming a half-circular destructive pattern that spread outward. In the distance, Uchiha Chentian shook his head at Frieza's low-level combat experience. If they had equal combat power, Frieza would have been killed countless times. However, because Son Goku's power was lower than Frieza's, even if the Kamehameha hit him, it didn't cause much damage. Science? Such a detestable race. Frieza gritted his teeth, hovering in midair. Although this attack didn't hurt him, Frieza could still feel the pain. The full-powered tenfold Kaioken, combined with the Kamehameha, didn't injure him. It seemed he could only use the 20-fold Kaioken now. Without hesitation, Son Goku unleashed his full power. His 30 million combat power surged to 60 million. This level of power was already equivalent to half of Frieza's combat power. After the 20-fold Kaioken, Son Goku charged at Frieza again, delivering a punch. Clang! The fists of Son Goku and Frieza collided, producing a tremendous sound. The shockwave resonated through the earth, and a blinding flash of light illuminated the skies of Namek, with fierce winds sweeping across the entire land and sea, engulfing the whole Namek planet. "Who are you?" Frieza gritted his teeth as he looked at Son Goku. "A scion raised on Earth." Son Goku replied, delivering a sweeping kick at Frieza. Bang! Frieza blocked it with his left hand and punched at Son Goku. Son Goku raised his hands in defense. Dark sky. Suddenly, Son Goku directed both hands towards the sky. Dozens of triangular stones fell from the sky. What? In the distance, Uchiha Chentian was greatly surprised to see Son Wukong using his own techniques. Uchiha Chentian never expected that Son Wukong could control some stones to fly into the air with powerful energy, then envelop those stones in energy, transforming them into triangular energy stones. Chapter 177, Super Saiyan. Although the flying speed was slow, if they suddenly fell from the sky, the descent speed of those triangular stones would still be very fast. Frieza was directly crushed on the spot. Several giant triangular stones heavily smashed Frieza into the ground. Boom! It worked. Son Wukong exclaimed with joy. This is possible. Vegeta was shocked. He didn't expect Son Wukong could use Uchiha Chentian's techniques. Although it wasn't exactly the same as Uchiha Chentian's, it was still unexpected. "Ah!" Frieza shouted, directly exploding all the triangular stones with immense power. A white flame burned around Frieza. 100%. Although Frieza's appearance didn't change much, his muscles were more robust than before. His battle power reached 12 million points. Frieza's body slowly floated up, transforming from a lean figure into a strong physique. Frieza quickly flew towards Son Wukong, a radiant aura surrounding him, moving so fast that Vegeta couldn't see it. Son Wukong spat out blood and was sent flying. Frieza crashed directly into Son Wukong's chest. "Game over," Frieza said expressionlessly. Bang! At that moment, Vegeta stepped on the side of Frieza's face. "Is that Vegeta?" Frieza's body stood still. "What?" Vegeta was shocked. Frieza immediately grabbed Vegeta's face and slammed it hard into the ground. Boom! Boom! Despite struggling and counterattacking, Vegeta was simply no match for Frieza's overwhelming strength. Vegeta couldn't break free at all. Planet Destruction Ball. Frieza gathered a massive amount of energy with his index finger, forming a planet-sized energy ball, and hurled it directly at Vegeta. Son Wukong's blue Kamehameha deflected the trajectory of Frieza's Planet Destruction Ball. "You took my hit and still have the strength to stand up." Frieza looked at Son Wukong in surprise from afar. 20 times Kaioken. A surge of red light erupted from Son Wukong. At this moment, his battle power surged to 70 million. "Strange. Your power not only recovered, but is even stronger than before." Frieza looked at Son Wukong in surprise. "Although it seems unfair against a powerful opponent like you, I can only do this." With that, Son Wukong turned into a red light and charged towards Frieza. Bang! 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 In just a few exchanges, Son Wukong was knocked to the ground by Frieza. Although Son Wukong's battle power had risen to 70 million points, it was still a temporary boost, not his true battle power. If Son Wukong's base battle power was 70 million, he could barely fight against Frieza, who had lower combat skills. At this time, Frieza's smile turned terrifying as he quickly pointed his fingers, unleashing countless purple-red slender beams that struck Son Wukong. Fortunately, Son Wukong's battle power was not low, and the energy protected his body. Otherwise, he would have been pierced through. Son Wukong screamed, spitting blood. "This time, I'm going to turn your body into cosmic dust. Let's see how you recover," Frieza said with a cold smile. Death Energy Ball. Frieza gathered a 10-meter-sized energy sphere with his index finger. He lightly tapped it, and the 10-meter energy ball quickly shot towards Son Wukong. Just then, Vegeta's voice suddenly rang out. A golden light flashed, and Vegeta appeared before Son Wukong. At this moment, Vegeta was enveloped in golden flames, his hair standing on end, radiating battle intent. Vegeta was surprised himself because he believed he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, what Vegeta didn't know was that his hair was still black. He could only be considered a pseudo-Super Saiyan. Vegeta's heart was ecstatic as he stepped forward and kicked Frieza's death energy ball away, feeling the power surging within him. His battle power was 45 million. "Kakarot, I've already become a Super Saiyan before you. Just watch how I defeat Frieza," Vegeta said proudly to Son Wukong. Is that so? But didn't Uchiha Chentian say that Super Saiyan's hair is golden? You can only be considered a half Super Saiyan, Son Wukong said seriously. "What? Vegeta was shocked. He couldn't see his own appearance. Never mind. Even if I'm a half Super Saiyan, I can still defeat Frieza. With that, Vegeta turned into a golden light and charged directly at Frieza. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Vegeta's fists rapidly struck Frieza. This is troublesome. Frieza's expression turned ugly as he dodged Vegeta's attacks. Vegeta pushed his power to the limit, his 40 million battle power allowing him to unleash 80 million battle power. Vegeta poured all his effort into a furious roar, colliding with Frieza. Vegeta unleashed a massive energy attack on Frieza. Frieza also retaliated seriously, and the two fought fiercely for 3 to 4 minutes. From the ground to the sky, then back to the ground, then to the sea. The figures of Frieza and Vegeta were everywhere. The seawater splashed in all directions, and the islands crumbled. The entire Namek was like the end of the world, surrounded by countless small storms. Damn it! Even if I have regained my energy, using 20 times Kaioken might still not be as good as Vegeta. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and said, because he hadn't experienced fighting Frieza alone, Sun Wukong didn't feel much anger in his heart, making it even harder to transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong, come here. At this moment, Uchiha Chentian called out to Sun Wukong. Oh, okay. What is it? Sun Wukong flew up curiously. Just as his eyes met Uchiha Chentian's eyes widened. Tsukuyami. Sun Wukong's mind was pulled into the illusion space. In the Tsukuyami world, all factors, including time, place, and mass, were controlled by Uchiha Chentian, and enemies would endure immense physical and mental suffering in this illusionary world. Sun Wukong saw Gohan, Krillin, Vegeta, Piccolo, Yamcha, and everyone else being killed by Frieza. Sun Wukong's soul trembled, and he stood there in a daze. Boom! A golden figure heavily crashed into the ground, creating a deep pit thousands of meters wide, with countless dust swirling around. The figure flying in the air was Frieza. It turned out that this was the true Super Saiyan. The legendary Golden Warrior was you, but it was nothing more than that. Chapter 178. The Frieza family of 3, the legendary warrior, is nothing special. It seems that my power, Frieza, has surpassed that of my ancestors. From now on, there will be no more legendary Super Saiyans. Haha, goodbye. Super Saiyan Vegeta. Frieza grinned wickedly as he looked at the fallen Vegeta on the ground, his index finger glowing with purple light. Cough, cough. You're wrong. I can only be considered a half Super Saiyan. I should say a pseudo-Super Saiyan. How infuriating. You actually got ahead of me. Kakarot. After coughing several times, Vegeta sneered at Frieza. At the same time, Vegeta felt a sense of unwillingness in his heart. He sensed a terrifying aura rapidly rising, which soon surpassed him and even Frieza. What? Frieza was somewhat confused about what Vegeta was saying until he heard Goku's furious shout coming from afar. Frieza, I will never let you go. How dare you kill Krillin, Gohan, and everyone else? A golden figure descended from the sky. It was Goku, with his golden, spiky hair and his entire body engulfed in golden flames. The aura emanating from him far surpassed Frieza's. A combat power of 170 million. Goku's base combat power was 5 million, and transforming into a Super Saiyan gave him 175 million. What, another one? Golden hair while Vegeta's hair was black just moments ago. Could this be the true Super Saiyan? Frieza exclaimed. Goku ignored Frieza's surprise and instantly turned into an afterimage, delivering a punch to Frieza's lower abdomen. Frieza's eyes nearly popped out, and blood mixed with saliva spewed from his mouth as his body flew over 100 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Oh, Vegeta, weren't you killed by Frieza? Goku asked in surprise. You fool, I didn't die even if you did. Hurry up and deal with that Frieza guy. Although Vegeta didn't understand why Goku said he was killed by Frieza, he guessed it was due to Uchiha Chentian's influence. Uchiha Chentian had said that the first transformation into a Super Saiyan requires surpassing the limits of rage. Once the first transformation is successful, one can transform freely afterward. Vegeta thought to himself, this punch is for Krillin. Goku shouted as he punched Frieza in the face. With a bang, blood splattered as Frieza's mouth filled with blood and fell from the sky. At this moment, Frieza's eyes were bulging larger than copper bells. He couldn't believe that he was being beaten like this by a Saiyan who was far inferior to him just moments ago. Frieza shot 2 purple energy beams from his eyes, which struck Goku on the spot. However, Goku's body merely swayed a few times before charging at him again. Bang, bang, bang. Goku's fists fell on Frieza like phantoms. Frieza's face was already swollen and black, his body covered in blood. Damn it! Frisia's face turned mad as he attacked Goku with phantom-like punches. But every attack was easily dodged by Goku. Bang! Goku punched Frisia on the nose. Ah! Frisia screamed, pressing his hands to his nose. Who the hell are you? Frisia shouted angrily. Super Saiyan Goku. Goku coldly replied to Frisia. Super Saiyan Goku, huh? Good. I will remember that. You and this planet will disappear. Frisia shouted, raising both arms to the sky, mimicking Goku's Kamehameha pose. A surge of purple energy quickly gathered, forming a massive energy ball the size of 100 meters. Planetary penetration ball. Goku's expression changed as he sensed the immense attack power within Frisia's energy ball. Is this guy trying to destroy the entire Namek? Kamehameha, Goku shouted, and a powerful energy appeared in his hands. A blue energy wave shot towards Frisia in an instant. The energy wave, like a long river, struck Frisia. The two terrifying energies collided, creating a massive explosion. The earth trembled as a crack appeared in space, and a blinding beam of light shot out from the fissure. Damn it! How can he block my planetary penetration ball? Frisia gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into the planetary penetration ball. Get back! At that moment, Goku shouted. His Kamehameha instantly engulfed Frisia's planetary penetration ball, sending Frisia soaring into the sky. Boom! Boom! No! Frisia's desperate scream echoed from the sky down to the ground, ultimately being blasted out into the vast universe. He felt Frisia's aura slowly fading away. Meanwhile, Goku transformed back from Super Saiyan to his normal state. Finally defeated that guy. A smile appeared on Goku's face as he sensed the auras of Piccolo and the others still present, although he didn't know why they had been revived. With Goku's mindset, he wouldn't bother to think about such things. Boom! The earth erupted with countless fire pillars, and the ground split open like a spider web, with numerous deep cracks spreading across the endless land. It seems this planet is about to explode. Vegeta observed the scene around him. Kakarot, I never expected you to come this far. But don't get too cocky. I will definitely surpass you. Vegeta flew into the sky and coldly shouted at Goku. At this point, Vegeta had already recovered from his injuries thanks to Ten's healing abilities. The battle isn't over yet. Don't let your guard down. Just then, Uchiha Chentian appeared before Goku and Vegeta with a spatial move. What? Frisia isn't dead yet? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Frisia was saved by his brother, Gula. Gula's power is above Frisia's, and it seems that Frisia's father, King Cold, has also arrived, Uchiha Chentian said calmly. What? Frisia has a father. Vegeta gasped in surprise. That's right, King Cold is Frisia's father. His combat power is not inferior to Frisia's. The strongest is Gula, whose combat power reaches 470 million. Uchiha Chentian said with a heavy expression. He never expected that Gula and King Cold would also come to Namek. If King Cold is manageable, but if it's Gula, even if Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan, he would not be Gula's opponent. This means that in this battle, Uchiha Chentian would have to take action himself. Vegeta, look over here, Uchiha Chentian said to Vegeta. Chapter 179. The earth shakes and the stars follow. Vegeta instinctively turned to look at Uchiha Chentian. Tsukuyami. 1 second later, Vegeta instantly found himself in the Tsukuyami illusion, experiencing the 3 days of being defeated by Goku. Ah, Kakarot. Ah. Vegeta roared in anger, and his body began to burn with golden energy. Swipe, swipe, swipe. The golden aura continuously emitted a buzzing sound, and Vegeta's hair stood upright, turning golden. Vegeta's combat power surged from 4.5 million to 225 million, surpassing Son Goku. At the same time, 3 figures, one large, one small, and one even smaller, descended from the sky. King Cold stood at 2.9 meters tall, with a combat power of 140 million. Cooler was 1.8 meters tall, with a combat power of 150 million, while Frisia was 1.5 meters tall, with a combat power of 120 million. Son Goku was 1.78 meters tall, with a Super Saiyan combat power of 175 million. Vegeta was 1.64 meters tall, plus his hair at 1.7 meters, with a Super Saiyan combat power of 225 million. Uchiha Chentian was 1.85 meters tall, with a combat power of 40 million. I thought they would be more powerful. None of them exceed 200 million in combat power. Vegeta said confidently. Vegeta, don't be too careless. Cooler hasn't transformed yet. Uchiha Chentian reminded. Vegeta snorted and said nothing. Kakarot, you deal with King Cold. Leave Cooler to me, Uchiha Chentian, do you have any problem with Frieza? Vegeta said, his gaze fixed on Cooler. Sure, Uchiha Chentian replied. Frieza, 2 Super Saiyans? Was it one of those Super Saiyans who beat you like this? Do you want your brother to help you take revenge? Cooler said with a sinister smile at Frieza. Damn it, my affairs are none of your business. Frieza shouted angrily. Frieza, speaking of which, you actually know that this planet has Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. Yet you didn't tell us and secretly came here. You really are greedy, King Cold said expressionlessly, glancing at Frieza. Ah, father, I just wanted to give you a surprise. Frieza stammered. However, King Cold naturally couldn't believe his words. Haha, whether it is or not, I think we should first defeat these 2 Saiyans. I heard that the Dragon Balls on this planet can grant 3 wishes, just in time for each of us to get one. Cooler laughed. Alright, then everyone else should collect the Dragon Balls from this planet first. King Cold instructed the army behind him. Yes, King Cold. The millions of troops behind King Cold replied. The voices of millions echoed, everyone shouting at the top of their lungs, sounding like thunder. Wow, so many people, Son Goku exclaimed. Universal pull. Uchiha Chentian raised his hands towards the countless troops in the sky, and his Rinnegan emitted a powerful eye power. Oh, what is happening? Why is my body flying toward the sky? A universe being with a combat power of over 10,000 exclaimed. And me? Impossible. My combat power is 180,000. This gravitational pull is too strong. The leader of Cooler S-Mech Squad, Shabiza, exclaimed. Earth-shattering star, Uchiha Chentian brought his hands together, controlling everyone to form a giant human meatball, which eventually transformed into a massive meteorite falling from the sky, crashing down on Frieza's family. What? King Cole was shocked. Cooler S' expression darkened even more because his mech squad was also trapped inside. The enormous meteorite, exceeding 1,000,000 meters, rapidly descended from the sky. Damn it! King Cold looked at the falling meteorite, his expression grim. Father, if we don't take action, they'll die when it lands. Frieza said, watching the meteorite get closer. Damn it! King Cold shouted angrily, launching a purple energy wave towards the giant meteorite in the sky. My earth-shattering star is not so easily destroyed. Uchiha Chentian laughed. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The earth-shattering star only formed a gap and continued to descend towards King Cold's family. What? Cooler was startled, thinking that this meteorite would be easily destroyed by King Cold, but unexpectedly, the earth-shattering star not only wasn't he destroyed, but was falling towards them at an even faster speed. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the heavy object hit the ground. They didn't die. Frieza's family really has strong lives. Uchiha Chentian muttered to himself. Still not dead? But their energy signals have disappeared, right? Son Goku asked curiously. Even if they disappeared, that's strange. Vegeta snorted. He certainly wouldn't believe that Frieza's family was just killed like that. Among the 3, only Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan could see Frieza's family being pressed onto the meteorite. However, since Frieza's family was holding their breath, their energy signals did not emit. Suddenly, a purple light appeared on the surface of the giant meteorite. The next moment, the massive meteorite exploded on the spot. 3 beams of purple light shot into the sky. Who the hell are you, possessing such superpowers? King Cold gritted his teeth, looking at Uchiha Chentian with hatred. At that moment, King Cold felt more pain in his heart because he had brought most of his subordinates. Cooler S' expression was also not much better, although he hadn't brought many people. All his troops were elite. No matter who he is, I wanted to wish he were dead. In the next moment, Cooler transformed into a purple light and charged directly at Uchiha Chentian. Your opponent is me, Cooler. A golden figure blocked in front of Uchiha Chentian, directly stopping Cooler. A Super Saiyan? Thinking of coming to die so soon. Saying this, Cooler threw a punch forward. Bang! Their fists collided, and Vegeta stood firm without moving. Cooler staggered back several steps. Oh, no wonder you could defeat Frieza. I didn't expect your power to be so strong. Cooler said, somewhat surprised. The one who defeated Frieza is not me, the Super Saiyan, but Kakarot. Vegeta said as he began to launch an attack on Cooler. Is it you, the Super Saiyan, who beat Frieza like this? King Cold said coldly to Son Goku. Haha, so what if it is? Son Goku said with a silly grin. If so, then go die. King Cold began to attack Son Goku. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. I have no interest in you. Frieza said coldly, although he felt that the aura emitted by Uchiha Chentian was not as strong as the one Son Goku gave him. Chapter 180. Frieza's Reluctance. But from Uchiha Chentian's recent display of power, it was clear that his abilities were not simple. So in Frisia's eyes, Uchiha Chentian might not be strong in combat power, but his abilities would certainly be troublesome. Of course, this was also because he was frightened by the ridiculous combat power of Son Goku and Vegeta, who grew stronger with every battle, surpassing Frieza in just a few minutes. Divine Universal Pull. Uchiha Chentian's eyes widened. An immense invisible force instantly struck towards Frieza. What is that? Frieza exclaimed in shock. An invisible force struck Frieza. Although the damage had an attack power of only 40 million points, this unseen attack still surprised Frieza. Moreover, if he stood still and was hit by such a force, even with Frieza's combat power exceeding 100 million, he would not be able to withstand it. Frieza's body ignited with a purple aura, enveloping him in a purple glow. What a powerful magical attack. Frieza looked at his peeling arms in shock. Universal Attraction is coming again. Using his powerful strength, Frieza forcefully remained suspended in midair. Great black heaven. Hundreds of black and red triangular prisms rapidly descended from the sky, smashing towards Frieza. What a hassle. Frieza pointed one finger at the sky. Multiple death beams, waves of purple energy quickly shot from his finger, targeting the triangular prisms above. Boom! Boom! The massive triangular objects were swiftly pierced through by Frieza's death beams. Amaterasu, a burst of black flames suddenly appeared, igniting on Frieza's body. Although the energy surrounding Frieza blocked most of it, he could still feel an intense heat approaching him. This won't do. This guy's superpower is elusive and impossible to see. Thinking of this, Frieza transformed into a beam of purple light, quickly approaching Uchiha Chentian. Complete body ShowsSusanoo. Uchiha Chentian was instantly enveloped in a chakra, cloak a kilometer high. A giant of the same height appearing in an instant. Boom! The complete body ShowsSusanoo swung a sword. Frieza was struck instantly. Frieza let out a scream as the energy cloak on him cracked open. If it weren't for his high combat power, that sword would have sliced him in half long ago. At this moment, a long sword mark appeared on Frieza's chest. Die for me. Frieza's face turned mad. Nova Strike, Frieza's strongest attack, wrapping himself in energy and charging towards Uchiha Chentian. Not good. Uchiha Chentian's expression changed. Crack. The complete body ShowsSusanoo cracked open. Uchiha Chentian's chest was hit by Frieza's head. Frieza laughed wildly upon successfully hitting Uchiha Chentian, happy like a 3-year-old child. This is a clone? Frieza was startled as he saw the Uchiha Chentian that had heavily landed on the ground disappear right in front of him. Hiding technique. A 20-centimeter long shuriken appeared in Uchiha Chentian's right hand, which he threw directly at Frieza. At that moment, the 20-centimeter shuriken instantly transformed into countless shuriken, forming a net of blades that surrounded Frieza. Death Beam Net. Frieza's hands instantly fired countless death beams to collide with Uchiha Chentian's hiding technique, which had already reached divine level. Although Uchiha Chentian's technique was of a higher level, Frieza had more energy, directly dispersing all the shuriken. Finally, I've caught you. Frieza shouted loudly, crazily charging towards Uchiha Chentian. The two crashed into each other, their fists colliding and striking each other's cheeks. The powerful punch distorted Uchiha Chentian's face. Uchiha Chentian's body flew backward, while Frieza remained motionless. Thunderclap technique. Uchiha Chentian's left hand transformed into a blade, crackling with purple electricity, making a sound like 1,000 birds chirping. A massive bolt of lightning shot towards Frieza. What, another clone? Frieza was furious. If it were Sun Wukong or others, they might still sense Uchiha Chentian's aura and distinguish which was the real body and which was the clone. But Frieza could not sense the aura and suffered a great loss in this move. Frieza was struck directly, a bolt of lightning hitting him. Frieza cried out as his whole body went numb. Sage Art. Super Giant Rasengan. A giant Rasengan appeared in Uchiha Chentian's hand. A Sage Technique Rasengan that equated to a mixed energy attack in the Dragon Ball world. Boom! Frieza was hit instantly. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal energy surging. Uchiha Chentian moved and arrived behind Frieza, delivering a punch to Frieza's back, causing him to scream in agony. Bang! 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 The sound of flesh colliding echoed as Frieza was struck by Uchiha Chentian, spitting out blood repeatedly, his body exploding. Frieza was already in a wounded state and could not exert much power. With a combat power of 120 million, he could only utilize 60 to 70 of it. Although Uchiha Chentian only had 40 million combat power, The countless ocular techniques in his eyes were enough to defeat the half-damaged Frieza. Sage technique. Open heaven and earth, Uchiha Chentian shouted. Uchiha Chentian instantly transformed into a complete body, Susanoo a kilometer high, holding a heavenly axe in his hands. The surface of the axe shimmered with runes, and surrounding lightning flickered. Uchiha Chentian's gaze fell on Frieza as he swung the axe down. A blinding golden axe light instantly slashed towards Frieza. Boom! The golden divine light fell upon Frieza, and boundless energy exploded on Frieza's body. No! Frieza's figure slowly disappeared into the sky, and at the same time, his aura began to vanish. Frieza never imagined that he would not die at the hands of Sun Wukong, but rather at the hands of someone named Uchiha Chentian, whose power was inferior to his own. If it were Sun Wukong, that would be understandable, as Sun Wukong was a Super Saiyan. But Uchiha Chentian? Frieza felt an immense sense of unwillingness in his heart. Bang! Bang! Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and King Cold were exchanging blows. Punches hitting flesh. Sun Wukong still controlled his power to be similar to King Cold's. He aimed to defeat King Cold with equal combat power. Chapter 181. The Powerful Cooler. Sun Wukong launched an energy blast directly at King Cold. Red blood flowed from King Cold's arm. So you're Super Saiyan, huh? I should have personally gone to kill all the Saiyans back then. Now, I can't believe I've allowed you Saiyans to grow to this extent. King Cold said with a grim expression. Hee, no use crying over spilled milk. Cooler, I'm going to defeat you quickly. I need to help Vegeta. Sun Wukong smiled at King Cold. Don't underestimate me. You want to defeat me? Sun Wukong, you should train for another 100 years. With that, King Cold let out a loud roar and charged at Sun Wukong. Bang! King Cold was struck in the abdomen by Sun Wukong, his massive body flying out, blood surging, his pupils constricting. Sun Wukong had already arrived in front of him, delivering a punch, a straight punch, a kick, a horizontal sweep, and a knee strike. A series of moves nearly incapacitating King Cold. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong forcefully thrusts both hands forward, palms coming together to form a flower bud shape, placing his hands at his waist as energy rapidly condenses. An energy ball quickly forms between his palms. Blue energy waves are launched from Sun Wukong's palms, shooting towards King Cooler. Get back! King Cooler also releases a massive energy ball. However, his energy ball only lasts for 2 or 3 seconds before being overwhelmed by Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. And then he is annihilated along with this powerful wave of attack in the cosmic starry sky. On the other side, bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Vegeta is being suppressed and attacked by the transformed Cooler. What incredible speed! Before Vegeta can turn around, a large hand presses down on his head, directly grinding him into the ground. There are no flashy moves, just overwhelming power. But the gap in strength causes Vegeta to suffer greatly. Vegeta leaps up and kicks fiercely, landing a blow on Cooler's stomach, but it feels like a normal person kicking a boulder. There's no effect. Cooler grabs Vegeta by the ankle and spins him in the air several dozen times before throwing him away. Final flash. Vegeta, heavily crashing to the ground, unleashes a powerful energy wave towards Cooler. Hee. Cooler coldly observes the massive energy wave heading his way, stepping forward instead of retreating, and delivers a kick. Bang! Vegeta's full-force final flash is kicked away by Cooler into outer space. Damn it! Vegeta grits his teeth watching Cooler fly towards him. He didn't expect Cooler's power to reach such heights after transforming. If he was previously suppressing Cooler, now it's Cooler who is dominating him. Vegeta roars. His golden aura grows even larger as he gives it his all to charge at Cooler, throwing a punch to collide with him. The collision of fists releases immense power, causing the ground to split apart. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta's fists attack Cooler like phantoms, but Cooler easily dodges all of Vegeta's attacks. Super Saiyan, is this all the power you have? Cooler sneers, then delivers a kick to the side of Vegeta's face, causing him to spit blood. His golden aura flickers. Vegeta. Just then, Sun Wukong's voice rings out. He kicks Cooler away and moves to help Vegeta up. But Vegeta is not grateful. Get out of the way, Kakarot. I don't need your help. Vegeta gasps heavily while frantically boosting his energy. Vegeta, this won't work. Cooler's power far exceeds ours. To defeat him, we can only join forces now. Sun Wukong says to Vegeta. Mind your own business. Vegeta coldly snorts and transforms into a golden flash again, charging at Cooler. Bang! Vegeta's return speed is even faster than before. He returns to Sun Wukong's side in a disheveled state. Seeing Vegeta being pushed back, Sun Wukong also transforms into a golden flash and flies towards Cooler. Yaya! Sun Wukong throws punches at Cooler. Oh, nice power. But still not as good as that last Super Saiyan, Cooler mocks. Bang! Suddenly, Cooler's tail swings towards Sun Wukong, knocking him down to the ground. Hee hee, is this all the Super Saiyan can do? Cooler locks Sun Wukong's neck with his tail and lifts him up, sneering at him. I bite. Sun Wukong bites down on Cooler's tail. Ah, you bastard. Cooler's expression changes as Sun Wukong's bite, with a battle power exceeding 200 million, sinks into his tail. Although it doesn't inflict major damage, the pain is worse than a punch from an equal opponent. Bang! Cooler kicks Sun Wukong to Vegeta's side. Haha, he's so strong. Much stronger than King, Cooler, and Frieza. Sun Wukong lies next to Vegeta, smiling bitterly at him. Damn! Cooler's power has become even stronger. Vegeta grits his teeth. 2 Super Saiyans? Super Saiyans are indeed powerful. No wonder my ancestors were defeated by them. However, my power has surpassed that of my ancestors. So even with 2 Super Saiyans, I don't care, Cooler boasts proudly. Dark sky, hundreds of triangular solid shapes over 100 meters tall fall from the sky, crashing down on Cooler. Oh, Cooler is startled, dodging all the triangles like lightning. Amaterasu, a drop of blood flows from Uchiha Chentian's left eye, and black flames with immense destructive power ignite at the focus of his pupils, instantly engulfing Cooler in flames. What kind of fire is this? Cooler shouts, dispersing all the flames with his own aura. Carp jumping over the Dragon Gate. Flood dragon roars. Dragon emerges from the sea. Flying dragon in the sky. The dragon regrets. 2 dragons fetch water. Black dragon battles the heavens. Divine dragons Yaotail. What strange moves. 8 black divine dragons, each 1,000 meters long, charge at Cooler. Each dragon possesses an attack power exceeding 100 million. What a strange move. Watch my supernova. Cooler says as he sees the 8 dragons rushing towards him. He concentrates and instantly forms a massive energy ball with one of his fingers. In the blink of an eye, an energy ball thousands of meters in size appears in the sky. Boom! The 2 terrifying energies collide, creating a huge shockwave that forms a circular destruction pattern expanding outward. The light gradually dissipates. Cooler stands in midair, engulfed in purple flames. Chapter 182. The early appearance of Gogeta. The complete body Susanoo didn't expect that although your battle power is not as strong as those 2 Saiyans, you possess such a miraculous ability. Cooler looks at Uchiha Chentian with some surprise. Cooler, this is the power of a god. I am a god, so of course, you wouldn't understand these things, Uchiha Chentian calmly replies. A god? Haha, what of it? I have killed more than 1,000 gods. Cooler boasts arrogantly. Is that so? I hope you can still laugh later. My battle power may not match yours, but I have countless ways to defeat you. Uchiha Chentian smiles at Cooler, as if he has thought of something. Oh, do you have some special ability? Cooler looks at Uchiha Chentian with curiosity. Cooler has seen countless divine beings from various planets. Although he considers their powers unimpressive, each god possesses strange super abilities. Haha, you'll find out soon enough. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, you 2 come over here, Uchiha Chentian says. Oh, what are you up to now? Vegeta looks at Uchiha Chentian with confusion, although only a second passed in that illusion. Vegeta had been stimulated by Sun Wukong countless times over these 3 days. Tsukiyami, Uchiha Chentian's eyes narrow. In the next moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta began to make identical, strange movements in front of Gula. Soon, as their fingers collided, a golden light shone around them. Oh! Gula looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta with curiosity as they performed such bizarre actions. Before long, Sun Wukong and Vegeta fused into one. Gogeta appeared, a Gogeta that had emerged a decade earlier. He had the same bangs as Sun Wukong, but his facial features resembled those of Vegeta. His hair retained the same deep black color as Sun Wukong's, with black eyebrows and pupils, but his skin was a bronze color compared to Sun Wukong. He was a warrior created through the fusion technique of the Metamorphs. It was Uchiha Chentian who had forced Vegeta and Sun Wukong to fuse through an illusion. In that illusion, the 2 had failed to fuse dozens of times before finally succeeding this time. That was because the current Sun Wukong and Vegeta did not know each other as well as they did in the original series, which is why it took them so many attempts to succeed. Sun Wukong's battle power was 3.6 million, with some enhancement after recovery, while Vegeta's was 4.6 million, also with some enhancement after recovery. The combined battle power of the 2 was 7.2 million. and transforming into a Super Saiyan would raise it to 1 billion. Their fusion was not simply the addition of their powers. It resulted in a much stronger battle power. Therefore, Gogeta's strength, speed, and all abilities received a tremendous boost. Moreover, the current Son Wukong and Vegeta were not very familiar with each other. If it were the Gogeta from the original series, his battle power would have increased several times more. Since it was the fusion of Son Wukong and Vegeta. I'm Gogeta. After Gogeta appeared, he looked coldly at Gula. So, it's the Metamoran fusion technique. I've heard that warriors born from this fusion possess several times the battle power of a single individual. Damn it, how could it be like this? Gula's expression darkened upon seeing Gogeta. Gogeta said, I want to go easy on you like Son Wukong and Vegeta did. I will defeat you in the shortest time possible. With that, Gogeta shouted. A terrifying aura erupted from him. The world instantly darkened, and thunder rolled in the clouds, flashing ominously. A dazzling golden aura shot from Gogeta, with his hair standing tall and his green eyes icy cold. The terrifying aura emanating from him made the earth tremble. No matter if you're Son Wukong or Vegeta, die for me. Gula transformed into a purple figure and charged directly at Gogeta. Gula spat blood. His battle power of over 300 million was simply no match for Gogeta's 1 billion. With just one punch, Gogeta rendered Gula powerless. Gogeta reached out and grabbed Gula's purple tail, smashing him heavily into the ground. Then, Gogeta swung Gula's body again, rapidly slamming him into the ground like swinging a long rope. Boom! The earth shook. With a final slam into the ground. Gula's entire body sank deep into the earth. Get up, you're not dead that easily, Gogeta said casually. He had only used less than half of his power and wasn't going to kill Gula so quickly. After he spoke, Gula's body slowly rose, emanating an aura close to 400 million. Gula hadn't been beaten like this in many years. Since he came of age, his battle power had surpassed King Cold by a significant margin. This was why King Cold had called Gula for the trip to Earth. His strength could no longer suppress Gula, and he feared being killed by him. The only reason he went to rescue Frieza was to leverage Frieza's power against Gula. Suddenly, Gula transformed into a purple light and charged at Gogeta. However, Gogeta was faster, ducking to avoid Gula's attack. Following that, a series of phantom-like punches struck Gula. The punches, as fast as lightning, left Gula unable to dodge, and he was hit by countless blows. Bang! 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 As Gula retreated, blood sprayed from his mouth, and his body shot away like a rocket. Gogeta looked expressionlessly at Gula's distant figure flying into the sky. A golden energy sphere slowly gathered in front of Gogeta's chest, and then he quickly positioned his hands in a flower-like formation towards the energy sphere. Super Ultra Spirit Bomb, Gogeta shouted as he pushed towards the energy sphere, which instantly erupted into a long, golden river of energy flowing towards Gula in the sky. No! Gula cried out in despair. Boom! A massive explosion echoed throughout the universe. Gula was instantly propelled into outer space by the terrifying Super Ultra Spirit Bomb, followed by a tremendous explosion. By the time Gula's aura disappeared, less than 2 minutes had passed. Gogeta stood motionless in the sky, expressionless as he looked at the exploding energy fireworks falling from outer space. The Gogeta that had appeared a decade earlier was indeed not wasting any time. He had resolved Gula so quickly. Uchiha Chentian's gaze fell on Gogeta as he thought to himself. At that moment, Gogeta turned around, fixing his gaze on Uchiha Chentian. Chapter 183. The Third Wish. Uchiha Chentian, I have always been curious about you. You seem to have many secrets, and you know a lot about Son Wukong and Vegeta. Gogeta said to Uchiha Chentian with a cold expression. I not only know about Son Wukong and Vegeta, but I also know much more than they do, especially about Saiyans. I understand them better than Vegeta does. Because although I'm not a true Saiyan, before Uchiha Chentian could finish his sentence, a terrifying aura erupted from him, and a golden energy ignited around him. Uchiha Chentian's hair stood up, resembling a Super Saiyan's hairstyle, although his hair remained black. Half-step Super Saiyan? No, it's a pseudo-Super Saiyan. At this moment, Uchiha Chentian's battle power surged directly from 40 million to 400 million, increasing tenfold. It seems my Saiyan S cells are still not enough. Uchiha Chentian muttered to himself. Saiyans need a pure and stable heart to increase the S cells within them. And then through extreme anger, the S cells can explosively increase to successfully transform. Uchiha Chentian possessed both a balanced mindset and extreme anger, but his Scion S cells were still somewhat lacking. Since the previous Vegeta and Sun Wukong had not transformed into Super Saiyans, the Super Saiyan genes Uchiha Chentian obtained from them were insufficient, resulting in only being able to transform into a pseudo-Super Saiyan. I understand now. You must be a descendant of Saiyans from another planet. No wonder you can come to planet Vegeta and know so much about both Vegeta and Sun Wukong. If that is the case, it makes sense. However, it's strange. With your abilities, you should also be able to transform into a true Super Saiyan, right? Why are you only a pseudo-Super Saiyan? Gogeta looked at Uchiha Chentian's state with curiosity. Huh. Uchiha Chentian just smiled slightly without explaining anything. At that moment, a huge explosion sounded. Is this planet about to explode? Has Gohan and the others not gathered all 7 Dragon Balls yet? Vegeta's face looked somewhat grim. Even if his power is strong, he still feels powerless to stop a planet from exploding. It seems I have to take action. At that moment, Uchiha Chentian spoke. Oh. Vegeta looked at Uchiha Chentian with curiosity, wanting to know how he would prevent the planet from exploding. He saw the 9 purple Tomo in Uchiha Chentian's golden Rinnegan spinning at high speed. Divine Yin-Yang escape. A golden light radiated from Uchiha Chentian at the speed of light, spreading across the entire Namek. The power of Divine Yin-Yang escape began to restore the core of Namek, which had been destroyed by Frieza. After the core was restored, not long after, the flames on the surface began to slowly disappear, and the earthquakes began to stop, although there were no visible changes on Namek's surface. It was no longer like before, where the entire world was erupting with volcanoes. Although the environment was still damaged compared to the original Namek, it would not be long before Namek would recover again. Suddenly, the sky turned dark. After a while, the environment on Namek instantly returned to the state it was in before the battle, and the Namekians killed by Frieza's army began to resurrect one by one. Is that the Dragon of Namek? It's really big, several times larger than the Dragon of Earth. Vegeta said in surprise. The bigger the dragon, the larger the scope of wishes it can grant. The Grand Elder of the Namekians is much stronger than the God of Earth. Uchiha Chentian said calmly. In the next moment, Uchiha Chentian's figure disappeared, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of the Dragon of Namek. Time stopped. Uchiha Chentian's eyes glowed, and the time of everyone present was stopped. Uchiha Chentian looked at the dragon, which resembled the genie from Aladdin's lamp, Purunga. Purunga for my third wish. I want the ability to create the dragon of the Namekians. Uchiha Chentian said to Purunga. Don't ask why Uchiha Chentian knows the Namekian language. He learned it through a technique. Oh. After hearing Uchiha Chentian's words, Purunga fell silent. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. Just as Uchiha Chentian couldn't help but ask Purunga if he couldn't do it, Purunga finally spoke. This wish I cannot fulfill. However, I can pass on a secret technique to create the dragon to you. Purunga said expressionlessly to Uchiha Chentian. That's fine. Although I couldn't achieve my ultimate goal, it's close enough. With the help of the myriad paths, I don't believe I can't create the dragon. Now that all 3 wishes have been granted, I should take my leave. Purunga's voice fell, and before the second Elder of Namek could react, he disappeared from everyone's sight. What? What's going on? I haven't even stated my third wish yet. The second Elder said, in confusion. The other Namekians also looked puzzled. The third wish should have been stated by Uchiha Chentian. At that moment, Piccolo spoke up. Piccolo's gaze fell on Uchiha Chentian, who had suddenly appeared. Piccolo had seen Uchiha Chentian use his time stop ability several times. What? But this requires speaking in our Namekian language. Tien Shinhan said in confusion. It's simple. Uchiha Chentian is a deity. It's not strange that he knows the Namekian language. However, I still don't know what Uchiha Chentian's third wish really was. Piccolo said calmly, but as he spoke, his gaze fell on Uchiha Chentian. Ah, Piccolo, your IQ is really high to notice that. However, letting you know what my third wish was is nothing to hide. I can't keep it from you. My wish was simple, to ask Purunga to let me know the secret technique to create the dragon. Uchiha Chentian said with a smile. Oh, so that's your wish? I thought you would wish for something like immortality. Piccolo said, in surprise. Immortality, haha. What good is immortality? You can't be killed, but you can be sealed by others. That's even scarier than dying. Besides, there is no such thing as true immortality in this world. Uchiha Chentian said calmly with a smile. Chapter 184. Vegeta vs. Uchiha Chentian. Am I late? What wish did Uchiha Chentian fulfill? Vegeta just arrived here. In fact, Vegeta's speed wasn't slow at all. He arrived here less than 10 seconds after Uchiha Chentian disappeared. But because of Uchiha Chentian's eye technique, by the time Vegeta arrived, Uchiha Chentian had already fulfilled his third wish. Who are you? Why do you have the aura of Son Goku and Vegeta? Piccolo exclaimed. Not only Piccolo, but even Krillin, Gohan, and the others looked at Vegeta in surprise. He is Vegeta, the ultimate fusion warrior born from the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta through the Metamor technique. At this rate, it would take about 25 minutes for Vegeta to defuse. Uchiha Chentian explained for Vegeta. What Vegeta? Everyone was shocked. He's right. That's the only way. After fusing into Vegeta, I can easily defeat Gula. Vegeta said calmly. I see. I didn't expect such a magical technique to exist in this universe. Piccolo said in surprise. Uchiha Chentian, can we spar? At that moment, Vegeta suddenly spoke to Uchiha Chentian. Oh, Vegeta, aren't you bullying Uchiha Chentian? I remember that when Goku and Vegeta transform into Super Saiyans, their combat power exceeds 100 million points. You should know that Uchiha Chentian only has 40 million points of combat power. Piccolo said in confusion. After activating his potential through the Grand Elder's ability, Piccolo's current combat power has reached 11 million, and in his rage state, it has surpassed Uchiha Chentian's base power at 41 million. Son Gohan, before activating potential, his normal state had a combat power of 200,000, and now it's 8 million. His Super Saiyan state is 18 million points. Krillin, before activating potential, he had a combat power of 220,000, and now it's 1 million. Yamcha, before activating potential, he had a combat power of 150,000, and now it's 800,000 points. Haha Piccolo, you still underestimate Uchiha Chentian too much. 40 million points of combat power is just his base combat power. You can actually increase your combat power several times through other tricks. Do you think Uchiha Chentian can't do it? Don't forget, our basic combat power is far inferior to Uchiha Chentian. Vegeta's words directly awakened Piccolo and the other Dragon Ball warriors. Yes, it seems that I have become overly confident due to the rapid increase in combat power, underestimating Uchiha Chentian. My current mindset is somewhat out of sync with my own strength, so it seems I need to train my mental strength more when I return to Earth. Piccolo was immediately made aware by Vegeta's words. He began to feel that his current mindset was somewhat off. Gohan, let's go back to Earth. Don't forget to train. Such a sudden increase in power is not a good thing. With that thought, Piccolo said to Son Gohan with a serious expression. Okay, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan replied earnestly. It seems we should do the same. Krillin said to Tien and the others. All right, let me see how you defeated me. Uchiha Chentian said to Vegeta. Well, let's go over there. With that, Vegeta's figure instantly disappeared. When Vegeta's figure reappeared, he was already in an uninhabited desert. Uchiha Chentian also appeared instantly. Soon after, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and the others arrived one by one. Vegeta did not speak, simply letting out a loud shout. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. The world instantly darkened. A golden, shining energy burst forth from Vegeta, his hair standing high as a powerful aura emanated from him, causing the entire desert to tremble. Is this the Super Saiyan? Such a terrifying aura. This aura is at least 4 to 5 times stronger than Frieza's. Piccolo exclaimed. Too powerful. I can't even sense the depth of this aura. Krillin exclaimed. Wow, that's amazing. Son Gohan said with admiration on his face. So strong. The gap is too great. I can't even sense the depth of such an aura. Tien exclaimed. I thought we had closed the distance, but I didn't expect they had turned into Super Saiyans. Yamcha said with a bitter smile. By the way, Tien, since Goku and Vegeta can fuse, can we do it too? Kaiatsu suddenly thought of something and said happily to Tien. Not necessarily. Your height difference is too great. If it's Yamcha and Tien, it should be possible. Piccolo replied. All right. Hearing Piccolo's words, Kaiatsu felt a bit disappointed. After seeing Vegeta transform into a Super Saiyan, Uchiha Chentian also no longer hid his power, a terrifying aura emanating from him as a golden energy ignited around him. Uchiha Chentian's hair stood up completely, resembling a Super Saiyan hairstyle. His battle power surged from 40 million to 400 million. A Super Saiyan. Is Lord Chentian also a Saiyan? Krillin exclaimed in shock. I didn't expect Lord Chentian to also be a Super Saiyan. However, it's strange. Why is Lord Chentian's hair still black? Son Gohan said curiously. I don't know. Piccolo shook his head. He didn't understand Super Saiyans either. If this Super Saiyan form has a battle power of 400 million, that's really amazing. Vegeta laughed. Shinra Tensei, Uchiha Chentian's right eye shot out a powerful, invisible force that instantly struck toward Vegeta. Huh. Vegeta directly blocked Shinra Tensei with his immense energy. Bansho Tenin was ineffective against Vegeta. Daikokunin, hundreds of black-red triangular shapes quickly descended from the sky, smashing toward Vegeta. Vegeta directly destroyed all the shapes with his bare fists. What? Uchiha Chentian was shocked. He didn't expect Vegeta's battle power to be so terrifying. In Uchiha Chentian's view, even 3 or 4 warriors of equal power would not be a match for Vegeta. The same trick cannot always be effective against me. Don't forget that Goku and Vegeta have suffered quite a bit from this move of yours. Vegeta said confidently with a smile. If that's the case, then I won't hide my power anymore. Uchiha Chentian smiled confidently at Vegeta. If that's true, then I'm really excited. Vegeta felt the blood in his body boiling, and his body trembled with excitement. Chapter 185, Night Kai's Dragon Fist Eruption. A few moves easily defeated Gula, leaving the battle-loving Vegeta feeling disappointed, which is why he turned his attention to Uchiha Chentian. Pangu Tattoo, Uchiha Chentian began to form seals with both hands, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, a special golden mark appeared on his right cheek. 2 lunar and solar marks appeared on his palms. His muscles bulged with blue veins like dragon veins. His height increased to 1.95 meters, growing 10 centimeters taller, his physique resembling that of Dwayne Johnson. His battle power surged from 400 million to 800 million. Amaterasu, Uchiha Chentian's right eye suddenly shot out. A black flame instantly appeared next to Vegeta. Baozulfust. Vegeta quickly dodged, trying to evade Uchiha Chentian's Amaterasu flames with lightning speed. Unable to evade, he decided he could only take it head-on. Vegeta thought to himself as a golden energy erupted from his body. The golden energy directly dispersed the Amaterasu flames. At that moment, Uchiha Chentian appeared behind Vegeta. Uchiha Chentian brought his hands together and heavily struck Vegeta's head. Bang! Uchiha Chentian's hands struck the air. A clone technique? Uchiha Chentian was surprised. At that moment, Vegeta had already arrived behind Uchiha Chentian and kicked toward him. Bang! Vegeta's big foot hit a large wooden block. A substitution technique. Vegeta exclaimed. Fire release. Great fireball. The air instantly became hot. Uchiha Chentian unleashed a massive wave of flames, like seawater, toward Vegeta from close range, the length exceeding 100 meters, directly hitting Vegeta, who was instantly engulfed by the massive flames. Dad! Son Gohan looked worriedly at Vegeta, who was engulfed in flames. Vegeta's aura is still present. Don't worry too much, Gohan. Piccolo said calmly. You indeed have a lot of abilities, being able to spit fire from your mouth. Moreover, the temperature of such flames is incredibly high. Vegeta's voice came from within the flames. A golden figure walked through the fire. Want to learn? I can teach you. Uchiha Chentian laughed. Oh, can such abilities be taught to others? Vegeta said, somewhat surprised. Of course. Watch closely. With that, Uchiha Chentian formed seals with both hands. Originally, Uchiha Chentian could cast ninjutsu without seals, but to show Vegeta, he decided to teach him. Uchiha Chentian wanted to see if Vegeta could use energy to perform ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fireball. Uchiha Chentian once again unleashed a massive wave of flames toward Vegeta. However, this time Vegeta easily dodged. At the same time, Gogeta began to mimic the movements of Uchiha Chentian. Uchiha Chentian was surprised that Gogeta was actually able to successfully produce a fireball technique. A massive flame struck towards Uchiha Chentian. However, such flames were directly absorbed by Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan. It seems that this kind of technique isn't very difficult, but I still prefer to fight with my fists. Saying this, Gogeta charged directly at Uchiha Chentian. Is that so? Uchiha Chentian replied. Golden light flickered as golden energy blasts scattered from Gogeta's hands, launching an overwhelming attack towards Uchiha Chentian. Uchiha Chentian raised his hands to block while dodging the incoming energy blasts. Both of them intentionally flew into the air, and most of the energy blasts headed towards the sky. Even if some landed on the ground, they didn't cause much destruction. Countless dust storms several dozen meters high appeared in the desert. Space movement. With a flick of his right eye, Uchiha Chentian instantly appeared in front of Gogeta. Uchiha Chentian's punch struck Gogeta's cheek, the immense force causing Gogeta's face to distort exaggeratedly, with transparent saliva spraying out. Gogeta retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of intense battle echoed as their figures moved through every corner. Gogeta, moving at super fast speed, appeared behind Uchiha Chentian and punched him in the back. The powerful force sent Uchiha Chentian flying. Complete body Susanoo with sage art. Creation of heaven and earth, Uchiha Chentian shouted. In an instant, he transformed into a complete body Susanoo towering 1,000 meters high, holding a heavenly axe. One swing came crashing down. Kamehameha. Gogeta instantly unleashed a massive attack wave. Boom! Uchiha Chentian's complete body Susanoo and the divine light of the heavenly axe could not withstand Gogeta's Kamehameha for even 10 seconds before being dispersed. Just as it was rumored online, one cannot compete with the Sun family in a clash. Uchiha Chentian used space movement to evade Gogeta's Kamehameha. Although he didn't use his full power, the strength of such an attack still surprised Uchiha Chentian as it directly dispersed Gogeta's Kamehameha. Your speed of movement has slowed down. Gogeta appeared in front of Uchiha Chentian at super fast speed. Although he couldn't teleport yet, his speed was even faster than Uchiha Chentian's. Not much slower than Uchiha Chentian's space movement. Gogeta punched towards Uchiha Chentian. You're the slow one. Uchiha Chentian blocked with his hand. He returned a punch to Gogeta. Bang, bang, bang. God's punishment, Sasuke's ocular technique. A 10-meter-long Kirin charged directly at Gogeta, its power far exceeding that of Sasuke's God's punishment by 100 times. Get out of the way. Gogeta punched out, unleashing a dragon-like energy wave to disperse the Kirin. Wheel Tomb Edge Hell, 4 invisible figures simultaneously attacked Gogeta. But none managed to hit Gogeta. Instead, Gogeta dispersed them. Solar Fist. Gogeta placed his palms between his eyes, emitting a massive and powerful radiant light, aiming to blind Uchiha Chentian. However, Uchiha Chentian was now in his physical form, able to clearly see the speed of the Solar Fist light. Before the light even approached him, Uchiha Chentian had already closed his eyes. Uchiha Chentian threw a punch. Evening Elephant, first speed, second speed, third speed, fourth speed, fifth speed, boom! Upon reaching the fifth speed, the massive power of the fist created an air cannon in the shape of an elephant's foot that charged directly at Gogeta. Dragon Fist. Gogeta punched out, and a 5-clawed divine dragon appeared behind him, stretching 1,000 meters. Boom! The two terrifying waves of fists collided, with the elephant foot meeting the dragon fist, instantly creating a series of earth-shattering powers, with light and shadow continuously colliding. Night Kai. Uchiha Chentian kicked out, and a golden dragon head thousands of meters long charged towards Gogeta. Dragon Fist Eruption, Chapter 186. Back to the Naruto world. Gogeta's fist unleashed a golden 5-clawed dragon that collided directly with the dragon head of Night Kai. Boom! The two powerful physical attacks clashed, creating visible shockwaves that spread out in waves, impacting the surrounding thousands of kilometers of desert, with sand and dust filling the air. Krillin, Yamcha, Gohan, Piccolo, and others entered a state of rage, their energy flaring around them, their hands raised in front, using their energy to resist the continuous waves of energy. Their eyes flickering behind their protective hands, trying their best to open. The rumbling dust rose, forming a mushroom cloud. Not good. Gogeta's Dragon Fist Eruption has surpassed Night Kai. Uchiha Chentian was startled. The strongest physical attack in the Naruto world, Night Kai, was defeated by the strongest physical attack from the Dragon Ball world, Dragon Fist Eruption. Although Uchiha Chentian's power was not as great as Gogeta's, Night Kai was still inferior to the Dragon Fist. Sage King Mode. Uchiha Chentian's hair rapidly grew long. Purple gold lightning appeared beside him, and the originally golden energy flame gained a hint of purple. Purple gold shadows appeared around his eyes, and the word Sage King appeared on his forehead. Uchiha Chentian's combat power increased to 1.2 billion. Complete body Susanoo, giant 1,000 meters tall, quickly rose. Boom! A divine dragon several thousand meters long coiled around the complete body Susanoo. But before long, the figure of the golden divine dragon slowly disappeared. Uchiha Chentian's complete body Susanoo was unharmed. Meanwhile, Gogeta had already split back into Vegeta and Goku. That's strange. Wasn't it supposed to last 30 minutes? How did it split after just over 20 minutes? Goku exclaimed. How would I know? Vegeta snorted coldly. It should be a matter of your energy. The figure of the complete body Susanoo quickly vanished, and Uchiha Chentian approached Goku and Vegeta. What energy problem? Goku asked curiously. Before you fused, I healed your injuries. However, Your energy didn't recover much. Plus, you had already gone through a fierce battle. Your spirit was somewhat fatigued, so the energy would greatly decrease during fusion. Uchiha Chentian explained. I see, what a pity. If Gogeta were in his most powerful state, perhaps he would have forced out all your power by now. How about this, Vegeta? Once we recover, let's fuse again. Suddenly, Goku smiled at Vegeta. Humph, you dream. Kakarot, I will never fuse with you again. Vegeta coldly snorted. Is that so? What a shame. Goku said with some regret. Goku, Vegeta, go to Yardrat. There, you might learn some special abilities. Uchiha Chentian spoke again. Yardrat? Goku was somewhat puzzled as to why Uchiha Chentian wanted him to go there. Haha, you'll know when you get there. Although the people over there are not very strong, their abilities are quite magical. As he spoke, Uchiha Chentian directly sent Sun Wukong and Vegeta to planet Yardrat without waiting for their reaction. At the same time, he also provided them with a Frisia spaceship, preparing everything for the two of them. Well, it's time to send you back to Earth. Uchiha Chentian said to Piccolo and Krillin. Why are you leaving so soon? Son Gohan said with some disappointment. Because I have to leave here. Otherwise, you can take the spaceship back to Earth by yourselves. Uchiha Chentian replied to Son Gohan. If that's the case, then I'll take the spaceship back myself. Tianjin, if you want to go back, you should tell Uchiha Chentian now. Piccolo said as he turned and flew away. Then I'll go back with Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan said with a smile. If that's the case, then I'll stay too. It's my first time leaving Earth and going to another planet. I can't waste such a good opportunity. Krillin also said with a smile. If that's the case, then we'll stay too. Dumpling, Tianjin said. Sigh, even though I don't like being here, but since you all are staying, I might as well stay too. Yamcha said helplessly. There are no women on this planet. And for Yamcha, it will be better to go back to Earth. Oh, if that's the case, then we shall meet again if fate allows. With that, without giving Son Gohan and the others a chance to ask questions, Uchiha Chentian directly disappeared in Namek. When Uchiha Chentian appeared again, he was back in the world of Naruto, in Konoha. Konoha, 70 years later, Uchiha Chentian had spent nearly a year in the Dragon Ball world. Although Uchiha Chentian's main body was not in the Naruto world, his clone was still there, and in this year, nothing significant happened in the Naruto world. The Tsutsuki clan did not come. Uchiha Chentian's bloodline, Tsutsuki branch bloodline, 50 of the Tsutsuki main family, equal to Kagaya Tsutsuki, Super Saiyan 99, only 1% SL away from transforming into a Super Saiyan, Kekii Genkai. Purple Ninetales Rinnegan and Golden Samsara I fused into a Purple Gold Samsara Rinnegan. Transformation, Semi-Super Saiyan 10 times, Super Saiyan I 50 times. Age, 60 years old, born in Konoha 10, currently in Konoha 70 years. Sage Technique, Super Sage Mode, ShowsSusanoo. Sage King Mode, Sage King Taijutsu, Tenfold 8 Gates King Fist, Panga Tattoo, also known as the Wedge of Tsutsuki, Sage King Mode. Samsara Rinnegan Techniques, Space-Time Instant Transmission. No longer needing to leave a spatial marker on the opponent. One can directly traverse to the desired time and space or the time and space locked by one's spiritual power. Left Rinnegan fused with the left Samsara I, evolving into a new ocular technique. Starry Sky 10,000 Paths, after the evolution of 10,000 Paths, just as the name suggests. The previous 10,000 paths were the evolution of any ninjutsu or sage art before the creation of heaven and earth. Samsara I techniques, Kamui, Power Bank, Absolute Gravity Field, evolved ocular techniques of 10,000 paths, Heavenly Power Hand, Will-Tomb Border Hell, Rinnegan, Burning Soul, Corpse Demon Sealing Method, Life Restoration, Samsara I, Devouring Sky Demon Technique, Spacetime Ninjutsu, Yin-Yang Life Escape, Samsara Rinnegan, Destruction, one of the right eye's divine ocular techniques. Level, True Immortal Divine 4th Stage. Combat Power, 80 million, just broke through to Divine 4th Stage. Space-Time Traversal, a new ocular technique awakened by the left Rinnegan. Unity of Heaven and Man, new ocular technique abilities awakened by the right Rinnegan. Strongest Form, Semi-Super Saiyan, plus Panga Tattoo, plus Sage King Mode, plus Tenfold 8 Gates King Fist, equals 12 billion combat power, which has surpassed the dimension of gods in the Naruto world. Chapter 187, Tsutsuki King Tongue. This 1% SL is indeed hard to merge. Uchiha Chentian muttered to himself. Although Saiyan cells are powerful, the Tsutsuki are not far behind. Currently, Son Wukong and Vegeta have not yet grown to the heights of Super Saiyan 2 or 3. Therefore, their bloodline is not much stronger than that of the Tsutsuki. Although the scion bloodline is astonishing, it also depends on what kind of scion it is. For example, how many scions had combat power over 10,000 during the time of King Vegeta? The Tsuki clan is divided into branch family, main family, and then the royal family. Even the branch family of the Tsuki possesses powerful strength. As for the Uchiha, Senju, and other clans, there's no need to mention them. The scions, on the other hand, have Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, 4, and God forms, etc. In terms of dimension, the scion bloodline is higher than that of the Tsuki. Currently, Uchiha Chentian wants to merge the scion bloodline with the Tsuki bloodline into one, becoming the Tsuki scion bloodline. If the two are combined, the dimension will reach a terrifying height. Meanwhile, while Uchiha Chentian was researching the scion SLs, on the other side, Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke, along with a group of Konoha's shadow-level ninjas, were present. Has the Tsuki clan sent more people? Kakashi said with a serious expression. Are those people still not dead? Uzumaki Naruto said with a grim face. Rinnegan. Amaterasu, a drop of blood flowed from Uchiha Sasuke's right eye, and his Seventomo Rinnegan emitted a powerful ocular force. A massive black flame ignited on the body of the Ten Tails, which had 10 heads. Roar. The 10 Tails writhed in pain, thrashing around on the ground. Countless tailed beast balls were shot from its mouth. Sage Art. Ninefold Razaman. Kakashi quickly formed hand seals and then slammed his hands onto the ground. 9 Razaman instantly appeared, each standing 100 meters tall, directly altering the trajectory of the tailed beast balls. The Ninefold Razaman is a summoning technique of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, summoning gates symbolizing death for defense against physical attacks. If the Fivefold Razaman is merely a super shadow level ninjutsu, then now, through the reforms of the 6th Hokage Kakashi, it can be said to be a 6 paths level sage art. Boom! The moment the Ninefold Razaman appeared, it not only altered the trajectory of the tailed beast balls, but also rebounded the tailed beast balls back to the 10 tails. Roar! After being hit by its own tailed beast balls, the 10 tails became even more frenzied. If it weren't for the Ninefold Razaman surrounding it, many countries might have been destroyed by the 10 tails. 6th Hokage, the situation seems a bit off. It seems that this 10 tails is not an ordinary 10 tails, and it looks like it was deliberately placed here to attract us over. Uchiha Obito felt something was wrong and said to Kakashi, "Not good." They went to Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "Are Senju and the first Hokage in Konoha?" Uzumaki Naruto asked. The first Hokage and Madara went to chase after Obito and Itachi. Only Senju and Itachi, Guy, and the others are here. Uchiha Obito replied. Not good. It's a diversion tactic. Kakashi suddenly remembered something and shouted. At the same time, a familiar yet strange voice entered the ears of all of them. Only now do you realize? It's too late. A long-haired man, whose appearance and attire were similar to other Tsuki, appeared before the crowd. He wore an elegant, fitted white tailcoat with patterns on his sleeves that matched his tattoos. He had pale skin and long grayish-white hair. 2 horns resembling dragon horns grew from his head to the back of his skull, and his eyes displayed a golden circular pattern with 8 triangles surrounding the pupils, resembling a pair of golden eyes. Additionally, he had a red Rinnegan on his forehead. There were vertical rows of Magatama tattoos on his chest and back. This was the first meeting with the 6th Hokage, Kakashi. This king's name is Tsutsuki Wangtung. Tsutsuki Wangtung smiled at Kakashi and the others. If someone who didn't know saw this, they might think that Tsutsuki Wangtung and Kakashi were good friends. Tsutsuki Wangtung, are you planning to plant a divine tree on this planet too? Naruto Uzumaki's gaze fell on Tsutsuki Wangtung, and his kaleidoscope eyes were filled with a strong, killing intent. No, I'm not here for chakra fruits. Chakra fruits are just snacks. I'm here for you. Tsutsuki Wangtung said with a smile. For us? Kakashi and Naruto exchanged glances, unsure of what Tsutsuki Wangtung was talking about. As long as you become my subordinates, then this planet will naturally belong to me, and I 1T kill the humans here. Tsutsuki Wangtung laughed. Oh, are you thinking too beautifully? Or are you still not awake? Naruto looked at Tsutsuki Wangtung as if he were a fool. Naruto. I think he is not just not awake, but has become foolish. Obito Uchiha said with a laugh. That should be it. Naruto and Obito chimed in, causing Tsutsuki Wangtung's expression to grow darker. Shut up, you lowly beings. Just stay here and hope you can still laugh later. As he spoke, Tsutsuki Wangtung's Rinnegan widened and a powerful ocular power shot out from within. A strong ocular power fell upon the Ten Tails. The next moment, the Ten Tails' body began to shrink, transforming from 100 meters long to 10 meters, with 10 heads and 20 arms, exuding a red aura. Half-step divine being, humanoid, 10 Tails. Since you refuse to become my subordinate, then you shall stay here and accompany the 10 Tails. Suitsuki Wong tongue left a harsh remark, and the next moment, his figure quickly vanished. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were currently at the level of 6 paths completion. Kakashi was at the 6 paths middle stage. Obito Uchiha was only at the 6 paths lower stage. Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha called out to Naruto Uzumaki. I got it. Naruto's left eye's kaleidoscope spun violently. Kaleidoscope. Maha Wuyong. A powerful ocular technique boosted Sasuke Uchiha's strength several times. Half-step divine realm. Rinnegan. Divine punishment. Sasuke Uchiha's right eye spun. The sky instantly darkened, and hundreds of Chilin transformed into a 10-meter-long Chilin charging towards the Ten Tails. Boom! A terrifying lightning chakra struck the humanoid Ten Tails, and a semicircular powerful energy rapidly expanded underground, creating a bottomless pit on the ground. Chapter 188. The Secret of Konoha? The humanoid Ten Tails' body was directly blown apart by the Chilin, with most of its body already vanished. Sage Art. Super large-tailed beast Rasengan. Naruto Uzumaki shouted, and a gigantic golden Rasengan appeared in his hand, hurling it towards the humanoid Ten Tails. Boom! The massive energy exploded upon hitting the humanoid Ten Tails. What monster! Even after being destroyed like this, it hasn't died. Obito Uchiha remarked. Although the Ten Tails' body had been obliterated, the chakra aura emanating from it still remained. Meanwhile, in Konoha, a man, standing at 1.8 meters tall, appeared in midair. Behind him were 5 Suitsuki clad in matching white outfits. Is this Konoha? Not much to speak of. Suitsuki Wong tongue said casually. Sage Art. 1,000 birds, super large-tailed beast Rasengan, 100-meter-sized Rasengan, infused with lightning power, struck towards the 5 Suitsuki in the sky. Oh! Suitsuki Mike stepped forward, his red Rinnegan in his hands, facing the incoming Rasengan, and a powerful attraction emanated from it. What? I can't absorb it. Suitsuki Mike exclaimed in shock. Another natural energy. Suitsuki Wong tongue said in surprise. Boom! A dazzling light illuminated the entire Konoha, the blinding light stinging everyone's eyes. And a surge of power instantly stirred up a wave of air. Except for Suitsuki Wong tongue, the other 4 were repelled by Uchiha Senju. Half-step divine realm? This planet seems to hide many secrets. There are actually so many 6 paths level beings. Suitsuki Wong tongue's gaze was filled with curiosity, not caring at all that he had just been hit by Uchiha Senju. Another Suitsuki clan, and this time, so many have come. 5 Suitsuki aliens. It seems this battle will be even more dangerous than before. Uchiha Senju's expression turned serious, and a purple golden light shone around him, with bolts of lightning swirling around him. Super Sage Mode. Uchiha Senju instantly entered Super Sage Mode. What a terrifying aura. There are so many 6 paths, powerhouses. One of them doesn't even emit any aura. Senju Tobarama's figure soared into the sky, arriving beside Uchiha Senju. Senju Tobarama, 6 paths middle stage. Then there was Uchiha Izuna, 6 paths lower stage. Hyuga Niji, 6 paths upper stage. Rock Lee, 6 paths lower stage. Mike Guy, 6 paths middle stage. The 3 were also alarmed. Finally, there was Tsunade Senju. What's that guy doing? Why hasn't he come? Tsunade said with dissatisfaction. Tsunade, perfectly at 6 paths, 6 paths, level beings, 1 half-step divine being. This planet indeed hides the divine power of Shinjutsu. Haha, I'm getting more and more excited. Suitsuki Wong tongue laughed heartily. Excited? What exactly do you want to do? With your strength, you shouldn't be here for chakra fruits right now. Senju Tobarama said coldly, looking at Suitsuki Wong tongue. Oh, you could see that. You're right. I'm indeed not here for chakra fruits. Although chakra fruits are good, they have little effect on divine beings. Unless the quantity reaches tens of planets worth of chakra fruits, they would be effective for divine beings. My purpose is Shinjutsu. The divine power of Shinjutsu is hidden on this planet. Suitsuki Wong tongue smiled at everyone. So you came for Shinjutsu, then go find Shinjutsu. What's the matter with coming to Konoha? Senju Tobarama asked, puzzled. Haha, don't you understand yet? Why does your country, the land of fire, have resources richer than other countries? Moreover, every generation of geniuses is stronger than those from other places. Suitsuki Wong tongue said calmly. Oh, Are you implying that Shinjutsu's divine power is in the land of fire? Senju Tobarama asked, somewhat confused. It should be said that the body of Tsutsuki Shinjutsu is buried in Konoha, instead of the land of fire. All of you in Konoha are affected by the divine power of Yamen. So every time you give birth to a descendant, they will be transformed by Yamen's power. The Otsutsuki King, Tung, said calmly. Haha, such a powerful divine power. Otsutsuki Yamen has been dead for so long, yet his power is still so strong. It seems the legends are true. Otsutsuki Yamen has really surpassed the gods and reached a higher dimension. As the Otsutsuki King, Tung, felt Yamen's divine power still lingering in Konoha, he began to grow increasingly excited. All right, then hurry up and take Yamen away. Please leave here. Senju Tobarama said coldly to Otsutsuki King Tung. All right, very soon. Otsutsuki King Tung revealed a sinister smile. Tentomo Rinnegan. Universal pull. The red Rinnegan on Otsutsuki King Tung's forehead emitted a powerful divine eye force. A terrifying invisible force instantly enveloped the entire Konoha. In the next moment, the entire Konoha was directly lifted from ground. What? Is that universal pull? What are you doing? Senju Tobarama exclaimed in shock. What am I doing? Didn't you tell me to take Yamen away? Then I will take Yamen away. Because Konoha is Otsutsuki Yamen. This land has transformed from Otsutsuki Yamen's body, and his divine power has merged into this land. Otsutsuki King Tung laughed. Damn it, you bastard. Senju Tobarama's face turned grim. Sage art. True number. Top transformation Buddha. Senju Tobarama shouted, slamming his hands down fiercely on the ground. Countless tree roots quickly grew from the soil, transforming into trees, expanding, and forming a large golden lotus. The golden lotus bloomed, transforming into a 9-tiered lotus platform. At the same time, a wooden Buddha, 1,000 meters high, appeared, sitting cross-legged on the lotus platform, emanating a golden natural aura, appearing as if surrounded by a brilliant golden light. The Buddha emitted light from his body. The golden Buddha lowered his eyes. The heavy pressure from above descended upon the land that was about to be pulled up by universal pull, suppressing Konoha. The Buddha's gaze looked down at Otsutsuki King Tung, filled with compassion and mercy. Although he did not exude any sense of pressure, it instilled on others. A Buddha? Looking at me with such eyes, it really doesn't feel good. Otsutsuki King Tung said with a smile on his face. Shomei Viguna. Otsutsuki King Tung's golden eyes lit up. The towering wooden Buddha quickly shrank, soon transforming into a Buddha only a few centimeters tall. Moreover, he allowed Otsutsuki King Tung to control it to fly into his palm. Crack! Otsutsuki King Tung exerted force with his right hand, and the wooden Buddha was instantly crushed. It's a form of Shomei Viguna. Uchiha Senju said with a serious expression. Everyone be careful, this guy has already become a god. Uchiha Senju said to the others. Become a god? Then only that kid Chentian can deal with him. Uchiha Izuna said seriously. Yeah, that should be the case. After all, only a god can deal with a god. Uchiha Senju replied. Chapter 189, Double Eight Gates. Now, the only things that can harm Otsutsuki King Tung are divine techniques and physical techniques. Sage techniques are no longer effective against him. Uchiha Senju said seriously. If that's the case, then it means only I and Teacher Guy can deal with Otsutsuki King Tung. Lee said seriously. Lee, it's time for us to burn our youth again, Might Guy said to Lee with a serious expression. 6 paths level, and then open the death gate. I wonder if we can reach the level of the gods, Might Guy said seriously. For Konoha, Teacher Guy, let's burn all our youth. Lee's determined voice rang out. All right, I'm so excited. Tears of emotion streamed from Might Guy's eyes. Uchiha Senju. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobarama. What on earth is this guy talking about? Otsutsuki King Tung naturally heard the conversation between Uchiha Senju and the others. Lord Tung, no matter what these inferior beings want to do, they just want to get past US first. Lord Tung, please put away Yamen's divine power. Otsutsuki Mike flew in front of Otsutsuki King Tung, holding a 6 paths Zen staff, his face coldly looking at Uchiha Senju and the others. Otsutsuki Mike. 6 paths, perfect level. Otsutsuki Tienka. 6 paths, great success level. Otsutsuki Bishi. 6 paths, great success level. Otsutsuki Beishur. 6 paths, great success level. Otsutsuki Keisai. 6 paths, great success level. The strength of these 5 guys is very strong. I can only defeat them in an instant. If they react, it won't be so easy to kill them. Uchiha Senju thought to himself. He is a half-step god. Although he is the closest existence to a god, he still belongs to the 6 paths level. Even a Six Paths perfect level being would not find it easy to kill a powerful being from the Six Paths lower realm. Once at the Six Paths level, most in control time and space ninjutsu. In the blink of an eye, they could vanish without a trace. You should be from the Otsutsuki clan's main family. As a member of the main family, you actually listen to someone else's orders. It seems this guy must have a high status in the Otsutsuki clan. Uchiha Senju slowly floated up and approached Otsutsuki Mike's 5 men, saying to them, 10 truth-seeking balls surrounded Uchiha Senju, his entire body burning with purple-gold natural energy. Lightning flashing across him. This mode is quite rare. Is this Sage mode? It shouldn't be an ordinary Sage mode. Otsutsuki Mike did not answer Uchiha Senju's question, but instead focused his gaze on Uchiha Senju. You even know about the main family. It seems that traitor must have told you. But then again, that woman is your ancestor. It's not surprising for you to know this, Otsutsuki Tinka said calmly. Your strength is quite formidable. If all 5 of you were to escape, it would certainly be very troublesome. Uchiha Senju said to Otsutsuki Mike's 5 men with a cold smile. Kid, you're not very old, but you're quite arrogant. Otsutsuki Bishi said disdainfully. This kid is not simple. Be careful. Just then, Otsutsuki King Tong's voice rang out. Before the 5 could react, divine technique. Paying a tattoo, Uchiha Senju shouted. His aura violently surged tenfold, and behind him appeared a tattoo of Pengu creating the world. 2 marks slowly appeared on his palms, one for the moon and one for the sun. And a peculiar golden mark began to grow on his right cheek, the veins on his muscles bulging like coiled dragons. In that instant, Uchiha Senju's power surged tenfold. The half-step god's tenfold power meant that Uchiha Senju had now reached true divine strength. What? That's a god's wedge. Otsutsuki Mike's strength was the greatest. He was the first to react. Time stopped. Dragon 8 forms. Night Kai almost simultaneously, a terrifying power shot out from Uchiha Senju's hands. 8 massive dragon heads emitted a terrifying deep red aura and struck Otsutsuki Mike and the other 5 at the speed of light. Boom! The terrifying power of the 8 heads instantly destroyed 5 Six Paths level beings. Each dragon head had the capability to kill these 5 great Otsutsuki. The 8 dragon heads could eliminate them in an instant. If Night Kai and the others still had a chance to escape using space-time ninjutsu, then with 8 Night Kais, they wouldn't even have time to react. A visible wave of energy spread out in waves. Boom! An energy storm erupted, and the entire sky above Konoha was hit by a violent shock, with sand and dust filling the air. What? You have a divine wedge from another deity on you. Someone on this planet has actually become a god. Could it be that Yame's divine power has been taken by someone else? But wait. Why do I feel Yame's divine power is still here? Otsutsuki Wong, Tong didn't care at all that his 5 subordinates were instantly killed by Uchiha Chentian. What he cared about was whether Yame's divine power was still here. Kid, whose divine wedge is on you? Although he didn't understand what was happening. Otsutsuki Wong, Tong still asked Uchiha Chentian. You are not a deity. A deity should know everything. Why do you still need to ask me? Uchiha Chentian mocked. Oh, it seems I can only knock you down first before you become honest. Otsutsuki Wong, Tong laughed, and the aura radiating from him began to become increasingly terrifying. 8 gates released. All 8 gates open. The death gate opens. Just then, 2 red auras appeared in the distance. 2 red figures, one behind the other, walked step by step in the air, approaching Otsutsuki Wong Tong. That is, before Otsutsuki Wong Tong could finish his sentence. 8 Gates Li and 8 Gates Kai appeared in front of him. Morning Peacock. 8 Gates Kai's fists moved like phantoms, striking the air and creating sparks. One punch after another, with clusters of sparks connecting like a peacock fanning its tail, all landing on Otsutsuki Wong Tong. 8 Gates Li was the same. The speed of their punches was astonishing. Their fists created booming winds, and those winds instantly generated huge tornadoes. What? That is physical technique. Physical techniques can actually have such powerful energy. Otsutsuki Wong Tong's divine power turned into a protective energy layer, enveloping his entire body. However, all of 8 Gates Kai and 8 Gates Li's attacks were blocked by Otsutsuki Wong Tong. Day Tiger, 8 Gates Kai and 8 Gates Li spoke in unison. Countless air currents forcibly formed a massive giant tiger. Rinnegan. Time stop. Almost simultaneously, Uchiha Chentian's ocular technique landed on Otsutsuki Wong Tong. Chapter 190. Night Kai 2-0. My body can't move. Otsutsuki Wong Tong looked at his body in surprise. Boom. 2 terrifying tiger-shaped energy cannons crashed down heavily on Otsutsuki Wong Tong. A massive cloud of smoke rose within a 10-mile radius. Not bad power. If I were an ordinary deity, I might not be your match. Before the smoke had dissipated, Otsutsuki Wong Tong's voice rang out. But unfortunately, I am a second-tier deity. To shake a deity with mortal strength, I didn't expect the legends to be true. Someone can actually achieve this. Otsutsuki Wong Tong said with a somewhat surprised expression. Both of their powers had reached divine strength. Coupled with the Rinnegan user beside him at the level of bloodline limit, you shouldn't underestimate your strength. Otsutsuki Wong Tong said calmly. So what if you are a second-tier deity? Today we are going to slay a god. Kai-senpai le. Uchiha Chentian's voice sounded. All right. 8 Gates Kai and 8 Gates Li nodded simultaneously. 8 Gates Li and 8 Gates Kai stood in the air, both assuming a starting position. Their feet gathered a terrifying chakra, and that dreadful chakra fell in the air, forming pairs of footprints as they transformed into 2 red beams of light charging towards Otsutsuki Wong Tong. The 2 red beams of light elongated in the air. 2 blood-colored dragon heads thousands of meters long roared towards the sky. The massive dragon roar instantly tore through the sky. My body can't move. Otsutsuki Wong Tong thought to himself. And that kid S-time power is slowing my body down, preventing me from reacting. Otsutsuki Wong Tong's gaze fell on Uchiha Chentian. A white light instantly enveloped Otsutsuki Wong Tong's entire body. Furious fighting god Night Kai. The two kicked out, and the blood-colored giant dragon howled. The space twisted, and the howling blood-colored dragon broke through all obstacles, crashing into Otsutsuki Wong Tong. Almost simultaneously, a massive shadow of a fighting god, 1,000,000 meters tall, appeared between heaven and earth, equivalent to a height of 1,000 kilometers. Boom! Boom! Otsutsuki Wong Tong stood in the sky without any injuries. What? You actually blocked, Night Kai? 8 Gates Li was astonished. No matter how powerful your physical techniques are, you're still just mortals. To defeat a deity is indeed a bit difficult for you. Otsutsuki Wong Tong said with a smile, addressing Uchiha Chentian and the others, who had only flown up to the chest of the fighting god. Such terrifying chakra, no. This is no longer chakra. This power has far surpassed chakra. Senju Tobarama said with a heavy expression. 2 such terrifying Night Kais couldn't even harm him. It seems that only Chentian himself can defeat him. Uchiha Izuna said seriously. Not necessarily, this guy's been a god for a long time. And Uchiha Chentian has only recently become a god. To defeat him, perhaps we can only borrow our powers, but in this divine battle, we will probably just be cannon fodder. Senju Tobarama said seriously. Teacher Kai, what should we do? The Night Kai can't break through his defenses. 8 Gates Li said anxiously. If ordinary Night Kai doesn't work, then let's go for Super Night Kai. Saying this, the red aura radiating from 8 Gates Kai began to grow increasingly terrifying. Super Night Kai. 8 Gates Kai bent down, assuming a starting position. Transforming into a streak of red light, he charged towards Otsutsuki Wong Tong. 8 Gates Kai directly transformed into a red dragon over 100,000 meters long, rushing towards Otsutsuki Wong Tong. Another one of those tricks. It looks just like the previous one. Otsutsuki Wong Tong watched as 8 Gates Kai charged towards him. It is identical, but the attack power is 10 times that of ordinary Night Kai. Burn all my youth. Remember, I am the Kai Emperor. 8 Gates Kai's serious voice echoed. Boom! What impossible! Otsutsuki Wong Tong was greatly shocked, because his fighting god was kicked through by Kai. The sound of shattering glass echoed. The surface of the fighting god began to crack open like glass, and Kai's big foot was kicking towards him. Crack! The sound of a skull cracking echoed. Otsutsuki Wong Tong had 8 Gates Kai's foot stomped on his face, and that immense power seemed ready to crush Otsutsuki Wong Tong's head. Otsutsuki Wong Tong's entire body flew away like a cannonball, spinning in the air like a whirlwind. But it wasn't over. 8 Gates Kai's feet stepped on the air, walking step by step towards the sky, and in an instant he arrived in front of Otsutsuki Wong Tong. Night Kai 2, also known as Super Night Kai. Its power is 10 times that of ordinary Night Kai. If ordinary Night Kai can shake the body of celestial being with the strength of a mortal, possessing the power to kill celestial beings, then Night Kai 2 possesses the might to slay gods. If Otsutsuki Kagaya were an ordinary deity, this kick would have killed her. 8 Gates Guy currently has the power at the level of the 6 paths just by opening 7 gates. When he opens the 8th gate, the Death Gate, he will possess the power to slay gods. A massive red dragon engulfed Otsutsuki Kagaya, and its terrifying physical strength wreaked havoc on her. In an instant, Otsutsuki Kagaya's body was already covered in wounds. Not good. Teacher Guy wants to use Night Kai 2 again. Xiaoli exclaimed in shock. Night Kai 2. Is it really any different from ordinary Night Kai? Senju Tobarama asked curiously. Night Kai 2 is a physical technique developed by Teacher Guy after consuming the chakra fruit and gaining the power of the Sage of Six Paths. It is called a physical technique because Night Kai 2 has the attack power to kill gods. Although Night Kai 2's power is terrifying and possesses the might to slay gods, even Teacher Guy's current strength can only produce a second Night Kai 2, which is already his limit. If he were to summon a third Night Kai 2, he would burn away his own life force. The moment the third Night Kai appears, Teacher Guy could die, Shaoli said with a serious expression. If that's the case, then we can't let Uncle Guy use the third Night Kai 2. Saying this, Uchiha Senju directly activated his complete body Susanoo, towering 1,000 meters high, and charged at Otsutsuki Kagaya. Time stopped. The nine-tomo Rinnegan in Uchiha Senju's right eye widened violently. An invisible force of time instantly enveloped Otsutsuki Kagaya and Eight Gates Guy. Their movements almost simultaneously came to a halt. Divine technique. Creation of heaven and earth, an axe fell. A blinding golden axe light appeared in the sky, and the immense divine light of creation instantly struck Otsutsuki Kagaya, as if the divine power of creation slashed down upon her. The terrifying divine force erupted instantly, causing boundless divine power to wreak havoc within her body. Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help but let out a painful cry. Although Uchiha Senju had not become a god, the Panga tattoo contained the divine power of his father, Chentian. Chapter 191. Divine Technique. Mad God of Abundant will the Tentomo Rinnegan in Otsutsuki Kagaya's forehead emitted a terrifying eye power. Mad God of Abundant Will. The will of the ancient Mad God enhances her own divine power and life force by 50%. The greater the damage she endures, the more her power increases. The white aura around Otsutsuki Kagaya rapidly transformed into blood red. That golden divine power of creation was instantly dispelled by her. I never expected to be pushed to this point by a few lowly beings. As Otsutsuki Kagaya's words fell, she flashed in front of Uchiha Senju's complete body Susanoo. With one punch, she shattered Uchiha Senju's 1,000-meter-high complete body Susanoo instantly. Part of Uchiha Senju's body was destroyed by Otsutsuki Kagaya's punch. The game is over. Otsutsuki Kagaya's right hand pointed at Uchiha Senju. It's not over yet. We still don't know who will win or lose. Uchiha Senju said expressionlessly. Although a third of his body was blown apart by Otsutsuki Kagaya's punch, Uchiha Senju didn't care much. At his current strength, as long as he wasn't instantly obliterated, he could quickly recover, although it would consume a lot of chakra. Night Kai 2, Eight Gates Guy reappeared before Otsutsuki Kagaya. It's you again. Otsutsuki Kagaya's expression became more serious. She couldn't afford to underestimate Eight Gates Guy's Night Kai, even after using Mad God of Abundant Will. Just as Otsutsuki Kagaya was about to dodge, time stopped. Uchiha Senju's nine-tomo Rinnegan enlarged dramatically. Otsutsuki Kagaya was frozen by an invisible force. Again, with the Rinnegan, Otsutsuki Kagaya's expression changed. Eight Gates Guy transformed into a red dragon and directly carried Otsutsuki Kagaya away. Inside the dragon, Eight Gates Guy's big toe pressed against Otsutsuki Kagaya's face. A god? Not so much burn. Eight Gates Guy shouted, unleashing an incredibly powerful force from his body. He began to burn his own life force. Although this power was not divine power, it was even stronger than divine power. You madman. Even Otsutsuki Kagaya was feeling a bit flustered at this moment. Although it was said that the greater the damage he endured, the stronger his power would become. It was still unexpected that he had not been killed in one blow. Now, Night Kai 2 already possessed the power to kill him. Get away from me. A surge of red madness erupted from her body. The power of madness began to clash with Guy's Death Gate power. Boom! The space instantly exploded, and a massive black hole appeared in the sky, with the space cracking open with dark fissures. In an instant, a tempest arose, as if a storm was raging, and countless blades of wind spun rapidly like decapitation swords. The clear sky turned dark, and the entire world was thrown into turmoil. Konoha! The watching ninjas felt as if they were in a great horror, struggling to breathe under this terrifying aura. Even the shadow-level ninjas felt the pressure. Some ninjas below the shadow level couldn't withstand such pressure and exploded into a mist of blood. If those ordinary people were not under the protection of Uchiha Sasuke, Senju, Tobarama, and Tsunade, they would have already perished. All ninjas below the shadow level retreat. This battle is not something you can watch. Senju Tobarama's voice rang out. Yes, second Hokage. The voices of many ninjas responded. Haha, mortals are just mortals. What does it matter if they burn their lives? Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Eight Gates Guy, who lay beside her, now turned black, and sneered coldly. At this moment, her condition was not much better. Although she was covered in wounds, her power had increased several times compared to before. If she was a second-tier deity before, now she was a third-tier deity. Dying under my mad god of abundant should be the greatest honor of your life. Otsutsuki Kagaya's right hand emitted a red glow as she spoke with killing intent toward the lying Eight Gates Guy. Raising her right hand, she slapped toward Guy, who was 3 to 4 meters away. Boom! The space instantly tore open, and a terrifying divine power fell from the sky. One can imagine how terrifying Otsutsuki Kagaya's power was now. A casual slap possessed power beyond the 6 paths. Boom. A bottomless giant pit appeared before Otsutsuki Kagaya. Amaterasu, who is it? Otsutsuki Kagaya was startled, looking at her body suddenly engulfed in black flames. Although such flames did not cause her much damage, it did not mean that she felt no pain. Finally arrived, almost all of Uncle Guy's life force had been drained. Uzumaki Naruto slapped his hand on Guy's heart, injecting golden life force into his body, and after 3 to 4 seconds, Guy's skin slowly began to recover. However, although his skin returned to normal, Guy remained in a state of unconsciousness. The life force consumed by Night Kai of the Dead Gate is dozens of times that of Night Kai, and it's simply not something that Kai can sustain through 3 uses after eating a few chakra fruits to modify his body. And there is the Rinnegan. And the Fox. The Ten Tails is a half-step deity, yet you managed to defeat it in such a short time. It seems your strength is not much inferior to that of Uchiha Senju. Otsutsuki K-10's face looked grim. Hee. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled, but did not respond to Otsutsuki K-10's words. A purple golden light instantly enveloped his body, lightning crackling around him, a golden shadow appearing beside his eyes. And the dual kaleidoscope of the Taiji diagram also emerged. 10 truth-seeking balls appeared behind Uzumaki Naruto. Super 6 paths, Sage Mode, Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke's body was also enveloped in golden light. Although his Sage Mode cannot compare to Naruto's Super Sage Mode with his recently evolved Tomo Rinnegan. His strength is about the same as Uzumaki Naruto's. The strength of both of them has now reached half-step deity. Together with Uchiha Senju, they now have 3 half-step deities. However, although they are all half-step deities, Uchiha Senju's strength is even stronger because he possesses the wedge of Uchiha Chentian, which allows him to borrow Chentian's divine power. Although Chentian left a wedge in his son, it is not like the other Otsutsuki who treat their sons as vessels. His purpose is more to protect his son. His daughter, Uchiha Xiaolin, also has his wedge, and so does Tsunade. However, only Uchiha Senju can utilize the divine power of the wedge the most. Uchiha Senju moved through space and appeared between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Senju, how much chakra do you have left? Uchiha Sasuke asked. He just saw a part of Senju's body destroyed by Otsutsuki K-10. Although it has recovered now, it consumed a lot of power. I don't have much power left, but the divine power my dad left for me is still considerable. Saying this, a golden mark appeared on the side of Uchiha Senju's face, and 2 symbols of the sun and moon emerged on his palm, with muscles bulging like dragon veins. His power directly reached the first stage of deity. Although it cannot compare to a true deity, it is just a difference of one. The 3 exchanged glances. Super weapon, ShowsSusanoo, the Rinnegan. 3 kaleidoscope eyes emitted a strong ocular power simultaneously. A complete ShowsSusanoo, 100,000 meters tall, appeared in the sky. A fully realized ShowsSusanoo with 9 heads and 12 arms, each holding a different truth-seeking tool. Uchiha Senju, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke stood on the head of the ShowsSusanoo. Kaleidoscope, Maha Wulyang, Rinnegan, Yatsuka no Magatama, Rinnegan, Indra S. Arrow, Amaterasu, Time Stop, Wine God S. Wrath, Creation and Destruction. The 3 instantly unleashed several powerful ocular technique attacks towards Otsutsuki K-10. Each technique's attack power maximized by the 3. Especially under Naruto's kaleidoscope, Maha Wulyang enhancement, its power was several times stronger than usual. Furious Battle God, a Battle God Shadow 1,000 kilometers tall appeared between heaven and earth, dwarfing the 100,000 meters tall complete ShowsSusanoo. The 3's ShowsSusanoo was indeed too small, barely reaching the feet of the opponent. Boom! Various ocular powers striking the battle god shadow of Tsutsuki K-10 exploded like missiles on the ground, creating a large crater but not hurting Tsutsuki K-10 at all. Moreover, it quickly returned to normal in no time. Is Teacher Kai okay? Fifth Hokage, Little Lee said with a worried expression. Fortunately, Naruto used Six Paths Sage power to protect his heart, ensuring that he is not in immediate danger, but his strength will likely drop below that of Kage. Tsunade said, "It's fine as long as he is still alive. I believe Master Chentian will definitely be able to help Teacher Kai restore his strength." Little Lee said with a smile, his face full of admiration when mentioning Uchiha Chentian. "Do you have that much confidence in me?" Just then, Uchiha Chentian's voice rang out behind them. "Uchiha Chentian, you finally came. What the hell were you doing? The enemy is at the door, and you still haven't shown up." Tsunade shouted loudly at Uchiha Chentian. "Well, look at Orochimaru. He is also hiding and not coming out, and Jiraiya too." Uchiha Chentian looked at Tsunade, shouting at him. At that moment, Uchiha Chentian happened to see Orochimaru and Jiraiya arriving. "Ah, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Shinchin-kun, you really know how to joke." As soon as I felt this powerful divine aura, I rushed to Konoha with all my might. "But, you know, the Sage Realm is too far from Konoha," Orochimaru explained helplessly. "Me too." Jiraiya nodded helplessly, as he was also in the Sage Realm at that time. "Let us not talk about this. Let us treat Kai first." Saying this, Uchiha Chentian's gaze fell on Kai. Rinnegan Rebirth, Yin-Yang released divine technique. A golden light enveloped Kai's entire body, and after about 10 seconds, Kai finally woke up. Although his life force had recovered, his current body had very little chakra left. "If only I'd kicked that guy to death," Kai, upon waking, immediately said to everyone. "Oh, Brother Chentian, you're back." Seeing Uchiha Chentian appear before him, Kai immediately jumped up excitedly. Rest well. Let the young ones handle this battle," Uchiha Chentian said to Kai with a smile. "Okay, Brother Chentian." Kai nodded excitedly at Uchiha Chentian. "Little Lee, don't worry about me. Go help Naruto and the others. With your current strength, you can already injure Tsutsuki K-10. Kai said to Little Lee. "All right." A red light shone from Little Lee, and he dashed straight into the dead gate. His eyebrows turned red, and his hair stood up, turning red like a red Super Saiyan. A red light shot up into the sky as Little Lee kicked toward Tsutsuki K-10. Knight Kai, without any hesitation. Little Lee directly used the last move of the 8 gates, transforming into a dragon head to strike towards Tsutsuki K-10. Although he couldn't break through the defense of the battle god Shadow, it nearly caused the Shadow to fall to the ground. More physical techniques, it's really endless. Tsutsuki K-10 said dissatisfiedly. Divine Punishment. Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan activated. 100-meter size Kirin directly struck toward Tsutsuki K-10. Boom! The power of over 100 lightning Kirins converged together and exploded on the battle god Shadow of Tsutsuki K-10. What? The defense of Furious Battle God was actually broken again. Tsutsuki K-10 was shocked. A good opportunity. Creation and destruction. Uchiha Senju's Rinnegan widened, and a powerful ocular power shot out. The 9-headed, 12-armed, complete Susanoo, with 12 hands, each wielding a creation divine axe, simultaneously unleashed 12 rays of divine light toward the large hole that had opened in the battle god Shadow. This is bad. Tao-seeking divine jade, Shoming Pai Guna, golden wheel rebirth armor. Otsutsuki Wong Tung's golden eyes simultaneously activated their ocular techniques. Tao-seeking divine jade. If the Tao-seeking jade is a black sphere formed by yin-yang escape, capable of easily destroying a forest, and contains the power of all phenomena with a shape that can freely transform into various weapons for the user, easily unleashing powers that surpass bloodline limits and bloodline elimination. Then the divine Tao Jade is an energy of a higher dimension than the Tao-seeking Jade, capable of easily destroying a meteorite and turning the moon into cosmic dust in just 2 seconds. Shoming Pai Gu Na. This won't be introduced, as it belongs to the divine techniques alongside Daikokutten. Golden Wheel Rebirth Armor. The absolute defense of Bloodline Azura. Even the Golden Wheel Rebirth Burst cannot break through its defense. Reputed to be the strongest defense in the universe. Boom. Several terrifying energies capable of destroying the moon collided together, erupting a massive shockwave, presenting a semicircular destructive posture that continuously spread outward. Bang! A dazzling bright light pierced everyone's eyes, and the surging power immediately stirred up a wave of air. The space cracked like a hammer, striking a mirror, crystalline cracks crisscrossing, and dozens of black holes appeared in the sky, with the insides of the black holes being outer space. The outer atmosphere of this planet was punctured in several places. Uchiha Chentian's reincarnation eye flickered, and an invisible energy instantly enveloped the entire Konoha, blocking all destructive forces outside. Chapter 193, Kagaya's Arrival. This level of destruction has reached the first tier of divine power, right? Oh no, this has surpassed the first tier of divine power. The attack power is already very close to the second tier of divine power. Uchiha Chentian looked into the distance and muttered to himself. Otsutsuki Wong, Tang couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The joint attack of the four Uchiha Senju was not something Otsutsuki Wong, Tang, could easily withstand. The combat power of the four far surpassed that of a typical half-step deity, especially Uchiha Senju, who could borrow the divine power of the wedge. His combat power was actually similar to that of an ordinary first-tier deity. Divine Dao, Jade, 9 golden Dao, seeking Jades appeared beside Otsutsuki Wong, Tang. Although they looked like ordinary Dao, seeking Jades of similar size, the energy inside was hundreds of times that of a normal Dao seeking Jade. Go! Divine Dao, Jade. Otsutsuki Wong, Tang controlled the 9 Dao, seeking Jades beside him to strike at Uchiha Senju and the other 3. Here they come. Uchiha Senju said anxiously. Heavenly Power Hand. Uchiha Sasuke's reincarnation eye flickered. Kaleidoscope. Maha Wulyong. Naruto Uzumaki enhanced Uchiha Sasuke's ocular power. Time stop. Uchiha Senju stopped the time around Otsutsuki Wong, Tang. Although it was just for a moment, it successfully allowed Sasuke to switch positions with him. Damn it, it's this again. Otsutsuki Wong, Tang used his super control to stop the speed of his divine Dao Jade. Night Guy. At this moment, Lee's attack came. Just like the previous 8 Gates guy, Lee's big foot landed beside Otsutsuki Wong Tang's face. This kick exploded Otsutsuki Wong Tang's head, and his body flew out like a cannonball. Divine Punishment. Uchiha Sasuke's Kirin charged forward. Wrath of the Wind God. Naruto Uzumaki's Kaleidoscope attack also came. Although Naruto's ocular technique was not high, under his Sage power, the attack power of Wrath of the Wind God was comparable to his super large Rasen Shuriken, and importantly, the attack speed was even faster. Boom! If we can't kill him in an instant, the longer it goes on, the more we lose. His power is becoming stronger and stronger. The situation is getting worse. Uchiha Sasuke said helplessly. Divine Technique. Rebirth Blade Slash. At this moment, Hyuga Niji's voice rang out. He activated the Moon God mode, controlling the Dao-seeking Jade to transform into a large sword that flew out, stirring up a massive whirlwind, splitting the space. The enormous blade light fell on Otsutsuki Wong Tang's body, leaving him with another wound. What monster! It only broke the skin. Hyuga Niji said as he flew into the air, his gaze landing on Otsutsuki Wong Tang. Niji, did you turn into Otsutsuki? Naruto Uzumaki curiously asked, noticing the 2 horns that had grown on Niji's forehead. Not turned into, but originally my Hyuga clan is originally a branch of the Otsutsuki clan, unlike your Uzumaki clan, Uchiha clan, etc., which have already begun to evolve into a new race. Hyuga Niji explained. After consuming the chakra fruit given by Uchiha Chentian, his strength had reached the perfect 6 paths level. Although he was not as strong as Senju Naruto and the others, he mastered divine techniques and was qualified to participate in the battle. Another end has come. Oh, this time, it's actually a fellow clansman, not one of those mixed breeds. Although Hyuga Niji's divine technique hit him, he didn't care at all. Just then, a female voice echoed in the sky. A stunningly beautiful woman appeared before Otsutsuki Wong Tang. She had pale skin and long blue-white hair. The length of her hair exceeded her entire body, no eyebrows. A delicate and beautiful face, 2 horns on her head, dressed in white clothing with a black Magatama pattern. Her eyes were white eyes. And she had a red Tentomo Rinnegan on her forehead, with hair length similar to her body. The woman was Otsutsuki Kagaya. As soon as she appeared, the red Tentomo Rinnegan on her forehead erupted with a terrifying ocular power. 82 Divine Sky Strike. Similarly, it was the 82 Divine Sky Strike. But Otsutsuki Kagaya's was hundreds of times stronger than her sister Ye-Rin's. A fist condensed with extreme white light, carrying the power of 82 fists. The 82 Divine Sky Strike carried the might to destroy everything, fiercely crashing towards Otsutsuki Wong Tang. What, it's you? Otsutsuki Wong Tang exclaimed in shock. Before coming to this planet, he had naturally heard that Otsutsuki Kagaya was also in the ninja world, and he originally knew Otsutsuki Kagaya. When he was a deity back then, He had seen Otsutsuki Kagaya a few times, but because of her low status, he didn't care much. He only looked a few more times because of her high beauty. Boom! Otsutsuki Wong Tongue was instantly obliterated by Otsutsuki Kagaya's 82 Divine Sky Strike. Blood and bones fell from the sky, countless drops of blood falling like rain. Turn into a divine fruit. Otsutsuki Kagaya said expressionlessly. No. Otsutsuki Kagaya's sudden sneak attack exploded Otsutsuki Wong Tongue, who had already consumed most of his divine power, and turned him into a chakra fruit. It's Kagaya. How did she come? Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed. Her chakra aura is not much inferior to Otsutsuki Wong Tongue's, and after she consumes the divine fruit made from Otsutsuki Wong Tongue, her divine power has already reached the second tier of divinity. I didn't expect she also became a deity. Uchiha Senju exclaimed. Otsutsuki Kagaya? He has arrived. Is he an enemy or a friend now? Kakashi questioned Uchiha Chentian. Roughly considered a friend. We are not enemies right now. Uchiha Chentian replied. Just then, two middle-aged men also appeared behind Otsutsuki Kagaya. Mother! Mother! Their voices echoed. Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Yuzuru. They are indeed still alive. One should say they've already reformed their bodies. A glint flashed in Uchiha Chentian's eyes. Otsutsuki Kagaya, strength at the second tier of divinity. Otsutsuki Yui, six-path sage, strength at the fourth tier of divinity. Otsutsuki Yuzuru, strength at the second tier of divinity. Otsutsuki Kagaya nodded at the two. Next, her gaze fell upon Uchiha Chentian. Uchiha Chentian, a fourth-tier deity. You are truly a genius, having reached the divine realm on your own. Even among the Otsutsuki clan, few can achieve this. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Uchiha Chentian, her eyes filled with surprise. Haha, I told you, mother. Our descendants will surely surpass us. So, my decision back then was right. Otsutsuki Yui, the sage of six paths, laughed. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and even Madara all have the potential to become deities. And my descendant, Shiren. Otsutsuki Yumura looked at Uchiha and Senju, reading their names. At that moment, two more figures arrived. It was Otsutsuki Ashura and Otsutsuki Indra. Chapter 194. The Sage of Six Paths Family. Ashura and Indra? You two are not dead? Uchiha Chentian exclaimed. This is strange. It seems like it's our first meeting. How did you recognize us at a glance? Also, why ask if we are dead upon meeting? Otsutsuki Ashura laughed. Naruto and Sasuke are our chakra reincarnations, and they are our descendants. From their appearance, they look just like us. It's not surprising that Chentian can recognize our identities now. Indra spoke. Huh, so that is how it is. Ashura chuckled. No need to be overly polite. You all are here not just for Otsutsuki Wong Tongue, right? Wong Tongue is merely a second-tier deity, so it shouldn't alarm several ancestors, right? Uchiha Chentian calmly stated. You're right, Chentian. Wong Tongue does not have the qualifications for us to come to Konoha. Indra replied. If not for Wong Tongue, could it be for Otsutsuki Yamato inside Konoha? Uchiha Chentian asked curiously. No, although Yamato's divine power is hidden in Konoha, there isn't much left of it. Indra answered. Oh, I understand. Uchiha Chentian's gaze swept over Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others, and he immediately understood what Indra meant. They must have drained it all. This is also why, after becoming a deity, even though Uchiha Chentian sensed a hidden, powerful divine force in Konoha, he didn't pay much attention to it. Because although this force was strong, it was far from divine. At first, Uchiha Chentian thought it was the divine power of the Sage of Six Paths, so he didn't think much of it. What Uchiha Chentian didn't expect was that this divine power actually belonged to Yamato, and it had already been absorbed by the Sage of Six Paths family, leaving very little behind. I wondered why this family showed no interest in Konoha. It turns out they had already drained Yamato as divine power. Uchiha Chentian thought to himself, there's still 3 days left in the ninja world, and after 3 days, the Otsutsuki clan will send people again. This time, there may not be just Wong Tongue from the Wong family. The coming strong ones will be even more terrifying. Otsutsuki Kagaya said to Uchiha Chentian. Is that so? No need for them to come. I'll just kill my way in. Uchiha Chentian said with killing intent. Uchiha Chentian. You don't understand how powerful that clan really is. The strong ones from the Otsutsuki Wong family are not just one deity level. Moreover, there are not a few who are 5th tier and 6th tier deities. And there might even be 9th tier deities like Yamato. Such levels are not something we can contend with. Indra said seriously. Ha! Uchiha Chentian did not explain, only giving a dismissive smile. If he hadn't obtained the Scion S cells, Perhaps he would have been so arrogant. But with 10 times the battle power of Super Saiyan, Uchiha Chentian was confident enough to face the 9th-tier deity Otsutsuki. Suddenly, at that moment, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. 8 figures dressed in white Otsutsuki appeared on the ground. Wang Teng is actually dead, and he even discovered Yamato's body on this planet. Otsutsuki Lan Dong said coldly. The terrifying aura swept across the heavens and earth. The sky turned pitch black, and the aura emanating from these 8 bodies surpassed the 6 paths level. Each one was a deity. 5 first-tier deities, 2 second-tier deities, and 1 third-tier deity. Before the 8 even made a move, the space began to distort. One could imagine how terrifyingly powerful they were. One of the 8 figures, Otsutsuki Shinshin, looked disdainfully. There are quite a few low-level life forms at the 6 paths level on this planet. Otsutsuki Shinshin casually waved his hand, and a golden chakra capable of instantly destroying the moon surged from his fingertips, directly striking towards Uchiha Chentian and all others. Seeking death, Uchiha Chentian saw that Otsutsuki Shinshin was not only targeting him, but also ordinary people within the range of his attack. Uchiha Chentian was momentarily enraged. Divine Technique. Amaterasu. Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan gathered a powerful eye power. A drop of blood flowed from his right eye. A terrifying black flame instantly appeared beside Otsutsuki Shinshin. The black flames burned on Otsutsuki Shinshin's body. Absorb it for me. The golden Rinnegan on Otsutsuki Shinshin's forehead emitted a powerful. Impossible. How can it not be absorbed? Otsutsuki Shinshin was shocked. Absorb. The other 8 Otsutsuki's Rinnegan or rebirth eyes emitted a powerful. All 8 of them tried to absorb the Amaterasu flames. Divine Technique. Amaterasu Flame. A flame that is a level higher than Amaterasu, capable of burning divine beings to death. Otsutsuki Shinshin screamed in pain as the chakra divine power on his body was completely burned away by the Amaterasu divine fire. After 6 or 7 seconds, Otsutsuki Shinshin was directly burned to cosmic dust. Damn it! Otsutsuki Lan Dong's face looked very ugly. This bastard is a 3rd-tier deity. Everyone be careful. Otsutsuki Lan Dong coldly said. Since they've all come, then don't leave. Uchiha Chentian's voice echoed in the ears of the other 7. He immediately entered the Sage King mode. Purple golden light burst forth from his body. His hair rapidly grew long, resembling a Super Saiyan 3. Night Kai 1, Night Kai 2, Night Kai 3, Night Kai 4. In just 1 second, Uchiha Chentian kicked out 4 times, and 4 blood-red, 100,000-meter-long giant dragons instantly appeared in the sky, roaring wildly. The space twisted, and the 400,000-meter-long blood-red giant dragons broke through all obstacles, instantly exploding the space, crashing into Otsutsuki and the other 7. Golden Wheel Rebirth Armor. Golden Wheel Destruction Light. Divine Path Jade. Elephant Head God. Fudo Erming. Zheng Pajelli. Yuka Hunming. The 7 of them simultaneously activated their most powerful eye techniques. 7 Tentomo Rinnegan emitted a terrifying eye power. Although the power of these 7 eye techniques was strong, they faced the even more terrifying Night Kai 4. The strongest taijutsu attack in the ninja world. No one could withstand even 2 seconds. Even Otsutsuki Lan Dong, a 3rd-tier deity, was instantly killed. The 7 Otsutsuki deities simultaneously fell. Their divine blood rained down, landing on the ground. And the powerful chakra within the divine blood caused countless flowers and plants to grow up. After the death of the 8 Otsutsuki gods, their chakra began to decompose in the ninja world. Reincarnation Eye. Purification. Uchiha Chentian's right eye emitted a powerful divine eye power, and an invisible force directly purified the souls of these 8 Otsutsuki gods, preventing them from finding the opportunity for reincarnation in the ninja world. Much like the resurrection of the Sage of 6 Paths and his family. After the chakra of the 7 gods fell into the ninja world, the chakra in the ninja world instantly increased dozens of times. Chapter 195. Uchiha Chentian's strength. The upper limit of cultivation in the ninja world also began to rise. If before, reaching the level of a Kage was already the limit for most ninjas, now it was the Super Kage level. And some top geniuses even had the chance to reach the 6 Paths level. What a powerful force. Can mere physical strength kill 7 gods in an instant? Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Uchiha Chentian with a serious expression. This Uchiha Chentian is very strong. Even a 5th-tier god would not be able to kill 7 gods in an instant. If it were a 6th-tier god, there might still be hope to do so. Otsutsuki Kagaya said seriously. The current juniors are truly astonishing. Otsutsuki Yumura exclaimed. Chentian is definitely not a fourth-tier god. His strength is probably above the fifth tier. Indra said seriously. Perhaps, otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to say he would kill the Otsutsuki. Ashura said, it's really a pity for those bloodline Shura's eyes. If I had one, it might turn me into a god. Orochimaru said regretfully. Don't be so disgusting, Orochimaru. Other things may not suit you. Jiraiya said. Hee. Orochimaru smirked. He didn't respond to Jiraiya's words, as they were not on the same path. Uchiha Chentian, perhaps you really have a chance to stop those royal family members. However, if you fail, it may lead to the extinction of all humanity, Indra said to Uchiha Chentian. Then what do you want to do? Uchiha Chentian asked. I want to take away a portion of humanity. If you can repel them, then I'll bring them back home. Indra replied. Oh, do you have no confidence in yourself? Uchiha Chentian asked curiously. Most Uchiha are very proud people. Hardly anyone would retreat without a fight, even if they know the outcome is death. Having been killed 9 times. What confidence can I still have? Indra said expressionlessly. UchihaChentian. This is really... Hearing Indra say he had been killed 9 times. Uchiha Chentian didn't know what to say. Uchiha Chentian, I think it's best if you come with us. There is still time. With our strength, we should be able to take all of humanity away in a short period. Your strength is powerful, but you are still not a match for the royal family. Ashura said. Penga Tattoo, Celestial King Mode, similar Super Saiyan. Uchiha Chentian's hair stood up completely, golden light radiating outward, and his long hairstyle stood up like Super Saiyan 3. In his normal state, his battle power increased 30-fold, pushing Uchiha Chentian's strength directly from 4th-tier god to 9th-tier god. Although Uchiha Chentian's current strength is somewhat inflated, even if he can't defeat a 9th-tier god, he can still explode an 8th-tier Otsutsuki with one hand. Crack! The space shattered like a massive stone hitting a mirror, creating a crystalline pattern of cracks. The terrifying aura emanating from Uchiha Chentian rolled out, appearing from a distance like a sea of flames. The terrifying divine aura on him was powerful to the extreme, and it seemed that the sky of the entire planet could not bear it and began to distort, even on the verge of collapse. The power equivalent to Super Saiyan 1 was already causing the entire planet's space to struggle to withstand such power. The dimension of the Naruto world is far inferior to that of the Dragon Ball world. It is known that in Dragon Ball, only Super Saiyan 3 can break through space. Uchiha Chentian thought to himself, this aura is at least 6th-tier god level, if not more. Even a 7th-tier god would not have such a terrifying aura. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Uchiha Chentian in disbelief. Such strength, even among the royal family. Few can reach this level, Otsutsuki Yumura said in astonishment. That's right, but the royal family. It is impossible to send a 6th-tier god or above Otsutsuki to the ninja world. To them, the ninja world is merely a mortal planet. No matter how extraordinary this planet is, it is still so. The Sage of 6 Paths said seriously. No, you're wrong. Perhaps those of the royal family do not care too much about this planet. But if too many people are killed, it will definitely attract the attention of the royal family's gods in the end, Otsutsuki Kagaya said expressionlessly. Upon hearing Otsutsuki Kagaya's words, Otsutsuki Yumura, and others fell silent. Do whatever you want. Anyway, I will soon leave this planet. Otsutsuki Kagaya said expressionlessly. After casting one last glance at Uchiha Chentian, Otsutsuki Kagaya's body instantly vanished. That glance, though only for an instant, allowed Uchiha Chentian to clearly see. This, Uchiha Chentian did not understand the meaning behind Otsutsuki Kagaya's gaze. However, with so many people present, Uchiha Chentian did not focus too much attention on Otsutsuki Kagaya. Forget it. Otsutsuki Yumura said helplessly, disappearing in a flash. Otsutsuki Yumura did the same, but as he left, he meaningfully glanced at Hyuga Neji and Hyuga Hinata, as they were his descendants. Ashura and Indra also soon followed Otsutsuki Yumura and left. Father, should we leave, or what? Uchiha Senju asked curiously. Leave? Where can so many people be taken? If it's just a few hundred or 1,000 people, it would be fine, but Konoha has a population of over 1 million, not to mention the entire Fire Country. There are so many people that we simply don't know where to arrange them. Are we supposed to randomly summon a celestial body to create a moon? It's easy to say, Uchiha Chentian said helplessly. Boom. Wheel Grave Edge Hell. Divine Technique Inescape Thunder Style. Once the 6-path Sage Technique, it has now become a divine technique. After consuming several chakra fruits, Its power reached the perfected six paths level. A myriad of purple lightning was unleashed to attack Otsutsuki Pushur. Boom! Damn it, can't absorb it. Otsutsuki Pushur gritted his teeth, covered in blood. Boom! Otsutsuki Pushur let out a miserable scream, struck black by the myriad of lightning. Your eyes. I'll take them. Uchiha Madara's voice fell. Uchiha Madara's fingers immediately gouged out the eyes of Otsutsuki Pushur, as well as the red nine-tomo Rinnegan in his forehead. Uchiha Madara's other hand aimed at Otsutsuki Pushur, unleashing a purple lightning ball that hit Otsutsuki Pushur. Boom! Otsutsuki Pushur was instantly blown to smithereens, leaving a bottomless pit on the ground. The chakra in the air suddenly surged dozens of times. What happened in Konoha? It seems that a divine presence has emerged over there. Uchiha Obito is somewhat unclear. Chapter 196. The normal course of the Boruto world. The chakra in the air has actually increased by more than 10 times. What exactly happened over there? Senju Hashirama said curiously. Why did you dig out the eyes of the Uchiha? Do you want to install a few eyes on yourself? Senju Hashirama laughed. You don't understand. Uchiha Obito said coldly. Then Uchiha Obito's gaze fell on the 3 eyes in his hand, 2 Byakugan and 1 Rinnegan. Rinnegan. Absorb. Uchiha Obito's eyes rapidly absorbed the ocular power from the 3 eyes. Soon, the ocular power in his 7-tomo Rinnegan increased violently. It quickly evolved into an 8-tomo Rinnegan, and at the same time, his own power was rapidly increasing. Now, if I deal with Uchiha, within 10 exchanges, I can kill him. Uchiha Obito looked at his hands. Feeling his energy increase again by a factor of 2, a powerful ocular power emanating from his eyes. You are simply cheating. You can enhance your power like this. Senju Hashirama said, somewhat displeased. Didn't you also awaken your Sharingan? You can absorb it too. Uchiha Obito said casually. Mine is a Mangeki, not a Rinnegan. It can't be like yours. Senju Hashirama said helplessly. If the two were to know that there were 8 divine-level Otsutsuki killed by Uchiha Chentian, and that their eyes were all destroyed by Uchiha Chentian, both would feel immense heartache, especially Uchiha Obito. There is still 1 year left. I want all 6-path level ninjas to become gods within this year. Uchiha Chentian said to Uchiha Senju and the others. Become gods? That's really exciting. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a glimmer, filled with excitement. Become a god? It should be me, Naruto, and Sasuke reaching the complete 6-path level. And those 2 ancestors should also be close to the perfect 6-path level. Uchiha Senju looked at Naruto and Sasuke. Can physical ninjutsu become a god? Master Chentian? Rock Lee asked with some concern. He was afraid that Uchiha Chentian would say no. The path of the Great Tao is vast, and any path can lead to becoming a god. No matter what ninja way, there is a possibility of becoming a god. Uchiha Chentian said seriously to Rock Lee. Really? That's great. Rock Lee said excitedly. Yeah, Uchiha Chentian replied. Boruto world. In a flat area. Boom. A light blue and a black-red figure collided together. In an instant, the powers of the two clashed. Kawaki's Rasengan collided with Boruto's Rasengan at this moment, and with a loud bang, the immense power shook the ground beneath their feet. A terrifying chakra, surpassing the super shadow level, overflowed from the two's hands. That massive force formed a semicircular pit on the ground. It's hard to imagine that such power was unleashed by 2 13 or 14-year-old boys. Boom! Countless figures quickly collided on the ground. The ground beneath Boruto and Kawaki was lifted up and flew into the air. Boruto and Kawaki's fists collided, and the terrifying chakra clashed together, exploding in an instant. Boruto stood on the left, while Kawaki stood on the right. In terms of physical techniques, the two were on different levels. Boruto, you have some skills, Kawaki. Kawaki, I'll send you to the 7th Hokage too, Boruto. Boruto, is this the only way? Kawaki, yes, the ninja era will eventually come to an end. Boruto, even so, I'm still a ninja. Boruto put on his forehead protector, and the two continued to fight. Deiko couldn't, Shomei Baikuna, Kawaki finally unleashed his golden eyes. Countless gigantic triangular shapes descended from the sky. Boom, boom. Countless heavy objects fell to the ground. A huge noise echoed beneath the ground. As Kawaki unleashed his eye technique, Boruto suddenly began to fall behind because his Byakugan was destroyed by Kawaki for Sarada. Originally, Boruto's power was not as strong as Kawaki's, and now he was no match for Kawaki. Without the Byakugan, I am not his opponent at all now, Boruto thought to himself. But at that moment, Kawaki suddenly pressed his golden eyes. When he sealed Naruto and Hinata, He had already used up most of his ocular power, and now he was on par with Boruto. However, at this moment, a group of people appeared and began attacking Boruto. Izuki, what are you doing? Boruto was startled. He saw Izuki attacking him as if he had gone mad. He had no idea why this was happening. Not only Izuki, but others also looked at Boruto with hateful eyes. Boruto, you actually killed the 7th Hokage. Izuki, in sage mode, looked at Boruto with anger. Damn it! At this moment, although Boruto did not quite understand what had happened, he did not want to fight against his former friends. He began to desperately escape. But unfortunately, after the battle with Kawaki, he had little strength left. Just then, Sarada appeared. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Sarada spat out a huge fireball, forcing Izuki back. Sarada, what are you doing? Boruto killed the Hokage. Izuki angrily said to Sarada. Everyone calm down. Boruto would never do such a thing. You all need to listen to my explanation. Your memories have all been altered. Uchiha Sarada hurriedly explained. But in this situation, no one believed her at all. Moreover, Izuki could not bear to listen any longer. In desperation, Sarada could only tell Boruto to escape quickly. Just after Boruto fled, the Uchiha Sasuke from this timeline appeared. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke also had an angry expression, his Manjiki exuding a powerful killing intent. Although he had lost his Rinnegan, he still possessed super shadow-level combat power. Dad, listen to me. I have never asked you for anything, but this time you must believe me. This can be considered my plea. Boruto did not kill the Hokage. Moreover, everyone's memories have been altered. Boruto is the son of the Hokage. Uchiha Sarada, in pain, said to Uchiha Sasuke with tears in her eyes. At the same time, her eyes had opened into the Manjiki Sharingan due to Boruto's incident, and it was a brand new style and design. The intense stimulation caused it, including the switching between Kawaki and Boruto, as well as Kawaki's betrayal. Initially, her father Uchiha Sasuke did not believe her. Plus, after learning about Naruto's death, he could not bear the overwhelming amount of information and directly awaken his eyes. But because she opened her eyes, Uchiha Sasuke chose to believe his daughter Uchiha Sarada. He didn't trust his own memories. The former Sasuke wanted to challenge the entire world. However, he was also deceived by Itachi and had seen many jutsu that could alter memories, which is why he chose to believe his daughter, doubting his own memories. But must be said that this time Sasuke really made the right choice. Chapter 197, Uchiha Chentian. I didn't expect that aside from Sarada, only Uncle Sasuke would believe me. Vortex Boruto said with a wry smile. No, I don't believe you. I only believe my daughter. Perhaps the memories are false. But intuition is never wrong. I believe what Sarada said is true. Uchiha Sasuke said seriously to Naruto Uzumaki. I really don't know whether to be happy or sad. Boruto said with a wry smile. He had no idea how to describe his current state of mind. It's really strange. How did I end up in this timeline? I clearly went back over 1,000 years, not to this timeline. Uchiha Chentian muttered to himself. He had just witnessed the process of Boruto and Kawaki switching identities. But he didn't intervene to stop the activation of Ada's omnipotence. This was because Uchiha Chentian didn't want to stay in this timeline for too long. He was thinking about leaving immediately. Who is it? Show yourself. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke's gaze changed, and he threw a shuriken at Uchiha Chentian. What a hassle. I really don't want to get involved in this timeline, Uchiha Chentian said, helplessly catching the shuriken Sasuke had just thrown and stepping out. He was wearing a white coat with 6 black tomo patterns on his chest and a red swirling symbol on his back, with a grid of 9 tomo below. Is he from the Otsutsuki clan? Boruto and Sasuke stared at Uchiha Chentian as if facing a great enemy. His eyes looked like Rinnegan, but they also seemed different, resembling both Rinnegan and Tenseigan. And it had 10 tomo. Oh my god. This is truly unbelievable. How could such eyes exist? Sasuke was extremely shocked. If he didn't know Uchiha Chentian, it would be one thing, but he had seen them before, which made him even more astonished. Uncle Sasuke, I can't feel his chakra at all, but the pressure he gives us is terrifying, Boruto said with a grim expression. This is even more frightening than the pressure from Daimon. Don't look at me like that. I'm not from the Otsutsuki clan. My name is Uchiha Chentian, but I'm not from the Uchiha clan of this timeline. Uchiha Chentian said to Boruto and Sasuke with a relaxed expression. Not Otsutsuki? Boruto and Sasuke exchanged glances. The hostility in their eyes lessened, but because of the overwhelming pressure from Uchiha Chentian, Boruto still looked at him seriously. At the same time, Boruto was using his chakra, ready to act in moment's notice if Uchiha Chentian made a move. All right, Boruto, since he isn't from the Otsutsuki clan, then we're not enemies. Besides, his strength far surpasses that of Otsutsuki Ishiki. If he wanted to attack, even with my Rinnegan, I wouldn't be able to escape, Uchiha Sasuke deduced. Though he couldn't gauge Uchiha Chinin's true strength, he suspected it was far beyond that of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Uchiha Chentian, isn't that the same surname as you, Uncle Sasuke? Boruto asked curiously. It seemed he was another clan member from a different timeline, judging by his attire. Only the Uchiha from the past would wear clothing similar to the Otsutsuki clan. Sasuke said seriously, I am Uchiha Sasuke. I wonder what brings you, senior, from the past timeline to the future? Uchiha Sasuke asked. He was also someone who had traveled to the past, so he had some experience. He could guess that Uchiha Chentian was likely from the past. I see you figured it out. You're not wrong. I indeed came from the past. But I intended to go to the time of Sage of Six Paths, not Konoha in the 81st year, Uchiha Chentian explained casually. Oh, so you are from 1,000 years ago? Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed. In his view, only the Uchiha from the time of the Sage of Six Paths could possess such immense power. He realized how powerful the Sage of Six Paths was only after gaining the Yin power from him. No, I was born in the 10th year of Konoha. Don't overthink it. Even gods can't truly travel through time to the past or future. Not even someone transcending the realm of gods like Kaguya has that power. Perhaps only beings above gods might have such possibilities. What I did was merely travel from one world to another parallel world. Although the histories of each world are somewhat similar, they are not completely the same, Uchiha Chentian said calmly. So, that's how it is. Uchiha Sasuke recalled his own experience of traveling to another timeline. Sister, where are they? At this moment, Daimon was flying towards them with Ada. Daimon was running while Ada was flying. I am sorry, Boruto. It's all my fault. I accidentally used omnipotence to swap your identities with Kawaki, Ada said apologetically. It's fine. I don't blame you. At least things haven't gotten to the worst point yet. I believe my father and mother are still alive. And in this world, there are people who believe in me. Even if I have to live alone in the future, that's fine. Boruto smiled, but his smile looked forced. Naruto lived alone since he was little. Seeing Boruto's smile, Uchiha Sasuke spoke up. Oh, is that so? Dad lived alone before? Boruto asked curiously. Yes, that's right. Sasuke replied. Kid, what are you looking at? If you keep staring at my sister like that, I'll gouge your eyes out. Daimon yelled when he saw Uchiha Chentian staring at Ada for a long time. Why is it that no matter which world, your brat's temper is so bad? Didn't your parents teach you to respect others? Uchiha Chentian replied calmly. You're asking for death. How dare you talk to me like that? Daimon roared angrily, ready to charge at Uchiha Chentian. But Ada held him back. Stop, Daimon. This person has already reached a divine level. You're not his opponent. Although she couldn't use her omnipotence now, Ada's sensing ability was still intact. She could clearly feel the terrifying power within Uchiha Chentian. Not even 1,000 Otsutsuki Ishikis could match Uchiha Chinin's strength. Chapter 198. Killing Yao style again. So what if he's a god? Ishiki also claims to be a god. Yet he couldn't defeat me. Daimon shouted loudly. Shut up, be quiet. Uchiha Chinin's voice rang out. A powerful pressure, or rather, divine might, descended directly upon Daimon. That pressure beyond the Six Paths level instantly knocked Daimon unconscious. What? Just his own pressure subdued Daimon? Boruto was astonished. Senior, please show mercy. I apologize on behalf of my brother. Ada exclaimed in shock, kneeling down. Daimon might be defeated, but being defeated so easily was completely unexpected. The rebound from the divine technique had no effect at all. Rest assured, I'm not going to argue with a child. Uchiha Chentian said. Too amazing, right? Daimon didn't even get a single move out before being suppressed. Vortex Boruto exclaimed. 10 years in Konoha. Doesn't that mean Uchiha from the era of the Three Sannin? But why have I never heard of such a person from the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Sasuke thought to himself. Could it really be, as he said, just a parallel world? Even if the history is the same, they are fundamentally two different worlds. The Naruto of this timeline is really having a tough time. Uchiha Chentian said with a smile. What do you mean? Uchiha Sasuke was somewhat confused about why Uchiha Chentian said that. I have seen Naruto and Sasuke in another parallel world, and their strength is much greater than yours. Even Otsutsuki Ishiki was defeated by the two of them. And in this world, Naruto and you are one without the Rinnegan and the other without the Nine Tails. Moreover, the current Naruto is sealed by Little Brat. Isn't that still a tough life for you? Uchiha Chentian said. Vortex Boruto. Uchiha Sasuke. The two were quite helpless regarding Uchiha Chentian's words. What do you mean by saying that we are having a tough life with Naruto? But when Uchiha Chentian mentioned that in another world, Naruto and he defeated Ishiki without losing the Nine Tails and the Rinnegan, Uchiha Sasuke was still a bit curious. Did the other world, Esme and Naruto, really defeat Ishiki without losing the Nine Tails and Rinnegan? Uchiha Sasuke asked curiously. Exactly. Both Naruto and Sasuke reached the six paths level. Moreover, Naruto awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, while Uchiha Sasuke possesses a pair of Rinnegan. Compared to the you of this world, they're much stronger than you. Uchiha Chentian said. At the scene, he did not say it was because of his own reasons that the Naruto and Sasuke of that timeline became so powerful. That means the Kawaki of that world didn't seal my dad. Vortex Boruto asked. Kawaki? He doesn't have the strength to defeat Naruto yet. Uchiha Chentian said. Well, okay. Vortex Boruto nodded. The chakra in this world seems to be decreasing. Uchiha Chentian's gaze turned to the sky. He could feel the chakra of the entire world diminishing. Although this speed is very slow, in about 100 years, chakra will completely disappear. Really? Uchiha Sasuke didn't understand why Uchiha Chentian said this. Because with his strength, he couldn't sense it yet. Come out, Otsutsuki Yao. No more hiding. Just then, Uchiha Chentian spoke. What? Uchiha Sasuke was startled. Time stopped. The time around began to stop. A figure dressed in white, without eyebrows, with two circular dots on the forehead and two horn-like rabbit ears bending forward, looking like a princess, appeared in front of Uchiha Chentian. Otsutsuki Yao looked at Uchiha Chentian with a serious face. Who exactly are you? You are definitely not an ordinary Uchiha. The aura on you is no different from my clan. Otsutsuki Yao looked at Uchiha Chentian with a grim expression. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you're going to die at my hands once again. Uchiha Chentian said. Rinnegan Rebirth Eye. Destruction, a powerful eye ability shot out from Uchiha Chentian's eyes. An invisible force appeared beside Otsutsuki Yao. As soon as Otsutsuki Yao let out a scream, his body quickly vanished. This, I can't be mistaken. Or is this just an illusion? How could Yao die so quickly? Vortex Boruto said in disbelief. The Otsutsuki Yao, who posed no challenge for Naruto and Sasuke, just disappeared before his eyes. As Otsutsuki Yao's soul was killed by Uchiha Chentian, the surrounding time began to resume, and originally, Diamond and Ada would not be affected by Otsutsuki Yao's time stop. But one was fainted from overusing divine arts, and the other was knocked out by Uchiha Chentian's pressure, so both of them were stopped. Only Vortex Boruto, Uchiha Chentian, and Otsutsuki Yao were unaffected. However, with Otsutsuki Yao's death, the surrounding time returned to normal. It wasn't an illusion. Otsutsuki Yao has truly vanished now. Uchiha Chentian said. That means Kawaki will no longer kill me. Vortex Boruto said happily. Boruto, what did you say? Yao had disappeared? Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed. Yes, Yao just appeared. It might be because you lost your Rinnegan, so you can no longer resist his time stop. Uchiha Chentian said. Oh, so that's how it is. Uchiha Sasuke did not doubt Uchiha Chentian's words. After all, Uchiha Chentian's strength was far beyond his own. But why could I see that Otsutsuki Yao? Ada asked curiously. Your omnipotence consumes most of your chakra. But with the omnipotence divine art protecting you, although your body was time-stopped, your consciousness wasn't, so you could naturally see Otsutsuki Yao. As for your brother, he is already asleep. You should also be able to see Otsutsuki Yao. Uchiha Chentian replied. It's not like you knocked him out. Ada thought to herself. Now that Boruto's matter is resolved, it's your turn, Sasuke. Uchiha Chentian replied. Me? Uchiha Sasuke was a bit unclear why Uchiha Chentian said that. Rinnegan Rebirth Eye. Yin-Yang released divine power. A powerful eye ability shot out from Uchiha Chentian's right eye. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke's destroyed Rinnegan began to slowly recover. A powerful eye ability emanated from his eyes, and a gentle force stimulated his eyes. Uchiha Sasuke closed his eyes, and the next moment, he opened them violently, shooting out two purple beams. The appearance of his eyes displayed the patterns of the Rinnegan, and 6 purple Rinnegan Tomo appeared in his eyes. Chapter 199. The Otsutsuki Trio Vortex Boruto, Diamond, Ada, Sarada. This is the power of 6 paths, Yin-Yang release. The power of the Sage of 6 paths. No, this power is even stronger than what the Sage of 6 paths gave me back then. Not only did it restore my Rinnegan, but it also evolved my Mangekyo into a Rinnegan. Uchiha Sasuke was astonished, but he was more excited and thrilled. His former power had returned, and it was even stronger than before. The Rinnegan is great, but I advise you not to rely too much on its power. It's best to train to use the Rinnegan's ocular techniques without relying on the Rinnegan. Otherwise, if one day you lose the Rinnegan again like now, I believe you understand the feeling of helplessness you had before. Uchiha Chentian said to Uchiha Sasuke. Senior Chentian, I understand. Uchiha Sasuke nodded seriously. That's the way to go. You must remember that the former Uchiha Sasuke dared to face the entire world alone, rather than feeling helpless as he does now. Our Uchiha clan cannot lose to anyone, especially not the Otsutsuki. When it comes to Otsutsuki, a glint of killing intent flashed in Uchiha Chentian's eyes. The moment the divine heart harbored killing intent, the world changed colors and a fierce wind arose. This is the rule of the Naruto world. If it were in the Dragon Ball world, nothing would happen. Upon seeing the killing intent in Uchiha Chentian's eyes, Uchiha Sasuke instinctively shivered. It's terrifying. Although this killing intent is not directed at me, it makes me feel the breath of death. Originally confident due to his significant power increase, Uchiha Sasuke immediately calmed down. Then it's time for that pineapple-headed kid to appear. As Uchiha Chentian's voice fell, a spatial tunnel appeared. The figure of pineapple-headed Kawaki descended from the sky. "It's you guys." Kawaki flipped and landed on the ground, looking somewhat surprised at Boruto and Sasuke. "Kawaki, release Naruto and Hinata. I can spare your life." Uchiha Sasuke, with his double Rinnegan, said coldly to Kawaki, "Your Rinnegan has returned, and the other eye has also become a Rinnegan. And Boruto's eyes are." Kawaki exclaimed, surprised that in just 3 hours, such changes had occurred to Boruto and Sasuke. "Kawaki, it's all over. Yaoshi has disappeared. I will no longer become Yaoshi. Hurry and release my dad and mom." Vortex Boruto said calmly as he looked at Kawaki. "How can I trust you?" Kawaki certainly wouldn't release Naruto and Hinata just because of Boruto's words. "You don't need to trust me, Kawaki. You acted too recklessly without considering the consequences. If you refuse to release them, then I will do it myself." Saying this, Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan suddenly activated. Naruto and Hinata's bodies fell from the sky. After regaining his Rinnegan and being able to sense Naruto's chakra, the resonance of Ashura and Indra, he could naturally use space-time ninjutsu to find Naruto and Hinata. Of course, the distance couldn't be too far, and with Kawaki now appearing in front of him, he could sense them. The first to get up was Naruto. "Kawaki, you give me." "Oh, Boruto, Sasuke, you're all here." The first thing Naruto said upon waking up was about Kawaki and then Boruto and the others. "Naruto, are you okay?" Uchiha Sasuke moved to Naruto's side instantly. "Dad, Mom." Vortex Boruto quickly rushed to Naruto and Hinata's side. "That's great, Boruto, you're okay." Hinata Hyuga finally woke up at this moment. "Kawaki, you shouldn't do anything foolish now." Although Naruto didn't know what had happened during the time Kawaki sealed him, he guessed that it was Sasuke who saved him. "Foolishness, Hokage. I did that for you. If Boruto was taken over by Yaoshi, we all could have been killed. Son of Fire, you can't do it." "I will. After killing Boruto, I will return his life," Kawaki said coldly. "You're insane," Hinata Hyuga said angrily. "Yes, I am insane," Kawaki replied. "Now that Yaoshi's soul has been killed by Senior Chentian, you have no reason to kill Boruto. Also, even if Yaoshi didn't disappear, Boruto is meant to be killed by me, not you, Kawaki." Uchiha Sasuke said calmly. "Wasn't your memory altered? Why do you still remember these things?" Kawaki asked, confused. "After my Rinnegan recovered, my memories naturally returned. Moreover, I never believe in those altered memories because I chose to trust Harada." Uchiha Sasuke explained. "So that's how it is. It seems that some incredible things happened in those 3 hours." Kawaki looked at Uchiha Sasuke's Rinnegan and finally chose to believe that what Sasuke said was true. The Otsutsuki Yaoshi on Boruto really has disappeared, just like the Otsutsuki Ishiki on him. If that's the case, then you can kill me. You should know that before. I always wanted to kill Boruto, Kawaki said calmly. "I really want to kill you, but there's a fool who will definitely disagree." Uchiha Sasuke said calmly. Why do I feel like you are insulting me?" "Sasuke," Vortex Naruto said helplessly. "Ha, Kawaki will be left for you to handle. You should know that because of him, everyone's memories in the world have been altered. In everyone's eyes, he's your biological son, while Boruto is the Kawaki you adopted before." Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but laugh. Upon hearing Uchiha Sasuke's words, Vortex Naruto was left speechless. "Let's go home." In the end, Vortex Naruto chose to forgive. After all, as long as Kawaki didn't kill Boruto, Naruto felt that things hadn't reached a critical point. Everything could be resolved. "I wanted to kill Boruto so badly before. Can you still forgive me?" Kawaki was moved. "I knew the fool would be like this," Uchiha Sasuke said helplessly. "In fact, keeping him is not a bad thing. The current ninja world still needs these two nearing 6 paths level ninjas, him and Boruto." Uchiha Chentian said calmly. "Oh, are there other enemies coming next?" Uchiha Sasuke asked curiously. "Well, in 7 days, 3 Otsutsuki will arrive on this planet," Uchiha Chentian said calmly. "They are Otsutsuki Yalan, Otsutsuki Bashi, and Otsutsuki Jinba. Among them, Otsutsuki Yalan is the twin sister of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Yalan's strength is not inferior to Otsutsuki Kagaya. UchihaChentian said calmly. Chapter 200. Sending Naruto a power-up. Otsutsuki Yalan is the identical twin sister of Otsutsuki Kagaya, so they look exactly the same. UchihaChentian said calmly. What Otsutsuki Yalan? Uchiha Sasuke was shocked. He had seen how powerful Otsutsuki Kagaya was before. Back then, he and Six Paths Naruto could only seal Otsutsuki Kagaya. Moreover, that was with the help of Six Paths Sage's power, along with Kakashi and others' assistance. It took a long time to successfully seal Otsutsuki Kagaya. And now, not only is there Otsutsuki Kagaya, but also two more Otsutsuki of Six Paths level, Otsutsuki Bashi and Otsutsuki Jinba. With just himself, it would be impossible to fight them. Naruto, come here for a moment. I'll send you a power-up too. Uchiha Chentian said to Vortex Naruto. A power-up? Vortex Naruto didn't quite understand what Uchiha Chentian meant. But when he saw Uchiha Sasuke nodding at him, indicating for him to go, Vortex Naruto ultimately chose to trust Uchiha Sasuke. What kind of power will Naruto receive? Uchiha Sasuke thought to himself. His Rinnegan was fixedly staring at Vortex Naruto. What is this? Such pure chakra. Vortex Naruto exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the fruit in his hand. This was given to him by Uchiha Chentian. Unlike Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Chentian only needed to share a bit of divine power with Uchiha Sasuke to awaken his Rinnegan. This is because Uchiha Sasuke's power is of the same kind as Uchiha Chentian's, both possessing ocular power, but Uchiha Chentian's is of a higher level. On the other hand, Uzumaki Naruto is different. He has no ocular power. Even though his body has the Otsutsuki bloodline, it is already very weak. Unless Uchiha Chentian expends a large amount of divine power to awaken Naruto's bloodline, it would be better to directly give him a chakra fruit. This is a chakra fruit. Eating it should allow you to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan. Uchiha Chentian said. The Mangekyou Sharingan? I'm not from the Uchiha clan. How could I possibly awaken such power? Uzumaki Naruto asked in confusion. The Uchiha, Hyuga, Senju, and Uzumaki clans are all descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. However, the Uchiha inherited the Sage's ocular techniques, while the Senju inherited his physical traits. But despite this, both the Uzumaki and Senju clans have the potential to awaken the Sharingan, though the chances are very low. But this doesn't mean it's impossible. The chakra fruit is what will awaken the hidden Sharingan genes within you, Uchiha Chentian explained. I see, Uzumaki Naruto said, glancing at the chakra fruit in his hand before eating it. A powerful force surged from within him, and his body began to emit a golden aura. His short golden hair quickly grew long, reaching the same length as Uchiha Sasuke's. His eyes turned red, and a tomo appeared in his pupils. 2 tomos. 3 tomos. In the next moment, the tomos transformed into the shape of a Taiji diagram, becoming the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Such powerful eyes. I feel like I can enter Sage mode in no time. Saying this, Uzumaki Naruto clasped his hands together and quickly formed hand seals, entering Sage mode within seconds. Moreover, it was Super Sage mode. His body was enveloped in a purple golden aura, with purple golden eyeshadow around his eyes, accompanied by lightning. And a kanji for Sage appeared on his forehead. Naruto's strength jumped directly from the level of a super shadow to that of the Sage of Six Paths. With his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, his power was now on par with Uchiha Sasuke's, even stronger than his Nine Tails mode, except for the lack of infinite chakra. So, during these 7 days, you should familiarize yourself with your power, Uchiha Chentian said, and then his body disappeared. Who exactly is that senior to have a chakra fruit? And why is he helping us? Uzumaki Naruto asked curiously, looking at Uchiha Sasuke. Actually, I'm not quite sure either. I only know that he is a senior Uchiha from the past 10 years of Konoha, traveling between countless parallel worlds. His strength has probably surpassed that of mortals. Perhaps he has already reached a dimension like Otsutsuki Kagaya. Uchiha Sasuke replied. The past 10 years of Konoha. But why have I never heard of a powerful Uchiha named Uchiha Chentian? Uzumaki Naruto asked, somewhat confused. I heard from Chentian-senpai that it's just a parallel world, not the real past. Each parallel world may have some similarities in history, but they are not exactly the same, Uchiha Sasuke answered. Come out, Ashura and Indra. Uchiha Chentian said lightly. 2 men that looked very much like Naruto and Sasuke appeared before Uchiha Chentian. Randomly traveling through time and space is a great sin. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the Deva Path? Uchiha Chentian. What exactly is your purpose in coming to this timeline? Indra said coldly to Uchiha Chentian. If I said I accidentally came to this timeline, would you believe me? Uchiha Chentian replied. Is that so? I hope so. Regardless of what you're doing in this timeline, you should go to other planets. The ninja world should have nothing you want, Ashura said, looking at Uchiha Chentian. With that, the figures of Ashura and Indra disappeared. The Indra and Ashura of this timeline are only at the second tier of divinity. It seems they have been killed again. In the timeline where Chentian is, Ashura and Indra have the strength of the third tier of divinity, and only after they were killed would their power drop to the second tier. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so polite to Uchiha Chentian. Both of them possess the ability to fight above their level, if they were both at the third tier. Even if Uchiha Chentian is at the fourth tier, they would still be confident in a fight. But now their power has greatly diminished, and they cannot do anything to Uchiha Chentian. As long as Uchiha Chentian does not do anything detrimental to the ninja world, they will not care too much. They can only close one eye and open the other. 3 days later, Uchiha Chentian lay on a wooden bed, gazing at the starry sky of the ninja world. The starry sky was dotted with countless shining stars, most of which are larger than those in the ninja world. Although they didn't seem far from the ninja world, even with Uchiha Chentian's current vision, he could no longer clearly see stars a light year away. Despite Uchiha Chentian's vision being only a light year, that distance is 607 billion kilometers, and beyond that, everything becomes very blurry. Uchiha Chentian was searching for which of those planets had humans or life. However, he was disappointed to find nothing, just like in his original world. Chapter 201, 9 Deities, Day 7. At this time, it had been 7 days since Uchiha Chentian came to this world. At this moment, the Otsutsuki trio of Yalan, Bashiki, and Jinba finally arrived in the ninja world. But Uchiha Chentian was surprised that the strength of these three was actually inferior to the Otsutsuki Yalan, Bashiki, and Jinba from his own world. Among them, Otsutsuki Yalan was stronger than Naruto and Sasuke, but her strength was only at the upper level of the 6 paths, far from the perfect level of the 6 paths in his world. Otsutsuki Bashiki and Jinba only barely reached the lower level of the 6 paths, probably comparable in strength to Sasuke with a single Rinnegan and Naruto in Nine Tails mode. This means Jinba and Bashiki's strength is similar to Boruto and Kawaki. Otsutsuki Yalan is roughly equivalent to Naruto and Sasuke. Here they come. Are they the Otsutsuki trio that Chentian-senpai mentioned? Uzumaki Boruto said seriously, looking at the sky. Such powerful chakra. Their aura is not inferior to that of the Otsutsuki, especially that woman. I feel like even a single Otsutsuki can't match her. Can Hokage and Sasuke really defeat her? Kawaki said with a heavy expression. Whether or not we can depends on whether we can defeat those two in the shortest time and then help my dad. Uzumaki Boruto said seriously. Here they come, Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto said seriously. In the next moment, Uzumaki Naruto directly entered Super Sage mode. I understand. Uchiha Sasuke's dual Rinnegan also emitted a purple light, enveloped by a purple aura. Just awakened the Manjiki Sharingan and already mastering Super Sage mode. This is truly astonishing, Uchiha Chentian said calmly. Although he said this, Uchiha Chentian's expression showed no sign of concern. Uchiha Chentian didn't pay too much attention to this battle, because he knew in his heart that the final winners would definitely be Naruto and Sasuke. As for Otsutsuki Yalan's ending, even if she wasn't killed, she would definitely be sealed. Naruto and Sasuke are the children of fate in the world of Hokage. As long as the enemy isn't too powerful, these children of fate can turn the tide. Such a powerful divine aura. This aura seems to be from outer space. Uchiha Chentian thought to himself. Outer space. Boom. In the next moment, the starry sky trembled. Large areas of space were directly torn apart, and 9 white figures instantly descended on the moon. These 9 individuals were Otsutsuki, each with different horns on their foreheads, some with a single horn, others with 2. Each of them wore clothing similar to Uchiha Chentian's. The 9 different figures emitted an incredibly terrifying aura. They were all gods. Moreover, all of them were above the 2nd level of divinity. Ashura exclaimed in shock. Damn, if it weren't for our significant drop in strength, we wouldn't let them be so arrogant now. Indra gritted his teeth and said, what a lively scene. It seems I arrived just in time. Uchiha Chentian's figure also appeared. Which side are you on? Ashura asked directly. Although he didn't really want to place his hopes on Uchiha Chentian, he had no other options now. His father, the Sage of 6 Paths, was only in a spiritual state. Even with the level of a 3rd level god, how much power could he exert? Oh, another reckless bastard has come. Otsutsuki Seishin laughed. His aura was very similar to that of the traitor. I never expected that the descendant of that traitor would have so many become gods. Otsutsuki Baiku said expressionlessly. So what if they become gods? Their appearance now is just to seek death. Otsutsuki Seishin said disdainfully. I am not here for that. I am here to slay gods. Uchiha Chentian declared. Complete body, Susanoo. A gigantic chakra-clad skeletal form instantly appeared, and the surface of the skeleton rapidly grew countless shapes resembling muscle tissue. Then a giant emerged. But the moment the giant appeared, a purple armor manifested on its body, and a pair of wings stretching for 100,000 meters appeared as well. The 100,000-meter high, complete body, Susanoo instantly materialized, holding a heavenly axe over 100,000 meters long. Without any hesitation or nonsense, Uchiha Chentian charged forward. Divine technique. Heaven and earth split. The surface of the heavenly axe shimmered with golden runes and patterns of the Rinnegan. The runes on the axe flowed, and lightning flickered around it. With one swing of the axe. Not good. Get back. This move has already surpassed the third level of divinity. Otsutsuki Baiku shouted loudly. But there was no need for him to remind them. The others had already felt this incredibly terrifying divine momentum. However, because Uchiha Chentian's speed was too fast, they simply couldn't dodge in time. Moreover, Uchiha Chentian made his move as soon as he appeared, which left them with no time to react. The 100,000-meter high, complete body, Susanoo, despite its large size, was not heavy at all and was incredibly agile. Boom! A flash of axe light swept past, and 5 second-level gods from the Otsutsuki fell on the spot. Their blood and bones were thrown into the ninja world by Uchiha Chentian, allowing the chakra of the ninja world to begin recovering to its peak state, even exceeding the previous level. Otsutsuki Aman. Otsutsuki has. Otsutsuki Seishin shouted angrily. Those two were his very close kin. One move killed 5 second-level gods. Otsutsuki Baiku said in shock. Golden Wheel Destruction Light, Divine Path Gem, Elephant-Headed God. Fudomayu, the other surviving Otsutsuki, didn't dare to be careless. The 4 of them unleashed their full power as soon as they made their move. 4 terrifying attacks struck the complete body Susanoo, but none could break through Susanoo's defense. Divine Technique. Amaterasu. Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan concentrated a powerful eye power, and a drop of blood flowed from his right eye. A terrifying black flame suddenly appeared beside Otsutsuki Seishin. The black flames burned on Otsutsuki Seishin. In the end, Otsutsuki Seishin died as he had before under Uchiha Chentian's Amaterasu. Run! Otsutsuki Baiku thought without hesitation and directly tore open space to escape. Time stopped. At that moment, Ashura and Indra made their move. The time around Otsutsuki Baiku began to slow down. Not only Otsutsuki Baiku, but others experienced the same, although it was only for an instant. That moment was enough for Uchiha Chentian. Divine Technique. Heaven and earth split, the same technique, just like before. It once again took away the last 4 individuals. Boom! Bang! The space of outer space seemed to be split in half, and a dazzling, glaring light appeared in the starry sky. That intense light directly overshadowing the sunlight of the solar system. Chapter 202. The era of the Sage of 6 Paths, 9 gods fell simultaneously. His strength should be more than that of a 4th-level god. Indra's double Tentomo Rinnegan was fixed on Uchiha Chentian. Especially seeing that Uchiha Chentian's clothing was quite similar to his own, it made Indra very curious. Are you called Uchiha Chentian? Indra asked. Although gods can know what they want to know, even if others do not say their names, gods will still find out. But this depends on what they wish to know. They can only evolve things below the level of gods, and the time cannot be too far back. For example, Ada, with her omnipotence, can see events that have occurred in the past, but the time cannot be too long. If gods want to see each other's past, it depends on each other's strength and whether the other party allows it. Now it's like Indra, although the instinct of a god can know Uchiha Chentian's name. He does not know whether this name is real or not. So Indra wanted to confirm it. I am the demon god Uchiha Chentian. Uchiha Chentian's voice rang out. After showing off, Uchiha Chentian's figure disappeared without a trace. 9 pairs of red Tentomo Rinnegan and 10 bloodline level Byakugan. This means I can create 19 god-level ninjas. Uchiha Chentian muttered to himself. Now Uchiha Chentian has traveled back 1,000 years to the era of the Sage of 6 Paths. At this time, the ninja world was mostly uneven land. Waves of smoke were rising from the ground. This battle should have been going on for several months now. Uchiha Chentian thought. The ground was filled with a destructive chakra aura. Although these auras were not very strong for him, they represented an incredibly powerful force for most ninjas. Uchiha Chentian willed it, and his figure instantly vanished from a spot. When he reappeared, he was already in a village. This village had very few people, mostly ordinary folk, with about 1,000 inhabitants. Their attire was similar to that of Konoha 10 years ago. Although most were skinny and bony, their condition was countless times better than in other places. What a terrifying aura! A middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. Oh, the Otsutsuki Hagoromo from my youth. Uchiha Chentian looked curiously at Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who had 2 horns on his head, brown hair, and wore a white coat with 6 black tomo patterns on his chest. On his back was a red spiral symbol, with a grid of 9 tomo, 3 tomo in each row below it. His attire was similar to that of Uchiha Chentian. Behind Otsutsuki Hagoromo stood 2 boys around 14 or 15 years old, resembling Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. They were Ashura and Indra. If it weren't for their different clothing, they could easily be mistaken for Naruto and Sasuke. What happened to father? Ashura asked. It's nothing, but I feel a terrifying chakra presence. This aura is too frightening. Otsutsuki Hagoromo said seriously. I hope it's just an illusion, he thought to himself. Little did he know, this was a sensation that Uchiha Chentian deliberately made him feel. Otherwise, with Otsutsuki Hagoromo's current perfect 6 paths level strength, he would not be able to sense the presence of a deity. But deep down, he knew he was only comforting himself. Finally, I've met you, Sage of 6 Paths. Just then, Uchiha Chentian appeared in front of Otsutsuki Hagoromo with a space shift, smiling. Who are you? Otsutsuki Hagoromo exclaimed in shock. Me? I'm Uchiha Chentian, and I come from the future. I'm just here to find my own path and to take a look at the former Sage of 6 Paths, Uchiha Chentian replied with a smile. The Sage of 6 Paths? Isn't that a title given to me by others? Otsutsuki Hagoromo thought. UchihaChentian? Why have I never heard of this person? The power you possess is chakra, right? Are you from my mother's clan? But that can't be. Your last name isn't Otsutsuki, Otsutsuki Hagoromo said seriously. Huh? Sage of 6 Paths. Didn't I say? I come from the future, and I'm just here to find my own path. Uchiha Chentian laughed heartily. Oh, from the future? Then does that mean you are my descendant? Otsutsuki Hagoromo finally lowered his guard against Uchiha Chentian upon hearing that he came from the future. But he was more curious and believed it due to Uchiha Chentian's strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't easily believe someone he just met. After all, it's not something a normal person would believe if someone suddenly appeared claiming to be from the future. Otsutsuki Hagoromo was no exception. From the future? What proof do you have? I could claim to be from 1,000 years in the future. Ashura laughed, thinking Uchiha Chentian was joking. That's right. I am from over 1,000 years in the future. And how to prove it? Universal poll. Uchiha Chentian's right eye widened violently, and the next moment, everyone in the village was lifted into the air, including Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Ashura, Indra, and others. Stop, stop, stop. I believe you, Ashura exclaimed in shock. Huh? Uchiha Chentian laughed. As his laughter echoed, everyone floated back down. Thankfully, they weren't flying too high. Otherwise, many would have been injured. This eye is terrifying. Is this the Tentomo Rinnegan? However, it also resembles the Tensegan, but it seems to have the powers of both. Could it be the legendary bloodline of the Tensegan and Rinnegan fused together? That essay level my mother couldn't reach, Otsutsuki Hagoromo thought, astonished. That eye is too frightening. Universal pull. That S my father's ocular technique. It seems to be even more powerful than my father's universal pull. Even my father's Rinnegan couldn't stop it. Indra also thought, surprised. Oh, did he run away? Kagaya. Uchiha Chentian said casually. Just moments ago, Kagaya had been terrified by Uchiha Chentian's universal pull, as he was also pulled into the air. Just as Uchiha Chentian released the ocular technique, Kagaya immediately burrowed underground, escaping at an ordinary speed, fearing detection by Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Uchiha Chentian. Kagaya? Who is that? Otsutsuki Hagoromo asked curiously. You could consider him your brother. Kagaya's will incarnate. He is the embodiment of the chakra goddess Kagaya, Otsutsuki, Uchiha Chentian replied. Chapter 203, Dragon Vein. He should be called Kagaya, and he might count as your brother. Uchiha Chentian thought for a moment and answered. My brother? My mother's will incarnate. Otsutsuki Hagoromo exclaimed. Yes, Kagaya. He was born when Kagaya, Otsutsuki, squeezed out the last bit of her strength at the moment of her sealing. Kagaya was born like a puddle of water. able to freely merge into the ground. Although his strength is weak, he has a lifespan of over 1,000 years, with the longevity of a pure-blood Otsutsuki. He was created as a will to revive Kagaya, Otsutsuki, Uchiha Chentian explained. Although he didn't take action to help Otsutsuki Hagoromo eliminate Kagaya, he still informed him of Kagaya's existence. As for whether Otsutsuki Hagoromo could find Kagaya, Uchiha Chentian didn't concern himself with that. Otsutsuki Hagoromo fell silent, pondering Uchiha Chentian's words about Kagaya. No wonder I felt like someone has been watching me these past few days. That must be Kagaya, Otsutsuki Hagoromo thought to himself. Oh, he disappeared, Ashura exclaimed. Oh. When Otsutsuki Hagoromo came to his senses, he realized Uchiha Chentian had already left. This thing, is this the so-called dragon vein? Uchiha Chentian walked to a purple light source. In his view, there was a massive dragon head radiating purple light, with most of its body buried underground. At this moment, the dragon vein was not the one from the ancient Lulan kingdom, but rather a masterless one. The dragon vein is the lifeline of the earth, containing chakra that surpasses other places on the planet. If used improperly, it could potentially destroy the entire Earth. However, there are legends that the dragon vein is not a natural product of the ninja world. In other words, it is not a natural product at all. The core part of the dragon vein, its essence, should be similar to Kagaya Otsutsuki, having descended into the ninja world from the outside. But unlike the Otsutsuki clan, which plunders energy, the essence of the dragon vein did not intentionally come to the ninja world. Its arrival was actually an accident, and it had sustained severe damage upon arrival. This thing clearly doesn't seem to be from this world. It resembles a dragon vein from my past life. Uchiha Chentian placed his hand on the dragon's head, feeling that the power within did not belong to chakra or any ability from the Dragon Ball universe. It was a different kind of power. It had merely transformed into chakra after years of existing in the ninja world without absorbing the chakra from the entire world. It seemed that Uchiha Chentian could feel his body's desire for the dragon vein, and instinctively began to absorb the power from the dragon vein. In an instant, the dragon vein seemed to come alive. At the same time, the dragon head opened its eyes, and its enormous purple crystal-like pupils emitted a powerful divine pressure. It felt alive. No, it wasn't. It was merely the instinct of the body's nerves. Uchiha Chentian's mind trembled as he sensed a strong gaze upon him. It was divine might, or rather dragon might. How? As Uchiha Chentian drained the energy within, the dragon head suddenly roared violently, and purple energy erupted, engulfing Uchiha Chentian like a torrent. Crash! The shock wave spread out, and the entire ground was covered in cracks. A purple-gold light flashed on Uchiha Chentian's body, signaling his breakthrough to the 5th stage of divinity. Uchiha Chentian's bloodline, Otsutsuki clan bloodline, surpassing Otsutsuki Kagaya. Super Saiyan cells have reached 100. Enabling transformation into Super Saiyan. Kekki Genkai, 10-Tomo Reincarnation Eye. Purple 9-Tomo Sharingan fused with Golden Rinnegan into Purple Gold. Transformation, Super Saiyan, 50 times. Age, 61 years old, born in Konoha 10. Currently in Konoha 71. Sage Techniques, Super Sage Mode, ShowsSusanoo Creation, Sage King Mode. Sage King Taijutsu, Tenfold 8 Gates King Fist. Panga Tattoo, also known as Otsutsuki's Wedge. Sage King Mode, Reincarnation Rinnegan Technique. Space-time instantaneous movement. No longer needing to leave a spatial marker on the opponent, he can directly traverse to the time and space he wishes to go, or the time and space locked by his mental power. Left Rinnegan fused with the left reincarnation eye to evolve the technique. Starry Sky 10,000 Ways, after the evolution of 10,000 Ways, just as the name suggests. The previous 10,000 ways evolved into any ninjutsu or sage art before the creation of heaven and earth. Rinnegan techniques, divine might, power bank, absolute gravity field. 10,000 ways evolved techniques, heavenly power hand, reincarnation, tomb, edge, hell, Rinnegan. Burning soul, corpse, sealing release, life recovery, reincarnation eye. Devouring heaven demon technique, space-time, ninjutsu. Yin-yang life, escape. Reincarnation Rinnegan. Destruction, one of the divine techniques of the right eye. Level, true immortal divine 5th stage. Combat power, 160 million energy of the 5th stage of divinity. Space-time traversal, new technique awakened by the left Rinnegan. Unity of heaven and man. New technique ability awakened by the right Rinnegan. Unexpectedly, 6 months had passed. In an instant, Uchiha Chentian muttered to himself. It's time to go back. It's not good to stay in this time and space for too long. Year 71 of Konoha, the world where Uchiha Chentian is. Drinka. A terrifying aura emanated from Uchiha Senju. The world instantly changed color, and the sky turned dark. Uchiha Senju broke through to become a god. Uchiha Senju's Rinnegan transformed into gold, different from Uchiha Chentian's reincarnation Rinnegan. His was a Tentomo purple Rinnegan and golden Rinnegan. His reincarnation Eye and Rinnegan did not merge like Uchiha Chentian's, but could switch between the two. Divine punishment. Uchiha Sasuke's left eye fiercely kicked, and the sky filled with 10,000 Kirin, quickly converging into a 10-meter-long Kirin. Now, Uchiha Sasuke could use divine punishment without borrowing Naruto's Mangekyou power. His 9-Tomo Rinnegan had evolved into 10-Tomo. His Amaterasu evolved into Hell Amaterasu. If the previous Amaterasu was mere mortal fire, now it was divine fire. Uchiha Sasuke also ascended to the first stage of divinity. Similarly, Uzumaki Naruto, after becoming a god, had his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan directly evolve into a golden 9-Tomo Rinnegan. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara became gods a day earlier than the three of them. However, the others were still at the Six Paths level, but most had reached above the great perfection of Six Paths, especially Guy and Lee, although one was great perfection of Six Paths and the other was perfect Six Paths. Once the 8 gates were fully opened, their combat power surged to divine levels. However, because of this, it was difficult for the two to break through to become gods. Chapter 204. Divine Ninjas. Uchiha Chentian was holding 9 pairs of Rinnegan and Reincarnation Eyes as he arrived at Konoha. They have all reached the divine realm. It seems they have all succeeded. Uchiha Chentian thought to himself, "This aura, my dad is back." Uchiha Senju was delighted. After becoming a god, unless it was a ninja of the same level, one could not sense another's aura. Otherwise, mortals could not perceive the aura of a god unless the aura was deliberately released by the god. Time stopped upon seeing Uchiha Chentian. Uchiha Senju used a technique on him. Uchiha Chentian noticed the time around him began to slow down. Rinnegan. Heavenly Reversal Hand. A black giant hand suddenly appeared and slapped towards Uchiha Chentian. Is this kid trying to test his new divine technique on me? Uchiha Chentian looked at the suddenly appearing black giant hand, which was burning with black divine fire. Even if he wasn't caught, if he touched the flames on this hand, even a perfect 6 paths could be burned to death. And this was the power of the Heavenly Reversal Hand. The 10-Tomo in Uchiha Chentian's eyes spun rapidly in a counterclockwise direction. The movement of that suddenly appearing black giant hand seemed to slow down hundreds of times in Uchiha Chentian's eyes. At the same time, thousands of ways to counter this move appeared in Uchiha Chentian's mind. Substitution technique at the moment of impact. Uchiha Chentian quickly used a piece of wood to substitute for his body to dodge the attack of the Heavenly Reversal Hand. Using such a low-level ninjutsu to dodge my Heavenly Reversal Hand. ISNT dad looking down on people too much? Uchiha Senju's face looked somewhat unsightly. Flying Thunder God Spiral Sphere. Uzumaki Naruto sensed the direction of Uchiha Chentian's aura and instantly launched an invisible spiral sphere towards him. Hell Amaterasu. Uchiha Sasuke activated his most skilled eye technique. Since they were cooperating so well, it seemed they had worked together countless times over the past year. Uchiha Chentian's body appeared, and Naruto's attack reached him, while Sasuke's Hell Amaterasu flames also ignited on Uchiha Chentian's body. Drink! Uchiha Chentian shouted loudly. A purple-gold aura burned beside him, blocking the black flames. Drink! The spiral sphere infused with divine power appeared in front of Uchiha Chentian. Boom! The massive energy exploded around Uchiha Chentian in an instant. A huge circular energy rapidly spread in midair. The space cracked like a mirror, turning into countless fragments. Fireworks fell from the sky. Uchiha Chentian stood unscathed in midair, surrounded by purple-gold flames. Not bad coordination, but the attack power was a bit low. Uchiha Chentian said calmly, "Dad, the three of us working together can't even force you to use your eye technique. You're just using your own divine power to withstand all our attacks. What level have you reached?" Uchiha Senju said with a helpless expression, "I just reached the 5th stage of divinity." Uchiha Chentian casually replied, "Huh." Uchiha Senju, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and the others took a deep breath. The divine level is 5 stages, while the 3 of them have only just reached the 1st stage. Yet Uchiha Chentian has already reached the 5th stage. The gap is just too large. It's known that the stronger the power, the harder it is to advance further. However, For someone like Uchiha Chentian, it seems to be getting faster. This truly astonishes the three of them. It's worth noting that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama didn't reach the Six Paths level until they were in their 40s or 50s. Even Uchiha Madara only reached the Six Paths level in his old age. But because he was old, he couldn't unleash even half of his power. Even the Sage of Six Paths only reached the divine realm after death. However, that was merely his soul becoming divine, and it took countless years to reorganize his physical body to truly become divine. What a freak. Uzumaki Naruto said helplessly. Indeed, Senior Chentian is too powerful. Uchiha Sasuke replied. I have something to attend to. You guys chat slowly. Uchiha Chentian didn't chat with Uchiha Senju and the others for long. In a flash, he left the place, and by the time he appeared again, he had already arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory. A long time no see. Chentian-kun, Orochimaru swayed. Are you still researching their bodies? Uchiha Chentian's gaze fell on a group of Otsutsuki corpses inside the crystals. Now those corpses had already been repaired by Orochimaru. Impressive, Orochimaru. Just a few bones, and you managed to restore their bodies so well. Uchiha Chentian was somewhat surprised. You flatter me. These bones possess divine power. As long as the divine power inside is activated, they have self-repairing abilities, and I don't need to waste much time. Orochimaru smiled. That's true. Those are divine bones. But be careful not to let those Otsutsuki revive because of this. They are divine beings, and we have no idea if their souls still exist. Those guys have quite a few special divine techniques to bring themselves back to life. As he spoke, Uchiha Chentian's figure vanished. However, Uchiha Chentian left Orochimaru a pair of Tentomo Rinnegan and a golden rebirth eye. Orochimaru looked at the Rinnegan and rebirth I placed on the table. His face filled with ecstasy. With his talent, if he wanted to reach the divine realm, he could only study the cells of Otsutsuki at the divine level. Of course, if he had a bloodline level Rinnegan, he could reach that level faster, which is why Orochimaru was so happy. In the Dragon Ball world, Earth. At this moment, the Earth warriors, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, and others arrived in an uninhabited area. Above the sky, there was a gigantic spaceship. What a terrifying aura. It's Frieza and his family. Damn it. Weren't they already killed by Goku, Vegeta, and Lord Chentian? How could they have revived? Krillin gritted his teeth. This time it's a big trouble. King Kai said it would take Goku and Vegeta about 3 hours to reach Earth. With our current strength, we can't hold on for 3 hours at all. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Although his battle power has improved significantly over the past year, reaching over 100 million, he could only handle Frieza at most. Unless Gohan could transform into a Super Saiyan. Just thinking about this, Piccolo felt helpless. Gohan can only transform when he is the angriest. But even if he can transform into a Super Saiyan, it doesn't necessarily mean he can defeat Frieza and his family. They are here. Just then, Tien shouted loudly. The massive spaceship had already landed on the ground. Countless aliens with battle powers over 1,000 were walking out from inside. Chapter 205, Future Youth Hokage Office. Kakashi, come here for a moment. Uchiha Chentian said to Kakashi. Oh, what is up? Senior Chentian, Kakashi asked curiously. You'll find out soon. Uchiha Chentian smiled, then quickly dug out Kakashi's eyes and directly transferred the Rinnegan. By the time Kakashi reacted, a tremendous pain surged from his eyes, but as he came to his senses, a powerful force emanated from his eyes. Kakashi was momentarily stunned, unsure whether to be happy or to cry. These eyes have been modified through your genes. If you have time, get used to the power of these eyes. But don't rely on them too much. With that, Uchiha Chentian vanished. Next were Guy, Lee, Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna, and others who were capable of reaching the divine realm. Uchiha Chentian transferred Rinnegan or rebirth eyes to them. On this day, Konoha produced 9 divine ninjas. They are called ninjas because they possess divine combat power, but not divine realm status. Why is there an extra Guldo? This is different from what Mom said. A blue-haired teenager exclaimed. The boy was about 17 or 18 years old. The teenager was Trunks. Trunks, standing at 1.7 meters tall, grew to 1.75 meters after coming out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Is this Earth? It seems everyone is here. Frieza said with a cold smile. What a pity, Goku and Vegeta. Those 2 Super Saiyans will take 3 hours to reach Earth. Guldo said indifferently. And Uchiha Chentian. I will not let them go, and all Saiyans must die. King Cold said with a murderous intent. Now the 3 of them are in mechanical form. Frieza and his family's luck is quite good. At the moment they were killed, they were left with just their heads. They were finally saved by one of King Cold's subordinates after countless modifications, and all three successfully revived. Moreover, their strength is even greater than when they were on Namek. Mechanical Frisia, 180 million. King Cold in mechanical form, 170 million. Mechanical Guldo, 470 million, with battle power comparable to the original series. Damn it, with my current battle power, I can only deal with Frisia and King Cold. I am no match for Guldo at all. Trunks gritted his teeth and said, his battle power in Super Saiyan form is only 220 million. At most, he can unleash 300 million in explosive power. Even his strongest attack wave does not exceed 400 million. It seems I can only solve King Cold and Frisia at the fastest speed, and then team up with Piccolo to deal with Guldo. Trunks thought to himself. At this time, Piccolo's battle power was 50 million, 5 times what it was a year ago. In his rage state, he could reach 200 million, but facing Frisia, who has a real battle power of 180 million, he still falls short. Not to mention there's also King Cold and Guldo. Meanwhile, Gohan's battle power has now reached 5 million, comparable to Goku's first transformation into Super Saiyan. Krillin, now 3 million. Yajirobe, now 1 million. Tien, 5 million battle power. Yamcha has not trained much this year. Now only 8 million. Bulma's battle power is 3. Everyone get ready, it's time to fight. A green aura emanated from Piccolo. The others were the same. It seems they can only risk their lives waiting for Goku and the others to return. Tien looked at the sky and said calmly, "Huh, are we going to die again?" Clint said with a bitter smile. Such a powerful aura. This aura is the same as what Dad had back then. Suddenly, Son Gohan exclaimed in shock. A golden figure appeared from the distance, and in an instant, it was in front of Frisia. This golden figure held a long sword in both hands, and in a flash, it sliced King Cold in half. What? Dad? Frisia had just reacted when his father, King Cold, was already reduced to cosmic dust by Trunks. Damn it, die for me. Frisia's hands unleashed a massive energy wave as he was about to attack Trunks. Unfortunately, Trunks, who had come at full power, swiftly moved behind him. Before his energy wave could be released, he met the same fate as King Cold. First, he was cut in half by a sword. The second sword divided him into 4 pieces. The third sword, the fourth sword. The final attack wave turned him into cosmic dust. What? How could Frisia and my father be killed so quickly? Cooler was shocked. Although he could also do it, he knew that Trunks' combat power was only 220 million, but his explosive power was not much different from what he used to be. The issue lay with his sword. Mechanical Cooler's gaze fell on Trunks. His radar was rapidly scanning Trunks' body. At the same time, Trunks charged at him. Bang! Trunks was shot out, and although he didn't hit the ground, his body was pushed back far away. His power is immense. Trunks' expression turned extremely serious. This moment happened in just a brief 3 seconds. Frisia and King Cold were suddenly killed by a stranger Super Saiyan, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. Hey, a Super Saiyan, besides Son Goku and Vegeta, there's actually another Saiyan alive, and he's a Super Saiyan too. Clint exclaimed in surprise. Now is not the time to dwell on these issues. We need to quickly take out these aliens, otherwise it will be hard to find them once they scatter. I'll go help that boy. With that, Piccolo's green energy aura began to intensify, transforming into a green light as he rushed forward. Demon Flash, a green energy wave struck Cooler, forcing him to stop. Are you okay? Piccolo asked Trunks, who was lying on the ground. I'm fine, thanks. However, I didn't expect you to have such powerful strength. This is different from what I understood. Trunks stood up from the ground and said to Piccolo, "Oh, it seems you know me?" Piccolo said in surprise. "No, I've just heard about you. But now is not the time to discuss this. Let us defeat Cooler first and then talk." Trunks said seriously. "All right." Piccolo nodded, knowing it wasn't the time to chat. "Haha, since Son Goku and Vegeta are not here, then I can start by killing you, Super Saiyan." As he spoke, Cooler's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, Trunks and Piccolo were sent flying. Chapter 206. Son Goku and Vegeta arrive. Piccolo and Trunks both fell to the ground, spitting out blood. A Super Saiyan? Is this all the power you have? Cooler grabbed Trunks by the throat with his tail, sneering. Just then, a large foot appeared out of nowhere and stomped down on Cooler. The kick knocked Cooler down, forcing him to release Trunks. "Luckily, I arrived early. Otherwise, you might have died." The voice of Uchiha Chentian echoed. A golden aura burned around Uchiha Chentian. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his long hair standing straight up. If it grew any longer, it would probably be Super Saiyan 3. Uchiha Chentian. God level 5 combat power, 160 million points. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat power surged to 8 billion. A terrifying aura instantly spread across the entire Earth. What? Such a terrifying aura. As a fellow Super Saiyan, why is his combat power so strong? Trunks said in disbelief. Because I have surpassed Super Saiyan and reached the second stage of Super Saiyan 1. Uchiha Chentian said calmly. What second stage of Super Saiyan 1? That's just nonsense. Cooler scoffed, pointing a finger at Uchiha Chentian. The next moment, a death beam shot towards Uchiha Chentian. A purple energy wave flashed by, and a massive energy wave exploded with terrifying destructive power against Uchiha Chentian. The purple energy wave soared into the sky. As the light slowly faded, Uchiha Chentian stood motionless in midair. Beneath him, a bottomless massive pit appeared on the ground. Hiss! The aura emanating from Uchiha Chentian grew stronger. Reincarnation I. Hell, Amaterasu, Uchiha Chentian's left eye suddenly widened. A black flame ignited on Cooler's body. Damn it, not this again. Cooler screamed in anger, pushing his power to the limit. Muscles bulged on his forehead and arms, veins appearing on the surface of his skin. The purple light blocked the Amaterasu flames. Get away from me, Cooler shouted loudly. A powerful energy aura shielded the divine fire of Amaterasu. But unfortunately, Uchiha Chentian's combat power had already reached 8 billion. The Amaterasu flames with 8 billion combat power were something Cooler simply could not withstand. After only 5 or 6 seconds of resistance, Cooler was burned to ashes as his energy was depleted. Cooler was defeated just like that. Uchiha Chentian's combat power was far more terrifying than it had been a year ago. It was almost like heaven and earth apart. So powerful, Piccolo exclaimed. UchihaChentian. Could he also be a Saiyan? Trunks asked curiously. He should be. After all, he can transform into a Super Saiyan too. But he is not an ordinary Saiyan, because he is a galactic god. He is a being higher than the Earth's gods. Piccolo said calmly to Trunks. Good. Trunks muttered to himself. What exactly are you? And how can you also transform into a Super Saiyan? Are there other Saiyans besides Son Goku, Vegeta, and Nappa? Piccolo asked. This is a long story. I can only tell Mr. Son Goku alone. Trunks said hesitantly. All right, I know what you want to say. You're from the future, right? Your name is Trunks. You are Vegeta's son. Uchiha Chentian said directly. What? How did you know? Trunks exclaimed in shock. I'm a galactic god, so I can see your past and future. You should know that you haven't truly come to the past. You have merely arrived in another parallel world of the past. Here, no matter what you do, you cannot change the future world you are in. Uchiha Chentian said calmly. He is Vegeta's son? Piccolo was also a bit surprised. Yes, he is the son of Bulma and Vegeta. Uchiha Chentian replied. What? Piccolo exclaimed. You can keep this information to yourself, but make sure no one else knows. If this leads to the non-existence of this timeline, it will be troublesome. Trunks said to Piccolo. All right, even though I don't understand the past or the future, I won't concern myself with that. You should first tell me why you came to our world. I believe it's not just because of Frisia's family. Piccolo said. Well, actually, I didn't come because of Frisia's family. I just didn't expect Frisia actually had a brother, Cooler, who possesses such tremendous power. Trunks said helplessly. In 3 years, there will be 2 powerful artificial humans. In the future, everyone will be killed by them. And now, I am the only warrior left in the future. Trunks said calmly. Although Trunks spoke in a calm tone, from his expression and gaze, it was clear that everything he had experienced was not as easy as it seemed. You're talking about androids 17 and 18, right? Uchiha Chentian said. How do you know? Trunks exclaimed. I know a lot. The androids may be strong for you, but in this timeline, Goku and Vegeta already have the strength to defeat android 17 and 18. Uchiha Chentian said calmly. His Rinnegan was able to see 2 cosmic ships like shooting stars rapidly flying toward Earth. Goku, Super Saiyan Battle Power 2 billion, Normal State 40 million. Vegeta, Super Saiyan Battle Power 2 billion, Normal State 40 million. 2 hours later, the spaceships of Goku and Vegeta descended from the sky. Was that energy just now you? Uchiha Chentian, Goku said excitedly as he just came out of the spaceship. There's another energy with a battle power not weaker than 200 million. That must be you, kid. Who exactly are you? There should be no other Saiyans in the current timeline besides me and Kakarot and a few others. Vegeta said as he stepped out of the spaceship, his gaze not on Uchiha Chentian, but on Trunks. Just as Trunks was at a loss for how to respond to Vegeta, Uchiha Chentian spoke up. Vegeta, just know that he is a Saiyan from the future. What? A Saiyan from the future? I don't know why you're here, but I hope it has nothing to do with me," Vegeta said with a cold snort. Then he turned his attention to Uchiha Chentian. Chapter 207, Vegeta's Pighorn Light. "Super Saiyan, you really are Saiyan," Vegeta said coldly to Uchiha Chentian, which means Uchiha Chentian is a Saiyan god. "He seems like a god," Goku said curiously. "A Saiyan god, that's impressive," Vegeta said with a fighting spirit in his eyes. Uchiha Chentian smiled confidently, not answering Vegeta's question. He had Saiyan blood in him, but he was not a true Saiyan. He had bloodlines from Uchiha, Hyuga, Otsutsuki, Saiyans, and so on. Uchiha Chentian didn't even know what race he was now. "I am human, right?" Uchiha Chentian thought to himself. "What is wrong, Vegeta? Do you want to challenge me?" Uchiha Chentian said calmly. I am not the same Vegeta as before." As he spoke, golden flames ignited on Vegeta, and his hair turned golden. His battle power surged from 40 million to 2 billion. "Vegeta, you are truly despicable. It was agreed that I would challenge Uchiha Chentian first." I'm not challenging him right now. I'm just checking to see if he has the qualification to be our Saiyan god as a Saiyan prince." Saying this, Vegeta transformed into a beam of golden light and charged at Uchiha Chentian. Uchiha Chentian also instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Boom! Uchiha Chentian's fist collided with Vegeta's fist. A huge sound erupted in the air, an invisible pressure radiated outward from the two, and a golden light quickly spread. The entire ground trembled. Countless towering tornadoes appeared around the two. A massive pit formed on the ground. Vegeta's body was rapidly retreating, while Uchiha Chentian stood still in the sky. "His strength is incredible," Vegeta thought in shock. A powerful energy ball appeared in Vegeta's hand and was hurled directly at Uchiha Chentian. Seeing this, Uchiha Chentian also threw an energy ball back. The two energy balls collided in midair. Boom! A massive light shot up into the sky, illuminating the heavens. Vegeta quickly flashed to Uchiha Chentian's back. The two began close combat. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, they exchanged tens of thousands of blows, with incredibly intense fighting sounds ringing in the sky. It seemed like they were evenly matched, but Vegeta's breathing became a bit quicker, and his body showed some minor abrasions. "Vegeta, the real battle is only just beginning," Uchiha Chentian said. Vegeta snorted coldly, not saying anything, but his gaze changed, his eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Chentian. Shouming Baiguna, dozens of triangular objects fell rapidly from the sky, smashing heavily toward Vegeta. "Here it comes." Vegeta's eyes changed. His body moved rapidly. Boom! Huge weights struck the ground, creating a series of loud noises. "This won't do. Sooner or later, I'll be hit because of lack of stamina. It seems I can only use Kakaroto's techniques." Vegeta placed his index and thumb on his forehead. In the next moment, his body disappeared instantly, and when Vegeta reappeared, he was already behind Uchiha Chentian. Vegeta threw a punch at Uchiha Chentian. Another clone. Vegeta was taken aback. Heavenly Reverse Hand, Heavenly Reverse Hand. A Uchiha Senju technique that can instantaneously summon a magical hand to attack the opponent, possessing the power to crush gods. Capable of striking no matter where the opponent appears. A huge black hand immediately grabbed Vegeta. Not good. Vegeta tried to use his powerful energy to push back the giant hand. But facing the Heavenly Reverse Hand, Vegeta's strength was still too weak. Centered on Vegeta, he transformed into a circular golden energy ball that enveloped himself. However, in front of the Heavenly Reverse Hand, Vegeta's energy quickly diminished, and the golden energy ball shrank along with it. Just when everyone thought Vegeta was about to lose, even Uchiha Chentian thought so as well. Vegeta shouted angrily. "I'm the Prince of the Saiyans. How could I possibly lose to a Saiyan that doesn't even exist?" With Vegeta's furious shout, his battle power surged like a rocket, instantly skyrocketing from 2 billion to 100 billion. The energy of 100 billion exploded directly against the Heavenly Reversal Hand. What? At this moment, even Uchiha Chentian was shocked. He did not expect that Vegeta could break his Heavenly Reversal Hand with a battle power of 2 billion. If it were Gula, even with a battle power of 100 billion, he wouldn't have been able to break the Reversal Hand. But a Super Saiyan with a battle power of only 2 billion could actually break the Heavenly Reversal Hand. Is this the luck of the child of destiny? Uchiha Chentian muttered to himself. Although he knew that his Heavenly Reversal Hand was not as powerful as his son Senju's due to not awakening his eye technique. It was still hard for him to believe that a warrior with a battle power far lower than his own could break it. Wow, what a strong aura, Trunks said in disbelief. This power is impressive, but Vegeta should have reached his limit by now. Piccolo calmly analyzed. Who? At this moment, Vegeta's hair was flickering between black and gold, alternating between Super Saiyan and normal state. Do you want to continue, Vegeta? Uchiha Chentian smiled at Vegeta. Oof, I'm not defeated yet. Oh, this isn't even my limit. Vegeta shouted loudly again, his golden aura beginning to stabilize. Originally, Vegeta's battle power had decreased to 300 million, but now it surged back to 20 billion. Seeing Vegeta attacking him again, Uchiha Chentian's expression didn't change at all. He threw a punch. He didn't use his eye technique, and his fist shot out at super speed, generating flames from the friction with the air, instantly creating a huge shockwave. The air was struck, producing red flames in midair, forming a spectacle like a peacock spreading its tail. Peacock Strike, a peacock over 100 meters long, with its colorful tail, charged directly at Vegeta. What? Vegeta was startled, and his advancing body came to a sudden halt. Energy Cannon, Vegeta spread his hands wide and then quickly brought them together, unleashing a golden energy wave from his hands. Chapter 2:08. The Power of Heaven's Way descends. Boom. Two powerful energies collided. The ground instantly lifted off and the sky darkened, with lightning flashing. Vegeta's hands were smoking, and his face was turning paler. Bang! Uchiha Chentian moved and appeared behind Vegeta, knocking him out with a single punch. It's my turn to come out. Sun Wukong laughed excitedly. Mr. Vegeta, are you okay? Trunks flew to Vegeta's side and helped him up. He's fine, he's just exhausted, Piccolo said calmly. Sun Wukong shouted loudly, igniting his golden aura and transforming into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong instantly teleported in front of Uchiha Chentian, his fists launching an attack like shadows. Bang, 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 bang. With the two as the center, the earth continuously sank, an invisible pressure creating countless large and small pits on the ground. Instant téléportation? You want me to fight him up close? In that case, using the abilities of my reincarnation, I would also hurt me, Uchiha Chentian thought while dodging Sun Wukong's attacks. Compared to Sun Wukong, Vegeta had only learned instant teleportation for a few days. But Vegeta was not as free with it as Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong's teleportation distance was limitless. As long as he could sense the opponent's aura, Vegeta, on the other hand, could easily fail if the distance was too far. Space-time shift, Uchiha Chentian's right eye lit up. His body instantly vanished before Sun Wukong. However, at the same moment, as soon as Uchiha Chentian reappeared, Sun Wukong teleported behind him. Bang! Uchiha Chentian ducked his head to avoid Sun Wukong's attack. I can't use my technique, so I won't hold back my power anymore. Uchiha Chentian shouted, and his battle power of 80 billion finally erupted at that moment. A powerful golden aura instantly pushed Sun Wukong back. His hair approached Super Saiyan 3, and the color of his golden reincarnation eyes' pupils grew even deeper. A 10-meter-high golden flame enveloped Uchiha Chentian's entire body. Feeling the terrifying aura of 80 billion from Uchiha Chentian, Sun Wukong's expression changed drastically. Although Uchiha Chentian had transformed into a Super Saiyan when defeating Gula, the distance had been too far, and Uchiha Chentian hadn't used his full strength. This was also why both Sun Wukong and Vegeta had the confidence to challenge Uchiha Chentian. After their defeat in the battle on Namek, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had undergone intense training. Both had broken through the limits of the Saiyans, reaching a higher realm of potential. In just 1 year, their training results were as if they had been boosted. In just a little over 11 months, their battle power had increased from less than 200 million to 20 billion, reaching the 20 billion mark from the original series. He moved. Such speed. I can't see it at all. Sun Wukong's pupils dilated, and before he could think about where Uchiha Chentian had appeared, a fiery fist landed heavily on the left side of his neck. That powerful force crashed into Sun Wukong's body through Uchiha Chentian's fist. An attack power of 80 billion is truly terrifying. Even a meteor several hundred meters in diameter would be instantly shattered. Even though Sun Wukong is a Saiyan and a Super Saiyan, he is now struggling to withstand it. Crack! The sound of a dislocated neck bone echoed. Sun Wukong's neck caved in where he was struck, as if it had been stretched. His eyes bulged as if they would pop out, blood spraying from his mouth. Sun Wukong's body fell heavily to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Uchiha Chentian's battle power had reached 80 billion. This was already 4 times that of both me and Kakarot. At this moment, Vegeta woke up, feeling the overwhelming aura of Uchiha Chentian. As soon as he regained consciousness, he saw Sun Wukong knocked down to the ground by Uchiha Chentian's punch. Vegeta finally felt a sense of balance in his heart. Dad actually lost too. Son Gohan said with some disappointment. It's not that Wukong is weak. It's that Lord Chentian's battle power is too strong, Krillin said. Yes, that's a galactic god. He is not someone we humans can compare to, Yamcha said. Isn't the god of heaven also a deity? But our current power has far surpassed that of the god of heaven. Uchiha Chentian might be a battle form of a heavenly god, Tien Shinhan said. Wait, something seems off. Old Son's body seemed to have moved again. Piccolo suddenly exclaimed in shock. What impossible? How could Kakarot have such a powerful aura? At that moment, Vegeta was also astonished. Suddenly, a golden aura ignited around Sun Wukong's body, and his previously lying body slowly floated up. At this moment, Sun Wukong's limbs hung limply as if he had no strength, paralyzed. His body seemed to rely solely on his aura to perform the levitation technique. Sun Wukong's hair began to stiffen, transforming into a royal golden color. In an instant, his originally black hair in normal Saiyan form changed into the purple-black hair of a simulated Super Saiyan, followed by his transformation into a Super Saiyan. The golden aura around him burned even more fiercely. Sun Wukong's battle power had reached 4 billion. Sun Wukong let out a series of furious roars. His hands spread wide, and 2 energy balls instantly lit up in his palms. Boom! In an instant, Sun Wukong unleashed countless energy blasts toward Uchiha Chentian. Seeing the dense energy blasts approaching him, Uchiha Chentian's Tentomo in his Rinnegan began to spin counterclockwise. Uchiha Chentian stood still, unmoving. Time stopped. Each time an energy blast was about to hit Uchiha Chentian, he was able to dodge it in that fleeting moment. But from an outside perspective, it appeared that none of the energy blasts could hit Uchiha Chentian. Every single one passed through his body. 5 billion. Sun Wukong's battle power had reached 5 billion and was still rising. Uchiha Chentian thought in shock. This cannot continue. Sun Wukong possesses the power of luck. Every time pushed to his limits, he can unleash battle power that breaks through those limits. Moreover, it's uncertain whether this power truly belongs to him. Perhaps it's the Tao of heaven in this world enhancing his battle power. It's similar to Vegeta, but the Tao of heaven's power within Sun Wukong is even more terrifying. Chapter 209. Super Saiyan Stage 3. Uchiha Chentian stepped towards Sun Wukong. Uchiha Chentian walked on the air, advancing towards the energy blasts emitted by Sun Wukong. Did the energy blast pass through his body? Sun Wukong's eyes were fixed on Uchiha Chentian. No, it's not that. He dodged the energy blasts at the moment they approached him. His superpower must have slowed down time in that moment, making it appear as if the energy blast passed through his body. Sun Wukong, a combat genius, quickly realized how Uchiha Chentian dodged those energy blasts. Shinra Tensei, the pupil of Uchiha Chentian's right eye widened dramatically. A terrifying, invisible force exploded outward from him like a nuclear bomb, sweeping across the entire world. All the energy blasts launched by Sun Wukong were blown apart by Uchiha Chentian. Not good. Sun Wukong immediately thought. In the next moment, Uchiha Chentian was already in front of him. Boom! Sun Wukong crashed into a towering peak over 100 meters high, flattening it under his body as immense energy erupted from Sun Wukong. Even so, Uchiha Chentian's movements did not stop. His body transformed into a golden light, kicking Sun Wukong. The powerful force instantly sent Sun Wukong's peak flying into another mountain. Uchiha Chentian reappeared behind Sun Wukong. Solar Fist. The world was suddenly engulfed in bright white light. Is it this again? But this time it wouldn't hurt my eyes. Uchiha Chentian had long used the power of Yin-Yang release to protect his eyes, as he had been wary of Sun Wukong's move. Bang! Uchiha Chentian's fist struck the side of Sun Wukong's face. Sun Wukong's eyes bulged, blood covering his face, and his bones cracked directly. 80 billion in power was not something Sun Wukong could easily withstand. 70 billion. Sun Wukong's battle power rose to 70 billion. Although the bones on the side of his face cracked, they healed due to the powerful energy he emitted. Sun Wukong took the blow from Uchiha Chentian and punched him back. Bang! Are you a freak? Uchiha Chentian couldn't help but curse. Boom! Although Sun Wukong landed a punch, it didn't mean Uchiha Chentian had lost. Uchiha Chentian threw another punch at Sun Wukong, who also countered, and their fists collided. In the next moment, both of them staggered back several steps. What? Kakaroto's battle power actually rose to this level. Has he broken through his own limits? Vegeta, unwilling to accept that Sun Wukong's power surpassed his own, became furious and transformed into a Super Saiyan, his anger boosting his battle power to 30 billion. However, at this moment, Vegeta was unaware. Even if he realized it, he wouldn't be happy because it was still inferior to that of a low-class warrior Saiyan. UchihaChentian stepped back. Piccolo exclaimed, Wukong's battle power is still rising. Tien Shinhan exclaimed, this is incredible. If this continues, maybe Dad will have a chance to defeat Uncle Chentian. Son Gohan said happily, no, don't you all realize? Although Mr. Sun Wukong's power is rising quickly, his energy is somewhat erratic, and his movements are not as agile as before. Trunks observed Sun Wukong seriously. Even if he couldn't see Sun Wukong's movements clearly, he could sense that Sun Wukong's aura had become chaotic and violent. This also meant that although Sun Wukong could temporarily boost his energy, the physical stamina consumed would also increase significantly. 100 billion. Sun Wukong's battle power rose to 100 billion, surpassing Uchiha Chentian. Sun Wukong's muscles bulged, and at this moment, both his muscle mass and height had increased significantly. He had grown from 1.78 meters to 2.08 meters, a 20-centimeter increase, with golden flames engulfing his body. It was Super Saiyan Stage 1, third level. Although Sun Wukong's power surpassed his own, Uchiha Chentian instead smiled. After Sun Wukong's battle power surpassed Uchiha Chentian, Vegeta stared wide-eyed at the sky. Although he couldn't see the battle between Uchiha Chentian and Sun Wukong, he was trying his hardest to sense their auras. 100 billion. Damn, how infuriating. These two guys. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling in frustration. Meanwhile, Trunks gaped in awe, also using his aura to sense the battle. If I had such power, maybe Gohan wouldn't have died in the future, Trunks thought. Recalling Son Gohan's figure in the future. Great darkness, hundreds of black-red triangular shapes quickly descended from the sky, crashing down on Sun Wukong. But Sun Wukong exploded them all with his immense power. Bang! Uchiha Chentian's fist struck Sun Wukong's cheek. Sun Wukong was blasted out like a cannonball. Hell, Amaterasu. A burst of black flames suddenly appeared around Sun Wukong. Although the power was immense, Sun Wukong's speed had slowed down, and he couldn't use his energy to block the divine fire of Amaterasu in time. By the time Sun Wukong extinguished the Amaterasu flames, he had already sustained burns. Impossible? Sun Wukong looked at the incoming fist, confused as to why his speed as Uchiha Chentian had increased so much. He couldn't even react in time to counterattack. Boom! Sun Wukong's body rolled and flew out, covering a distance of over 100,000 meters, his body covered in wounds, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The golden aura around him had vanished. While Super Saiyan Stage 3 greatly increased your power, it also slowed down your speed. You are already unfamiliar with Super Saiyan Stage 2, yet you wish to enter that wrong transformation. You would easily be defeated by me. Uchiha Chentian landed in front of Sun Wukong. As the golden aura around him slowly dissipated, he spoke to Sun Wukong. Was that the wrong transformation? Sun Wukong muttered to himself. That's right, such power is indeed strong, but the speed becomes slower. I see. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at Uchiha Chentian. If I could maintain the Super Saiyan state for a long time, perhaps I could reach the full power of Super Saiyan Stage 1, which is the most perfect transformation of Super Saiyan. As he spoke, Uchiha Chentian's golden aura gradually faded, and his body returned to its original form, though his hair remained golden. Chapter 210. Hyperbolic Time Chamber. As he spoke, Uchiha Chentian also entered Super Saiyan Stage 3. His muscles bulged, and his height soared to 15 meters. His battle power increased even more terrifyingly, directly from 8 billion to 40 billion. However, Uchiha Chentian's speed might be slower than Sun Wukong's due to his larger size. Full power of Super Saiyan. Does that mean there is Super Saiyan 2 above Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong asked excitedly, momentarily forgetting his wounds. That's right, there is Super Saiyan 2 above Super Saiyan. The power of Super Saiyan 2 is stronger than that of a regular Super Saiyan, and even I cannot reach that level right now. Moreover, I have not yet reached the full power of Super Saiyan. I am far from that level. Just as Uchiha Chentian finished speaking, Vegeta's voice rang out. Kakarot and Uchiha Chentian, you two wait. I will definitely reach the full power of Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan 2 before you. With that, Vegeta soared into the sky. Vegeta, I won't let you surpass me, Sun Wukong confidently declared. Then Trunks approached Sun Wukong, leading to 30 minutes of pointless banter. Huh, it turns out I was sick and dying, Sun Wukong said with a bitter smile. The course of this timeline has already changed. Didn't you notice that in Trunks' timeline, Vegeta hasn't transformed into Super Saiyan yet? Uchiha Chentian said to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had been injured countless times by him, but under his treatment, Sun Wukong's heart had actually been repaired. Thanks to Uchiha Chentian's yin-yang release technique, his heart, which had been affected by the side effects of the Super God Water and the King Kai Fist, had long been restored by Uchiha Chentian. It could be said that Sun Wukong now wouldn't suffer from heart disease like in the original story. Could it be that my arrival has caused the history of this timeline to change? Trunks exclaimed. I don't know, but maybe every world has some similarities in history. However, in fact, not everything is the same, Uchiha Chentian calmly replied. Bang! Suddenly, Uchiha Chentian's left eye widened. Something exploded 20 meters away. What's wrong? Sun Wukong curiously looked at Uchiha Chentian. He didn't realize that what Uchiha Chentian had blown up was a small machine created by Dr. Gero, such as a bee or a fly. These small robotic creatures were designed to collect the genes of powerful martial artists. And it could be said that he had collected the genetic material from Sun Wukong, Vegeta, King Cold, Frieza, and others. Only Uchiha Chentian deliberately controlled his body, leaving behind the cells of those Saiyans, rather than the Otsutsuki cells. If Dr. Gero had collected Otsutsuki cells, Uchiha Chentian had no idea what kind of powerful androids he would create. It's nothing, just some flies. Uchiha Chentian did not explain further. Oh, Sun Wukong didn't pay much attention. Trunks, do you have time? Just then, Uchiha Chentian spoke up. Oh, what's up, Lord Chentian? Trunks asked curiously. There's a place where you can train for 1 day and achieve the effect of 1 year. Do you want to go? Uchiha Chentian said to Trunks, who was about to leave. Oh, where's such a magical place? Trunks said, somewhat surprised. The hyperbolic time chamber. If you train there for 1 year, only a day will pass outside. Uchiha Chentian said calmly to Trunks. Oh, so that's where it is. Sun Wukong said, somewhat astonished. Yes, that's right. I remember Bubbles once said that when you were a child, you couldn't stand being there for more than half a month. Uchiha Chentian smiled at Sun Wukong. What is the hyperbolic time chamber? Trunks asked curiously. The hyperbolic time chamber is located in the temple. It's a very magical place where food, water, and rooms are all available. The air is thin, extremely stuffy, with temperatures ranging from 50 degrees Celsius to minus 40 degrees Celsius. And the gravity is 10 times that of normal Earth, with space as vast as Earth. Uchiha Chentian explained to Trunks. What? There's such a magical place. Trunks said, somewhat shocked. Your version of Sun Wukong died early, so no one could tell you about these things. Uchiha Chentian said, so that's how it is. It's a pity it's only for 1 year. If it were a few more years, I would definitely be able to defeat the androids. Trunks said, somewhat disappointed. 1 year is already enough to raise your battle power to over 10 billion. Can't that defeat the androids in your world? Uchiha Chentian said calmly. What, over 10 billion? How is that possible? Trunks exclaimed in shock. Nothing is impossible. It just depends on how hard you work. Uchiha Chentian said calmly. Oh, then I'll go too. Sun Wukong exclaimed. Yes, just wait 1 more day. Trunks, are you coming? Uchiha Chentian asked. Yes, it's just a day. Trunks said excitedly. Then Sun Wukong will go ahead. With that, Uchiha Chentian directly used time-space ninjutsu to take Trunks to the temple. Long time no see, Bubbles. And Cammy, I'm here to borrow the hyperbolic time chamber for a bit, he said, and before Bubbles and Cammy could agree, Uchiha Chentian directly took Trunks into the hyperbolic time chamber. At this moment, Uchiha Chentian was unaware that just as Sun Wukong was leaving, a very small mosquito-like biorobot had not been destroyed by him. That mosquito lingered for a while at the spot where Uchiha Chentian had just stood before flying away. The hyperbolic time chamber. The 10 times gravity in this space was nothing to Uchiha Chentian and Trunks. The two felt no discomfort upon entering. A few minutes later, Uchiha Chentian said to Trunks, Trunks, transform into a Super Saiyan first. Okay. Trunks nodded, his golden aura igniting around him, and his hair spiked up, turning golden. All right, from today on, as long as you have strength left, you cannot revert from the Super Saiyan state. Uchiha Chentian instructed Trunks. Okay. Although Trunks did not understand why he had to do this, he complied with Uchiha Chentian's words. His combat power was 250 million, having increased somewhat after recovering from injuries. Then let the training begin. As soon as Uchiha Chentian's voice fell, a powerful ocular force emanated from his left eye. Reincarnation eye. 50 times gravity. This was equivalent to 500 times the gravity outside. Chapter 2:11 Super Saiyan 2 Super Saiyan Trunks immediately knelt down, using the gravity eye technique under the 10 times gravity state, which made the gravity even heavier by 10 times. 50 times gravity in a 10 times environment equated to 500 times gravity on Earth. Even in his Super Saiyan state, Trunks found it hard to bear, nearly collapsing. However, he could still manage to walk with difficulty. Once you overcome this 500 times gravity, your strength will be enough to defeat the androids. Uchiha Chentian said to Trunks, This is 500 times gravity. Trunks exclaimed in shock. In the original story, Vegeta trained under 300 times gravity for 3 years to transform into a Super Saiyan. The time spent on injuries during that process was not counted. Although Trunks had only 1 year, as soon as he got injured, Uchiha Chentian could immediately heal him. 3 hours later, Trunks could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Is this your limit? Uchiha Chentian looked at Trunks lying on the ground. After about 3 hours, Trunks had rested for 3 hours before his training continued again. 5 months later, Hell, Amaterasu, a surge of black flames instantly engulfed Trunks. Trunks fell to the ground, burned and passed out. Uchiha Chentian placed his hand on Trunks' chest, and a golden light shone on Trunks. Soon, Trunks got back up, fully restored to his peak condition. The moment Trunks woke up, he unleashed a massive energy blast at Uchiha Chentian. Boom! A powerful energy shot up to the sky, and a white light illuminated the entire space. 1,000-meter-tall, complete ShowsSusanoo appeared on the ground, looking down on Trunks with a cold, indifferent gaze akin to looking at ants. Trunks rapidly fired energy blasts with both hands, a dense rain of energy attacks bombarding Uchiha Chentian. Boom! Boom! Countless explosions erupted around the complete ShowsSusanoo. The complete ShowsSusanoo picked up a massive sword, 1,000 meters long, and swung it down at Trunks. Key clone technique and substitution technique. Although Trunks was hit, he quickly swapped places with his clone. Only his clone was struck. Trunks' real body landed a punch on the complete ShowsSusanoo's face. With 30 billion in combat power, he was able to crack the ShowsSusanoo's defenses. Trunks' muscles bulged, and the veins on his arms threatened to burst. Trunks shaped his hands into a flower bud formation, placing them at his waist, gathering a sphere of light in his palms. Then he pushed forward with great force. A blue energy wave shot out instantly, striking the complete ShowsSusanoo like a meteor. Trunks poured all his energy into the Kamehameha. The massive energy wave engulfed the complete ShowsSusanoo, causing Uchiha Chentian's body to vanish. Trunks floated in midair, gasping for breath. Impressive. In just 6 months, you can take on my clone with 40 billion combat power, Uchiha Chentian said with a smile. I never expected that just half a year would bring my power to this level. At this rate, even Android 17 and 18 shouldn't be my opponents anymore. Trunks smiled. No, it seems I've never seen the true strength of those 2 androids. Besides, their stamina is infinite. Thinking of this, Trunks felt a bit disappointed. Android 18's combat power should be around 5 billion, while Android 17 is slightly stronger at about 7 billion, right? Uchiha Chentian spoke at this moment. What? How do you know that? Teacher, those androids shouldn't have appeared in this world yet. Trunks exclaimed in surprise. My eyes can see some future images. Although the future changes every moment, even so, I should be able to see the true strength of those 2 androids. As long as their combat power doesn't exceed mine, I can clearly understand their abilities, Uchiha Chentian said calmly. That's amazing. Trunks was astonished. Suddenly, Uchiha Chentian pointed a finger at Trunks. The next moment, a beam of death, like a laser, struck Trunks' chest. Not again. Trunks felt a fist-sized hole pierce through his chest. I've told you many times. You must not be too careless when talking to me. Uchiha Chentian wore a smug smile on his face. A few minutes later, Trunks stood up again, full of vitality. At this time, Trunks' combat power was 40 billion. Time passed slowly. A year quickly passed, equivalent to 1 day outside. At this point, Trunks' combat power was 150 billion, which was even higher than Uchiha Chentian had imagined. Trunks trained alone under 500 times gravity, while Uchiha Chentian sat cross-legged on the ground. What is Teacher Chentian doing? He has been sitting still for 5 hours. Trunks wondered curiously as he watched Uchiha Chentian. Suddenly, Uchiha Chentian finally moved. He stood up directly from the ground. A golden light radiated from Uchiha Chentian's body. Golden flames burned around him, and his hair turned golden. Super Saiyan 1. Combat power 45 billion. Then blue lightning appeared, with dazzling arcs like dragons, and Uchiha Chentian's aura surged layer upon layer, surrounding him with blue lightning, even changing the color of the sky, with thunder flashing above. Uchiha Chentian's golden hair stood even more upright and denser than before, with electric arcs flickering around him. His face was cold and tense, and his aura quickly reached its peak. Super Saiyan 2, battle power 90 billion. That long hair, if it weren't for his eyebrows, Uchiha Chentian would look just like a Super Saiyan 3. However, Uchiha Chentian's hair was shorter than Super Saiyan 3 and longer than Super Saiyan 2. Now, Uchiha Chentian's battle power was stronger than Son Gohan's first transformation in the original series. Is this Super Saiyan 2? It's terrifying. Such an aura is powerful beyond imagination. Trunks looked at Uchiha Chentian in shock. If Uchiha Chentian's battle power was at the limit of Trunks' perception when he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, then after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Uchiha Chentian's presence felt unfathomable, and Trunks couldn't sense the end of his aura. Chapter 2:12 Planet Plant. Super Saiyan 2? I've finally reached this level. If I enter the King of Gods mode in this state, my battle power should reach 180 billion, and with the Panga tattoo, it would be 270 billion. If I use the tenfold 8 Gates King Fist, it would be 7 trillion. That would surpass Super Saiyan 3 Goku from the Majin Buu era. However, in my current physical state, using the tenfold 8 Gates King Fist would only last at most 3 seconds before my body would explode. Uchiha Chentian thought to himself. His current battle power was 90 billion for Super Saiyan 2, 45 billion for Super Saiyan 1, and 9 billion in normal state. His level had reached the peak of the 7th tier of divinity, directly breaking through from the 5th tier to the 7th tier. Chentian-sensei, have you succeeded? Trunks asked curiously. Yes, I have successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The power of Super Saiyan 2 is 100 times that of the normal state. As he spoke, Uchiha Chentian's golden aura instantly vanished, returning to his normal state. Let's go, it's almost time. With that, Uchiha Chentian and Trunks, who remained in Super Saiyan form, walked step by step out of the hyperbolic time chamber. This 24 hours is taking too long, Goku said impatiently as he paced back and forth. Dad, there's still 10 minutes left. Gohan replied helplessly. Sigh fine. Goku lay down on the ground, looking bewildered. Suddenly, he jumped up vigorously, his eyes fixed intently on the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Dad, such a powerful aura. This has surpassed Uncle Chentian. Gohan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, exactly. It seems like this aura belongs to Trunks. What kind of rigorous training did he undergo to increase his battle power to such an extent? Although Trunks had not fully released his aura, Goku could still sense an impressive 5 billion. They're coming out, Gohan said seriously. 2 men in Saiyan suits walked out of the hyperbolic time chamber, one tall and one short. The taller one was Uchiha Chentian, standing at 185 meters, while the shorter one was Trunks, who had now grown to 175 meters. Trunks, is this aura yours? It's so powerful, Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Gohan, if you go in 2, when you come out, your power will definitely surpass mine, Trunks said with a smile. The powerful potential hidden within Gohan's body was something Uchiha Chentian had told Trunks about, so Trunks was calm and not overly confident when he saw Gohan. Haha, really? You're too flattering. It's just 1 year. How could I possibly catch up to you? Gohan said with a bitter smile. Haha, Gohan, you should be more confident in yourself. Let's hurry up and go in. In just 1 year's time, he had seen Trunks' battle power reach such a terrifying level. Goku just wanted to enter the hyperbolic time chamber as soon as possible. He didn't want Trunks to surpass him by so much. Goku immediately pulled Gohan and ran into the hyperbolic time chamber. But the moment he stepped in, Goku couldn't help but glance at Uchiha Chentian. The 9 billion aura in normal state completely stimulated Goku. When Vegeta arrived at the temple, feeling the terrifying aura coming from the temple, Trunks had already returned to the future, and Goku had entered the hyperbolic time chamber. What on earth happened that allowed that future kid to reach such a terrifying level of battle power in just 1 day? Vegeta yelled in disbelief. Want to know? Wait until tomorrow when Goku comes out, and you'll find out. See you in 3 years, Vegeta, Uchiha Chentian said with a smile on his face. By the time Vegeta reacted, Uchiha Chentian had already disappeared. Damn, that bastard. Looking at the figure of Uchiha Chentian that had vanished, Vegeta could only grit his teeth in anger. 1 day later, Vegeta was completely stunned. Goku, with a battle power of 30 billion, and Gohan, with a battle power of 20 billion, walked out of the hyperbolic time chamber, both now in Super Saiyan form. Their battle powers were similar to when Vegeta and Trunks first emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Kakarot, what happened to you? Why has your power reached such a high level in just one day? Vegeta said, gritting his teeth, glaring angrily at Goku and his son. Haha, actually it's nothing. We just trained in the hyperbolic time chamber for a year. 1 year in there is equivalent to 1 day outside. That's why our battle power has reached this level. But each person can only enter for 2 years in their lifetime. Vegeta, if you want to go in, you can't exceed 2 years. If you exceed 2 years in there, you won't be able to come out, Goku reminded Vegeta. Since you trained for a year inside. I naturally won't exceed a year, Vegeta said, running straight into the hyperbolic time chamber. 1 year later, Vegeta confidently walked out of the hyperbolic time chamber. With an extra year of training, his battle power reached 25 billion. Although he wasn't as strong as Goku, he was much stronger than Trunks. However, if it came to a real fight, it wouldn't be easy for Vegeta to defeat Trunks. After Uchiha Chentian exited the hyperbolic time chamber, he did not leave the Dragon Ball world, but headed into outer space. Deep in the endless starry sky, inside a giant spaceship, a tall and thin young man with his upper body exposed gazed at the countless distant stars and planets, a look of confusion on his calm face. He had fluffy black long hair, golden wristbands, and gold rings on his arms and neck. Beside the young man stood a burly old man looking at a dirt-green planet on the display screen, with a cold smile on his face. He could never forget the deep hatred from over 20 years ago when King Vegeta almost killed him. King Vegeta, so you've died. Then let your son come to repay the debt, Paragus said with a cold smile. The two people are Paragus and Broly, this father and son duo. 3 months later, Goku, Krillin, Master Roshi, Bulma, Gohan, and Oolong are on an interstellar journey. Are we there yet? We've been flying for over a month. Goku lay on the floor, expressing his despair. In 1 hour, we will arrive at Planet Plant, Bulma said, looking at the text on screen. Ha, that's great, Goku exclaimed happily. Chapter 213, The Legendary Super Saiyan. An hour later, Goku and the others landed on Planet Plant. We finally landed. They flew out of the spaceship. The air here is so fresh. Gohan flew into the air, closing his eyes to feel the surroundings. According to the data, this planet has very advanced technology, Bulma said, looking at the information on her computer. Really? But I feel like there aren't many life forms on this planet. Gohan said curiously. Not just few, but the life energy is rapidly decreasing. Krillin's expression began to change. Someone is slaughtering the humans on this planet, Goku said seriously. Let's go take a look. Goku said. Okay, then I'll stay and protect Miss Bulma. Master Roshi said, looking at Bulma with a lecherous expression. Me too, Oolong said earnestly. Get lost. Who said you two perverts could protect me? Bulma shouted. Ha! Paragus watched as Broly expressionlessly destroyed the city. Paragus laughed proudly. Yes, that's right. Only by instilling fear in these humans can they conquer us. Hearing his father's words, Broly's expression remained unchanged, but the energy blast from his hands became even more terrifying. Boom! In just 2 seconds, a city with millions of inhabitants was instantly reduced to rubble. The ground was covered in smoke and countless deep pits. Stop, Broly, that's enough. You can stop. Paragus, seeing Broly's power increase, immediately became anxious because this was not what he wanted. He wanted everyone to feel fear towards him and Broly, to intimidate them into submission, not for everyone to die. If everyone was killed by Broly, it would be all for nothing. Paragus's expression began to darken. Paragus moved his remote control. The next moment, Broly let out a terrible scream. A surge of electricity emanated from the golden wristbands on Broly's wrists and the golden rings around his neck. The massive electric shock caused Broly to painfully collapse to the ground. Broly, I didn't tell you to kill everyone. Just scare them a little. I've told you many times to control your power. Paragus shouted angrily at Broly. Broly said nothing, only looking at his father Paragus with a face full of anger. Broly, what kind of look is that? How dare you? Just as Paragus was about to say something, Gohan, Goku, and Krillin's figures descended from the sky. Oh, you are Bardock. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Paragus looked at Goku, who was descending, with surprise. Bardock? No, my name is Goku. You have mistaken me for someone else. That powerful energy just now wasn't you, is it? It must be that person next to you, Goku said, his gaze falling on Broly. Paragus's battle power, 5,000. Broly's battle power, normal state. Broly's battle power reached 10,000 at birth. Due to his immense power, Broly's father used devices to restrict him. Normal estimated battle power, 1 per billion. Potential Super Saiyan. Broly can increase his battle power, his hair turns purple. And then he can further enhance his power to blue hair, radiating a golden aura. Battle power, 14 billion to 20 billion. Oh, I understand. You must be Bardock's son, Kakarot. I heard you were sent to a remote, low-level planet by Bardock. Paragus recognized Goku at a glance. Although it had been a long time since he saw Bardock, Goku looked exactly like Bardock. Coupled with the resonance of Scion blood, Paragus could clearly remember the second warrior on planet Vegeta. The strongest was King Vegeta, although Bardock was the second warrior. His fame surpassed that of King Vegeta because Bardock was an underclass warrior, the idol of all Scions. For Bardock's sake, I won't kill you. Kakarot, this planet is mine. You should leave. Paragus said coldly to Goku. Oh, my Scion name is Kakarot. By what you said, is Bardock really my father? Goku asked curiously. You've even forgotten your father's name. What a fool, Paragus said coldly to Goku. Did you destroy this place? Krillin said coldly to Paragus. What does it have to do with you? I spotted this planet first. If you don't leave, I won't be polite. Paragus said coldly. Haha, with just this little energy, what makes you so arrogant? Krillin laughed. Looking for death. Paragus said angrily. Just as Paragus was about to order Broly to kill Krillin, Broly's body slowly floated up, purple flames igniting on his body, a terrifying aura radiating from him. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, 1 for billion, 11 for billion. Broly's hair stood up, turning purple. Bang! Broly turned into an afterimage and directly knocked Goku away. What's going on with this guy? Goku thought in shock. Broly's sudden attack left Goku without the power to fight back. Yeah, Goku shouted, golden energy burning around him. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. The energy generated by the clash of the two exploded in the air. The intense sounds of battle echoed throughout the sky as the ground turned into countless piles of rubble. How is this possible? There is actually someone who can fight Broly, Paragus said in shock. His hair is purple. It seems like a potential Super Saiyan. This is terrifying. Just a potential Super Saiyan can have such immense power. If he successfully transforms into a Super Saiyan, then it would be a disaster. Gohan exclaimed. Two beams of light intertwined and danced in the heavens, sparks flying as they collided rapidly. His power is still rising. It has already reached 20 billion. Gohan exclaimed. No one can defeat Broly. You must understand that Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, Paragus said with a cold smile. Is that so? Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. Then you must not be. Saying this, Krillin shot an energy blast directly at Paragus. A massive energy blast directly engulfed Paragus. Ah, Broly, save me. Just as Paragus's voice echoed, he was instantly killed by Krillin. I can't believe there's such a weak Saiyan, Krillin said in surprise. Not expecting that his casual energy blast would eliminate Paragus so quickly. Chapter 213. Group battle with Broly. Paragus's death did not provoke Broly at all, because he didn't even hear it. Yeah. Son Goku's fists repeatedly struck Broly's body, although Broly was pushed back by Goku's attacks. His energy did not decrease at all. Instead, it was rapidly rising. What the heck is going on? He seems to be getting stronger. Son Goku looked at Broly in surprise. Kakarot. Broly's voice sounded again. What are you trying to say? Son Goku looked at Broly with confusion. Kakarot. Broly's energy began to surge, and the world around them transformed from white to a mix of black and white. The air trembled violently, producing a buzzing noise. The ground cracked with long fissures, and a heavy, oppressive atmosphere enveloped the sky. Broly's hair began to turn green. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Battle power, 70 billion. He jumped straight from 20 billion to 70 billion. What? Son Goku was shocked, feeling Broly's energy had surpassed his own by more than double. After 3 months, Goku's own battle power had only increased to 35 billion, an increase of 5 billion, which was no longer as significant as it was in the hyperbolic time chamber. Kakarot. Broly's eyes turned white as he delivered a punch directly to Son Goku's body. The immense power nearly knocked Goku unconscious. Blood spilled from Son Goku's mouth. Made by Kana. Son Goku raised both hands toward the sky and forcefully pressed down. Dozens of giant stones fell from the sky, directly pinning Broly to the ground. Son Goku's made by Kana. This was a technique Son Goku had created by combining the made by Kana from Uchiha Chentian with his own learned spatial ability of instant transmission, allowing him to drop large stones from other places onto his opponent. Who is this guy? He has such a terrifying aura, Son Goku said curiously. Boom! Before Son Goku could think any longer, the countless giant stones pinning Broly exploded, turning into numerous smaller rocks. Broly's powerful aura obliterated all the fragile stones. And he punched Son Goku again. Tenfold KO Ken. Krillin shouted, his battle power instantly rising from 200 million to 2 billion. He and Super Saiyan Gohan kicked Broly from both sides. What? Krillin and Gohan were shocked. Their attacks had no effect on Broly, who didn't even move. Broly instantly grabbed their feet and slammed them together, the immense force knocking Krillin unconscious and injuring Gohan. The two were tossed aside like garbage. "K Krillin Uncle!" Gohan shouted from the ground. "Damn it, Krillin Uncle can't be dead like this." Gohan gritted his teeth. "Kakarot!" Broly's gaze fell on Son Goku, who had just stood up from the ground. "Yeah." Broly charged at Son Goku, who did not retreat and charged back at Broly. Bang! Son Goku was instantly sent flying, while Broly's figure quickly followed. "He isn't dead. He just fainted." Piccolo's voice rang out behind Gohan. "Uncle Piccolo!" Gohan exclaimed. "I knew you would come to this planet," Piccolo said casually. "Uncle Piccolo, how did you get here? Didn't you say you couldn't come?" Gohan asked curiously. "I brought Piccolo here." At that moment, Trunks' voice echoed. "I came to find Mr. Son Goku, but I felt this powerful aura and ended up here." Trunks smiled. "What kind of monster is that guy? His energy is still rising." Piccolo wondered. "I heard that old man say he is the legendary Super Saiyan." After eating a Senzu bean, Krillin explained to Piccolo and the others. "The legendary Super Saiyan, whoever he is, if this goes on, old Son will be killed." Saying this, Piccolo tossed his heavy clothing to the ground, leaving a massive crater. A green aura burned around Piccolo. Piccolo's battle power, 20 billion. Hee, then let's all attack together. Trunks' body ignited with golden flames, transforming into a Super Saiyan, his battle power rising to 25 billion. Gohan's Super Saiyan state was also at 25 billion. "Ha! I'm not going. With my current strength, I can't help at all," Krillin said with a bitter smile. "Ah, then let us go." Gohan laughed. 3 beams of light charged at Broly. Bang! 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 The speed at which the three approached was matched by how quickly they retreated. "He's too strong." Trunks gritted his teeth. "Ha ha ha! Let your blood be a sacrifice to the heavens, you ants." Broly laughed maniacally. "Don't be too arrogant, kid." Vegeta's voice rang out from above. An energy blast shot from Vegeta's hand and struck Broly in the back. Vegeta confidently stood on a ruined building, feeling Broly's powerful aura. Vegeta used his unfamiliar instant transmission to arrive on this planet, just in time for the battle. Hee. Broly said nothing, merely sneering at Vegeta. In the next moment, he turned into a green light and charged at Vegeta. "Come on, Kakarot is no match for you. Let me, the Prince of Saiyans, defeat you." Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his battle power rising to 28 billion. Bang! What? Vegeta was shocked. He punched Broly in the face, but Broly merely absorbed the blow. With a sweeping arm, he grabbed Vegeta and slammed him into a distant rock wall. The terrifying impact made it impossible for Vegeta to escape, and his chest felt as though it were being torn apart. His shirt ripped instantly, exposing his upper body. Bang! Vegeta was smashed into the rock wall. A missile-like sound erupted, dust flying everywhere, forming a gray cloud. "Get away from me!" Vegeta unleashed countless energy blasts. An uncountable number of glowing spheres fell rapidly from above, all landing on Broly. The planet trembled, and brilliant flames illuminated the sky. Broly's body weaved through the energy spheres, rapidly closing in on Vegeta. "What, this monster?" Vegeta couldn't help but curse. Bang! Broly's fist struck Vegeta's lower abdomen, the fist the size of a human head nearly exploding Vegeta's body. Ah! Vegeta spat out blood, and his golden hair turned black. It was clear that Vegeta was struggling to hold on. Bang! A flash of golden light passed by, and Broly was sent flying. Super Saiyan 2 Uchiha Chentian made a dazzling entrance. Chapter 214, Uchiha Chentian shines on stage. The golden aura transformed into a jet-like form instead of the ordinary flame shape of a Super Saiyan, and Uchiha Chentian's hair stood even more upright than usual, surrounded by swirling lightning as he emitted energy. Super Saiyan 2, battle power 120 billion. "You all look so pathetic." Super Saiyan 2 Uchiha Chentian smiled faintly. "This state is not the same as an ordinary Super Saiyan." Vegeta half squatted on the ground, looking up at Uchiha Chentian. "Is this what Super Saiyan 2 is like?" "What a terrifying aura," Son Goku exclaimed. "That's right, this is Super Saiyan 2, surpassing the ordinary Super Saiyan. Its battle power is 100 times that of the ordinary state, which is equivalent to double the battle power of a regular Super Saiyan." Trunks' voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Huh, Not bad power. Broly stared at Uchiha Chentian with his white pupils. Slap. Broly charged at Uchiha Chentian with his massive body, now standing 3 meters tall, and slammed his fist, the size of a human head, towards Uchiha Chentian. Bang! Oh! Broly was stunned. He couldn't believe that his attack was blocked by Uchiha Chentian. His fist, the size of a human head, was caught in Uchiha Chentian's palm. Bang! Uchiha Chentian's right fist struck into Broly's stomach, while his left hand grasped Broly's right fist. The 120 billion force directly entered Broly's body. Broly coughed up blood, pressing his hands against his stomach as his massive body continued to retreat. Uchiha Chentian knew in his heart that facing a terrifying opponent like Broly, who defied logic and had insane power, he couldn't afford to be careless, even if his battle power was higher, because Broly could infinitely increase his battle power as the fight went on. At this moment, Broly's battle power had already risen to 80 billion, and his aura was still climbing. Uchiha Chentian's fists struck Broly like phantoms. The full force of 120 billion battle power was unleashed by Uchiha Chentian. Shomei Pigana, in an instant, thousands of giant triangles fell from the sky and smashed onto Broly. Boom! At the moment countless triangles hit the ground. They formed a triangular object towering 1,000,000 meters high. That's incredible, Son Goku exclaimed. Although it was also Shomei Pigana, Uchiha Chentian's was countless times more powerful. Uchiha Chentian's hands formed a flower bud shape, placed at his waist, as a golden energy ball gathered in his palms. The aura he emitted began to become even more terrifying. Uchiha Chentian's gaze fell on the giant triangle on the ground. His Rinnegan could see that Broly was being protected by a green energy shield. The damage from Shomei Pigana to Broly was not significant. The green energy was bursting out from Broly's body. The 1,000,000-meter-high triangular object had started to crack, and the cracks emitted countless beams of green light of various sizes. Broly's energy was wildly destroying this giant triangle. Wave! Uchiha Chentian shouted, as all the objects from Shomei Pigana were destroyed by Broly. Uchiha Chentian's energy in his hands pushed towards Broly. Boom! A golden energy wave like a long river instantly struck Broly. At this moment, Broly's battle power had risen to 90 billion. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chentian's Kamehameha had an attack power of 400 billion, 3 times his own battle power. The golden attack wave, like a long river, instantly carried Broly away, sending him flying into the cosmic starry sky. It seems this world might be the Dragon Ball GT world. Uchiha Chentian thought. Did Broly just die like that? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. That was the legendary warrior, and he lost to Uchiha Chentian like this. Vegeta muttered to himself. No, who said he died? I just sent him to an extremely cold planet. To kill him, one would need a battle power far exceeding his by several times. Moreover, it would require a single strike to kill him. Otherwise, his battle power can increase infinitely with the fight. Until the end, the entire universe would be destroyed by his hands. The legendary Super Saiyan, even without training, would have his battle power double every year. After all, he is a legendary warrior. He won't be so easily killed by me. The only way is to send him to an absolutely cold planet to freeze him. We can only kill him when our power far exceeds his. Uchiha Chentian's voice rang out. That guy Broly is truly a monster. You can't even kill him after transforming into Super Saiyan 2. However, if he has been sealed, that means if I encounter him again in the future, I can defeat him even if I'm alone. Vegeta said calmly. Not necessarily. Even if he is sealed, his battle power will still increase. It just won't be as fast as usual. But Vegeta, if you really have the chance to see Broly again, I hope you can kill him in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, over time, the one who will die will only be you. Don't be too confident in yourself. That guy is a madman, a born destroyer. Every time a legendary Super Saiyan appears, it signifies that the universe is heading towards destruction. The only way to kill a legendary Super Saiyan is for his lifespan to run out and for him to die naturally. Uchiha Chentian said to Vegeta and the others. Oh, that guy's indeed powerful, but he shouldn't be as terrifying as you say. Son Goku said, somewhat unconvinced. 1,000,000 years ago, 99 of the gods in this universe were killed by the legendary Super Saiyan. You should know that back then, there were dozens of Supreme Kai with battle powers exceeding 100 billion, and the Grand Supreme Kai had a battle power of trillions. Yet they all died at the hands of the legendary Super Saiyan. You tell me, is Broly terrifying or not? Uchiha Chentian spoke casually. This is Dragon Ball GT, not Dragon Ball Super, so the histories of the two worlds are different. Don't pay too much attention to it. I'll write Dragon Ball Super later. This is unbelievable, Trunks exclaimed. Anyone could encounter Broly, but if Son Goku were to meet him, the likelihood of the universe being destroyed would be very high. I believe you all know Son Goku's personality well. Even if his power surpasses Broly's, he wouldn't directly use all his strength to kill Broly in one strike. He would only give him a chance to grow. Uchiha Chentian suddenly turned his gaze to Son Goku, speaking to everyone, but more so for Son Goku to hear. Chapter 215. The androids appear. Haha, why are you all looking at me like that? Son Goku said with a bitter smile. Goku, he does indeed have that personality. Krillin nodded. Although I don't know if Broly can survive in the end, I have to leave here. See you on Earth in 2 years. Saying this, Uchiha Chentian flew into the sky, transforming into a golden light and soaring into outer space. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly and said nothing. He also flew away, although in the same direction as Uchiha Chentian. The difference was that Uchiha Chentian quickly flew into outer space, while Vegeta descended back to a deserted corner after a short flight. He began to use instant transmission, but unlike Goku, it took Vegeta a long time to successfully perform it. 6 months later, Goku and the others finally returned to Earth. 3 months ago, they encountered Cooler, who had not completely died after being blasted into the sun. Cooler's remains floated into the cosmic graveyard and merged with mechanical bodies to become the core of a metal life planet. Due to the invasion of New Namek, Goku and the others went to provide support, but Cooler confronted them. Although Cooler was stronger than before, Goku was even more powerful. He defeated Cooler with hardly any effort. Time quickly passed to 3 years later, which was when the androids Trunks mentioned appeared. The Dragon Ball warriors gathered at the predetermined meeting point. 3 years. 3 years' time. Everyone's energy had significantly increased. Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta had all reached their full power Super Saiyan state. Although they couldn't transform into Super Saiyan 2, their fighting power had reached over 700, and they could hold their own against the fully formed Cell from the storyline. In the original work, Goku's full power during the Cell Saga lasted too briefly, and his normal state wasn't too strong. In this story, Goku reached this level much earlier, making his regular training smoother and continuously improving his strength. The biggest change was in Nappa. Nappa had transformed his arrogant and conceited personality. The peaceful life on Earth had turned him into a good person. To Uchiha Chentian's surprise, Raditz had even asked Nappa to collect the Dragon Balls to revive him. Raditz followed Nappa around all day. Their relationship was better than anyone else's. Raditz also became a nice guy. Moreover, Raditz and Nappa each married 3 wives on Earth and had 5 or 6 half-blood Saiyan children. Although their fighting power was not high, in terms of having children, neither Goku nor Vegeta could compare to them. At this moment, while Krillin and the others were chatting, the androids finally appeared. When everyone arrived at the city, just like the news reports on TV, this small island had a city with a population of over 1 million. Now there were hardly any people left. The ground was covered with corpses and blood everywhere. Damn, so many people have died. Can the androids not sense energy? Krillin said with a grim expression. It should be, after all, they are robots. Robots have no energy. Yamcha said, remember, if you encounter the androids, never fight them alone. Wait for everyone to gather first. Tien told Krillin and the others. Yeah, I understand. Although our current strength is already capable of battling the androids from Trunks' timeline, we have no idea how strong the android from our world are. I heard from Lord Chentian that their fighting power might be even higher. Yamcha said seriously. 3 years later, Yamcha's normal fighting power had reached 300 million. The Kaioken times 10 was 3 billion, which was already comparable to the original 18. Since they couldn't sense the android's energy, the Dragon Ball warriors could only fly in the air, circling the city in search. Eventually, Yamcha discovered them on the top floor of a tall building in Wanjiafu. At this time, androids 19 and 20 were on the rooftop, absorbing ordinary people's energy while cruelly killing them. The ground was littered with corpses. Androids, I finally found you too. Yamcha landed on the rooftop of Wanjiafu, looking at the 2 androids not far away. Yaya, Kaioken times 10. Yamcha shouted loudly. Dark red energy roared from his body, exploding in all directions. Around him, red lights surged, and the powerful energy burned like a flame. The surrounding winds began to swirl violently, sharp as blades, slicing through the air and creating piercing sounds. Yamcha's fighting power surged to 3 billion. Strangely, why are there an old man and a fat guy instead of the young man and woman Trunks mentioned? Yamcha looked warily at androids 19 and 20. Neither of them was 18. They were 19 and 20. In the original work, 19 had a fighting power of 400 million, slightly gaining the upper hand against Goku, who was suffering from a heart disease. And 20 had a fighting power of 700 million. Having absorbed too much energy, he didn't dare to use his full strength against Piccolo. Now, 19 had a fighting power of 2 billion, with a pair of purple six-pointed star Rinnegan. 20 had a fighting power of 5 billion, with blue Rinnegan. You're androids, right? Yamcha stared intently at the two. They were none other than the old Dr. Gero and the fat android he created. Oh, you actually know we are androids. Android 20 looked at Yamcha with his blue Rinnegan. I remember now. You seem to be Goku's friend. What was your name again? Android 20 fixed his gaze on Yamcha. My name is Yamcha. Yamcha said seriously while looking at the two androids. Oh, so it's you. Yamcha. A fighting power of 300 million can be boosted to 3 billion. Is this the Kaioken? What a miraculous technique. Android 20 said expressionlessly. All the data on Goku and the others have been collected by him. However, it's strange. How did you know we would be here? Android 20 asked curiously. Want to know? But I won't tell you. A smile appeared on Yamcha's face, because he had already sensed Goku and the others' energy rapidly approaching. Looking for death, 19. Kill him. Android 20 became furious when he saw Yamcha was playing with him, and 19 immediately charged towards Yamcha as his voice fell. Too slow, Yamcha said coldly. Bang, bang, bang. Just as 19 got close to Yamcha, he punched him in the face. Yaya. Yamcha's fist struck 19 like a phantom. Look at me take you down in one move. Yamcha shouted loudly. Kamehameha. His hands instantly unleashed a powerful energy wave aimed directly at 19. Chapter 216. Android 16 to 18 finally appear. Haha. Good timing. 19's face lit up with joy as he faced the incoming attack wave with both hands. The massive energy was instantly absorbed through the small hole in his palms. Like a great river, the energy flowed into 19's hands. 19 looked at Yamcha with a cold smile. What? Yamcha was shocked as he looked at 19. He never expected his Kamehameha to be directly absorbed by 19. Before Yamcha could even react, number 19 suddenly appeared in front of him. With a punch to the side of Yamcha's face, the immense force sent him flying. Blood trickled from the corner of Yamcha's mouth as he looked at number 19 in disbelief. His power had actually risen to 4 billion. Yamcha was shocked. Although he couldn't feel number 19's energy, he could still analyze the force of the punch. Shinji Tenshin. Number 19's eyes widened, and a powerful, invisible attack rapidly spread out from him. Boom! Everything within a kilometer was instantly flattened. Yamcha's shirt was completely torn apart, and his body was covered in wounds as if scratched by glass. Damn it! Such an attack must have killed many people. Yamcha looked at number 19 with some regret. If he had known that number 19 had the ability to absorb energy, he definitely wouldn't have unleashed the Kamehameha at him. Chi Yuan-jan. Krillin's voice rang out. Several high-speed, rotating energy discs shot towards number 19. Myriad phenomena, heavenly pull. Number 19's eyes widened again as he changed the direction of the Chi Yuan-jan attack. That was Lord Chintian's technique. Myriad phenomena, heavenly pull can attract a specified target to oneself and can also change the direction of the opponent's energy attack. Krillin descended from the sky and flew to Yamcha's side. Be careful, don't send energy at him. His hands can absorb energy attacks. Originally, his combat power wasn't as good as mine, but after absorbing my Kamehameha, he's already surpassed me. Yamcha said to Krillin, Are those androids? Shouldn't there be one male and one female? How come there are two men, one an old man and one a fat guy? Krillin asked curiously. It must be related to Trunks, causing a butterfly effect in parallel worlds, which is why the androids from the two worlds turn out differently. Just then, Tien's figure fell from the sky, followed by Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo. Oh, is everyone here? Goku has come too? Number 20 said expressionlessly. If I can't launch energy attacks, then I'll just kill them in that instant. Saying this, Piccolo charged directly at number 19 without a word. Shinji Tenshin. Number 19 unleashed a powerful I-technique attack again. Is that Lord Chintian's technique? Such a technique, while impressive, is too weak for you. Piccolo charged forward against the attack of Shinji Tenshin, forcing his body toward number 19. Even though he hadn't removed his heavy armor, Piccolo's combat power had surpassed 10 billion. Boom! Number 19 was instantly killed, with Piccolo's punch exploding him, his body detonating like a missile. A massive energy surged into the sky. What? Not good. His body is strange. Goku exclaimed in shock as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. He stood in front of Krillin and the others, a golden aura enveloping everyone. When the light faded, the entire city had turned to rubble. Damn it, I should have just thrown him into the sky and killed him right away. His body explodes at the moment of death. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Number 19's sudden self-detonation had a power several times greater than his normal state, with an explosive force of 20 billion. Even though Piccolo wasn't at the center of the explosion, he was the closest to number 19 and was directly injured by the blast, nearly dying. That was close. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. Before using the Kaioken, his combat power was only 500 million. That explosion's attack power could have killed him instantly. Another android seems to have run away. Yamcha exclaimed, "He can't escape. I left my energy signature on him." Just then, Vegeta appeared, arms crossed confidently as he looked at Goku and the others. "What useless bunch. A mere robot with only 5 billion power can beat you all like this. It's truly embarrassing." Vegeta mocked. "Damn it." Yamcha glared at Vegeta. If his power wasn't far inferior to Vegeta's, he would have jumped at him by now. But at this moment, he didn't dare to say anything. "Since you're so strong, then you go kill that android first," Piccolo said coldly to Vegeta. I'll take care of him soon." Vegeta replied. "Kakarot, you should go rest. Your heart condition could act up at any moment. If it happens during a fight and you die, that would be quite the joke." With that, Vegeta transformed into a beam of light and flew towards number 19's location. A few minutes later, "The energy signature has vanished from here. That guy actually detected the energy I left on him." Vegeta looked down at the flattened ground, and his expression turned grim. "If you won't come out, then I'll destroy this place. After all, everyone on this island is already dead. Android, take a good look. This is the real Chentian." Vegeta's voice echoed over the island. Vegeta raised his hands, and an invisible force spread out rapidly from him, pushing away everything around him. Instantly, the small island was flattened. Is Vegeta crazy? Krillin, Tien, and the others were all affected by Vegeta's Chentian. Although Vegeta's attack power wasn't strong, the area it affected was vast. Before long, everything on the island was blasted into the sea by Vegeta's technique. In the sky appeared 4 androids, Android 16, 17, 18, and the recently injured Android 20. "Farewell, Dr. Gero." Saying this, Android 17 shot an energy wave that took away Android 20. Finally found you androids. I never expected there to be so many of you. Contrary to what Trunks said about only 2. Vegeta sneered at Android 17 and the others. Chapter 217. Vegeta battles the reincarnation eye. Android 18. "Is that Vegeta? What a pity he's not Uchiha Chentian." Android 18 said, somewhat disappointed. "Uchiha Chentian seems like a god. He is not someone you can easily meet." Android 17 replied. "Uchiha Chentian? No need for that guy. I can take care of you myself." Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan Vegeta's combat power reached 40 billion, roughly the same as after defeating Cell. Impressive. 3 years ago, Vegeta only had around 3 billion combat power. 3 years later, he actually reached 40,351,3651 points. Android 17 exclaimed, "Oh, you can even accurately state my combat power?" Vegeta replied, somewhat surprised. He didn't even know his combat power was exactly 40,351,3651 points. He just had a rough idea it was around 40 billion. "We don't have that ability. It's just that Dr. Gero installed radar on us. That's how I can scan your combat power, through radar." Number 17 said calmly. Such combat power has already surpassed you." Number 17, number 18 laughed. "So what if it surpasses me? Maybe I'm still not your opponent." Number 17 replied with a sinister smile. Number 17, combat power 30 billion, with a pair of red Sharingan. Number 18, combat power 28 billion, with a pair of red Sharingan. Number 16, combat power 50 billion, with a pair of golden Rinnegan. So arrogant. Let me see what gives you the right to be so arrogant." After he spoke, Vegeta transformed into a golden light and struck towards number 17. "Your opponent is me, Vegeta." Number 18 directly blocked in front of number 17. Vegeta didn't care who it was and directly threw a punch. Bang! Bang! Vegeta and number 18 instantly engaged in battle in the sky. The two figures moved through space, and terrifying energy blades erupted around them, sweeping everything within a radius of dozens of kilometers, turning rocks into dust, which was then swept away by the howling wind. Yeah. Vegeta fired countless energy blasts towards number 18. Energy shield. Number 18 created a protective shield around herself, using her energy to block Vegeta's attacks. Number 18's shield had a higher defense than a normal shield. Amaterasu. Number 18's pupils suddenly enlarged. A black flame appeared and burned on Vegeta. A trivial skill. Vegeta directly used the aura emitted by his Super Saiyan form to repel number 18's Amaterasu. That was actually a technique of Uchiha Chentian, and her eyes looked very similar to Uchiha Chentin's, but hers were red, while Uchiha Chentin's were purple-gold. Moreover, Uchiha Chentin's eyes had 10 tomo while hers only had 9. That male android also had such eyes. The tall android had golden eyes. What a hassle, my techniques are completely seen through by her. Moreover, she hasn't even used the ability in her eyes yet, Vegeta analyzed in his heart. If it weren't for the countless times he had suffered under Uchiha Chentian, today he might have been defeated by a woman whose combat power was inferior to his. This was completely unacceptable for Vegeta. Shinra Tensei. Vegeta spread his hands wide, and an invisible wave suddenly erupted from him. What? Bansho Tin. Although number 18 didn't know how Vegeta could perform this move, she used her Sharingan's ability, Bansho Tenin, to counter Vegeta's Shinra Tensei. Boom! The two terrifying invisible forces collided, like air cannons crashing in the sky. A series of thunderous explosions echoed in the air. Those are the sounds of air exploding. Final flash, Vegeta opened his hands wide and gathered an immense amount of energy, which erupted instantly, causing golden lightning to appear around him. A massive golden attack wave surged towards number 18. Wherever the attack wave passed, the air ignited in red flames. Kimui, number 18's red Sharingan activated. Her body instantly became intangible, and Vegeta's final flash passed through her body. What? Vegeta was shocked. Most of his energy was concentrated on this attack, yet number 18 managed to evade it so easily. Damn it! Vegeta instantly teleported in front of number 18 and punched towards her. Bang! Number 18 blocked with both arms, stopping Vegeta's punch. The force from the punch caused the ground beneath her feet to explode instantly, creating a bottomless pit. Vegeta, your speed has slowed, number 18 said lightly. You're the one who's slow. With that, Vegeta roared, his combat power rising to 40 billion. He threw another punch. This time, number 18 blocked it again. But her body was sent flying like a cannonball, sliding along the ground for a long distance before coming to a stop. Hee hee. That punch must have consumed a lot of your stamina, number 18 said with a cold smile, showing no change in her expression. Is it the ability of your eyes? To actually be able to dissipate my attack power? Vegeta said coldly, looking at number 18. You noticed that? That's right, this is the ability of my Sharingan. Dissolution. It can decompose any attack directed at me. I never thought you would catch on. Number 18 looked at Vegeta calmly. What is your relationship with Uchiha Chentian? Why do your eyes and abilities resemble his so much? Vegeta asked with a cold snort. What's it to you? Actually, we have no relationship at all. It's just that I have Uchiha Chentian cells in me. Not just me, even other androids have Uchiha Chentian cells to some extent. That's why our eyes look so similar. Number 18 smiled. I see, but the number of tomo in your eyes is different. Uchiha Chentian has one more. So it seems your eyes haven't reached the level of Uchiha Chentian, Vegeta said coldly. Ha, is that so? Even if my eyes aren't as powerful as Uchiha Chentian's, they should be enough to deal with you. Number 18 said with a smile. Damn it, this android not only has super energy in her eyes, but it seems her energy is inexhaustible. Her stamina hasn't decreased at all. Machines are just machines. With my power, if I don't destroy her in an instant, over time, I'll be the one to lose. But those strange abilities in her eyes can't hit her directly. Vegeta gritted his teeth, looking at number 18 with a grim expression. Hee, it seems you've realized the gap between us. No matter how strong your power is, you are no match for me. Number 18 showed a victorious smile toward Vegeta. Chapter 2, 18 Super Saiyan 2, Goku, we still don't know who will win or lose. Vegeta said coldly. But deep down, Vegeta was already feeling uncertain. If number 18 didn't have those eyes, then even if she had infinite stamina, Vegeta would be confident in defeating her. Moreover, Vegeta didn't understand number 18's abilities at all. In this battle, he was at a disadvantage. Even if his combat power surpassed number 18's, he had already consumed half of his stamina, and his strength wasn't much greater than hers. Oh, Goku is here too. At that moment, number 17 smiled. Goku? Number 16's Golden Rinnegan focused on Goku. Android 16 was originally designed to obey Dr. Gero and kill Goku to dismantle the Red Ribbon Army. Although his personality was kind, loving nature and small animals, and favoring peace, he still had the goal of killing Goku. Due to not following orders and other reasons, he was sealed by Dr. Gero, but later was reactivated by number 17 and number 18. Oh, you are androids. Didn't Trunks say there were only number 17 and number 18? How come there are so many androids? Goku said curiously. Trunks, Kakarot, you just said it was Trunks who said it. How is that possible? My child has just turned 1 month old. How could? Finally, Vegeta realized. That future boy is actually my son. Vegeta was shocked. Haha, that's right. He is your future son. Anyway, your son has already been born. It doesn't matter if you know. Goku laughed. Damn, you guys have kept this from me for so long. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said angrily. Goku, since you are here, be prepared to be killed by me. I was created to kill you. Number 16 said expressionlessly as he looked at Goku. Hey, number 16, Goku is my opponent. You should deal with Goku's son, Gohan. His fighting power shouldn't be any less than Goku's. Number 17 said to number 16. No, except for Goku. I won't kill anyone. But if you want to deal with Goku, then go ahead. Anyway, I can take action to kill Goku later. This matter is not urgent. Number 16 said calmly. Huh, I'm just afraid you won't have that opportunity. Because Goku is about to be killed by me. Number 17 laughed confidently. No, Goku won't die. Because you are not his opponent. Number 16 said calmly. Is that so? Goku is strong, but he shouldn't be that much stronger than Vegeta, right? How could I possibly not be Goku's opponent? I'm not without a radar. I know exactly how strong Goku is. Number 17 was even more unconvinced by number 16's statement. And number 17 didn't explain. He naturally wouldn't tell number 17 that his radar was more advanced than theirs. Haha, although I don't know what you guys are talking about. But wanting to kill me is not that easy. With that, Goku instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. His fighting power rose to be equal to Vegeta's. Oh, the fighting power is just over 40 billion, not much stronger than Vegeta. Number 17 sneered. Actually, I don't care if you both come at me. Goku said coldly. Ha, to deal with you. No need for number 16. I alone am enough. Number 17 laughed loudly. Complete body, Susanoo. A huge chakra-clad skeletal figure appeared in an instant, and the surface of the skeleton rapidly grew countless shapes resembling muscle tissue. Then a giant appeared, but at the moment the giant appeared, a purple armor appeared on number 17's body, and a pair of wings that were 1,000 meters long also appeared. 1,000-meter tall, complete body Susanoo. Susanoo? That is Uchiha Chentian's technique. However, seeing number 17 use Uchiha Chentian Susanoo, Goku was not too surprised, and an equally energy-formed giant Super Saiyan Goku instantly appeared. The moment the two giants appeared, they collided hard. Bang! A dazzling bright light appeared in the sky. Two huge fluctuations stirred up shockwaves, making the surrounding space crack like stones thrown onto a mirror. With sparkling cracks crisscrossing, a cloud of smoke rose. The figures of number 17 and Goku revealed themselves. At this point, the two had already returned to normal size. Amaterasu, number 17, activated his Rinnegan. Black flames burned on Goku's body. This move is useless against me. Goku looked at the black flames beside him and coldly told number 17. Tsukuyami, number 17 used illusion on Goku. My mental power is above yours. Illusions are useless against me. After saying that, Goku instantly moved in front of number 17. He threw a punch. Goku's fist passed through number 17's body. Kimi, Deikoken, Goku slapped the air with both palms. Instantly, numerous large and small stones fell from the sky, the largest being 100 meters, and the smallest being over 10 meters, pressing down towards number 17. Large ki blast. Number 17 gathered powerful shockwaves with both hands and instantly shot them towards the countless stones in the sky. Although Kamui can make his body intangible, hiding his true self in another space, Goku understood space better than number 17. His Deikokutten directly forced number 17 out of the other space. Thus, number 17 had no choice but to confront him head-on. Although Vegeta's talent in space was above Goku's, he despised learning the same techniques as Goku. He was too proud, but even so, Vegeta still learned instant transmission, just not proficient enough to use it. Boom, boom. Countless large stones were blasted apart by number 17's energy wave. Although these were the relatively hard meteors that Goku summoned from the cosmic starry sky, number 17 still easily destroyed them. Number 17's red Rinnegan glared, and he suddenly stretched his palm forward, causing countless black iron rods 2 meters long to appear out of thin air, rapidly shooting towards Goku. Your ability is really troublesome. At this rate, even if my energy runs out, I'll 1T be able to defeat you. If Super Saiyan isn't enough, that must be Super Saiyan 2. Before Goku finished his words, his body began to emit a soaring golden light. Goku clenched his fists, opened his mouth, and shouted loudly. His voice spread far. The golden light suddenly intensified, and the raging energy seemed like a solar storm sweeping in all directions. Centered on Goku, a circular energy field with a diameter of 10 meters spread out, creating a semicircular pit in the ground. Goku's hair stood upright, looking like a forest of needles, with a fringe hanging down over his forehead, complementing his emerald-burning eyes. Super Saiyan 2. Fighting Power, 80 billion. Chapter 219 Uchiha Chentian appears what? His fighting power has already reached 80 billion. Number 17 was shocked. Bang! Number 17's lower abdomen was struck, with Goku's fist driving into his stomach. He didn't even have time to use Kamui. Shinra, Tensei, an invisible force centered on number 17, erupted instantly. Huh! Goku stood firm in place with immense strength. Bang! A punch landed on number 17's face. Number 17's body was sent flying again. Super Saiyan 2. Kakarot actually reached that level before me again. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, "The computer doesn't have this data." Number 18 said, somewhat surprised. The data on the computer is outdated. Our Saiyan powers change every day." Vegeta snorted coldly. Kinfa. The 9 Tomo and number 18's eyes began to rotate counterclockwise. The sky instantly turned dark, and a black cloud appeared above Vegeta's head, with thousands of 10-meter-sized Kirin descending from the sky. Thousands of Kirin ran towards Vegeta, stepping on the air. Roar! Roars echoed from their mouths. This time, I won't waste my energy. Kakarot, use your technique again. Vegeta shouted loudly. Instant transmission. Vegeta instantly disappeared from his original spot, and by the time he reappeared, he was already behind Android 18. Instant transmission. Android 18 turned around and delivered a spinning kick. Bang! Vegeta's arm blocked Android 18's long leg. Having endless stamina is truly troublesome. Indeed, machines are just machines. Vegeta mocked. Are you looking for death? Android 18 was furious. Although being transformed into an android granted her immense power, it didn't mean she was happy about it. At the very least, Vegeta's words infuriated her. Bang! The two fists collided, creating ripples of energy. Then countless phantoms of fists and kicks flew swiftly, their speed like lightning. Each move carried immense energy. Thunderous roars echoed as Android 18 and Vegeta fought fiercely. This time, Vegeta wasn't just trying to defeat Android 18 with all his strength. He couldn't lose to her in front of Goku. Meanwhile, Super Saiyan 2 Goku was battling Android 17. Fists collided and legs struck, creating tremendous power that shook the earth. Android 17 used all his strength, launching energy blasts, godly powers, Amaterasu, Kamehameha, and even the solar flare. But all of it was countered by Goku's overwhelming power, breaking through Android 17's techniques with sheer force. Bang! Android 17 felt a flash before his eyes, his head buzzing, his entire body pushed by Goku with one hand. Goku held on to Android 17's head and charged directly into the battle between Vegeta and Android 18. The appearance of Goku and Android 17 forced Vegeta and Android 18 back thousands of meters. After Goku landed with Android 17, a massive explosion erupted, flames soaring into the sky. The tremendous shockwave shook the ground. At this point, Android 17 was already covered in wounds. Even with his infinite energy, it couldn't heal his body. The limitless energy merely indicated that he wouldn't run out of energy, not that he wouldn't get injured. 6 paths, Yin-Yang escape power. Android 17's eyes widened as a red power quickly restored his body. In the blink of an eye, Android 17's body returned to its peak condition. Damn it, my cells have been collected. Uchiha Chentian's expression turned grim. In fact, from the moment Androids 19 and 20 appeared, Uchiha Chentian had already arrived on the battlefield. He was just sweating in place. And to think that the biological robots created by Dr. Gero could collect the Otsutsuki and Uchiha cells inside him, which amazed Uchiha Chentian at Dr. Gero's talent. Even Orochimaru from the Naruto world didn't have such abilities. No wonder, even after Dr. Gero's death, the computers he left behind could automatically create other androids to kill Goku. The technology in the Dragon Ball world is truly advanced. Compared to the Naruto world, it's not even on the same level. It's like the gap between primitive civilization and interstellar civilization. Is that the 6 paths, Yin-Yang escape power? You can actually heal yourself. Goku said, somewhat surprised. That's right. As long as you don't kill me instantly, I can recover quickly. The 6 paths, Yin-Yang escape power. I really wonder what kind of person Uchiha Chentian is. He can't be an ordinary god, can he? Android 17 sneered. Android 17, stop provoking Goku. Goku is only using 60 billion of his power right now. If he goes all out with 80 billion battle power, he could kill you in an instant. Just then, Android 16's voice rang out. What? How is that possible? He hasn't used his full power yet? Android 17 exclaimed in shock. Let's go. This battle cannot continue. If we keep fighting, this planet won't be able to withstand it. Saying this, Android 16's golden Rinnegan began to emit a golden light. Heaven's Middle, a technique from a Naruto world used by Otsutsuki Kagaya. It can instantly transfer the world and surrounding people to another space, including spaces like lava, ice, supergravity, sand, and acid, which are all directly connected to the origin space. However, Android 16's power far exceeds that of Otsutsuki Kagaya. He can move others anywhere he wants, along with Goku and the others. Android 17 and 18 instantly made Android 16 move to another city. Android 16 then vanished before Goku and the others. Goku, if it weren't for the fear of innocent animals dying after killing you, I would definitely kill you. Android 16 said expressionlessly to Goku. Although Goku's battle power surpassed his, Android 16 had a trump card that could kill Goku. Oh, Goku was somewhat confused about why Android 16 would say that. Aren't you androids all bad guys? Why fear the destruction of Earth and the death of those animals? It feels like I'm the villain here. Before Goku could gather his thoughts, Android 17 and the others had already disappeared. I never expected that, Doctor. Jero would create so many powerful androids with levels of Sharingan or Rinnegan just from a few of my cells. Uchiha Chentian's voice echoed in everyone's ears. What? Bloodline limit? Rinnegan? Goku was somewhat confused about what Uchiha Chentian was talking about. My eyes are a fusion of Rinnegan and Sharingan, a bloodline, Shura-level divine eye. While those androids' eyes may not be as good as mine, they also reach the bloodline limit level, which is the highest level of eyes that mortals can achieve. That is Rinnegan. Below Rinnegan is the Manjiki Sharingan, and further down, I won't explain. Uchiha Chentian said calmly. It seems those androids aren't really bad guys. Goku recalled what Android 16 had just said. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. But your real enemy isn't just Android 17, 18, and 16. It's another android. The ultimate android created by Dr. Jero, who possesses cells of numerous powerful beings. If he absorbs androids 17 and 18, his power will reach an unimaginable height. At this point, Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan was focused on a certain location on Earth where Cell was. At that moment, Cell was absorbing other Earthlings. Countless Earthlings have been left with only their clothes as Cell's tail absorbed them. Although the battle power of adults on Earth is around 4 to 6. If you consider their life force, each person absorbed by Cell could enhance his battle power by dozens or even hundreds of points. If Cell absorbs hundreds of millions of ordinary people, it could boost his battle power by hundreds of billions. At this moment, Cell was in his perfect form, meaning he currently had over 60 billion battle power. Although Cell's power far surpassed that of Android 17 and 18, if they teamed up, Cell could at most defeat Android 17. If they wanted to escape, Cell wouldn't be able to catch up. Not to mention that Android 16, a stronger android, was also present. From the 16th to the 18th, the three stood together. Even the complete form of Cell could be killed. Similarly, Cell, who possesses the Rinnegan, is well aware of the power of the Rinnegan and the Transmigration Eye. Damn, I can't believe there are not just Android 17 and 18, but also other stronger androids in this world, Trunks said in disbelief. Trunks finally arrived at the scene, and Krillin told him everything he just witnessed. I think you guys need to enter the hyperbolic time chamber again. Super Saiyan 2 can at most defeat Cell, but cannot kill him. And if Cell absorbs androids 17 and 18, then Super Saiyan 2's power will be insufficient. Unless one reaches the full potential of Super Saiyan 2 or transforms into Super Saiyan 3 to kill Cell, Uchiha Chentian said to everyone. Kakarot, let me go in first this time. You've already reached Super Saiyan 2, and when I come out, I will definitely surpass you. Trunks, come here. With that, Vegeta commanded Trunks without waiting for Goku. In the next moment, before Trunks could agree, Vegeta flew directly toward the temple. Chentian-sensei, Trunks looked at Uchiha Chentian with a bitter smile. He had just arrived in this timeline and wanted to discuss some things with Uchiha Chentian, as Uchiha Chentian had business with him as well. It's fine, just follow Vegeta for now. It seems Vegeta knows that training together is more effective than training alone. Uchiha Chentian smiled at Trunks. Trunks nodded, without hesitation, and flew off, following Vegeta. Forget it, I won't argue with Vegeta. Haha, Super Saiyan 3. Has Lord Chentian already reached that level? Goku looked at Uchiha Chentian curiously. His face was filled with excitement. While Vegeta was eager to transform into Super Saiyan 2 and didn't think to ask about Uchiha Chentian's Super Saiyan 3. This made Goku a bit excited at the thought that he might surpass Vegeta again and achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. That's right. I have indeed reached that transformation. If Super Saiyan 2 requires transcending the limits of rage to transform, then Super Saiyan 3 requires surpassing the limits of Super Saiyan 2 and having strong control over one's own power to successfully transform. The following text is thousands of words long. Super Saiyan 3 has 4 times the power of Super Saiyan 2. Although this transformation brings a leap in combat power, it also consumes a lot more stamina. I could only maintain it for a minute after successfully transforming. Uchiha Chentian shared his experience of successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 3 with Goku, with the ability to evolve through the myriad paths of the starry sky. Uchiha Chentian could control the power of Super Saiyan 3 more quickly. Now, Uchiha Chentian could maintain Super Saiyan 3 for a long time. Really? Hey! After learning about the power of Super Saiyan 3, Goku laughed joyfully like a 3-year-old child who just got a new toy. Meanwhile, on the other side, the complete form of Cell was holding an ordinary person, his tail piercing into the person's neck, instantly absorbing him without leaving any bones. Only some clothing remained on the ground. How strange. I feel like someone is secretly watching me. Could it be Android 16's Rinnegan spying on me? Cell pondered. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Even if they see me, so what? They shouldn't know that I'm coming for them, right? With that thought, Cell smiled. At the temple. Old man, if we fuse, my consciousness must be the main one. Otherwise, I won't agree. Piccolo looked at the Supreme Kai with a cold expression. Don't worry. You're younger than me. It will definitely be centered on you. Plus, I've lived long enough. It's time for me to go to the underworld. Bubbles, I'm leaving. With that, under Bubbles' sad gaze, the Supreme Kai placed his hand on Piccolo's shoulder. In the next moment, the Supreme Kai turned into a green light and merged into Piccolo's body. Piccolo, combat power 30 billion. After more than 2 years, Piccolo's combat power had begun to slow down because his potential was nearing its limit. Since Piccolo was not a complete being, his potential had limits, although he could still increase his physical potential through training. However, he was still affected by some limitations. Now, after merging with the Supreme Kai, Piccolo's combat power directly surpassed Vegeta. 70 billion. Although the Supreme Kai's combat power was low, after years of training, it barely reached over 100 million, as he was too old. Even with the enhancement of gravity training, his strength was limited. Chapter 221. Vegeta, Trunks exit the chamber. Moreover, if it weren't for Piccolo's fear that the Supreme Kai might suddenly be killed by someone and put him in danger, he would have given some energy to the Supreme Kai. It's estimated that the Supreme Kai's combat power would reach 100,000, which would be extraordinary. What powerful strength! A combat power of 70 billion should already surpass Cell. However, that guy's Cell possesses the Rinnegan and Transmigration Eye. His combat power cannot be judged solely by surface-level strength. Just like Vegeta, even if his strength surpasses Android 18, he still can't do anything to him. With that thought, Piccolo knew his task was to distract Cell, preventing him from absorbing too many humans so that Cell's strength wouldn't grow too quickly. Piccolo transformed into a green light and flew down from the temple. Such a powerful aura. This aura doesn't seem like Piccolo's, but it also resembles Piccolo's aura. Cell muttered to himself. It's here, this aura is getting closer. Cell's expression became serious. Fierce. Before long, Piccolo appeared in front of Cell in an instant. You are Cell, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. Piccolo looked at Cell coldly. How strange. You are clearly Piccolo. How did your aura suddenly change like this? And you seem to know a lot about me. We should be meeting for the first time, right? Cell said with curiosity. You must know Uchiha Chentian. His eyes can see some images of the future. As a god, Lord Chentian naturally possesses some abilities that you don't know about. Moreover, this isn't our first meeting. I've been observing you for a long time. Piccolo said coldly to Cell. He did not rush to fight Cell, but quietly observed him. I see. Now I understand why I've always felt like someone was watching me. So it was you. Cell sneered. So, are you planning to kill me now, Piccolo? You should understand that even if your combat power has surpassed mine, it doesn't necessarily mean you can defeat me. With these eyes, unless your combat power exceeds mine by several times, otherwise, you won't be able to deal with me at all. Cell smiled calmly. I know. So my task isn't to kill you. Piccolo calmly replied. Oh, what do you actually want to do? Shilu asked curiously. In 13 hours, someone will come to kill you. 13 hours? You're You're quite the joker. Besides Uchiha Chentian, I don't believe there's anyone in this universe who can kill me, Shilu said with a confident smile. You'll know soon enough. Piccolo didn't explain, only watching Shilu quietly. This guy wants to buy time. Could he be telling the truth? It seems I can't waste time here. I need to find 17 and 18 and absorb them quickly. Otherwise, I might really be killed. Seeing Piccolo's serious expression, Shilu finally believed him. Want to buy time? We'll see when you find me. With that, Shilu vanished with a space-time move. I knew you would run. Flying Thunder, God Technique. Piccolo's figure also disappeared. 13 hours later, which is equivalent to 1 year in the hyperbolic time chamber. Normal state, 2 billion. Super Saiyan Vegeta, 60 billion. Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, 120 billion. At this time, Vegeta's combat power had approached that of Majin Buu's early stage. Although his base combat power hadn't increased much, he had mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Trunks, normal state, 6 billion. Super Saiyan 1, 80 billion. Surface combat power 50 billion. Super Saiyan 2, 160 billion. Surface combat power 100 billion. Trunks had surpassed Vegeta. What a powerful aura. Is that aura from Vegeta? What happened? How could Vegeta's combat power suddenly increase so much? Shilu said in shock. It seems Vegeta and Trunks have come out. Piccolo said with a cold smile. What kind of monster are you? Were you also created by Dr. Gero? Want to absorb me? That's a death wish. 17 glared at Shilu with killing intent. 17, I don't have time to explain this to you, Shilu shouted at 17. Solar flare. Shilu put his hands beside his eyes, and a dazzling light erupted from him. What? Piccolo exclaimed in surprise. Not good, my eyes. 17 was shocked. His Rinnegan instantly went blind, and he was engulfed in white light. Haha, 17, merge with me. Shilu laughed loudly, and his tail suddenly grew larger. By the time 18, 16, and Piccolo reacted, 17 had already been absorbed into Shilu's body. Shilu's body began to emit a silvery light. Haha, such powerful strength. Shilu's appearance began to change. Lightning surrounded his body, and his skin turned silver. His combat power increased to 120 billion, doubling. His Rinnegan could be transformed into a Rinnegan at any time. Damn it, he actually absorbed 17. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to destroy 18. Piccolo gritted his teeth and said, his gaze at 18 filled with killing intent. 18, run. If Shilu absorbs you, even Uchiha Chentian won't be able to defeat him. 16 shouted at 18. Demon Flash. Piccolo released a massive green spiral energy wave towards Shilu. Damn it. I can't stop Shilu now. I won't even have time to kill 18. Piccolo yelled angrily. 18, hurry up and run. I can't hold on much longer. Shilu's combat power has already surpassed mine. Bang. Under Piccolo's incredulous gaze, Shilu directly charged through his Demon Flash, punching Piccolo in the body. Piccolo couldn't help but scream as his body flew away, spitting out blood. Rinnegan. Amaterasu, Shilu's right eye expanded violently, and a terrifying ocular power emanated from it. In the distance, Piccolo's body suddenly ignited in black flames. This is Amaterasu. Piccolo's expression changed, and his body was still flying in the air without stopping. Green energy erupted from him. Damn it, the temperature of this flame is too high. My energy can't extinguish it at all. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Just then, Trunks appeared behind Piccolo. He grabbed Piccolo's shoulder with one hand, finally stopping Piccolo's body. Golden flames erupted from Trunks, instantly extinguishing the Amaterasu flames. New book, Weird Invasion. One person suppresses the human world. This is the worst of times, but not a world without hope. Though this place is hell, it is not a despairing hell. Weird invasions, evil spirits revived. Fierce ghosts appeared, overturning everyone's worldview. My name is Lei Chentian. I survive in hell. And I also resurrect in hell. Rebirth actually allowed me to be reborn. I will never let this happen again. God, this time I will definitely cut you down. Lei Chentian roared at his reflection in the mirror like a madman. A person like a mad demon. Chapter 222 Golden State Shilu. Are you Shilu? You look like a monster. Super Saiyan Vegeta crossed his arms and looked at Shilu with pride. Oh, you're Vegeta. What's wrong? Here, to deliver your death. Shilu mocked. I remember you couldn't even beat an 18-year-old girl. Vegeta's face darkened. You're the one looking for death. Super Saiyan Vegeta's combat power instantly surged to 120 billion. A terrifying aura surrounded Vegeta, shooting into the sky, with golden light expanding in an endless storm. Electric light surrounded him, and Vegeta's hair stood straight up, his eyebrows turning turquoise. Shilu trembled, feeling Vegeta's powerful aura far surpassing his own. He was momentarily stunned. In the next second, Vegeta's hand had already grabbed his large head, and a tremendous force slammed into his knee. Shilu felt a blur before his eyes, his head buzzing. He didn't even have time to use his Rinnegan. His entire body was pushed by Vegeta's single hand. Flying through the air, Vegeta held Shilu's head tightly with one hand, crashing into a mountain, and in just a few seconds, crashed into several mountains. Boom! Boom! In the distance, 18 was completely stunned. Is this really Vegeta? In just 2 days? How could his power have increased so much? 18 said in shock. It's simple. There's a magical house in the temple where 1 year inside equals 1 day outside. Vegeta has been training in there for a year, which is why his power has improved so significantly, Piccolo explained. Shilu, with a combat power of 120 billion, was completely overwhelmed by Vegeta, who had a combat power of 160 billion. Knowing the power of the Rinnegan, Vegeta didn't give Shilu a chance to use it, as his attacks were always aimed at Shilu's eyes. Bang! Bang! Vegeta pressed down on Cell's large head, raising his other fist high and bringing it down with great force onto Cell's eyes. A terrifying energy burst, shaking the ground. Bang! 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 Cell was pinned to the ground and beaten. His eyeballs were smashed, and although he had Piccolo cells in him, allowing him to quickly recover even if his Rinnegan was destroyed, it would still take some time for his eye power to recover. Haha, what ultimate android? Your power is nothing special. So what if you have a Rinnegan? I'm Super Vegeta now, Vegeta said disdainfully. Cough, cough. I admit I underestimated you. But if I had absorbed Android 18 and transformed into my golden state, who knows who would win or lose? Cell gritted his teeth and replied. Though his Rinnegan had recovered, Cell knew in his heart that he was no match for Vegeta. Vegeta's speed surpassed that of Cell's Rinnegan. Without being able to use the Rinnegan, Cell was only slightly stronger than a typical 120 billion power level fighter. Even with the Rinnegan, he relied too heavily on eye power, making him weak in physical combat, just like the Otsutsuki from the Naruto world. Cell was in such a situation now. Even though he had all the techniques of Earth-S martial artists, he did not take them seriously. One could say that without the Rinnegan, Vegeta, with a battle power of 160 billion, could take on 4 or 5 cells. Is that so? Then go absorb Android 18, and let's have a real battle. Vegeta said confidently, looking at Cell. To Vegeta, Android 18's power level was just over 20 billion, not exceeding 30 billion. Even if Cell absorbed her, it would only increase his power by 20 billion, bringing him to a maximum of 150 billion, which still wouldn't surpass Vegeta. What? Cell was startled. He did not expect Vegeta to say such things. Even Trunks was surprised, not thinking his father would say something like that. Damn it, Master Chentian was right. The power of Super Saiyan 2 is strong, but it also affects a person's rationality, making their personality arrogant. Dad, you've just reached Super Saiyan 2 not long ago. It's easy for you to be influenced, Trunks said with a grim expression. Android 18, hurry and leave. That guy Vegeta is serious. Piccolo shouted to Android 18, who was not far away. What? At this moment, Android 18 was panicking. Just as she wanted to fly away, Cell's figure appeared in front of her. Android 16 tried to step in to stop him, but was kicked away by Cell. Until Trunks stepped forward, he destroyed a small part of Cell's body in one move. What? You can also transform into Super Saiyan 2. Cell exclaimed in shock. Cell, I will kill you in an instant. I want to go easy on you like my dad. Super Saiyan 2 Trunks said coldly with killing intent directed at Cell. Just as Trunks was about to launch his second attack, Vegeta descended from the sky and kicked Trunks away. Hurry up. If you make me wait too long, then you deserve to be killed by my son, Vegeta said arrogantly. Yes. Cell nodded quickly and disappeared with a time-space move. Both could use time-space ninjutsu, allowing them to appear hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away in an instant. But Cell's power far surpassed Android 18's, and in less than a minute, Cell successfully absorbed Android 18. Haha, I've finally transformed into my golden state. A terrifying aura erupted from Cell. His skin began to turn golden, and the overwhelming momentum shocked everyone, the golden radiance changing all their faces. The entire world was like a storm of sand. Cell stood proudly in the air, immersed in his immense power. 480 billion. Cell never expected that absorbing someone with only over 20 billion battle power like Android 18 would result in his power reaching an astonishing 480 billion, a 4-fold increase. Damn it. Trunks' face suddenly turned grim. He did not expect Cell to become so powerful. If it weren't for Vegeta constantly stopping him for this minute, Trunks would have killed Cell long ago. Instant transmission was not Trunks' forte, but he could use the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to kill Cell in an instant. Yet Vegeta did not give him that opportunity. Damn it, his aura has increased too much. Vegeta's expression darkened. He realized he was putting himself in a difficult position. Cell's aura far exceeded his own. This battle would be very hard for him. All right, Mr. Vegeta, our battle starts now. Just as Cell's words fell, Vegeta was sent flying. Bang! 3 punches. Cell only threw 3 punches, and Vegeta was knocked unconscious. Chapter 223, Super Saiyan 3 Gohan. Damn it! Trunks gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on Golden Cell. He did not act because he understood that attacking would not make it any faster to die. For your father Vegeta, just letting me absorb Android 18, I want to kill you. I'll give you 3 days. If no one defeats me in 3 days, I will destroy the Earth. With that, Cell disappeared in front of Trunks using a time-space move. Only 3 days? Trunks muttered to himself. It seems this time we can only let Lord Chentian take action. Even if Old Sun comes out now, he wouldn't be much stronger than you guys. Piccolo said with disappointment. Not necessarily. If Mr. Goku or Gohan can transform into Super Saiyan 3, killing Cell wouldn't be difficult. Trunks said seriously. What Super Saiyan 3? Piccolo exclaimed. That's right, Super Saiyan 3 is several times stronger than Super Saiyan. Defeating Cell would be easy, Trunks said earnestly. Meanwhile, in the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan, your power is more than this. Get angry, unleash all your power. Super Saiyan 2, Goku floated in midair, a terrifying energy ball forming in his right palm. His indifferent gaze fell on Gohan. To push Gohan to break through his limits, Goku was being serious. He was no longer holding back. Gohan, this time I want to hold back. If you can't block it, you will die. With that, Goku threw an energy ball at Gohan, and as it approached, it transformed into a massive energy sphere the size of 100 meters. Endless energy engulfed Gohan. Gohan, you must break through your limits. Goku murmured, his eyes fixed on Gohan, who was being engulfed by the energy. At this moment, Gohan surprisingly closed his eyes, beginning to recall the words that Uchiha Chentian had told him. Gohan, there is a powerful force hidden within you. This force does not necessarily have to be unleashed through anger. If one can maintain a mindset that achieves an extreme state of calm, one can also unleash that powerful force. At the moment when Son Gohan was completely engulfed by energy, the power within him began to awaken. His body, every cell, surged with golden light. Son Gohan's hair started to slowly grow longer. The golden flames became even more massive, with the hair in front extending into bangs, and then growing down to his shoulders while some extended from behind his waist. His eyebrows began to disappear. Invisible ripples centered around Son Gohan slowly radiated outward, and the entire room of spirit and time distorted like ripples on water. Crackle! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, tearing a rift in space. A massive spatial crack appearing in the sky, stretching over 1,000 meters, leading to the outside world. Layers of overwhelming pressure surged forth. Son Goku was completely stunned. He had just managed to advance further in his Super Saiyan 2 form, and Son Gohan had already transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Although he knew that Son Gohan harbored a powerful force within, he did not expect that once Son Gohan unleashed this power, he would transform into Super Saiyan 3. Son Goku's power levels were as follows. Normal, 2 billion. Super Saiyan 1, 10 billion. Super Saiyan 2, 20 billion. Son Gohan's levels were Normal, 1, 2 billion. Super Saiyan 1, 6 billion. Super Saiyan 2, 12 billion. After unleashing the hidden power within him, Son Gohan's normal state power was already comparable to Son Goku's. Normal, 2 billion. Super Saiyan 1, 10 billion. Super Saiyan 2, 20 billion. Super Saiyan 3, 80 billion. The terrifying power of Super Saiyan 3 left Son Goku utterly shocked. In the face of Son Gohan's immense pressure, Son Goku felt that even without making a move, just this powerful pressure could suppress him to the point of being unable to fight back. The world turned dark, and in that moment, Son Gohan's Super Saiyan 3 aura illuminated the entire realm, like the sun between the heavens and the earth. Such a powerful aura, too strong. It was not just a gap in power, but also a suppression from the Super Saiyan 3 bloodline. At this moment, Son Goku had not yet reached the limits of Super Saiyan 2, and he felt a tremendous pressure facing the Super Saiyan. Son Goku's tongue twisted as he swallowed repeatedly. Dad, the real battle. It's only just beginning. As he spoke, Son Gohan instantly appeared in front of Son Goku. So fast. This was the only thought in Son Goku's mind. Son Gohan's fist struck Son Goku's lower abdomen. Son Goku shot out like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and creating a large pit, immediately collapsing unconscious. Is this Super Saiyan 3? Such powerful strength. However, while this transformation's power was immense, it also consumed a tremendous amount of stamina and energy. With my current energy, I can last a maximum of 5 minutes. And if I expend too much energy, it might be even less. Son Gohan thought as he looked at Son Goku lying on the ground. A month later, Son Goku and Son Gohan walked out of the room of spirit and time. Son Goku's power levels were normal, 2, 5 billion, Super Saiyan 112, 5 billion, Super Saiyan 225 billion. Son Gohan's levels were normal, 2, 1 billion, Super Saiyan 110, 5 billion, Super Saiyan 221 billion, Super Saiyan 3, 84 billion. Both of them exited the room of spirit and time in their Super Saiyan 2 forms. The powerful aura they emitted shocked Vegeta and Trunks. Damn, in just 1 year, why has Kakarot made so much progress? Vegeta gritted his teeth as he watched Son Goku and Son Gohan in their fully powered Super Saiyan 2 forms. Moreover, that kid Gohan has actually surpassed me. Vegeta's expression was quite grim. As expected, as Master Chentian said, training too hard does not necessarily lead to a rapid increase in battle power. They must have taken breaks inside. While my father was too strict with himself and didn't rest properly inside. No matter how strong the body, it cannot withstand such training. If one does not rest well, it brings no benefits over time. Trunks thought to himself, is this really that kid Gohan? It's truly incredible. In the same year, they actually surpassed Vegeta and Trunks by so much. However, even so, there's still no match for Cell. Piccolo thought, regretfully, that aura is just too powerful. Could it be that androids 17 and 18 were absorbed by Cell? That guy has become a super android? As soon as Son Goku emerged, he felt a powerful aura coming from beneath the temple. Son Goku asked in surprise, is that so? That's right. Cell has absorbed androids 17 and 18 and has become Golden Cell. He has given us 3 days. If we cannot defeat Cell in 3 days, he will destroy the Earth, Piccolo said with a serious expression. Is that so? After glancing at Son Gohan, Son Goku smiled. Chapter 224. The game with Cell begins. Kakarot, there are 3 days left, so let's each take a day and a half. This time, I will definitely surpass you. Vegeta snorted coldly, displeased. Is that so, Vegeta? The room of spirit and time can be yours. Gohan and I won't go in. Our bodies are already quite fatigued, and even if we go in again, we won't gain much more battle power. In these 3 days, Gohan and I will take a good rest. Son Goku said calmly. Damn it, what do you mean by that? Do you think that even if I train for another 3 years, I won't be as good as you? Vegeta said through clenched teeth. It's possible. Your bodies are already too exhausted. If you continue to train without resting, it's uncertain whether you can improve your strength. Perhaps your battle power may not only stagnate, but even regress. Gohan and I train inside, but sometimes we would take a few days off to rest, Son Goku said, calmly looking at Vegeta. Damn it. Although Vegeta knew Son Goku was right, he still felt very unwilling. At this moment, Vegeta was unsure whether to enter the room of spirit and time or not. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room of spirit and time, a giant golden ape over 100 meters tall was wildly beating its chest. Roar, 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 bang, bang, bang. Uchiha Chentian roared loudly in the room of spirit and time. The giant mouth emitted massive roars. Unlike ordinary golden apes, Uchiha Chentian's transformed giant ape had a tinge of purple in its golden flames, which was the power of the Sage Mode. Although lacking a tail, Uchiha Chentian could still transform successfully through other means. Just like Baby from Dragon Ball GT, who could transform into Super Saiyan 4 through the light of Bulma, despite not having a tail. As a hybrid Saiyan, Uchiha Chentian possesses the blood of the Otsutsuki clan and other divine blood. Even in his giant ape form, he did not lose his rationality. Roar, roar, roar. Soon, Uchiha Chentian's form shrank and gradually transformed back into a human shape. His eyes were purple-golden, with golden eye sockets. His upper body was covered in golden fur. His hair was about the same length as Super Saiyan 3, and his sideburns draped over his shoulders. He was the all-powerful Super Saiyan 4. Comparing GT Goku, who transforms when at low health, and Uchiha Chentian, who is at peak condition. Both have a base power level of around 20 billion. Their normal states are both 20 billion. But Goku's power may be significantly lower than Uchiha Chentian's due to his body being shrunk by the dragon. Super Saiyan 1, 1 trillion. Super Saiyan 2, 2 trillion. Super Saiyan 3, 8 trillion. Super Saiyan 4, 160 trillion. Currently, Uchiha Chentian's combat power has reached 160 trillion, which is 160 trillion. Uchiha Chentian's bloodline. Greatwood King level bloodline, Super Saiyan 4 bloodline. Kekkei Genkai Shura, Dual Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Dual Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Features 2 pupils fused together, transforming from zero shape into shape. One pupil is a Tentomo Rinnegan, and the other is a golden Samsara Eye, with the Rinnegan on top and the Samsara Eye below. The Dual Eternal Mangeki is the limit of the Kekkei Genkai Shura and the highest level of Kekkei Genkai Shura. Transformations: Super Saiyan 1 50 times, Super Saiyan 2 100 times, Super Saiyan 3 400 times, Super Saiyan 4 8,000 times. Age: 65 years old, plus 1 year in the hyperbolic time chamber. Born in Konoha 10, currently been in Konoha for 75 years, trained for 10 years in the hyperbolic time chamber. Sage techniques: Super Sage mode, ShowsSusanoo creation, Sage King mode. Sage King martial arts, 10 times Kaioken, Pangatatu, also known as the Wedge of Sutsuki, Sage King mode. Rebirth Rinnegan techniques, space-time instantaneous movement. Starry Sky, 10,000 paths, after the evolution of 10,000 paths, as the name suggests. The previous 10,000 paths was the evolution of any ninjutsu and sage arts before the evolution of heaven and earth. Rinnegan techniques, Kimi, Power Bank, Absolute Gravity Field. 10,000 paths, evolution techniques, Heavenly Power Hand, Rinnegan Graveyard, Rinnegan. Burn Soul, Corpse Demon Sealing, Life Recovery, Rinnegan. Heaven Swallowing Demon Technique, Spacetime Ninjutsu, Inyan Life Escape. Rebirth Rinnegan. Destruction, one of the divine techniques of the right eye. Level, Semi-Sage King, Divine King. Combat Power, 20 billion. Space-Time Travel, a new technique awakened by the left Rinnegan. Unity of Heaven and Man, a new technique awakened by the right Rinnegan. Dual Eternal Mangeki. Emits divine light from the pupils, possibly a dark light that nurtures destructive power, or divine light containing the dual energies of yin and yang, and can transform these primordial powers into weapons, such as golden spears or battle halberds. Is a realm still Semi-Sage God King? But my combat power should have already reached the level of Sage God King. Uchiha Chentian muttered to himself. Semi-God King, 10 billion to 20 billion. Ordinary God King, 30 billion to 60 billion. Peak God King, 100 billion to 200 billion. Supreme God King, 300 billion to 600 billion. God King's limit, 1 trillion to 2 trillion. God King's peak, 3 trillion to 6 trillion. God King's ultimate peak, 10 trillion to 20 trillion. Infinite approach to Semi-God Emperor, 30 trillion to 60 trillion. 3 days later, it is now the 4th day, and the West-Ru game is about to begin. West-Ru has already designed the arena, which is square-shaped, with a vertical pillar at each corner, differing from the original play. At the same time, this battle is being broadcast live worldwide, as West-Ru wants to destroy humanity's hope in front of the entire world. This is also why, even though there are fearless reporters on site, West-Ru did not directly kill them. However, when it comes to dealing with those who come to disrupt and want to kill him, West-Ru is not so polite. He directly turned them to ashes. Goku? Finally, I see the real thing. West-Ru smiled confidently at Goku. Goku also looked at West-Ru. What a powerful aura. I never expected that after absorbing Android 17 and 18, whose combined combat power did not exceed 100 billion, your combat power would surpass 200 billion. West-Ru glanced at Goku, sensing that Goku's combat power was strong among this group. By the way, there's also Goku's son, Gohan. His strength has actually surpassed Vegeta, and he is not much weaker than Goku. That's really surprising. West-Ru thought in amazement. However, why hasn't Uchiha Chentian come? With this thought, West-Ru spoke. Uchiha Chentian didn't come, huh? It seems Uchiha Chentian has given up on all of you. We can defeat you without Uchiha Chentian's help. Goku calmly looked at West-Ru. Oh, really? Ha, that's right. If you all attack together, then there might really be a chance to defeat me. West-Ru laughed heartily. Chapter 225. Tenfold Kamehameha. Well, that's not necessarily the case. Goku smiled. Is that so? Ha. Or are some of you already able to transform into Super Saiyan 3 or Super Saiyan 4 or 5? West-Ru laughed. You'll find out soon, Goku said with a smile. Oh, then I truly look forward to it, West-Ru said confidently. Just then, a helicopter slowly approached the arena. The strongest human, Satan, couldn't wait to show off his skills. He flipped and jumped down from midair, his white cape billowing majestically. With a loud clap, he landed steadily. His entrance shocked the viewers of the show, and people thousands of miles away cheered for Satan. Satan is 188 centimeters tall and weighs 94 kilograms. Champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. His combat power is stronger than that of ordinary earthlings, capable of breaking 14 tiles with his bare hands, with a combat power of about 20 to 30 points. As soon as Satan appeared, he was flamboyantly searching for the camera, a confident smile on his face. "Hello, everyone. I am the world champion, Satan," Satan said confidently to the camera. "Wow, Satan, silly." The audience in the TV station loudly shouted Satan's name. "Haha, waken, Westeru," Satan arrogantly called out to Westeru. "This idiot." Krillin looked at the arrogant Satan on the arena with a face full of disbelief. Westeru expressionlessly swatted Satan away like a fly. This farce came to an end. "No one. Who'll go first?" Westeru looked at everyone and smiled. Everyone's combat power has increased somewhat. Piccolo, heavy armor Piccolo, 70 billion. Light armor, 100 billion. Vegeta normal, 1, 8 billion. Super Saiyan 1 Vegeta, 90 billion. Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, 180 billion. Trunks, normal, 1, 9 billion. Super Saiyan 1, 95 billion. Super Saiyan 2, 190 billion. Goku normal, 2, 2 billion. Super Saiyan 1, 110 billion. Super Saiyan 2, 220 billion. Gohan normal, 2, 2 billion. Super Saiyan 1, 110 billion. Super Saiyan 2, 220 billion. Super Saiyan 3, 880 billion. I'll go first. Gohan, you need to watch carefully. That guy Westeru has Uchiha Chentian's eyes, and if you don't understand his abilities, you will be at a disadvantage in this battle. Saying this, Goku transformed into a golden light and flew towards Westeru. Sure enough, you're the first one, Goku. If I defeat you, only Uchiha Chentian will be left. I just don't know whether Uchiha Chentian will come or not. Westeru looked at Goku, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. I think he must have come, from what I know about him. Uchiha Chentian is definitely hiding in some corner, secretly watching us. Sun Wukong said calmly. Is that so? If I defeat you, he should show up, right? As soon as the words fell, a violent aura erupted from Shilu. Huh! Sun Wukong shouted loudly. A golden aura erupted from his body, blue lightning striking from the sky. Super Saiyan 2 Sun Wukong. Battle power, 220 billion. Boom! The two terrifying auras collided, and at the center of the collision, a storm rose instantly, sweeping up the rubble on the ground into the air, which was soon destroyed by the powerful energy. Sun Wukong, your battle power is impressive. Just enough to warm me up, much stronger than Vegeta. Shilu exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his eyes filled with strong fighting spirit. Let's fight. Sun Wukong didn't waste words, turning into a shadow and quickly flying forward, raising his fist straight towards Shilu's face. The power of this punch was immense. Even Shilu didn't want to be hit. Shilu raised his hands to block, and Sun Wukong's fist collided with his arm. Boom! The sound of steel colliding echoed. The tremendous force shook the air, creating a buzzing sound. A terrifying force instantly tore the arena apart, and golden light erupted. A loud bang. Shilu stood still in place. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong stepped back several paces, his figure slowly coming to a stop, a bone-cracking pain radiating from his arm. His power is so great. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his face changing dramatically. Is this the only way? Sun Wukong thought to himself. He instantly vanished from his spot. When Sun Wukong reappeared, he was already behind Shilu. A punch struck out directly. In an instant, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches. Shilu was instantly kicked to the ground, crashing into the center of the arena, which exploded in an instant, shaking the earth like an earthquake. Sun Wukong looked at Shilu beneath the ground. Boom! Shilu transformed into a golden light, flying up from the ground. Sun Wukong also instantly moved to Shilu's front. A massive golden attack wave surged toward Shilu. Boom! Shilu was hit on the spot. The enormous golden energy wave engulfed Shilu. Damn! Sun Wukong's expression was quite grim. Although he was gaining the upper hand in this battle, he knew full well that Shilu hadn't used his eye technique yet. And Sun Wukong had no idea what Shilu's eye technique was capable of. Truly impressive. Sun Wukong. Shilu's voice came from the sky. Just as Sun Wukong thought. Shilu hadn't taken much damage at all, and Sun Wukong had already used all his strength. I've used half of my battle power, yet I'm still at a disadvantage against you. However, it seems you want to know what my technique is, right? Then I'll oblige you. Go all out and attack me. Shilu crossed his arms confidently in front of his chest, looking at Sun Wukong. Is that so? You're really underestimating me. Then, I'll go all out. Shilu, don't regret it when you run away. Kamehameha! Sun Wukong shouted in anger, bringing his palms together to form a flower bud shape at his waist, gathering energy in the air. As Sun Wukong's aura grew stronger, the ground began to shake. The powerful energy made Vegeta's face look very grim. Damn, Kakarot, you're just a low-class warrior. How could I, a Scion Prince, be surpassed by you? Vegeta was very unwilling, having also trained in the Room of Spirit and Time, and he had been training for over 2 years. Yet he still couldn't compare to Sun Wukong's 1 year. 500 billion, 800 billion, 1 trillion 1, 5 trillion 2, 2 trillion, 10 times. Sun Wukong shouted. What? Shilu was also shocked. He didn't expect Sun Wukong's aura to rise to such a level. 2 trillion, 10 times battle power, even if most of it is unstable too. 2 trillion is enough to kill Shilu, who has over 800 billion battle power. This strike sent Shilu flying out of Earth, and the planet far from Earth exploded from the impact. What? Shilu's aura has disappeared. Krillin exclaimed in surprise. A tenfold Kamehameha can indeed kill Shilu. If that guy hadn't been so careless, Kakarot might not really be his opponent. Vegeta said coldly. Chapter 229 Gohan appears no way. Shilu shouldn't be that easy to kill. Just then, Son Gohan spoke up. At the same time, Son Gohan's expression became serious. True, Shilu's aura is so strong. He hasn't even used his eye abilities yet. He shouldn't die so easily at old Son's hands. Piccolo looked at the sky. Just then, Shilu suddenly appeared not far in front of everyone. Shilu! Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. His aura hasn't decreased at all. It's still that powerful. Piccolo said seriously. That was close. If it weren't for that ability, I might have been killed by you. Sun Wukong, I really can't underestimate you. Even if your battle power is far inferior to mine, you can still create earth-shattering events. The tenfold Kamehameha. Only you could pull it off. Shilu's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Is this your eye technique? Reviving like this is truly impressive. Sun Wukong wasn't overly surprised. Instead, he calmly looked at Shilu. From your expression, are you hiding any tricks? Shilu asked curiously. Of course not. I'm just thinking, what exactly is the weakness of your eye technique? It can't possibly be infinite resurrection, right? Sun Wukong smiled. Hee, even if I told you, what would it matter? This eye technique of mine is called Izanagi, but it's not the resurrection you imagine. I merely use the power of the Rinnegan to trap myself in an illusion, thus avoiding damage and directly preventing death. Each time I use it, it takes about a minute to use Izanagi again. Shilu confidently explained his new eye technique to everyone. At the same time, a golden aura radiated from Shilu, golden flames burning beside him. Shilu's skin began to turn golden, revealing his true battle power. Wow, such a terrifying aura. Is this all of Shilu's power? Truly impressive. Sun Wukong exclaimed. All of it? No, just 80%. I only used 40% of my battle power just now to deal with you. Golden Shilu looked at Sun Wukong with confidence. So, are you all going to attack together, or one by one? Golden Shilu said calmly. No need, Gohan alone is enough. Sun Wukong said calmly. What? Vegeta was shocked. Old Son, are you crazy? Are you sending Gohan to his death? Piccolo looked at Sun Wukong in confusion. No, I'm very calm. Only Gohan can defeat him now. Sun Wukong smiled at Son Gohan and said, how is that possible? What is Kakarot thinking? I admit this kid has talent, but at most he's just about as good as me. How could he possibly be a match for Cell? Vegeta looked at Son Gohan with a grim expression. Not just Vegeta, all the eyes in the arena were on Son Gohan. Even Cell was the same. Sun Wukong flew off the stage and landed next to Son Gohan. Sorry, Gohan. My strength is limited. I can only force Cell to use one of his techniques. The next part is up to you. That guy Cell must be hiding other techniques. Sun Wukong said to Son Gohan as he stood before him. Old Son, are you joking? Are you really going to let Gohan face that monster Cell alone? Piccolo said angrily to Son Wukong. Haha, Piccolo. Don't worry. Gohan has already surpassed me. He will definitely surprise you. Son Wukong laughed. Damn it, Kakarot. Are you serious? Has Gohan really reached that level? Vegeta asked through gritted teeth. You'll find out soon. Son Wukong didn't explain, just smiled. Damn it, I really want to kill you. Kakarot, Vegeta said through gritted teeth. Son Wukong, are you joking? You actually let this little brat come up. Cell looked at Son Gohan, who was slowly flying in front of him with some surprise. Cell, if you let your guard down, you might die. So don't let Gohan kill you before you even use your full power. Son Wukong's voice echoed from afar. Oh really? Then I'm actually looking forward to it. Feeling that Son Wukong was serious, Cell's gaze began to focus on Son Gohan. Kid, if you get killed, blame your father Son Wukong for sending you to your death. Cell said with a cold smile at Son Gohan. Cell, I won't fight you like my father and Uncle Vegeta. I will use my full strength to defeat you in the shortest time possible. Son Gohan shouted, and a golden light suddenly flared up, with energy radiating from him like a solar storm sweeping in all directions. Another Super Saiyan 2, compared to Son Wukong, Vegeta, and the other Super Saiyan 2 forms. It's worth noting that Son Gohan is only 10 years old, which shows just how high his talent is. What? Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, Cell was somewhat surprised by Son Gohan's powerful combat strength. But Cell quickly regained his composure and scoffed. 220 billion combat power? That's impressive. But with this level of power, you are still far from defeating me. With that, Cell instantly appeared in front of Son Gohan. The speed was so fast that even if Son Gohan could see it, his body couldn't react at all. That overwhelming force instantly slammed Son Gohan into the ground, creating a large pit as if a cannonball had struck. The already damaged arena was now flattened. A violent aura erupted from the ground, and Son Gohan's figure reappeared. The arena had transformed into a massive pit, and apart from some torn clothes, Son Gohan had no injuries. However, his momentum remained unchanged. Cell was slightly taken aback. You're actually unharmed. Son Gohan did not respond to Cell's words. His aura began to grow stronger. A cloud-like aura surrounded Son Gohan, shooting up into the sky, the golden light expanding, and the storm becoming endless. Centered around him, a giant energy sphere with a diameter of a kilometer enveloped him completely. Lightning flashed around him, and Son Gohan's hair stood on end, slowly growing longer, resembling a sword's edge, with bangs falling over his forehead as his eyebrows began to vanish. 300 billion, 400 billion, 600 billion. The terrifying aura that shot into the sky stunned everyone, and the magnificent golden light even made Cell feel overshadowed. The faces of all the spectators changed dramatically. Chapter 230, Cell's Death, Gohan's Vigilance. Son Gohan's normal state. Super 1, 100 billion. Super 2, 200 billion. Super 3, 800 billion. The terrifying power of Super Saiyan 3 shocked everyone. Is this really Gohan? Piccolo stood at a distance in the air, his eyes wide as saucers. Super Saiyan 3. I never expected Gohan would reach this level even earlier than Kakarot and me. This kid's talent is just too amazing, Vegeta said through gritted teeth. Cell, 120 billion. Golden Cell, 480 billion to 500 billion. Cell, I've seen through all your moves. Your strength isn't actually that impressive. It's just that your techniques are a bit stronger. I will defeat you in the shortest time possible, and you won't even have time to use your techniques. Son Gohan said coldly. His gaze fell upon Cell, and arcs of electricity crackled around him. Cell's body trembled because he felt a terrifying pressure from Son Gohan. Cell couldn't help but let out a scream. His body shot out like a cannonball. Son Gohan's Super 3 kicked him hard in the abdomen. Cell was instantly sent crashing into a towering mountain, which was over 100 meters high, turning it into flat ground. Cell's body was driven into the earth, kicking up dust hundreds of meters high within a kilometer radius. The air was filled with the smell of burning forests, and heat and smoke rose from the ground. Super 3 Son Gohan appeared in an instant at the spot where Cell had just landed. Son Gohan's expression showed no change. His gaze quietly watched Cell beneath the ground. Cell twisted his neck and stood up, with a footprint on his abdomen, which was now caved in, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With just one kick, Son Gohan had injured Cell. Cell's gaze became sharper, exuding a bloodthirsty light. Suddenly, a massive energy sphere descended from the sky. Before it even landed on Cell, he felt an immense pressure. Son Gohan, have you forgotten that I can teleport? If I dodge, the Earth will be doomed. Cell's voice just sounded. Cell instantly moved from the ground to the air. Of course I know. Son Gohan replied calmly. Boom. A gigantic energy sphere struck Cell directly. The majority of Cell's body was instantly ravaged by this energy, leaving him battered and his limbs broken. Flying Raijin technique. Cell gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on Super 3 Son Gohan. No, this is the Flying Raijin third stage technique. A spatial technique that surpasses the Flying Raijin technique by 2 levels. With that, Super 3 Son Gohan let out a mighty roar, unleashing the 800 billion power of Super Saiyan 3. That overwhelming energy caused the very fabric of space on Earth to tremble, producing a resonating hum. Super 3 Son Gohan charged forward and landed a punch on Cell. The fist struck him with a sound like steel. Cell trembled all over, momentarily knocked back. Super Saiyan 3 Gohan grabbed Cell's head with both hands and forcefully slammed it against his knee. The terrifying power of the attack made Cell scream in pain, letting out a horrible howl. Super Saiyan 3 Gohan's fists rained down on Cell like flowing water, breaking his arms and legs countless times, only for them to grow back and heal. Finally, Cell found an opportunity to use his eye techniques. In a fit of rage, Cell exploded with all his energy. He charged directly at Super Saiyan 3 Gohan. The two exchanged punches and kicks, their colliding forces causing the earth to tremble and sending shockwaves that made everyone anxious. Cell unleashed all the eye techniques he knew. Shinra Tensei, Chibaku Tensei, Banishing Shift, and Infinite Tsukuyomi, but Gohan countered them all. In the end, Cell could only resort to the evil Containment Wave, Spirit Slice, Kamehameha, and Death Beam, but it ultimately devolved into fierce hand-to-hand combat, with fists connecting and blood splattering. The two golden figures collided rapidly, then violently crashed into each other, creating waves of disturbance. The raging energy was released, a storm erupted, shattering the earth and mountains, with cracks spreading everywhere, resembling the end of the world. Super Kamehameha, Super Saiyan 3 Gohan gathered a terrifying amount of energy in his hands. The aura emanating from it was enough to destroy the entire solar system if fully unleashed. Countless lightning bolts surrounded Super Saiyan 3 Gohan. Let's disappear together with the earth. Cell's furious voice rang out. He forcefully thrust his hands forward, palms coming together in a flower bud shape, placing them at his waist, gathering energy, and then firing a Kamehameha that resembled a river towards Gohan. It's over. How dare you go against the Sun family? Uchiha Chentian suddenly exclaimed from the temple. This left the new Kaioshin 10-10 looking bewildered. Even if my Kamehameha hits him, Cell will definitely use his Anaji to revive again, which means my energy would be wasted. Gohan thought to himself. Suddenly, Cell's Kamehameha was reflected back towards him by Gohan. No, this is impossible. How can your power be so strong? Cell screamed, his body beginning to twist as he was slowly consumed and disintegrated by the Kamehameha. However, Cell was not worried at all because he didn't believe Gohan could kill him. You want to use his Anaji, huh? Without these eyes, you won't be able to use your eye techniques. Even if you can grow them back, it will take time, right? Gohan's voice echoed in Cell's mind. What do you mean? Cell was confused about what Gohan was saying, but in the next moment Cell understood. Gohan pointed a finger at him and shot a small energy blast. At the moment the energy blast approached him, Gohan's body switched places with the blast. Then, Gohan's fingers plunged directly into Cell's eyes, deeply gouging out his eyeballs. Cell felt a sharp pain in his eyes as Gohan extracted them. With another Flying Thunder God technique, Gohan's body vanished again. Cell was then carried away by the Kamehameha like an arrow through the universe, piercing through the galaxy, creating a shimmering river in the cosmic starry sky. Well done, Gohan. Goku stepped forward, placing his left hand on Gohan's shoulder. At this point, Gohan had already reverted to his Super Saiyan 2 state. This attack had consumed a lot of Gohan's energy, and if he continued to maintain Super Saiyan 3, he would soon revert to his normal state. Chapter 231, 7 years later, is it over? Gohan was carefully sensing Cell's energy. What's wrong, Gohan? Piccolo asked curiously, approaching Gohan. I'm confirming whether Cell is really dead. That guy has some special and miraculous abilities, so I can't let my guard down until I see him turn to cosmic dust. Gohan said seriously. Oh, Gohan, you've really grown up. You've improved so much. Piccolo said with a motherly smile as he looked at Gohan. Hee, Uncle Piccolo. I just understand some things now. Gohan replied calmly with a smile. After a while, Gohan finally confirmed that Cell was likely really dead. It seemed that I really killed Cell. Gohan muttered to himself. But just then, Uchiha Chentian appeared. Although you killed Cell, there will be even stronger enemies in the future. Cell was merely an ordinary character in the grand scheme of things. Gohan, you still have a long way to go. Uchiha Chentian said to Gohan calmly. I understand. Uncle Chentian, Gohan replied earnestly. The Earth welcomed peace once again. Unlike the original story, Mr. Satan did not become the world hero. Instead, Gohan, Vegeta, Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, and other Dragon Ball warriors became the heroes of the world. After Trunks returned to the future, he easily defeated Future Cell, similar to the original story. While future androids 17 and 18 had already died at Trunks' hands 3 years earlier, some businessmen invited them to endorse products. But Gohan's family still lived in the same secluded place in the original forest, only going to the city to buy everyday necessities when needed. Meanwhile, students were lining up every day to enroll at Tien Shinhan's martial arts school. The term martial arts became a hot topic in the new era. For a time, martial artists had more influence than all other stars. Yamcha even became an outstanding representative among them. Although Mr. Satan did not have the same popularity as in the original story, he was still considered the strongest among ordinary people, aside from the Dragon Ball warriors. When compared to Z fighters and villains, Mr. Satan's fighting power was insignificant, and it would be reasonable to say he was weak. However, when compared to ordinary people in Dragon Ball, Mr. Satan was still quite impressive. He had won many championships in the fighting world and even claimed the title of champion in the World Martial Arts Tournament when the Z fighters were not participating. The honor of being the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament was incredibly prestigious. Winning it represented the pinnacle of martial arts, with it being the top global event held once every 3 years. Those who had won the martial arts tournament were extraordinary martial artists, and Mr. Satan's ability to defeat many skilled opponents and win a championship in a tournament without Z fighters demonstrated that his combat power was among the best among ordinary people. Additionally, Mr. Satan was better at self-promotion than the Dragon Ball warriors. With the support of his fervent fans, 7 years later, Mr. Satan's status had risen to be on par with Tien and the others. In the original story, this period was no longer Mr. Satan's peak after the Cell Games. He became the hero of the world, but for the next 7 years, he did not train at all, essentially wasting his potential. However, even relying on his past glory, Mr. Satan's record of 137 became the benchmark among ordinary people. It can be assumed that during his peak, Mr. Satan was indeed a formidable martial artist among ordinary individuals. Mr. Satan may play a ridiculous clown in Dragon Ball, appearing like a fool compared to the Z Warriors, but if you don't compare him to those monsters, his true strength is still quite formidable. At least against ordinary people, Mr. Satan's martial arts are very impressive, easily defeating average fighters. Now, under the pressure from Yamcha and others, Mr. Satan's strength is much greater than it was 7 years ago because he has not given up on training during this time. His power should be comparable to Krillin's at a young age, and ordinary bullets can no longer harm him. In these 7 years, everyone has made significant progress. Vegeta's power levels are as follows. Normal, for billion, Super Saiyan, 200 billion, Super Saiyan 2, 400 billion, Super Saiyan 3, 1. 6 trillion. Super Saiyan Goten, 20 billion. Although he is trained, his training time is still not as much as Trunks. Super Saiyan Trunks, 22 billion. He has been training with Vegeta and is slightly stronger than Goten. Goku's power levels. Normal. For billion, Super Saiyan, 200 billion. Super Saiyan 2, 400 billion. Super Saiyan 3, 1. 6 to 1. 7 trillion. Gohan's power levels. Normal. 5 billion. Super Saiyan, 250 billion. Super Saiyan 2, 500 billion. Super Saiyan 3, 2 trillion. Mysterious State, 3 trillion. Piccolo. Heavy form, 100 billion. Light form, 400 billion. Soon, it was time for the opening of the World Martial Arts Tournament, and the scale and influence of this tournament were unprecedented. It was a grand event for the whole world, especially since the judge for this tournament was Uchiha Chentian. At his invitation, almost all the Dragon Ball warriors participated. There were rewards for the top 10. Although Krillin and others knew they had no hope for the top 3, which belonged to Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan, they still aimed to compete for 4th place. Long time no see, Piccolo. I wonder how much stronger you are than 7 years ago. Tianjin fan looked at Piccolo with a fighting spirit. I'm not as strong as Goku and the others, but dealing with you is a piece of cake. Piccolo's nerd. Is that so? Then I really look forward to it. Tianjin fan was not angered by Piccolo's words. Instead, his aura began to grow stronger. Tianjin fan, battle power, 50 billion. I'm getting more and more excited. Krillin smiled, as he had also not given up on training over the years. The matches began quickly. Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Yamcha, Krillin, Piccolo, Tianjin fan, Android 18, Android 17, and Mr. Satan were among those who made it to the top 20. Android 18 and 17 were revived by Krillin. Now was the qualifying round for the top 10. Trunks and Goten, being still young, only participated in the junior group. The first match, Piccolo faced off against Kaioshin Asin. Despite Piccolo's battle power being higher than Kaioshin Asin's under divine pressure, he ultimately chose to forfeit. This isn't like you. Why did you suddenly give up? Piccolo? Krillin asked, puzzled. We're simply not on the same level. Piccolo said, sweating. Is he really that strong? Krillin looked confusedly at Kaioshin, who didn't seem to exert much pressure on him. Chapter 232. Kaioshin. I don't know, but I have a feeling that if I were to make a move, the situation would become very serious. Piccolo shook his head. What? You can feel that way? Krillin said, surprised. I never expected there would be such a powerful being on Earth. Kaioshin Asin smiled at Piccolo. That Kaioshin, he's not from Earth. He seems to be an Namekian. Kaioshin's attendant, Jebet, spoke up at that moment. Really? I've heard that Namekians possess all sorts of amazing abilities. But I didn't expect that a Namekian would have such powerful combat strength. Jebet wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead. Although Piccolo was unable to exert his full strength under the pressure of Kaioshin's power, leading him to feel he was not Kaioshin's opponent. The others did not have this feeling, as they were not gods and could not sense divine energy. After merging with the Supreme Kai, Piccolo could be considered half a god, with divine power residing within him. A few minutes later, everything was similar to the original storyline. Gohan's opponent was Jebet, while Goku faced off against Vegeta. Uncle Piccolo actually forfeited, so my next opponent must be him. Gohan looked curiously at Jebet. Jebet, on Kaioshin's planet. Gohan's normal state could shake the Kaioshin sword, while Jebet could not move it at all. When Gohan exerted his full power, he drew the Kaioshin sword. At that time, Gohan's battle power should have been at the peak of Super Saiyan, and compared to the weight of the Kaioshin sword, Jebet's power hadn't even reached the Super Saiyan level and was equivalent to Gohan's normal state, possibly even weaker. Jebet, battle power 400 million. In the original storyline, Gohan's power levels were normal, 500 million, Super Saiyan, 25 billion, Super Saiyan 250 billion, slightly weaker than 7 years ago. The current Gohan, normal, 5 billion. Super Saiyan, 250 billion, Super Saiyan 2, 500 billion, Super Saiyan 3, 2 trillion, mysterious state, 3 trillion. His battle power is 10 times that of the original storyline. And now, Gohan did not spend 7 years without training. During these 7 years, he never gave up on training. Now, Gohan's strength surpasses even the mysterious Gohan from the Buu saga. Gohan's strength has improved significantly compared to 7 years ago. Vegeta said calmly. Although sometimes Gohan is studying, he trains every day during these 7 years. If Gohan had put all his energy into training, his power would be even greater. Goku said with a smile. Hearing Goku's words, Vegeta was very dissatisfied. In his heart, the desire to surpass Goku grew stronger. Kakarot, this time, I will definitely defeat you. Vegeta said coldly to Goku. Is that so? Then I absolutely won't lose to you. Goku said with a fighting spirit. Are you really from Earth? How can such a powerful warrior exist on this lowly planet? Jebet felt the immense aura emanating from Gohan and wiped cold sweat from his forehead. There are many beings in this universe stronger than me. I'm just an average strongman among them. Gohan said calmly. Nonsense. How can a human be as strong as you? Jebet said skeptically. I've met more powerful beings than you can imagine. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Gohan said coldly. A frog at the bottom of a well? You're just a human. Jebet looked at Gohan with a somewhat displeased expression. Oh, what do you mean? So you're a god? No wonder Uncle Piccolo chose to forfeit. It must be because your level is above Uncle Piccolo. Gohan said, somewhat surprised. Knowing that I'm a god. Why you still dare to fight me? Jebet looked at Gohan with a proud expression. Just a god. It's not like I haven't killed before. As he spoke, a powerful energy aura began to emanate from Son Gohan. The immense pressure of 5 billion battle power quickly radiated outward, centered around Son Gohan. What a strong aura. And he hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan yet. Jebet grew increasingly wary, his body trembling. But Jebet still pretended to be steadfast, gathering his spirit and calmly looking at Son Gohan. Transform into a Super Saiyan. I know your power must be beyond this. Jebet said calmly. Oh, it seems you already knew. You even know that I can transform into a Super Saiyan. It seems you must be hiding quite a bit of strength as well. Son Gohan looked at Jebet in surprise. If that's the case, then let's transform into a Super Saiyan. A surge of golden energy erupted from Son Gohan. His hair turned golden, and a golden aura ignited around him. The terrifying momentum nearly knocked Jebet back. 50 billion, this is too terrifying. It's already 100 times stronger than me. Jebet began to feel breathless. Even though he was a god, the energy difference was too vast, and his divine power was not strong enough. The gap in power between them was simply too great, causing Jebet to involuntarily take a few steps back. What a powerful energy. I wonder if I could suppress him. The Supreme Kai of the West, Ashin said, sweating profusely. Son Gohan's power had already surpassed that of the Supreme Kai of the West. What Supreme Kai? What do you mean by that? Sun Wukong and the others looked at Supreme Kai Ashin with confusion. Don't worry, I won't harm Son Gohan. As he spoke, Supreme Kai Ashin shouted. Huh. His palms clapped towards Son Gohan, and an invisible force instantly locked onto him. Almost simultaneously, two muscular men, one tall and one short, with an M-shaped mark on their heads, charged at Son Gohan. These two were Babbidi's minions. Is this a superpower? Feeling his body locked down by a mysterious force, golden lightning appeared around Son Gohan, making his hair even harder. Whoosh! The air trembled, the golden light dispelled the smoke, and a fist pierced through the tall man's body. The golden energy exploding like lightning. This punch was Bidalai. Boom! The golden energy instantly sent the tall man flying. Then Son Gohan glanced at the shorter one, who was sent flying into the air by Son Gohan's sudden surge of power. Son Gohan casually shot an energy blast to take him away. Are you all in cahoots? That's just too despicable. Son Gohan looked at Jebbit expressionlessly. The overwhelming killing intent made Jebbit tremble all over. Damn, how could a human be so strong? Jebbit began to feel fear. Chapter 233. Son Wukong versus Vegeta. Because those two were sent flying by Son Gohan, the audience saw that Son Gohan didn't kill anyone. Damn it! Jebbit gritted his teeth as he looked at Son Gohan. Initially, Jebbit didn't want to fight Son Gohan, but now Son Gohan's words had put him in a dilemma. Self-righteous, high and mighty God. Jebbit had always looked down on humans, and now being looked down upon by a human like this made him very unwilling. I admit defeat. Also, I am not with those two guys. On the contrary, we are enemies. We just wanted to use your hand to find Babbidi's location. I just didn't expect your strength to be this immense, even compared to the Supreme Kai. You might be even stronger. In the end, Jebbit chose to admit defeat, not for any other reason, but because Son Gohan's power had exceeded his imagination. Although he looked down on humans, it didn't mean he was foolish. What, Supreme Kai? I've only heard of the King Kai and the Grand Kai. How is there Supreme Kai? Son Gohan said in surprise. The Supreme Kai is the highest god in the universe, and even the Grand Kai is below the Supreme Kai. Speaking of the Supreme Kai, Jebbit straightened his back and said proudly, That's strange, it doesn't make sense. But I heard Uncle Chentian say that the god of destruction is the most powerful god in the universe. How come the Supreme Kai appears now? Son Gohan said curiously. God of destruction? What the hell is that? Jebbit was stunned. The god of destruction and the Supreme Kai are on the same level. The god of destruction controls destruction, while the Supreme Kai controls creation, and both maintain the operation of the universe. But neither the Supreme Kai nor the god of destruction is the highest god. There are even higher beings above them. I really don't know how you became the Supreme Kai's guard. It seems this generation of Supreme Kai is not that impressive. Truly, one generation is worse than the other. Uchiha Chentian said calmly. What did you say? Who are you? Jebbit looked at Uchiha Chentian with a very bad expression. Don't worry about who I am. You don't have the qualification to know this. You should first take care of your own trivial matters with the Supreme Kai. As he spoke, Uchiha Chentian pointed a finger at Jebbit, and by the time Jebbit reacted, he was already beside Supreme Kai Ashin. The Super Saiyan contestants have entered the top 10. Next up is Son Wukong versus Vegeta. Kakarot, I don't care about Majin Buu. This time, I must determine the outcome with you. Majin Buu, that kid Gohan can handle him alone. Kakarot, this time you have to fight. I will definitely defeat you. A powerful aura erupted for Vegeta. His hair turned golden. Super Saiyan full power. 200 billion battle power. What? What a terrifying aura. Supreme Kai Ashin looked at Vegeta in disbelief. Alright, I understand. Son Wukong looked seriously at Vegeta, and after observing for a while, he finally spoke. Vegeta, you don't understand the terror of Majin Buu. Supreme Kai Ashin said to Vegeta. What bullshit, Majin Buu? I don't care. If you keep yapping, watch out. I might kill you. Vegeta glared coldly at Supreme Kai with killing intent. Vegeta, are you crazy? Supreme Kai looked at Vegeta in confusion. Alright, Supreme Kai. Vegeta is right. Majin Buu can be dealt with by Gohan alone. As he spoke, another powerful aura erupted from Son Wukong, also a Super Saiyan. Although Son Wukong's aura was slightly stronger than Vegeta's, it was just a difference of 1,000 and 1,002, which was nothing significant. Son Wukong, Vegeta, if you want to fight, come to the ring, but don't destroy my house. At that moment, Uchiha Chentian's voice rang out. Kakarot, the ring battle. After speaking, Vegeta flashed and arrived at the ring. Son Wukong did the same. So the third match. Son Wukong versus Vegeta, with Uchiha Chentian's voice echoing. An invisible energy protective barrier instantly enveloped the entire ring. Kakarot, if we're fighting on a stage like this, then today we can have a good battle. Huh. A terrifying aura surrounded Vegeta and soared into the sky, the golden brilliance expanding, an endless storm. Lightning crackled around him, and Vegeta's hair stood straight up, his eyebrows turning a deep green. The Kaioshin trembled, sensing Vegeta's powerful aura that far surpassed his own. Chapter 234. Two Super Saiyans. Huh. Son Goku also transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Two energies, each at 400 billion, collided violently. The earth trembled, the sky turned dark, and the entire planet underwent a shocking transformation due to these two powerful auras. This is incredible. Mr. Son Goku and Mr. Vegeta. Their power is so strong that the entire earth is shaking. This is truly unbelievable. Mr. Son Goku, Mr. Vegeta. The crowd began to chant. Everyone was shouting for their idols. Vegeta turned into a golden light and charged at Son Goku. Bang! The two collided in midair. A dazzling light piercing everyone's eyes, a terrifying energy instantly creating shockwaves. The powerful energies clashed together, causing the space to smash like a hammer against a mirror, crystalline cracks crisscrossing. The terrifying energy radiating from both of them was so powerful that the entire stage seemed unable to withstand it and began to crack. Even the energy protective layer outside the stage started to warp, on the verge of collapse. If it weren't for Uchiha Chentian adding energy from within, such an explosion would instantly turn the entire earth into cosmic dust. The sky above the stage was illuminated by this golden fireworks, turning the sky golden. With magnificent fireworks blooming like giant umbrellas in the sky, their brightness outshining the sun. The flames burst in strings across the sky, like countless shooting stars trailing long tails. Even in broad daylight, their brilliance could not be overshadowed by the sunlight. Wow, so beautiful. All the spectators were dumbfounded watching the battle before them. Although they couldn't see the movements of Son Goku and Vegeta clearly from the scene of the battle, they could imagine how terrifying their powers were. The vibrations in the sky intensified, and suddenly, a crack appeared in space. A blinding beam of light shot out from the fissure. Although Uchiha Chentian's protective layer blocked their energy from exploding on Earth, the pressure radiating from both of them caused the surrounding space to collapse. Is this really humanity? Jebbit looked at the battle inside in shock. Feeling the powerful aura, he could imagine how terrifying Son Goku and Vegeta were. Perhaps they could really defeat Majin Buu. Jebbit suddenly said this. No, while Son Goku and Vegeta are strong, Majin Buu is even stronger. The Kaioshin Ashin thought for a moment and spoke. Oh, is Majin Buu that powerful? Uncle Vegeta and Dad, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, are not as strong as him. Hee, if that's the case, then I'm becoming more and more interested in Majin Buu. Son Gohan said excitedly. Gohan, Dad should be able to transform into Super Saiyan 3 now. At that moment, Piccolo suddenly spoke. Dad was already able to successfully transform into Super Saiyan 3 a year ago. I think Uncle Vegeta should be able to too. Son Gohan said calmly. So, are you saying that this battle is just a warm-up for them? Piccolo was somewhat surprised. What's Super Saiyan 3? The Kaioshin Ashin exclaimed in surprise. Two even more terrifying golden energies ignited once again. Boom! Flames erupted, and the sound of explosions was continuous, smoke rising. When the smoke cleared, Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku and Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta stood in midair, and the stage beneath them had already disappeared, replaced by a giant deep pit. Their hair was long, exceeding their backs. An ethereal aura surrounded them. The golden brilliance expanded, an endless storm. Centered around them, two massive energy spheres collided. Lightning crackled. Son Goku's hair stood straight up, a tuft of bangs hanging over his forehead, and his eyebrows began to disappear. Vegeta was the same. After transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta's height surged from 1.64 meters to 1.7 meters, and with his hair, he reached 1.75 meters. Son Goku grew to 1.85 meters. 16 trillion battle power. Their battle powers were nearly equal. No, Son Goku is a bit stronger. But Son Goku is only slightly stronger than Vegeta. This is too terrifying. This power has already surpassed Majin Buu. The Kaioshin Ashin said in shock. No, Majin Buu might still be stronger. The Kaioshin Ashin hesitated as he thought of Majin Buu's immortal body. Oh, is Majin Buu that powerful? Son Gohan asked curiously. Majin Buu not only has immense power, But more importantly, he cannot be killed. He possesses an immortal body. The Kaioshin Ashin said seriously. Whenever Majin Buu is mentioned, the Kaioshin Ashin's eyes fill with fear. Kakarot, you're slow. No, you're the one who's slow. Son Goku and Vegeta bantered as they launched attacks at each other. Di Kakarot. Vegeta unleashed a massive energy wave towards Son Goku. Son Goku's own aura exploded with intensity, and he countered with an energy wave of his own. Their momentum was incredibly swift. The two energy waves collided. The energy spheres crashed into each other, and their powers were nearly equal, exploding in midair and forming a massive smoke screen. Finally, Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku and Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta stood coldly in midair. Chapter 235, Majin Buu. Vegeta, let's use one move to decide the winner. With that, Son Goku clasped his hands together, forming a flower bud shape, placing his hands at his waist. Energy gathering between his palms. Flash Vegeta spread his arms wide, gathering a massive amount of energy. Countless electric sparks swirling around him. Boom! The two forces collided directly, instantly obliterating everything around them. The two energy spheres fiercely entangled, neither yielding to the other. At the same time, on the other side, because of the powerful auras emitted by Son Goku and Vegeta, Majin Buu, sealed inside the giant egg, began to slowly awaken. Great! Majin Buu is about to awaken. I never expected such powerful warriors to exist on this planet. Babidi looked excitedly at the energy meter next to the giant egg, as it absorbed the powerful auras emitted by the two Super Saiyans. At this moment, Majin Buu had begun to awaken, and at the same time, in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Boom! In an instant, a powerful force swept through, and a massive explosion erupted. Uchiha Chentian's energy protective layer trembled. Instantly, smoke swirled. I didn't expect that after the clash between Son Wukong and Vegeta, their energy would reach a staggering 100 trillion in that instant, a force so powerful it nearly broke my energy barrier. Uchiha Chentian was inputting energy into the energy barrier around the arena while watching the battle unfold. At this moment, both Vegeta and Son Wukong were lying on the ground. Vegeta had reverted from Super Saiyan 3 to Super Saiyan 2, while Son Wukong's energy had dropped significantly, but he was still maintaining Super Saiyan 3. The gap between the two had become apparent. Oh, what is that energy? Suddenly, Uchiha Chentian turned to look into the distance. He sensed an evil energy emerging on the other side of the earth. Although this energy was not as strong as Super Saiyan 3 Son Wukong and Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, it had already surpassed their current forms. With a battle power of 500 billion, combined with his immortality, even a warrior with 1 trillion battle power would be unable to deal with him, and might even be worn out by him. Oh, could that energy belong to Majin Buu? Son Gohan asked curiously. Yes, that's right, that energy is Majin Buu. It seems his power has become even stronger than before. The Supreme Kai said seriously. He's coming, he's coming. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai shouted in terror. A figure with pink skin, half naked on the upper body, wearing white pants and brown-black shoes, with wristbands on both hands and a stout physique, appeared in the sky. It was indeed fat Majin Buu. However, there was no sign of Babidi and the Demon King Dabura. It seemed they had been killed by Majin Buu. Fight. How could such a fun thing not include me? As he spoke, a pink aura ignited around fat Majin Buu. Whoosh! Fat Majin Buu charged towards Son Wukong and Vegeta. Not good. Son Wukong and Vegeta's faces changed dramatically. Both of their battle powers had significantly decreased, and if Majin Buu entered the fray, they would definitely not be able to contend with him. Bang! Majin Buu came quickly and left even quicker as he crashed into the energy barrier. Chapter 236, Thin Majin Buu. Ouch, that hurts. What is this thing? Fat Majin Buu looked confusedly at the transparent energy barrier next to the arena. Majin Buu, your opponent is me. With that, Son Gohan transformed into a beam of light and appeared before fat Majin Buu. An ethereal aura surrounded Son Gohan as he soared into the sky, golden light expanding, a storm of energy swirling. Son Gohan instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, with a battle power of 20 trillion. In the next moment, Majin Buu's body shot out, piercing dozens of holes in the Rocky Mountains hundreds of kilometers away, then bouncing back and ultimately getting buried under a pile of rubble. Next, Super Saiyan 3 Son Gohan vanished and reappeared 100 kilometers away. Boom! With a blast. Majin Buu, buried in the ruins, used his immense energy to blast away the debris trapping him, springing out while steaming with rage. Damn it. You dare to sneak attack me. Oh, a powerful aura radiated from him. Majin Buu's battle power instantly surged to 500 billion, boosted after absorbing the demon King Dabura, significantly enhancing his power. His battle power was only 500 billion, while mine had reached 20 trillion, yet he wasn't injured from my previous strike. It seems this Majin Buu is quite formidable. Son Gohan thought to himself. Then let me see how much power you are still hiding. With that, Son Gohan's arms moved like phantoms, launching a barrage of attacks on Majin Buu. Bang! Crack! Top, 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 top. Son Gohan's fists rained down on Majin Buu. Majin Buu's body, like cotton candy, caved in wherever he was struck. The overwhelming offense left Fat Buu struggling to defend himself, showing signs of defeat. Even though he was immortal, he still needed to expend energy to restore his body, and as the fight continued, although Fat Buu's body showed no visible changes, his energy was rapidly depleting. The heavens and earth echoed with thunderous sounds. Meanwhile, Fat Buu's body was being reformed time and again. Jebbit and Supreme Kai Ashen stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, trembling in shock. The terrifying Majin Buu, in their view, was being effortlessly beaten by Son Gohan, an unbearable sight. At the same time, on the other side, Sun Wukong had finally defeated Vegeta. Vegeta lost to Sun Wukong after being knocked off the arena. Damn it, Kakarot. Vegeta glared at Sun Wukong with resentment. Haha, Vegeta, I won. Sun Wukong smiled at Vegeta. Krillin, give me a Senzu Bean. After the match ended, Sun Wukong asked Krillin for Senzu Bean, then used instant transmission to arrive at the battlefield of Son Gohan and Majin Buu. Following him was Vegeta. At this moment, Fat Majin Buu had been pressured by Son Gohan into forcing out Thin Buu. Gohan, don't worry about that Fat Majin Buu. First, kill that thin one. Remember to use all your strength. As long as he has even a single cell left, Majin Buu can resurrect. Just then, Uchiha Chentian's voice echoed in Son Gohan's ear. Alright, although Son Gohan didn't understand why Uchiha Chentian wanted him to kill Thin Majin Buu, he still followed his instructions. Moreover, Thin Majin Buu's energy was far more evil than Fat Majin Buu's. He had never encountered such an evil presence. Chapter 237, Old Supreme Kai. Kamehameha. Son Gohan clasped his palms together, forming a flower-like shape, and forcefully thrust his hands forward. A golden energy wave surged like a river towards Majin Buu in the sky. Thin Majin Buu had just separated from Fat Majin Buu when a terrifying energy struck him, engulfing his entire body in golden energy. Thin Majin Buu didn't even have time to react before being instantly killed by Son Gohan. Although Thin Majin Buu had absorbed most of Fat Majin Buu's energy, his battle power was only 400 billion, facing Son Gohan's staggering 20 trillion battle power. He was directly annihilated on the spot, leaving not a single cell behind. Just as he emerged, he was sent to hell by Son Gohan. Two Majin Buus. Jebbit stared blankly at the vanishing Majin Buu in the sky. There's still one. Supreme Kai Ashen's gaze fell on Fat Majin Buu. At this moment, Fat Majin Buu, having lost most of his energy, was lying on the ground, taking deep breaths. Supreme Kai, this Majin Buu is not an enemy. In fact, he is not just not an enemy, he is your ancestor. Son Gohan said to Supreme Kai Ashen. What, don't joke around. How could he possibly be my ancestor? Supreme Kai Ashen exclaimed in excitement, looking at Son Gohan with a grim expression. He suspected Son Gohan was insulting him. Son Gohan noticed what Supreme Kai Ashen was thinking. He ignored Jebbit, who was glaring at him in anger, and explained, Uncle Chentian told me that the real Majin Buu has already been killed by me. The Fat Majin Buu is the Grand Kaishin. If you kill him, then the Grand Kaishin will also die. Moreover, although he has not awakened his memories yet, this Fat Majin Buu is not inherently evil. The real villain is the newly emerged skinny Majin Buu. Son Gohan explained. Who knows if you are in cahoots with Majin Buu? You people possess powers that far exceed those of the gods. We have no idea what your true intentions are. Jebbit looked at Son Gohan with a suspicious gaze. Alright, Uncle Chentian said, let me take you to the Kaishin planet. If you want to know where it is, just get that old Grand Kaishin from 15 generations ago out, and you'll find out. Son Gohan said to Jebbit and Kaishin Asin. What? The old Grand Kaishin from 15 generations ago. Jebbit and Kaishin Asin were astonished. The old Grand Kaishin, the predecessor of the East Kaishin. The Grand Kaishin of Universe 7 from 15 generations ago. He has a lecherous and comical personality, but also a serious side. and possesses powerful super abilities that can unleash a person's potential. He was sealed in the Kaioshin sword long ago, as explained in Dragon Ball Super. He was sealed in the Kaioshin sword 75 million years ago for provoking the destroyer Beerus, and later, when the sword was broken. The seal on the old Grand Kaioshin was lifted. Now, Son Gohan has the strength to easily kill Majin Buu. It can be said that if Uchiha Chentian hadn't allowed Son Gohan to go to the Kaioshin planet to bring out the old Grand Kaioshin, Uchiha Chentian wouldn't know what changes would occur in the storyline without the old Grand Kaioshin, a relatively important supporting character. Just right. Now using Son Gohan's hands to release the old Grand Kaioshin. Kaioshin planet. Soon, Son Gohan was brought to the Kaioshin planet by Jebit's instant transmission. After a while, as Son Gohan managed to break the Kaioshin sword, the old Grand Kaioshin was finally successfully liberated. Chapter 238, Destroyer Beerus. 6 months after defeating Majin Buu, a rainbow light appeared in the cosmic starry sky, the brilliant light descending from the starry sky with a sacred meaning. As the light gradually faded, 2 figures appeared on the ground. One had a very tall stature, blue-green skin, and long white hair. His pupils and lips were purple. Around his neck was a large light blue halo. In his right hand, he held a long staff, topped with a black magic ball that could display any information about Universe 7 at Whis' will. The staff was yellow at both ends and deep blue in the middle. The light blue belt corresponded to Beerus' attire. It was none other than the Destroyer Beerus and the Angel Whis. These 2 deities finally arrived on Earth. The Destroyer Beerus came for the Super Saiyan God. At this moment, Son Wukong and Vegeta had just begun their training towards the realm of the Super Saiyan God. At the moment Beerus appeared, Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan began to feel a terrifying divine aura manifesting on Earth. Although the 3 were unable to transform into Super Saiyan gods, they still had some understanding of divine realms. They were very close to the realm of the gods. At this time on Earth, only Uchiha Chentian had seen these 2, while the others did not recognize Beerus at all. The old Grand Kaioshin's face also changed dramatically. Beerus, how did that guy wake up? At that moment, the old Grand Kaioshin and the Kaioshin were also attending Bulma's birthday party. Lord Kaioshin, long time no see, was greeted warmly. Long time no see. The old Grand Kaioshin appeared to have lost all his momentum in front of Whis and the Destroyer. Although their divine ranks were the same, the gap in their strength was too great. The Kaioshin knew nothing about this. However, the aura emanating from the Destroyer Beerus still filled him with terror. Such a terrifying presence was even scarier than Majin Buu. Only Uchiha Chentian appeared more relaxed. Whis, Beerus, what brings you here? After Uchiha Chentian broke through to the God King realm, he was already on par with the angels in divine rank. Although Uchiha Chentian's battle power was not as strong as Whis', it should be noted that as an angel, Whis could not engage in battle. In some respects, Whis had to give Uchiha Chentian some face. After all, in many situations where Whis could not act, Uchiha Chentian was more capable than Whis. Uchiha Chentian's bloodline, Otsutsuki King bloodline, Super Saiyan, Kekkei Genkai, Purple Ninetales Sharingan, and Golden Rinnegan fused into a 10-tails Purple Golden Rinnegan. Transformation, similar states Super Saiyan, 10 times 300 billion, Super Saiyan I 50 times 1, 5 trillion, Super Saiyan 2 100 times 3 trillion, Super Saiyan 3, 400 times 12 trillion, Super Saiyan 4, 8,000 times 240 trillion. The counting units after billion include 100 million, billion, trillion, 10 trillion, 100 trillion, 1,000 trillion, quadrillion, 10 quadrillion, 100 quadrillion, 1,000 quadrillion, etc. According to the Eastern Han Dynasty's records of numerical descriptions, 10,000 is a billion is a trillion, and a trillion is a quadrillion. Age, 100 years, plus over 10 years in the room of spirit and time. Born in Konoha 10. Currently has been in Konoha for 85 years. Level, God King Realm. Normal combat power, 30 billion to 60 billion. Chapter 239, Super Saiyan God. Long time no see. Senior Whis. Uchiha Chentian smiled at Whis. It has been a long time, the God King said. Whis said somewhat helplessly. To him, it had only been 6 or 7 years since he last saw Uchiha Chentian. To him, that was equivalent to a few hours for humans. But for Uchiha Chentian, it had been much more than 6 or 7 years. Additionally, he had spent over a decade in the room of spirit and time, so naturally, Uchiha Chentian felt like a long time had passed. Is this the human God King you were talking about? He has actually surpassed the Destroyer in divine rank. Beerus looked at Uchiha Chentian with curiosity. Yes, Whis looked at Beerus with a half-smile. Aren't you looking for your Super Saiyan God? Oh right, Super Saiyan God. Beerus finally remembered his purpose. The human God King. Although on par with angels in divine rank, Beerus was not very clear about his strength. However, since angels were so powerful, this God King, even if his strength was not that great, would still be stronger than most destroyers. Even if his strength wasn't impressive, the special abilities of the non-combatant angels could still give Beerus a headache. This was also the reason why Beerus was not particularly interested in Uchiha Chentian. Of course, if Beerus did not know about the Super Saiyan God, he might have found Uchiha Chentian interesting. After all, the title of Human God King was not something just anyone could bear. Perhaps ordinary people could be excused, but if a powerful warrior claimed to be a God King without the accompanying strength, it would only lead to a quicker demise. Beerus did not pay too much attention to Uchiha Chentian, but he still curiously asked him, God King, have you heard of the Super Saiyan God? Super Saiyan God? Are you talking about Yamoshi? Isn't that guy already dead? Uchiha Chentian replied. The Super Saiyan God is dead? After hearing what Uchiha Chentian said, Beerus was momentarily stunned, unable to react. He had traveled a long distance to this low-level planet just to find the god of Super Saiyans. As a result, by the time he arrived, the god of Super Saiyans was already dead. However, at that moment, Uchiha Chentian's voice began to pause. The previous god of Super Saiyans might be gone, but what? Could there be other gods of Super Saiyans? Beerus asked with surprise. Yes and no. There just happened to be 3 Saiyans here, and they were only one step away from the realm of the god of Super Saiyans. Moreover, now that Lord Beerus has arrived, I believe they should be able to reach this realm this year. Uchiha Chentian smiled at Beerus. 3 gods of Super Saiyans? This is indeed interesting. Beerus laughed. Are those 3 guys? Beerus's gaze fell on Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Vegeta. Half a year later, combined with the training time in the hyperbolic time chamber, Son Goku and the others had actually trained for 3 years. 3 years later, Vegeta's power levels were normal, 10 billion, Super Saiyan 1, 50 billion. Super Saiyan 2, 100 billion, Super Saiyan 3, 400 trillion, and godlike Super Saiyan, 400 trillion. God of Super Saiyans, 800 trillion, not yet reached. Chapter 240 God of Super Saiyans 2, Super Saiyan 1 Goten's battle power, 100 billion, Super Saiyan 2, 200 billion. Super Saiyan 1 Trunks' battle power, 120 billion. Super Saiyan 2, 240 billion. Super Saiyan 2 Gotenks, 440 trillion. Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, 1, 76 trillion. Dance fusion power added, increased tenfold. Son Goku normal, 10 billion to 11 billion. Super Saiyan 1 50 billion to 55 billion. Super Saiyan 2, 100 billion to 110 billion. Super Saiyan 3, 400 billion to 420 billion. Godlike Super Saiyan, 440 trillion. God of Super Saiyans, 880 trillion, not yet reached. Son Gohan normal, 12 billion. Super Saiyan 1, 60 billion. Super Saiyan 2, 120 billion. Super Saiyan 3, 480 billion. Mysterious state, 1 trillion. God of Super Saiyans, 2 trillion. Who is this guy? I can't sense any of his aura, but the pressure he gives us is too terrifying. Besides Vegeta, Son Goku and Son Gohan didn't recognize Beerus at all. De-Destroyer God Beerus? Vegeta exclaimed in shock, losing his voice. There was no other reason. The childhood trauma Beerus gave him was simply too great. Back then, the pressure Beerus put on him was already immense. And now, after 30 or 40 years, Vegeta didn't expect the pressure Beerus gave him to still be so great. Even more terrifying than when he was a child. After seeing the way Beerus and Uchiha Chentian communicated like ordinary friends, Vegeta's heart slowly calmed down. Long time no see, Lord Kaioshin was smiled at the old Kaioshin who had just teleported here. Why yes, it has been a while, the old Kaioshin said, sweating coldly. Although he didn't know why Beerus and Whis came to Earth, he knew it couldn't be anything good. Every time Beerus appeared, it represented the destruction of countless planets. The last time Beerus appeared, he had sealed him for millions of years. Is this the new generation of Kaioshin? Truly a generation worse than the last. Beerus looked displeased at East Kaioshin. East Kaioshin Exine looked awkwardly at Beerus, while his attendant Jebbet didn't dare to make sound. It should be known that Beerus was a god, and the most powerful destroyer god in the universe. Not to mention the pressure from the divine level. Even in terms of strength, the two were worlds apart. Just like Piccolo, when he encountered the Kaioshin, although Piccolo's power was somewhat stronger than the Kaioshin, the difference in divine level made Piccolo dare not attack the Kaioshin. and Jebet felt even more pressure than Piccolo now. Old man, this guy needs to be trained well. His strength is so weak, walking around like this. Be careful not to get killed by others. Beerus said, somewhat exasperated. He remembered that before he fell asleep. There were 4 Kaioshin from the east, south, west, and north, along with the Grand Kaioshin. The Kaioshin's back then were much stronger than the current ones, and, importantly, there were many more of them. And now, there was just one old Kaioshin and one useless Kaioshin. Oh, okay. The old Kaioshin nodded, then turned to scold Kaioshin Xin. This left Kaioshin Xin feeling helpless. Why am I so unlucky? This was the thought in Kaioshin Xin's mind. At that moment, Son Goku's appearance broke the awkwardness of the Kaioshin. Hey, are you the destroyer god Beerus? You're really impressive. Son Goku walked up to Beerus and Whis. Chapter 241 Terrifying Beerus Son Goku. Before Son Goku could finish speaking, he was already silenced by the old Kaioshin and East Kaioshin. Son Goku, don't speak carelessly. This is the Lord Destroyer, the most powerful being in the universe. If you anger him, be careful of Earth being destroyed. East Kaioshin whispered to Son Goku. Ah, I got it. But is he really that powerful? Son Goku said excitedly. Of course it's true. No one can defeat the Destroyer God, the old Kaioshin replied. Destroyer God Beerus? I wonder if Lord Beerus still remembers me, this little scion? Vegeta said with a confident smile as he walked up to Beerus. Oh, Prince Vegeta's son. Vegeta? You grown up. Beerus said casually. Damn it, he's looking down on me. Vegeta thought, gritting his teeth. Hey Vegeta, you're the Prince of the Scions. Do you know where the God of Super Scions is? Beerus asked. The God of Super Scions? Are you talking about Gohan, that kid? It seems he has already become the God of Super Scions. Vegeta said calmly. The God of Super Scions? Beerus became more interested in Son Gohan. A powerful aura emanated from Beerus. The world instantly changed color. The entire Earth trembled, and a huge dark cloud suddenly surrounded the entire planet, covering the world in darkness. Within a space of 10,000 meters in the sky, a crack appeared in the space, and a piercing beam of light shot out from the crack. The space could no longer withstand the powerful aura emanating from Beerus and collapsed. What? What a terrifying aura. Just standing there, the aura he emits has already surpassed me. Is this the power of the Destroyer God? Vegeta looked at Beerus in disbelief. He couldn't sense where this powerful aura ended. It had exceeded his perception range. Beerus's body slowly began to rise, eventually flying to a height of 100 meters. Beerus placed one hand behind his back and extended a finger with a small purple light appearing at its tip. In the next moment, a sphere of destructive energy the size of 10,000 meters appeared in the sky. The destructive energy slowly began to fall towards Earth. This guy wants to destroy the Earth, but why is he doing this? Sun Wukong was puzzled as to why Beerus suddenly unleashed such a powerful destructive energy towards Earth. Ah! Sun Wukong shouted loudly. A cloud of energy surrounded him, shooting up into the sky as golden light expanded. Sun Wukong instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Then, his hair began to grow rapidly, soon reaching beyond his back. Lightning crackled around him, and a tuft of bangs fell over his forehead as his eyebrows started to disappear. Super Saiyan 3. At the same time, Vegeta also transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Tenfold Kamehameha, Gamma Burst Flash, Kamehameha, Evil Explosion, all the Dragon Ball fighters, including Son Goten, Trunks, Krillin, and Android 18, unleashed their strongest attacks to stop Beerus's destructive energy from reaching the ground. With a series of loud shouts. Beerus's destructive energy was finally pushed back. Oh, interesting. You actually managed to push my destructive energy back. Beerus was somewhat surprised. Chapter 242. Super Saiyan God Gohan, but that's all there is to it. Let me see the power of the Super Saiyan God. Beerus said calmly to Sun Wukong and the others, with one hand still behind his back. Super Saiyan God? Sun Wukong and Vegeta's gazes fell upon Gohan, as only he could transform into the true Super Saiyan God at that moment. Seeing their gaze, Beerus smiled. Haha, so you're the Super Saiyan God. I've finally found you. Beerus's look at Gohan became more interested. Super Saiyan God? I just recently mastered this state. But I really don't know why you can't find me. But you can't destroy the whole Earth just to find me. Gohan's expression darkened as he looked at Beerus. His tone turned cold, and a powerful aura emanated from him. With a large amount of intense silver energy bursting forth, his entire body engulfed in silver flames. In this form, Gohan's appearance was not much different from his normal state, but his facial features were more defined, and he had a sharp tuft of bangs on his forehead. In that instant, Gohan's battle power surged to 1 trillion. Oh, not bad. Beerus looked at Gohan with a smile. He could sense that Gohan was hiding even more powerful energy. The next moment, Gohan transformed into a silver light and charged at Beerus. Bang! Beerus caught Gohan's attack with just one finger. What? Gohan was shocked. He never expected Beerus to block his punch with just one finger. Beerus then used 2 fingers to grab Gohan's fist and threw him away. Ah! A red light shot up into the sky as Gohan's hair and eyebrows turned fluorescent red. His eyes became red pupils surrounded by black, and flames like energy surrounded him. Compared to his mysterious state, his power increased 20-fold, reaching 2 trillion battle power. Oh! Beerus's expression became more serious. Gohan transformed into a red streak of light, attacking Beerus. Bang! Their fists collided, instantly unleashing a terrifying force that deformed the space around them. Interesting, Beerus said with a fighting spirit. Gohan did not reply. He quickly launched another attack at Beerus. Beerus countered rapidly, and soon, their punches clashed with each other, creating thunder-like sounds in the sky. The earth began to shake under their battle. So strong. Ah! Gohan, that kid has become this powerful. Vegeta gritted his teeth as he watched the battle between them. Incredible. Sun Wukong looked on with excitement at the fight. Although the Super Saiyan God was powerful, Beerus was even stronger. After all, Beerus had been a god for a long time, while Gohan had just reached this state. For Beerus, this was just a warm-up. If you want to truly fight Beerus, perhaps only by fusing with the Patera earrings can you stand a chance against him. Patera earrings? Can wearing them really give us greater power? Are they that magical? Vegeta asked curiously. Patera earrings, do you know where to find them? Sun Wukong didn't think as much as Vegeta. He did not know that the Patera earrings could fuse 2 people into one. Chapter 243, The Strongest Warrior Vegeto, yes. Right here, just wear one each. Uchiha Chentian took out the Patera earrings he had obtained from the East Kai and handed them to Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Seeing Sun Wukong put on the Patera earring, Vegeta had doubts in his heart, but he casually caught it and followed Sun Wukong by putting it on the other ear. Remember, only have 1 hour. After 1 hour, you will separate. Uchiha Chentian smiled at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. What? Upon hearing Uchiha Chentian's words, Vegeta was startled. He instinctively felt something was off. However, in the next second, he collided with Sun Wukong, and with a flash of white light, the two fused into one. The strongest warrior in Dragon Ball, Vegeto, made his entrance. The combined power of the Patera earrings increased their strength 20-fold, doubling the power of the dance fusion. Vegeta's normal battle power was 10 billion. Sun Wukong's normal battle power was 11 billion. Together, they totaled 21 billion, multiplied by 20, resulting in 430 billion. Normal battle power, 430 billion. Super Saiyan 1, 21. 5 trillion. Super Saiyan 2, 43 trillion. Super Saiyan 3, 344 trillion. Super Saiyan God, 6, 88 trillion. Vegeto, just by transforming into Super Saiyan 3, already possessed power surpassing Super Saiyan God Gohan. Come on now. Gohan pushed his hands forward fiercely, launching a wave of energy like a long river towards Beerus. Beerus casually tossed the energy ball aside with one hand. The two terrifying forces collided, causing violent turbulence in the entire space, leading to its rupture. Gohan and Beerus fought from the ground to the sky, then to the cosmic starry sky, and finally back to Earth. Whoosh! Gohan quickly charged in front of Beerus and threw a punch, but Beerus dodged it. The punch wave hit the ground, instantly cracking the earth, and the molten lava beneath burst forth, quickly forming a lava pool. Beerus swiftly appeared behind Gohan and kicked him away, sending Gohan crashing into several mountains. Ah! Gohan shouted loudly. A powerful energy erupted from him, shattering the surrounding rocks as a silver silhouette flew out. The silver flames indicated that Gohan had exited the Super Saiyan God state. How can he exit this state so quickly? This is truly disappointing. Beerus looked at Gohan with some disappointment. At that moment, he suddenly felt a powerful divine aura coming from the other side. When Beerus turned to look, the divine aura was already in front of him. Beerus, your opponent is me, Vegeta said confidently, crossing his arms. Oh! Beerus looked at Vegeta with some surprise. Although he was only in Super Saiyan 3 form, Vegeta's combat power had far surpassed Gohan's. What a powerful aura. Who is he? How can he have the aura of Uncle Vegeta and my dad? Gohan was shocked to see the Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta in front of him. Are you also a Super Saiyan God? No, your power is strong, but your aura is not the true divine aura, Beerus said, questioning Vegeta. I don't know if I'm a Super Saiyan God, but I only know that I'm here to defeat you. Gohan, this battle is mine. As Vegeta's voice fell, an aura of 344 trillion emanated from him. Chapter 244. Vegeta versus Beerus. Although Gohan didn't understand what was happening, he knew that this battle was no longer something he could participate in. Not bad power. I didn't expect to find such a strong human on this planet, Beerus said seriously, looking at Vegeta. I didn't expect it either. Besides Mr. Uchiha Chentian, there would be such a powerful being like a god of destruction. A dual voice came for Vegeta. Let's fight, Lord Beerus. Vegeta said directly to Beerus with battle intent. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden figure rushed towards Beerus. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta's fists attacked Beerus like phantoms, while Beerus didn't fight back, only dodging. Do the people in the Dragon Ball world all like to waste time? Uchiha Chentian thought to himself. If it were me, if Vegeta were my enemy, I would never give him a chance to transform. But Beerus is actually testing Vegeta's strength. Uchiha Chentian thought to himself. Although he didn't know if Vegeta could transform into Super Saiyan God Blue, he was sure he could transform into Super Saiyan God Red. Maybe he could even use the Kaioken. Bang! With a loud bang, when the two fists of Vegeta and Beerus collided, a terrifying wave of energy quickly spread out from the center of the two. Vegeta gritted his teeth, staring at Beerus, while Beerus remained calm. Looking at Vegeta without any change in expression, the space in the area around them deformed. Dragon Fist. Erupt. After pushing Beerus back, Vegeta shouted, gathering all the energy in his right hand and punching towards Beerus. A terrifying energy erupted from Vegeta's fist, instantly condensing into a golden divine dragon. Roar. With a dragon's roar, the golden five-clawed dragon opened its massive mouth and charged directly at Beerus. Oh! Beerus's expression finally changed because he felt a dangerous aura from the powerful divine dragon. In other words, if he was hit head-on, he might be injured, and if he didn't resist, he would die. The world instantly changed color, as if trembling because of the appearance of the giant dragon. Is this the fusion of my dad and Uncle Vegeta? Vegeta? This is too powerful, Gohan said in disbelief. Luckily, their relationship was one of both friendship and rivalry. Unlike Gotenks, who was so arrogant, it could be said that Goku and Vegeta's personalities complemented each other, with Vegeta's calm, analytical mind and Goku's love for his friends compensating for each other's shortcomings. This is why they possessed a power far beyond that of ordinary fusions. Uchiha Chentian calmly said to Gohan, is that so? So, if I fused with my dad, my combined battle power might not even be as strong as Vegeta's now. Gohan said curiously, it might be about the same or slightly weaker than Vegeta. Uchiha Chentian thought for a moment and said, really? Gohan looked up at the battle in the sky. Destruction. A purple destructive energy gathered on Beerus's left palm and instantly destroyed the divine dragon that Vegeta had unleashed. Chapter 245. Kaioken, go all out. Stop testing. I can feel that there is still a powerful force hidden inside you, Beerus said expressionlessly to Vegeta. You can see that. Then I won't hold back anymore. I'll transform into a Super Saiyan God. Vegeta shouted. A deep red light rose from Vegeta, and the Super Saiyan 3 hairstyle quickly vanished, revealing a slender man in front of Beerus. With bright red hair, his body became even slimmer, and his whole body was enveloped in a spirit like the sun's flames. His eyes became larger, with the colors of his pupils and irises turning black and red, respectively. His skin became even fairer, and his appearance became younger, resembling a youth. After transforming into a Super Saiyan God, the aura of the Transformer's aura becomes a divine aura, undetectable by ordinary humans. With a combat power of 68 trillion, sensing the powerful aura from Vegeta, Beerus's expression finally changed. Now, Beerus was truly serious. At this moment, Vegeta's strength was even stronger than Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Bang! Vegeta instantly appeared in front of Beerus and kicked towards his chin. Boom! The powerful force exploded the space. But Beerus's body tilted slightly, then quickly adjusted and retaliated with a kick toward Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang! The two began an evenly matched battle, trading punches and kicks in close combat. Boom! Crack! With rapid movements, a strong sonic boom erupted. Vegeta's battle power gradually increased as the battle went on. Growing braver in battle, it rose from 68 trillion to 70 trillion. Vegeta gathered a red divine energy in both palms, and the next moment, countless energy blasts erupted from his palms. Prince's combat style makes its appearance. Yeah, swish, swish. A multitude of powerful energy blasts carrying terrifying destructive power rapidly shot towards Beerus. Bang! Boom! Ah! Beerus shouted as a purple aura enveloped him. The powerful aura caused all the energy blasts that struck him to instantly vanish. Not bad. The power is still increasing, Beerus muttered to himself. At the same time, the aura emanating from Beerus became increasingly terrifying. Watching the countless energy blasts raining down on him, Beerus stretched out a hand towards the millions of energy blasts surrounding him. Destruction. Beerus uttered 2 words. In the next moment, all the energy was instantly destroyed by a mysterious force. What? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Vegeta was not surprised that Beerus could block his energy blasts or deflect all of his energy attacks. But at that moment, the destruction of all the attacks he had unleashed shocked Vegeta immensely. Kaioken! Vegeta shouted loudly and used Kaioken in his Super Saiyan God state. Red light roared and surged in all directions, surrounding him with a whirlwind of red energy, creating a violent cosmic storm. And small celestial bodies in the starry sky were ground to dust, swept away by the howling stellar winds. Kaioken X Super God Turtle School Energy Wave. Vegeta's hands gathered a terrifying wave of attack and instantly launched it at Beerus. In that moment, his battle power surged to 14 trillion. That's 14,000 trillion. Boom! The space exploded instantly. Fortunately, Vegeta and Beerus had flown into the cosmic starry sky. Otherwise, even a tiny bit of energy residue falling on Earth could cause it to explode. Chapter 246. Disintegration Bomb. Boom! Beerus' entire body was gradually engulfed in light. So powerful. Such strength is completely from a different dimension. Piccolo could hardly believe it. Did we win? Krillin exclaimed. No, Beerus' aura is still there, and it's growing stronger. The divine aura kept rising, and he couldn't sense where his limit was. Son Gohan's expression grew more serious as he spoke to the others. Only Son Gohan could feel the divine aura present. Although Piccolo was also a deity, the dimensional difference was too great, surpassing his perception. At this moment, Beerus was surrounded by a purple divine light, with lightning flickering around him. This is the true power of the god. It's been a long time since I fought. My body is a bit rusty. Beerus looked at his hands and muttered to himself. This guy's aura hasn't weakened at all. Vegeta looked warily at Beerus beneath the purple light. Then let us use Kaioken 10 times. I don't know how long I can hold it, but there's no other choice. 70 trillion. A sky-high red light erupted from Vegeta. Dragon Fist. Vegeta transformed into a 100-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon and struck with a punch. Terrifying energy erupted from his fist. What? Beerus, who had just activated his God of Destruction state, was eagerly watching Vegeta, wanting to see his surprised expression. But what he didn't expect was that right after activating his God of Destruction state, the Vegeta before him had transformed into a divine dragon. Caught off guard, Beerus took Vegeta's full power strike head-on. The massive divine dragon passed through Beerus' body. Beerus was struck and spat out blood. And Vegeta also disintegrated prematurely due to excessive energy consumption. This, wasn't there still half an hour left? Why did we separate so quickly? Son Goku said, somewhat confused. Could it be due to excessive energy consumption? Vegeta speculated. You dare to ambush this god, die? An enraged Beerus gathered a palm-sized destructive energy in his left hand. He shot it directly at Vegeta and Son Goku. Not good. Son Goku and Vegeta were startled. If they dodged, Earth would likely be destroyed by Beerus. That powerful destructive energy would be difficult for even their fused form, Vegeto, to withstand. Kamehameha, final flash with no way to retreat. Son Goku and Vegeta had no choice but to brace themselves to absorb Beerus' destructive energy. Boom! The attack waves from Son Goku and Vegeta disintegrated upon contact with Beerus' destructive energy, turning into nothingness. What? The two were shocked. They saw the destructive energy rapidly descending towards them at the speed of light. Shinra Tensei. At that moment, the voice of Uchiha Chentian echoed. Uchiha Chentian's right eye widened fiercely, and an immense, invisible force instantly struck the destructive energy. In an instant, Beerus' destructive energy vanished without a trace. Just a glance? A glance dispersed my destructive energy. Beerus looked at Uchiha Chentian in disbelief. At this point, Beerus began to calm down. He had just been careless and let Vegeta injure him. Seeing Wismakim had made Beerus lose his temper and attack the disintegrated Vegeta and Son Goku. Chapter 247. Different Paths for Son Gohan. In fact, Beerus regretted his action immediately after he struck. Because he had no intention to kill Vegeta, he merely wanted to spar. Moreover, Uchiha Chentian was on Earth. Facing a deity of equal status to an angel, Beerus did not dare to offend him. Alright, let us end it here. Uchiha Chentian glanced at Beerus and said calmly. The sight of his purple golden Rinnegan made Beerus shudder, as if a great terror was watching him. It felt similar to when he wasn't a god of destruction yet, and the god of destruction looked at him that way. This meant that Uchiha Chentian, this god king, had the ability to easily kill him. Thinking of this, beads of cold sweat trickled down Beerus's forehead. Haha, just right. I was tired of fighting anyway. Beerus chuckled awkwardly. With Uchiha Chentian's intervention, Beerus no longer sought to fight the Super Saiyan God. He enjoyed delicacies on Earth, and everything began to resemble the original storyline. Additionally, under Uchiha Chentian's suggestion, Son Goku and Vegeta successfully became Whis' disciples and began their training as Super Saiyan gods on the God of Destruction's planet. Meanwhile, Son Gohan trained under Uchiha Chentian. At this point, 10 months had passed since Beerus arrived on Earth. In the Reincarnation Space House. This is the time-space created by Uchiha Chentian. Although the time here doesn't compare to the hyperbolic time chamber, where 1 day equals a year outside. 1 day here equates to 10 days in the outside world, and the gravity is 10 times that of the hyperbolic time chamber. It's equivalent to 100 times the gravity of Earth. 10 months means 7 to 8 years have passed. However, this does not mean Son Gohan was training the entire time. Roar! Roar! A golden giant ape emitting red light was frantically beating its chest, then raised its fist skyward, letting out a massive roar. Roar! Roar! The next moment, Son Gohan's form rapidly shrank, slowly transforming back into his human form. His golden eyes had red rims. The upper half of his body was covered in red fur, and his hair was bright red, cascading down to his shoulders. Battle power, 10 trillion normal state, 60 billion. Super Saiyan 1, 300 trillion. Super Saiyan 2, 600 trillion. Super Saiyan 3, 2, 4 trillion. Mysterious state, 5 trillion. Super Saiyan God, 800 trillion to 1 trillion. Super Saiyan 4, 1 trillion to 1, 2 trillion. Huh. Finally succeeded. Son Gohan smiled as he looked at himself, having successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Ever since he learned that his father and Vegeta had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan God Blue, Son Gohan had been thinking about taking a different path in his transformations. Under the guidance of Uchiha Chentian, after growing a tail, Son Wukong successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. The explosive power and speed of Super Saiyan 4 are stronger and faster than Super Saiyan God. However, Super Saiyan God has greater endurance and recovery speed. Both forms have their own advantages. Son Wukong can quickly switch between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. Meanwhile, in the outside world, after being resurrected and training hard for 3 months, Frieza is now approaching Earth. This energy signature must belong to Frieza. Its intensity is around 40 billion. Uchiha Chentian looks up at the sky, his vision transcending Earth, reaching outer space where he can clearly see Frieza in his first form. Chapter 248. The Resurrected Frieza currently. Wukong is not the weakling he used to be. He should be able to defeat Frieza. Uchiha Chentian gazes at the sky. What a powerful energy. This energy is indeed Frieza's. How is that possible? Wasn't that guy killed by my father? Just emerging from his meditation, Son Wukong looks incredulously. The energy signature is approximately 40 billion. But I wonder, is this Frieza's final form or his first form? If it's his final form, then Goten and Trunks could also defeat him together. Son Wukong's gaze calmly looks at the sky. Not long after, about 10 minutes later, countless spaceships of various sizes finally land on the ground. At this time, Krillin, Tien, and the others have also arrived early. The hatch of Frieza's spaceship opens. Frieza, in his first form, floats out in a baby carriage, emitting an extremely cold aura. Everyone has arrived so soon. That's good. It saves me the trouble of looking for each one of you. Frieza says excitedly. No way you're not Son Goku. You're Goku's son. That little brat from back then. Frieza seems to have discovered something, staring at Son Wukong in shock. Frieza, although I don't know why you were resurrected, you really shouldn't have come here. Son Wukong coldly replies to Frieza. With that tone again. I must say, you and your father have the same personality. Frieza sneers. No, I'm not like my father. Frieza, I won't give you the chance to transform. Seeing that Frisia's first form already has power close to his normal state, Sun Wukong directly enters a mysterious state and in the next moment rushes toward Frisia. His battle power instantly skyrockets to 50 trillion, an increase of over 800 times. Although the mysterious state is the same transformation as Super Saiyan 3, Sun Wukong's is an ordinary Super Saiyan 3, which only has a 400 times increase. For Sun Wukong, training in Super Saiyan 3 is merely to facilitate transforming into Super Saiyan 4. He is more familiar with mysterious state than Super Saiyan 3. A silvery light erupts instantly, and the terrifying power makes Frisia feel his scalp tingle even before it approaches him. No, a powerful aura erupts from Frisia, and although he transforms quickly, unfortunately, Sun Wukong is even faster. Bang! Bang! A figure streaks across the sky. The collision generates a powerful cyclone, creating a vacuum in the void. The terrifying airflow immediately kills the newly revived Jinyu, who is next to Frisia. Frisia is hit in the abdomen, arching his body, and blood spews from his mouth. And now, Frisia has just entered his second form. The immense power sends Frisia flying into the sky. Sun Wukong is enveloped in silvery lightning, transforming into a beam of silver light appearing in the air. With both hands clenched, he forms a giant hammer and slams down at the flying Frisia. Sensing the danger of death, Frisia finally transforms into his third form. Boom! Through Sun Wukong's hands. The immense power penetrates Frisia's back, causing him to spit blood again, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Frisia's third form rapidly shrinks, ultimately transforming into the state he was in during his battle with Super Saiyan Goku. Chapter 249. The true power of a Saiyan sits over Frisia. Sun Wukong's hands emit a Kamehameha wave, shooting out a massive silvery attack wave towards Frisia. Feeling Frisia's battle power, which is comparable to his Super Saiyan 3, Sun Wukong is also astonished. He didn't expect Frisia's battle power would increase so much after transforming into his final form. This means Frisia never gave up training in hell. If it weren't for the lack of physical body, Frisia's power would probably be even greater. Boom! The silvery attack wave engulfs Frisia. From a moment Sun Wukong attacked to now, no more than 3 seconds have passed. Until Sun Wukong sends Frisia away, the others finally come to their senses. Did you kill Frisia, Wukong? Krillin says, somewhat incredulously. He should be dead. I can't feel his energy now. Sun Wukong replies, uncertainly. So quickly dealt with Frisia. But Sun Wukong also has no confidence. He doesn't know if Frisia is truly dead, as Frisia hadn't used all his strength when he was attacked. No, Frisia isn't dead yet. He's on Mars. Uchiha Chentian's eyes look towards the sky, towards Mars beyond Earth. What? You can see that far? That's Mars, Krillin exclaims. Frisia almost died. However, he has completely transformed into Golden Frisia. Uchiha Chentian remarks. Golden Frisia, Sun Wukong repeats. That's right, his current state has already surpassed yours. To defeat him, you can only transform into Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God. As Uchiha Chentian's words fall, a golden light like lava descends from the sky. And at that moment, Frisia's entire body turns golden. Although his state doesn't change much from before, his power is unfathomable. His battle power ultimately reaches 600 trillion. Sun Wukong, you've completely enraged me. Frisia glares at Sun Wukong with anger. I have never been so wasteful, not even when Goku beat me like this. Frisia grits his teeth. I'm not going to show you mercy like my father did. Frisia, I'm going to defeat you in the shortest time possible. With that, a golden light appears around Sun Wukong. In an instant, Sun Wukong's appearance changes. His pupils turn golden, and his eye sockets become red. His upper body is covered in red fur, with bright red hair cascading down to his shoulders. Battle power, 10 trillion. A terrifying aura emanates from Sun Wukong. Although this aura is not divine, it is felt by everyone. Oh my, this aura is too terrifying. It's simply unimaginable. Krillin sweats coldly as he looks at Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong thousands of meters away. Not Super Saiyan God, nor Super Saiyan 3. This is completely a brand new state. Piccolo exclaims. Yes, that's right. This transformation, even from so far away, it's all very stressful. The three eyes of Tianjin Fan are fixed on Son Gohan in the distance. This is Super Saiyan 4, a transformation on par with Super Saiyan God. If Super Saiyan God represents the power of the gods, then Super Saiyan 4 represents the true power of the Saiyans. This was the transformation of the ancient Saiyans. Chapter 250. The Powerful Super Saiyan for Son Gohan. I originally wanted to use this state to deal with Lord Beerus, but unexpectedly, you Frieza forced me to use this form. Although I don't know when you were resurrected, if my father can kill you, then so can I. As he spoke, the golden aura burning around Son Gohan began to grow thicker. No matter how strong you are, Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan 5, 6, or 7, your power cannot compare to my golden Frieza. Hearing Son Gohan's threats, Frieza laughed, feeling 100 times more confident in his current power. Boom! A fierce battle erupted instantly. Dust flew from the ground as two golden figures intertwined, each attack carrying immense destructive power, warping the surrounding space. Bang bang bang! As Frieza summoned all his strength, his skin darkened, and his aura grew stronger. Every move from both sides carried world-destroying power. Why don't you go help Gohan if you're so strong? Bulma looked at Uchiha Chentian beside her, who was snacking while watching the battle between Son Gohan and Frieza. Bulma was a bit angry. Didn't I tell you? I can't casually interfere in human affairs. Besides, Gohan can handle Frieza. Why are you so anxious? Uchiha Chentian replied calmly. All right, fine. Hearing Uchiha Chentian's words, Bulma could only nod helplessly. Boom! Golden Frieza crashed to the ground like a cannonball, instantly creating a terrifying shockwave. The earth exploded as if hit by an atomic bomb. Damn! Son Goku's son is so powerful. Isn't he even stronger than Son Goku? Frieza wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking incredulously at Super Saiyan 4 Son Gohan. Planet Destruction Ball, Golden Frieza raised his hands, and a massive dark energy ball appeared in the sky, rapidly expanding into an energy sphere hundreds of thousands of meters wide. Kamehameha Wave. Son Gohan also gathered a terrifying energy between his hands. Wave. Son Gohan shooted. Boom! The two terrifying attacks collided mid-air, erupting in dazzling light. Son Gohan stood on the ground, while Frieza hovered in the sky. Boom boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, generating a powerful energy shockwave. Crack! The surrounding space was torn apart, collapsing rapidly, creating rifts in the fabric of reality. For a moment, everyone was shaken by these two terrifying powers. When the blinding white light slowly faded, a man standing on the ground was glowing with a golden aura. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of the burning aura echoed. Son Gohan looked coldly at the sky, arms crossed, his clothes intact. Meanwhile, the golden Frieza above was in a sorry state, covered in wounds and gasping for breath. Destruction God Realm. What a strong aura. Is this really Son Gohan? And that guy Frieza has become so powerful. Son Goku exclaimed. Stop the nonsense. Hurry up and use your instant transmission to get to Earth. That guy Frieza should be dead at my hands. Vegeta said excitedly, but with more intent to kill. Haha, then let's go. As Son Goku's voice fell, he used instant transmission to take Vegeta to Earth. Previously, Son Goku hadn't sensed Frieza's aura, but once both transformed and unleashed their full power, their auras reached the God of Destruction Realm. Frieza has been resurrected, which is truly surprising. Beerus remarked with some surprise. Chapter 251, Gohan's Power. Son Gohan. Golden Frieza roared unwillingly in the sky. Not willing? It doesn't matter, Frieza. I'm sending you back to hell. Son Gohan's cold voice rang out. He moved at high speed and appeared in front of Frieza. His fists struck Frieza like phantoms. In an instant, thousands of punches rained down on Frieza's body. Finally, with one kick, Frieza's body flew away like a meteor, sparking as it tore through the air. A golden energy ball appeared above Son Gohan, which he casually threw, and it exploded violently on Frieza. Frieza let out a cry of agony. The intense energy made him spit out blood. Although he was covered in wounds, Frieza was not dead. It was clear that Frieza's defense was astonishing. After all, he could withstand an hour of being beaten by Broly without dying. Is this really Gohan? The power of this form is so strong. Gohan has grown to such an extent. After all, this kid is still a scholar, right? Son Goku exclaimed. If Gohan focused all his efforts on training, he could probably far surpass both of us. Vegeta said seriously, watching Frieza being brutally beaten in the sky. Yes. Oh, Frieza is done for. Son Goku looked gravely at the sky. In the sky, Son Gohan had his hands together at his waist, gathering a terrifying energy wave. Tenfold Kamehameha Wave. As Son Gohan's voice sounded, the power shot out from his hands with 10 times the attack power of a normal Kamehameha. The massive energy directly engulfed Frieza. No, I can't die. Frieza shouted in despair. Frieza's heart-wrenching screams were also drowned out. The massive energy burst out of the earth, shooting into the cosmic starry sky, exploding in the galaxy. The enormous energy wave swept across the entire North Galaxy. The scattered light took a while to dissipate. Earth. Super Saiyan 4 Son Gohan stood coldly in midair. Is it over? Frieza's aura seems to have disappeared. Son Gohan muttered to himself. Gohan, what is this state of yours? Just then, Son Goku flew up. His thick, messy black hair hung over his shoulders, with a lock of black bangs falling over his forehead. His golden pupils emitted an eerie glow, and the deep maroon eye makeup added to his indescribable charm. His upper body was covered in dark red fur, with dark red hair growing abundantly on his arms, giving off a wild aura. Each wrist had a gray bracelet. His lower body wore black pants like Son Goku, red boots, and his tail swayed in the wind behind him. He had already reached a height of 91 to 92 meters, towering half a head over the 80-meter tall Son Goku. Son Goku seriously sensed the aura emanating from Son Gohan. Combat power, 1 quadrillion, 1,000 trillion. This power has already surpassed his previous combat power when he first transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Goku's normal state, 60 billion. Super Saiyan, 30 trillion. Super Saiyan 2, 6 trillion. Super Saiyan 3, 25 trillion. Super Saiyan God Red, 500 trillion. Super Saiyan God Blue, 2 quadrillion. Vegeta's normal state, 60 billion. Super Saiyan, 30 trillion. Super Saiyan 2, 6 trillion. Super Saiyan 3, 24 trillion. Super Saiyan God Red, 400 to 500 trillion. Super Saiyan God Blue, 1 quadrillion. Chapter 252, Otsutsuki God Style. Super Saiyan 4, according to teacher Uchiha Chentian, is the true power belonging to the Saiyans. Super Saiyan God follows the path of divinity, which can be considered a new power system. Gohan said. Then, with a flash of light, he returned to his normal state. The true power of the Saiyans? So which of these two powers is stronger? Can they be cultivated simultaneously? Goku said excitedly, although Vegeta didn't say anything. He was also listening intently from the side. Theoretically, it is possible, but you two are completely incapable right now. At that moment, Uchiha Chentian appeared behind Goku and Vegeta. Why can't we? Goku asked. You don't have tails. To transform into Super Saiyan 4, you need a tail, and you must regain your sanity after transforming into a great ape. Of course, you also need to base it on the full power of Super Saiyan 3 to transform. Uchiha Chentian explained. A tail? We can have Shinran grow our tails back, right? Vegeta suggested. Ha, that's right. Vegeta, you're so smart. Goku exclaimed excitedly. That's not necessary. I can also create your tails. But multitasking isn't a good thing. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a distinction between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. If those two powers could be fused so easily, someone would have done it long ago. Moreover, you are not lacking in growth potential right now. Wait until you hit a bottleneck before researching Super Saiyan 4. Uchiha Chentian said. All right. Fine. After hearing Uchiha Chentian's words, Goku and Vegeta could only helplessly give up. In the world of Naruto, Konoha, year 90. Boruto is already an adult. Compared to other timelines, in the effect of Ada's omnipotent divine technique, he swapped lives with Kawaki, but in this timeline, Boruto did not swap lives. Long time no see, Uzumaki Naruto. Otsutsuki Daijimu smiled at Uzumaki Naruto. It has been a long time. Almost 10 years, right? Uzumaki Naruto smiled at Otsutsuki Daijimu. I guess you must have encountered the same clan as our ancestors. Otsutsuki Daijimu said seriously to Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, they're Otsutsuki Daijimu 10 and Earth. They came to Konoha 3 days ago, but Sasuke has already defeated them. This isn't the place for chatting. Let's go to the office. Uzumaki Naruto briefly explained to Otsutsuki Daijimu. Okay, Otsutsuki Daijimu nodded. The 3 Otsutsuki members behind him walked past Konoha Maru and other Umbu ninjas with serious expressions, looking quite arrogant. Damn, how arrogant. Hyuga 10 gritted his teeth and said, those 3 guys have the qualifications to be arrogant. I can feel that their strength is not much weaker than mine. They are probably close to the level of a Kage. Konoha Maru said seriously. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uzumaki Naruto and Otsutsuki Daijimu were chatting in the office. You have already fought with Otsutsuki God Style. Uzumaki Naruto asked curiously. That's right. That guy's strength is very strong, already surpassing the sage of 6 paths and our ancestors, probably comparable to Otsutsuki Godyum. With my strength, I could only repel him. I couldn't do anything to him. But after he escaped, God Style stole a large amount of Byakugan from our ancestors. If he appears next time, his strength will definitely be even stronger. Otsutsuki Daijimu's expression became serious as he spoke to Uzumaki Naruto. Otsutsuki God style? That guy is just a bit stronger in escapability. You have awakened the God S rebirth along with your own divine power, yet you could only repel him. Has your strength not progressed at all in these 10 years? Uchiha Sasuke said, feeling puzzled. It's not that he looked down on Otsutsuki Daijimu. In his view, Daijimu's strength was about the same as Naruto's, so logically he should be stronger than Otsutsuki God style. How could he lose to him? Oh, it seems. Rinnegan, you have fought with God style. Otsutsuki Daijimu glanced at Uchiha Sasuke. That's right, I have fought with him and even injured him. I don't understand, with your strength. If you borrowed the power of the moon's rebirth eye along with your own rebirth eye, you should be able to easily defeat him. Not let him have the energy to steal your Byakugan. Uchiha Sasuke said calmly. Oh, are you implying that you are stronger than me? Otsutsuki Daijimu looked at Uchiha Sasuke with killing intent. I am stronger than anyone, including you. As he spoke, Uchiha Sasuke emitted a powerful aura towards Otsutsuki Daijimu. Hey, Sasuke Daijimu. Our current enemy is God style. If there's going to be an internal conflict, it should wait until we defeat God style first. Seeing that Daijimu and Sasuke were about to fight, Narashikamaru quickly intervened to mediate. No, this battle must happen. Rinnegan Uchiha Sasuke, I have long wanted to fight him. I want everyone in the ninja world to know that Rinnegan is not the strongest eye, but my rebirth eye. Otsutsuki Daijimu said to Uchiha Sasuke word by word. A powerful aura comparable to Uchiha Sasuke emanated from Otsutsuki Daijimu. Is that so? Then let's see if you have that strength first. Uchiha Sasuke said calmly. As Uchiha Sasuke's voice fell, a momentum field formed around the two, the surrounding gravity becoming 10 times the usual. Although the two had not yet engaged in battle. If it weren't for the fact that the office was filled with ninjas above the shadow level, this tenfold pressure could crush all the ninjas. Wait, now is not the time for you to fight. Uzumaki Naruto spoke up. A powerful chakra presence surged between Daijimu and Sasuke, dispersing their chakra presence. Uzumaki Naruto level, divine third stage. Bloodline limit. A pair of golden 9-tomo Rinnegan. Eye technique. God's Maha Unlimited, Maha Unlimited. This is the eye technique of Naruto's left eye, where he has trained wind release ninjutsu to the limit, reaching a level that surpasses the bloodline limit to the degree of divine law. Super. Wind God S roar. The eye technique evolved after Naruto's right eye instantaneous movement. An eye technique awakened after the Rinnegan combat power 50 million. Uchiha Sasuke level, divine third stage. Bloodline limit. A pair of purple 10-tomo Rinnegan. Eye techniques super. Heavenly Force Hand, super. Divine Punishment, God S. Amaterasu. New Eye Technique, God S. Might Indra's Arrow. Space, lightning, and the power of the 10 tails form the strongest skill that can explode the ninja world. Combat Power. 50 million Chapter 253 Sasuke versus Sharon, seeing Naruto, Uzumaki, wanting to stop their battle. This is not a place for fighting. If you're not afraid of death, come with me. Uchiha Sasuke said. As soon as Sasuke's voice fell, he immediately summoned a spiral-shaped space portal, inside which was another world. Uchiha Sasuke jumped directly into this spatial spiral. The Jimu Sharon did not hesitate and followed Sasuke in. These two guys, Naruto, Uzumaki, also entered the alternate space. Uchiha Sasuke vs da Jimu Sharin. Rinnegan versus Rebirth Eye. Amaterasu. The moment the two arrived in the alternate space, Uchiha Sasuke unleashed Amaterasu onto Jimu Sharin. A black flame of Amaterasu ignited onto Jimu Sharin's body. At Sasuke's current strength, Amaterasu was no longer an ordinary flame. It could be said to be divine fire. The temperature around them instantly rose to over 1,000 degrees. Although the flames of Amaterasu burned onto Jimu Sharin, he remained unaffected, directly ignoring Sasuke's Amaterasu. Is this the fire that is said to never extinguish as long as the target is not completely burned away? It's nothing special, the Jimu Sharin said disdainfully. Uchiha Sasuke did not respond to the Jimu Sharin's words. A massive chakra armor in the shape of a skeleton rapidly grew around Uchiha Sasuke, followed by countless shapes resembling muscle tissue growing on the surface of the skeleton. A giant towering 100 meters tall with a pair of 100-meter-long wings appeared. Complete body ShowsSusanoo. The moment ShowsSusanoo appeared, it picked up a large sword and swung it toward Jimu Sharin. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire world echoed with continuous blasts. A powerful wave of energy spread within 1,000 miles. Had the two chosen to fight in the desert, Who knows how many would die under this attack? Sharon's clansman, the Jinmu Mingshi, looked incredulously at the complete body Susanoo. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? It's too powerful. No, Sasuke hasn't even used the Rinnegan's abilities yet. Also, Sharon hasn't used his full power. They must be testing each other. Naruto Uzumaki said calmly. Just a breathing test? The Jinmu Mingshi exclaimed. Boom! The truth-seeking ball smashed into the complete body Susanoo. A massive explosion occurred, sending Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo continuously retreating. Are you still not planning to use the power of the Rinnegan? The Jinmu Sharon chuckled lightly, surrounded by dozens of truth-seeking balls. This was his rebirth chakra mode. Heavenly hand power. Hearing the Jinmu Sharon's words, Uchiha Sasuke's expression did not change. His left eye widened fiercely, and a powerful ocular power shot out from it. The complete body Susanoo instantly vanished. Uchiha Sasuke used heavenly hand power to swap his position with the truth-seeking ball, God's Chidori. At the same time, a powerful electric chakra began to gather in Uchiha Sasuke's hand, accompanied by the sound of 1,000 birds chirping. Streaking Tovar da Jiamushari. His own truth-seeking ball instead attacked him, along with Uchiha Sasuke's Chidori. These two attacks made the Jinmu Sharon's expression turn serious, and the dozens of truth-seeking balls around him instantly transformed into a 3-meter-wide protective shield. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the Jinmu Sharon's truth-seeking ball shield developed cracks. Chapter 254 The Battle of Rinnegan and Rebirth. What? The Jinmu Sharon looked surprised as he saw his protective shield crack. Magic Dragon 8 styles, Uchiha Sasuke shouted. First style, Carp jumping over the Dragon Gate. Second style, Flood Dragon roars. Third style, Divine Dragon emerges from the sea. Fourth style, Flying Dragon in the sky. Fifth style, The Dragon regrets. Uchiha Sasuke's fists moved rapidly, instantly executing the first 5 styles. The fist winds, striking the air, transformed into energy. Boom! After the truth-seeking ball shield was shattered, the Jinmu Sharon was hit by Uchiha Sasuke's Magic Dragon 8 styles. Although it was only the first 5 styles, it already surpassed Uchiha Chentian's 8 style. Divine Dragon wags its tail by countless times. The Jinmu Sharon's body was rapidly pierced by several 10-meter-long black dragons, and finally, his body crashed heavily into the ground. Boom! Terrifying air blades swept through, clearing everything within dozens of kilometers. Rocks were ground to dust, and Sharon's body slammed into the ground like a cannonball. The surrounding space began to twist under Uchiha Sasuke's fists. 6th style, Twin Dragons draw water. 7th style, Black Dragon battles the sky. A 1,000-meter-long 5-clawed black thunder dragon appeared between heaven and earth, one claw reaching toward the Jinmu Sharon, descending with immense power to strike him. Silver Wheel Rebirth. Explosion. The Jinmu Sharon moved from the ground to mid-air, his right hand pointing to the sky, his palm instantly releasing dozens of truth-seeking balls. Then he spun these truth-seeking balls, their surfaces covered with a layer of green chakra, forming a silver light circle, which then emitted a massive tornado to collide with the dragon claw. Boom! The two superhuman powers collided, creating a huge shockwave that formed a half-circular destructive force, continuously expanding outward. A dazzling bright light flashed, and the surging power instantly kicked up a wave of air, like a hammer smashing against a mirror, causing the space to develop crystalline cracks crisscrossing. Are these two really playing? Naruto Uzumaki entered Sage mode, floating in the air with a serious expression, watching the two. 8th style, Magic Dragon Tail Sweep. Uchiha Sasuke's voice resounded again. The sky instantly darkened with clouds, and black lightning flashed across the sky, stirring up a terrifying hurricane. A 1,000-meter-long 5-clawed golden divine dragon appeared between heaven and earth, its body covered in golden scales, and its golden eyes exuding terrifying electric flames, the dragon's scales shining with golden light under the sun. Roar! The roar of the divine dragon echoed. The golden dragon tail violently swung toward the Jinmu Sharon. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Jinmu Sharon shouted, his blue-gold rebirth instantly releasing a powerful ocular force. He quickly transformed several blue-gold, truth-seeking balls in his hand into a massive golden chakra sword, striking out. The 1,000-meter-long sword light collided with the dragon tail. With a thunderous roar, the sky ahead shattered, revealing a black void. That seems to be Sharon. Why is he fighting Sasuke? Uchiha Itachi arrived beside Naruto Uzumaki, asking curiously, isn't it to determine who is the strongest ocular technique in the ninja world, the Rinnegan or the Rebirth Eye? Naruto Uzumaki said somewhat helplessly. Really? Both the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye originate from Daijinmu, and each person's abilities are different. It's hard to say who is stronger or weaker. Uchiha Sasuke's voice echoed behind them. Also, we can't let them continue fighting like this. Otherwise, it will only lead to mutual destruction. Uchiha Itachi said calmly. Chapter 255, Ninja World. Traveling to the pastime in space, Shinra Tensei, a powerful gravitational force erupted centered on Uchiha Sasuke, instantly knocking Daijinmu, Sharon away. The 81 Divine Empty Strike. The great simplified wood-person concentrated chakra in his palm, releasing countless powerful fist lights in the air towards Uchiha Sasuke. Demon Dragon 8 Styles. Uchiha Sasuke struck with both fists, creating countless waves of fist energy. Bang! The two figures continuously collided, creating a dazzling line of fire. After yet another clash, a powerful force surged out, generating a visible wave of energy that spread out in waves. Amaterasu, Reincarnation Water Wave. The water-type chakra collided with the fire-type chakra. Stop! If you continue to fight like this without resolving the divine technique, you will only benefit the divine technique. That guy controls space ninjutsu, and if he seizes the opportunity, you will be devoured by him. The voice of Uchiha Itachi echoed. Then, Uchiha Itachi and Uzumaki Naruto instantly appeared at the center of the battlefield. Oomph. The great simplified wood-person snorted coldly and stopped engaging with Uchiha Sasuke. The divine technique guy found an ancient artifact at the Konoha Archaeological Research Institute. That artifact turned into a turtle, and the divine technique said it was a treasure called the plow, a divine tool that can traverse time and space. When that turtle emitted a yellow, spherical glow, the divine technique was about to enter it when Kawaki and Boruto arrived. The divine technique expressed a desire to go back in time to seize the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, and as he entered the glow, Kawaki and Boruto closely followed. In other words, the current divine technique has already left the ninja world through that turtle to another time and space. Just then, Nara Shikamaru used a sound transmission ninjutsu to communicate with Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke and others. What? Kawaki and Boruto have gone to the past? This is ridiculous. Those two just reached above the six paths, and they're not a match for the divine technique at all. Uzumaki Naruto's expression darkened. I remember over 20 years ago, it was future Sasuke who brought Boruto to our time. I never expected that now it would be Boruto and Kawaki who went to the past. Moreover, the person who went to the past is not the great simplified with Euro, but the great simplified with divine technique. Uchiha Itachi remarked in surprise. Really? It seems that I've also heard Senior Chentian mention this. It looks like we can only seek help from Senior Chentian now. Uchiha Sasuke said seriously. The fourth holy land of the ninja world. What? The great simplified with divine technique took that turtle to the past? Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Uchiha Chentian was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that in this time and space, although the Euro trio was easily dealt with by Uchiha Sasuke. The time-traveling Great Simplified would had changed to the Great Simplified with divine technique, and the divine technique strength was even more formidable. The heavenly path of the ninja world began to repair the plot. Although the process was altered due to Uchiha Chentian, the result remained unchanged. Fortunately, Boruto has the Flying Thunder God mark I left on him. I can perceive which time and space Boruto has gone to through him. Uchiha Chentian said calmly. Then, Sasuke, you come with me. Naruto, you guys don't need to. As he spoke, Uchiha Chentian's right eye expanded violently, and a powerful ocular power shot out from his eye. Space portal, a black-red circular portal opened in midair. Uchiha Sasuke followed Uchiha Chentian into the portal. Chapter 256, Young Sasuke and Young Sasuke. In September of the 60th year of Konoha, the Chunin exams jointly held by Konoha and Sunagakure had ended. Here is Konoha. Kawaki and Boruto curiously looked at the 6 stone faces on the high mountain. Is this the era of my dad's childhood? Besides those 6 stone faces, I actually don't recognize any familiar places. Boruto and Kawaki scanned their surroundings with curious eyes. Meanwhile, Uchiha only felt a buzzing in his head, and his expression was grim. Strange, why can't I feel my parents' chakra presence? This is really strange. At this time, my parents should be at home, right? Stop looking. The Uchiha in this time may have been exterminated. You should be able to sense that the entire ninja world hasn't felt the chakra presence of the Uchiha clan for a long time, right? Uchiha Chentian said, thoughtfully. What? The Uchiha clan was exterminated? I remember in our time, although the Uchiha faced that crisis, they didn't all die, right? Boruto said with disbelief. Remember I told you? Although the history of each time and space is somewhat similar, the results are not the same. Uchiha Chentian said calmly. Forget about that. Kawaki, Boruto, you two remember. You must not expose our identities. This world is different from the past I know. Uchiha Sasuke warned Boruto and Kawaki with a serious expression. Uncle Sasuke, I understand. Let's find Dad first. If that guy Divine Technique finds him, it will be troublesome. Boruto nodded and said. Kawaki nodded without saying anything. Where to first? As he spoke, Uchiha Sasuke led Boruto towards the center of Konoha. Soon after, Uchiha Sasuke merely glanced and used Jinjutsu to control several patrolling Umbu ninjas. The Konoha ninjas caught in the Jinjutsu walked past Uchiha Chentian and the others expressionlessly. After a period of exploration, Uchiha Sasuke was surprised to find that this past time and space was completely different from his memories. Although it can't be said to be entirely different, many things were not the same. For example, during the Nine Tails incident, the Nine Tails was not sealed by Uchiha Chentian, but by the Fourth Hokage. Senior Rope Tree was killed in an explosion, and Uchiha Chentian was not present. The Uchiha clan was left with only Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. And Uchiha Sasuke had defected from a village to pursue Uchiha Itachi. This left Uchiha Sasuke's mind feeling chaotic. Without Senior Chentian's time and space, it would actually be like this. Uchiha Sasuke felt somewhat helpless. You can't find the great simplified wood Euro, right? Just then, Uchiha Sasuke, about the same height as Boruto, appeared in front of the adult Uchiha Sasuke. Although the Uchiha Sasuke of this time and space had not yet come of age, he was already around 14 or 15 years old, standing about 168 to 169 meters tall. No, I came to find a divine technique, not Euro. The adult Uchiha Sasuke looked at his younger self with a puzzled expression. What? Divine technique? This is really strange. It's one thing for Kawaki to come to this time. But why is there another Uchiha? I don't know. The young Sasuke looked confused at the young and adult Sasuke. Although he didn't know why you knew these things. This isn't the place for chatting, right? The young Sasuke said, looking at the young Sasuke with a strange expression. Come, follow me. The young Sasuke disappeared in a flash. Flying Thunder God technique? The young Sasuke said in surprise. Let's go. It seems that the other you has a very unusual identity. Uchiha Chentian smiled, having thought of something. Chapter 257, Sasuke After Rebirth. You still are Uchiha Sasuke, right? It seems you know something. The adult Uchiha Sasuke looked at the young Uchiha Sasuke seriously. Of course, I know something, and I specifically waited for you here because I knew you would come to Konoha at this time. Because I was once at this time point when I came to Konoha village. The young Uchiha Sasuke turned to look at the adult Uchiha Sasuke and said, he is the resurrected Sasuke. The things he knows are far more than those of future Sasuke. But unfortunately, the young Sasuke is not the Uchiha Sasuke from the normal timeline, but rather a Uchiha Sasuke with a significant historical deviation. He is specifically waiting here to borrow the power of future Sasuke to change the future of this world. Why are you waiting for us here? Aren't you supposed to be with Orochimaru at this time? What is going on? The young Sasuke looks at his younger self, doubting whether this Uchiha Sasuke is real. Boruto and Kawaki, although they said nothing, kept glancing between the two Uchiha Sasukes. I understand now, so that's how it is. Young Uchiha Sasuke, it seems you should be the resurrected Uchiha Sasuke from the future. It appears that in your world, you did not defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki, but rather were destroyed by her. At this moment, Uchiha Chentian spoke up. What? How do you know about Kaguya Otsutsuki? Who are you? The young Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Chentian in disbelief. It doesn't matter who I am, you just need to know that not every timeline has the same historical trajectory. In our timeline, Kaguya Otsutsuki was not a formidable opponent. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama did not need to intervene. Kaguya was already defeated by Naruto and Sasuke, merely a remnant soul. Is it me after rebirth? No wonder you know I would come here. Now, tell me, what exactly happened to this timeline Sasuke in your original world that made you be reborn into the past? Upon learning the identity of the young Sasuke's gaze towards him became less wary. Since you all know, I will tell you. Indeed, I am not the true Uchiha Sasuke of this world. I am the Uchiha Sasuke who was reborn from the future. My time point of rebirth was even later than yours. After defeating Ishiki, I lost my Rinnegan, and Naruto lost the Nine Tails. Faced with stronger enemies like Code, I awakened my Rinnegan once more through Hashirama's cells, and I regained the power of the Sage of Six Paths, while Naruto cultivated an even more powerful Sage mode. After defeating Code and that 10 Tails, although a few more Otsutsuki appeared later, we also defeated them. About 10 years after defeating Ishiki, Kagaya Otsutsuki appeared. Even though Naruto and I had surpassed the Sage of Six Paths and Ishiki, reaching a divine realm beyond mortals, we still ultimately fell to that guy, and all living beings in the shinobi world were destroyed. I was only able to come to this timeline because of the divine technique developed by Orochimaru. The young Sasuke recounted everything about his rebirth to Uchiha Chentian and the others. I see, looking at your soul energy. Chapter 258. Otsutsuki God Style. It seems that the Kagaya Otsutsuki you encountered back then was even stronger than the one in our timeline. You should have had divine third-tier strength at your peak, even stronger than the current Sasuke, Uchiha Chentian said calmly. He could tell at a glance the battle power of young Sasuke at his peak. What? The other me has actually reached the divine third-tier stage now, young Sasuke exclaimed. And indeed, I suspect that while the Otsutsuki God Style has come to this timeline, it is not the timeline he imagined, Uchiha Chentian remarked. Why do you say that? The young Sasuke asked in confusion. Haven't you noticed that the nine tails in this world is very weak? Although tailed beasts can enhance the power of Jinchuriki. If the Jinchuriki's power is stronger than the tailed beast, then the Jinchuriki can also enhance the combat power of the tailed beast. The nine tails in this world is just an ordinary tailed beast, while in our world, the nine tail strength has already reached the level of a complete 10 tails, and is even stronger than an ordinary 10 tails. You said Naruto has already surpassed the Sage of Six Paths, so naturally, the nine tails within him is not weak either. Uchiha Chentian's words made the young Sasuke and the others realize this issue. The nine tails in this world is indeed a bit weak. Even if the God Style gathers all the tailed beasts into a 10 tails, it wouldn't have much effect on the God Style. After all, the God Style is not an ordinary Otsutsuki. The God Style is from the Otsutsuki royal family. Meanwhile, at the moment Uchiha Chentian spoke about this on the other side, the Otsutsuki God Style also found Naruto. Looking at the young Naruto with the nine tails inside him, sensing the 6 paths level chakra within, the Otsutsuki God Style was momentarily stunned. Is this really the nine tails? Why is it so weak? The Otsutsuki God Style muttered to himself. Although the nine tails in perfect human form has 6 paths level battle power, it is not what the Otsutsuki God Style desires. What he wants is a divine level nine tails, not a 6 paths level nine tails. What are you talking about? The nine tails is weak? You must have never seen a nine tails to say that. Young Naruto Uzumaki looked displeased at the God Style who suddenly blocked his way and spoke nonsense. Naruto, be careful. This guy's not simple. Jiraiya looked seriously at the Otsutsuki God Style, although he could not sense the chakra of the God Style. The incomplete aura emanating from him reminded Jiraiya of when he faced the second Hokage in his childhood. That terrifying aura made Jiraiya feel no inclination to fight. The gap between them was simply too great. On his forehead, he had a Rinnegan, which is the same eye as Nagato's, and that blue eye that looks a lot like the Byakugan. Jiraiya was immensely shocked as he looked at the Otsutsuki God Style. The man in the black robe had white long hair, and on his head were a pair of horns resembling a crown. Could it be because the Hokage hasn't grown up yet? The Otsutsuki God Style muttered to himself, ignoring Jiraiya and Naruto, and pointed directly at Naruto's forehead, extracting the nine tails from within him. The speed was so fast that Jiraiya couldn't react in time. Not good, Naruto. Big Rasen Shuriken, Jiraiya's left hand, gathered a 1-meter-sized Rasengan and struck towards the Otsutsuki God Style. What? Jiraiya looked at the Otsutsuki God Style in shock. Chapter 260. Jiraiya's shock, although he knew that his big Rasen Shuriken would be ineffective against the God Style. He never expected that the Otsutsuki God Style could just move a finger to block his big Rasen Shuriken. The Sannin of this world is indeed that weak. This is truly strange. One of the Sannin, Jiraiya's strength, although not as strong as the Seventh Hokage and Uchiha Sasuke, had also reached the divine realm. What exactly has this world gone through? The Otsutsuki God Style ignored the already stunned Jiraiya and muttered to himself. Damn it, this guy's strength is too powerful. Perhaps even the first Hokage is not as strong as him. Wait, what is this guy talking about? This world? Also the Seventh Hokage? Could it be that he is from the future? Realizing this, Jiraiya was taken aback. Fire release. Great flame bomb. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals with both hands, turning chakra into oil. As he spat out the oil, filling his mouth, he used fire release ninjutsu to ignite it, increasing its power to 10 times that of a normal fire technique. A massive flame engulfed the Otsutsuki Daijun. Summoning technique. Sage mode. Jiraiya summoned Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima to assist him in quickly entering Sage mode. Earth release. Yellow spring. Jiraiya formed seals again, creating a huge swamp that trapped the Otsutsuki Daijun, preventing him from escaping. This guy didn't even try to dodge. He must be overly confident in his strength. Although I can't sense his chakra, the aura he radiates is extremely powerful. Jiraiya firmly held the Otsutsuki Daijun in the swamp. Is your strength really that small? This is quite surprising, but it's good. I need to resolve this quickly. If Uchiha Sasuke arrives, things could get troublesome. The Otsutsuki Daijun smiled at Jiraiya. What? Uchiha Sasuke? You really are from the future, Jiraiya exclaimed. So what if you know? Anyway, I've already super big Rasengan. Before the Otsutsuki Daijun could finish speaking, a 10-meter-sized Rasengan struck him directly. Boom! A massive explosion occurred, creating a giant pit 100 meters wide and 10 meters deep in the ground. The chakra emanating from inside was so terrifying that if a Kage-level ninja fell in now, they would be killed by its residual power. Thankfully, I arrived early. If not, Dad might have died from the tail beast being extracted. A boy who looked 70 to 80 like Naruto Uzumaki descended from the sky. The boy placed his palm on Naruto Uzumaki, channeling divine power into him, and soon Naruto began to wake up slowly. What happened to me? Why did I suddenly faint? At this moment, Naruto still didn't understand what had happened. The Nine Tails was extracted so quickly. It seems I need to deal with this guy fast. Boruto, Kawaki, protect Naruto. I'll handle this guy. Amaterasu, Uchiha Sasuke, immediately attacked the Otsutsuki Daijun with Amaterasu. Here we go again. The Otsutsuki Daijun's body moved rapidly. Although he was hit by Boruto's super big Rasengan, the damage was negligible because Boruto's power was far inferior to his. Wait, that guy's also here. I heard his power surpasses both Naruto and Sasuke. The Otsutsuki Daijun thought to himself. Chapter 261. The Death of the Divine Style Dare to get distracted while fighting me. Uchiha Sasuke coldly shouted, unleashing a powerful lightning force that pierced straight through the Otsutsuki Daijun's body. Rinnegan, Heaven's Punishment Roar. The furious roar of the divine beast echoed as hundreds of lightning Kirin appeared, trampling the dark clouds. Countless Kirin rushed toward the Otsutsuki Daijun. Boom! The Otsutsuki Daijun was bombarded underground. Is this your power? Uchiha Sasuke? The Otsutsuki Daijun slowly stood up from the ground, his body engulfed in red flames, and his white eyes transformed into red Rinnegan with 10 Tomo. Surrounding him were 36 truth-seeking balls forming a circle. The damage inflicted by Uchiha Sasuke was quickly recovering. Divine level 4. When did you reach that? Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed in surprise. Haha, what do you think? The Otsutsuki Daijun laughed wildly. Bang! Ugh! The Otsutsuki Daijun suddenly felt as if his body was struck by a terrifying giant's punch. Everything went black before his eyes. His rib cage shattered instantly, and he lost all sensation in his upper body, involuntarily spitting out blood. Did you forget I'm still here? Divine level 4, so what? It's not that impressive. The figure of UchihaChentian appeared behind the Otsutsuki Daijun. Impossible, you damned inferior being. How could you possess such powerful divine power? The Otsutsuki Daijun's expression twisted as he unleashed all his chakra, punching toward UchihaChentian. At the same time, the red Tentomo Rinnegan on his forehead erupted with terrifying ocular power. 108 divine sky strikes. Gathering extreme white light, his fist, accompanied by 108 fist beams, struck with the power to instantly obliterate the ninja world, violently slamming toward Uchiha Chentian. Uchiha Chentian leisurely raised his right hand. Lowering his body, he pulled back his right fist, stepping forward with his left foot while pushing off with his right foot, launching his right fist like a cannonball. Boom! Ah! The Otsutsuki Daijun's arms exploded. His 108 divine sky strikes were shattered by Uchiha Chentian's single punch. A powerful force surged into his body, wreaking havoc. Bang! The Otsutsuki Daijun crashed heavily to the ground. His eyes fixed on Uchiha Chentian, he stared at those miraculous eyes, which had a golden reincarnation eye pattern. But within the pattern appeared 10 purple Rinnegan Tomo. This the divine reincarnation, eye, and Rinnegan can actually merge into one? Is this a new type of eye? The Otsutsuki Daijun stared blankly at Uchiha Chentian. Uchiha Chentian inserted his fingers into the Otsutsuki Daijun's eyes, directly extracting his Rinnegan and the 10 Tomo Rinnegan. Ah! Amaterasu, Uchiha Chentian's left eye magnified violently, a black flame appearing on the Otsutsuki Daijun, instantly reducing him to black ash. Uchiha Chentian, Bloodline Net, 10 Tomo Purple Golden Reincarnation Rinnegan. Transformation, Super Saiyan State, 10 times 300 billion. Super Saiyan I 50 times 15 trillion. Super Saiyan 2 100 times 30 trillion. Super Saiyan 3 400 times 120 trillion. Super Saiyan 4. 8,000 times 240 trillion. Age, 200 years, plus several years in the hyperbolic time chamber. Level, True Immortal, Peak of Divine, Level 9. Normal combat power, 6 billion to 12 billion. Sage techniques, Super Sage Mode, ShowsSusanoo, Sage King Mode. Sage King Taijutsu, 10 times 8 Gates King Fist, Panga Tattoo, also known as the Wedge of the Otsutsuki, Sage King Mode. Reincarnation Rinnegan Techniques, Chapter 262, Black Goku, Time-Space Instant Movement. No longer needing to leave spatial markers on the opponent. One can directly traverse to the time and space they wish to reach, or the time and space locked by their mental power. The left Rinnegan fused with the left Reincarnation Eye, evolving into a new ocular technique. Starry Sky, 10,000 Paths, after the evolution of the 10,000 Paths. As the name suggests, the previous 10,000 paths evolved any ninjutsu and sage techniques before the evolution of the world. Rinnegan techniques, Kimi, Charger, Absolute Gravity Field. Evolved techniques of the 10,000 paths. Heavenly Power Hand, Rinnegan Grave, Border Hell, Rinnegan. Burning the Soul, Corpse Sealing Technique, Life Restoration, Reincarnation Eye. Sky Eating Demon Technique, Time Space Ninjutsu. Yin-Yang Life Escape, Rinnegan Reincarnation Eye. Destruction, one of the right eye's divine techniques. Although it is just a clone, its power, while not as strong as the main body, has already reached the peak of true immortal level 9. The Otsutsuki Daijun probably couldn't believe he would die like this. Not knowing the enemy's strength led to being instantly killed, and his eyes were gouged out. The battle that was supposed to have just begun with Uchiha Sasuke was abruptly ended. This shouldn't happen until I defeat Sasuke myself, right? How come you took me out before the two of us even really started fighting? How is this possible? So strong. The young Hashirama looked at Uchiha Chentian in disbelief. Senior Chentian is still so powerful, strong to the point that one cannot fathom the limits. The young Sasuke said he was already used to it. Every time he faced a stronger opponent, Uchiha Chentian could easily resolve the situation after making his move. No one knows just how strong Uchiha Chentian is. The divine technique is resolved, so we should leave now, Uchiha Chentian said calmly. That was resolved so quickly. I want to stay a few more days. Vortex Boruto said helplessly. This world already has a future Sasuke, and if there's another Uchiha Sasuke now, the history of this world will probably become even more chaotic. No one knows what the ninja world will become in the future, so we should hurry and leave here. Uchiha Chentian said calmly. Although I also want to stay here for a while, what Lord Chentian said makes a lot of sense. Kawaki said calmly. Then future me. Good luck. Whether you can save this world depends on you. The young Sasuke said calmly to the boy Sasuke. Next, this is the reincarnation eye of the divine technique. Absorbing, it should allow your Sharingan to evolve into a Rinnegan. Uchiha Chentian threw a red Tentomo Rinnegan to the young Sasuke, and in the next moment, Chentian and the others instantly vanished. Dragon Ball Superworld. Future world. In a city that used to be prosperous, it has now turned to ruins, with high-rise buildings collapsed to the ground. All the cities have once again become ruins, and 99% of the life on Earth has perished under the brutality of Black Goku and Zamasu. A few have hidden in basements, and like in the storyline, Black Goku, in order to control the power of this body, played cat and mouse with Trunks. In the repeated battles against Black Goku, his power was growing wildly, and in the end, Trunks had no choice but to escape to the past timeline. Now Trunks brought a stronger Goku and Vegeta to the future world. After seeing the apocalyptic world, Goku's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar city, a nameless fire igniting in his heart. Chapter 263. Beating up Black Goku Kakarot. That imposter is mine now. Vegeta was also filled with rage. Huh! Vegeta shouted, golden light exploding from his side. Golden lightning appearing beside him. Layers of electric light surged up from Vegeta's feet, his hair quickly growing long and lush, bangs extending forward. Several strands behind stretching to the front, draping over his shoulders, with some extending from behind his waist. His eyebrows disappeared, brow bones grew larger close to the eye sockets, and the golden aura transformed into light and solidified. Previously, Black Goku followed the Great Trunks to the past timeline where Vegeta and the others were, but was directly beaten half to death by Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Now Vegeta also transformed into Super Saiyan 3, and in Vegeta's view, since Goku could do it, Vegeta, could naturally defeat Black Goku. Power level, 50 trillion. Die imposter. Vegeta instantly moved in front of Black Goku and launched an attack with both hands. At this time, Black Goku's power level was only 50 billion. Vegeta's fists launched a fierce assault on Black Goku. Impossible! Black Goku's eyes widened in disbelief because he never expected that the Vegeta he killed would possess such powerful strength. A sharp pain surged in his chest as Vegeta's punch pierced through his abdomen, causing him excruciating pain. Impossible! How could I, the god, lose to you, a defeated foe? Black Goku exploded in rage, golden flames igniting on his body and shooting into the sky, ultimately transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Black Goku completely went berserk, unable to believe that Vegeta's power had surpassed him. Regarding Black Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta was not very surprised because his body belonged to Goku. Bang! Vegeta's fist landed on Black Goku again. Bang! Vegeta's fist continued to rain down on Black Goku. Boom! Boom! The expressions of Goku and Trunks, who were watching the battle, began to worsen. Although Vegeta was dominating Black Goku throughout the fight, Black Goku had not sustained any fatal injuries, and his power level was gradually increasing. With his wounds healing, his power level was actually rising, and he didn't seem to be hiding his strength, but rather growing. Goku exclaimed, "Yes, I encountered him like this at first too. At first, his power level was actually not as strong as mine, but as the battle continued, his strength eventually surpassed mine." Trunks said with a serious expression, "It's simple. He's adapting to Goku's body, and this guy's soul is a Kaioshin, possessing healing abilities. Coupled with the special physique of the Saiyans, his power level will rise quickly and may even surpass the original strength of this body." Uchiha Chentian's voice echoed behind the two. "His power has increased again. Is he adapting to Kakaroto's body?" Vegeta thought to himself, feeling Black Goku's power level slowly rising, now nearly matching his own. "Want to adapt to Kakaroto's body? I won't give you that chance." With that, Vegeta shouted loudly. The golden aura quickly began to disappear, replaced by a sky blue one, and the sky blue energy burned around Vegeta, with tiny droplets of spiritual energy flickering within the sky blue flames. 1,500 trillion power level. What? Black Goku finally panicked. In the next moment, a massive sky blue energy directly engulfed Black Goku. Chapter 264. Immortal Zamasu. The light slowly dispersed. Black Goku's half-destroyed body floated in midair. Beside Black Goku stood a figure dressed in clothing similar to the Kaioshin. This person was Zamasu, with green skin, white hair, and a green Padera earring on his left ear. His face, hairstyle, and clothing style were similar to Universe 7's Kaioshin, but with a different skin color. His power level was 10 trillion, surpassing all the Kaioshins. "Oh, an ant has arrived," Super Saiyan Vegeta said disdainfully. "Vegeta, that guy is immortal. Although your power far exceeds his, you cannot kill him." Just then, Uchiha Chentian's voice rang out. "What?" Uchiha Chentian's words surprised Vegeta, but Vegeta, being a proud person, quickly regained his composure. "So what if he's immortal? He's just a durable punching bag," Vegeta said with a proud expression. I almost got killed by you. A mere human," Black Goku said with a cold smile as he looked at Vegeta. Under Zamasu's healing abilities, Black Goku restored to peak condition, and his power level increased to 40 trillion. "How outrageous. You are just a human yet dare to call this god an ant." Zamasu glared at Vegeta with anger. But more attention was focused on Uchiha Chentian, as he sensed a very dangerous aura from him. Oof. Super Blue Vegeta, a ruthless character, wasted no time and struck directly. Zamasu was instantly killed by Vegeta, his upper body disappearing completely. Black Goku was knocked away by a punch from Vegeta. "I'm not the same as before." Black Goku shouted, and the golden aura around him transformed into a rose-red color. The rose-red aura erupted from Black Goku, shooting into the sky. Super Saiyan Rose. This was Zama's transformation in the divine realm under the body of Saiyan Goku, enveloped in a flame-like spiritual energy, similar to Super Blue, but with divine light points within the aura. The aura varied in colors from deep red, light red, to purple, with hair changing to rose red. Like a Super Saiyan, the eyes had no outline, with pupils and irises turning gray-white, and the explosive aura was rose red. When the aura peaked, there were slight electric sparks. Because it was a combination transformation using a Saiyan's body with the original divine realm, along with the Saiyan's malevolent nature, his personality became even more evil, narcissistic, arrogant, and confident. This form matched Super Blue in strength, but since Black Goku's soul was divine, it did not consume too much energy or stamina. Power level, 800 trillion. What? Vegeta was shocked. He did not expect Black Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan God of this color. Haha, if we use your Saiyan terminology, then I am the Super Saiyan God Rose. Black Goku arrogantly looked at Vegeta. Nonsense, you're just a fake. Get out of Kakarot's body. Vegeta's voice fell, and in an instant he appeared in front of Black Goku, delivering a punch to the side of Black Goku's face. The sound of bones cracking echoed. Black Goku was launched like a bullet, blood gushing from his mouth. How was his power so strong? Black Goku was greatly alarmed. If it weren't for his healing ability restoring his body, he would have been instantly killed by a few trillion. Damn it, my power should have surpassed Goku. How could I lose to this Vegeta? Black Goku said, unwilling to accept it. Chapter 264, The Powerful Vegeta. Meanwhile, Date wielded a large sword, transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Charging at Zamasu. Zamasu, your opponent is me. Date raised the large sword, which radiated golden light, and slashed at Zamasu. Zamasu was immediately cut in half by Date's sword. However, Zama's bisected body quickly reformed into one. He truly is immortal. Date gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on Zamasu. Mortal, is this your power? Zamasu looked down at future Date, his nostrils flared. Date did not answer Zamasu, and charged in to deliver several more slashes. Bang bang bang. He began a one-sided beating on Zamasu. Because both Vegeta and Goku were stronger than in the original story after Date arrived. He had Vegeta take him into the hyperbolic time chamber for a hellish training session. After coming out, Date's power level was no less than Super Saiyan 3 Vegetas. However, he could not transform into Super Saiyan God, so he could not defeat Vegeta. Is this what a god is? How can a god's power be so insignificant? Date mocked Zamasu while beating him. Damn, Trunks, how could your power increase so much in such a short time? Zamasu looked at Trunks in disbelief. Previously, although Trunks' power was stronger than his, it was limited. With Zama's immortality, he could easily defeat Trunks. Do you want to know? Go to hell, and I will tell you. With that, Trunks shouted. Gallic Gun. Trunks gathered energy within his body into his palm, forming a purple energy sphere, then fired it out, a 100-meter-long energy wave engulfing Zamasu. Boom! The two terrifying auras split the heavens and earth in half, constantly colliding and compressing between them. Ultimate Flash, Super Blue Vegeta shouted. Both palms extended and gathering energy, then forcefully pushed it forward. Seeing the massive energy wave heading towards him, Black Goku's expression changed drastically, and in the next moment, he used instant transmission to escape from the spot. When Black Goku reappeared, he was already behind Vegeta. Kamehameha! Black Goku unleashed an attack wave towards Vegeta. Instant transmission. Vegeta's expression remained unchanged. He too vanished with an instant transmission. Vegeta delivered a heavy punch to Black Goku's abdomen. Black Goku clutched his stomach, staggering backward. His mouth wide open, his eyes bloodshot. Black Goku's right foot sank into the ground, halting his body, feeling the pain in his lower abdomen, and looked up coldly at Vegeta. Vegeta shouted, his hair, eyebrows, and pupils darkening, muscles slightly bulging, and the particles rising in his aura becoming larger and brighter. Power level, 2,000 trillion. Bang! Vegeta kicked Black Goku in the stomach. Black Goku's body shot out like a cannonball. In that moment, Black Goku felt as if his entire body was about to explode. Boom! Black Goku's body crashed heavily into the ground, creating a massive crater 100 meters wide. No! It's impossible. How could Vegeta's power be so strong? Black Goku spat blood, his power level dropping from 900 trillion to 450 trillion. Chapter 265, Fuse Zamasu. There's nothing impossible. You're just a fake. Kakarot's true power is beyond what you can wield. Vegeta looked at Black Goku with pride. Damn, I didn't want to use this move so soon, but since it's come to this, I can only let you see my true power as a god. While saying this, Black Goku moved to switch his Patera earring from his right ear to the left. What? It's the Patera earrings. Vegeta was shocked. Having previously fused with Goku using Patera earrings, he naturally knew the immense power they held. The fusion using Patera earrings is twice as powerful as the dance fusion. The combined power of the two increases by 10 times, while dance fusion is only 10 times the individual power. At the moment Black Goku switched the Patera earring, his body was drawn to the other side, as if by some force, quickly flying towards Zamasu. They fused into one. 900 trillion plus 1 trillion = 901 trillion. The Patera fusion combined their powers, increasing them 20-fold, making their power twice that of the dance fusion. Modified, 18,020 trillion. What? Such a powerful aura. How is it possible? Zama's power level is so low. Why is the fuse power so strong? Vegeta said in disbelief. At this moment, the fused Zamas radiated a colorful aura that transformed into silver white, with a divine halo, light barrier, behind him. Since it was a fusion of two of his own, Zamas had even more control over his body. The hair turned white, the skin green, and the appearance of Sun Wukong. This is the true power of this god. Mortals, accept the judgment of the divine. The fused Zamasu said proudly. Damn it, this guy's aura is now several times stronger than mine. Vegeta gritted his teeth as he looked at the fused Zamasu. Vegeta knew very well in his heart that he was no longer a match for the fused Zamasu. However, to give up like this is not my Vegeta's character. Zamasu, how could you say that? Then I will no longer hide my power. This move was originally meant for Kakarot, so I'll use it on you instead. 8 gates, open the first gate. Open the second gate. Open the third gate. Open the fourth gate. Open the fifth gate. Open the sixth gate. Vegeta roared loudly. A terrifying blue steam instantly enveloped Vegeta, and an additional layer of blue steam surrounded the blue aura. 40 trillion. 80 trillion. In that moment, Vegeta's battle power increased tenfold. 200 trillion battle power. The 8 gates were taught to Vegeta by Uchiha Chentian. After opening the 7th gate, Vegeta's battle power increased to 2 trillion. Counting units: billion, 100 billion, 1,000 billion, trillion, 10 trillion, 100 trillion, 1,000 trillion, trillion, 10 trillion, 100 trillion, 1,000 trillion, etc. Correction, the previous part was wrong. 2 trillion battle power has already surpassed the fused Zamasu. What? Feeling the sudden tenfold increase in divine energy from Vegeta, the fused Zamasu was also shocked. Vegeta appeared in front of the fused Zamasu at the speed of instant transmission. He threw a punch. The punch carried terrifying power, and the moment it was thrown, sparks flew from the air, accompanied by a piercing explosion. Bang! For a moment, the surrounding sounds seemed to disappear. The punch hit the fused Zamasu's stomach. That immense power directly pierced through the fused Zamasu's abdomen, and a blue light shone through his body. Chapter 266, Super Saiyan 4 Uchiha Chentian. The fused Zamasu spat out saliva. Bastard. The fused Zamasu began to counterattack. But Vegeta's combat experience was richer than his. A left hook struck his face, sending him flying hard to the ground. Light of retribution. After retreating a distance, the fused Zamasu extended several red beams from the wall of light behind him, attacking Vegeta. Vegeta raised his hand and unleashed the ultimate flash. With a loud rumble, light illuminated the surroundings, and the sweeping winds dispersed the dark clouds. Bang, bang, bang. Wow, that's incredible. Dad still has such powerful strength. Zamasu and the Darkman combined are no match for Dad. Trunks was astonished. No, although Vegeta's battle power has surpassed the fused Zamasu, this state of Vegeta should be similar to my Kaioken and cannot be maintained for long. Moreover, the other Zamasu has an immortal body, unless... Sun Wukong said seriously to Trunks. Unless what? Trunks asked. If I fuse with Vegeta, as long as I and Vegeta fuse into Vegeto, I believe that even if he has an immortal body, we can defeat him. I believe Vegeta is also thinking the same thing right now. Sun Wukong said calmly, while his gaze fell on Uchiha Chentian. It seems you want me to take action. Fine, then I can just do some warm-up exercises. I haven't fought in a long time, and my body is a bit rusty. Uchiha Chentian smiled slightly. Uchiha Chentian Bloodline, Otsutsuki King Bloodline, Super Saiyan God, Bloodline Limit, Tentomo Purple Golden Rinnegan. Transformation, Super Saiyan 1, 50 times, Super Saiyan 2, 100 times, Super Saiyan 3, 400 times, Super Red, Super Saiyan 4, 8,000 times, Super Blue, Beyond Super Saiyan 416, 000 times. Deep Blue, Super Saiyan 4, Full Power, 36,000 times. Deep Blue Limit Break, Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break, 72,000 times. Age, 150 years plus 5 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, born in Konoha 10, currently 90 years in Konoha. Level, Peak of God King Realm. Normal state battle power, 240 billion. Sage Art, Super Sage Mode, Susanoo Creation, Sage King Mode. Sage King Physical Technique, 10 times 8 Gates Kaioken. Panga Tattoo, also known as Otsutsuki's Wedge, Sage King Mode. Uchiha Chentian's current normal state battle power is twice that of both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. A flash of golden light passed by. Uchiha Chentian directly entered Super Saiyan 3 state. Battle power increased by 400 times. 96 trillion. Then came Super Saiyan 4. 192 trillion. 20 times the power of Super Saiyan 3. Beyond Super Saiyan 4, battle power 400 trillion, twice that of ordinary Super Saiyan 4. Thick black long hair draped over his shoulders, with a strand of black bangs falling in front of his forehead. A pair of Tentomo purple golden Rinnegan. Dark red deep eye lines. The upper body covered in red body hair. Red hair growing on his arms, and each wrist adorned with a gray bracelet, exuding a wild aura, while a red tail swayed behind him in the wind. Normal state is 16,000 times. That terrifying aura attracted the attention of both Vegeta and the few Zamasu who were fighting. That is, Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta exclaimed. Super Saiyan 4? You Saiyans have so many names for your transformations. The few Zamasu, who can also transform into Super Saiyan 3, naturally knows that Super Saiyan 4 is a transformation above Super Saiyan 3. However, he does not know the difference between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. Chapter 267 Beating the Fused Zamasu. Who are you? The 400 trillion divine aura far exceeds the fused Zamasu. When Vegeta saw Uchiha Chentian, he also breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the fused Zamasu having an immortal body, he would have already died at his hands. However, his 8 gates cannot be maintained for too long, and Vegeta's current battle power has already dropped to 180 trillion, while the fused Zamasu is different. Due to the Scion's unique physique, the fused Zamasu's battle power has increased to 190 trillion. Because Vegeta has fallen behind, Uchiha Chentian said nothing and suddenly appeared in front of the fused Zamasu. He raised his right hand directly at the fused Zamasu. Uchiha Chentian expressionlessly uttered 2 words, destruction. The fused Zamasu immediately felt a terrifying pressure. This made the fused Zamasu feel as if moving would definitely lead to his death. A destructive force. Even a mental energy was filled with a sense of destruction, creating an invisible mental intimidation. And this was the power of the god of destruction. Instant transmission. The fused Zamasu thought of using instant transmission to leave. I can't. Move, the space is sealed. The fused Zamasu shouted in panic. In the next moment, an invisible energy instantly began to destroy the fused Zamasu's body. The fused Zamasu let out a scream, watching helplessly as his body was gradually destroyed and decomposed, slowly disappearing. Has it succeeded? Vegeta watched the fused Zamasu being struck by the god of destruction's power, cold sweat dripping as he fixed his gaze on the disappearing body of the fused Zamasu. During his battle with the fused Zamasu, he had killed the fused Zamasu countless times. No, I can feel his energy being restored by some mysterious power. It seems that must be the power of the dragon. Uchiha Chentian said calmly. No, his resurrection speed is slowing down. Vegeta said seriously. That's right, with my current power, I can easily defeat him. But to truly kill him, unless you fuse with Goku to become Vegeto. Only with both Vegeto and me can we eliminate the power of the dragon and then kill him. Uchiha Chentian said calmly. At that moment, the fused Zamasu finally succeeded in resurrecting again. But damn it, who the hell are you? How can you break the god's techniques? The fused Zamasu glared at Uchiha Chentian with cold sweat. King of gods, Uchiha Chentian. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Chentian's figure disappeared from the fused Zamasu's sight. Bang bang bang. The speed was so fast that it distorted the space. The fused Zamasu's body instantly had countless large and small wounds. Uchiha Chentian tightly grasped the fused Zamasu's neck, rendering him unable to move. The power of both was too great. Uchiha Chentian had seen through his movements. He didn't give the fused Zamasu a chance to strike and didn't engage in battle to allow his combat power to increase. Every move Uchiha Chentian made was fatal, each capable of killing the fused Zamasu, only for him to resurrect again. In front of Uchiha Chentian, the fused Zamasu seemed to be standing still, allowing Uchiha Chentian to attack. If I had known there was such a deity, I would have switched to his body earlier. The fused Zamasu began to doubt whether switching to Goku's body was a mistake. Chapter 268, The Death of Fused Zamasu. But now the fused Zamasu didn't have time to think about that, because Uchiha Chentian had once again launched an attack on him. Uchiha Chentian's figure flashed and appeared above the fused Zamasu. His right palm's energy surged, creating a massive Rasengan, which he slammed down onto the fused Zamasu. Boom! The massive Rasengan collided with the fused Zamasu's Kamehameha, resulting in a violent explosion, instantly kicking up dust and enveloping both of them. As the white smoke slowly dissipated, only the lower half of the fused Zamasu remained. Blood gushed out like a fountain from his lower half, with visible roots and bones. Not long after, the upper half of the fused Zamasu grew back again. The fused Zamasu took deep breaths while looking at Uchiha Chentian. His face was somewhat pale. As he felt the breath of death, he was almost killed by Uchiha Chentian. Shinra Tensei Uchiha Chentian's right eye enlarged, and a powerful ocular power shot out from his eye. A strong repulsive force began to destroy everything around. The fused Zamasu's body slowly began to disappear again. What kind of power is this? The fused Zamasu watched helplessly as his body gradually disappeared. He began to scream. Even such a powerful Uchiha Chentian couldn't kill the fused Zamasu. Goku and Vegeta finally made up their minds. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, then nodded. They were ready to act. The two of them each put on the Patera earrings given by the 10th Universe Kaioshin, and a strong light flashed, revealing one of the universe's strongest fusion warriors, Vegito. Goku's base power, 120 billion. Super Saiyan 1, 6 trillion. Super Saiyan 2, 12 trillion. Super Saiyan 3, 48 trillion. Super Saiyan God Red, 1 trillion. Super Saiyan God Blue, 2 trillion. Tenfold Super Blue, 20 trillion. Vegeta's base power, 120 billion. Super Saiyan 1, 6 trillion. Super Saiyan 2, 12 trillion. Super Saiyan 3, 48 trillion. Super Saiyan God Red, 1 trillion. Super Saiyan God Blue, 2 trillion. Eightfold Super Blue, 20 trillion. Vegeto's base combat power alone is 8 trillion. With a flash of golden light, Vegito transformed directly into Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan 1, 240 trillion. Super Saiyan 2, 480 trillion. Super Saiyan 3, 92 quadrillion. In the end, Vegito jumped straight from Super Saiyan 3 to Super Blue, for quadrillion, which is a combat power of 4 trillion. This level of combat power has far surpassed Vegito. How can we kill this guy? Vegito moved next to Uchiha Chentian. At this moment, Vegito and Uchiha Chentian's combat powers were equal, both at 4 trillion. Vegito knew that his current power could easily kill the fused Zamasu countless times, but couldn't truly kill him. If we work together and maximize the destructive energy, we can eliminate the power of the super dragon within his body. That way, he won't be able to resurrect again. Only by reaching a level of destructive energy comparable to Beerus can we kill the fused Zamasu. Uchiha Chentian said calmly. All right, let's begin. Vegito didn't pay too much attention, as he thought that even though he couldn't kill the fused Zamasu, there were countless ways to seal him. No, I can't use instant transmission. Although he didn't know if these two could really kill him, both of their powers were far above his. And the fused Zamasu didn't dare to gamble. Destruction. The voices of Uchiha Chentian and Vegito echoed. A terrifying purple energy struck the fused Zamasu instantly. An invisible force quickly destroyed the fused Zamasu's body. Even his formidable power, even the Super Dragon's power was being eliminated. Chapter 269, Mass Goku. This time, Zamasu has truly disappeared, right? Vegito said calmly, feeling that the fused Zamasu's energy had genuinely vanished from this universe. With the dragon's power gone, he shouldn't be able to resurrect again. Uchiha Chentian said calmly, this energy is impossible. That guy was dead. How could he resurrect again? Suddenly, Vegito was startled, because he felt a powerful energy reappearing. And this energy was very similar to the fused Zamasu's. A figure resembling Goku, but wearing a mask, appeared again. Masked Zamasu. Oh, it seems the other me from another timeline has already been killed by you. Masked Zamasu looked at Vegito and Uchiha Chentian with a wicked smile. This body is Goku's. He is not the previous Zamasu. Vegito, although this guy does not have immortality, his combat power far exceeds that of the fused Zamasu. Uchiha Chentian was also surprised to see the masked Zamasu from Dragon Ball Heroes. I have killed 100 Gokus from different timelines, but it seems I have never killed the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. It looks like this time should be a record. As soon as he finished this sentence, a massive rose-red aura erupted from masked Zamasu. His hair began to grow long, eventually turning pink, spreading from his waist. His brow bone retracted and eyebrows grew out. A tail sprouted from the back of his body, and his aura remained deep red, light red, and purple, 3 different colors from the outside in, becoming denser than the lightning of Super Rose. He could summon a large number of red lightning in the sky. In this timeline, Black Goku's battle power was equivalent to Super Blue Vegito with a battle power of 5 trillion. Before merging, the battle power of Goku and Vegeta surpassed that of the current Goku and Vegeta, hence their battle power was also 5 trillion. A A sky-blue aura erupted from Vegeto. An energy breath of 2 trillion intensity pressed down on Masked Zamasu. What a powerful aura, haha. Looks like I can take it a step further. Masked Zamasu laughed loudly. Umph. Vegeto snorted coldly, fully aware of what Masked Zamasu was laughing about. He merely wanted to injure himself using his own power, hoping to enhance his battle power through the Scion's special constitution. Tenfold Super Blue Kaioken. A burst of soaring red flames erupted from Vegeto. A red border appeared around the blue aura, and finally, the aura shrank to disappear, with red flames gushing out instantly. The red flames of Kaioken formed an outer layer, while the blue divine aura of Super Saiyan formed an inner layer, creating a double-layered aura. Battle power, 20 trillion. Vegeto extended a hand and caught the fist of the fused Zamasu. Is this your power? It's too weak. As Vegeto spoke, he punched Masked Zamasu in the stomach. The immense force shattered all of Masked Zamasu's bones. Many bones in his body were shattered by a powerful force, causing pain that made Masked Zamasu scream. His body crashed heavily to the ground. So strong. Is this Kaioken? Masked Zamasu, unable to get up from the ground, endured the pain and said with difficulty. He could also use Kaioken and had killed quite a few in the tenfold Super Blue State Goku, but he never expected Vegeto could enhance such immense power in this state. Chapter 270, The Death of Masked Zamasu. Looking at Masked Zamasu, Vegeto said coldly, "This is truly the end." After saying that, Vegeto used destructive energy to obliterate Masked Zamasu at the soul level. Masked Zamasu screamed. His body was disappearing while still recovering, as Vegeto's destructive god power collided with his incorporeal divine dragon power. As Vegeto increased his divine power, Masked Zamasu finally disappeared. Finally, it's over, Vegeto said calmly, crossing his arms over his chest, gazing at the earth and the sky. As Masked Zamasu was killed, his evil energy slowly dissipated, and the world returned to its original state. The earth awakened. All things showed signs of vitality again. Mists swirled. Everything revealed the charm of nature. A rainbow appeared, and everything exhibited brilliant colors. The scent of soil filled the air. The grass stood tall under the nourishment of rain, with dewdrops on the petals sparkling. Looking particularly beautiful, butterflies danced among the flowers, enjoying the freshness and joy after the rain. This is the real world, Vegeto said lightly. Suddenly, in the next moment, a flash of golden light, Vegeto decomposed into Goku and Vegeta. Isn't there still 10 minutes left? Goku asked curiously. Yes, it separated so quickly, but it doesn't matter anyway. That guy Masked Zamasu is already dead. Vegeta didn't care about the matter. That's because the power you two have after merging has exceeded the limits that the Earth infusion can withstand. If the energy consumption is too great, it will disband early, Uchiha Chentian explained to them. Even though this Earth infusion has been improved by him, being dozens of times better than the average fusion, it still couldn't withstand Vegeto's power. After defeating Masked Zamasu, retaining 5 to 6 minutes without disbanding was already the limit. I see. Goku nodded. This Dragon Ball world is not simple. It seems to hide many mysterious powers. The most it can exceed is within 1,000 years. It cannot surpass 1,000 years ago. What if I send a clone to reincarnate 1,000 years ago? With that thought, Uchiha Chentian began to have an idea. 100,000 years ago, planet Scion. In the morning, in E-City No. S-105, on a white cement ground made of steel. Nearly 100 young boys dressed in battle suits, like those of the Frisia Force, stood on the ground. Each boy was about 4 to 6 years old. At this moment, these boys had tears soaking their warrior suits, their faces and ears were red, and all of them stood seriously without moving. These little boys had been standing for an hour. If they were on other planets, children of their age would still be playing in the mud. But on planet Scion, it was like ordinary children go to kindergarten. At this moment, no one dared to move. Those who dared to move had already been knocked out. However, at that moment, the last little boy in the first row could no longer hold on, quickly scratching his back. He couldn't T-bear it anymore. His back was too itchy. Late Chentian, the instructor in front shouted angrily. Just an hour has passed, and you can't hold on so quickly? In the future, you will fight for our race in the universe. What is to come is the past, but now I really can't hold on. Don't come over. Lei Chentian's expression changed. And in the next moment, he felt darkness in front of his eyes, followed by losing consciousness. The Scion instructor, Instructor Glow, casually slapped Lei Chentian away. The next second, Lei Chentian's body was already 100 meters away. With a bang, It sounded like a heavy object falling to the ground. Chapter 271. The Dragon Ball World 100,000 years ago. Then there was no then. When Lei Chentian woke up again, it was already night. If it were a normal 4 or 5-year-old child from another planet being hit so far, they would have probably died long ago. But this was planet Scion. Every Scion cub was born with a power far beyond that of ordinary people. Really speechless. Doing this every day is just wasting my time. Lei Chentian thought helplessly. He had been in this world for 5 years, and Lei Chentian was now 5 years old. Although he was a Scion, he was just a low-level warrior. However, he was born with a battle power of 20, which was 10 times stronger than Kakarot, also known as Goku, when he was just born. Moreover, he had updated the historical minimum battle power for low-level Scion warriors. The previous lowest was 40 points. The battle power of ordinary Scion cubs at birth ranges from 50 to 99. Newly born cubs with a battle power below 100 are low-level warriors. From 100 to 1,000 are intermediate warriors, and above 1,000 are high-level warriors. Most Scions have battle powers between 10,000 to 20,000 when they reach adulthood. They are all low-level warriors. Those with battle powers above 100,000 after adulthood are intermediate warriors, and those above 1,000,000 are high-level warriors. Above high-level warriors are the legendary warriors, also known as the Super Scions, as referred to by the outside world. The battle power of ordinary Super Scions is 50 times that of most high-level warriors. However, anything above high-level warriors is beyond Lei Chentian's understanding. Although he rarely hears others mention it, Lei Chentian also knows the minimum battle power required to transform into a Super Saiyan. When Son Goku first transformed into a Super Saiyan, his battle power was 3 million, which increased to 150 million after the transformation. Although Lei Chentian was born with a battle power of only 20, after 5 years, his battle power has already surpassed 1,000, which is on par with his peers. If he continues to grow at this rate, his battle power could exceed 20,000 in adulthood. After his incarnation was reborn here, Lei Chentian also inherited the Uchiha bloodline, naturally possessing the Sharingan. He opened his eyes at 1 year old and attained the Two-Tomo Sharingan at 5 years old, comparable to the Sage of 6 Paths. After using the Sharingan, Lei Chentian's battle power could increase fourfold. The single Tomo doubles his battle power, while the Two-Tomo Sharingan in its normal state quadruples it. This means Lei Chentian's maximum battle power reaches 4,000. His name remains the same as before, but his surname has changed to Lei. However, Scions don't seem to have surnames. The cold wind howled in his ears. The weather on this planet is hot during the day and cold at night. Daytime temperatures range from 40 to 60 degrees, while nighttime temperatures drop to 0 to minus 10 degrees, sometimes even colder, with gravity 10 times that of other planets. But for Scions, such temperatures and gravity are just right. Having been immersed in this extreme environment since birth, Lei Chentian has long since adapted to this world. After flying for about 10 minutes, a super sci-fi city appeared before him, and Lei Chentian descended from the sky. He arrived at the Scion Research Center and found a scientist named AI Air in an office. AI Air is not a Scion, although he resembles one. He has a large head and stands 2 meters tall, with his head almost the same height as Lei Chentian's entire body. Aside from his oversized head, he looks similar to an ordinary Scion. He is a Planteon, a race known for their high intelligence but low battle power. They are one of the planets conquered by the Scions, specifically responsible for scientific research for the Scions. Every Scion planet has such highly intelligent aliens. As soon as AI Air saw Lei Chentian, he smiled and said, "Lei Chentian, are you here to pick up the gravity equipment I made for you?" Lei Chentian nodded. "Yes, AI Air, is it ready? I just finished it, but you wanted 100 times gravity, which is a bit difficult. The maximum I can set is 10 times. 10 times? That's enough." Although Lei Chentian was somewhat disappointed, he understood that AI Air's 10 times gravity was equivalent to 100 times gravity on other planets, given that the gravity on Scion planet is 10 times that of ordinary planets. Lei Chentian put on a golden electronic wristwatch, which displayed 0. He pressed the button on the watch and set the gravity to 2 times. Instantly, he felt as though he was carrying a mountain, a powerful force weighing down on his shoulders. Fortunately, 2 times gravity was within his tolerance range. Since Lei Chentian often trains with weights, he could manage the 2 times gravity comfortably. "Great, thank you." Lei Chentian smiled at AI Air. "You're welcome." AI Air smiled back at Lei Chentian. It was the first time he had met a scion who expressed gratitude so genuinely. Most scions have a sense of pride and look down on aliens. It's rare for them to even be polite, let alone say thank you. This is also why AI Air was able to help Lei Chentian develop the gravity watch in such a short time. Lei Chentian's home. His home is a luxurious villa of 300 square meters. The furniture is complete, and it even has a training room. Although this luxurious villa looks large, it's what every scion is given at birth. Land is abundant on Scion Planet. Scion Planet is 10 times larger than an ordinary planet. And since scions often help other planets fight against aliens that invade them, it's easy to imagine that scions are quite wealthy. In this universe, scions are somewhat equivalent to the Galactic Patrol from the Dragon Ball world, although they are not recognized by the Galactic Police Force. While scions help other planets, they do so largely because they enjoy fighting, preferring to use violence to solve problems. If one were to look at the offspring of intermediate scion warriors, they would find their lives even more luxurious, with professional robot services. An hour later, I feel so uncomfortable. Lei Chentian's complexion was somewhat pale. Although he could withstand the 2 times gravity, he couldn't maintain it for long. Prolonged exposure put a significant burden on his internal organs. I should take a break. Continuing like this will only lead to injury and won't yield any training benefits. I really don't know how Son Goku overcame 100 times gravity in 7 days. Is it because I'm not yet an adult? Scions experience a significant surge in battle power as they approach adulthood. This is likely their growth period. However, my body's talent seems too poor, probably similar to Son Goku's. Chapter 272, Gravity Chamber. If I train hard during my growth period, will my battle power increase even faster? With these questions in mind, Lei Chentian sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. With the memories of Uchiha Chentian, Lei Chentian easily entered a meditative state. Meditating under this 2 times gravity can help him recover stamina faster, bringing his body back to peak condition while also enhancing his strength. In the Dragon Ball storyline, Son Gohan and Krillin often meditate during their journey to Namek on their spaceship. 5 hours later, running sit-up squats. After completing more than 10 exercises, Lei Chentian lay on the ground like a dead dog, gasping for breath. Gravity truly is the best for training. Lei Chentian looked at the screen displaying his battle power data. 1,050. His battle power increased by 50 points each hour. At this rate, if he trained for 10 hours a day, he would gain 500 points in a year and 350,000 points in 10 years. However, this is just the initial effect. After all, the human body has its limits. One must eat a meal 1 bite at a time. Training for too long is not good either. In the storyline, after Son Goku and Son Gohan emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, they didn't immediately continue training. Instead, they spent a few days relaxing to allow their bodies to recover. Even the best machines need maintenance, and humans need rest too. Lei Chentian understands that he has just started training, which is why the results are so good. Once he fully adapts to this 2 times gravity or 20 times, the increase in battle power will not be as noticeable. Moreover, having just over 300,000 battle power is not Lei Chentian's goal. His goal is to become a Super Saiyan, at the very least a Super Saiyan 3. At the same time, Lei Chentian internally criticized the training methods of scions in this era. It can't be said that his current training method is bad. On the contrary, it's much better than how scions and later generations are thrown onto other planets to fend for themselves at birth. Moreover, scions do indeed increase their combat power after taking a beating. That's right, Chentian grew stronger through being beaten up. Although there was some basic way to training, most of the time was spent enduring attacks. Even though he didn't want to participate in such training, he had no choice. It was mandatory. Just like how children from other planets have to go to school, and there's no room for negotiation, especially on the Scion planet where strength is paramount. After sleeping for 6 hours, Chentian flipped over and got up. After finishing breakfast, he ran off to join the training of the Scion Cubs. Just like that, a year passed without him noticing. In an open space, 5 boys with tails and tight-fitting outfits surrounded a smaller boy. That's right, this boy was Chentian. Let's go together. Chentian crossed his arms and looked defiantly at the 5 peers in front of him. Damn it, Chentian, stop looking down on us. I don't believe you can defeat all 5 of us alone. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 raised their hands. An energy gathered in their palms as they began to fire energy blasts. Prince's battle tactic. Dozens of energy blasts were instantly launched, hitting Chentian. He was immediately covered by the energy blasts. Haha, you let your guard down. Sero laughed triumphantly as he watched the attack land. Withstanding this kind of attack, even if you don't die, you'll definitely be injured. You're right. I just lost a hair. Chentian's voice came from within the smoke. What? Sero was shocked. He saw a shadow flash past him. Was so fast. Sero's expression changed drastically. Bang! Bang! Simultaneously, screams rang out as 5 figures shot off in different directions, crashing heavily to the ground. Too strong. The onlookers gasped, realizing how quickly Chentian's combat power had increased over the year. He had easily defeated 5 lower-level warriors with combat powers of around 2,000. It was estimated that Chentian's combat power had already reached 4,000. Oh my god, that's close to being a mid-level warrior. A group of young scions nearby commented, filled with surprise, envy, and a desire to challenge Chentian. Damn it, this guy's combat power has increased again. Sero lay on the ground, unwilling to accept the outcome, his face pale. Haizue looked at Chentian with frustration. She was a mid-level warrior, one of the strongest among the young scions, with a combat power of 4,000 points. Although she could defeat those 5 scion cubs, it would not be as easy as Chentian did. This meant that Chentian's combat power was at least 5,005 or possibly over 6,000 points. Very good, not bad. Goro smiled at Chentian. You made a lot of progress this year. 3,000 combat power, and you've increased by 2,000 in just 1 year. You're almost catching up to mid-level warriors, and I bet you're hiding even more combat power, right? Truly low-key. This old six, why say it out loud? Chentian thought to himself. In just 1 year, his combat power had reached 18,000 points. 18,000 points were equivalent to that of an ordinary adult lower-level warrior. If he continued training at this pace, Chentian had a chance to reach upper-level warrior status among the scions when he matured. As for becoming a super warrior, that was something to think about later. On Scion Planet, once warriors reach adulthood, most are sent into the universe to fight, with only those with poor talent or very low combat power remaining for logistical work. As he grew older, Chentian learned that although scions are known as a warrior race, they're not the strongest fighters in the universe. There are several races that can compete with them, such as the Ice Demons, Super Namekians, the Demon race from the Demon Realm, the Divine race from the Divine Realm, the Saint Seiya, and the Blood Warriors, among others. A combat power of 100,000 points is merely considered a minor expert in the universe. Only Scion Super Warriors, known externally as Super Scions, can truly be called strong. After defeating Sero and the others, 3 hours later, it was time for Chentian to finish school. Chapter 273 Haizue. Haizue, why are you following me? Chentian asked, puzzled. Haizue did not answer. Instead, she raised her hand and pointed a combat power detector at Chentian, and the data she saw made her frown even deeper. Combat power of 4,000? How is that possible? How could it be lower than mine? Haizue had a combat power of 5,100 points. 4,000 combat power was nothing, but appearing to defeat 5 warriors with over 2,000 combat power each was unreasonable, especially since Sero's combat power was already close to 3,000. She had every reason to believe that Chentian was hiding his combat power. However, only some upper-level warriors possess the ability to conceal their combat power. How could Chentian, a scion determined to be a lower-level warrior at birth, have that capability? Flash wave, Haizue shouted, bringing her palms together and suddenly launching an attack at Chentian. A white energy wave shot towards him at supersonic speed. Damn, Haizue, are you crazy? Chentian exclaimed, caught off guard by Haizue's sudden attack. Moreover, she was using 70 to 80% of her power, leaving him momentarily stunned. Although Chentian could dodge, doing so would destroy his newly returned gravity training room. Instead, he stepped forward and kicked Haizue's flash wave away, sending a 10-meter-long energy wave soaring into the sky. Boom! An explosion of energy, like fireworks, lit up the sky. At the same time, the combat power detector by Haizue's left, I instantly registered a reading of 10,000 points. How? How is this possible? Your combat power has reached 10,000. Haizue stared at Chentian in shock. Cough, cough. You must have misread it. My combat power is just about the same as yours. Chentian coughed a few times and replied to Haizue. You definitely have a secret, Haizue said, her gaze shifting to the half-circular spaceship behind Chentian, which was about 20 meters long. Chentian's choice not to dodge her attack was to protect that spaceship. Initially, she did not understand why Chentian would buy such a large spaceship, as such ships are typically slow, and given Chentian's status, He would not be able to afford a large, high-grade spaceship. With this thought, Hizui's attention returned to the medium-sized ship. Hey, what are you doing? Chentian exclaimed as he saw Hizui walk towards his gravity room without saying a word, feeling anxious. Although it looked like a larger spaceship, in reality, with the resources Chentian currently had, he could not afford such a large spaceship. So this spaceship is a modified second-hand ship, and it has been transformed into a gravity chamber. You really are hiding secrets. When Heather saw Chentian's expression change, she guessed that there was something else hidden in the spaceship, although she didn't know what it was, but it must be something to enhance combat power. Forget it. Then I'll let you in. Seeing Heather's expression, Chentian could only helplessly let her enter. After a proud snort from Heather, she directly bypassed Chentian and walked into the gravity chamber of the spaceship, looking at the floor made entirely of alloy. Heather looked at Chentian in confusion. How do you use this? Heather asked. Seek, Fina. In the end, Chentian chose to let Heather use her own gravity chamber. Having grown up with Heather since childhood, he had already regarded her as his sister. Get ready, don't complain about being tired later. Chentian directly set the gravity to 2. This is equivalent to 2 times the gravity of planet Sion and 20 times that of other planets. Although Heather was already prepared, she was still startled and almost pressed to the ground. So you actually have such a good thing. No wonder your combat power has increased so fast. Heather exclaimed in surprise. Wait, I've heard of gravity chambers, but the enhancement effect shouldn't be so obvious, right? Heather muttered to herself. This is naturally my talent. Chentian smiled. You have a talent? The weakest low-level warrior in history. Heather glanced at Chentian disdainfully and said, Chapter 274, Sion Team This. For a moment, Chentian was speechless. Heather was right. He really was the weakest low-level warrior in history, with a birth combat power of 20 points, directly setting a new record for the lowest birth combat power of Sion Cubs. Heather ignored Chentian. She began training in the gravity chamber. Her body quickly flashed around. Most Scions could withstand 2 times the gravity. After all, they had lived in 10 times the gravity since childhood, making their physical strength much stronger than that of people from other planets. So Heather could walk under such gravity. While testing the training in the gravity chamber, Heather said, I really don't know if training under such gravity can really speed things up that much. I'm also working hard to cultivate. There's no reason you should surpass me so much. So I've decided. I'll train here for now. Hearing Heather's words, Chentian was stunned. For years later, Chentian was 10 years old, and Heather was also 10 years old. Chentian was 3 months older than Heather. After 4 years, Chentian's combat power had increased from 18,000 points to 180,000 points. Although he improved as dramatically as Son Goku, Chentian knew that this age was the best time to build a solid foundation, so he didn't mind too much. In a primitive forest, every tree here was over 100 meters tall, and this was an ordinary planet. Yes, at this time, Chentian was already leading a team in the universe. Flash cannon. Heather's expression was stern, her whole body exuding a white aura, and she gathered 2 white energy waves in her hands, combining them into a more powerful energy ball, then coldly threw it at a boy below. After 4 years, Chentian had grown to 5 meters tall. Seeing the energy ball Heather sent towards him, Chentian smiled and raised one hand towards the incoming energy ball. Disperse. An invisible force emanated from the palm of Chentian's hand. At the same moment, a red tomo appeared in each of Chentian's eyes. The energy ball, which was about 4 or 5 meters in size, was instantly disintegrated by an invisible force. Damn, clearly our combat powers are similar. Why can you always easily counter all my moves, and my attack wave doesn't even work on you? Heather shouted angrily. For years had passed, and Heather had grown from a little girl into a young girl. Although she was still only 10 years old, her development as a female was earlier than that of males, plus she was a scion. Heather's appearance was similar to that of an average 13 or 14-year-old girl, standing at 158 meters tall with long black hair, a high-bridged nose, watery eyes, and a cherry-like mouth, looking strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of a mixed-race girl from Chentian's previous life. She wore a blue bodysuit that perfectly showcased her S-shaped figure. Heather now had a combat power of 170,000, reaching the level of a mid-level adult scion warrior. That is because my control over energy is far beyond yours. Chentian smiled. In his previous life, the Sharingan's first tomo could double his chakra, the second could quadruple it, and the insight was several times stronger than before. Although this world did not have chakra, it had energy. In the first Tomo Sharingan state, Lei Chentian's power was double his normal state, quadruple in the second Tomo, 8 times in the third Tomo, 27 times in the Manjiki, and 54 times in the Eternal Manjiki. However, Lei Chentian had only awakened the second Tomo, meaning he had 4 times his normal power, roughly equivalent to 4 times the Kaioken. But compared to the 4 times Kaioken, Lei Chentian's Sharingan had no side effects. And the Rinnegan was several times stronger than the Eternal Manjiki, but Lei Chentian was not very clear about this, as he had only awakened the Manjiki Sharingan in his last life and died before awakening the Eternal Eye. Although the Sharingan couldn't match the increase from transforming into a Super Saiyan, the combination of the two powers could elevate Lei Chentian's combat power to a terrifying height. But that was something for the future. Generally, when a Scion's combat power reached 10,000 points, they would be sent to other universes for training. Although 10,000 points of combat power was merely an ordinary low-level warrior for Scions, for most planets, a warrior with over 10,000 combat power represented an invincible existence capable of destroying a planet. On some planets, martial artists with a combat power of 1,000 were already rare. If we talk about the frozen demon race, their favorite thing is to attack other planets, killing all the intelligent beings on the entire planet, and then selling the planet to others. And Scions were often invited by people from other planets using large amounts of resources to protect their planets against those cosmic bandits. Because of this, the frozen demon race often encountered Scions. In the end, Scions became the nemesis of the frozen demons. At this time, Lei Chentian had already formed his own Scion team. Generally, a small team consists of 5 to 10 members, and if they are powerful Scions, they prefer to act alone. After all, Scions live for battle. If there are more Scions, it means that their opponents will be shared with their teammates, and Scions also dislike working with others. Although for most Scion teams, the smaller the number, the stronger they are, this is not always the case, as some Scions, due to their teammates dying in battle, find it hard to find new partners and end up dying on missions. The small number of Scions is naturally one of the reasons for this. Although the number of Scions is in the trillions, which seems like a lot if you know that they control over 100,000 planets. Dividing these trillions of Scions among those 100,000 planets means that there would only be about 100 million Scions on each planet. Of course, this number would actually be even smaller, as every day some Scions die in battle, and the newborn Scion cubs cannot keep up with the death rate. Captain, Vice Captain, headquarters sent a message, telling us to hurry back. At that moment, a Scion, 8 meters tall, with a Super Saiyan 3 hairstyle, flew into the air and landed between Lei Chentian and Heatherway. Although he was only 10 years old, he had already grown to 8 meters tall and was expected to exceed 2 meters when fully grown. This person was Sero, one of the Scions who had been defeated by Lei Chentian with a single move 4 years ago. Lei Chentian's team consisted of 5 members, including Lei Chentian himself. The other 3 were Sero, Jabak, and Griho. Their strengths were similar, with combat powers all reaching 40,000. In the eyes of other Scions, they all had the potential to become intermediate or even close to advanced warriors. Naturally, Lei Chentian would not be stingy towards his teammates, as he didn't want to drag a few burdens around. Chapter 275. Yamoshi returning from this planet to Scion Planet 119 would take about 2 days of flying. This means we have already exceeded the time limit for the mission. A girl dressed in a black combat suit, wearing a power level detector, spoke to the others. This female Scion was Griho, who was half a head shorter than Heatherway, standing at 145 meters, which was average height for female Scions. So what if we exceeded it? It doesn't matter at this point. Lei Chentian said nonchalantly. I knew it would be like this, Jabak said, shrugging his hands behind his head, looking somewhat helpless. Sigh, that means we lost quite a bit of money. Sero also fell helpless. 3 days later, Lei Chentian's team finally returned to Scion Planet 119. Scion Planet 119 means there are still 118 Scion planets ahead. A circular spaceship, 20 meters in diameter and 5 meters high, descended from the sky and landed in a super city that looked like something out of a sci-fi movie. The entire city was made of a special steel alloy. Towering skyscrapers with extreme technological aesthetics filled the view. Spaceships flew back and forth in the sky. Lei Chentian's spaceship landed at a spaceship launch base. In this spaceship launch base, Lei Chentian's spaceship was an incredibly ordinary one. Spaceships of various sizes were either landing or taking off. Some spaceships were even tenfold or 100-fold larger than Lei Chentian's. The sky was filled with scions leaving or returning to the Scion planet. There were also magnificent palaces, bases, research centers, logistics departments, etc. While there were also aliens present. Most of them served the scions. Although scions can fly, they still need vehicles like cars and airplanes. Especially because scion cubs have low combat power and cannot fly well on this tenfold gravity scion planet. They do not have enough energy to fly and move slowly, so they rely on transportation. Lei Chentian arrived at the highest level city on planet 119. This was the palace of King Bardock. King Bardock was the most powerful super warrior on Scion planet 119 and the only one who could transform into a super scion. Of course, this was the publicly known super scion. Lei Chentian had heard that there was more than one super scion on this planet. Finally here, staying in such a small space for 3 days was torture. Sarah was the first to fly out of the spaceship, followed by Jabak, Griho, Heatherway, and finally Lei Chentian. Newbies, you completed the mission. A nearly 3-meter-tall, bald scion saw Sarah flying past him and spoke to him in a teasing tone. Scions can grow to 3 or almost 4 meters in height, but most scions are between 1.6 and 1.9 meters tall. Only a few scions exceed 3 meters. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? Sarah responded somewhat displeased upon hearing the bald scion's words. Ha ha ha, are you challenging me? A cub with a combat power of 45,000. The bald scion pressed on his power level detector by his eye and laughed at Sarah. Although adult scions cannot attack underage scions, if an underage scion challenges an adult scion, it is a different story. Sarah, don't be impulsive. That guy is an intermediate warrior. Jabak and Griho stepped forward to hold Sarah back. But, damn it, Sarah bit his teeth, unwilling to look away from the bald giant. Us newbies completing the mission is much better than your failure. Just then, Lei Chentian's voice rang out. You little brat, what did you say? Who said my mission failed? The bald giant shouted angrily. Oh, isn't it? Your spaceship is clearly damaged by cosmic bandits. So it must be that the mission was overdue. Lei Chentian calmly glanced at the bald giant's tattered spaceship. Oh, you actually guessed it. Looks like you're quite smart. Little brat, the bald giant said, somewhat surprised. Although scions often fail missions due to battle-related reasons, most don't care much. Only feeling heartbroken when their money gets deducted by a large portion due to mission delays. It's not that I'm smart, it's that you're too foolish. Lei Chentian said, somewhat speechless. You little brat, what did you say? You dare call me foolish? Are you seeking death? The bald giant was instantly enraged, as it seemed he was often called foolish by others. Oh, what did I say wrong? Is this what others say about you? Lei Chentian pretended to be somewhat surprised. You little brat, you're asking for death. Watch me teach you how to respect your seniors. The bald giant instantly became furious, clearly showing that he was often insulted like this by other scions. In the next moment, he turned into a blur and charged at Lei Chentian, using his massive fist that was as big as Lei Chentian's head to strike at Lei Chentian's face. Whoosh! Lei Chentian bent down to dodge the punch, his figure flashing as he jumped onto the giant's shoulder. Where are you? The bald giant was startled. Right here, bald guy. As soon as he spoke, a sound of air breaking came from his ear, followed by a loud bang. The bald giant was kicked away by Lei Chentian, flying off like a shooting star and sliding along the ground for more than 10 meters before finally fainting. What? That little brat actually defeated Doro in one move? It should be noted that Doro was an intermediate warrior with a combat power of 110,000. The other scions nearby looked at Lei Chentian in shock, discussing among themselves. If it were a scion of the same age defeating Doro, they might not be surprised. However, a 20-something intermediate warrior was defeated in one move by a 10-year-old scion, which truly astonished them. Advanced warrior. That little brat must be an advanced warrior. His combat power seems to have instantly risen to 150,000. It seems that he has reached a very high level of control over his energy, which allows him to manage his combat power. This is incredible. Even among adult elite warriors, very few can conceal their combat power. This kid's talent is just too strong. The surrounding scions commented. At that moment, all the scions began to scream. Isn't that Yamoshi? How'd he get here? The legendary super warrior, born with a combat power of 100,000. A natural super scion. Oh my, I can't believe I'm seeing him here. A scion around 15 or 16 exclaimed excitedly, as if witnessing a supreme being. Suddenly, a person of the same age appeared in front of Lei Chentian, both about the same height and age, both 10 years old. This person was Yamoshi. the strongest scion born on this planet, who also holds the record for the highest combat power of newborn scion cubs, surpassing the second highest by 50,000 points. Yamoshi, the son of King Bardock, the prince of the scions. Your strength is quite impressive. Would you be interested in joining my team? Yamoshi said to Lei Chentian with a smile, extending an invitation. Chapter 276. Yamoshi's team. Yamoshi still had some impression of Lei Chentian. He was the scion cub with the lowest combat power in scion history on this planet, while Yamoshi had the highest. Both of them were historic existences among the scions, especially considering Lei Chentian's progress over the past few years, frequently defeating scions with higher combat power than his own. It could be said that Lei Chentian's reputation among his peers was not inferior to Yamoshi's. Among his peers, Yamoshi had never seen a scion with such high combat talent. Therefore, even though Lei Chentian's combat power was not even 1/10 of his, Yamoshi felt that Lei Chentian was fully qualified to join his team. Furthermore, he happened to pass by and saw Lei Chentian instantly defeat an adult intermediate warrior, which further confirmed his belief. What a terrifying aura. Yamoshi's strength could not possibly be just a surface reading of 1 million. His combat power must be at least 3 million or more. Lei Chentian was secretly shocked. Although Yamoshi hid his energy very well, it was only in comparison to other scions. In Lei Chentian's eyes, Yamoshi's control over his own energy was still quite rudimentary, perhaps even inferior to Heather. Even if he activated his two-tomo Sharingan, he couldn't defeat Yamoshi. Lei Chentian shook his head. No, I will not join your team, because I will definitely surpass you, and the next time we meet, the gap between us will not be as great as it is now. Lei Chentian said to Yamoshi word by word. As he said this, a confident smile filled Lei Chentian's face. Oh, interesting. Haha. Then this prince looks forward to your challenge. Yamoshi smiled confidently at Lei Chentian. Since his birth, Yamoshi had never been defeated. His opponents were all older scions, and no scion of similar age had ever challenged him. So, Yamoshi was quite happy about Lei Chentian's words. Having been undefeated for so long, he naturally hoped to have a rival. In this way, he would not be lonely. Let's go. Yamoshi led his team members away. Meanwhile, Yamoshi's teammates took Lei Chentian's words as a joke. A lower-tier warrior wanting to challenge Yamoshi was nothing but a huge joke in their eyes. Now that Lei Chentian's combat power had surpassed 100,000, it didn't seem like much to them, as everyone in Yamoshi's team were elite warriors. Is this the legendary Yamoshi? How terrifying. Just standing there gives me such immense pressure. Zero stared blankly at Yamoshi's receding figure. Lei Chentian, can you really surpass Yamoshi? That's over 1 million in combat power. Heather thought to herself. In Heather's view, although 1 million combat power was not Lei Chentian's limit, by the time Lei Chentian reached 1 million, Yamoshi would probably be in the tens of millions or even over 100 million. How powerful is Lei Chentian, and how much strength is he hiding? Heather was not very clear, but she knew that Lei Chentian's combat power was not just 18,000, but at least over 200,000. However, even with 300,000, he was still far from Yamoshi. A year later, planet 119. In the gravity chamber, the screen displayed 10, indicating 10 times gravity, 100 times that of other planets. Bang, bang. The sound of fists colliding echoed. Facing Zero's frenzied attacks, Lei Chentian easily countered. Zero screamed in pain, temporarily losing his combat power. Lei Chentian performed a flip in the air and kicked Jabok hard in the neck, sending him crashing down from midair. The battle was over. Lei Chentian calmly looked at the 3 people on the ground. Zero, Jabok, and Grijo. A year later, their combat power had reached 200,000, several times what it was a year ago. As their bodies matured, scions experienced the fastest increase in combat power after the age of 10, and by 18, most scions had settled into their peak. It could be said that if they did not train hard during this time, it would be difficult to increase their base combat power any further. Chapter 277. The powerful Yamoshi captain. You are just too strong. Our combat power has already surpassed 200,000. Yet we were easily defeated by you in less than a minute. Jabok exclaimed in shock. The gap between us is too great. It's normal for you to lose to me. In terms of equal combat power, your strength can be considered above average. Lei Chentian looked at Zero, Jabok, and Grijo calmly. After 3 years of guidance from Lei Chentian, the 3 of them had greatly improved their control over their energy, at least being able to conceal their combat power. It could be said that among scions of equal combat power, no one could defeat them. In 2 days, our planet's martial arts tournament will begin. Lei Chentian, are you going to participate? At that moment, Heather walked into the gravity chamber, addressing Lei Chentian and the others. Since there's nothing else to do now, I might as well go and have some fun. A smile appeared on Lei Chentian's face. A year has passed, and in that time, Lei Chentian's combat power has increased 5 to 6 times compared to a year ago, rising from 18,000 to 1 million. The progress made in this year has been faster than before. After all, this is his growth period. 2 days later, the next day, under 10 times gravity, Lei Chentian opened his eyes during meditation. Feeling the changes in the energy within his body, he murmured, using the method of absorbing natural energy. The effects of this training are indeed the best. In 2 days, my combat power has increased by another 20,000. Moreover, I can control every bit of energy I've gained with familiarity. Now that Lei Chentian is 10 years old, he is no longer in the Scion childhood phase, but has entered adolescence. At this stage, Scions have begun to venture into the universe. This is also when a Scion's strength grows the fastest in battle. Yamoshi, who was born with over 100,000 combat power, is now even more terrifying. The Scion martial arts tournament is held once a year, divided into junior and adult groups. The youth group is for those under 16 years old, while the adult group is for those over 17. Sword light cannon, Sero shouted loudly, and a brilliant firelight appeared, slicing toward a Scion of similar age like a shooting star. The power of this energy wave had already reached 200,000 points. While other adult Scions might not be surprised, the fact that a 10-year-old Scion could unleash such power made everyone present gasp in shock. Boom, boom, a cloud of smoke swirled, and a completely blackened Scion lay on the ground. Sero wins. The referee's voice rang out. Then, 4 or 5 alien healers rushed forward to treat the Scion. A few minutes later, the Scion who was defeated by Sero finally regained consciousness. Cough, cough. It's only been a year. Sero, your battle power has actually reached 200,000. Damn it. Aren't you just an ordinary intermediate warrior? How could you have 200,000 battle power, surpassing even typical adult intermediate warriors? Kamak gritted his teeth and said to Sero, intermediate warriors have battle powers ranging from 100,000 to 300,000. Upper intermediate warriors range from 400,000 to 600,000. Elite intermediate warriors range from 700,000 to 900,000. If you can have 100,000 battle power, why can't I have 200,000? Sero said, crossing his arms and coldly looking at his former nemesis, Kamak. Damn it! Kamak gritted his teeth as he glared at Sero. At that moment, Hathaway, after a tough battle, defeated a female Scion who was a few years older than herself. Oh my god, that was Lana, a high-ranking warrior from a prestigious family. How could she be defeated by an intermediate warrior? Lana wouldn't have lost on purpose, would she? Compared to the battle on Sero's side, Hathaway's fight was even more astonishing. All the Scions below the arena looked at Hathaway on the stage with astonished expressions. Hathaway walked down the stage with a cold expression. That's right, Hathaway has improved again. After defeating Lana, she still has energy left. Lei Chentian smiled as he looked at Hathaway. Although Lana is a high-ranking warrior, defeating her is not a big deal. If it were Ryuri Meiji, then I might be quite happy. She's just an ordinary high-ranking warrior, Hathaway said nonchalantly. Ryuri Meiji, a descendant of a super warrior, was born with a battle power of 50,000. If she hadn't encountered the freaky Moxie, she might have become the strongest warrior on this planet. The future super female warrior, Ryuri Meiji? Then you need to work harder. I've heard her battle power reached 1 million a year ago. Lei Chentian said with a smile at Hathaway. Hathaway snorted coldly and said nothing. Just then, a Scion of similar age to Lei Chentian, with hair resembling Super Scion 4, flew onto the arena. You all go together. This prince is in a hurry to participate in the adult fighting competition. Yamaxi looked proudly at everyone present. A battle power of 1 million emanated from him, and that terrifying aura caused the surrounding pressure to multiply, shaking the ground. It's Prince Yamaxi, another person exclaimed. It's him again. 2 years ago, no one could match Prince Yamaxi. Now, 2 years later, no one could defeat him. A 1'7" tall young Scion looked at Yamaxi on the stage, fear written all over his face. Wasn't Yamaxi supposed to compete in our youth group last year? Why is he here again this year? The young intermediate warrior said, puzzled. Although it was a fighting competition with hundreds of arenas, there were no specific rules. As long as you could make others afraid to challenge you, you could be considered the master of the arena. It could be said that no arena master was weak. Most arena masters were high-ranking warriors. However, no Scion dared to be confident enough to say they would challenge Yamaxi, who openly declared he would take on everyone at once. But Yamaxi absolutely had the qualifications to say that. Just the energy aura emanating from him at 1 million points was enough to make most scions hesitant to step forward. Most young warriors capable of fighting Yamaxi had already been intimidated by him, while others thought no one dared to challenge Yamaxi. A 2-meter-tall scion transformed into a green light and appeared in front of Yamaxi. Yamaxi, today I will definitely defeat you, Bellet said seriously, looking at Yamaxi. Budo, born with a battle power of 50,000, was the son of the renowned General Roch, and was one of Yamaxi's teammates. Also one of the few of the same age who could fight Yamaxi. Chapter 278, Challenging Yamaxi. Bellet, known for his few words, immediately launched an attack on Yamaxi as he stepped onto the arena. A blue light fell from the sky, striking at Yamaxi. Yamaxi raised his hand, clenched his fist, and punched back. The large and small fists collided, creating a powerful surge of energy that formed a dazzling light. This light enveloped both Bellet and Yamaxi, illuminating the entire scene as bright as day. Within that blinding light, Yamaxi and Bellet quickly engaged in combat. Finally, with a powerful energy convergence, a terrifying explosion of energy erupted instantly. A loud bang echoed through the heavens and earth, and the released energy shockwave spread out. At that moment, a middle-aged scion appeared beside the arena. A strong energy emanated from the middle-aged man's hands. An invisible energy instantly enveloped the entire arena, blocking all the attacks released from between Yamaxi and Bellet. However, the airflow generated by their battle still reached outside the arena, and the powerful gust blew away countless scions. Sero, Jabak, and Grikio unleashed all their energy, sending an invisible momentum forward. The two invisible forces collided. Boom! The three of them stepped back a few paces. The other scions, however, were not so lucky and were directly blown away by the powerful storm. In the center of the arena, Bellet and Yamaxi stood face to face. 5 million battle power. You've improved so little over the past year. Yamaxi smiled at Bellet. Yamaxi, don't underestimate me. Today, I will definitely defeat you, Bellet said, his hands radiating blue energy as he punched towards Yamaxi. That punch emitted a terrifying energy. If it landed on another planet, it would surely punch through it. Yamaxi's expression remained unchanged as he directly threw a punch. At the moment their fists collided, a deafening roar echoed throughout Bardock City. The clash of two powerful forces created a dazzling light, shaking the entire arena. Fool! Quickly turn off the battle power detector. If it detects this terrifying energy, the detector will explode. An intermediate warrior shouted to his teammate. Bang! A loud bang echoed across the land as the two collided once more. A powerful shockwave rapidly spreading from their center, engulfing everything around them like turbulent ocean waves. Yaya! Belot launched a flurry of attacks towards Yamaxi, employing the prince's combat technique. Countless energy bullets rushed at Yamaxi from all directions, piercing the air with a whistling sound. Again with this? Is it no new tactic? Yamaxi's voice rang out. The moment all of Belot's energy bullets hit Yamaxi, they were blocked by an invisible force. Boom! Boom! Explosions erupted around Yamaxi, but he walked toward Belot with an expressionless face. What? Damn it, Yamaxi. I refuse to believe you can ignore my attacks. Belot gritted his teeth, watching Yamaxi as he spread his hands wide, gathering two powerful energy forces in his palms. Super Destruction Wave. Belot slammed his hands together, unleashing a wave of energy that surged toward Yamaxi. Yeah. At this moment, Yamaxi finally took it seriously, elevating his own energy to the maximum, extending one hand toward Belot, intending to catch Belot's attack with a single hand. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. A light blue energy pillar shot up like a rocket, instantly enveloping the entire arena. After a cloud of smoke cleared, Yamaxi stood motionless in place, while Belot's combat power had dropped significantly, now only around 1 million. Game over. Yamaxi's voice echoed. Suddenly, Belot felt a strong energy wave approaching from behind. He quickly turned around to see Yamaxi appearing before him, surrounded by white flames, exuding a fierce aura. Yamaxi held up a massive energy bullet in his hand, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Not good. Belot gasped. Boom! After several seconds, Belot lay on the ground motionless, his upper body bare. If it weren't for the faint trace of energy still emanating from him, one might think he was dead. 3 to 5 healing aliens flew onto the arena and began treating Belot. Before long, he was carried off the stage. Incredible. So powerful. The scions below commented. I heard Yamaxi is only 10 years old, and his combat power has already surpassed 10 million points. Just when everyone thought no one would dare to challenge Yamaxi. A boy of similar height flew up from the crowd and stood before Yamaxi. Is this kid crazy? He actually dares to challenge Yamaxi. Doesn't he fear for his life? He looks like a lower-level warrior. Haha, I remember now. He is the lowest-level warrior in history. Haha, the weakest lower-level warrior challenging the strongest upper-level warrior in history. This is interesting. That lower-level warrior won't be killed in one hit, right? No, I bet that lower-level warrior could withstand one hit. Some scions joked. Almost all scions looked down on Lei Chentian. Oh, you came up? Yamaxi looked at Lei Chentian with some surprise. I said, when we meet again, our gap will definitely not be that big. Lei Chentian said calmly, a powerful aura emanating from him. 100,000, 500,000, 1 million. Eventually, Lei Chentian's combat power stabilized at 1 million. Haha, truly incredible. In just a year, your improvement is astonishing. I thought I had overestimated you, but it turns out I still underestimated you. Yamaxi laughed heartily. Do you want to take a break? That last battle with Bailat must have consumed quite a bit of energy, right? I don't want to take advantage of you. Lei Chentian said casually. No, it's fine. That last fight was just a warm-up for me. Yamaxi replied nonchalantly. Come on, let me see how strong you are. As Yamaxi's words fell, Lei Chentian's eyes flashed with a hint of red light, revealing a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. His combat power instantly surged to 2 million. Yamaxi looked at Lei Chentian with slight surprise before dashing towards him. The battle between the two resumed on the arena. Chapter 279, Battle with Yamaxi Too Slow. Although Lei Chentian's combat power had risen to 2 million, he was still too weak in front of Yamaxi, who had over 10 million combat power. Bang! Lei Chentian was pushed back several meters, while Yamaxi stood still. Oh, you actually blocked it. Yamaxi looked at Lei Chentian in surprise. Although he hadn't used his full strength, that punch still had a power of 4 million. This 4 million was enough to easily defeat a 2 million combat power warrior. Lei Chentian said nothing and charged at Yamaxi again. Bang, bang, bang. In just 3 seconds, Lei Chentian was forced back again. This time, droplets of blood fell from the sky. Lei Chentian had finally been injured, as the gap between them was simply too great. Lei Chentian's eyes began to close. Clang! In the next moment, Lei Chentian's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing a pair of double Mangeki Sharingan, his body engulfed in a red aura. Looking like a Super Saiyan Son Goku. Double Mangeki, 4 million combat power. Lei Chentian's combat power surged again. He charged at Yamaxi for the third time. This time, he finally did not get pushed back by Yamaxi. Bang, bang, bang. The two began a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Yamaxi grew more surprised and excited as they fought, as he particularly enjoyed this style of combat. No scion of his age had ever been able to engage him in an evenly matched battle. Yaya, Lei Chentian's fists, elbows, legs, knees, and even his tail became weapons for his attacks, combined with his extraordinary perception. This fighting style prevented Yamaxi from gaining any advantage. How is this possible? Bailat in the audience exclaimed in disbelief. He never expected that a lower-level warrior, whom he looked down upon, could actually fight evenly with Yamaxi. That was something he couldn't even dream of achieving. Is this really just a lower-level warrior? Liuli Meiji doubted her own eyes. Oh my god, the captain has become this strong. That's Prince Yamaxi. The captain actually has the strength to fight against Prince Yamaxi, Sai Luo said with admiration. Yes, it's truly incredible. Jaibake was also astonished. No wonder he's my idol. Jalikio watched the battle on stage like a lovesick girl, mesmerized, though she couldn't see the details of their fight. It didn't diminish her interest. As for Hazewei, she said nothing, merely watching the battle between the two quietly. Hazewei knew that although Lei Chentian was able to fight evenly with Yamaxi now, it was because Yamaxi had not yet gone all out. Interesting. Finally, Yamoshi completely regarded Lei Chentian as his true opponent. His indifferent expression finally changed, and a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Bang! Lei Chentian's fist collided with Yamoshi's fist once again. Countless tornadoes appeared out of thin air around the two of them, spreading outwards from the center where they stood. Bang! 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 The sound of fists colliding echoed outside the arena. One was the highest-ranking warrior with the highest battle power in history, and the other was the lowest-ranking warrior with the lowest battle power in history. It was truly a miracle for these two to meet. King Bardock said, "For 1,000,000 points of battle power can compete with the prince. That kid has a lot of secrets hidden in him." Scion General Roch said coldly. Haha, everyone has secrets, including us, so what? Is General Roch interested in a low-ranking warrior? King Bardock looked at Roch with interest. Oomph. I'm not so desperate as to go after a low-ranking warrior. General Raj snorted coldly. The Scions are a very proud race, especially the powerful ones, who are even prouder. General Raj was no exception. He was just a bit displeased that Lei Chentian, a low-ranking warrior, had surpassed his son. Bang bang bang. Yamoshi's eyes calmly watched Lei Chentian, and in the next moment, he suddenly unleashed countless invisible punches towards Lei Chentian. The speed was too fast. Lei Chentian's Sharingan fixed on the front, and at the moment those punches were about to hit him, he narrowly dodged all the attacks. Solar Fist. Lei Chentian placed his hands beside his eyes and closed them. A dazzling light spread out rapidly from him. What the hell is this, My eyes. Yamoshi instinctively felt something was wrong. Then he was blinded by a blinding white light. His eyes hurt, and he couldn't see anything. Kamehameha Wave. A powerful energy formed between Lei Chentian's hands and was violently launched, hitting Yamoshi directly with a strong blue attack wave. Boom! With a loud rumble, a white mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and Yamoshi lay on the ground. All the Scions under the arena looked at everything in shock, unable to believe that their invincible warrior had been defeated by a low-ranking warrior. Did we win? Sai Luo said hesitantly. Clap, clap. Yamoshi slowly got up, brushed off the dust from his body, and then ripped his tattered shirt, revealing his perfect 8-pack abs. You're good. I never thought a low-ranking warrior could push me to this extent. If I don't use my full strength, it would indeed be a bit challenging to defeat you. I originally planned to hide my strength to surprise my father, but I didn't expect to have to show it early. Yamoshi's expression turned cold, and he looked at Lei Chentian coldly. Is that so? It was originally a surprise for His Majesty King Bardock, but now it's for me. If that is the case, then I'm quite honored. Lei Chentian smiled, calmly looking at Yamoshi as well. In fact, Lei Chentian had already reached his limit. Fighting Yamoshi with 4 million points of battle power for so long had consumed a lot of energy. Although he knew he would lose, Lei Chentian wanted to use Yamoshi's hand to break through his own limits. A green aura ignited from Yamoshi's body. A fierce green light burst forth from him, and that terrifying energy burned like a fireball. Around them, violent tornadoes swirled, slicing through the surrounding air like sharp blades, producing a sharp sound. Yamoshi's hair hardened and turned green. The legendary Super Saiyan battle power increased 50-fold, from 10 million to 500 million. Super Saiyan Yamoshi Chapter 280 to Namek. Bang! In the end, Lei Chentian was kicked away by Yamoshi and was injured, flying backwards. Crash! Lying in a huge pit on the ground, Lei Chentian slowly got up, gasping for breath. At this moment, the entire arena had been destroyed beyond recognition by the battle between Lei Chentian and Yamoshi. The arena, which could withstand over 100 million energy, could no longer bear such battle power. Damn it, can you just stay down? The middle-aged referee looked at Lei Chentian, who got up again, and for a moment, he was furious. This arena could handle battles with over 100 million battle power only because his energy enveloped the entire arena. Otherwise, such a powerful energy erupting on planet Sion would have exploded the whole planet. The fact that it had held up for so long was due to his strength being far above Yamoshi and Lei Chentian. However, even so, he was now feeling a bit strained. Damn, the battle power is still too different. Even with the awakened 3-Tomo Sharingan, he was not his opponent. At this moment, Lei Chentian, lying in the pit, was covered in blood, his internal organs bleeding, and a large amount of fresh blood surged from his mouth. It seems you have truly reached your limit now. Yamoshi laughed as he saw Lei Chentian lying in the pit, this time not getting up again. Then, the battle is over. Yamoshi raised his hand towards Lei Chentian, wanting to unleash an attack wave to knock him out of the arena. Hee Yamoshi, not necessarily. Even if I let you win, I won't let you win so easily. Take this. Spirit Bomb. As he said the last part, Lei Chentian almost shouted. Suddenly, a 100-meter-sized energy ball fell from the sky. That was the Spirit Bomb that Lei Chentian had secretly gathered using the energy clone technique, using energy to replace chakra to create clones since the beginning of the battle. What? When did that happen? Yamoshi looked up, surprised at the sky. He felt a dangerous aura coming from that energy ball. In other words, if he stood still and got hit, he might be killed. There's actually another Lei Chentian. Is that guy's clone? Where did this guy get so many strange moves? Yamoshi could clearly see that above the energy ball was a person identical to Lei Chentian, controlling the spirit bomb towards him. Gamma burst flash, Yamoshi spread his arms wide, gathering super strong energy, and unleashed a massive attack wave towards the energy ball in the sky. Boom! Bang! Crack! The two energy waves collided, shattering the sky. Ugh! Yamoshi unleashed all his power, the full strength of a Super Saiyan emanating from his hands. With a roar, the aura and energy surged rapidly. Finally, Yamoshi's Gamma Burst Flash pushed the Spirit Bomb in the sky away. At this moment, Lei Chentian also fainted from the powerful force erupting from Yamoshi. This guy is really hard to deal with. Yamoshi looked at Lei Chentian, who was lying on the ground and had finally been defeated by him, and said, 3 days later, Lei Chentian was training in the gravity chamber. The screen showed 20, representing 200 times the gravity. Although Scions experience a significant increase in battle power after recovering from near death, that only applies to Scions with low battle power. Scions like Lei Chentian, with combat power exceeding 1 million, typically see only a few times increase in their power after each near-death healing. In the battle 3 days ago, Lei Chentian gained a lot, successfully reaching the realm of a half-step Super Saiyan, which is the state of a pseudo-Super Saiyan. The Scions of this era, perhaps due to their purer bloodlines, transform into Super Scions with green auras. Although they do not have the same ability as Broly to double their power every year without training, they still improve their combat power through battles. However, for hybrid Scions, their transformations result in golden auras, indicating their impure bloodline. Of course, some hybrids can also transform with green hair, but those are rare. Meanwhile, Yamoshi continues to participate in adult fighting tournaments, challenging those adult Super Saiyan. Lei Chentian's normal state, 2 million combat power after near-death healing, combined with breaking limits. Bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Pseudo, Super Saiyan. Technique, Spirit Bomb, Kamehameha, Shadow Clone Technique. 1 month later, Namek. As Namekians with magical abilities, Namek has Dragon Balls that can grant any wish. It often faces disturbances from cosmic pirates, especially the Ice Demon Clan, which frequently attacks Namek. However, Namekians also have Super Namekians with formidable combat power, not easily defeated by the Ice Demon Clan. Additionally, Namekians are highly intelligent and often hold trading conferences to protect themselves, making Namek a hub for various cosmic beings to trade. However, Namek is currently under invasion by the Ice Demon Clan, with countless aliens attacking the planet, trying to conquer this relatively weak world. Although Namek is not the ancestral home of the Namekians, their Dragon Balls can still fulfill most wishes, and there are still many Namekians who possess advanced technology. At this time, Lei Chentian received the mission to help the Namekians repel the Ice Demon Clan. Of course, this mission was not only taken on by Lei Chentian's team, other Scions also accepted it. On Namek during the day, a dozen roars echoed across the sky as giant shadows, towering dozens of meters tall like mountains, suddenly appeared. This caused the hundreds of aliens attacking them to panic and flee. They transformed. The Scions transformed. Isn't it daytime? There's no moon. How could these Scions become great apes? Some aliens exclaimed in panic. He, who said we Scions can only transform under a full moon at night. We can artificially create a moon exceeding 17 million Blutz waves. This can also trigger transformation, but only a few Scions can master such techniques. 100-meter tall, Great Ape sneered. He was a mid-level warrior with a combat power of 300,000, reaching 3 million after transformation. Unlike the Scions of later generations, these Scions do not lose their minds after becoming great apes, as their training from a young age has prepared them to retain their sanity during transformation. Some Scions can even transform without seeing the moon. Let us all attack. Take care of these small fries. The great apes roared simultaneously and charged towards that group of aliens. Their speed was incredibly fast, sweeping through like a gust of wind. The aliens, terrified, attempted to resist, but their weapons and skills were ineffective against the great apes. The great apes easily tore through the enemy's defenses, sending many aliens flying with a mere gesture. Chapter 281. Ice Demon. In the distance stood a tall figure, robust and towering, nearly 1 meter 80, with arms crossed over his chest. His blood-red eyes seemed to pierce the heart, and his purple-black lips exuded an ominous aura. Below his eyes, 2 lines resembling blood tears added an eerie touch. He wore shiny purple shell armor, each foot equipped with 3 sharp toes, remarkably similar in appearance to Cooler from the Dragon Ball world. However, to Lei Chentian, most members of the Ice Demon Clan looked alike, differing only in size. King Kvila, his subordinate, requests immediate extermination of those monkeys. A tall, horned alien beside Kvila respectfully made the request. Hee, Jinyu, be patient. Wait until all the scions gather before we strike. Otherwise, if we scare them away, the game won't be fun. Kvila cruelly laughed, his eyes flashing with endless hatred for the scions. This time, I want to leave these scions with an unforgettable lesson for life. Thinking of Yamosi, Kvila's expression darkened further, and he said fiercely, if that brat Yamosi dares to come, I will make him wish he were dead. This time, I must give these scions a profound memory that they will never forget. Super Saiyan, I the Ice Demon, and the pinnacle of the universe. Kvila's tone revealed his unwillingness and anger after multiple clashes with Yamosi. Boom! Boom! After the scions transformed into great apes, all the cosmic pirates were quickly eliminated, leaving only Kvila's elite troops. The Ice Demon clan, although outnumbered compared to the scions, each member is equivalent to a high-level scion warrior at birth, possessing combat power exceeding 10,000. Ordinary adult ice demons have a power level not lower than 1 million, with some powerful ones reaching tens of millions, while geniuses like Kvila possess over 100 million combat power. Captain, if you obtain the Dragon Balls from the Namekians, what wish would you make? Gligio curiously asked Lei Chentian. Let us see how it goes. Lei Chentian did not directly answer Gligio, as he was also contemplating what wish to make. Should it be for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan or the Rinnegan? Or perhaps for eyes that will never go blind? After all, both the Eternal Eye and Rinnegan possess powerful ocular abilities, and the power of these two types of eyes might surpass the capabilities of the dragon. As for transforming into a Super Saiyan, Lei Chentian knew he would eventually reach that realm. In Lei Chentian's view, it might be due to his insufficient base combat power. If he had 4 million combat power, he should be able to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan instead of Pseudo-Super Saiyan. Boom! A blue attack wave flashed by, instantly piercing through the chest of a 50-meter-tall great ape. The great ape's body quickly shrank, finally transforming into a 2-meter-tall man lying on the ground. Scions really have strong vitality. Even with their heart pierced, they are still alive. A 2-meter-tall, bull-headed man hovered in the air, looking down arrogantly at the great apes below. Giannis, damn it, I'll kill you. A 50-meter-tall great ape launched an attack at the bull-headed man. A white attack wave shot out from its mouth. The bull-headed man vanished in a flash. But when he reappeared, he was already beside the great ape. He, strong power, with a strength of 2 million, but unfortunately, your speed is about the same as before transformation. Only 200,000. With that, the conversation continued. The Minotaur kicked the giant ape on the head, and with just one kick, it exploded the giant ape's head. Brain fluid splattered everywhere like rain. He was the king of the Minotaur clan, with a combat power of up to 4 million points. Unless he encountered a scion in an advanced warrior transformation, there were hardly any scions who could match him. How disgusting. Jinnu looked disdainfully at the small amount of brain fluid on his clothes. At that moment, nearly 100 energy blasts shot toward Jinnu. His body moved like a phantom through the energy waves, and none of the attacks hit him. His speed was too fast. We couldn't possibly hit him. A scion exclaimed. Die, wild monkeys. Jinnu's laughter echoed as, in less than a minute, more than 10 giant apes were beaten into human form by him. Suddenly, a huge round energy ball fell from the sky toward him. Oh! Jinnu was startled, sensing the powerful energy within it. He quickly ducked to avoid the energy blast. A middle-aged man, about 175 meters tall, appeared on a nearby boulder. Ugly freak, don't be too arrogant. The middle-aged scion said coldly to Jinnu. Great, it's Aster. The surviving scions exclaimed excitedly. Aster saw that so many of his kind had died at Jinnu's hands. His expression remained unchanged as a powerful aura erupted from his body, surrounded by white energy flames. At that moment, his body underwent a complete transformation. Originally standing at 175 meters, he grew to 180 meters. His muscles bulged, reflecting a bronze glow under the light of the flames. Aster pushed his power to the limit. As this terrifying aura spread out, the sky thundered and the ground cracked. 2 million points, 3 million points, 4 million points, 5 million points, 5,500,000 points, 6 million points. What? 6 million combat power. Jinnu was shocked as the numbers on the combat power detector next to his left eye rapidly increased. Aster threw a punch. The sound of a sonic boom erupted in the air. Aster's punch hit Jinnu's face, causing saliva to spit out as his entire body flew away. Then Aster delivered a powerful elbow strike to Jinnu's abdomen. At the same time, Aster gathered energy in one hand and threw it at Jinnu. the tremendous energy exploding in his abdomen. It's over. Just as Aster was charging his energy with both hands, intending to finish Jinnu with one blow, 3 aliens with similar strength to Jinnu appeared. Jinnu was saved by a blue-skinned human. Cough, cough. You 3 guys, you only just arrived now. Jinnu half squatted on the ground, angrily addressing his 3 teammates. Haha, we didn't expect this Ion to be so strong. The blue-skinned human laughed at Jinnu. Chapter 283. Advanced Warrior Aster, 4 million, 4,600,000, 4,800,000. Are you trying to gang up on me, 3-1? The numbers on the combat power detector next to Aster's left, I read the combat power of the 3, but his expression did not change. He stared at the 3 with fighting spirit. The blue-skinned woman and 2 men, one tall and strong, the other a beautiful and sexy woman. However, in this era where planets could be destroyed at any moment, beautiful women were plentiful. In the next second, Aster transformed into a blur and charged at Nami, Blue Hika, and Basie, while Jinnu was no longer considered a rival by Aster, as Jinnu had little combat power left. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists colliding rang out. Aster single-handedly suppressed Nami, Blue Hika, and Basie, beating them mercilessly. Crazy. Indeed, Scions are a bunch of lunatics. Nami thought in shock. Aster's reckless fighting style, combined with his slightly higher combat power than the 3, forced them to keep retreating. If this continued, even if they won, they would likely lose 2 of their own. Soon, the battle reached a fever pitch. As Aster risked being severely injured to eliminate the weakest, Nami, a purple light flashed by. Aster's shoulder was pierced by an energy wave. Had he not reacted quickly, it would have hit his head. Aster's body shot out and crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. It was King Quira who made his move. Blue Hika exclaimed in surprise. What a bunch of useless fools. So many of you can't handle a single Scion. Quira appeared, his expression dark as he looked at Nami, Blue Hika, and Basie. I'm sorry, King Quira. Give us a little more time. We will definitely defeat this Scion. Nami, Blue Hika, and Basie knelt on the ground, pleading with Aster. Defeat? More like mutual destruction. If you had gone all out from the start, perhaps you could have defeated this Scion, but now it's just mutual destruction. Quira said coldly. I steam on D. Just then, 2 massive energy waves struck Quira. What? There are actually 2 advanced Scions. Quira was shocked as he saw 2 giant apes launching an attack at him. One had a combat power of 60 million, the other 70 million. Quira shouted loudly, his body engulfed in purple flames, and he dodged the 2 attacks with a quick movement. However, his 3 subordinates were not so lucky. Nami, Blue Hika, and Basie were immediately killed. Roar! Roar! The 2 giant apes leaped high, their massive bodies bearing down on Quira. Seeking death, Quira shouted angrily. Quira transformed into a purple light and charged directly at the 2 giant apes, aiming for their tails. Having frequently dealt with Scions, Quira knew their weaknesses well. Although their combat power increased tenfold after transforming into giant apes, their speed did not change much. Not good. He is going to break our tails. A male giant ape shouted loudly. Yaya. The 2 giant apes pushed their furious energy to the limit, trying to use their overwhelming power to force Quira back. 2 spheres of energy expanded rapidly, soon flattening everything within a 10,000-meter radius. These 2 guys, do they want to kill me? Aster was carried away by the 2 Scions to tens of thousands of meters away. The 2 Scions were Sero and Jabak. You dare to take on such a task? The young ones nowadays really have no fear. Seeing that he was saved by 2 handsome young Scion boys, Aster did not thank them, but instead blamed Sero and Jabak. Hey, old man, you should understand, the young ones you speak of just saved your life. Sero shot back. Whatever. If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly. The battle here is beyond your capability. Aster did not argue with Sero and began to urge them to leave. Although Aster's words were harsh, it was clear he was a Scion who was tough on the outside, but kind on the inside. Sero, combat power 300,000. Jebark, combat power of 280,000. In Aster's view, the potential of these 2 is quite good, with a chance to reach the potential of upper-level warriors. It would be a shame if they died here now. We never said we wanted to intervene in this battle. Krvar's opponent is not us, but our captain. Jebark said, What nonsense! How much stronger can your teammates be than you? You should know that Krvar's combat power is as high as 70 million, and if he transforms, he might become even more powerful, unless Prince Yamaxi or another Super Scion intervenes. Even if we transform into great apes, we would only barely be able to fight him. Paul and Roman won't last long at all. Our information is outdated. The current Crivara is not the same as he was 6 months ago, Aster said through gritted teeth to Zero and the others. Oh, it seems Prince Umoxi really hasn't come. This time, the captain will really have to take action. Jebark laughed. Do what you want. I'm going to help my brother. Saying this, Aster looked up at the artificial full moon in the sky. Roar. In just 3 or 4 seconds, a 50-meter-tall black great ape appeared on the ground. Although already injured, Aster still had a combat power of 50 million. Compared to Paul and Roman, Aster was still a bit more agile in this great ape state. Boom! Crivara's ultra-fast movement left his afterimages within 100 meters. Bang! Boom! Damn it! Our speed is too slow. We can't hit him at all, Paul exclaimed angrily. At this rate, we'll eventually turn back into our human forms due to excessive stamina consumption, Roman said while cautiously observing the surroundings. Suddenly, a dozen circular spirit energy slashes appeared in the distance, instantly severing the tails of both Paul and Roman. Not good. My tail is broken, Paul exclaimed in shock, watching as his body began to shrink, eventually turning into a human, and Roman was the same. Their tails hit the ground almost simultaneously. Hide and seek. The game is over, Crivara's voice echoed. Then, a 10-meter-sized energy ball fell from the sky. Not good. Paul and Roman were startled, trying to dodge, but due to the large amount of stamina consumed after transforming, they had little strength left. Suddenly, a giant shadow fell from the sky, kicking the energy ball away. Boom! A sound more terrifying than an atomic bomb erupted from afar, flattening everything within 1,000 miles. Another wild monkey? However, I have no interest in playing with you anymore. Crivara looked coldly at the great ape Aster. You all get out of here. I'll hold off Crivara, Aster shouted to Paul and Roman. No, you're no match for him alone. Paul and Roman naturally disagreed. No one is leaving, as I said. Chapter 282, Shimi transform Super Saiyan Pat Mot Bang Bang Bang. Aster only lasted a little over 10 seconds before being beaten back to his original form by Crivara. Aster was already heavily injured. Even in his great ape form, his strength was only at 70 of his peak state, which was inferior to Paul and Roman. So how could he be Crivara's opponent? He die. Crivara raised his hand high, extending a finger, and quickly gathered a massive energy ball at his fingertip. The 100-meter-sized purple energy ball descended like a meteor from the sky, carrying a destructive force that smashed down onto Aster, who was lying on the ground. Ha! Ha ha! I have no strength left. It seems this time I'm really doomed. Aster forced a smile, filled with despair. What? Just when Aster thought he was doomed, a young scion, less than 6 meters tall, suddenly appeared above him like a ghost, flying up with a kick, effortlessly kicking the energy ball away. This person was Ray Chentian. Faced with such a powerful Crivara, Ray Chentian activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan as soon as he arrived, instantly raising his combat power from 2 million to 4 million, 8 million, 16 million. Ray Chentian crossed his arms, staring expressionlessly at Crivara, with the 3 Tomos in his eyes flashing with an eerie red light. However, this red light vanished in an instant, and Ray Chentian hid his Sharingan again. Hurry and leave, uncle. Ray Chentian did not turn to look at Aster. He only left this sentence, and his body began to slowly rise, quickly reaching the same height as Crivara. What? Who are you? Crivara looked at the young scion, who was about the same age as Umoxi, in shock. The one who will take your life. Ray Chentian's words sounded like thunder, and then he charged at Crivara like a shining meteor, moving faster than the eye could see. Ray Chentian's sudden attack caught Crivara off guard. In the blink of an eye, Ray Chentian appeared in front of him, followed by a flurry of fierce blows landing heavily on his abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh. 20 million, 30 million. Although Ray Chentian's combat power was only 18 million, at that critical moment, his attack power suddenly surged to 40 million, like a volcanic eruption. Ray Chentian's attacks were like a stormy sea, directly forcing Crivara to retreat repeatedly. In an instant, Crivara was completely suppressed by Ray Chentian. Bang! As Ray Chentian kicked Crivara away, he quickly gathered a pure, white energy ball meter in front of his chest, then gracefully clasped his hands together like a butterfly, forming a purple energy sphere in his palms, shining like a dazzling purple gem, radiating a heart-pounding light. Ultramassive Kamehameha wave, Ray Chentian shouted, his voice echoing through the skies. The energy ball erupted into a vast white light stream, like a fierce dragon pouncing toward Crivara. Boom! Crivara was instantly hit, releasing a shocking shockwave, as if a massive mushroom cloud had risen. Crivara, Could he really be dead like this? Zero said in disbelief. No, such an attack probably isn't enough to kill Crevara. Chentian said with a serious expression. Having fought Crevara before, he naturally knew the terrifying strength Crevara possessed. Let's first deal with the minions of the Ice Demon. Then we can enjoy this thrilling battle. Heather said lightly. All right, Zero, Jebark, and Gliho responded in unison. Chapter 285, Semi-Transformed Super Saiyan, Part 2. Without paying any attention to Paul and Roman, who were being treated by that Namekian, Crevara, and the others. Chentian feels significantly stronger than last time. Heather looked at the battle before her, shocked in her heart. In the sky, an angry roar erupted as Crevara clenched his fists tightly, his tail swaying, veins bulging all over his body, glaring angrily at Chentian. Crevara looked up to the sky and roared, shattering the dark clouds above, and the debris on the ground began to float. In the battle against Paul and Roman, Crevara also consumed some energy, and his combat power was not at its peak. So it caught Chentian off guard for a moment. I had originally planned to reserve this move for Yamoshi, but this time I want to let you, this damned Scion monkey, know that my true power is far beyond this. Kvira was engulfed in purple flames, the veins on his arms bulging, and his body grew taller again from 8 meters to 2 meters. Although his appearance didn't change much, he was definitely more formidable than before. 80 million, 90 million, 110 million. Finally, his battle power reached 200 million. Have you gone all out? Then I won't hold back either. Oh, yeah. A green light erupted from Chentian, bright and dazzling, and soon he was surrounded by a layer of green light. Although his hair didn't turn green, he had a combat power that was 20 times greater than his normal state. This was definitely closer to the Super Saiyan level. 360 million battle power. Kvira let out a roar and instantly appeared in front of Chentian, swinging a fist as large as a cooking pot. Bang! The two fists collided. An immense power clashed in midair, creating flashes of lightning. Kvira was immediately sent flying by Chentian's overwhelming strength. What? The many Scions underground were shocked at what they were witnessing. Their battle power detectors exploded after registering over 100 million in battle power. Everyone widened their eyes to the limit, watching Kvira being sent flying. Chentian, whose battle power was far inferior to Kvira's, was already able to exchange blows with him. Now that Chentian's battle power surpassed Kvira's, Kvira was even more outmatched. Boom! Chentian moved at super speed to Kvira's front, his fist carrying terrifying power, aiming directly at the center of Kvira's head. With Chentian's low growl, that immense power shattered Kvira's skull. This terrifying blow made Kvira let out a heart-wrenching scream. He clutched his head and wailed, his eyeballs seemingly about to pop out. Go to hell. Chentian unleashed a green-gold energy wave from both hands, transforming it into a terrifying attack wave like a long river that swept Kvira away. A few seconds later, Kvira's aura slowly disappeared from Chentian's perception. I won't give you the chance to destroy the planet. Chentian knew that facing a foe like Kvira, who could easily destroy planets, if he had the power to kill him effortlessly, it was best not to act recklessly like Sun Wukong. Not everyone has the protagonist's halo. Moreover, most Super Saions have suffered because of this, allowing those frozen demons to escape. Although the Super Saions of this timeline can survive in the cosmic void, their lifespan is not as long as that of the frozen demon race. After all, Saions need food, while frozen demons can go long periods without eating without any adverse effects. Chapter 286, Shinran. Scions are indeed combative. Even Chentian is combative because of his Scion bloodline. However, it also depends on the situation. If it's against a ruthless powerhouse like the frozen demons, Chentian wouldn't give him a chance if he could help it. If he could kill him in the shortest time possible, he would do so, and if there was an opportunity, he might even ambush him. Is this the Super Saiyan? So powerful. Aster stared blankly at the hovering Super Saiyan Chentian in midair. 7 2-meter-tall orange Dragon Balls laying neatly on the grass, shimmering with a mysterious luster. A few Namekians stood beside the Dragon Balls. Are these Dragon Balls larger than those from the original series? Chentian thought, surprised, as he looked at the giant Dragon Balls that were even taller than himself. Come out, Purunga! As a young Namekian shouted this. 7 thick golden beams shot into the sky, piercing through the now dark clouds. After breaking through the black clouds, the 7 golden beams hovered in the air, and the 7 Dragon Balls began to merge into one. Finally, They transformed into a massive golden five-clawed dragon. The five-clawed dragon lay on the clouds, its dragon head reaching a size of 100 kilometers, and its entire body encircled the planet, with each dragon scale measuring over 1,000 meters long. Although it was not as large as the Super Shinron, it was much larger than the dragon from the original series, spanning the length of a planet. Wait, this dragon is abnormally large. While it may not be as big as the Super Shinron, it is still vastly larger than the Namekian dragon from the original plot. Lycan-Tion thought to himself. The five-clawed dragon lowered its head from the clouds, its eyes, comparable to mountains, shimmering with a blood-red light. Speak your wishes, and I can grant you 3 wishes. 3 wishes? Although this dragon is not the same as the others, being able to grant 3 wishes still surprised Lycan-Tion. The Namekian dragon can grant 3 wishes. The dragon's ability is proportional to its size. The larger the size, the greater the limit of wishes it can fulfill. Lycan-Tion spoke. Raise my battle power to that of a god of destruction or an angel. Although this Namekian didn't know of the existence of gods of destruction and angels, he still conveyed Lycan-Tion's words to the dragon in the Namekian language. Of course, this Namekian was likely an ordinary one. If it were a Namekian elder, he might have heard of the existence of gods of destruction and angels. Upon hearing Lycan-Tion's request, the dragon fell silent. Sweat beads formed on its head. Is this something I can do? If I could, I would have probably been destroyed by the gods of destruction long ago. Lycan-Tion looked at it, and it looked back at Lycan-Tion. After a moment of silence, the dragon finally spoke. No, I'm sorry. The wish you mentioned exceeds my ability. Please choose another wish. Lycan-Tion smiled. Actually, I was joking. My real wish is to have eyes that will never go blind. This wish is very simple. As the dragon's eyes lit up, emitting a red glow, Lycan-Tion felt a warm power appear in his eyes. Is this the eternal Sharingan? However, it doesn't seem to feel any different. Lycan-Tion thought to himself. After Lycan-Tion's wish was granted, the Namekians asked the dragon to transport Lycan-Tion and all the Scions back to planet Vegeta. The location of the Namekian planet had already changed. One could say that even if the frozen demon race came back, they wouldn't be able to find the Namekian planet. The Namekians of this era still had a considerable number, and there were still many Namekian planets. After being transported back to planet Vegeta by the dragon, Lycan-Tion felt a bit speechless. He hadn't even figured out whether his eyes had been turned into eyes that would never go blind by the dragon before he was sent back to planet Vegeta. It seemed like he could see further than before. Lycan-Tion said to himself after activating his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Year 2001, one of the Scion calendar. Another year has passed. Lycan-Tion's normal battle power rose from 2 million to 4 million. Now, Lycan-Tion has finally reached the minimum standard to transform into a Super Scion. Scions are a race that places great importance on bloodline. For example, the green-haired Super Scion versus the golden-haired Super Scion. In the original series, Vegeta faced a loss of fighting spirit due to the bloodline suppression from the legendary Broly, only regaining his confidence at the very end. However, not everyone can overcome the bloodline suppression like Vegeta did. While bloodline doesn't represent everything, golden-haired Super Scions are still inherently stronger than green-haired Super Scions. Yeah, Lycan-Tion shouted loudly. The condition to become a Super Scion is to have S cells within the body, along with a power level of at least 4 million. When the number of S cells accumulates to a certain amount, they can erupt and grow in response to anger, causing the body to transform into a Super Scion. It can be said that almost all Scions have S cells, but in small quantities. However, very few can easily transform into Super Scions, and many Scions with a power level of 4 million exist on planet 119. There may not be many who can transform into Super Scions. For instance, Bardock's son, Yamcha, found it easier to become a Super Scion because he inherited a lot of S cells. In contrast, an ordinary Scion like Lycan-Tion had to use the Sharingan to enter an extreme state of anger to stimulate the growth of his S cells, ultimately transforming into a Super Scion. He knew he wasn't a naturally gifted Scion elite with powerful S cells. Every battle and every setback became his driving force. The Sharingan became the key to breaking through his limits. Through training and actual combat, Lycan-Tion gradually mastered how to more effectively use the Sharingan to ignite the anger and potential deep within himself. He discovered that when his anger and fighting spirit reached their peak, the S cells seemed to be ignited, rapidly proliferating and granting him unprecedented boosts in power, speed, and perception. However, this enhancement comes at a cost, Every time he excessively triggers his anger, his body and mind bear a heavy burden. Chapter 287. Super Saiyan in a flash of lightning. Lycan-Tion's hair and eyebrows turned green gold, with all his hair standing up except for the bangs, surrounded by green gold flames, floating in the air. Lycan-Tion's normal state. Vermilion. Bloodline limit. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Combat power. 200 million after transformation. Techniques. Spirit Bomb. Kamehameha. Shadow Clone Technique. I finally succeeded in transforming into a Super Saiyan. Lycan-Tion looked at his hands, feeling the immense energy within him. A 50-fold increase. 1 Tomo Sharingan. A red Tomo appeared in Lycan-Tion's eyes. The next moment his combat power increased once more. But it didn't reach the double increase of a Super Saiyan. It was only an 80-fold increase from his normal state, amounting to 320 million combat power. No good. The burden on my body is too great. If I use the Sharingan in Super Saiyan state for too long, my body will break down. Feeling as if his flesh was about to burst, Lycan-Tion quickly closed the Sharingan. A month later, Lycan-Tion had been transformed into a Super Saiyan for a month. In this month, he had completely familiarized himself with the power of a Super Saiyan. However, Hathaway, Sailor, Jabak, and Gligio were unaware that Lycan-Tion had successfully transformed into a true Super Saiyan. On Shinda Star, rumbling thunder echoed as the friction from the atmosphere generated extreme heat, and a red energy tail streaked across the sky, leaving a brilliant trail. A medium-sized round spaceship descended straight to the ground. Following that, the spaceship slowly landed, and 12 metallic legs extended from the bottom, piercing into the ground. Shinda Star, we finally arrived. Sailor and Jabak stepped out of the spaceship. Sailor, Jabak, don't cause any trouble this time. This planet is not simple. There are plenty of warriors with combat power exceeding 1 million. Lycan-Tion's voice rang out. Don't worry, Captain. Last time was just an accident. I didn't expect that guy to be killed by my punch. Sailor said with an awkward smile. One idiot. Lycan-Tion replied helplessly and then stepped out of the spaceship. Everything in front of Lycan-Tion surprised him. Skyscrapers made of special materials filled the area. The sky was filled with advanced flying cars, spaceships, and more, making the technology here far more advanced than on planet Saya. There were Scions, Namekians, gods, the Blood War clan, and ice demons. There is no need to introduce Namekians and ice demons. The gods, with their white punk hairstyles, purple skin, and ears 2 to 3 times longer than Scions, looked similar to Scions and possessed telepathy and various superpowers, along with tremendous strength. The Blood War clan had golden hair, white skin, and blue eyes, resembling white people from Earth. Let us go. That is where the auction house of Shinda Star is. Lycan-Tion and his group slowly flew toward a luxurious skyscraper in the air. Indeed, this building is floating in the sky. It's truly magical. Gligio looked curiously at the increasingly close skyscraper. The skyscraper had 5 large characters written on it. Auction house number 1. I heard they sell many amazing things inside, including a fruit that can enhance combat power, Gligio said while checking the information about Shinda Star on his watch, and then introducing it to Lycan-Tion. I hope I can find what I want. Hearing Gligio's words, Lycan-Tion nodded. Ever since he heard about the magical beans on Shinda Star that could instantly restore stamina, along with the spiritual fruits that could enhance combat power, he had long wanted to visit that planet. However, in the past, Lycan-Tion's strength was too weak, and since Shinda Star was too far from planet Saya, he never had the chance to go. Countless bizarre-looking aliens flew past Lycan-Tion, some familiar and some unfamiliar. The average combat power of the people on this planet ranged from 100,000 to 500,000, and Lycan-Tion sensed several with power exceeding 1 million. However, what surprised him was seeing an alien with a hairstyle resembling King Kai's, purple skin, and long ears, with hidden power of at least several million. Shinda Star truly lives up to its name. Lycan-Tion thought to himself. Did you feel that? Sailor said seriously to Jabak. Yes, I felt it. It's amazing. I feel like I'm just an ordinary person here. Jabak replied in surprise. He currently had a combat power of 300,000, but here, that was rather ordinary. Hello. Do you have a reservation? A beautiful woman, 175 meters tall and curvaceous, looked at Sailor and Jabak, smiling charmingly. This captivated both Sailor and Jabak momentarily. Yes, we're in room 103. Lycan-Tion replied casually. It wasn't that he wasn't attracted to the sexy beauty. He simply knew that this seemingly stunning woman was a robot, just a human-looking robot covered in human skin. Ah, Is it Lord Lycan Tian? This way, please. Your room has already been reserved. The robot beauty smiled at Lei Chentian and said, Don't be dazed, it's just a robot. If you like it, then buy it. Heather spoke to Sero and Jabak. What? Sero and Jabak exclaimed in shock. My dream lover is actually a robot. Sero cried out. Mine too. Jabak also started to cry. You two idiots. Heather looked at Sero and Jabak with some speechlessness. Her final gaze fell on Lei Chentian. At least Lei Chentian is more normal. Heather thought to herself. Teleportation, the special secret technique of the ad. Does anyone want to raise the bid? 1 million cosmic coins for the first time. 1 million cosmic coins for the second time. 1 million cosmic coins for the third time. Sold. A sweet voice of a robot beauty echoed in the auction house as she struck the hammer on the table. Teleportation. It is said that aside from the Yad people and gods, no one else can learn this. Lei Chentian, did you spend 1 million cosmic coins on something that is essentially useless? Heather couldn't help but say, 1 million cosmic coins, if it were me, I would definitely feel heartbroken. 1 million cosmic coins could buy a decent planet, and that 1 million cosmic coins is equivalent to hundreds of planets. It would take hundreds of missions to earn that much money. I naturally have my own thoughts. Lei Chentian smiled. If his Sharingan evolved into the Mangeki Sharingan, he would be able to awaken teleportation instantly as well, but Lei Chentian's teleportation is a technique of his Mangeki. Moreover, this time, if his Sharingan evolved into the Mangeki Sharingan, he couldn't even be sure what kind of ability he would awaken. Chapter 289. 7 years later, who says there are none? Didn't Sun Wukong and Vegeta also learn the teleportation technique? It may be that the requirements for learning teleportation are quite high, which is why few people can master it. 7 years later, a man who looked very much like Vegito stood in the starry sky, wearing an orange short-sleeved tank top, black boots, and gloves. This person is Lei Chentian. In these 7 years, not only had Lei Chentian awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, but he had also successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan God. Lei Chentian, 10 billion. Super 1, 50 billion. Super 2, 100 billion. Super 3, 400 billion. Super 4 Super God, 800 billion. Now, Lei Chentian and Heather, Yamosi, and others are all adults. Since Lei Chentian could transform into a Super Saiyan 3 years ago, Sero, Jabak, and Grigio have successfully transformed into Super Saiyans under Lei Chentian's guidance. The strength of Lei Chentian's team is now not much inferior to that of Yamosi's team. However, Yamosi's team is much more famous than Lei Chentian's. After Yamosi was able to transform into a Super Saiyan 3, he began to lead a group of Saiyans to conquer other planets in the universe. That's right, conquer. Not like Frieza, who kills all living beings and then sells the planet. If Frieza is in the real estate business, then Yamosi is in the arms business. He gathers the top scientists of the planet together to develop the most advanced weapons for his conquests in the universe. In 7 years, Yamosi has conquered nearly 10 star systems, each having countless planets that submit to his immense power. Yet Yamosi is not satisfied. He knows that this universe is vast and that there are more unknowns waiting for him to explore and conquer. Under his command, the Saiyan warriors who once preferred to fight alone have now coalesced into a formidable force. They not only possess great combat strength, but have also learned teamwork under Yamosi's leadership, resulting in a qualitative leap in the overall strength of the team. This Yamosi, won't he really conquer 6 universes in the future? Lei Chentian was astonished at the thought. There was once a saying circulating on the internet that the ancient Saiyan ancestor Yamosi controlled 6 universes, but it was also because Yamosi's ambition was too great, wanting to conquer all 12 universes. The gods naturally would not agree, and in the end, Zeno intervened, clearing out all 6 universes. Only a few Saiyans who were originally living in other universes and had become Saiyans in those universes survived. Not to mention controlling 6 universes, even controlling just 1 universe. From this perspective, Yamosi's power would definitely not be lower than that of the angels. Chentian, come and fight me. This time, I will definitely defeat you. Heather looked at Lei Chentian with battle intent in her eyes. 7 years later, Heather had grown into a beautiful girl. She wore a tight-fitting combat suit that exposed her sexy figure, exuding an aura that could not be underestimated. Her long hair flowed like silk in the night, gently swaying, and there was a flicker of battle intent in her eyes. Lei Chentian smiled slightly. He felt the vigorous, fighting spirit emanating from Heather, and a surge of blood rushed to his heart. All right, Heather, let me see how much your Super Saiyan strength has improved. Chapter 290. Beautiful girl Heather Chentian, come and fight me. This time, I will definitely defeat you. Heather looked at Lei Chentian with battle intent in her eyes. 7 years later, Heather had grown into a beautiful girl. She wore a tight-fitting combat suit that exposed her sexy figure, exuding an aura that could not be underestimated. Her long hair flowed like silk in the night, gently swaying, and there was a flicker of battle intent in her eyes. Lei Chentian smiled slightly. He felt the vigorous fighting spirit emanating from Heather, and a surge of blood rushed to his heart. "All right, Heather, let me see how much your Super Saiyan strength has improved." "Yaha!" Heather shouted loudly, golden flames igniting beneath her feet, her pupils turning blue, her hair turning into long golden locks, and her aura becoming golden as well. The golden flames burned around her, with lightning swirling nearby. Female Super Saiyan 2. Power level, 80 billion. Seeing this, Lei Chentian's eyes narrowed. An 80 billion power level. Even he felt a bit of pressure from it. Lei Chentian's figure moved, and he too radiated a dazzling light. The golden flames soared like fire, complementing Heather's golden flames, resembling two brilliant stars in the night sky. However, Lei Chentian did not transform into a Super Saiyan. He was merely using Super Saiyan power in his normal form. Power level, 50 billion. "Come on, Heather. Let me see where your limit is." Lei Chentian shouted, his figure shooting out like a bolt of golden lightning, heading straight for Heather. "Not transforming yet," Heather called out, her golden fist wielding immense power, colliding with Lei Chentian's attack. In an instant, the air erupted with a deafening roar, shockwaves rolled, dust flew, and the figures of the two flickered amid the fierce clash. Single Tomo Sharingan, double Tomo Sharingan, triple Tomo Sharingan. When Lei Chentian's eyes displayed the 3 Tomo Sharingan, a suppressive and mysterious aura filled the air. At this moment, Lei Chentian's power level had risen to 80 billion. Hathaway felt an unprecedented pressure as Lei Chentian's attacks became sharper and more elusive. Her golden fists, though powerful, seemed somewhat ineffective against Lei Chentian's Sharingan, which seemed to predict all her movements. "You haven't even transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet your combat power is actually comparable to mine," Hathaway exclaimed, her tone filled with both shock and unwillingness. "That's because your base combat power is too low," Lei Chentian said calmly, holding Hathaway's delicate hand with his left hand. "Damn it, I won't believe it." Hathaway was unwilling to lose to Lei Chentian like this. She raised her other hand to strike at Lei Chentian, but he easily caught it. Because Lei Chentian held both her hands, Hathaway lost her balance and fell into his embrace, her cheeks instantly turning a shade of crimson, a hint of panic and shyness flashing in her eyes. Lei Chentian lowered his head, looking at Hathaway with a smile. "You can let go now, or is it that my embrace is quite comfortable?" Hearing this, the blush on Hathaway's cheeks deepened, as if she could bleed from it. Just as she was about to break free from Lei Chentian's embrace, he suddenly tightened his hold on her. What are you doing?" Hathaway shouted in exasperation, her eyes revealing a hint of anger. Lei Chentian, however, did not let go immediately. Instead, he chuckled lightly, his tone teasing. "It's nothing. I just suddenly realized that you seem to look much better than before." Hathaway's heart raced at that moment, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She glared at Lei Chentian, pretending to be angry as she turned her head away, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted slightly, a subtle sweetness bubbling up inside her. "Smooth talker, you weren't like this before," she murmured, adjusting her disheveled clothes in an attempt to regain her usual calm and pride. "Haha, that's because I'm in a good mood today," Lei Chentian replied with a laugh. Having just transformed into a Super Saiyan god, he was certainly in a good mood. Chapter 291. Another encounter with Yamosi. Meanwhile, in Universe 13, a man radiating a golden aura was battling a frozen demon resembling Frisia. "Scions, don't go too far. This is my domain, tradition." A man with golden skin, golden eyes, and purple-black lips shouted at Yamosi. He had 2 lines resembling blood tears under his eyes, a shiny golden shell, and 3 toes on 1 foot. Yamosi smirked coldly, the golden aura swirling around him like raging flames. His hair gradually grew longer, finally cascading over his shoulders, his chest, and hands covered with reddish body hair. Engulfed in a golden flame, his battle power surged to 100 trillion. Super Saiyan for Yamosi. Tradition, don't forget, this universe respects the strong. This icy galaxy now belongs to me. Yamosi's words carried an undeniable power. Tradition's eyes widened in fury, exuding a chilling golden aura. Tried to suppress Yamosi with his overwhelming presence. "Scion, your arrogance will be the beginning of your demise. Today, I, Tradition, will kill you." With that, Tradition spread his arms. and instantly, countless energy balls appeared behind him, all emitting a white chill, freezing the surrounding space as the temperature plummeted and frost spread rapidly. However, Yamosi merely smiled slightly, the golden aura suddenly expanding, a superheated temperature melting the surrounding frozen space. In the next moment, he flashed forward like lightning toward Tradition, causing the energy balls near him to explode, shaking off the aura around him. Your power is in my eyes, nothing more than this. Yamosi's voice echoed in Tradition's ears, accompanied by his storm-like attacks. Tradition snorted coldly and engaged in a fierce clash with Yamosi. The battle between the two was like the collision of two stars, emitting dazzling brilliance that caused the starlit sky within 100 light-years to tremble. Bang! Yamosi's punch, carrying the power to destroy stars and rivers, struck Tradition, tearing apart the cosmic space and leaving long cracks in its wake. Tradition, unwilling to back down, also threw a punch, his strength equally astonishing. Their fists collided with a deafening roar. Centered on the two, a powerful wave of energy surged outward like a tide, instantly obliterating the surrounding floating stars. The two golden figures clashed rapidly in the starry sky. Bang, bang, bang. Yamosi's fist struck the side of Tradition's face, instantly deforming it with tremendous force, while Tradition kicked Yamosi in the chest, causing him to stagger back in the starry sky, his clothes torn and revealing slightly reddened skin beneath. Tradition was not faring much better. His face was swollen, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Die, Starry Destruction Bomb. Tradition, having forgotten how many years it had been since he was injured, was enraged after being hurt by Yamosi. He raised his hand high, gathering a terrifying and powerful black-red energy ball between them, with countless electric sparks flickering across its surface. Upon seeing Tradition about to unleash a powerful attack, Yamosi also did not dare to be careless. He gathered a strong golden energy ball in the palms of his hands, finally merging the energies together. And at the moment of release, he shouted, Super Saiyan Flash Cannon. A terrifying attack wave, resembling a golden galaxy, shot directly toward Tradition's black-red energy ball. The two immense energies collided in the starry sky, producing dazzling light and deafening thunder. Tradition's Starry Destruction Bomb clashed with Yamosi's Super Saiyan Flash Cannon, bursting into brilliant sparks at the moment of impact. Yaya! Tradition poured all his strength into it, his entire energy being channeled, his face twisted, and his eyes nearly bulging out. Yamosi was also giving his all to counter Tradition. The two maintained this energy clash in the starry sky for about 10 minutes. Ultimately, Yamosi's Super Saiyan Flash Cannon pushed Tradition's Starry Destruction Bomb back, and the golden energy wave instantly obliterated Tradition's body. As Tradition looked on in disbelief at his body being completely destroyed by Yamosi's Flash Cannon, the starry sky returned to calm after Tradition's complete disappearance. Super Saiyan 4 Yamosi stood proudly in the starry sky. From now on, this galaxy will be dictated by me, Yamosi. Yamosi's voice echoed through the vast galaxy, radiating undeniable dominance. His figure appeared even more imposing under the starlight, as if the entire universe trembled in celebration of his victory. However, just as the joy of victory had not fully dissipated, a sense of inexplicable emptiness surged in Yamosi's heart. He looked down at his hands, realizing that the small computer connected to his subordinates seemed to have been destroyed in the battle. Yamosi was momentarily stunned. Damn, how am I supposed to get back? Yamosi looked at the devastated, blank cosmic sky, fearing that the surrounding planets might also have been destroyed in his battle with Tradition. So Amoxi fought with Flishin in a lifeless starry sky, but what Amoxi didn't expect was that even his star computer was destroyed in this battle. In such an immense expanse of stars, finding the way back will be many times more difficult than looking for a needle in a haystack. What's wrong, Amoxi? You've won the battle. Why do you still look so troubled? Just then, a mysterious man, standing 85 meters tall, suddenly appeared behind Amoxi. You are Lei Chentian. Amoxi looked at Lei Chentian in disbelief. He also didn't expect Lei Chentian to appear here. Yes, it's been 5 years, and I didn't expect you to have fought your way into Flishin's territory. That means a third of the planets in this universe are under your control. Lei Chentian said with a smile. Haha, you're just in time. My computer got destroyed in this battle. If you weren't here, I wouldn't know how long it would take to get back. Amoxi excitedly patted Lei Chentian's shoulder, as if he had met an old friend after a long time. I see. No wonder your face looked so bad. Lei Chentian nodded. Chapter 193, The Milky Way. Enough about that. Where have you been all these years? It's been 3 years since I heard you return to your home planet. Amaxi asked Lei Chentian with a smile. I've been cultivating in the Milky Way all these years and haven't left there. Lei Chentian replied with a slight smile. In that case, how about a spar to see who's stronger? Amaxi said with combat intent towards Lei Chentian. A spar? Now, are you sure you want to fight me in this state? Lei Chentian raised an eyebrow, his gaze mixed with a hint of mockery and concern. You just fought Flishin, and your condition may not be at its best. Even if I win, I wouldn't want to win without merit. Besides, we haven't seen each other in so long. We should catch up and talk about recent events, shouldn't we? For example, have you encountered any powerful gods or strong opponents in these years? Upon hearing this, Amaxi laughed and patted Lei Chentian's shoulder. You're right. I was too eager. Lei Chentian also laughed. Then let's find a place to catch up. As for the competition, there will be plenty of opportunities. Come on. I'll take you to a food planet I discovered. The food there will definitely open your eyes. Saying this, Lei Chentian placed his hand on Amaxi's shoulder. In an instant, they teleported. The next second, Lei Chentian and Amaxi appeared on a planet in the Milky Way called Earth. This is teleportation? Amaxi looked at Lei Chentian in surprise. Yes, it's teleportation. It took me quite a bit of time to learn this technique, Lei Chentian said with a smile. Really? A hint of astonishment flashed in Amaxi's eyes as he looked around, noticing that this planet was quite different from the ultra-technological interstellar cities in his memory. It was filled with natural and primitive charm. This planet doesn't seem that impressive. In fact, it looks a bit backward. Is there really the food you mentioned? Amaxi questioned. The civilization on this planet is probably equivalent to Earth's civilization in the 1990s. You'll find out soon. Lei Chentian laughed. If there really is the food you mentioned, then not only have you learned teleportation, but you've also found a food planet. Your life must be going quite well, Amaxi joked. Lei Chentian smiled proudly, of course. Perhaps the civilization on this planet isn't great, but its food culture is unique in the universe, especially this interstellar restaurant, which cleverly combines Earth's traditional dishes with dragon meat ingredients, creating an unprecedented culinary feast. I guarantee you'll love every dish here. As Lei Chentian spoke, they quickly arrived in front of a futuristic restaurant from the 90s. As soon as they entered, the enticing aroma hit them, awakening their appetites. Two polite waiters guided them to their seats and presented the menu. Lei Chentian began to order. Waiter, I'll have stir-fried dragon meat, foie gras with fresh mushrooms, black pepper steak, and deadly lobster. Lei Chentian listed over 20 dishes in one breath. Although Amaxi didn't know what Lei Chentian was ordering, just hearing so many names made him start to salivate. After all, the names of these dishes sounded so enticing, as if each one was a masterpiece full of flavor and aroma. The waiter smiled and quickly noted down each dish Lei Chentian ordered, showing a hint of surprise in his eyes, clearly astonished by how familiar Lei Chentian was with the menu, but more curious about whether he could eat that much. Once Lei Chentian finished ordering, the waiter politely confirmed the order and then turned to leave, leaving Lei Chentian and Amaxi eagerly waiting at their seats. Unable to contain his curiosity, Amaxi quietly asked, Chentian, how come you're so familiar with this restaurant's menu? Do you come here often? Lei Chentian smiled and shook his head. How should I put it? This is my first time at this restaurant, but I've eaten at many others many times. Chapter 294, The Naruto World, Konoha, 1995. About half an hour later. That was so delicious. I haven't had something that good in a long time. Amaxi laughed heartily. Suddenly, hundreds of spaceships appeared in the sky, shocking everyone on the planet. The technology of this planet was only at level 0. 2, having just emerged from primitive civilization. They had never seen such a scene before, and fear, curiosity, and confusion intertwined in everyone's hearts. The arrival of the spaceships was like a sudden storm, breaking the tranquility of this peaceful planet. Amaxi's smile froze on his face as he looked up at the massive objects blocking the sun. The doors of the spaceships slowly opened, and beams of soft light were cast down to the ground, accompanied by gentle mechanical sounds. Several figures dressed in strange clothing slowly walked out. Their faces were calm and mysterious, and their final gaze fell on Amaxi. I originally wanted to fight you before leaving, but now it seems that's not possible. I have many things waiting for me to handle back home. Amaxi thought as he saw his subordinates had already located Earth. Half an hour ago, he sent his subordinates the coordinates via Lei Chentian's computer. He didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. No worries, we have plenty of time later. Lei Chentian said with a smile. In the Naruto world, Konoha, 1995. A man dressed in a white coat with 6 black tomo patterns on his chest and a red spiral symbol on his back, standing about one. 85 meters tall, was standing in the starry sky. It seems my clone has been doing quite well. This person was Uchiha Chentian, Konoha village in the land of fire. The former Chunin exam venue, now the venue for the world's #1 ninja tournament. This arena could hold 100,000 people, featuring 10 stages, 5 of which were square stages measuring 100 meters by 100 meters. However, to qualify for this tournament, a ninja's strength must be at least at the level of a Kage. Although Kage-level ninjas from all over the world were present, there were only just over 10 super Kage-level ninjas from each country. As for the smaller countries, a super Kage-level ninja could even be their leader. In the current Naruto world, it can be said that there are super shadows everywhere, and shadow-level ninjas are considered weak. Since the death of those Otsutsuki on this planet, their chakra has made the ninjas of the Naruto world even stronger. On arena number 1, Uchiha Madara stands expressionless in the center, surrounded by more than a dozen super shadows. If he could use the Rinnegan, he could defeat all these super shadows with just a glance. However, since he can only use Taijutsu now, it will take some effort. During the Warring States period, he was known as the Shura of the ninja world, now the Shura god. Uchiha Madara. Everyone be careful. Even if he can't use ninjutsu, he is not someone we can easily deal with. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he single-handedly fought against 3,000 ninjas, someone warns. An old man flies in the sky. He is the third Tsuchikage of a Wagakure. Looks like you are the troublesome one. Madara's gaze falls on Oanoki. In the next moment, his body disappears. He vanished. A nameless super shadow from a small country exclaims. Uchiha Madara's figure flickers like lightning, effortlessly dodging attacks, even while surrounded by super shadows. Each of his movements sends a super shadow flying, while their attacks are completely ignored by him. The audience outside the arena watches the battle intently. The super shadow level fight exceeds their imagination. They have never seen such intense combat, nor someone remaining undefeated against so many super shadows, and the Six Paths Madara's Mangeki Sharingan spins continuously as he observes enemy attacks and counters them. Water release, fire release, lightning release, wind release, and other attacks come at him. Madara skillfully weaves through the flames, punching through any fire dragon that blocks his path. After about 5 to 6 minutes, Madara successfully defeats all the ninjas. After all, he is Madara. Even without the Rinnegan, he is still a god. On arena number 2, Hyuga Neji faces off against the 4th Raikage, A, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B, Darui, and several super shadows alone. Neji hovers in midair, surrounded by a black chakra halo, with his newly regrown Rinnegan radiating purple light. The 4th Raikage, A, charges at Neji like a bolt of lightning, but Neji merely raises his hand, and an invisible force repels the Raikage. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B, glowing red, wields 6 blades, attacking with the ferocity of a storm. However, when Neji claps his hands, Killer B's attacks all miss and are instead repelled by a powerful force. Darui, Kira, and the other super shadows are not to be outdone, unleashing their lightning release jutsu in an attempt to break through Neji's defenses. Yet, Neji's Shinra Tensei acts as an insurmountable barrier, nullifying all attacks. As the battle intensifies, the arena is enveloped in powerful energy waves. After about 5 to 6 minutes, when using a Shinra Tensei to push back his opponents, Neji suddenly takes a deep breath, his chakra surging as he prepares to unleash his final strike to end the battle. He thrusts his hands forward, and a terrifying gravitational force erupts. Super Shinra Tensei. This move could instantly flatten Konoha, but the arena is surrounded by a divine barrier that can completely block Neji's super Shinra Tensei. On arena number 3, Naruto Uzumaki wins. On arena number 4, Sasuke Uchiha wins. On arena number 5, Hashirama Senju wins. On arena number 6, Obito Uchiha wins. On arena number 7, Might Guy wins. On arena number 8, Itachi Uchiha wins. On arena number 9, Shursui Uchiha wins. On arena number 10, Neji Hyuga wins. Most of the winners are from Konoha, which leaves the audience and participants marveling at the depth of Konoha's strength. As the matches progress, the atmosphere becomes increasingly tense. Unexpectedly, there are so many 6 Paths level ninjas in the current Naruto world. However, this 6 Paths level should already be their limit. Without the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, these individuals reaching the 6 Paths level is already the maximum for their bodies. Without a miracle, the path to reaching half of the 6 Paths level has reached its end. Uchiha Chentian Muses. Chapter 295. Ascending to a world similar to the world of the heavens. Super shadows everywhere, and shadow-level ninjas are considered weak? Is this still the Naruto world? Uchiha Chentian gazes at Konoha. Now it's the time of the main characters in the Naruto world. Naruto Uzumaki level. God, 6 paths, bloodline limit. A pair of golden 9-tomo Rinnegan. Dojutsu. God's immensity, immensity. This is the dojutsu of Naruto's left eye. He has trained wind release to its limit, surpassing the bloodline limit to reach the level of divine laws. Super. Wind God Roar. The dojutsu evolved from Naruto's right eye. Teleportation. The dojutsu awakened after gaining the Rinnegan. Combat power. 320 million. Sasuke Uchiha level. God. 6 paths, bloodline limit. A pair of purple 10-tomo Rinnegan. Dojutsu. Super. Heavenly Power Hand. Super. Divine Punishment. God's Amaterasu. New Dojutsu. God S. Indra's Arrow. A powerful skill formed by space, lightning, and the power of the 10 tails that can explode the ninja world. Combat power. 320 million. Hashirama Senju power. God. 6 paths, bloodline limit. Golden Rebirth I Uchiha Madara power. God. 6 paths, bloodline limit. 10-tomo Rinnegan. The combat power of these 4 is roughly equal. As for UchihaChentian, bloodline. Otsutsuki King bloodline. Ultra Saiyan, bloodline limit. 10-tomo purple gold rebirth Rinnegan. Transformations. Ultra Saiyan 1, 50 times. Ultra Saiyan 2, 100 times. Ultra Saiyan 3, 400 times. 12 trillion. Ultra Red. Ultra Saiyan 4, 8,000 times. Ultra Blue. Beyond Ultra Saiyan 4, 16,000 times. Deep Blue. Ultra Saiyan 4 full power. 36,000 times. Deep Blue limit breakthrough. Ultra Saiyan 4 limit breakthrough. 72,000 times. Age. 200 years. Plus 5 years in the Spirit Time Room. Born in Konoha at 10. Currently has been in Konoha for 95 years. Level. God King Realm. Normal combat power. 240 billion. Sage Arts. Super Sage Mode. ShowsSusanoo. Sage King Mode. Sage King Taijutsu. 10 times 8 gates King Fist. Pangatatu. Also known as the Otsutsuki Wedge. Sage King Mode. Strangely, why do I feel a strange power calling me? Let me see what it is. Uchiha Chentian murmurs to himself. In the next second, Uchiha Chentian's eyes shift to the 10-tomo purple gold rebirth Rinnegan. And as the 10 tomos and the Rinnegan's pupils slowly rotate, an ancient and profound power spills forth. 10 directions, 10 directions. Can see all possible futures that may occur. Each future has different branches. Although this is not an exclusive dojutsu of Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan, the effect is the same. Images of some futures appear in Uchiha Chentian's mind. It turns out my world has already reached the limit of this world, and a higher level world is now calling me. No wonder all these years I have felt a mysterious force compressing me. It has been like this. The God King realm is already the limit of this world. If one were to break through further, their power would become too strong to be tolerated by this world. Uchiha Chentian pondered internally, his eyes flashing with determination and anticipation. Should he go and see that other world? Uchiha Chentian thought to himself. 15 days later, Uchiha Chentian left a clone in the Naruto world, a clone that was identical to the real person. In fact, he had created this clone 15 days ago. However, this clone consumed most of his divine power, and during these 15 days, he had been recovering it. Now, he had almost fully restored his power. It was time to leave this world. Uchiha Chentian said to himself, unlike the Dragon Ball world, if blocking heaven and 10,000 realms is a pupil technique that can traverse to other dimensional worlds, the world Uchiha Chentian was going to now was completely unfamiliar, and he was not familiar with the plot of that world. Everything would start from scratch. In the starry sky. Open for me. Uchiha Chentian shouted. Evening Shadow, 1 speed, 2 speeds, 3 speeds, no speed, flow speed, 9 speeds. Upon reaching 9 speeds, the mighty fist wave striking the starry sky transformed into a dragon. A white dragon, 100 kilometers long, broke through the cosmic space and charged toward an unknown world. The stars there seemed disturbed, flickering anxiously, as if rejecting this sudden surge of power. Uchiha Chentian's form trembled slightly. He could feel that the rules of this world were completely different from what he was accustomed to. Here, his pupil techniques and physical techniques seemed to be restricted by some unknown force. However, Uchiha Chentian did not think of retreating. On the contrary, his eyes sparkled with even hotter light as he sensed the loosening of his own realm. In the next second, Uchiha Chentian transformed into a purple golden light and flew directly toward that unfamiliar, higher-level world. In a world with a red sky and a ground full of giant beasts, there stood a headless giant corpse, towering 10,000 meters high, its hands gripping a giant axe. A terrifying aura emanated from the axe, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to change color, as if it were about to tear the entire world apart. Kill! The headless giant corpse roared in anger, leaping high, its giant axe striking down toward a man, radiating golden light, approximately 9 meters tall. The phenomenon behind this man shot into the sky, Chaos Seed Green Lotus. A green lotus with 3 leaves, embodying the principles of Tao, giving birth to all things, surrounded by chaotic mist, striking towards the headless giant corpse. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled instantly. That man actually shattered the force unleashed by the headless corpse, which was 1,000 times taller than him, with a single punch. The terrifying power spread out like a tsunami, lifting the earth directly. What the hell, what am I seeing? Isn't that the great body of Saint? Uchiha Chentian stared in disbelief at the scene before him. At that moment, he was operating a 200-meter-tall, complete ShowsSusanoo, watching the distant battle from the other side. In a Naruto world, Uchiha Chentian could effortlessly summon his ShowsSusanoo to heights of hundreds or even thousands of kilometers, but in this world, he could only open the complete ShowsSusanoo to 10,000 meters high, and beyond that height, the defense of ShowsSusanoo significantly decreased. The 200-meter-tall complete ShowsSusanoo had the most perfect defense. This battle did not last long. Approximately a minute later, the headless giant corpse was already beheaded by the great body of Saint. After about 5 or 6 hours, Uchiha Chentian began to understand the situation in this world. This was a world similar to the world of Chentian, but not quite the same. The cultivation levels in this world were: First Secret Realm, we'll see. Second Secret Realm, Divine Store. Third Secret Realm, 4 Extremes. Fourth Secret Realm, Transforming Dragon. Fifth Secret Realm, Imperial Position. Junho, King, God King. Supreme God King, Quasi-Emperor, Alien Path, Great Emperor, Emperor Respect, Emperor, Heavenly Emperor, and the Eternal Emperor. Transforming Dragon does not lead to the Immortal Platform, but to the Imperial Position. Uchiha Chentian was stunned. The Imperial Position Secret Realm had each level divided into 9 heavens, with each heaven's gap being tenfold. Currently, Uchiha Chentian's divine power was roughly equivalent to a God King, but perhaps due to not practicing the cultivation method of this world, his current strength, without using pupil techniques, was approximately equivalent to a king. 3 years later, during these 3 years, Uchiha Chentian joined a place called the Sanqing Holy Land. He joined the Shangqing sect, becoming one of the 3,000 disciples of the Spirit Treasure Great Emperor. The Sanqing Holy Land consists of 3 sects: Taqing, Yuqing, and Shangqing. Taqing represents the moral Great Emperor, Yuqing represents the primordial Great Emperor, and Shangqing represents the Spirit Treasure Great Emperor. When he first learned the names of the 3 great emperors of the Sanqing Holy Land, Uchiha Chentian was indeed somewhat surprised. But later, he learned that these 3 Sanqing were not the 3 pure ones transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangdu, but rather a remnant of the 3 brothers of Sanqing from the mythological era that had transformed after absorbing countless years of the essence of heaven and earth over millions of years. Of course, this was just a legend. Whether it was true or false, Uchiha Chentian did not know. At this moment, Uchiha Chentian was quietly sitting cross-legged on a golden lotus flower, with the Tao patterns surrounding the golden lotus slowly emanating a golden light in rhythm with his breath. As Chentian's breathing slowed, the light became softer. Not only that, but the light seemed to slowly transform into twinkling starlight, magically spreading around, enveloping Uchiha Chentian. Space, time, fire would release the laws of all elements like gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. In this instant, Uchiha Chentian's thoughts reached a profound understanding. He finally broke through to the first layer of the Supreme God King. As Uchiha Chentian's thoughts became clearer, the rules of heaven and earth descended. Uchiha Chentian floated uncontrollably in midair, his eyes clear as he looked up. Even though he had experienced this scene multiple times, Uchiha Chentian could not help but feel a sense of shock. After 3 years, he finally transformed his original chakra divine power into the God King power of this world. 3 months later, the center of the Shangqing Holy Land, the Spirit Treasure Great Emperor, began to preach at the Bo Palace, which occurs every 10 years. But this year's lecture was advanced. At that moment, the Bo Palace was already crowded with people. There were over 10,000 disciples, and except for the new disciples, most were above Junho. Closest to the Spirit Treasure Great Emperor were his direct disciples, such as the siblings Zhao, Gongming, and others, as well as his 7 royal attendants. Among them, the famous Cheng'er Dingguang Xian was favored by the spirit-treasured Great Emperor because of being an expert in flattery. All were cultivators above the God King level, with Duo Bao being a quasi-emperor powerhouse. The rest were either named disciples or inner disciples, holding a status comparable to Uchiha Chentian. Seeing that all of his disciples had arrived, the great Emperor Ling Bao slowly began to speak. Today, I will teach you the Tao of the Emperor for 9 days. With that, the great Emperor Ling Bao directly began to expound on his imperial path, starting from the transformation of dragons. In an instant, the inner Tao rhythm of the entire Shanxing Holy Land permeated, and everyone was immersed in this imperial Tao. Dio Bao, Jinlang, Guilang, Wuzang, Zhao Gongming, the 3 Shaos, and others all closed their eyes slightly with smiles on their faces, as they had gained a lot. However, most of the named disciples had serious expressions, unable to comprehend the imperial Tao that the great Emperor Ling Bao spoke of, as their talents and comprehension were too poor. Only a few inner disciples could enter a state of enlightenment, and UchihaChentian was one of them. Naturally, the great Emperor Ling Bao noticed those talented disciples. When he first accepted UchihaChentian as a disciple, he was intrigued, as it was his first time encountering a human without magical power, but possessing another kind of strength. UchihaChentian had only been cultivating for a short time, but had already reached the limit of the Divine King, which piqued the great Emperor Ling Bao's interest. Of course, it was just a bit of interest. If he truly valued UchihaChentian, he would have already taken him as a personal disciple. The 9 days quickly passed, and after the 9th day, the great Emperor Ling Bao spoke. The 9 days are up. If there is nothing else, it's best not to leave the Shanxing Holy Land during this time. The Zhejiang continent is a bit unsettled. As soon as this sentence fell, the figure of the great Emperor Ling Bao vanished. Upon hearing this, all the disciples' expressions changed. The Zhejiang continent had always been a place of shifting winds and clouds, where major forces contended openly and secretly, never truly at peace. Now that the great Emperor Ling Bao said it would be unsettled, it surely meant something more than just unrest. UchihaChentian stood still, his gaze deep, pondering within. Although he had just arrived at this world's Shanxing Holy Land, he had heard a bit about the situation on this continent. On the Zhejiang continent, there were not only transcendent existences like the Shanxing Holy Land, but also many ancient sects and powerful races hidden in the shadows. Unsettled? Then it's just the right time for me to hone myself, UchihaChentian thought. Perhaps others might hesitate to go out, but he had great confidence in himself. Although he was merely an unparalleled divine king, as long as the emperor did not intervene, UchihaChentian was confident he could protect himself. In this world, ordinary geniuses could fight above their level, super geniuses could fight 2 levels above, prodigies 3 levels, and peerless prodigies 4 levels. Special divine bodies could fight 5 levels above, and if combined with divine weapons or powerful moves, they could surpass even more levels. UchihaChentian, though only an unparalleled divine king at the 1st level, had transformed his power, making his strength far from simple. Ultra Super Saiyan 50 times was roughly equivalent to 5 2nd-level unparalleled divine kings. Ultra Super Saiyan 100 times equated to 3rd level. Ultra Super Saiyan 400 times 120 trillion was equivalent to half a step into the 4th level. Ultra Red, Ultra Super Saiyan 4, 8,000 times approached the 6th level. Ultra Blue, surpassing Ultra Super Saiyan 4, 16,000 times equated to the peak of the 6th level. Deep Blue, Ultra Super Saiyan 4 at full power, 36,000 times equated to the 7th level. Deep Blue Boundary Breakthrough, Ultra Super Saiyan 4 Boundary Breakthrough, 72,000 times equated to the peak of the 7th level. Added to some of his ocular techniques, his combat power was roughly equivalent to the 8th level, and that was his confidence. Unless he encountered some shameless quasi-emperors ambushing him, he was confident he could escape even when facing a quasi-emperor. Chapter 297, Dark Turmoil. UchihaChentian stood on the mountaintop, his Rinnegan gazing into the distance. He knew that this world was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. The dark turmoil and the competition on the path to enlightenment were not as simple as they seemed. An emperor could only emerge once every 10,000 years. Although there were currently 3 emperors in the Shanxing Holy Land, these 3 were not true emperors but rather alternative path seekers. Although they possessed the combat power of an emperor, they were not real emperors. The 3 emperors of the Shanxing, due to their special physiques, would surpass quasi-emperors and reach higher realms after achieving perfection in their physiques. For instance, the well-known great accomplishment holy body, once cultivated to perfection, would have the combat power of an emperor. When Uchiha Chentian first arrived in this world, he encountered a holy body that was just one step away from achieving great accomplishment. Dark turmoil? The mere thought of dark turmoil made Uchiha Chentian's expression slightly change. In this world, almost every period would see some supreme beings awakening from self-sealed states. And these supremes would start to devour countless lives from main stars to replenish their vitality. The human race was the primary victim, as among countless ancient stars, the number of humans was the highest. Without any emperors, the great accomplishment holy body would battle the heavens. Every time a dark era arrived, a great accomplishment holy body would emerge. Although the great accomplishment holy body was powerful and could even kill some supremes, there were simply too many supremes. And the great accomplishment holy body could not split itself to deal with so many supremes. During this time, Uchiha Chentian's 13-tomo Rinnegan had also seen some beings from forbidden zones traversing this universe. Although these forbidden zone beings were not supremes, each one was at the level of a quasi-emperor or close to it. These forbidden zone beings were representatives of those supremes, coming to gather the life energy of living beings for them. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Chentian's Rinnegan, with its extraordinary vision, looked towards the cosmic starry sky, where he saw hundreds of humanoid beings carrying millions of ghostly shadows. Why humanoid beings? Because they were no longer truly humanoid. Some were merely human skeletons, while others stood 10 meters tall. Each of these humanoid beings looked different. Some were human, while others belonged to dragon or phoenix races, among others. This was a precursor to the arrival of dark turmoil. Uchiha Chentian finally understood why the great Emperor Lingbao said that the Zhejian continent would be somewhat unsettled. This was not just a matter of unrest, but likely a great chaos. However, for someone like the great Emperor Lingbao, this was indeed just a bit of unrest. In the eastern part of the Zhejian continent, Yi City, at this moment, Yi Wudi was surrounded by more than a dozen Forbidden Zone beings. Holy body, I will borrow your blood. A 10-meter-tall humanoid being coldly said to Yi Wudi. My blood? Do you dare to take it? Yi Wudi replied. As soon as he said this, he stepped forward and a golden road appeared beneath his feet. The next moment, he directly appeared in front of the 10-meter-tall humanoid being and punched out. Boom! The upper body of that humanoid being was instantly obliterated. The scene was filled with shock. The entire Yi City erupted in cheers, with people excitedly dancing, while the other Forbidden Zone beings changed their expressions drastically. They never expected that the holy body they regarded as an easy target would possess such terrifying strength. A being at the 8th level of Quasi-Emperor was actually blasted apart by a holy body at the 7th level of Quasi-Emperor. In an instant, their originally arrogant demeanor was replaced by fear, instinctively retreating a few steps, no longer daring to approach easily. Yi Wudi stepped on golden light, surrounded by a faint golden glow, like an undefeated war god. His gaze was sharp, sweeping over every Forbidden Zone being present, creating a wordless deterrence that seemed to freeze the air. Today, let you know that my blood, Yi Wudi, is not something anyone can covet. His voice was deep and powerful, echoing throughout Yi City, igniting the blood and pride in people's hearts. The people of Yeching were extremely excited. They all knew that Yi Wudi was very powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. Holy body, I admit you are formidable. However, I don't believe you can handle so many of us alone. At this moment, a black dragon knight slowly flew high in the sky, riding a black dragon over 100 meters long, radiating black flames. As he finished speaking, hundreds of humanoid creatures flew in from the distance, arriving at Yeching in an instant. Holy body, let us see how you protect this city by yourself. The black dragon knight sneered. Yi Wudi's expression changed as he was surrounded by a dozen quasi-emperors. Even though he was a holy body, he could not immediately protect his city. Ancestor, leave these people to us. At this moment, Yi Wudi's descendants, including several supreme divine kings like Yi Ishin and Yi Erzhen, soared into the sky. Haha, these are the descendants of the holy body. I never expected none of them to inherit your holy body, and all of them are divine kings. The three-headed, six-armed being laughed, filled with disdain and mockery. However, Yi Ishin and the others were not swayed by the mockery. Their expressions were resolute, their gazes intense. Yi Ishin raised his arm and shouted, although we are not holy bodies, how could the Yi family allow you monsters to look down on us? As soon as his words fell, Yi Ishin and the others transformed into streaks of flowing light. unleashing the unparalleled divine powers inherited from the Yi family to launch fierce attacks on those divine king-level beings. Although they were not holy bodies, they still possessed some characteristics of one. After all, they were all descendants of the holy body. Yi felt both relieved and worried. He was relieved by the bravery of the younger generation of the Yi family, but worried whether they could truly withstand such a powerful enemy. But he knew that at this moment, he must defeat this quasi-emperor being. Otherwise, even if his descendants defeated those supreme, divine, king-level beings, they might still suffer heavy losses. Boom! The battle against the quasi-emperor began. Yi fought 10 against 1, not falling behind at all, and even pressing the enemy. Imperial Amaterasu. Just as Yi Ishin and the others were engaged in a bitter battle, Uchiha Chentian made his move, transforming into the Super Saiyan Deep Blue form. Uchiha Chentian first unleashed an Amaterasu on a 3-meter-long, 3-headed black tiger. The black flames burned on the black tiger's body, as if the flames had a mind of their own, rapidly spreading along the tiger's fur and enveloping it in an instant. The black tiger let out a series of mournful howls, but could not extinguish the strange and powerful black flames. Immediately after, Uchiha Chentian took out his supreme divine king weapon, the Chentian Tower, and smashed it heavily onto the black tiger. The tiger was instantly killed, and a terrifying force exploded its primordial spirit, preventing it from reconstituting its physical body. It was a one-hit kill of an 8-fold heaven being. Although it was a sneak attack, it still surprised the others. Chapter 298, Holy Body Yi. Thank you. Seeing the sudden appearance of a man with strange eyes helping him, Yi Sanshin couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise and gratitude. The man wore a white robe, had 6 black Magatama-shaped patterns on his chest, a red vortex symbol on his back, and a pair of extraordinary divine eyes radiating divine light. Now is not the time for thanks. Let us first kill these dark beings. Uchiha Chentian spoke calmly. Spiral Destruction, a 30-centimeter-sized purple spiral ball radiating extremely terrifying power, appeared in Uchiha Chentian's palm. The next moment, Uchiha Chentian's figure vanished. When he reappeared, the Spiral Destruction had already penetrated a dark 6-winged angel, as if the angel's body was torn apart by an invisible force. The purple spiral ball exploded within its body, bursting forth with dazzling light. The 6 pairs of wings behind it were completely destroyed. With a thunderous roar, a powerful wave of energy spread outward, instantly forcing the surrounding dark beings back several steps. Uchiha Chentian's figure flickered, and he once again blended into the space. What? Is that actually the space law? A golden-armored, blond man saw Uchiha Chentian's figure vanish in an instant, and a look of shock and caution flashed in his eyes. He tightly gripped the spear in his hand, emanating a powerful aura. This was an 8-fold Heaven Ancient Clan Divine King. The space law, he never expected that someone could really cultivate the space law. The Ancient Clan Divine King watched his surroundings warily, fearing Uchiha Chentian would suddenly jump out from somewhere. Just then, a subtle spatial fluctuation appeared not far from the Ancient Clan Divine King. In that instant, Uchiha Chentian's figure appeared beside him like lightning, and a 10-meter-high tower fell from the sky. The Ancient Clan Divine King also noticed Uchiha Chentian. His divine power surged, and he swung his spear fiercely, creating a sound of air being shattered. Boom! The divine spear collided with the Chentian Tower. A massive shockwave of energy surged, tearing the surrounding space apart with tiny cracks. Dust flying everywhere, blotting out the sky. The two's paths collided. Spiral Destruction. Uchiha Chentian moved behind the Ancient Clan Divine King, who was dealing with his Chentian Tower, attacking with the Law of Destruction. Just as it seemed the Divine King was about to be killed by Uchiha Chentian, a massive explosion sounded. 5 humanoid beings surrounded Uchiha Chentian. Previously, his Spiral Destruction had also been blocked by one of the humanoid beings. Trying to overwhelm me with numbers? Uchiha Chentian sneered. Shadow Clone Technique. The next moment, Uchiha Chentian instantly created 5 clones, battling the 5 humanoid beings. Each clone contained part of Uchiha Chentian's power and will, flexibly darting across the battlefield and engaging in fierce clashes with the humanoid beings. Boom! The battle was so intense that the heavens were shattered. Although it was only a Divine King battlefield, an area of 100,000 kilometers was bombarded into flat ground. Crack! A huge shattering sound occurred in the sky as a hand filled with rich blood energy shattered the void, slamming toward Uchiha Chentian. A quasi-emperor had targeted Uchiha Chentian after he killed 12 supreme, divine, king-level dark beings. Feeling a terrifying force locking onto him, Uchiha Chentian's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. The speed of that blood energy hand was lightning fast, almost in the blink of an eye. It closed in on him. The whirlwind generated, causing Uchiha Chentian's clothes to rustle and his hair to fly. At this critical moment, Uchiha Chentian's eyes suddenly burst with dazzling light, and the 13 Magatama within them began to rotate slowly. Complete body, ShowsSusanoo. Instantly, it enveloped Uchiha Chentian entirely. Simultaneously, he placed his divine king weapon, the Chentian Tower, atop his head. Yet, even so, Uchiha Chentian's complete body ShowsSusanoo was instantly shattered, and he was injured by the blood hand. Dare you to fight with me and distract yourself? Yiwudi's voice echoed from the starry sky. The quasi-emperor who had previously ambushed Uchiha Chentian seemed to have been injured by Yiwudi. Is this the quasi-emperor law? Uchiha Chentian looked at the incomplete quasi-emperor law on his body, while his 13 Magatama, Rinnegan, read the information of the quasi-emperor law. Solar law. This is the law cultivated by that quasi-emperor. Chentian comprehended the information within the law. Solar law, is it? Uchiha Chentian's lips curled into a cold smile, and his Rinnegan flickered with an unprecedented light. He slowly raised his right hand, gently touching the fragment of the sun law that was suspended in the air, and a warm and scorching power instantly surged into his body. Second heaven, the second heaven of the supreme God King. Uchiha Chentian instantly broke through to a new realm. Although it was only a new realm, it had already increased Uchiha Chentian's strength tenfold. From the moment the quasi-emperor made his move to Uchiha Chentian's breakthrough to the second heaven, the entire process took only a second or two. Introduction. Senior Chentian. You have finally arrived. After recognizing the person who had fallen, Uchiha Sasuke shouted loudly at Uchiha Chentian. Uchiha Sasuke and the Seventh Hokage Naruto Uzumaki? Uchiha Chentian said somewhat unexpectedly, not expecting that upon arriving in the future, he would encounter the battle between Naruto and Sasuke, during which their powers were at their lowest.